Upon awakening from slumber, CHNY discovered that everyone in the world had been transported into a survival game on the open road. The journey commenced with a Yadi electric scooter, which he continually upgraded. Catastrophes struck every 7 days. Extreme heat, extreme cold, acid rain, insect plagues, and eternal night, and endless cycle on an interminable path. Initially, he believed he was doomed, but fortunately, he awakened the 100-fold return system. By recruiting female teammates and consuming resources, he could achieve a 100-fold return. With this advantage, CHNY soared to new heights while others struggled to survive. Barely finding a bottle of mineral water, he feasted on hot pot and sang merrily, racing alongside his companions. Chapter 1. Female teammates are not as good as little bitches. Congratulations, host, you have found 5 applicants. Please choose your first teammate. Note, in the world of road survival, teammates are of utmost importance. Please choose wisely. Under the blazing sun, CHNY rode his little electric scooter along an asphalt road that seemed to stretch infinitely. With the entire population transported, everyone randomly received vehicles, collected supplies, and endeavored to advance. Unfortunately, CHNY was rather unlucky, having only obtained a small electric scooter. He initially thought he was utterly doomed, facing a disastrous start. However, he did not anticipate awakening the system. The system was quite straightforward, a 100-fold return. As long as he had female teammates who consumed resources, he could achieve a 100-fold return. To find female teammates, CHNY persistently posted recruitment information in chat groups, offering food, accommodation, gasoline, and batteries, collectively referred to as the 4-package service. The conditions could be deemed exceptionally generous. It was precisely for this reason that so many applicants were attracted. Let's see the first one, CHNY said with some anticipation. Huan Shy age, 21 quality, 5 description, an extreme feminist with experience, enjoys virtual fighting and juggles multiple boyfriends in reality, discarding them after exploitation. Ding, does not meet the system's minimum standards. Damn, CHNY cursed. A promising name, yet the result was disappointing. Next, SHNY age, 18 quality, 3 description, a high school student, appears to be an innocent girl, but is quite the contrast. Owns multiple accounts on the internet, profiting through the sale of photographs. Ding, does not meet the system's minimum standards. Next, CHNY was at a loss. Is there not a single decent girl? Huan Fifi age, 25 quality, 1 description, a professional nurse, part-time streetwalker, enjoys fighting with different men. Ding, does not meet the system's minimum requirements. Absurd. CHNY was utterly speechless. What is wrong with the current generation of girls? Are there really so few normal ones? He had little hope for the remaining 2 candidates. Li Hun age, 26 quality, 0 virtue, 0 description, runes war god, high-level player in the international server, biohazard host, malicious spreader. Ding, does not meet the system's minimum requirements. Damn it, CHNY cursed again, having lost interest in the last girl. She probably isn't any good either. Finding a normal girl is incredibly challenging. Zuo Lanlan age, 0 quality, 8 virtue, 9 description, a paragon of purity, has never engaged with stray dogs on the street. Ding, meets the system's minimum requirements. What the hell? Is she really a little bitch? CHNY was astonished. With no intention of cursing, she was truly a little bitch. This meant that teammates could not only be human, but also include dogs or various animals. It makes sense, dogs are humanity's friends, and some police dogs are even comrades in arms. Having them as teammates is entirely reasonable. If a little bitch is considered female and consumes resources, could it also yield a 100-fold return? CHNY could hardly contain his excitement to find out. But who arranged for this little bitch to apply? Was it her own decision or her owner's intention? After all, a little bitch, no matter how clever, could not possibly read. Never mind, I accept Zuo Lanlan as a teammate. With a single thought, a small yellow dog appeared on the pedal of his IMA electric scooter. The little yellow dog was adorable, panting happily, a purebred Chinese rural dog. What a cute little fellow. CHNY patted the dog's fluffy head, and the little yellow dog obediently licked his palm. Congratulations, host. You have found your first teammate vehicle upgrade awarded. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. The 2-wheeled electric scooter has been upgraded to a 3-wheeled crossbody electric scooter. With a flash of white light, the IMA electric scooter completed its upgrade. The 3-wheeled crossbody electric scooter solved CHNY's immediate dilemma. Since it was a two-wheeled scooter, CHNY was unsure where to place Zuo Hong, as he had no special dog cage. Now, with the crossbody accessory, he could simply place Zuo Hong in the pouch, which was utterly perfect. Zuo Hong, enjoy some sausage. CHNY fed the precious sausage to Zuo Hong. The little dog was evidently hungry, devouring it eagerly. In no time, it was all gone. Ding! Zuo Hong consumed a sausage, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 sausages. They have been placed into the system warehouse. Awesome. CHNY laughed heartily, never expecting it to actually work. A little bitch could also trigger a 100-fold return. Dogs are great. They are far more reliable than women at the very least. They are not treacherous pigs, nor are they any sort of welfare women. Moreover, dogs are undoubtedly loyal, with no possibility of betrayal. Of course, CHNY would not give female teammates the opportunity to betray him. As long as a female teammate meets the system's requirements, once they join his team, he can check their loyalty. If the loyalty is too low, he will eliminate them directly to prevent future issues. That's right, eliminate them without hesitation. This is no longer a civilized society, but a brutal world of survival, where the weak are devoured by the strong. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Thus, decisiveness in killing and a ruthless heart are the most fundamental qualities. Being merciful to others is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Recruiting female team members with food and lodging provided, along with fuel and charging. Attention! Any female animal is eligible to apply. Since a female dog can trigger a 100-fold return, female monkeys and cats should also be able to. Even female elephants and tigers. Of course, CHNY does not wish to transform his team into a zoo. It is simply exceedingly difficult to find a normal woman. As the saying goes, having seen too many people, one prefers the company of dogs. CHNY's post stirred an uproar in the group. The young ladies began a frenzied attack on CHNY. This is ridiculous. This man is truly foolish. How could he equate us with female animals? What about women's safety? I just want to ask, is your mother a female animal? CHNY did not engage in their arguments. He merely watched the little fairies stomp in frustration, finding it a peculiar amusement. Sisters, don't be deceived by this foolish man. Look at his vehicle, and then at his travel distance. Oh my gosh, he is truly foolish with that electric tricycle. An electric tricycle without even a tarp. That's not even the main point. The key is that he hasn't completed the first 10 kilometers. Sisters, if he hasn't completed the first 10 kilometers, what does that make him? Clearly a waste. Such a waste indeed. How could he recruit teammates? Do not fall for it. He hasn't even completed the first 10 kilometers. He must have never seen a wooden treasure chest. How pitiful. No wonder he is so foolish. The 10-kilometer mark has wooden treasure chests. The 100-kilometer mark has iron treasure chests. And the 500-kilometer mark has bronze treasure chests. As long as the distance traveled is sufficient, one can receive substantial rewards. This is one of the most basic rules of survival on the road. In the group, one can not only see each other's vehicles, but also the mileage traveled. Everything is transparent. CHNY did not explain. He simply posted a video of feeding sausages to dogs. Once the video hit the group, it caused an explosion of reactions. Chapter 2. Sausages for batteries. Are you insane? Feeding sausages to dogs? Do you know how scarce resources are right now? Have you lost your mind? Surviving on the road while raising dogs? A single sausage could extend your life for a day, you know? Such wastefulness, truly excessive. This guy is showing off, risking his life to do so. These might be the last few sausages he has. Exactly. A poor loser who hasn't even completed the first 10 kilometers. How could he possibly have so many resources? He just wants to show off. He's such a fool, risking his life for it. Despite the mockery from the crowd, Chen Ye remained silent. He merely filmed a short video with a multitude of sausages and uploaded it to the group again. The group fell silent instantly, stunned into speechlessness. It is well known that videos cannot be edited. Therefore, the multitude of sausages in the video is genuine. CHNY possesses enough sausages to last him a long time. Moreover, sausages are a hard currency, exchangeable for various resources, such as gasoline, batteries, and even some car parts for modifications. It must be noted that these are the most critical resources. Without gasoline and batteries, vehicles cannot operate at all. Hey, can I be your teammate? Just 3 sausages a day will suffice. I only need 2 sausages. Hey, I only need 1 sausage. Really? Just 1 a day is enough. What are you all doing? Can't you have some dignity? I don't need a single sausage. Just let me be teammates with a brother. Anything will do." The little fairies who had just insulted Chen Ye suddenly changed their demeanor, all eager to curry favor with him in hopes of becoming his teammates. Chen Ye glanced at their resumes and nearly retched. They were all peculiar little fairies, and one was a divorced mother of two. Chen Ye is no Chao Zi. He has no interest in such secondhand goods, especially those that have witnessed death. "You're even worse than a female dog." With that, Chen Ye exited the group chat. His current goal is simple: to complete the first 10 kilometers and obtain a wooden treasure chest. If he could unlock something good, that would be delightful. Although the first treasure chest is wooden and the lowest grade, it possesses a special reward buff due to being the first. There's a possibility of acquiring excellent resources, perhaps even gaining some sort of supernatural ability. Indeed, in this world of road survival, there are supernatural powers. Some individuals have attained physiques akin to athletic champions, with a walking vehicle comparable to a small car, moving at incredible speeds. Some can even sense the presence of various resources, always a step ahead. However, Chen Ye has yet to awaken any abilities. Whether it is due to timing or fate, he does not yet know. Ding ding ding. While Chen Ye was driving, someone sent him a private message. After showcasing his abundant sausage stock, many people began messaging him, even sending various photos. Posing enticingly, dressed scantily, and some were even without clothes. Chen Ye merely glanced and paid no mind, but this time, the private message was different. It came with a trade request. The trade request was simple: sausages for batteries. 10 sausages for 1 battery. The price seemed fair, and batteries were a resource Chen Ye urgently needed. However, Chen Ye's electric tricycle is currently at full charge, having automatically recharged after completing the first upgrade. With the current battery, he can easily reach the first 10 kilometers and unlock the first wooden treasure chest. Perhaps the treasure chest might even contain batteries, negating the need to trade with anyone. Thus, his longing for batteries is not particularly urgent. 5 sausages for a fully charged battery. Chen Ye responded. 9 sausages for a fully charged battery. The other party replied, accompanied by a cute emoji. 6 sausages, no more. Chen Ye shot back. I can survive without batteries, but you will starve without sausages. Weigh your priorities. The other side remained silent for a long time. How do you know I'm about to starve? They sent an angry emoji. It doesn't matter if you don't want to trade. So be it. Chen Ye's attitude was very firm. Fine. Deal. The other party, famished, had indeed reached their limit. Soon, the trade was completed. Chen Ye received a fully charged battery. 6 sausages were consumed. On the sandy road, a motorcycle beauty removed her helmet, her long hair cascading like a black waterfall over her shoulders. Her delicate cheeks bore a slight pallor, and her slender fingers trembled as they clutched 6 sausages, devouring them ravenously, wholly disregarding her image as a beauty. As Chen Ye had remarked, she had reached her limit. Although the motorcycle still had fuel and could traverse a considerable distance, the gnawing hunger was unbearable, and she was experiencing severe hypoglycemia. If she continued to push forward, the likelihood of an accident loomed, rendering any effort a grave miscalculation. After finishing the sausages, the woman let out a long sigh of relief. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury and having tasted countless delicacies, she was experiencing the delectable flavor of sausages for the very first time. Initially, she felt somewhat cheated, having exchanged a high-capacity, fully charged battery for merely 6 sausages, a deal she deemed rather unfavorable. However, now that they filled her stomach, she found them utterly worth it and incredibly delicious. Should I consider partnering with him? Zuo Lanlan pondered earnestly. Should they become teammates, at the very least, she could attain the freedom to relish sausages. Moreover, having a partner would yield additional rewards from a system, such as a wooden treasure chest 10 kilometers ahead. If they were not teammates, each would receive a wooden treasure chest, however. Should they join forces and reach the first 10 kilometers together, they would be rewarded with 3 wooden treasure chests. Beyond one for each, there would be an extra to share. The intent was to encourage everyone to seek companions. Never mind, Zuo Lanlan, will fend for myself and prosper. With a twist of the throttle, she surged forward. Having satisfied her hunger, her spirit soared. Were she still famished or facing a life-and-death crisis, she might have considered allying with him. But now, it was entirely unnecessary. Her pride and arrogance forbade her from relying on a man. Of course, the primary reason was that she had never interacted with boys, let alone spent day and night with one as a partner in survival. Indeed, she had never even come into contact with a man. Aside from her family, she had had no encounters with any boys throughout her life. Her family's protective measures were exceedingly stringent. From kindergarten to university, she had attended only the finest all-girl schools abroad. Chapter 3. Rewards, Rewards, Abundant Rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the first 10 kilometers and receiving 3 wooden treasure chests. A cold mechanical voice resonated. Chen Ye was taken aback. Could it be that he was granted 3 wooden treasure chests? Was this the advantage of having teammates? Open the first treasure chest. Chen Ye exclaimed eagerly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 packets of Master Kong instant noodles. While 10 packets of instant noodles might seem like a standard reward, they were in fact crucial supplies in the survival world. A single packet could sustain a person for an entire day. Now, let us open the second chest. Chen Ye stowed away the instant noodles and continued to unveil the mystery box. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a vehicle upgrade upon opening the wooden chest. The pleasant surprise finally arrived. Chen Ye was momentarily stunned, as it felt almost surreal. He had unexpectedly received a vehicle upgrade. Previously, he had upgraded from a 2-wheeled electric bike to a 3-wheeled electric trike. The last upgrade had doubled his range, not to mention significantly enhancing comfort and driving experience. Transitioning from 100 kilometers to 200 kilometers had provided him immense benefits. Upgrade. Chen Ye wasted no time and directly utilized the vehicle upgrade opportunity. A radiant white light enveloped him as his vehicle began to undergo remarkable transformations. Congratulations to the host for completing the vehicle upgrade. The 3-wheeled electric trike has been upgraded to a 4-wheeled electric sedan. The range has increased by 150%. The speed has doubled. The vehicle's armor has been enhanced by 50%. The lifespan of the vehicle has been extended by 30%. The array of enhancements was exhilarating, causing Chen Ye's fingers to tremble with excitement. Indeed, upgrading was always the most delightful experience. Open the vehicle panel. Vehicle type: 4-wheeled electric sedan. Vehicle name: unnamed. Vehicle color: yellow. Maximum driving range: 500 kilometers. Maximum speed: 120. Armor value: 50. Note: if armor value drops below 25, speed will be affected. If armor value falls below 10, the vehicle will be inoperable. Vehicle lifespan: 10 years. All the vehicle data was clearly outlined, leaving no room for confusion. The only thing that stirred Chen Ye's sentiments was the lifespan: 10 years. This meant that, barring any unforeseen incidents or attacks, his yellow electric sedan could operate for a decade. It implied he would be navigating the treacherous roads of the survival world for 10 years, or perhaps even longer, as if the journey could stretch into 20, 30, or even 100 years. A continuous quest, an unending voyage. Let's name it. I must bestow a name upon my vehicle. Setting aside his reflections, Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with hope as he pondered the perfect name for his automobile. After a thoughtful selection process, he ultimately chose a name that was both striking and bold. Bumblebee, a name that was both commonplace and commanding. Although Chen Ye's little yellow electric car pales in comparison to Bumblebee from Transformers, it remains a cherished possession for him. Furthermore, Chen Ye believes that, given time, his Bumblebee could potentially surpass the iconic Transformer. With continuous modifications and upgrades, there are simply no limits. He eagerly opened the 3rd wooden treasure chest, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Though it was the most basic of chests, the novice rewards might yield something valuable. The recent vehicle upgrade was a testament to that. Congratulations. Host, you have opened a wooden treasure chest and obtained an unnamed fruit. An unnamed fruit? Chen Ye was somewhat taken aback. He had never encountered such a thing before. A red fruit, roughly the size of a grapefruit and resembling a miniature watermelon, landed in the palm of his hand. Its fiery red hue was as striking as a blazing flame, and the patterns on its surface resembled ripples of fire, appearing utterly mystical. Chen Ye even felt an unbearable heat emanating from it. Indeed, it was scorching. It felt less like a fruit and more like a fireball. What was this? A flame fruit? Could consuming it grant him the power of fire? The notion seemed absurd. There was no description accompanying it, and he hesitated to take a bite. Any adverse effect could spell trouble. In a survival world, even a simple cold could prove fatal. Little Yellow, you try it. He tossed the unnamed fruit in front of his car. Little Yellow sniffed it and devoured it eagerly. The fruit was juicy and emitted a faint aroma, making Chen Ye's appetite stir. Ding. Teammate Little Yellow consumed an unnamed fruit and received a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host. 100 unnamed fruits have been stored in the system's warehouse. Was the system incapable of identifying the fruit's effects? Chen Ye furrowed his brow, expecting the system to provide clarity, but it remained just an unnamed fruit. Little Yellow, how do you feel? Chen Ye inquired curiously. Little Yellow had finished the fruit without any noticeable change. Instead, it let out a satisfied burp, clearly enjoying itself. Woof woof. Little Yellow barked twice, licking Chen Ye's palm, its desire for more evident. Chen Ye refrained from giving it another fruit, opting for patience. He decided to let the situation unfold. Perhaps the unnamed fruit had yet to take effect. If its effects were beneficial, that would be splendid, but what if they were detrimental? Didn't he want Little Yellow, his crucial teammate, to suffer any harm? Even if he found a female companion in the future, he would never easily part with this little dog. Congratulations to all Global Road survival warriors for surviving the first day. The next challenge is a 7A extreme cold traverse. The rules are straightforward. Survive. Remember, you may proceed slowly or pause, but you must never retreat. Forward, onward, pressing ahead, for only then can one find a path to survival. A series of cold, mechanical sounds echoed, reminiscent of ice skates slicing through frozen surfaces, harsh and grating. Extreme cold traversal? Chen Ye frowned it. He was, after all, an electric vehicle. It is well known that under frigid conditions, the range of the battery would be significantly diminished. Moreover, the small car's ability to withstand the cold was woefully inadequate. The ensuing 7 days would pose a tremendous challenge for him. Should he trade some sausages for supplies to combat the chill? Chen Ye pondered. Little Huang, with its thick fur, was undoubtedly better equipped to endure the frost. Woof, woof. Little Huang, displaying remarkable awareness, suddenly let out a loud bark. Before Chen Ye could comprehend the situation, it belched forth a stream of flames. Boom! An explosive burst erupted, akin to a flamethrower releasing a long line of fire. Fortunately, Little Huang had extended its head out of the window to unleash the flames, thus sparing the car from ignition. Had it been inside, it would have surely been engulfed in flames. What the hell? Chen Ye exclaimed. How can you breathe fire, you little female dog? A fire-breathing dog? A battle hound among bitches? Chapter 4. The Nameless Fruit Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Little Huang continued to spew flames repeatedly, resembling a fire performer at a temple fair. The temperature of the flames was exceedingly high, and Chen Ye could feel the heat enveloping him. Good gracious, you want to keep this up indefinitely, will you? Such intense fire, if sustained, would surely reduce you to dog meat. Little Huang, being a creature of flesh and blood, could not endure such relentless scorching. Fortunately, Little Huang soon regained its composure and ceased the fiery display, tilting its head in bewilderment, utterly confused about its newfound ability to breathe fire. Could this be attributed to the nameless fruit? Chen Ye speculated that it was less about the nameless fruit and more akin to an extraordinary ability. The fiery patterns on the fruit hinted at a power related to flames. Having a dog that could breathe fire was not necessarily a misfortune. Chen Ye stroked his chin in contemplation. It could even serve as a potent weapon. The dog brand flamethrower. Should Chen Ye wield a flamethrower, foes would certainly be on high alert. However, cradling a dog would undoubtedly lull them into complacency, perhaps even invite mockery. In the moment of their derisive laughter and relaxation, a sudden burst of flames would surely reverse the tide, reducing enemies to cinders. In the midst of battle, it would prove to be extraordinarily effective. Now, in this apocalyptic landscape of highway survival, danger lurked at every turn, and terror was omnipresent, although Chen Ye had yet to encounter any adversaries or life-threatening crises. He was acutely aware that such encounters were inevitable. A tight string of anticipation was drawn taut in his mind, ever ready for confrontation. This extreme mode of existence would amplify the darkness within human nature to an infinite degree. As the saying goes, while neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile weapons. Neighbors become my granary. To avoid becoming someone else's pantry, one must relinquish fantasies and remain ever prepared for struggle. Since Little Huang faced no adverse effects from its fiery ability, Chen Ye felt an exhilarating urge to experiment. Who could resist breathing fire? A young boy would never turn down the allure of flames. The impending era of extreme cold looms ahead. If I were to awaken the power of flames, would it not significantly diminish the risk of succumbing to the frost? Possessing the ability to conjure fire amidst a frigid apocalypse would be an unparalleled comfort. At the very least, I would be spared the torment of bitter cold. If the chill became unbearable, I could simply exhale a breath of fire. Should the craving for roasted meat arise, I could summon flames with ease. In such a frozen wasteland, the prospect of enjoying a warm meal at any moment is a luxury beyond comprehension for those who have never endured the harshness of northern winters. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ye produced a peculiar fruit resembling a miniature watermelon. Its surface glowed a vibrant crimson, adorned with undulating patterns of flame. Initially apprehensive about potential side effects, those worries dissipated entirely with a single, vigorous bite. The unnamed fruit was exquisitely sweet, perhaps the most delectable Chen Ye had ever tasted in his life. Juicy and fragrant, its sweetness penetrated to the very depths of his soul. In mere moments, the sizable fruit was devoured entirely, leaving Chen Ye momentarily astonished at how swiftly it had vanished. Contentment washed over him as he let out a deeply satisfying belch, patting his belly in delight. Could I too unleash flames? With a hint of anticipation, Chen Ye breathed out, yet no fire emerged. He waited patiently, but there was no transformation, no unusual sensations. Why could I not conjure flames? Disappointment settled over Chen Ye like a heavy shroud. The notion of breathing fire was exhilarating. As a child, he had reveled in playing with flames. Despite the adults' warnings against such folly, the thought of wielding fire at will, particularly in a winter wonderland, was exhilarating. However, the harsh reality remained. Chen Ye could not ignite flames. His body showed no signs of change, nor any awakening of extraordinary abilities. Could it be that he had not consumed enough fruit? Without a second thought, he bit into another fiery fruit, regardless of the powers it might bestow. Its sweetness alone warranted another taste. Yet, even after this second fruit, there was still no transformation. Chen Ye found himself compelled to continue eating, one after another, until he lost count. Were it not for the fullness in his belly, he might have continued indefinitely. Perhaps I shall save the rest for tomorrow, he mused. Taking a deep breath, even the sweetest delights can become tiresome in excess. He sensed that one more bite might induce a wave of nausea. Why can't I breathe fire? Chen Ye felt a surge of frustration, the realization that, despite consuming so many of the fiery fruits, he still could not unleash flames weighed heavily on him. Surely, he ought to awaken some latent power related to fire. Yet, nothing manifested. There must be a power within me. Chen Ye reassured himself. What was that saying again? Allow the bullet to fly for a moment. There is no need to rush. Perhaps the flames of the unnamed fruit require time to reveal their effects. Onward, Chen Ye drove his four-wheeled electric vehicle at a rapid pace. Initially, the battery had a range of 500 kilometers. After acquiring a high-density battery, he could extend this range by another 500 kilometers. Thus, he had a total of 1,000 kilometers. The next location of the metal treasure chest was a mere 100 kilometers away. Regardless of how extreme the circumstances might be, a range of 1,000 kilometers would certainly allow him to reach that point. At the first 100 kilometers, he could also obtain 3 metal treasure chests, which contained crucial supplies. Although he would face the challenge of extreme cold, Chen Ye remained confident that he could endure the next 7 days. The challenge of extreme cold commenced. A fierce wind, a blizzard. Suddenly, an alert sounded. Without any warning, the skies erupted with howling winds and heavy snowfall. The clouds thickened, enveloping everything in darkness. Within just half an hour, the snow completely blanketed the road. The world was a sea of white. The ferocious winds whipped up swirling drifts of snow, severely obstructing visibility. It was utterly absurd. As Chen Ye drove, he felt the relentless gusts battering his electric vehicle. At times, he had the unsettling sensation that it might be overturned. Were it not for the weight of the spare battery, it could very well have toppled over. He knew he had to slow down. With the darkness, slippery roads, and impaired vision, any attempt to accelerate would surely result in an accident. In addition to cautiously navigating by sight, he had to rely on the vehicle's navigation system. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly veer off course. The onboard navigation provided a clear outline of the road ahead. Thankfully, he had completed the vehicle upgrade. Had he been driving a Yadi electric bike, there would have been no navigation system at all. Even the 3-wheeled electric scooter lacked such technology. Only the 4-wheeled car was equipped with it, and now it was saving Chen Ye's life. He felt fortunate to have upgraded his vehicle. Otherwise, he might have frozen to death. Though the car was warm with the heating on, Chen Ye still felt a bone-chilling cold. Even his furry dog curled up, seeking warmth against the harshness. "Come here, pup," Chen Ye exclaimed as he scooped the little ball of fur into his arms. Fur was indeed a blessing, providing warmth and comfort. At that moment, the act of huddling together for warmth became tangible. To his dismay, Chen Ye noticed the battery range had plummeted by half. He couldn't help but curse as he stared at the power display. Originally boasting a range of 500 kilometers, the arrival of the extreme cold had reduced it to a mere 250 kilometers. Truly, the bitter cold was an insurmountable mountain for electric vehicles. Manufacturers boasted about their ability to withstand extreme frigid tests, but it was clear that these claims were mere fabrications. It was essential to remember that it had only just begun to snow, and the temperature had only just dipped below zero. The extreme cold challenge had only just started. Not to mention, snow itself may not be cold, but the melting snow is. Once the snowfall ceased and the melting began, the temperature would undoubtedly plummet. At that point, even maintaining a charge of 250 kilometers would be a formidable challenge. How could he acquire more batteries? Chen Ye pondered while stroking the fluffy little dog. In that moment, the drawbacks of having a teammate like Little Huang became apparent. Chapter 5. Zuo Lanlan, if the companion is a human, possessing their own vehicle. Whether it be powered by batteries or gasoline, one can reap a 100-fold return. Take batteries. For instance, if one generously gifts a human ally a battery capable of a 250-kilometer range, they would receive a staggering 25,000 kilometers in return. If that were the case, it would be utterly delightful. It seems that the quest for female companions must continue. Indeed, allies are of paramount importance. In this moment, Chen Ye has come to a profound realization. Setting aside the critical matters of batteries and gasoline, even something as trivial as iced cola, spicy hot pot, or snail noodles cannot be multiplied 100-fold for a dog. Alas, the dog neither drinks iced cola nor indulges in hot pot, and it avoids snail noodles like the plague. Although dogs may consume excrement, the mere scent of snail noodles is enough to deter them. They would rather eat excrement than those noodles. In such an extreme survival scenario on the open road, if Chen Ye were to offer a bowl of snail noodles to his ally, that individual would undoubtedly express immense gratitude, perhaps even kneeling in reverence. Yet for the dog, such gestures are of no consequence. Patience is key. Chen Ye is not in a rush, for he will eventually find a female companion. While there are many enchanting maidens in society today, there are also plenty of ordinary women. Woof! Initially curled up, the little dog suddenly barked. Chen Ye immediately turned his attention to the front. Was this a warning from the dog? With a sense of hearing far superior to that of humans, dogs can sense impending events. Is there someone? Chen Ye spotted it as well. Despite the blinding snowstorm obscuring visibility, he discerned a figure leaning against a massive motorcycle, stranded amidst the tempest. To break down in such a storm while driving a small car is perilous, let alone on a motorcycle. Although the individual appeared fully equipped, donned in a highly professional helmet and motorcycle gear, surviving for an extended period in the freezing conditions would prove to be an arduous task. They may hold on for now, but as time passes, they will inevitably succumb to the cold, ultimately becoming a mere statue in the snowstorm. Should I collide with them? A glint of cold resolve flickered in Chen Ye's eyes. If he were to suddenly accelerate and crash into them without warning, their chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. He could seize their resources and the motorcycle. Although such an act would be distinctly unscrupulous, in a world of survival, who cares for the ethics of chivalry? A notification from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected a female ally meeting system criteria? A female ally? Chen Ye gazed at the figure in the distance. Could it be her? Despite the motorcycle attire, it was evident that she was female, with a notably slender figure. The motorcycle gear was adorned with various adorable emblems, and even the helmet sported 2 cat ears. The distinctiveness of a helmet with cat ears is undeniable. A burly man would never wear such a whimsical accessory. It was almost embarrassing to even consider. Is there detailed information available? Chen Ye inquired. Detailed information as follows. The system's cold voice responded once more, and a blue panel materialized before Chen Ye's eyes. Name, Zuo Lanlan. Vehicle, Bombardier motorcycle. Mileage, 200 kilometers. Special abilities, none. Character, 8. Profile, a daughter of a wealthy family. She studies at a prestigious private school abroad and has been raised overseas, graduating from an Ivy League institution. Despite her remarkable lineage, she possesses a certain naivety and a heart filled with youthful whimsy, often playfully dubbed silly goose by her friends. She has never been in a romantic relationship and remains a maiden. Her passions include cycling, and she is a well-known figure in several popular anime series, boasting a considerable fan base. Yet, she remains remarkably low-key, refraining from engaging with fans outside of her public persona. Photo: this is her. Chen Ye recognized her instantly. Wasn't she the woman he had just traded with? It was peculiar, indeed. How could she, having traveled 200 kilometers, appear at this location when he had barely covered 100 kilometers? Logically, she should be far ahead of him, at least until he completed his own 100 kilometers. Yet, here they were, encountering each other. Could it be that she had retreated? Such a notion was utterly implausible, as retreat equated to peril. One could slow down or pause. But retreat was simply not an option. With a cloud of confusion hanging over him, Chen Ye cautiously approached her. Once they were side by side, he lowered his window, revealing a friendly smile. "Do you need assistance, miss?" Zuo Lanlan did not remove her helmet. She merely shook her head. Although her expression was concealed, Chen Ye could distinctly sense her anxiety and vigilant gaze. "No need to be alarmed," he reassured her with a smile. "I'm not a villain." The moment those words left his lips, Zuo Lanlan instinctively took a step back, her wariness evident. "I'm not a villain" was, after all, a phrase often uttered by those of dubious intentions. "Rest assured, I mean you no harm," Chen Ye declared, having extinguished any murderous intent upon recognizing her as a suitable ally. "If you are willing, I can provide meals, accommodation, fuel, batteries, and safety. Join me as a teammate." He made his offer with sincerity. Under such dire circumstances, she ought to have had no reason to refuse. Yet, her vigilance only intensified as she scrutinized him from head to toe. "There are free sausages." Chen Ye waved a sausage enticingly. It was a considerable temptation. The allure of the sausage was undeniable, and Zuo Lanlan's bright, sparkling eyes fixated on it. She even removed her helmet, examining it closely, unwilling to miss any detail of the delectable treat. It must be said, her large, enchanting eyes were truly captivating, adorned with a hint of eyeshadow that blended playfulness with a touch of allure. "Apologies, but I'm not interested." Zuo Lanlan gritted her teeth, demonstrating remarkable resolve in declining the sweet sausage. In the face of hunger and adversity, her courage to refuse such a delightful morsel earned Chen Ye's admiration, prompting him to give her a thumbs up. "You are truly something else." His solitary thumb was insufficient to convey his respect, so he extended both thumbs in appreciation. "Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out to me at any time." After concluding his words, Chen Ye pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing and leaving his opponent in his wake. Although he harbored an intense desire for a female teammate, it did not imply a willingness to compromise his principles. To speak frankly, the notion of a female teammate was merely a euphemism for a female subordinate. As a master, how could he ever seek to appease a subordinate? By departing abruptly, he was merely asserting his dominance. The refusal from the other party was evidently due to her failure to reach a state of utter desperation. She had merely experienced a breakdown and still possessed her pride. As time elapsed, once she found herself in a state of complete despair, grappling with hunger and cold, she would surely be begging Chen Ye to become her ally. Chapter 6. The Ex-Girlfriend. Chen Ye drove steadily, cautiously navigating through the biting wind and snow. On one hand, he monitored the trading information within the group. He had silenced all notifications, allowing only trading information to be visible. A box of matches was worth 30 sausages or instant noodles. A military coat could be exchanged for 40 sausages. A rechargeable hand warmer was valued at 50 sausages. An electric blanket was worth 100 sausages. The prices of various cold weather supplies had begun to soar. The upcoming 7 days of extreme cold traversing made these supplies of paramount strategic importance. The price surge was entirely predictable, yet Chen Ye found it somewhat outrageous. The demands were exorbitant. These individuals were evidently taking advantage of the situation. In the biting cold, he felt his body temperature plummeting, prompting him to seek some warm supplies, such as an electric blanket or hand warmer. However, to his dismay, the traders were inflating their prices, each more brazen than the last. Nevertheless, he understood that survival took precedence. Despite his disgust, He reached out to a player who possessed an electric blanket. This vehicle-mounted electric blanket could be directly connected to the car, providing warmth to the driver while on the road and serving as a cover during rest periods, sufficiently protecting against the current bitter chill. Could the price for the vehicle-mounted electric blanket be lowered? Chen Ye inquired. Absolutely not. The seller retorted vehemently. 200 sausages. And not a single one less. Brother, isn't that excessive? Chen Ye couldn't help but interject. You initially quoted 100 sausages. Have you no sense of contract? This is utterly ridiculous. The seller lashed out. While others are trading for 200 sausages, you want 2,000. Do you understand? 2,000 sausages. Not a single one less. If you can't afford sausages, then don't bother buying. Get as far away as possible. Such arrogance was preposterous. Fine. I won't buy it. Chen Ye scoffed, choosing not to engage further. It was futile to waste even a moment on such a person. Zhang Xiaoquan? Chen Ye's gaze fixed upon his name, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. All members were using their real names, and their avatars were genuine photographs. If fate were to allow him to meet this individual, he would certainly treat him to sausages. Did he not crave sausages? Did he not demand 2,000? Then let him indulge in 2,000 sausages and savor the experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the flame ability, Heart of Fire. Suddenly, a chilling system sound echoed in Chen Ye's ears. The Heart of Flame? Chen Ye felt an intense warmth surge through his heart. This warmth was exceedingly pleasant, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Initially, the frigid temperatures had left Chen Ye's hands and feet icy cold and utterly uncomfortable. But now, the chill dissipated, replaced by a soothing warmth. Woof! Little Huang also sensed the warmth, incessantly burrowing into Chen Ye's embrace. What utility does the Heart of Flame possess? Chen Ye gently petted Little Huang. Surely, the Heart of Flame cannot be merely a humanoid hand warmer, can it? The Heart of Flame, the sovereign of fire abilities. Awakening it requires the consumption of numerous flame ability fruits, with only a minuscule chance of success. Host Heart of Flame, Level 1. It can withstand extreme cold, freeing him from the shackles of frigid temperatures. The system's icy voice provided an explanation. Chen Ye, with great seriousness, inquired, can it not breathe fire? The Heart of Flame, the monarch of fire abilities, is incapable of breathing fire? Is this reasonable? Is this appropriate? Is this correct? The system offered no response, leaving Chen Ye thoroughly disheartened. With no other option, he turned to Little Huang and commanded loudly, breathe fire. Little Huang obediently complied, poking its head out of the car window and unleashing a robust jet of flames. The temperature of the fire was exceedingly high, causing the snowflakes in mid-air to instantly melt into raindrops. Fantastic! Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction. Breathing fire is exhilarating. Breathing fire is thrilling. Regardless, the biting cold was no longer a concern for Chen Ye. With a Heart of Flame, he could never again succumb to freezing, even without the heater running. Resting in a frigid night amidst the swirling snow would no longer pose a risk of frostbite. Now, only the issue of the car's mileage remained. The extreme cold persisted. At -10 degrees, the battery had already halved its capacity. What about at -20, -30, or even at the extreme of -50 degrees? The challenges posed by such severe temperatures would undoubtedly impact battery life. With teammates, he could, of course, utilize their 100-fold returns to resolve battery longevity issues. However, presently alone, he could only contemplate alternative solutions to address the immediate dilemma. A charger was evidently the most optimal choice. Solar panels or a diesel generator would both serve as excellent options. Solar panels are more economical, while diesel generators provide greater stability. By exchanging enough sausages for diesel, continuous electricity generation could be achieved, allowing for perpetual battery recharging. Ideally, possessing a gasoline vehicle to convert his electric car into a range-extended model would be perfect, with both a battery and a fuel tank. However, such modifications clearly represent a significant upgrade to the vehicle, not easily accomplished. Chen Ye rummaged through trading groups, hoping to discover the items he required. Given the multitude of participants in the group, various items were available. After all, everyone could obtain treasure chests, yielding an eclectic assortment of goods. Solar panels. Chen Ye soon identified a useful item. The solar panel could be laid flat on the car's roof and connected to the vehicle. In abundant sunlight, one can replenish a range of 30 kilometers within an hour. When the sunlight is less plentiful, The minimum increase in range is merely 10 kilometers. The solar charging panel comes with a detailed introduction. Chen Ye found it quite satisfactory, as it could temporarily alleviate his anxiety regarding range. Without any further ado, he reached out to the seller, hoping to finalize a transaction. "Chen Ye, is that really you?" The seller responded unexpectedly. "I never imagined I would encounter an acquaintance." "Who are you?" Chen Ye stared at the name and avatar of the seller, momentarily taken aback, before realizing that it was none other than Li Dan, a former classmate known as one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the class. Most notably, Chen Ye had once pursued her. To be precise, he had been just another fish in her pond. In a nutshell, Li Dan was a master of manipulation, ensnaring many men, with some older gentlemen even going bankrupt for her sake. Fortunately, Chen Ye had been astute enough to recognize her ulterior motives early on and cut his losses. It could be said that he narrowly escaped becoming a mere sycophant for a gold digger, a rather humiliating chapter in his life. Chapter 7. The Sibling's Vehicle Upgrade Plan. Sis. Is that him? In the midst of a snowstorm, a pickup truck struggled to advance. Li Dan sat in the passenger seat, engrossed in her phone, shivering from the cold. Her brother, leaning over the steering wheel, strained his neck to discern the direction amidst the blizzard, where visibility was perilously low. The siblings had formed a team from the outset, securing a fully fueled pickup truck, which was a commendable start. Even while venturing 10 kilometers to a treasure chest, they had reaped substantial rewards. Initially, they had a good chance of weathering the extreme cold, but due to her brother's various reckless maneuvers, they found themselves in dire straits, facing severe shortages of supplies. "It's him. Drive properly and quit the chatter. Just watch your sister's prowess," Li Dan said, her impatience evident as she did not even glance at her brother. "Sis, our supplies are critically low. We hardly have any gasoline or food left," Li Yong reminded her. The solar charging panel must be sold at a high price to reach the next treasure location. Since they were driving a fuel vehicle, the solar charging panel was virtually useless to them. Moreover, the intrinsic market value of solar charging panels was low, as fuel vehicles vastly outnumbered electric ones. In this brutal apocalypse, the reliability of fuel vehicles overshadowed that of electric ones entirely. Given the opportunity, everyone would prioritize upgrading their fuel vehicles. Thus, the quantity of electric vehicles was limited, and naturally, the price of solar charging panels could not be high. Is that even necessary to mention? A hint of disdain flickered in Li Dan's eyes. Others might falter, but she was confident that she could secure a high price from this infatuated admirer. She possessed this confidence, having played her share of men and adeptly understood the psychology of younger boys. Yes, we must sell it at a high price." Li Yong gripped the steering wheel tightly, tension palpable. They had encountered numerous buyers, each offering increasingly lower bids, some outrageously unscrupulous. Even selling at the highest price cannot entirely resolve their predicament. Only finding a gullible fool might offer a glimmer of hope. Chen Ye, evidently, is the most suitable target. "How could you forget me?" Li Dan feigned deep emotion. "I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime." "What is the price for a car-mounted solar charging panel?" Chen Ye replied coldly, ignoring her sentiment. "It's merely a car-mounted solar charging panel, not worth much. You can decide the price." Li Dan persisted in her act of heartfelt connection. In such a cruel apocalypse, the fact that we can still meet is truly fate. Perhaps it is destiny that has brought us together. A single sausage? Chen Ye's focus remained solely on the transaction. If they agreed, the deal could be sealed immediately. Since the other party suggested she could set the price, he had no intention of being polite. In all honesty, he was unwilling to part with even a single sausage. After all, enjoying something for free brings joy. "You scoundrel! You utter scoundrel!" Li Dan, enraged after her lengthy performance, cursed him vehemently. "What kind of nonsense is this? You dare to play games with me?" Initially, she hoped to feign emotion to entice Chen Ye into taking the bait. After all, sophisticated hunters often present themselves as prey. However, to her dismay, Chen Ye remained unresponsive. After all her efforts, she was left with a mere sausage? It was utterly absurd. "Chen Ye, are you truly so heartless?" Li Dan inhaled deeply, continuing her fishing attempt. "You don't even inquire about my current situation? I'm not suffering? Why should your situation concern me?" Chen Ye bluntly retorted. "Are you all right? Did your brain freeze?" He offered no courtesy, none whatsoever. He was straightforward, simple, and brutally honest. "I never expected you to be so unfeeling, especially after I have constantly thought of you." Li Dan said deliberately. If that's the case, let's proceed with a normal transaction. Chen Ye did not respond, contemplating a suitable price. A single sausage was, of course, a jest, but it was understandable since the other party had initiated the jest. Sister, how is it? Has the foolish boy taken a bait? Li Yong asked anxiously. His stomach was growling with hunger, desperately needing a sausage or two to tide him over. Don't rush. Are you not aware of your sister's methods? Li Dan scoffed. He still pretends to be reserved, but soon enough I will have him kneeling like a dog. That's good. Li Yong replied cheerfully. At that point, we will strip him of everything, including his vehicle. Besides various essential supplies, a vehicle is undoubtedly the most crucial and valuable possession for any survivor. Patience is key. Why the haste? Li Dan chuckled. Let's take our time. He possesses an abundance of resources. Really? Li Yong exclaimed with excitement. Have you already uncovered the details? Take a look for yourself. Li Dan played a video showcasing Chen Ye's vast stockpile of sausages. This video had gone viral in various chat groups, and naturally, Li Dan had seen it. In such dire times, possessing such an extensive supply would inevitably attract a multitude of attention. It was impossible not to garner interest. Wow, wow, wow. Li Yong was instantly exhilarated, filled with utmost excitement. He slammed on the brakes, bringing the pickup truck to a halt by the roadside, trembling with excitement. So many supplies? So many sausages? Where on earth did this foolish boy acquire them? It seems almost too good to be true. Gazing at the rows of sausages, Li Yong could not help but swallow hard. There was no choice. He was simply too hungry. The sausages were irresistibly tempting. What stroke of luck? Li Dan shrugged nonchalantly, stating, the video cannot be fabricated. The sausages must be genuine. With such an abundance, it's simply remarkable. Li Yong began to envision their future, his enthusiasm palpable. If we can secure all of this, it will not only alleviate our hunger, but also allow us to enhance our vehicle. Our pickup truck lacks both space and insulation. Upgrading to a high-end cabin would not only provide warmth, but also add a sleeping berth, making rest far more comfortable. Given the limited space, we have no choice but to curl up in the back seat during breaks, which is quite uncomfortable. Long drives are already exhausting. An insufficient rest only exacerbates the ordeal. Foolish brother, if we have sufficient supplies, we must prioritize upgrading the fuel tank and the power, and most importantly, the snow tires. Li Dan interjected, her tone slightly exasperated. Haven't you noticed the snowstorm intensifying? Insufficient power could leave us stranded, trapped in a snowdrift, unable to escape. This is a matter of life and death. Such upgrades are absolutely paramount over comfort. Indeed, Li Yong agreed vigorously. We must upgrade the snow tires and add weight. The wind is fierce, and the vehicle could easily be overturned. A rollover could be fatal. Even though we are in a pickup, which is heavy, it remains unstable in increasingly severe weather. As the primary driver, Li Yong was acutely aware of this fact, which was why he was hesitant to accelerate. Any misstep could lead to disaster. Sister, I have a trick that will surely make him willingly offer up the sausages, completely at your beck and call. Li Yong chuckled, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Chapter 8. Relationships are the costliest pursuits. You teach me? Are you certain that's wise? Li Dan scoffed, confident in her prowess at manipulating men. It's quite simple. Just send him some enticing photos, Li Yong replied with a grin. A glimpse of little feet, perhaps some sheer stockings. It's an effortless way to captivate him. After all, he is merely an unrefined fellow, lacking worldly experience. Fool, Li Dan retorted sharply. He is no longer the same person he once was. In this survivalist world, possessing such an abundance of sausages elevates him from a mere commoner to a genuine high roller. As for sending suggestive photos, do you think he hasn't received countless already? His current inbox must be overflowing. If I were to behave like those superficial, frivolous women, I would not only fail to win him over, but also repel him. This, I understand all too well. Though she embraced her green tea persona, she prided herself on being a sophisticated practitioner of the art, with a high level of skill, far removed from the cheap and tawdry images circulating online. That makes sense? Leo nodded. So what is your plan? Naturally, I shall pursue a genuine emotional connection, Li Dan declared confidently. After all, cultivating relationships is the most expensive endeavor of all. Only by engaging in heartfelt discussions can one truly capture Chen Ye's heart. It is only through matters of the heart that one can coax the other into willingly offering all their resources. Chen Ye, how have you fared these past 2 years? Li Dan pondered her words, preparing to feign deep emotion. 20 sausages. Chen Ye had already grasped the market dynamics. This price was not the highest, yet it was reasonably close. I want to sell for 30. Li Dan persisted, but for you, I will sell at 15. That is unnecessary, Chen Ye replied. Between us, there is no goodwill. It must be a fair transaction. Yet I insist, Li Dan stated earnestly, I will sell it to you for 15. Oh. Chen Ye neither rejected nor accepted the offer. Aren't you curious as to why? Li Dan furrowed her brow, deeply displeased. Despite her fervent declarations of affection, Chen Ye's indifference was utterly vexing. Under normal circumstances, a mere gesture from her would send men into a frenzy. I'm not interested, Chen Ye stated bluntly. Forget it. I don't want it. It's distasteful. With that, he promptly blocked her. Staring at the large red exclamation mark on the screen, Li Dan stood frozen, as if ensnared in a dream. What was happening? Blocked? Even without her striking beauty, one would expect not to be dismissed so easily. Had her emotional overtures failed? Did you fail in your endeavor? Li Yong inquired cautiously, noticing her visibly altered demeanor, which foretold of no good news. Get lost. Li Dan cursed vehemently, nearly hurling her phone. At this, Li Yong recoiled slightly, focusing intently on the road, refraining from further chatter. The reason Chen Ye had blocked her was twofold. He was weary of her incessant banter, which had become nauseating, and he had discovered something far superior to solar panels. While solar panels could address the issue of range, they came with numerous limitations, rendering them significantly inferior to diesel generators. Indeed, Chen Ye had discovered someone selling diesel generators at a modest price of merely 50 sausages. For others, 50 sausages might be a precious commodity, but for Chen Ye, it was practically a giveaway. The seller was a woman named Chen Ye, whose profile picture was quite intriguing, a depiction of her clad in nun's attire, kneeling before Buddha, reciting scriptures, exuding a profound sense of Zen. Are you a disciple of the Buddha? Chen Ye inquired curiously. In such a harsh post-apocalyptic world, he wondered if her faith remained unshaken. Yes, Chen Ye replied. I am a lay practitioner who has chosen to cultivate my spirit. She did not conceal her beliefs. Do you have any diesel aside from the generator? Chen Ye asked. Without diesel, the generator would be of no use, and he would need to seek additional sources. There's half a tank of diesel in the generator, Chen Ye responded. If the price is right, I can sell you another tank. Agreed, Chen Ye replied. How about 55 sausages for one diesel generator and a tank of diesel? That seems a fair price. I will consider it. Chen Ye hesitated. Chen Ye's offer was already the highest. What do you think, dear? She glanced at the passenger seat. In the passenger seat, a man wrapped in a blanket appeared pale, occasionally breaking into fits of violent coughing, making even speech a laborious task. Fortunately, this was a fuel-powered vehicle, and the warmth it provided was sufficient to prevent the ailing man from succumbing to the cold. Darling, with food, you won't starve, and I can also change your medication. Chen Ye managed a faint smile, saying, this will make you feel a bit better. You needn't concern yourself with me, the man replied, coughing a few times. I'm already a dead man. Medication is futile. I won't allow you to speak that way. Chen Ye's beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears. You'll be fine. You must be fine. Don't be foolish, the man replied weakly, a faint smile flickering on his lips. There is no chance left for me. He had always been frail, destined for an early demise in a civilized society, and in this apocalyptic world where even basic sustenance was a luxury, his fate was even grimmer. I refuse to accept this. You cannot die. You promised to take care of me for a lifetime, Chen Ye exclaimed. After just 3 years, you wish to abandon me? I will not permit it. No, absolutely not. Z, I owe you so much in this life, the man said, fatigue closing his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Witnessing his sorrow, Chen Ye felt a wave of despair wash over her. She leaned heavily against the driver's seat, biting her lip, striving to suppress the sounds of her own weeping. Buddha, why is life so filled with suffering? She murmured, her once unwavering faith beginning to crumble. Ultimately, she struck a deal with Chen Ye, trading 55 sausages. Chen Ye's vehicle was merely a family sedan that ran on gasoline. Diesel and diesel generators were luxuries they could do without. The small car's configuration was largely sufficient for their needs. Trading a diesel generator for food proved to be a wise choice. Beep. Congratulations, you have acquired a diesel generator. Would you like to proceed with the modification? A cold mechanical voice intoned. Upon acquiring vehicle upgrade components, this command would automatically trigger. Modification? Chen Ye's eyes brightened as he inquired. Is there a cost or consumption involved? No, the mechanical voice replied. The modification of vehicles is a complimentary gift for every survivor, as long as one had the capability to obtain vehicle upgrade components. The modification would be free of charge. Very well, Chen Ye said with a smile. Let's proceed with the modification. Beep. Upgrading and modification in progress. Beep. Congratulations. Your vehicle modification was successful. Beep. Congratulations. With the diesel generator, the range of your electric vehicle will significantly increase. Beep. Once the battery level drops below 20%, the diesel generator will automatically initiate the charging process. Listening to the series of notifications, Chen Ye exclaimed, wonderful. This resolves the issue of the electric vehicle's range completely. Beep. Congratulations, you have discovered a qualified female teammate. Would you like to view detailed information? Chapter 9. Would you mind calling me husband? Good news kept coming. To his surprise, he had found another suitable female teammate. Let us check the details, Chen Ye said eagerly. Name, Chen Ye. Appearance, 9 points. Figure, 9 points. Character, 10 points. Profession, doctor. Introduction, a compassionate physician dedicated to saving lives and a considerate wife. A devout Buddhist, she has remained untouched for 3 years of marriage due to her husband's grave illness, which has prevented them from consummating their union. Throughout these 3 years, she has suppressed her own physical desires to care for her husband, compounded by the pressures of work, ultimately seeking solace in her faith. Indeed, she possesses commendable qualities. Chen Ye pondered, admiring Chen Ye's exquisite visage. Her captivating eyes, adorned with a delicate tear mole, evoke an intense sense of melancholy. It is no wonder her husband suffers. Indeed, she has the visage that could bring misfortune to a spouse. Chen Ye, would you be interested in becoming my ally? Chen Ye wasted no time in reaching out to her. Though she was married, finding a worthy companion was a rare treasure. Particularly in such dire times, women like her were exceedingly scarce. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Ye was inclined to unite with such a captivating individual. Even if she was already wed, no matter the obstacles, nothing could quench her yearning for beauty. Chen Ye's resolve was unwavering. As for the notion of misfortune, nonsense. The young man was more than capable of bearing such burdens. I'm afraid I already have a partner, Chen Ye replied bluntly. Her ally, of course, was her husband. Your husband? Chen Ye retorted. Is his frail body truly capable of enduring such harsh conditions? As stated, Chen Ye's husband was in poor health, to the extent that he could not withstand the rigors of survival. Such a fragile individual would likely succumb in such extreme circumstances. How do you know? Chen Ye was astonished. Her husband's condition was a closely guarded secret, crucial to their safety. Should anyone discover that he lacked any fighting capability and was merely a sickly man, it could lead to undesirable intentions towards her. Do not concern yourself with how I know, Chen Ye continued. In any case, partnering with me would grant you access to greater resources, allowing your husband to survive a while longer. At this, Chen Ye fell silent. Although she had recently acquired supplies and temporarily escaped her plight, she was acutely aware that, as time passed, she would inevitably find herself in a dire situation lacking medical aid. Finding a powerful ally could indeed be a prudent choice. If I become your ally, my husband would as well, would he not? Chen Ye cautiously inquired. Her husband was her most vital person, and she could not abandon him. No, Chen Ye replied candidly. I only accept female partners. There is no need for deception. Honesty will alleviate many unnecessary complications. As my ally, you would still have full control over your vehicle. I would not interfere with who accompanies you within it. In other words, becoming an ally would afford Chen Ye considerable freedom, which was a significant concession. That will not do. Chen Ye decisively rejected the offer. To recruit me, you must also accept my husband. We are a team and cannot be separated. Do not be so naive, Chen Ye responded, utterly exasperated. As the saying goes, couples are like birds of a feather. In times of adversity, they will fly apart. In such dire circumstances, discussing the affection between spouses seems rather naive. I will not relent, Chen Ye declared resolutely. I will not compromise on this matter. Very well. Chen Ye did not press further. Since she had declined, she could fend for herself. Although he found her quite admirable, there was no need for him to impose himself upon her. When she finds herself in true desperation, she will inevitably grasp the truth of the situation. Teaching through experience often proves more effective than mere words. How do you know the circumstances of our marriage? Chen Ye suddenly inquired. How did you acquire such an abundance of resources? She had seen Chen Ye's videos and was aware of his considerable stock of sausages. If he could provide her with even the slightest hint, perhaps she too could secure ample supplies, thus alleviating her predicament entirely. Is this not excessive? How could Chen Ye reveal the truth? This was his most guarded secret. Such a direct question from Chen Ye was far too probing. I recognize that it is unreasonable. Yet I find myself without options, Chen Ye replied. I need resources, plentiful resources in order to survive. Not only does she wish to endure, but her husband must also survive. This heavy burden weighs upon her, compelling her to seek solutions. What concern is that of mine? Chen Ye replied coldly. She finds it challenging, who does not face difficulties. Moreover, it had no bearing on Chen Ye whatsoever. I can offer trade. Chen Ye's gaze was resolute. If you are willing to provide me with useful information, I shall pay the appropriate price. Is that so? Chen Ye asked with intrigue. What resources do you possess? I have no use for sausages. Chen Ye glanced around, finding nothing of value. She was already in a desperate situation, and without Chen Ye's sausages, she and her husband might have starved. It appears you have nothing to offer, does it not? Chen Ye chuckled. Then what do you have to say? Do you wish to receive without giving? Receiving without offering is simply unfeasible. You would only take advantage of others, never the other way around. This is one of the cardinal rules of those who seek to exploit. If you can assist me this once, I will be eternally grateful. Chen Ye bit her lip, offering nothing more than hollow promises. In the next life, I will serve you faithfully. Such words lack substance. Chen Ye remarked with a smile. However, I am a compassionate person. Seeing you in such hardship, I shall extend a helping hand. If you call me husband, I will share a crucial piece of information that could significantly enhance your and your husband's chances of survival in this apocalyptic world. With diligent application, you could indeed live longer. This, Chen Ye did not deceive. You are shameless. Chen Ye's face flushed with embarrassment as her delicate fingers flew across the phone screen, vehemently rebuking Chen Ye. If you refuse, so be it. Chen Ye had never been one to impose. A single utterance of husband in exchange for vital information is undeniably a fair trade. Reputation? Shame? Such matters hold no value in the face of survival. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye fell silent once more. Indeed, in the struggle for existence, what do some transient honors and disgraces truly signify? What significance do personal gains and losses hold? For her husband, for the sake of survival, she uttered a call that hardly amounted to anything of consequence. She opened her mouth, hesitating for an extended moment, yet no sound escaped her lips. The shame. It was overwhelmingly humiliating. A profound sense of embarrassment caused her body to tremble slightly, her delicate face flushed with color. Chapter 10. Solar Charging Panels. She was a woman of dignity, always had been, from childhood to adulthood, a radiant physician, a gentle and virtuous wife, and a devoted ascetic. For her, reputation was of utmost importance. Moreover, this was an act of betrayal, betrayal of her husband, betrayal of her marriage. Such a notion was utterly intolerable to her. Loyalty to her marriage was an instinct that coursed through her very veins. The mere thought of infidelity made her feel sullied, spiritually astray, and unworthy of her husband. What is more, to call another man husband, especially in the presence of her own spouse? Although her husband lay asleep due to severe illness and the bitter cold, the thought alone filled her with profound shame, rendering her unable to speak. Unwillingness aside, Chen Ye grew impatient and chose to ignore her. Wait a moment. Chen Ye's fingers trembled as she typed. Despite her reluctance, for the sake of her husband, she was evidently willing to make sacrifices. This was beyond dispute. Husband. After a long pause, Chen Ye managed to type those two words, which filled her with a deep sense of humiliation, akin to being stripped bare and subjected to harsh ridicule. Yet, all she received in return was a solitary question mark. Chen Ye offered no significant information, merely responding with a question mark. What do you mean? Chen Ye asked, her anger palpable. What do you mean? Chen Ye retorted. I have already called you. What more do you want? Chen Ye exclaimed angrily. Are you toying with me? You are merely typing. Chen Ye demanded. I want to hear your voice. Their interactions could encompass not only text but also voice messages and even video calls. You shameless creature. Chen Ye fired back. You scoundrel. You have the option to refuse. Chen Ye replied nonchalantly. I won't force you. You. Chen Ye found herself at a loss for words. She was unwilling to leave empty-handed. However, gazing at her husband in slumber, she opened her mouth, yet found herself utterly incapable of voicing anything. It was too shameful, too embarrassing. After what felt like an eternity, she finally whispered into her phone, "Husband." No sooner had she sent the voice message than she regretted it, pinching herself with such force that her fair thigh bore bruises. Why was she so degraded? To dare call another man husband in front of her own spouse? Even if there were significant information to relay, such shamelessness was inexcusable. "That sounds lovely," Chen Ye chuckled. "Since you have shown sincerity, I shall impart upon you a crucial piece of information and a principle vital for survival in the apocalypse." "What principle? What information?" Chen Ye inquired eagerly. "Do not trust anyone easily," Chen Ye replied with a smile. "Otherwise, you and your husband may meet a most unfortunate fate." Upon hearing these words, Chen Ye stood in a daze for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Had she truly been played? Was she merely a pawn in Chen Ye's game? The so-called crucial information was simply a reminder not to trust anyone easily, to have shamefully called him husband, only to receive such a response? Utterly deceived. "You scoundrel." Chen Ye seethed. "You are truly a rogue." "Let's not go that far," Chen Ye replied with a laugh. "Perhaps deep within you lies a wild and even debased woman." "You." Chen Ye trembled at his words, which struck her like a sharp needle. To be honest, apart from the humiliation, her lonely heart was stirred with tumultuous waves. Excitement, exhilaration, an indescribable torrent of emotions. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. Call me husband a few more times, and I might be inclined to assist you," Chen Ye said before cutting off all communication. Frustrated to the point of fury, Chen Ye considered blocking Chen Ye, but hesitated to take that step. She herself was unsure of what she was hoping for. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit interrupted her thoughts. "Z, what are you doing up so late? Why aren't you resting?" her husband inquired softly. I'm studying," Chen Ye replied, feeling a pang of guilt and unable to meet her husband's gaze. "Boss, let us make a deal." Chen Ye, having just teased another's wife, was preparing to rest when yet another transaction request appeared. Solar charging panel. Price, 30 sausages. The other party, disregarding all protocol, initiated the trade request. Chen Ye glanced at it and quickly surmised, "Li Yong? You must be Li Dan's brother?" The names of both parties were clearly displayed. "What Li Dan? I don't know her." Li Yong feigned ignorance, unwilling to admit the connection. Li Dan had already blocked Chen Ye, and he wished to avoid the same fate. "It doesn't matter. I no longer want the solar charging panel." Chen Ye had no intention of engaging in pointless banter. "Why not? Is it the price?" Li Yong quickly retorted, eager to negotiate. Initially, he had aimed to bargain with Chen Ye for a substantial profit, but now, the deal was slipping away. "I've already converted to a diesel generator," Chen Ye revealed candidly. "Do you really think I still need a solar panel?" He then sent the transaction record to the other party. The record was clear and irrefutable. "Damn," Li Yong cursed. "Did you really buy a diesel generator? If they have a generator, they certainly don't need a solar panel." "Sister, what do we do?" Li Yong lamented. "Are we unable to sell our solar panels now?" "I'll handle the conversation," Li Dan replied confidently. "I guarantee we'll sell it at a high price. He is my devoted admirer." "Don't," Li Yong countered. "I fear you'll mess it up again. Last time we negotiated, it fell through, and I doubt it will yield a better outcome this time." "What are you afraid of?" Li Dan scoffed. "This fellow is merely playing hard to get. Deep down, he must be infatuated with me, just putting on an act." "Perhaps," Li Yong conceded, unwilling to argue further with his overly confident sister, particularly when it came to matters concerning men. "Boss, please give me a price." Li Yong, feeling cornered, could only respond, "I'll sell it if the price is right." Due to the inclement weather, solar charging panels were virtually unsellable. Although there had been several potential offers, now, there was not a single word from them. Only Chen Ye remained reachable. 15 sausages? Chen Ye boldly proposed a very low price. To him, the solar charging panel was not devoid of utility. Regardless of the circumstances, electricity remained an essential energy reserve. With power, one could keep warm, cook food, and much more. Its importance was undeniable. Most significantly, Chen Ye surmised that after the extreme cold, there might be a sweltering heat wave. At that time, abundant sunlight could generate substantial electricity to power the vehicle's air conditioning. "That's far too little," Li Yong insisted, "at least 29 sausages." His psychological threshold was 30. 14. Chen Ye, seizing the opportunity with determination, countered 28. Li Yong gritted his teeth. Each sausage he conceded felt like a loss. 13. Chen Ye persisted in lowering the price. 27. 12. 26. 11. 25. 10. The deal was struck. Ultimately, Li Yong could not hold out any longer and chose to finalize the transaction. 10 sausages were exchanged. Desperate, they were running low on supplies. Without replenishment, starvation loomed. Chapter 11. Random treasure box? Ding. Solar charging panel modification successful. Ding. Congratulations. Your vehicle now possesses solar charging capabilities, further ensuring battery longevity. The cold, mechanical voice of the system brought immense satisfaction to Chen Ye. His vehicle had upgraded once more. Indeed, upgrades are the most exhilarating. Though the solar charging panel currently lay dormant in the absence of sunlight, the day would inevitably come when it would bask in the sun's glow. At that moment, he could charge while driving, significantly alleviating range anxiety. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a motorcycle drowned out the howling wind and snow. Outside the window, a bombardier motorcycle raced alongside. The cat ears atop the rider's helmet perked up in the frigid wind, creating an illusion of resilience amid adversity. The rider was none other than Zuo Lanlan. Previously trapped in a snowdrift, she had miraculously escaped. Not only had she freed herself, but she had also caught up to Chen Ye at breakneck speed. Zuo Lanlan, with her exceptional riding skills, nonchalantly removed her helmet amidst the tempest. Her gaze defiantly fixed on Chen Ye. The implication was clear. You didn't come to my rescue, yet here I am. Intrigued, Chen Ye lowered the window, eager to understand. How did you manage to get out? Truth be told, while he anticipated her escape, the swiftness of her liberation was somewhat astonishing. It was all thanks to my cleverness. Zuo Lanlan replied with a hint of pride. You truly have remarkable luck. Chen Ye couldn't help but exclaim. Escaping such harsh weather conditions indeed required a significant stroke of fortune. I've always had good luck. Zuo Lanlan smiled. You'd best wish for your own good fortune. Do you mean I'm doomed? Chen Ye chuckled. His vehicle had just undergone 2 upgrades, and its condition was superb, thanks to the Heart of Flames. The biting cold posed no threat to his body. Chen Ye could hardly fathom what other misfortunes could befall him. As the wind and snow intensified, the roads became increasingly treacherous. Your electric scooter would soon succumb to its lack of power. Zuo Lanlan analyzed seriously. Even if you have a spare battery and sufficient range. With insufficient power, once trapped in a snowdrift, you would be left helpless, facing a chilling demise. Her words were not without merit. With the snow falling heavily and the wind howling, it was indeed plausible that his low-clearance electric car could become ensnared. Thick snow aside, even the swirling gusts posed a considerable threat to Chen Ye. Alas, his electric vehicle was far too light. Without the weight of the spare battery, a fierce gust could easily overturn it. But you needn't worry. You can follow closely behind me, and should you become trapped, I can pull you out. Zuo Lanlan flashed a sly smile. Of course, it's not for free. It will cost you 10 sausages. To be fair, Chen Ye's sausages were quite delectable. Though she wasn't hungry at the moment, the mere thought made her mouth water. You really think you possess such power? Chen Ye scoffed. Buddy, this is a bombardier. It has tremendous power. Zuo Lanlan immediately bristled. While she could tolerate doubts about her beauty, questioning her vehicle's might was unacceptable. Moreover, her vehicle had just been upgraded with a super turbocharger. Take a closer look, she urged. Indeed, emblazoned on her engine compartment was a large inscription. It was a turbocharger, and its power was formidable. No wonder you managed to extricate yourself. Chen Ye suddenly comprehended. She had completed a vehicle upgrade. It made perfect sense. Once trapped in a storm, a driver would surely exhaust every possible means to escape. With ample resources, one could purchase a turbocharged engine in the chat group. Upon acquisition, an upgrade could be made, significantly enhancing power, thus facilitating escape. Were Chen Ye in her position, he too would barter sausages for a gasoline engine, unleashing immense power to liberate his vehicle from peril. How much did it cost? Was it particularly expensive? Chen Ye inwided curiously. He would eventually purchase either a gasoline engine or a turbocharger, so gathering information on prices was prudent. I didn't buy it. Zuo Lanlan grinned mischievously. Do you know what a random treasure chest is? As the name suggests, it appears randomly. At any time and any place, it can manifest completely by chance. Your luck is indeed remarkable. Your vehicle gets trapped, and yet a treasure chest appears right before you. Not just any chest, but one containing the life-saving, turbocharged engine. This is beyond mere luck. It's the luck of the luckiest. What do you say? Shall we collaborate? Zuo Lanlan continued to inquire. I foresee you becoming trapped. No need for that. Chen Ye shook his head in refusal, asserting, even if ensnared, I possess the ability to extricate myself. You don't genuinely believe you possess the potential of a lucky star, do you? Zuo Lanlan rolled her eyes. Do you think you are as fortunate as I am? She had been a bearer of good fortune since childhood, far surpassing her peers from a young age. Be cautious. Turbocharging is not an infallible solution. Chen Ye smiled, suggesting, I advise you to join my team. It would ensure a longer and more secure existence. Absolutely not. I am a free spirit, untamed and unrestrained. Zuo Lanlan once again declined his offer. Despite the generous terms Chen Ye proposed, she understood a simple truth. One becomes indebted when receiving favors. I shall take my leave now. You can watch me speed away in a cloud of exhaust and drool. With that, she twisted the throttle and surged forward. One must admit, Zuo Lanlan's driving skills were exceptional. Even under such adverse conditions, she maneuvered at high speeds. Were it another female driver, she would have certainly veered off the road. Lucky lady? Chen Ye couldn't help but bestow a nickname upon her. Yet, would her fortune last indefinitely? Surely, no one remains perpetually fortunate. Soon, the lucky lady vanished from Chen Ye's view. There was little he could do. The speed of her two-wheeled motorcycle was simply too great. His electric car could never hope to catch up. Of course, Chen Ye had no intention of racing her. Safety was his utmost priority. In addition, he was perusing the transaction information within the group. The focus of his attention lay on fuel engines and turbocharged engines. His electric vehicle was destined to be transformed into a range-extended electric car, capable of utilizing both fuel and battery power. This would significantly reduce the cost per kilometer and greatly enhance reliability. While he could tolerate the absence of a turbocharger, lacking a fuel engine was utterly unacceptable. Chen Ye needed to expedite the necessary upgrades. Otherwise, he would truly feel insecure. As this was the initial phase, such crucial upgrade components were scarce. Even if Chen Ye offered a premium price, supplies remained unavailable. After refreshing the listings for quite some time, he finally located a seller. The asking price was exorbitantly high, lacking any semblance of genuine intent to sell. Nevertheless, Chen Ye attempted to engage in dialogue. The seller, however, opened with an expletive-laden tirade. Is that you little brat? Do you possess sufficient resources to buy my fuel engine? Chen Ye frowned in displeasure, recognizing a familiar name. Zhang Xiaoquan. Chapter 12. Am I to evade his brilliance? It was this individual. The last time they conversed, he had been equally foul-mouthed, and this instance was no different. This fellow truly had a loose tongue. Chen Ye could not recall having provoked him, yet he was met with such vitriol. Cat got your tongue? Zhang Xiaoquan continued his tirade. Why the silence? If you lack strength, don't trouble me with your nonsense. Did you eat excrement without brushing your teeth? Chen Ye was no mute bystander. He would not indulge such behavior. Your mouth is foul. Does your mother know? You little brat. Do you dare challenge me, Kuan Yi? Zhang Xiaoquan, feeling as if his tail had been stepped on, erupted in a torrent of invective. If you have the audacity, challenge me to a race. Each survivor had the opportunity to challenge another to a contest of speed, with a victor reaping all the spoils. Upon grasping this concept, Chen Ye quickly realized that this individual was not merely foul-mouthed towards him, but directed his vitriol at anyone who dared to engage with him. He deliberately stoked animosity, inciting others to fury and irrationality, only to subsequently initiate a race to seize their resources. This man possessed an abundance of supplies, including a fuel engine, a turbocharged engine, and a myriad of other materials and vehicle upgrade components. His cache was so extensive it could be likened to a supermarket. It was inconceivable that he had amassed such wealth solely through opening treasure chests. He must have plundered it from other survivors. I accept the race. Despite recognizing the trap, Chen Ye did not falter. It was evident that Zhang Xiaoquan boasted a racing-grade vehicle. However, Chen Ye remained undeterred. The potential rewards were substantial, provided he emerged victorious. Very well, I shall initiate. Zhang Xiaoquan was overjoyed, his provocation having ensnared yet another unsuspecting target. He thrived on his ability to anger others, reaping significant rewards in the process. His first wooden treasure chest had yielded a racing-grade engine upgrade, granting him a considerable advantage in the upcoming race. Additionally, his background as a professional driver, albeit a second-tier one, afforded him a significant edge over ordinary competitors, having accumulated a wealth of resources through his numerous victories. When he first encountered Chen Ye, he had marked him as a target, which explained his disdainful demeanor towards him. After all, Chen Ye was notorious for his formidable reserves of food, an indispensable currency in the realm of survival on the road. Zhang Xiaoquan had initially anticipated that it would take some time to ensnare Chen Ye. He had not expected to succeed so swiftly. I've initiated the challenge. Why do you not accept? Zhang Xiaoquan could not contain his rage, exclaiming, "Are you toying with me? Fool, do not rush." Chen Ye remained unhurried in his response. "I will accept when the time is right." As for when that opportune moment would be, the decision rested solely with Chen Ye, who maintained control of the situation. He was far from foolish enough to recklessly accept a race with his current electric sedan. He would undoubtedly complete the necessary upgrades and ensure he had an absolute advantage before making his move. The urgency lay with Zhang Xiaoquan, not with him. "What do you mean by the right time? You coward. You're afraid. You lack the spine to accept my challenge like a real man." Zhang Xiaoquan was increasingly agitated, his hopes dimming. He had initially perceived Chen Ye as an easy target, but it was becoming clear that the situation was not as straightforward as he had presumed. "There is no need for your incessant prattle, akin to a petulant child," Chen Ye retorted sharply. "I shall accept when the time is right, without your instruction. Do you understand, fool? Is it merely foul language? Is it merely idle threats? Is it just insults?" Chen Ye is equally capable, and certainly not inferior to Zhang Xiaoquan. "Very well, I shall await your arrival." Zhang Xiaoquan ground his teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. "Sooner or later, I will strip you of everything. Watch out, you might end up with nothing." With a final retort, Chen Ye disregarded the rabid dog behind him. Zhang Xiaoquan was a cunning serpent, but this time he had provoked the wrong individual. While driving attentively, Chen Ye noticed a vague silhouette ahead. As it drew nearer, he recognized it as Zuo Lanlan, her pink cat ears standing out vividly against the swirling snow. Zuo Lanlan halted, her bombardier motorcycle still roaring, occasionally letting out a thunderous growl. She was not in gear, merely revving the throttle, allowing the engine to emit a ferocious roar akin to a beast's howl. A silver-white van obstructed their path. Two burly men stood guard, one wielding a machete and the other an axe, their eyes glinting with greed and malice. Were they attempting to rob her? To his astonishment, Chen Ye quickly came to terms with it. In reality, encountering highway robbery is a possibility, let alone in a merciless survival world. Here, there are no laws. Only the most primal law of the jungle. The strong prey upon the weak. "Hey girl, be my teammate." The machete-wielding man chuckled. "I guarantee you wealth and glory. Follow Tiger and Leopard, and you'll live in luxury." The axe-wielding man grinned wickedly. "I promise you'll be satisfied beyond measure." As he spoke, he greedily appraised Zuo Lanlan's voluptuous figure, practically drooling. Zuo Lanlan's exquisite beauty and stunning physique undeniably incited criminal intentions. Initially, they had little interest in the bombardier motorcycle, but upon seeing Zuo Lanlan, their minds instantly shifted. In this apocalyptic world, the pressure of survival is immense. Every day feels like walking a razor's edge, and a beautiful woman is evidently one of the most coveted resources. "Get out of my way," Zuo Lanlan shouted fiercely. "Beware, or I shall run you over." "Run us over?" Both Tiger and Leopard erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most hilarious joke in the world. "Little girl, do you see what kind of vehicle this is? It's a Wuling Hongguang, a powerhouse in disguise, formidable against the strong. Do you know the worth of a domestic vehicle? It lasts for generations. When the owner leaves, the vehicle remains. Just try to crash into it." Upon hearing this, Zuo Lanlan's expression shifted. She had certainly heard of the legendary domestic vehicle. Moreover, it was evident that their ride had undergone various modifications, particularly in terms of armor. It was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to swagger so brazenly in the middle of the road. "Are you starting to feel frightened, little sister?" Tiger, brandishing his machete, advanced step by step. "Serve us well, and we shall treat you kindly." Zuo Lanlan's face paled, instinctively retreating. Although the bombardier motorcycle had a reverse gear, it was clear she could not escape the two pursuers. The harsh wind and snow made starting difficult. Zuo Lanlan now deeply regretted not charging out at the first opportunity. How foolish she was. Chen Ye, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Why have you stopped? Speed is life. If we maintain sufficient velocity, we can easily break through their blockade, avoiding the current predicament. Why halt?" Left Lanlan, in a state of urgency, urged, "Accelerate and push through. Can't you see they are armed? We must evade confrontation. Evade their onslaught." Chen Ye chuckled, dismissing them as mere nuisances. In Chapter 13, he warned, "Dare to move, and I shall see you scorched." Ah, another fat sheep has arrived. Leopard Brother laughed heartily, wielding his large axe with fervor. "Hand over your car keys, and submit as our servant. It may spare your life. Otherwise, my axe is not a toy." Surrendering the keys meant relinquishing ownership of the vehicle. In this brutal world of survival on the road, losing one's vehicle meant either death or becoming a slave to another. Both outcomes were equally grim, one immediate, the other a slow demise. "I advise you both to drop your weapons and hand over the keys." Chen Ye grinned as he stepped out of the car, cradling little Huang, a formidable weapon. "If you resist, the consequences will be yours to bear." "What gives you the audacity to be so brazen?" Tiger Brother questioned, baffled. "You're in a dilapidated electric car, while we drive a Wuling. 2 against 1. We wield axes and knives, and you possess merely a dog. What else do you have?" He couldn't fathom Chen Ye's calm demeanor, his apparent lack of fear. "Why are you so fierce?" Left Lanlan echoed his confusion, urging, "Hurry and drive away. They are just 2 insignificant pests. They're not worth my flight." Chen Ye resolutely grasped little Huang's legs, preparing to use him like a machine gun. "Enough chatter. Surrender your weapons." Seeing his stance, Leopard Brother and Tiger Brother laughed, one clutching his stomach, the other nearly in tears. "Have you frozen in shock?" Left Lanlan couldn't help but scoff. "A dog cannot serve as a machine gun." "If only I had a machine gun, the problem would be solved," Chen Ye mused. "But alas, I have little Huang, and he is more than sufficient to deal with these brutes." "How so?" Left Lanlan retorted incredulously. "You plan to use his baby teeth?" Little Huang was still in his youth, his milk teeth yet to be replaced. "Just watch and learn," Chen Ye replied, refusing to elaborate. "Brother, we need not resort to violence." Leopard Brother, evidently the more astute, suggested with a grin, "We could easily collaborate." "Collaborate?" Chen Ye raised an eyebrow, amused. "And how do you propose we join forces?" "Simply by enjoying this woman together," Leopard Brother replied with a smirk. "I have no aversion to sharing. You can go first." Chen Ye chuckled. "Well, you're quite an agreeable fellow." In an unexpected turn of events, he was willing to wash dishes for a complete stranger. "Haha," Leopard Brother chuckled. "It's all about mutual benefit." Leopard Brother, "We hold the upper hand. Why should we wash dishes for him?" Tiger Master replied with a frown, clearly reluctant to take on such a task. He yearned for the first encounter with such a striking beauty. Being first was the ultimate pleasure. Judging by the other's age, he was undoubtedly a novice. "Tiger Master, women are a trivial matter," Leopard Brother whispered. "The significant task entrusted to us by Brother Kuan is paramount." "What do you mean?" Tiger Master grumbled. "Of course, I understand that Brother Kuan's mission is of utmost importance. But it doesn't preclude us from enjoying a beauty. What if this fellow has some hidden weapon?" Leopard Brother expressed his concern. "He seems to possess something. We should prioritize the main task, and not allow minor matters to lead to greater losses." "What could he possibly have?" Tiger Master scoffed. "He.S. just a dog with a frozen brain." "Caution is essential," Leopard Brother advised. "We lack medicine. Even a minor injury could prove fatal." Upon hearing this, Tiger Master fell silent. After all, Chen Ye was an adult male. One could never predict the lengths to which he might go in a desperate attempt to survive. "Brother, what do you think?" Leopard Brother smiled. "There's no need for conflict. Harmony brings prosperity." "That's reasonable," Chen Ye replied. "I've never been one for fighting." "Splendid." "Haha." Leopard Brother laughed heartily, clearly pleased. "Beast." Left Lanlan scolded. "Are you a beast? What prompts such word from you, my lady?" Chen Ye retorted. "Is it not human to risk one's life to save another? Would that not be the essence of humanity rather than beastliness?" "You." Left Lanlan found herself at a loss for words. "We share no bond, nor are you my ally. Do I have any obligation to save you?" Chen Ye continued. "Surely, dividing your vehicle and supplies with the 2 gentlemen would be the most rational choice for maximizing benefits." He asserted that he bore no obligation to rescue her or to face off against 2 robbers. Well said," Leopard Brother applauded with laughter. "One must look after oneself. We shall be friends from now on. I am part of Brother Kuan's team. Our leader is Brother Kuan, who possesses abundant resources. Henceforth, we shall be friends. What? Brother Cohen? Chen Ye's interest piqued. Zhang Xiaoquan? Indeed. You've heard of Brother Cohen's reputation? Leopard Brother beamed. What a coincidence. I have indeed heard of him. Chen Ye replied with a knowing smile. With so many resources, who doesn't he know? Yes, Brother Cohen indeed has ample supplies. Leopard Brother continued. As friends, I can offer you provisions at a discount. That would be splendid. Chen Ye remarked. A most welcome proposition. Brother, to be candid, we too are here to gather supplies, Leopard Brother added. Once we've had our fun with this woman, we can search for resources together. The map provided by Brother Cohen is reliable. We are sure to reap great rewards. That sounds excellent, Chen Ye agreed. Not only do we enjoy the company of a beauty, but we also acquire resources. What a delightful arrangement. Let's commence. The cunning Leopard Brother remarked. Shall I go first? My friend? Very well. Chen Ye replied as he stepped forward and suddenly commanded, Xiao Huang, breathe fire. With that, Xiao Huang opened his jaws wide and unleashed a torrent of flames. Before Tiger Yi could comprehend the situation, his entire body was engulfed in flames, burning fiercely like a torch. Tiger Yi screamed in agony, rolling in the snow, bewildered by the burning. Why are you burning me? Why are you burning me? He could not fathom why he was the target of this fiery onslaught. Nor could he grasp how an ordinary dog could breathe fire. Was this even reasonable? The flames that Xiao Huang expelled were truly terrifying, and soon Tiger Yi was reduced to a charred, twisted figure. The air was thick with a nauseating scent of scorched flesh, a stench that even the howling winds could not disperse. Is this right? Leopard Brother was aghast. Can dogs really breathe fire? Is this even possible? Upon uttering this, he turned to flee. Don't move, Chen Ye commanded coldly. If you dare to budge, I will incinerate you instantaneously. Chapter 14. The treasure map frozen in fear, Leopard Brother knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head. Father, I truly dare not move. Who would not fear death? Especially upon witnessing the horrific fate of his companion. His terror intensified. Why do you suddenly change your strategy? Chen Ye inquired with curiosity. Were you planning to betray me while I indulged in the company of beautiful women? Or is there another reason? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Leopard Brother hastily clarified. I genuinely wish to cooperate with you, while you seem intent on making an enemy of me. How peculiar, Chen Ye remarked, his intrigue piqued. At first, you refer to me as a fat sheep, and now your tune has changed. My perception is beyond that of ordinary individuals, Leopard Brother explained. I sense a profoundly terrifying aura about you, hence I prefer to avoid risks. Oh, Chen Ye's eyes brightened. Is that some sort of supernatural ability? I cannot say. Leopard Brother replied. It is merely a feeling, one that has always been accurate, especially regarding danger. In truth, his instincts were correct. Chen Ye was indeed a perilous individual. The charred, contorted remains of his companion served as undeniable evidence of this. Now, where's the map? Chen Ye asked, his tone unfaltering. All right, Leopard Brother, trembling with fear, produced the map from his bosom. The parchment was a yellowed piece of cowhide, frayed at the edges, as if it had endured countless years. Go and retrieve the map, Chen Ye commanded coldly to Zuo Lanlan. I will not, Zuo Lanlan refused, instinctively repulsed by Leopard Brother. Silence, Chen Ye ordered sharply. Hurry up. Why are you being so fierce? Zuo Lanlan pouted, reluctantly approaching to fetch the map with utmost caution. Here, she handed it over to Chen Ye with evident reluctance. Chen Ye glanced at it before stowing it away. The location of the treasure chest was nearby, not far at all. Father, I have given you the map. Will you spare me now? Leopard Brother hastily pleaded. We are all friends. I am indeed a man of Cohen Ge. Indeed, Chen Ye smiled. You may go now. Are you truly letting me go? Leopard Brother exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. Yes, I will let you go, Chen Ye replied with a smile. Not only will I release you, but you may also take the Wuling Shinshe with you. What? Brother Leopard widened his eyes, incredulous. You can't be serious? Of course not, Chen Ye continued. Go back and send my regards to Brother Cohen. Do not let him be angry with me. You truly know Brother Cohen? Are you good friends? Brother Leopard exclaimed with delight. Initially believing his fate was sealed, he now saw a glimmer of hope. Indeed, good friends, Chen Ye waved his hand. Hurry and leave, before I have a change of heart. All right. Brother Leopard rejoiced, turning to get into his vehicle. However, just as he pivoted, a fiery tongue erupted forth. Boom! In an instant, flames engulfed him. Brother Leopard screamed, rolling on the ground, and soon enough, he was reduced to charred remains. In the snow, his ashen hand, resembling a blackened chicken claw, clutched the car keys tightly. They were his last shred of hope. Chen Ye, expressionless, crushed the bones of his hand and seized the keys. The Wuling van should possess more power than his electric sedan, he mused. Why do you not keep your word? Zuo Lanlan, trembling in fear, suddenly shrieked, her voice overpowering the howling blizzard. You promised to spare him. Why then a murder? He posed no threat to us. Why the sudden cruelty? At her words, Chen Ye spun around, baring his teeth in a smile. Because it is exceedingly cold, and I wish to warm myself. What did you say? Zuo Lanlan was taken aback, her complexion pale, unable to comprehend Chen Ye's meaning. What did I say? Chen Ye leaned closer, nearly toppling her. If I do not kill him, he will scheme against me. Look closely among the bones. Is there not a dagger? Indeed, among Brother Leopard's charred bones lay his sharp dagger. Had Chen Ye refrained from action, retaliation was a distinct possibility. Furthermore, he would never allow the adversary to return alive to relay news. Zuo Lanlan stood frozen, at a loss for words. This is a world of predation. Do you believe we still reside in a civilized realm? Chen Ye remarked coldly. Recognize the reality, and you shall live longer. With that, he uttered no further words, opening the Wuling's door and commencing his search for supplies. There was an abundance of resources, 100 liters of gasoline, 30 sausages, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 2 cases of bottled water, and a water heater. This was a commendable haul. With a water heater, a warm meal of instant noodles was within reach. Truth be told, he longed for such a comfort. Those sausages were plentiful. They had always been served cold. He was not foreign. He preferred his meals hot. The notion of perpetually consuming cold food was intolerable. May I be your teammate? Zuo Lanlan hesitated for a while before mustering the courage to ask. Teammate? Chen Ye's interest peaked. Why this sudden initiative? Previously, even in dire straits, she had been reluctant to ally with him. Yet now, she was proactive. I am not the ideal companion, killing without a second thought. Chen Ye inquired curiously. I wish to live longer. Zuo Lanlan feigned bravery in her response. You are wise. You fear that I might kill you, do you not? Chen Ye suddenly grinned ominously. Would you prefer to be violated first or killed first? Neither seems appropriate, does it? Zuo Lanlan gasped, retreating in alarm. Overwhelmed by fear, she slipped and fell to the ground, her predicament quite pitiable. I offered you an opportunity, Chen Ye remarked coldly, looking down at her. But you failed to appreciate it. Rejection. Indeed, rejection. Although Chen Ye was in dire need of a female teammate, it did not imply that he was obliged to accept her. Please grant me another chance, Zuo Lanlan implored, unwilling to concede so easily. I can prove that I would make an excellent teammate. Are you not the free-spirited one? Chen Ye chuckled. What has prompted this sudden desire for companionship? I have already expressed my intention to survive longer, he continued. After enduring this harrowing experience, Zuo Lanlan had relinquished her fantasies. She now distinctly comprehended the brutality of the world in which she lived. Continued obstinacy would undoubtedly lead to her downfall. While some may wish to abandon life, none are devoid of the fear of death. Chen Ye found her reasoning acceptable. How will you demonstrate that you are a commendable teammate? Zuo Lanlan pondered for a considerable time before an idea struck her. What if I trap you in a snowdrift and then use my motorcycle to pull you out? Chen Ye was momentarily speechless, astonished by her naivety. What do you propose we do? He inquired as she wore a look of indignation, clutching a map. Let us venture into the wilderness in search of treasure, he suggested. Splendid, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, eagerly seizing the map, oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. Observing her retreating figure, Chen Ye's pupils dilated slightly, yet he refrained from halting her. Chapter 15, The Crossbow. Ding. Congratulations on discovering an abandoned vehicle. Ding. You may choose from 3 options. Ding. Dismantle the vehicle, completely breaking it down into parts for sale in the trading market. Ding. Store the vehicle, preserving it within the system space for future retrieval. Ding. Fuse the vehicle, significantly enhancing its strength and functionality. Listening to the cold, mechanical prompts, Chen Ye furrowed his brow, contemplating his decision. Each option presented its own merits and drawbacks. Ultimately, he chose to fuse the vehicle, clearly the most advantageous choice. Once fused, the vehicle would be equipped with a fuel engine, transforming Chen Ye's conveyance into a range-extended electric vehicle, boasting dual systems. Not only could it be refueled, but could also be charged, greatly enhancing its reliability. Moreover, Due to the strength of the wooling vehicle, it would undoubtedly augment the armor of his small electric vehicle, significantly improving its safety. At the very least, it would not be easily overturned by the wind. With increased power, even if ensnared in a snowdrift, escape would be swift. After all, power begets power. Ding! Fusion in progress. Ding! Congratulations! Fusion successful. A flash of light enveloped both vehicles, and when it subsided, a yellow wooling van materialized before Chen Ye. He was quite pleased that the van was yellow, as that hue was rather comforting. After all, it resembled a bumblebee. Opening the vehicle panel, he noted, Vehicle type, four-wheeled electric range-extended van. Vehicle name, Bumblebee. Vehicle color, yellow. Maximum driving range, 1,000 kilometers. Note, 100% increase. Maximum vehicle speed, 150. Note, a 20% increase. Vehicle armor value, 100. Note, 100% increase. If the armor value falls below 25, it will affect speed. If it drops below 10, the vehicle will be inoperable. Vehicle lifespan, 20 years. Note, 100% increase. Dimensions, length 4655 with 1735, height 1790, wheelbase 2800. Chen Ye was astonished by the remarkable enhancements from a single fusion. He did not expect such significant improvements across various metrics. It felt somewhat exaggerated. He opened the door and took his place in the driver's seat. The visibility and space of the van far surpassed those of the previous compact car. Previously, with a low chassis and limited sight lines, driving in snow and wind was quite challenging. However, now, such concerns were completely alleviated. Indeed, it was a remarkable domestic vehicle. Chen Ye started the engine, unable to resist pressing the accelerator, and surged forward. The roar of the fuel engine was exhilarating and wild. Although electric vehicles are more cost-effective, they could never match the untamed spirit of a fuel engine, igniting one's passion. As the silly goose found the treasure chest, Chen Ye halted the vehicle. Although he was indifferent to the fate of the silly goose, he could not overlook the iron treasure chest. If something unexpected happened, and the chest was lost, it would be too late for regrets. Come on, boy. Chen Ye called the dog and followed the footprints of Zuo Lanlan into the wilderness. The snow made Zuo Lanlan's tracks quite conspicuous. By simply following the footprints, he was certain to catch up. Soon, he spotted Zuo Lanlan's figure. The little girl was searching for the treasure chest, following the map, stepping both deep and shallow in the snow. She found it. Suddenly, she burst into cheers, having finally located the treasure chest. An iron chest, black in color, stood out prominently against the snowy landscape. Clearly, Zuo Lanlan was overwhelmed by her victory, entirely oblivious to the lurking danger. Besides the chest, a fierce beast was lying in the snow. Chen Ye noticed it from a distance, but Zuo Lanlan remained completely unaware. It was a snow wolf with pure white fur, blending seamlessly into the snowy ground, making it hard to distinguish. However, its blood-red eyes were strikingly conspicuous. Chen Ye accurately pinpointed its location through those eyes. Good luck to her. Chen Ye shook his head, feeling powerless. It was too far for him to reach her in time. Even shouting would not be heard. She had to rely on herself now. Zuo Lanlan picked up the iron treasure chest, gleefully unaware of the impending danger. Turning around, she unwittingly exposed her unguarded back to the snow wolf. The wolf shook the snow from its fur and began to rise, preparing to launch an attack. Its powerful limbs were more than capable of leaping forward to knock Zuo Lanlan down and seize her by the neck. The immense size and strength of the snow wolf far surpassed that of any human. Even a robust male would be no match, let alone Zuo Lanlan. The outcome was all too predictable if it pounced. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed through the air. The snow wolf had yet to strike when a polar bear suddenly charged forth from the forest. With a thunderous impact, the bear collided with the snow wolf, sending it sprawling. The snow wolf howled in agony, blood pouring from its wounds, clearly suffering from multiple broken bones. The bear continued its assault, offering no respite. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the snow wolf roared defiantly, refusing to flee, and engaged in a fierce struggle with its adversary. Soon, the pristine snow was drenched in crimson, a spectacle of nature's brutality. Meanwhile, Zuo Lanlan remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding around her. The chilling winds and swirling snow concealed the harrowing scene of life and death. She innocently approached Chen Ye, beaming as she exclaimed, "I secured the iron treasure chest. Am I not worthy to be your teammate now?" With a proud gesture, She raised the chest high above her head. Fortune favored the foolish. Chen Ye replied with a hint of resignation. You truly have remarkable luck. In such dire circumstances, to emerge unscathed is rather absurd. Of course, I have always been fortunate, Zuo Lanlan proclaimed, fully aware of her charm existence, having navigated life without mishap. Let's open the treasure chest. Chen Ye smiled and encouraged her. You do it, Zuo Lanlan insisted. I am your teammate, and you're my captain. You should open it. Chen Ye, however, remained resolute. It was her luck, so it should be her responsibility to unveil the contents. Very well. With some effort, Zuo Lanlan managed to pry open the iron chest. Initially, she struggled to find the right approach, even resorting to biting it in her adorably foolish manner. Ultimately, with Chen Ye's guidance, she successfully opened the chest. A flash of light erupted as the iron chest vanished, revealing its contents. A powerful crossbow emerged, accompanied by 20 bolts, a lightweight design. Zuo Lanlan exclaimed in excitement. It has an effective range of 300 meters. With sufficient materials, it can be upgraded to a heavy crossbow. Indeed, Chen Ye nodded, acknowledging the fortunate acquisition of a weapon. Captain, this is for you. Zuo Lanlan presented the crossbow with both hands. Thank you. Chen Ye accepted the weapon without hesitation. After all, it was his map, and it was only fitting that the spoils belonged to him. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the crossbow, the system chimed. Chen Ye examined the weapon and found it quite impressive. With such an armament, he could not only instill fear, but also engage in combat effectively. He could not rely solely on his fire-breathing companion, as that was a trump card not to be overused. Now can I officially be your teammate? Zuo Lanlan asked eagerly. Well, Chen Ye pondered. I suppose it's acceptable. Chapter 16, Gold Coins and the System Warehouse. Ding. Do you accept Zuo Lanlan as a teammate? Teammates are crucial partners. Please choose wisely. The cold system prompt echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ye replied, accept. Ding. Congratulations on finding your first teammate. Ding. She is both a teammate and a subordinate. Ding. A subordinate can never harm you. Ding. If a subordinate's loyalty is too low, they may betray you. Please be aware. Ding. Subordinate loyalty at 100, triggering absolute loyalty. They will heed your commands. Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Ye stroked his chin, intrigued by the situation. His teammate was incapable of causing him harm, which was rather considerate. He opened the teammate's panel and commanded, Teammate, Zuo Lanlan. Appearance, 9 points. Physique, 10 points. Vehicle, bombardier motorcycle. Abilities, none. Supplies, 3 bottles of mineral water and a sausage. Loyalty, 80. Note, loyalty below 30 carries a risk of betrayal. Although his teammate could not harm him, betrayal could still pose significant trouble. After all, there was a possibility that she might steal his supplies or even abscond with his vehicle. Here, take this crossbow for self-defense, Chen Ye generously offered. What? Zuo Lanlan's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Captain, you are too kind. Ding. Gifted teammate a crossbow. Reward. 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 100 crossbows. Ding. 10 crossbows can be upgraded to a crossbow of hard steel. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Chen Ye replied without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a crossbow of hard steel. Weapon. Crossbow of hard steel. Range. 600. The range of the standard crossbow is merely 300. The hard steel crossbow doubles the range, significantly increasing its power. Captain, thank you so much. Zuo Lanlan expressed sincerely. Now that I have a weapon, I need not fear the villains. She still felt uneasy about past events. Had she possessed a weapon then, she would not have been so defenseless. Don't be in such a rush to thank me, Chen Ye cautioned. The crossbow is meant for hunting. Hunting is a perilous endeavor, fraught with danger. Hunting? Zuo Lanlan held the crossbow, bewildered. Were we hunting? In this vast expanse of snow, where could one find prey? This girl was slow to realize. She had yet to notice the snow wolves and polar bears. Had she not been fortunate, she might have met her end more than once. Look back, Chen Ye instructed. Pointing at her, Zuo Lanlan turned to see the aftermath of a battle between the two beasts. The struggle had concluded, due to the disparity in size. The snow wolf was ultimately no match for the polar bear. After all, in a contest of single combat, wolves were not formidable opponents, ranking far below the likes of pigs, bears, or tigers. Captain, are you suggesting I hunt alone? Zuo Lanlan shook her head vigorously. No, fear not. Chen Ye reassured her. I will accompany you. That is far too dangerous, Zuo Lanlan fretted. Why not send Xiao Huang instead? Isn't she capable of breathing fire? Sending Xiao Huang would ensure our safety. Xiao Huang, the combat dog, could indeed incinerate the polar bear and snow wolf in a matter of moments. That won't do. Chen Ye firmly rejected. I still require meat. Carnivorous resources are extremely vital. If Xiao Huang intervenes, everything will be reduced to char, devoid of any culinary value. While wolf meat may be inconsequential, losing a bear paw to flames would be a grave misfortune. Captain, perhaps we should reconsider? Zuo Lanlan was apprehensive. After all, consuming sausage was quite enjoyable. Do not fear, Chen Ye urged, leading the way. Just follow me. Captain, you should lead the charge with the crossbow. Zuo Lanlan understandingly offered him the weapon. No need, Chen Ye replied. You take the longbow. I will wield the crossbow. What will you use? Zuo Lanlan, perplexed, responded, Surely. I can't go in empty-handed. I can manage with whatever I find, Chen Ye said as he brandished an enormous crossbow, striding forward with confidence. Wow. Zuo Lanlan couldn't help but exclaim, it's enormous. Her longbow was already quite substantial, and handling it was a challenge. Yet Chen Ye's crossbow was nearly twice its size. With ample excess, the snow wolf lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, one of its legs viciously torn away, blood gushing from the wound. As Chen Ye approached, the creature emitted a hoarse growl, baring its teeth at him. What are you barking at? Chen Ye swiftly pulled the trigger. The powerful recoil of the crossbow sent a tingling sensation through his arm. Bang! The alloyed arrowhead pierced the wolf's eye, penetrating its skull. The wolf convulsed a few times before falling silent. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a snow wolf. Ding! You have received 1 gold coin. Ding! You can collect 150 pounds of snow wolf meat. Would you like to collect it? The cold notification echoed again. Collect, Chen Ye decided. Although wolf meat was not particularly palatable, it was prudent not to waste resources. Ding! Collection successful. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 150 pounds of snow wolf meat, suitable for consumption or sale. Ding! The snow wolf meat has been stored in the system's warehouse, a primary system storage unit measuring 10 meters by 10 meters, with a total capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. Ding! The primary system warehouse requires an upgrade to the cold storage feature for long-term meat preservation. Ding! The system warehouse can undergo various upgrades. Please explore at your discretion. A cascade of notifications left Chen Ye astonished. He had not anticipated the system warehouse to be so bountiful. He had intended to commend its thoughtfulness, but was taken aback by the lack of even the most basic cold storage functionality. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The system warehouse was a standard provision for every survivor, lacking luxury and designed for self-upgrade, which was reasonable. Gold coins? Chen Ye picked up the coin from the ground. It was heavy and undeniably genuine, pure gold. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a gold coin, which has been added to your balance. The coin vanished in a puff of green smoke. Balance? Chen Ye was somewhat bemused. What use was a balance of gold coins? In this apocalyptic survival scenario, it was unlikely anyone would be trading in coins. However, Chen Ye frowned in contemplation. Since he had obtained gold coins, they must possess some utility. He pondered whether to procure more coins within the community, considering others might also be hunting and accumulating gold. Boss, Zuo Lanlan approached, clapping her hands. Impressive. Keep your voice down, Chen Ye admonished, placing a finger to his lips and gesturing towards a nearby area. Not far away, a white bear was obliviously gnawing on the severed leg of the snow wolf, completely unaware of Chen Ye and Zuo Lanlan's presence. Seeing this, Zuo Lanlan trembled, nearly dropping her crossbow. Had Chen Ye not steadied her back, she would have fallen to the ground. Fear not. Chen Ye gently patted her hand, offering a reassuring smile. All right, Zuo Lanlan nodded, inexplicably feeling a sense of security. I will take the lead, Chen Ye whispered. You will assist. Understood. Zuo Lanlan nodded firmly, crouching down to raise her crossbow, aiming at the white bear. Chapter 17. Next hunt, I'll bring you along. With a crossbow in hand, Chen Ye searched for an advantageous angle. The white bear, its back turned to him, was not to be attacked. Its back was as tough as iron, often rubbing against trees, making it highly defensive. Even if a strong bough could penetrate its hide, it would not deliver a fatal blow. Instead, it might provoke the creature's ferocity, worsening the situation. Wong. Suddenly, Xiao Huang let out a soft whimper, its small paw resting on Chen Ye's hand. What do you mean? Chen Ye frowned. Do you want to take action? Wang. Xiao Huang gazed at the white bear, its eyes filled with determination. Its fiery breath could surely incinerate the bear. No, Chen Ye shook his head. I still want to eat the bear's paw. Burning the succulent meat to ashes would be a tremendous waste. If this meat were to be sold in the market, it would fetch a handsome price. Wang. Xiao Huang lowered its head, visibly reluctant. Don't be sad, Chen Ye smiled. Your time will come. He then patted Xiao Huang's head. The little dog instantly brightened, licking Chen Ye's hand enthusiastically. Chen Ye tightened his grip on the crossbow and whistled, attempting to draw the white bear's attention. However, the bear ignored him, perhaps due to the heavy snowfall or simply dismissing him altogether. You attack first, you clumsy goose. Chen Ye commanded. Understood, Zuo Lanlan replied immediately. I shall complete the task. With that, she pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The crossbow shot forth, aimed at the white bear. Yet, she clearly lacked precision, missing her target and instead hitting a bloody wolf's leg. Huh! The white bear turned its massive body, one eye glaring sideways at her. My apologies, Zuo Lanlan said awkwardly, hastily reloading her bow. I missed, but I will succeed next time. She readied her aim once more at the white bear, preparing to fire again. Roar! The white bear let out a furious bellow, discarding the wolf's leg and charging directly at Zuo Lanlan. Clearly petrified, she trembled as she released another arrow, which went wildly astray. This woman was truly a slow-witted goose. As the bear charged at her like a tank, she remained rooted in place, still attempting to reload her bow for another shot. Even if she managed to hit, the crossbow's power would not guarantee an immediate kill. Run! Chen Ye pulled the trigger, sending a powerful shot toward the bear. His aim was decent, penetrating the bear's massive foreleg. A line of blood splattered against the pristine snow, starkly visible. The ability to pierce through so effortlessly showcased the crossbow's might. Roar! The excruciating pain drove the white bear into a frenzy. It abandoned Zuo Lanlan, charging directly at Chen Ye. Phew! Zuo Lanlan, who had been crouching in place, let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that the captain had taken on the burden for her. In truth, she had wanted to flee, but her legs had turned to jelly. Damn it! Chen Ye turned and ran, seizing the opportunity to shoot another arrow. An arrow, precise and fierce, struck the polar bear's eye, piercing deep into its brain. Splendid! Left Lanlan clapped enthusiastically, praising the captain's remarkable skill. Just a minor feat. Chen Ye adjusted his hair, exuding a similar air of competence and precision. Roar! The polar bear erupted in fury. Astonishingly, the arrow had not felled it. Not only did it remain standing, but it charged towards Chen Ye with even greater speed. What the hell? Chen Ye cursed, realizing he had only 3 seconds of charm before sprinting away. However, how could 2 legs outrun 4? In the blink of an eye, the bear caught up. Its massive paw loomed, poised to strike Chen Ye on the head. Should it land a blow, it would surely be catastrophic, possibly resulting in a hemorrhage. Unbelievable! Chen Ye exclaimed, this is utterly outrageous. How can it still possess such formidable combat prowess after being struck in the eye? Just as life and death hung in the balance, Xiao Huang suddenly leaped forth, unleashing a torrent of flames. The blaze surged towards the polar bear's head, which had yet to react before it was engulfed in fire. Within mere breaths, it was reduced to ashes. Boom! The bear's colossal body crashed down, stirring up great clouds of white snow. Due to the proximity, the bear's paw grazed the back of Chen Ye's head, leaving several deep gashes on his scalp. Woof! Xiao Huang stood triumphantly atop the polar bear's carcass, barking at Chen Ye as if to boast of its victory. You are incredible! Chen Ye extended his thumb. Then, feeling one was insufficient, he raised 2 more. Xiao Huang, you are truly magnificent. Left Lanlan scooped up Xiao Huang and planted a fervent kiss on it, then, with utmost seriousness, inquired, Captain, would you like a kiss too? No, thank you, Chen Ye replied, struggling to rise. Next time we hunt, I'll bring you along. Huh? Left Lanlan was at a loss for words. You're so useless. Why would you take me? Because you were simply lucky. Chen Ye ignored her, beginning to collect the polar bear meat. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired 500 pounds of polar bear meat. Ding! 500 pounds of polar bear meat has been stored in the system warehouse. Ding! Due to the lack of refrigeration in the system warehouse, it can only be stored for about a week. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 5 gold coins. They have been deposited into your balance. It seems I must hasten to sell. Although the frigid weather can preserve the meat for an extended period, My van lacks sufficient weight capacity and space. If I were to load all 500 pounds of polar bear meat, it would fit, as the van can carry between 500 to 1,000 kilograms without issue. However, carrying an additional 2 to 300 kilograms would significantly increase fuel consumption, rendering it impractical. Overall, selling promptly is the most prudent choice. I shall sell 400 pounds of polar bear meat and 100 pounds of snow wolf meat. Chen Ye posted in the trading group, seeking vehicle upgrade components, gold coins, and system warehouse upgrade components in exchange for food and supplies at a rate of 10 pounds of meat per gold coin. Chen Ye lacked food and various supplies, as he could easily procure them from the silly goose. The only things he truly needed were vehicle upgrade components and gold coins. Wow, big brother Yi is impressive. So much meat? Truly incredible. Taking down a polar bear with bare hands? Esteemed one, I possess coins and have opened numerous boxes. Yet I remain oblivious to their purpose. Are there individuals who collect coins? Is everything well with you, Leaf? Coins seem utterly useless, do they not? Indeed. What value do coins hold in these times? Do you comprehend the situation? Although we dwell in the apocalypse, gold still captivates the heart. Leaf has an affinity for gold. Precisely. The esteemed one has already attained freedom from food and resource scarcity, while the pursuit of coins merely caters to a collector's whim. What a disparity! While we toil to survive and seek mere sustenance, the esteemed one has begun to indulge in emotional gratification. The chat group erupted once more. Given the inherent uselessness of coins, everyone commenced trading with Chen Ye. After all, one can survive without coins, but without meat, one faces starvation. Ding! Congratulations on a successful transaction. You have successfully sold white bear meat. Ding! Congratulations on a successful transaction. You have successfully sold white bear meat. Ding! Congratulations on a successful transaction. You have successfully sold white bear meat. Chapter 18. Survival in the Apocalypse. Are you consuming bear paws? Ding! Congratulations. You have received 30 coins, now deposited into your balance. The pace of transactions was swift. 300 pounds of meat were sold out in mere minutes. The remaining meat, needless to say, would soon follow suit. Ding! Suddenly, a trade request arrived. Name, Chu Lingxi. Trade content, 1 pressure cooker and 1 canister of liquefied gas in exchange for 100 pounds of white bear meat. Young man, you're a connoisseur of quality and surely require a pressure cooker and liquefied gas, along with a stove. She chirped playfully. Intriguing. Chen Ye indeed found this valuable. However, how did this young girl come to know? I truly am a seeker of quality. Chen Ye responded, yet I do not require a pressure cooker. You must use a pressure cooker to prepare bear paws. Chu Lingxi promptly replied, otherwise it will not taste good. Bear paws are notoriously difficult to cook. Possessing a pressure cooker would yield significant results. How did you know I intend to eat bear paws? Chen Ye feigned ignorance. I have discarded the bear paws. Is that so? Chu Lingxi responded, I noticed you had not listed the bear paws for sale and presumed you were saving them for yourself. It seems I was mistaken. You are quite astute. Such details she could capture and even profit from, marking her as an exceptionally clever girl, far surpassing Chen Ye's oblivious teammate. A trivial cleverness, nonetheless. Chu Lingxi decisively stated, let us collaborate again in the future. For now, we can proceed with this exchange. Chen Ye did not haggle, simply agreeing with a click. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a pressure cooker, a canister of liquefied gas, and a complete stove set, all in pristine condition. Chen Ye inspected the items. The liquefied gas was full as well. Excellent. Chen Ye smiled and said, let us return to the vehicle. They could not linger in the wilderness for long. It was far too perilous, and they must return to their car. Only beside their vehicle could they feel secure. Upon returning to the road, Chen Ye commenced cooking, utilizing only mineral water, clean and hygienic. Witnessing this scene, Zuo Lanlan's eyes widened. Captain, how extravagant. If you have excess water, do share a few bottles with me. Her stock of bottled water had long reached a critical point, and she had even mentally prepared herself to resort to drinking snowmelt. Here, SA case for you. Chen Ye generously offered as he retrieved it from the trunk. Thank you, Captain, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed with delight, as she moved a case of bottled water to secure it in her back seat. Chen Ye furrowed his brow slightly, noticing she had not returned anything. I'll drink a bottle first. Zuo Lanlan swiftly pulled out a bottle and began to drink eagerly. The frightful journey had left her parched. Gulp, gulp. She quickly finished the entire bottle. So refreshing. Zuo Lanlan expressed her satisfaction. The ordinary bottled water transformed into something extraordinarily sweet due to its scarcity. Ding! Female teammate consumed 1 bottle of water, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 bottles of water. Ding! 100 bottles of water have been stored in the system warehouse. That is more like it. Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction. Captain, you're truly a good person. Zuo Lanlan smiled, adding, since you're so generous, how about some gasoline as well? Due to her turbocharged engine, her fuel consumption was quite high, and her tank was already running on empty. Your vehicle is a Bombardier Spider-Man, correct? The fuel tank holds 30 liters? Chen Ye inquired. Captain, you really know your stuff. Zuo Lanlan laughed. Could you fill up for me? There are 50 liters of fuel in the trunk. You can take it all. Chen Ye waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Captain. Zuo Lanlan was overjoyed, exclaiming, You're so cool. She playfully attempted to give Chen Ye a peck on the cheek, but he gently refused. Girls should maintain some decorum. Captain, you wouldn't happen to prefer men, would you? Zuo Lanlan asked curiously. Leave while I haven't changed my mind. Chen Ye replied coldly. Zuo Lanlan stuck out her tongue and hurried to grab the fuel barrels, seemingly anxious that Chen Ye might reconsider. Ding! Female teammate consumed 25 liters of gasoline, triggering a 100-fold return, receiving 2,500 liters of gasoline, which has been stored in the system warehouse. It seems that as long as it flows into the tank, it counts as consumption, Chen Ye noted with satisfaction. He had initially thought that consumption only counted after use. This was a pleasant surprise, sparing him the hassle of continual returns. If the motorcycle consumed fuel continuously while replenishing, that would indeed be quite bothersome. You are now the team navigator. Maintain a distance of 3 kilometers from me, Chen Ye commanded. If anything unusual occurs, notify me in advance. Understood, Zuo Lanlan saluted. I promise to complete the mission. If it gets too cold, you can sit in the passenger seat, Chen Ye said. Your motorcycle can be towed along with a single rope. Given the harsh weather, he was concerned that Zuo Lanlan might succumb to the cold. It's fine. Zuo Lanlan shook her head. My motorcycle suit is self-heating and connects to the motorcycle's battery. Theoretically, as long as there is fuel, the self-heating suit will function continuously. Is that so? Chen Ye replied, somewhat surprised. No wonder you can withstand the cold so well. A self-heating motorcycle suit was indeed a remarkable invention, akin to wearing an electric blanket. While it couldn't compare to the warmth of a vehicle's heating system, it was sufficient to prevent frostbite. However, if the wind and snow become too severe, I will return to the car. Zuo Lanlan remarked, moreover, I am also planning to upgrade my canopy. As the weather grows increasingly frigid, relying solely on self-heating motorcycle gear is simply inadequate. An upgrade is indeed necessary. Chen Ye responded, I can assist you by providing the upgrade components. He was eager to experiment, curious whether supplying the upgrade parts himself would trigger a 100-fold return. If it did, that would be splendid. Thank you, Captain, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, her delight evident. A kiss is a must. Without regard for Chen Ye's protests, she planted a firm kiss on him. Where's your modesty? Chen Ye questioned. What has become of your aristocratic demeanor? How could you stoop for mere pittance? Even a wealthy young lady indulges in materialism? The undeniable allure of the captain left her powerless. Zuo Lanlan chuckled. I simply cannot contain myself. Enough of that. Chen Ye stated, the bear paw is ready. You may indulge. Are you really offering me the bear paw? Zuo Lanlan, famished, was practically salivating. Even mineral water tasted sweet in her mouth, let alone a mountain delicacy like bear paw. Indeed, Chen Ye declared as he opened the pressure cooker. You must finish it. A powerful aroma wafted through the air. The preparation of the bear paw was intricate, and after considerable effort and the use of a pressure cooker, Chen Ye had successfully eliminated the gamey scent, leaving only a delectable fragrance. It was intoxicating. Zuo Lanlan waved her hand in front of her face, her mouth watering. Let's eat. Chen Ye sat down, yawning. Is that appropriate? Zuo Lanlan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Let's all enjoy it together. Just eat when I tell you to. Without any further discussion, Chen Ye retorted, displeased. All right, I shall eat. Zuo Lanlan dared not defy him, merely adding, consuming bear paw during the apocalypse. Such extravagance. Let us not speak of the apocalypse. Even in civilized society, indulging in delicacies like bear paw is a rarity. Chapter 19, 10,000 bear paws. Delicious, truly delicious. Despite the considerable size of the bear paw, once cooked, there was surprisingly little meat, with bones comprising a significant portion. In no time, Zuo Lanlan had devoured the entire bear paw. She wiped her greasy lips, a look of sheer bliss on her face. Amidst the howling winds and blinding snow, surviving the apocalypse while savoring such exquisite delicacies was indeed a rare fortune. Woof! Little Huang gazed at Zuo Lanlan, his eyes filled with longing. He too wished to taste the bear paw. Who wouldn't he desire such a delectable treat? Alas, little Huang, I have finished it all, Zuo Lanlan said, picking up a bone. You may have this. Woof! Little Huang disregarded the bone, ignoring Zuo Lanlan entirely. Does a dog refuse a bone? Zuo Lanlan pondered. Is this appropriate? Little Huang is a true hero. He deserves meat, not bones. Chen Ye interjected. The captain is right. Zuo Lanlan nodded. If not for little Huang, your head would have been smashed to bits. Silence if you cannot speak. No one considers you mute. Chen Ye shot her a glance before retrieving another glistening bear paw from the pressure cooker, which he presented to little Huang. Woof! Little Huang was overjoyed, his tail wagging furiously. In no time, the bear paw was devoured. Ding! Team members Zuo Lanlan consumed a bear paw, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations! You have received 100 bear paws, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding! Team member Little Huang consumed a bear paw, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations! You have received 100 bear paws, now stored in the system warehouse. Excellent! Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction. With 200 bear paws stored away, he felt quite content. These were indeed a delicacy from the mountains. As the saying goes, both mountain and sea delicacies are rare culinary treasures. He continued to eat. Chen Ye retrieved another bear paw and handed it to Zuo Lanlan. Ah! Zuo Lanlan exclaimed in surprise. Captain, aren't you going to eat? Please do. Chen Ye replied. There's still one in the pressure cooker. Thank you, Captain. Zuo Lanlan accepted the bear paw, but hesitated, wondering if it would make her gain weight. Although delicious, the bear paw was quite greasy. Eating too much would surely lead to weight gain. In this cold weather, fat could be a lifesaver. Chen Ye asked, between being slim and dying, which would you choose? Thin. Zuo Lanlan declared resolutely, I would rather die than become fat. Then don't eat it. Give it to Xiao Huang. Chen Ye suggested. Can't you see Xiao Huang is staring at it eagerly? Xiao Huang was fixated on the bear paw, eyes filled with desire. It licked its tongue, wagged its tail, and drooled, perfectly embodying the essence of salivation. Forget it, I'll eat it myself. Zuo Lanlan resumed eating, ultimately unable to part with such a mountain delicacy. Ding! Teammate Zuo Lanlan consumed one bear paw, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations! She has received 100 bear paws, now stored in the system warehouse. It's my turn to taste it now. Chen Ye opted for the original flavor of the bear paw. Although the 100-fold bear paws posed no issue, he still longed for the ones he had cooked himself. The greasy bear paw, upon a single bite, burst with flavor, leaving a lingering aroma on his lips. The meat was so tender it melted in his mouth, even more delectable than the finest braised pork. It was all soft fat, yet not at all greasy. Huang. Xiao Huang barked unhappily, still wanting to eat. Don't rush, Chen Ye chuckled. Wait until I finish, and then you can have some. Huang. Xiao Huang continued to whine, clearly displeased. There were only 4 bear paws in total, and Xiao Huang could count. Zuo Lanlan laughed heartily. Who said there are only 4? In a matter of moments, Chen Ye finished the bear paw and tossed another to Xiao Huang. Wait a minute. This can't be right. Zuo Lanlan's eyes widened in disbelief. A single polar bear could only have 4 paws, right? Who said that? Chen Ye tossed another bear paw to Xiao Huang, suggesting there could be 5 or even 6. 6? Zuo Lanlan questioned. Do polar bears have 6 paws? She racked her brain, recalling that polar bears only had 4 paws. If there were 6, she would undoubtedly remember such a prominent feature. 6? Perhaps even 7? Chen Ye tossed yet another bear paw to Xiao Huang. Maybe even 8? Xiao Huang was in heaven, receiving bear paw after bear paw, utterly blissful. So many bear paws? Zuo Lanlan inquired, Boss, you wouldn't happen to have some kind of food-related superpower, would you? Who knows? Chen Ye tossed another bear paw to Xiao Huang, allowing it to relish the feast. He now had a reserve of 1,000 bear paws, far too many to consume. Each time, Xiao Huang ate one. It increased his reserve by 100. He was now more concerned that there were too many bear paws, overwhelming the capacity of his system warehouse. Moreover, the system warehouse lacks air conditioning, and with so many bear paws stored together, they are prone to spoilage. Eat, Xiao Huang. Keep eating, Chen Ye urged. There is an abundance of bear paws, and as long as Xiao Huang is willing and able to consume them, they can be supplied freely. Captain, don't feed too much. Be careful not to overstuff Xiao Huang, Zuo Lanlan expressed her concern. After all, she could no longer eat and even felt nauseated at the sight of the bear paws. Don't worry, Xiao Huang isn't foolish, Chen Ye chuckled. Once it's full, it will naturally stop. That seemed to be the case. Watching Xiao Huang devour the food voraciously, Zuo Lanlan furrowed her brow. How could such a small dog have such an astonishing appetite? Upon reaching the 10th bear paw, Xiao Huang let out a satisfied burp and finally ceased eating. Chen Ye's stock of bear paws was now fixed at 10,000. 10,000 bear paws occupied a volume of 30 cubic meters. It was hard to fathom that in this food-scarce apocalypse, Chen Ye possessed a reserve of 30 cubic meters of bear paws. Captain, have you noticed that Xiao Huang has grown quite a bit? Zuo Lanlan suddenly remarked. Grown? Chen Ye scrutinized Xiao Huang and indeed noticed a slight increase in size, though it was not particularly pronounced. Perhaps it was an illusion? I believe it has grown significantly. Zuo Lanlan praised. Xiao Huang is truly exceptional, capable of both consuming and breathing fire. She had grown quite fond of Xiao Huang, even considering it a sister. After all, this little female dog had saved her life. I'm selling 4 bear paws, 10 gold coins each, or I will exchange them for vehicle upgrade parts. Various industrial products are also acceptable. No gasoline or food, please. Oh, and the system warehouse cold storage upgrade card can be exchanged for 2 bear paws. Chen Ye promptly listed the 4 bear paws for sale. Although he had 10,000 bear paws, he could not afford to list them all at once. If he did, their value would undoubtedly plummet. Everyone isn't foolish. Incredible. Chen Ye is truly impressive. Boss, aren't you going to eat the bear paws yourself? Listing them all? Is there anyone who can afford to buy them? I think apart from Boss Chun pursuing quality and enjoying bear paws, others likely want to make a purchase, right? Although the purpose of gold coins is unclear, spending them on bear paws seems excessively extravagant. To be frank, even in a civilized society, 99% of people have never indulged in bear paws. What is so special about bear paws? I want them all. It's only 40 gold coins, a mere trifle. Suddenly, someone sent a trade request for all 4 bear paws. Upon seeing the name of the trader, Chen Ye smiled. It was none other than Zhang Xiaoquan. Chapter 20. Zhang Xiaoquan was left dumbfounded. Indeed, it was Chen Ye's rival, Zhang Xiaoquan. The other party evidently recognized that the seller was Chen Ye. It still offered 40 gold coins for the transaction. What are you hesitating for? Zhang Xiaoquan fumed. Why the rush, brother? Chen Ye was in no hurry to complete the transaction. In our group of 5,000, only I can afford to buy bear paws. Zhang Xiaoquan declared arrogantly. If you don't sell to me, who will you sell to? This was not mere boasting. His influence was indeed substantial, and he possessed ample funds to purchase the bear paws. Most others likely did not have such abundant gold coins. To comprehend the situation, Chen Ye possesses a formidable bow and crossbow, not to mention the assistance of a fiery little companion. Yet he has not managed to accumulate even 10 gold coins. This clearly illustrates the rarity of gold coins and the arduous nature of their accumulation. Given that Zhang intends to procure bear paws, what more is there to discuss? Chen Ye promptly confirmed the transaction, receiving 40 gold coins. You truly are a simpleton, exchanging bear paws for gold coins. Has your mind been frozen in the cold? Just after the transaction was completed, the other party activated their taunting mode, which was quite unseemly. Do you still harbor dreams of returning to civilized society? Do you think you can amass wealth with these gold coins? Such thoughts are mere fantasies, utterly foolish. In light of the current circumstances, this exchange indeed appears rather unwise. After all, a single bear paw can prolong an adult's life by a day or 2, while gold coins presently serve no purpose. Are 4 greasy bear paws insufficient to silence your tongue? Chen Ye, uninterested in engaging in banter, simply replied, Go ahead and relish your meal. Fool! When do you intend to accept my racing challenge? Zhang Xiaoquan, bringing up old grievances, warned. If you continue to refuse, I shall publicly declare your cowardice in the group. In truth, he has consistently slandered Chen Ye within the group, proclaiming that Chen Ye dares not confront him directly or partake in his racing events. Each time the group erupts in admiration for Chen Ye, he interjects with sarcastic remarks. Not only does he personally descend to mockery, but his entourage also echoes his derision. They spare no effort in disparaging Chen Ye, employing vile language and despicable insults. Do not fret. I shall wait until you accumulate more supplies. Chen Ye responded with a smile. Then I shall be able to secure even greater victories. You certainly possess a talent for boasting. Zhang Xiaoquan jeered as he savored the bear paw. Truth be told, your culinary skills are commendable. The flavor of the bear paw is indeed delightful. Once you are left with naught but tattered trousers, you may join my team as a chef. I extend my gratitude in advance, Zhang. Chen Ye was utterly unfazed by such base taunts. You, too, are unfortunate. After laboriously slaying a polar bear, you cannot even partake in its paws. Zhang Xiaoquan continued his mockery. It is only natural. How could you deserve such a delicacy? Chen Ye, disinterested in rebutting him, observed the group as they prepared to list 4 more bear paws. Originally, his intention in acquiring the 4 bear paws was not to earn gold coins, but rather to obtain an upgrade card for the system warehouse. Once the cold storage function is upgraded, food preservation would no longer pose a challenge. However, Zhang Xiaoquan, in his naive exuberance, has swooped in and claimed them all. Turning down an opportunity to profit is foolish. Chen Ye, of course, could not refuse. Do you see? Indeed, Brother Kuan possesses strength. Who can deny it? He directly purchased all 4 bear paws. Following Kuan's lead has proven to be wise. Not only does he have ample provisions, but he also boasts exquisite bear paws. Chen Ye's acquisition of 4 bear paws was mere fortune, while Kuan's purchase reflects true prowess. This is the difference. Zhang Xiaoquan's subordinates began to leap about in the group, further disparaging Chen Ye. It must be said, their efforts were remarkably effective. Those who once supported and admired Chen Ye fell silent. Zhang Xiaoquan can indeed afford bear paws, demonstrating his formidable strength. Look, everyone, the esteemed Ye has listed another 4 bear paws. Why are there still 4 bear paws? 1 bear has grown 8 claws. Don't be absurd. Clearly, Master Ye hunted 2 polar bears. My goodness, hunting a single polar bear is a stroke of luck, but successfully hunting 2 is undoubtedly a testament to sheer prowess. This is an overwhelming display of strength. The chat group erupted once more. The significance of 8 bear paws speaks for itself. Zhang Xiaoquan's underlings were rendered speechless, unsure how to counter, helplessly witnessing the praises lavished upon Chen Ye. They truly found themselves at a loss for words. Initially, Zhang Xiaoquan relished the delicious bear paw, but now it had lost all appeal. The once sumptuous delicacy now tasted like mere wax. In a fit of anger, he hurled the half-eaten bear paw to the ground. Damn it, buy me those. Bring me back these 4 bear paws. If he could procure them, it would assert his dominance. Yet his subordinates wore glum expressions, remaining silent. Their coins had run dry. 40 coins, accumulated by many within their convoy. Though coins lack immediate utility, they are exceedingly rare and hard to come by. Were it not for their numbers, amassing 40 coins would be a daunting task. Damn it, I will surely eliminate Chen Ye. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth in fury. He had intended to seize this opportunity to humiliate Chen Ye thoroughly, only to be soundly slapped in the face. After being publicly humiliated, he had no means of retaliation. Boss, why is Chen Ye prioritizing the exchange for the cold storage upgrade card with those 4 bear paws? What is he up to? A subordinate queried, perplexed. Every individual possesses a system warehouse. In addition to the physical storage space for vehicles, there exists a system warehouse for storing items. However, given the current scarcity of resources, upgrading the system warehouse seemed unnecessary. Are you foolish? Clearly, he aims to upgrade his system warehouse. Zhang Xiaoquan snapped, striking his subordinate. But why would he wish to upgrade the system warehouse? Was it due to an abundance of resources? The subordinate, nursing his face, replied with indignation. This remark instantly enlightened Zhang Xiaoquan. Are you suggesting that Chen Ye's food supply has become so abundant that he fears spoilage? Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. So that's why he needs the cold storage upgrade card? Exactly. His subordinate eagerly nodded. I suspect he has awakened food-related abilities. Abilities are no stranger to anyone. Zhang Xiaoquan's arrogance stemmed from having awakened such powers, and within their convoy, there were also a few awakened individuals. Damn it, so we've even played by him. Zhang Xiaoquan cursed. Not only does he possess 8 bear paws, but he could potentially have 80 or even 800. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for coins were of little use. His subordinate quickly fawned. Ultimately, it still boils down to your superior skills. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled with satisfaction. What significance do abilities hold? He possessed powers as well, far surpassing Chen Ye's food-related abilities. After all, in this apocalyptic world, while food is crucial, it is not the most vital aspect. The paramount concerns are weapons, treasure chests, and the hearts of men. Chen Ye just hung up 4 bare paws when trading notifications began to flood in. It was Chu Lingxi. Chapter 21. I want to sleep with the captain. Do you have a system warehouse cold storage upgrade card? Chen Ye inquired, surprised. This little girl seems to possess everything. It's a bit exaggerated. Does she truly have everything I need? Indeed. Chu Lingxi promptly replied. I need to exchange for 4 bare paws. Chen Ye offered trade for 2 bare paws. This girl is rather greedy, doubling the request. Can you consume 4 bare paws? Chen Ye merely smiled and inquired without objection. If I can't eat them all, I can store them in the vehicle. The temperature is quite low now, so they certainly won't spoil. Chu Lingxi sent a cute emoji. Why do you wish to trade for my bare paws? Is it merely a matter of craving? Chen Ye directly pointed out. Or perhaps it's because the system warehouse cold storage upgrade card is utterly useless. Frankly, this upgrade direction holds no value in the icy wilderness trials. There are currently 5,000 people in the group, and aside from Chen Ye, no one has any need. Even considering the 3,000 who had perished earlier, there remains no demand. Indeed, in just a few short days, 3,000 lives have been lost, such as the apocalypse. It is indeed cruel. Big brother, no need to ask, just consider me greedy for food. Chu Lingxi chuckled, offering no further explanation. My bare paws are in high demand, while your system warehouse cold storage card has but 1 customer. Chen Ye continued. Who do you think hold the initiative? Very well. Tu Lingxi had no choice but to concede. 3 bare paws should be acceptable, right? We have collaborated before. Surely, we will do so again. Granting me 1 extra bare paw will yield no loss for you. With her words laid bare, Chen Ye naturally could not refuse any longer. Should you acquire something of value, be sure to contact me first. If I require it, my offer will undoubtedly be the highest. Chen Ye concluded. It appears that the young man has indeed awakened a culinary aptitude. Chu Lingxi suddenly remarked. How delightful. What about you? What abilities have you awakened? Chen Ye inquired curiously. That's a secret. Chu Lingxi replied. I must go enjoy my delicious bare paws. With that, she logged off. Chen Ye gazed silently at her avatar. The little girl had twin ponytails, her hair dyed a deep blue, reminiscent of Hatsune Miku. Frankly, he even suspected the picture might be deceptive. Of course, the photo could not be false. It was indeed real. This girl seemed like a protagonist who had stepped straight out of an anime. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained a system warehouse cold storage upgrade card. Ding! Would you like to use it? The system's cold voice inquired. Yes. Chen Ye promptly responded. With the cold storage, preserving food would no longer be an issue. He had amassed an abundance of food and had to consider preservation. Ding! Congratulations. Your system warehouse has been successfully upgraded. Ding! Congratulations. Half of your system warehouse area has been upgraded to a cold storage zone. Ding! Would you like to place all food into the cold storage area? The system voice inquired once more. Yes, Chen Ye commanded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully storing all the food in the cold storage area, allowing for long-term preservation. Ding! From now on, all the food you acquire will automatically be placed in the cold storage. The system is indeed considerate. Henceforth, one need not worry about the preservation of food. For Chen Ye, the store provisions are more than sufficient for sustenance. However, he still aspires to diversify his culinary options. Firstly, to enhance his quality of life. Secondly, to facilitate barter transactions for acquiring other resources. Imagine, amidst the biting cold, enjoying a hot pot while singing. How delightful. Unfortunately, Xiao Huang cannot drive. Chen Ye affectionately patted the dog's head and remarked, if only you could drive, I would have far fewer worries. It is worth noting that driving can indeed be quite exhausting, especially in such harsh conditions. A couple of hours behind the wheel might bring joy, but after 5 or 6 hours, the pleasure dissipates. As for driving for over 10 hours, it becomes sheer drudgery. Of course, one could allow Zuo Lanlan to take the wheel. However, this would mean losing the navigator, thereby obscuring potential dangers and road conditions. Captain, it's dark now. How about washing your feet with hot water? Zuo Lanlan cheerfully offered, carrying a basin of warm water. What are you doing? Chen Ye instinctively stepped back. Her unsolicited kindness surely concealed some ulterior motive. This is snow melt I just boiled with liquefied gas. Let us soak your feet. Zuo Lanlan crouched down, ready to remove Chen Ye's shoes. Speak your mind. Chen Ye sat down, allowing her to assist him. What do you wish to ask of me? Look at you. Zuo Lanlan chuckled. You are the captain, and I'm your teammate. Isn't it only natural for me to attend to you? Her sweet words dripped with honey. Just say what you need. Otherwise, I might as well go to sleep. Wash your feet first, Zuo Lanlan teased, insisting it could wait until after. All right, wash away. Chen Ye refrained from further protest, relishing the warmth of the water. One must admit, living on the edge of life and death, the tension can be utterly exhausting. Soaking in hot water is indeed refreshing. Chen Ye felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, almost lulling him to sleep. How does it feel? Zuo Lanlan inquired. Very comfortable. Chen Ye nodded, genuinely enjoying the sensation. There's even more comfort to come. Zuo Lanlan, with her delicate hands, took a towel and began to dry Chen Ye's feet, transitioning into a massage. Each stroke was immensely pleasurable, the pressure just right, inducing an ethereal feeling. Wait a moment. Chen Ye gasped, overwhelmed by the sensation. You're a refined young lady. How is it that you know foot massages? It's quite a contrast. A graduate of a prestigious school, a true heiress. How could she possibly possess such skills? Moreover, her technique was remarkably professional, akin to that of a master practitioner. One must acknowledge that foot therapy is an art in itself, and Chen Ye had encountered countless skilled practitioners, making him somewhat of a connoisseur of the craft. Yet, even he was astonished by Zuo Lanlan's expertise. I am quite professional, Zuo Lanlan replied with a smile. Extremely professional. No way. Chen Ye was at a loss for words. Could it be that you were once a practitioner? Indeed, Zuo Lanlan calmly stated. I was indeed a technician once. Chen Ye was increasingly speechless, given your family background. It seems unlikely that you would have taken on such a role. After all, she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, destined for a life of luxury without the need to toil for a living, let alone work in a foot bath establishment. I worked as a technician to assist my classmates in filming a documentary, Zuo Lanlan explained. We spent nearly a year in that foot bath establishment. Oh, Chen Ye let out a long sigh of relief. Now that makes sense. Speak up. What do you wish to do? As long as it's reasonable, I will agree. I want to sleep, Zuo Lanlan replied earnestly. I want to sleep alongside the captain. Chapter 22. Xiao Huang is incredible. What did you say? Chen Ye reprimanded. Shameless. Absolutely outrageous. Zuo Lanlan stood frozen, utterly bewildered. She had initially thought their relationship was purely platonic camaraderie, not anticipating such implications. Chen Ye remarked, I didn't expect you to be tempted by me. Cough, cough. Zuo Lanlan cleared her throat. No, Captain, you misunderstand. I simply wished to rest in a van. As darkness fell, it was imperative to find some respite. Her motorcycle offered no shelter, rendering it impossible to rest amidst the wind and snow. Earlier, when the storm was mild, she managed to rest somewhat, but now the winds howled fiercely and the temperature plummeted, making it unbearable. Clarify your intentions, Chen Ye stated. Of course, sleeping is fine. Come inside. The rear seats had been removed, leaving a space comparable to a double bed. Thank you, Captain. You are so kind. Zuo Lanlan replied joyfully as she lay down. With a pillow and sleeping bag, she made herself comfortable. Captain, you should join me. Chen Ye, lacking a sleeping bag, laid down some cardboard instead. It was certainly less comfortable than a sleeping bag. Without comparison, it might not seem so bad. But with Zuo Lanlan nestled in her soft sleeping bag, while Chen Ye lay on cardboard, the discomfort was palpable. We need to upgrade the interior space of the vehicle, she thought. Now that the material issues were resolved, they must also address their resting arrangements. However, resources were still limited. Although she had ample food, acquiring more supplies was not guaranteed. Xiao Huang, keep watch tonight, Chen Ye commanded. If you notice anything amiss, wake me. The windows and doors were securely locked, providing a sense of safety. The heater was powerful, making the interior quite cozy. Wang, Xiao Huang barked in acknowledgement. All right, time to sleep. Chen Ye turned off the interior lights, plunging the vehicle into darkness. Outside, the wind continued to howl. The gusts hammered against the windows like a relentless drum, and at times, a sudden strong wind would sway the vehicle, as if it might topple over. For reasons unknown, Zuo Lanlan wiggled her small feet, her expression tense. She had not fallen asleep, and her eyes remained wide open. After a while, summoning her courage, she gently brushed her delicate foot against Chen Ye's leg. At first, Chen Ye did not react. It took several attempts before she finally comprehended the situation. "What's wrong?" she inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. "Why are you making a fuss instead of sleeping?" "Captain, could you grant me a moment?" Zuo Lanlan replied, seeking a bit of psychological preparation. "What time?" Chen Ye pressed, her frown deepening. "What do you mean?" "I require some time to fully give myself to you." Zuo Lanlan's eyes glistened with tears, hoping the captain would understand. Despite her usual playful demeanor, she was not oblivious. She possessed a clear understanding of the harsh realities and rules of the apocalypse. After all, she was a top student from a prestigious university, not someone unfamiliar with basic game theory. In such a brutal world, Chen Ye could not afford to support her without compensation. Providing resources, food, and safety was not an option. Zuo Lanlan was acutely aware that her most significant asset was her beauty and striking physique. "I'm not in a rush," Chen Ye declared, not being one to succumb to base desires, though she recognized it was merely a matter of time. As the saying goes, when one's hunger is satiated, other desires arise. Once adequately fed, natural physiological needs would inevitably follow. "Wait for my ovulation period." Zuo Lanlan bit her lip and added, "During that time, I will yearn for a man." Desires were not exclusive to men. Women experienced needs as well, influenced by hormones each month. Any healthy individual could not escape such instincts. "Very well," Chen Ye said, feeling fatigued. "Let's sleep." With those words, he succumbed to slumber. For him, this was hardly a matter of great significance. Yet Zuo Lanlan was deeply concerned, unable to sleep as she gazed at Chen Ye's profile in the darkness. It must be said, the captain was rather handsome. Her cheeks flushed, warmth coursed through her body, creating a sense of comfort. In the dead of night, suddenly, Xiao Huang began to bark furiously. "Woof, woof, woof." The piercing sound jolted Chen Ye awake. "Xiao Huang, what is happening?" He looked out the car window, and, aside from the vast expanse of white snow, he spotted pairs of glimmering green eyes. It was a pack of snow wolves. No, it was a whole swarm of them. The wolves circled the van menacingly. "Why are there so many snow wolves?" Zuo Lanlan awoke, her face turning pale as she assessed the situation. She couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. Had she not become Chen Ye's teammate and entered the van, what would have happened? Perhaps she would have been torn apart by the pack. They were likely seeking revenge. Chen Ye observed the scene outside with keen attention. After having killed one of the wolves earlier, the pack would surely retaliate, as wolves are social creatures. "Xiao Huang, can you handle them?" Chen Ye inquired. "Woof." Xiao Huang stood tall, barking confidently. "All right, I'll open the window. You charge out and incinerate them all," Chen Ye commanded. He prepared to open the window, knowing he needed to act swiftly to prevent the cunning wolves from entering the vehicle. The van's windows were manually operated, a mechanical structure rather than electric. An electric mechanism would have certainly been more convenient, even in the face of perilous situations during the night. Xiao Huang could independently open the car window and leap out to eliminate threats, significantly enhancing Chen Ye's quality of sleep. "Xiao Huang, are you ready?" "Woof." Xiao Huang's eyes sparkled like stars in the darkness. "Charge." Chen Ye abruptly opened the window, and Xiao Huang surged forth like a bolt of yellow lightning. Quickly, Chen Ye shut the window and leaned against the glass, observing the unfolding scene outside. Xiao Huang displayed remarkable bravery. Upon exiting, it unleashed fiery projectiles that illuminated the night like torches. Each burst of fire claimed the life of a snow wolf. Initially, the wolves, under the leadership of their alpha, attempted to retaliate against Xiao Huang. However, they soon realized they were no match for its prowess. The alpha wolf howled at the moon, leading a pack of over a dozen snow wolves in retreat. In the snow, more than 20 wolf carcasses lay sprawled. Xiao Huang's mastery of flames had evidently intensified. Each snow wolf was merely incinerated at the head, leaving the bodies intact. Furthermore, Xiao Huang extracted and consumed the hearts of the snow wolves, as if their hearts were a potent source of nourishment. "Woof, woof, woof." Xiao Huang leapt onto the hood of the car, barking triumphantly at the moon, as if declaring victory and challenging the alpha wolf. Once dawn broke, and after confirming the absence of danger, Chen Ye and Zuo Lanlan exited the vehicle. The sight before them took Chen Ye's breath away. "Xiao Huang, you are extraordinary." Chapter 23, Freedom for Huazi. On the ground lay not only the carcasses of snow wolves, but also a small pile of gold coins. Each snow wolf yielded a coin, totaling 23 coins from the 23 slain wolves. Xiao Huang had thoughtfully gathered the coins together. "Xiao Huang, You are truly remarkable. Chen Ye collected the coins, which soon vanished into his balance with a gleaming allure. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired gold coins. Current balance, 84. Captain, am I hallucinating from lack of sleep last night? Zuo Lanlan inquired. Why does Xiao Huang appear so much larger? Chen Ye realized the peculiarity. Xiao Huang had indeed grown considerably, measuring at least a meter in length. Previously, it had been a mere palm-sized puppy, but now it exuded an imposing presence. What have you been eating, Xiao Huang? Chen Ye observed the blood on its muzzle and the hollowed hearts of the snow wolves, the implication clear. We can no longer call you Xiao Huang. You shall be known as Da Huang. Ha! Woof! Da Huang responded proudly, a look of triumph on its face. Growing so rapidly, is that acceptable? Zuo Lanlan expressed her concern. What's the problem? Chen Ye replied bemused. This dog can breathe fire. What else could be unacceptable? Previously, after consuming bear paws, Da Huang's size had already increased without notice. Now, having ingested numerous wolf hearts, its growth was strikingly evident. Collect the snow wolf meat. Even the smallest morsel is still meat. We cannot waste this. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 3,000 pounds of snow wolf meat. All will be listed in the trading hall, priced at 10 pounds of meat per gold coin. Chen Ye commanded. We can also exchange various automobile upgrade components. Everything else is fair game, even toilet paper. Zuo Lanlan suggested, would it be better to list 100 pounds at a time? With such an abundance of meat at such low prices, it's practically a welfare program. In truth, it was indeed a form of welfare. Chen Ye chucked it. Isn't a good thing to help more people survive? Good thing? Captain, aren't you being overly idealistic? Zuo Lanlan retorted. In apocalyptic times, the first to be eliminated are the idealists, and such individuals are merciful to others but cruel to themselves. Simpleton, you don't understand, Chen Ye laughed. Too apathetic to explain. He was certainly not an idealist. The reason he wished for more people to survive was purely for his own benefit. After all, his food and supplies were virtually limitless, yet various treasure chests and rare items were not in such abundance. As long as there were enough people in the group, they would become his continuous source of resources, providing him with rare items. The more individuals present, the greater the opportunities. If anyone had rare items for sale, he would undoubtedly offer the highest price. Another 1,000 pounds of meat? Master Yi is impressive. Master Yi is incredible, having slain so many snow wolves. Master Yi is truly benevolent. Any item can be exchanged for meat. I just traded a pack of cigarettes for a pound of meat. I exchanged a packet of sanitary pads for a pound of meat. I was desperate, thinking I would starve, but unexpectedly, Master Yi showed great mercy. The group was overwhelmed with gratitude. The 3,000 pounds of meat were quickly sold out. Of that, 500 pounds were exchanged for 50 gold coins. People had too few coins. Those with coins had likely hunted animals and were not in need of meat, hence the scarcity of coins. The remaining 2,500 pounds were traded for various supplies. Daily necessities like sanitary pads, toilet paper, a pack of cigarettes, a case of Moutai liquor, hot pot base, a mattress, towels, a bathtub, and so on. Automobile components included a car-mounted water tank, headlights, and electric vehicle windows. Weapons consisted of knives, guns, and nunchaku. Among the peculiar items were contraceptive pills, condoms, Fiji cups, and inflatable dolls, Celebrity Edition. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a substantial amount of supplies. All now deposited into your system warehouse. Retrieve the mattress, Chen Ye instructed. I had to sleep on cardboard yesterday. It was unbearable. Soon, a thick Simmons mattress appeared before him, fitting perfectly in the back seat of the car. Comfortable, Chen Ye leapt onto the Simmons mattress, relishing the sensation. Upgrade the electric vehicle windows, Chen Ye commanded. Remember, only upgrade half. In other words, one half of the windows would be automatic, while the other half would be manual. Captain, why is that? Zuo Lanlan inquired, perplexed. Think for yourself, Chen Ye replied dismissively. In truth, it was a precautionary measure. Electric windows were prone to malfunction, especially in such harsh conditions. Thus, he retained some manual windows for safety. The electric vehicle's window serves primarily for De Huang, who is on duty at night. In case of any unusual circumstances, he can simply lower the window. De Huang, come here. Chen Ye chuckled. I will teach you how to operate the window. After consuming the flame fruit, De Huang had become remarkably intelligent, far surpassing his peers. Thus, with a little guidance, he would master the window controls effortlessly. De Huang was no ordinary dog. He was the Einstein of canines, the epitome of canine brilliance. Here you go, Chen Ye said, handing a sanitary pad to Zuo Lanlan. Huh? Zuo Lanlan's cheeks flushed red, momentarily bewildered. You feel cold. It seems your relatives have come for a visit, right? Chen Ye observed keenly, having sensed something amiss the previous evening. Thank you, Captain. Zuo Lanlan shyly accepted the sanitary pad. I'll change in the car. With that, she entered the vehicle and locked the door. Chen Ye had no inclination to pry. He merely engaged in play with De Huang. Ding! Zuo Lanlan consumed a sanitary pad, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations! She received 100 sanitary pads, now stored in the system's repository. How delightful! Chen Ye chuckled. Sanitary pads were indeed invaluable. While men might find them of little use, for women, they were an absolute necessity, indispensable and essential. Feeling quite pleased, Chen Ye lit a cigarette, mused that female teammates were somewhat more practical than those of the canine variety. De Huang, care for a smoke? He lit another cigarette and offered it to De Huang. Initially, De Huang resisted, but gradually, he became entranced by the fragrant smoke. How is that? Chen Ye grinned. Not bad, right? Woof. De Huang barked excitedly, his expression brimming with satisfaction. He had never experienced such a pleasurable sensation. It was exhilarating to the core. Ding! De Huang consumed a cigarette, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations! He received 100 cigarettes, now stored in the system's repository. Ecstatic, Chen Ye lit another one. At last, the era of cigarette freedom had arrived. In the civilized world, this freedom had always eluded him. Woof! De Huang barked furiously. My apologies. Chen Ye quickly offered another cigarette. De Huang, smoke freely. There is plenty to go around. Haha. In no time, De Huang devoured the cigarette, spinning joyfully in place as if he had just enjoyed a night of blissful revelry. Captain, I'm ready. Zuo Lanlan announced. Shall we set off? Let us go. Chen Ye extinguished his cigarette, filled with confidence for the journey ahead. Chapter 24. Pantyhose in exchange for fuel? Chen Ye yawned, smoking as he drove through the snowstorm. His speed was neither too fast nor too slow, quite comfortable indeed. The road conditions were decent, allowing him time to chat with Zuo Lanlan, who had been the navigator for the day. As darkness approached, she wished to rest for a moment. The motorcycle was being towed by a van, and, thanks to its bombardier design, with 3 wheels, it remained remarkably stable. By the way, your previous mileage far exceeded mine. How is it that I have surpassed you now? Chen Ye inquired curiously. The first time he encountered Zuo Lanlan, he had been taken aback by her speed. She had raced ahead of him effortlessly. However, I found myself retreating significantly. Zuo Lanlan explained what? Chen Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Retreat? How is that possible? To retreat is to embrace death. This is the most fundamental and crucial rule. I received a reward of a metal treasure chest spanning 100 kilometers, Zuo Lanlan clarified. Inside, there is a mileage card. As long as one retreats a certain distance, they can exchange it for supplies. Zuo Lanlan had exhausted her resources, yet the existence of the mileage card allowed her to survive and persevere. A mileage card? Chen Ye realized, so that is how it works. In this post-apocalyptic world of road survival, various cards with distinct functions abound. For instance, Chen Ye possessed a system warehouse cold storage upgrade card, while Zuo Lanlan had utilized the mileage card. The small supermarket not only purchased gold coins, but also various cards, regardless of their apparent uselessness or function. Naturally, it also traded parts for vehicle modifications, all of which could be exchanged for precious food and essential supplies. Chen Ye updated the information in the group chat. Due to the abundance of food and various necessities, he decided to open a small supermarket, listing a plethora of resources. As Chen Ye provided an ample supply of food, he significantly enhanced everyone's chances of survival, earning him the esteemed title of Ye the Benevolent. Thank you, Ye the Benevolent. I truly appreciate it. I have several functional cards, yet I am at a loss as to how to utilize them. I possess a toilet card. What a pity to discard it. It is tasteless, yet now I can exchange it for food? How delightful. What is a toilet card? Can it be eaten? It simulates a bathroom experience without discomfort after using it. There is no need for wiping, as warm water cleanses, pure indulgence. This is splendid. I wish to use it, but alas, I cannot afford it. The chat buzzed with excitement as those who benefited reveled in their good fortune. However, some who felt left out vented their frustration. For instance, the siblings Li Dan and Li Yong seethed with resentment, wishing ill upon Chen Ye. Damn it, this sycophant has no idea what luck he has stumbled upon. Acquiring such abundant resources, Li Yong cursed. That bastard has sold numerous bear paws, and I haven't even tasted one. Stop cursing and drive, Li Dan retorted. Turn on the heater, it's freezing. Their pickup truck remained stationary by the roadside, making no progress. Turn on the heater? The fuel tank is nearly empty. Li Yong complained. We're going to freeze to death tonight. What? Out of fuel? Li Dan fumed. What have you been doing all day? No food, and now no fuel? They were on the brink of starvation and cold, having just finished the last of their sausages with no food left. Unexpectedly, they found themselves without fuel as well. A car devoid of fuel is merely a metal shell. In such a frigid night, death by freezing was highly probable. And you blame me? Li Yong shouted angrily. Isn't it your fault for provoking Chen Ye? Calling him your sycophant? Have you grown bold? Li Dan snapped back. Dare you speak of your sister? What of it? You are the wrong. Too self-righteous. Li Yong continued. If you heed my advice and share a few charming photos of your feet and stockings, you could have easily captured Chen Ye's attention, and we would all revel in our good fortune. You scoundrel, Li Dan retorted, her anger escalating. Do you take your sister for someone of such low caliber? Akin to those frivolous individuals online? All right, Li Yong replied, depleted of energy to argue. You're a superior, a socialite. With that, he slammed the door behind him. You, Li Dan fumed, tempted to chase after him and give him a good thrashing, but the chilling air outside deterred her. Before long, Li Yong returned, turning on the heater. I managed to procure some gasoline. He had just been to the trading market and acquired a supply of fuel sufficient to last through the night. Where did you get the gasoline? Li Dan inquired with curiosity. They had exhausted all means of obtaining supplies long ago. How had he suddenly secured gasoline? It's none of your concern, Li Yong said, his eyes darting. Just go to sleep. You won't be cold tonight. Are you concealing something from me? Li Dan demanded angrily. Aside from gasoline, did you also acquire food? Show me. Bring it out. I have nothing, Li Yong replied, visibly irritated. I'm still hungry myself. I don't care. You must have food, Li Dan insisted stubbornly. Bring it out. It's imperative. I truly do not have any. Li Yong expressed his helplessness. He had not even a drop of water. Nonsense. Li Dan refused to relent. You must be hiding something, otherwise, why would you go out to trade without me? Say what you will. Li Yong shrugged, resigned. I simply have no extra food. Then tell me, where did you trade for the gasoline? Li Dan pressed relentlessly. Mind your own business. Li Yong wrapped himself in his clothing, shutting his eyes, feigning sleep. No, you must tell me. You must. Li Dan continued. Show me the transaction records. Are you ever going to stop? Li Yong was exasperated. His sister was exceedingly troublesome. I don't care. If you don't tell me tonight, you won't sleep. Li Dan was unyielding. Fine, I will tell you, Li Yong conceded out of options. I traded some of your worn stockings for a bit of gasoline. What? Li Dan was infuriated, kicking him forcefully. You are revolting, utterly perverse. Get out. I don't want to see you. People are freezing, and you're worried about this? Li Yong was bewildered. It's merely a pair of worn stockings. Trading them for gasoline seems quite reasonable. Using them myself, or letting someone else use them benefits the community, does it not? Get out. Li Dan commanded. You will stand outside for an hour, immediately. I want tea. Li Yong scoffed. I would rather freeze. Will you go or not? Li Dan glared at him, her expression fearsome. Fine, I'll go. What's the big deal? Li Yong mustered his courage, preferring to face the biting wind rather than his sister's wrath. Disgusting. Li Dan berated him. Pervert. Shameless. With that, she too opened the trading hall, intent on discovering just what kind of repugnant man would engage in such exchanges. Chapter 25. Tang Shuero. The trading market possesses a search function. By merely entering relevant materials, one can view the purchasing information. Li Dan attempted to search, yielding an overwhelming array of transaction records. Items such as stockings, undergarments, high heels, and even used condoms appeared. Disgusting. Utterly revolting. Li Dan perused the records with disdain. Upon discovering a man seeking undergarments, she couldn't help but click in, unleashing a torrent of vitriol upon him. Are you out of your mind? Why would you purchase such things? In this apocalypse, how can your thoughts be so depraved? Would your mother feel sorrow, knowing she bore such a perverse creature? You deserve nothing less than contempt. To her astonishment, the man seemed to revel in her tirade. Ah, such a thrill. What a delightful scolding. He replied. He proposed a trade, 10 sausages in exchange for her undergarments. Disgusting. You are utterly revolting. Li Dan retorted. I demand 20. Very well, 20 it is. He obediently initiated a new transaction for exactly 20 sausages. Li Dan's eyes sparkled at this prospect, yet she continued to scold. You truly are a deviant. Despite her words, she ultimately relented, shedding her garments to fulfill the transaction. Ding! Congratulations! Your transaction is successful. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 20 sausages. Within moments, the sausages appeared in her possession, causing Li Dan to breathe rapidly, scarcely believing her eyes. 20 sausages were more than sufficient to sustain her for several days, averting starvation. I must hide them, she thought cunningly. She couldn't allow her brother to discover them. If he did, he would surely devour every last one. Where to conceal them? After much contemplation, Li Dan realized that any hiding place could be easily discovered. It was imperative to find a foolproof location. First, it had to be close to her person, and second, it must be utterly concealed, something he would never suspect or locate. Suddenly, inspiration struck. She placed all 20 sausages inside her clothing. If she could bear a child of such a size, hiding a few sausages was hardly a concern. I must have one, she decided, retrieving a sausage to indulge herself. The hunger was overwhelming. Without nourishment, sleep would elude her, and she would awaken famished. Cease! I can't take it anymore. Let me in. Li Yong trembled, his nose frozen with snot. Come in, Li Dan replied coldly. If you dare misbehave again, I shall make you regret it. I want tea. I swear, Li Yong said. I'm only trying to survive. Without fuel, we would surely freeze to death tonight. That may be true, Li Dan retorted angrily, but you must never steal my belongings, especially my stockings. I want tea. I swear I want tea, Li Yong insisted, shaking his head, yet secretly pondering future transgressions. You haven't used my stockings for any other mischief, have you? Li Dan inquired warily. Don't push your luck, or I'll be thoroughly disgusted with you. Sis, this is a matter of life and death. Li Yong, with a sense of helplessness, remarked. You should think about how to survive. How to survive? Li Dan replied earnestly. Do you have any ideas? Of course, we should contact Chen Ye. He currently possesses an abundance of supplies. Li Yong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. If you can secure his assistance, we'll have no need to worry about food and drink. The mere thought of Chen Ye's impressive resources made his mouth water. But how do we approach him? Perhaps send him some photos? Li Dan countered. He has blocked us. How can we reach out? He is currently reveling in his newfound success, his ego soaring. What about Tang Shuoro? Li Yong suggested. She is your close friend, and should be able to get in touch with Chen Ye. Huh, Li Dan scoffed. You certainly haven't forgotten about my friend, have you? Li Yong had long pursued Tang Shuoro. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was utterly devoted to her. He had spent considerable sums on her, yet had never even held her hand. It was quite pitiful. Sister, we are in a dire situation. I have already contacted Tang Shuoro, Li Yong stated. I shared our plan with her, and she has agreed to assist us. The recent experience of being forced to stand in the snow had sobered him, allowing him to reach out. Fortunately, Tang Shuoro was faring well, lacking neither food nor supplies. She even sent me 2 sausages to help me endure, assuring me she would contact Chen Ye. Surely, he will grant her some consideration. This unexpected good news greatly surprised Li Dan. Tang Shuoro actually sent you sausages? Show me. Li Yong produced a half-eaten sausage, saying, I devoured 1.5. I was starving. What a pitiful creature, Li Dan exclaimed, snatching the sausage and quickly consuming it. Is Tang Shuoro truly so benevolent? She questioned with skepticism. I suspect she is merely waiting to relish our misfortune. Though she is a close friend, her competitive nature is strong. She delights in others' misfortunes. Don't be so cynical, Li Yong explained. We are currently allies. Tang Shuoro is not a villain. What is your plan? And what about Shuoro? Has she agreed to be your girlfriend? Li Dan scoffed dismissively. That may come soon, Li Yong chuckled. The plan is quite simple. Chen Ye has been trading various functional cards. Li Yong fabricated a story, claiming to possess remarkable functional cards, hoping that Tang Shuoro could facilitate the connection. If the trade succeeded, she would undoubtedly receive a substantial commission. Do you possess any functional cards? Li Dan inquired. Did my brother stumble upon a random treasure chest? Of course not. Li Yong shook his head. However, I told Chen Ye that we must conduct the transaction in person. In person? Li Dan sensed something amiss. What are you planning? What do you think? Naturally, I intend to connect you to Li Yong Grinat. Once you meet, I believe your beauty will surely captivate him. Even if you cannot charm him entirely, you can extract some benefits from him. After all, once you meet, there will be some camaraderie. He cannot simply ignore our plight. Hearing this, Li Dan smiled. You truly are quite the clever one. She found merit in the idea. First, let's lure Chen Ye here, and then we will discuss the rest. But sister, do not act too aloof. Li Yong cautiously remarked. In the end, one must sacrifice a modicum of allure. One cannot be excessively reserved. What does it mean to be aloof? Chen Ye is but a subordinate beneath my skirts. Li Dan's temper flared, a petty person flourishing. In the past, he wasn't even worthy to lace my shoes. Indeed, Li Yong hastily replied. I am well aware of your formidable prowess, but times have changed. This is an exceptional circumstance, is it not? Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion. Li Dan, with an air of triumph, declared, though he possesses abundant resources, he is still unworthy of my sacrifice. I anticipate that upon our meeting, a mere beckoning of my finger will render him compliant. Her unwavering confidence led her to believe that she could manipulate any man at will. Chapter 26. The Morally Coercive Saint. Chen Ye, I believe your actions are unjust and utterly excessive. Early in the morning, a message arrived. Typically, Chen Ye refrained from checking messages, as his notifications perpetually hovered at 99. Were it not for the sender's name, Tang Shuiruo, he would not have opened it at all. After all, Tang Shuiruo was his classmate, and they bore no animosity toward one another. In fact, she had assisted him considerably while he pursued Li Dan. Tang Shuiruo hailed from a well-to-do family, exhibiting a degree of pride and self-importance. Yet, her so-called affluent background paled in comparison to the likes of Zuo Lanlan's family. They stood out only among the working-class youth of their small county, a veritable paragon of local elitism. What is it now, Miss Tang? Chen Ye replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. The dawn of a new day should not be marred by unwarranted grievances. You have risen to prominence, commanding the world. The benevolent Yi, today is not like the past. You now stand atop a pedestal, reveling in endless resources and sustenance. Tang Shuiruo's tone turned sarcastic, leaving Chen Ye utterly perplexed. What are you trying to say? He responded impatiently, speak plainly. If you continue with this nonsense, I will not hesitate to block you. Even if you're a classmate, there is no room for negotiation. Your beloved goddess is on the verge of freezing to death. At last, Tang Shuiruo ceased her trivialities. You once professed to safeguard your goddess for eternity, and now she is nearly starving, suffering in dire straits. You possess ample resources and provisions, even willing to sell them at a pittance to strangers in the group, yet you refuse to extend a hand to Li Dan. Even if your affections have waned, after so many years as classmates, you should not turn a blind eye to her plight. Such a course of action is undeniably heartless. Tang Shuiruo's barrage of words elicited a laugh from Chen Ye. Are you attempting to morally coerce me on behalf of your dear friend? Did she instruct you? Or is this your own initiative? Chen Ye was genuinely curious about this point. Neither. Tang Shuiruo proclaimed with righteous indignation. You have misjudged me and the goddess you once admired. Do not repulse me. What do you mean by once admired goddess? Chen Ye could not restrain his vitriol. She is nothing but a wretched creature. You have gone too far. How can you utter such vile words? Tang Shuiruo retorted furiously. Even in this merciless apocalypse, one must adhere to the most fundamental principles of morality and humanity. Without these, how do you differ from a beast? In a world on the brink of collapse, the figure of Tang Shuiruo emerges as a quintessential embodiment of moral coercion, a most irksome variant of the so-called Mother Teresa archetype. If she so ardently champions righteousness, why does she not extend a modicum of assistance in the form of sustenance to her former close friend? Is it not rather amusing to be generous with others while neglecting one's own? Chen Ye, without a hint of hesitation, vehemently opposes her, offering no leeway whatsoever. How can you be so sure that I have not provided assistance? Tang Shuiruo retorted, her voice rising in volume. Whether to overshadow Chen Ye's arguments or to lament the loss of her 2 mere sausages. Indeed, 2 sausages, given away for free. Chen Ye, with a smile, responded, you ought to provide more. 2 sausages are hardly sufficient. You should part with half of your provisions. Otherwise, your dear friend will inevitably perish from the cold or hunger. Since you relish the act of giving, why not give a little more? After all, Tang Shuiruo is quite affluent. Initially, her fortune was evident when she obtained a splendid vehicle, a luxurious RV. Although it consumed fuel at an alarming rate, it was stocked with ample food supplies, allowing Tang Shuiruo to live in relative comfort. At times, She even lost sight of the grim reality of her surroundings, mistaking her plight for an impromptu journey filled with enjoyment. Are you truly prepared to remain a passive observer? To neglect your own needs? Tang Shuero continued her moralistic tirade. Is it not rather callous to be so indifferent in these frigid times? It is only natural for my blood to run cold. Chen Ye, growing impatient, retorted, If you have nothing further to say, then let it be. It was my folly to harbor any illusions about your character, to believe you still possessed humanity. With resignation, Tang Shuero conceded, I should have been forthright from the outset and abandoned any delusions, discussing trade right away. We have nothing to barter. Chen Ye firmly stated, I have no desire to engage in any transaction with you. What about the card? Tang Shuero smugly replied, It is an incredibly useful card. Precisely what you need at this moment. I have no interest in your trifles. Spare me the nonsense. Chen Ye declared with palpable annoyance. You are blocked. Do not block me. Li Yong has 3 cards he wishes to trade with you, at an exceptionally favorable price. However, there is one condition. It must be an in-person transaction. The choice is yours. Why are you silent? Have you lost your voice? Apart from her initial 2 statements, all subsequent communications transformed into red dots, indicating that Chen Ye had indeed blocked her. Not only did Chen Ye find no value in trading with Tang Shuero, but she also had no inclination to engage with Li Yong. The notion of an in-person transaction was sheer folly. The human heart is fraught with deceit. Who can truly discern the ulterior motives of others? Meeting with individuals from one's past is hardly a homecoming. It could very well lead to perilous outcomes. How dare you hang up on me? Tang Shuero seethed, her anger palpable, her composure faltering. What gives you the right to terminate this call? What qualifications do you possess? Was it merely good fortune that granted you some resources? How audacious of you to flaunt your newfound power. Zuo Lanlan inquired with curiosity. What shall we eat? Chen Ye, yawning without offering any explanation, replied, It's time for a meal. Zuo Lanlan, burdened with numerous responsibilities, serving as both navigator and cook, and even warming Chen Ye's bed at night, felt the weight of her multifaceted duties. Let us indulge in hot pot, she suggested. Outside, snow fell abundantly, and within the warm confines of the vehicle, the prospect of enjoying hot pot while singing songs seemed delightful, albeit the space was rather cramped. Although the compact van was versatile, it ultimately lacked the comfort one desires. An upgrade was imperative. An enhancement to a camper van was essential for ample space and comfort, not to mention the critical amenities of bathing and restroom facilities. Especially in this frigid weather, the act of relieving oneself posed risks, often leaving one's backside uncomfortably cold, which detracted from the overall experience. The simple pleasure of using the restroom, particularly for a more substantial need, is one of life's greatest joys. However, if one cannot do so in warmth and safety, it becomes a torment. Thus, Chen Ye's yearning for a camper van grew increasingly fervent. With such an upgrade, he could enjoy the luxury of a warm toilet, allowing for a carefree and comfortable experience. Beep beep. Another message from a woman arrived. It was the enchanting Mrs. Shun Rui. She had reached out to Chen Ye, undoubtedly in pursuit of supplies. I hope to trade some resources with you, Shan Zi stated directly. It cannot be that simple, can it? Chen Ye replied with a sly smile, sensing ulterior motives. After all, he had various supplies listed in the trading market, and there was no need for pleasantries. Direct transaction sufficed. I have some timber I wish to exchange for your meat, Shunzi clarified her message. Just trade directly. There is no need for explanations. The exchange rates are clearly stated, honest to all. However, I lack sufficient timber to exchange for even a pound of meat, Shunzi lamented, her tone tinged with desperation. Could you possibly make an exception? If I could just fill my belly and regain my strength, I promise to continue logging. I could even repay you double. I am truly famished and lack the energy to chop more wood. Timber was abundant along the roads and presently held little value. Thus a substantial amount was required to procure even a small quantity of meat. As a woman, Shanzi found herself laboring hard, unable to secure enough meat for sustenance. Why the voice message this time? Chen Ye asked, neither rejecting nor accepting her request, merely curious. Are you attempting to elicit my sympathy with your lamenting tone? No. Shenzi quickly shook her head in explanation. It's because my hands are blistered from chopping wood. I simply cannot type. This was in fact the truth. Shenzi, who typically shunned strenuous labor, found herself for the first time toiling so intensely. Her delicate hands could hardly withstand the relentless assault of the rough axe against the unforgiving timber. After only a few hours, her hands were covered in blisters, rendering her unable to continue her work. Were it not for such dire circumstances, she would never have bowed her head to Chen Ye. Initially, she intended to grit her teeth and persevere, yet the biting cold and her grievous wounds could prove fatal. She could not succumb to death. She resolutely refused to perish. If she were to die from the chill, her husband would inevitably meet the same fate. Is that true? Show me a picture. Chen Ye clearly expressed skepticism. However, Chen Ye promptly sent a photograph. It depicted a pair of fair hands, long and straight, exuding elegance. Yet, amidst the porcelain skin were numerous blood blisters, some already ruptured while others were swelling. To substantiate the authenticity of the image, Chen Ye even sent a video. The video showcased the same delicate hands, adorned with the same blood blisters and slender beauty, evoking a sense of sanguine romance. Even one of the nails bore remnants of a vibrant red manicure. Unlike the photograph, the video revealed her trembling hands, quivering from pain, accompanied by the occasional gasp for breath. Do you regard me as a benevolent benefactor? Do you perceive me as a saint? Chen Ye coldly remarked. So, I should assist you? No, 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 that's not the intent. Chen Ye hurriedly clarified, her voice tinged with panic. Had you not inquired, I would never have spoken. Nonsense. Conceal your ulterior motives. Chen Ye deliberately reprimanded loudly. Do not presume I am oblivious to your schemes. Should you attempt such machinations again, not only will you forfeit any concessions, but you will also lose the right to trade. Chen Ye was fully aware that it was not a plot and recognized the genuine plight of the other party. Yet he intentionally bullied and harshly oppressed her, aiming to shatter her resolve completely. Only then could he seize the opportunity. Although he currently had no need for a female teammate to gather supplies, what harm could there be in having more beautiful women around? Especially one as exquisite as this married woman. I'm so sorry. Chen Ye quickly apologized, her voice increasingly strained with tears. She was utterly flustered, unsure of what to say. If they were to lose their trading rights, the couple would surely starve. In a group of 5,000, only Chen Ye could offer such affordable food. Others charged exorbitant prices, far beyond their means. I don't want any concessions. I'll go chop wood right now. Chen Ye exclaimed in panic. I will ensure I gather enough firewood. Please do not revoke my trading rights. With that, she grasped the axe, preparing to push open the car door to gather wood. But with so many blisters on her hands, the moment she lifted it, the axe slipped from her grip, and several blisters burst. A searing pain surged through her, yet she gritted her teeth, trembling, striving to conceal any signs of distress from her husband. Do not rush to chop wood, Chen Ye said with a smile. You need not suffer. By becoming my teammate, you can live without worry. That's impossible. I still have my husband to care for. Chen Ye resolutely shook her head. I cannot abandon him. If I neglect him, he won't survive for long. Do you not see the reality? Even if you exert every effort to protect him, the outcome will remain unchanged. Even in a civilization abundant with medicine and sustenance, her husband is a man destined for a short life. This unspoken truth is clear to both Chen Ye and her husband. Regardless of the outcome, she vows to protect him with all her strength. With unwavering determination in her gaze, an infinite courage seems to swell within her chest. Even if the final result is predetermined, even if she ends up with nothing, she will not abandon her husband. They say women are inherently weak, but become strong for their children. She, however, is resolute for her husband. Since you insist, I shall not press further. Chen Ye has no words against her steadfastness. Regardless, this conviction deserves respect. I'm not a harsh person, Chen Ye concluded. Let's adhere to our usual arrangement. I can offer you a discount, but you must call me by a name. You expect me to address you as husband while you torment me? Tears streamed down Chen Ye's beautiful eyes. Why must you bully me? I'm already enduring so much. Last time, when I called you husband, I gained nothing in return. Who said I wanted you to call me husband? Chen Ye smirked mischievously. This time, we shall change things up. We cannot play the same game each time. Change what? What new game do you intend to play? Confusion and fear filled Chen Ye's eyes. How will this man torment her now? Her body trembled slightly, unsure if it was from fear or excitement. Let me ponder. Chen Ye wore a serious expression, deep in thought. Just call me Daddy. A single utterance of that word will grant you a discount. Overall, it's a rather reasonable deal. You. Chen Ye's face turned pale with anger. You are truly a pervert. She never anticipated Chen Ye could be so vile, forcing her to assume the role of a daughter, taking advantage of her so brazenly. The last time someone asked her to call them daddy was during kindergarten playtime. Decades have passed, and she had never encountered such a proposal. May I call instead? Suddenly, a sickly voice interrupted, the voice of Chen Ye's husband. Chapter 28. As long as one lives. There's hope. His sudden appearance astonished both Chen Ye and Chen Ye. She had kept this predicament hidden from her husband, shielding him from her struggles. No matter how bitter or difficult it became, she had assumed he was asleep, only to discover he had been listening attentively the entire time. He was taken aback to learn of the hardships and indignities his wife had endured. Daddy, 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 Chen Ye's husband called out loudly. Each repetition grew louder, causing Chen Ye's eardrums to throb painfully. No. You are not Daddy. You are my grandfather, my ancestral forefather. As long as you do not bully Chen Ye, you may be called anything. Grandfather, ancestor. I bow to you. Chen Ye's husband truly began to bow, the sound echoing as his forehead struck the ground, drawing blood. This is beyond ridiculous. Chen Ye could not contain his frustration. Stop with the absurdity. My enjoyment has been utterly ruined. Mr. Chen, please attend to your matters first. My situation is utterly chaotic. Chen Ye, being quite understanding, promptly severed the connection. She wished to shield her husband from the turmoil. It is my inadequacy, my incompetence. Chen Ye's husband struck himself fiercely across the face. It is I who have burdened you. Had it not been for me, you would not be enduring such hardship. I might as well end my life. If I perish, it would be the end of all troubles, and I shall no longer be a burden to you. With that, he forcefully slammed his head against the dashboard. The impact was tremendous, shattering the glass dashboard into fragments. The sharp shards pierced his forehead, blood flowing profusely. My dear husband, you are not my burden. Do not speak thus. Without you, I would lack the courage to continue living. Chen Ye embraced her husband, attempting to halt his self-destructive actions. Yet he was like a man possessed, incapable of being restrained. Furthermore, as a woman, Chen Ye was utterly exhausted and could not impede him. In her despair, with tears streaming down her cheeks, she implored, if you truly empathize with me, then cease these thoughts of ending your life. If you were to injure yourself gravely, it would ultimately fall upon me to care for you. I am already burdened enough. Please show me some understanding. Upon hearing her words, the frenzied man fell silent. He trembled all over, tears streaming silently. I am neither dead nor truly alive, caught in a tumultuous state, trapped between choices. It is difficult, so very difficult. His existence was indeed a profound struggle. Everyone suffers, yet at the very least, we are still alive. Chen Ye stifled her tears, offering solace. For as long as we breathe, there is hope. The very notion of living is one of the most powerful expressions within the Chinese language. I am weary. After an exhausting ordeal, his frail body could withstand no more. Shortly after uttering those words, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chen Ye sighed helplessly, tending to the wounds and blood upon her husband's forehead. The scant bandage she possessed was used to staunch the bleeding. The cost of that little bandage was immense. What was initially unnecessary had now been entirely consumed. After laboring for what felt like an eternity, Chen Ye finally managed to address her husband's injuries. Alas, her hands were covered in blisters, bloodied and painful, yet no one cared for her. She was left to tend to another. After resting for approximately an hour, she regained a modicum of strength from her overwhelming exhaustion. Though filled with reluctance, Chen Ye cautiously opened the car door and stepped into the biting snowstorm. The daytime blizzard was frigid beyond measure. She inhaled deeply, having prepared herself mentally for an extended period, her beautiful visage marked by struggle. After waiting for a considerable time, she reached out to Chen Ye. Hesitation gripped her, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, she followed Chen Ye's suggestion and whispered, "Father," although her voice was barely audible. It seemed she exerted all her strength. Whether from shyness or the cold, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Her body trembled slightly, uncertain if from anxiety or excitement. Yet, after a prolonged wait, Chen Ye did not respond. Chen Ye stood in the biting wind, uncertain of her next course of action. If she got into the car, she feared waking her husband. What if Chen Ye compelled him to do something outrageous? The situation could spiral out of control. The wait felt interminable, leaving her hands and feet numb. In a moment of desperation, she continued to send voice messages to Chen Ye, repeatedly calling out, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." Initially, her voice was soft, but gradually, her emotions spiraled beyond her control, transforming into a desperate scream. Had it not been for the howling wind and heavy snow, she would have certainly roused her husband. What was this all about? Chen Ye finally responded, "Do you wish to be my daughter so badly? I believe the age difference is rather significant, considering you are a married woman. I've already called out. Can you grant me a concession?" Chen Ye implored, her voice tinged with tears. "I only need a pound of meat, and as for the missing firewood, I promise to repay you double once I regain my strength. This isn't an unreasonable request. I beg you to show some mercy." With just a pound of meat, the two of them could ration their meals and, supplemented with some wild vegetables and tree bark, could sustain themselves for 2 or 3 days. In that span, their circumstances might change. They might even stumble upon a random treasure chest that could entirely alter their desperate plight. As previously stated, as long as one lives, there is hope. To struggle for survival and to strive to endure is not an excessive demand. In fact, I find it quite reasonable. Chen Ye candidly replied, "However, our previous agreement no longer stands." "What did you say?" Chen Ye felt as though struck by lightning. Her once rosy complexion drained of color, leaving her pallid and devoid of blood. "I gave you an opportunity before, yet you failed to seize it. You cannot blame anyone but yourself." Chen Ye chuckled, deliberately tormenting her in the same manner. But, Chen Ye stammered for a long while, unable to articulate a single coherent word. Had she been outwitted by Chen Ye once more? Was it the same as last time? Completely toyed with? Like a hapless clown? "Do you believe I am a villain?" Chen Ye suddenly inwitted. Chen Ye clenched her teeth in silence. The fury in her eyes spoke volumes. Chen Ye was the worst of the worst, a living demon, a walking embodiment of Satan. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, fearing that she might provoke Chen Ye and lose her chance to negotiate. "In truth, I am assisting you in recognizing your predicament, in understanding the world you currently inhabit," Chen Ye stated earnestly. "It is through my aid that you can grasp reality and survive in this brutal apocalypse." "Are you implying that I should thank you?" Chen Ye bit her lip, incredulous. It was evident that she rejected Chen Ye's pompous rhetoric. "Of course you ought to thank me," Chen Ye replied with an expression of entitlement, perhaps even shamelessness. "What would you have me do to express my gratitude?" Chen Ye inquired with utmost seriousness. "Put your hair up and kneel." Chen Ye chuckled. "Record a video." The voice messages no longer sufficed for him. He desired to see a video. "All right." Chen Ye did not hesitate and began recording the video. In the video, a beautiful young woman kneels in the snow, her hair elegantly pinned up, streaked with tears, embodying a tragic beauty. "Father," she softly exclaims, her lips parting. Hey. Chen Ye quickly interjects. "Oh, didn't he ask you to call out?" "Huh?" Chen Ye appears momentarily stunned. "Have you become addicted to calling out?" Chen Ye chuckles. "Could it be that beneath your composed exterior lies a rather mischievous spirit? Could you please refrain from insulting me?" Chen Ye nearly breaks down. On one hand, she endures the physical torment of the biting wind and snow. On the other, she suffers Chen Ye's psychological torment. Even the toughest of men could falter, let alone a woman with a tender heart. "I'm a kind person. I do not insult anyone." Chen Ye finally states, "I can offer you a discount. Your timber can be exchanged for 2 pounds of meat." According to the previously agreed price, 2 pounds of meat would be unthinkable, let alone one. Yet, with a grand gesture, Chen Ye grants her the 2 pounds. This unexpected generosity fills Chen Ye with joy. "Thank you. You are truly a benefactor. Really, thank you." With this 2 pounds of meat, the dire predicament faced by the couple can be significantly alleviated. It is indeed a life-saving offering. Without it, they would likely perish from hunger. "No need to thank me," Chen Ye coldly replies. "I am not a good person. You are a good person, a true lifesaver." Chen Ye feels immense gratitude towards Chen Ye, even forgetting his previous insults and mistreatment. "I am a devil, and dealing with a devil comes at a cost." At this, Chen Ye shudders, fear flickering in her beautiful eyes. Cost? What kind of cost? What does Chen Ye desire from her? You need not fear. At this time tomorrow, should you still be alive, remember to pay your respects to me. Chen Ye smirks, leaving his specific demands unspoken. Pay respects? Though simple, the phrase unsettles Chen Ye. Such words are reserved for juniors addressing their elders, or for slaves addressing their masters. I saved your lives. Surely that makes me your benefactor? Chen Ye smiles. Asking you to pay your respects tomorrow morning is hardly an unreasonable request, is it? Not at all. Chen Ye responds sweetly, like a gentle kitten, Mr. Chen. I will pay my respects tomorrow morning. Chen Ye nods in satisfaction, choosing not to respond further. A person's boundaries are often breached little by little. What was once deemed untouchable principles will inevitably be shattered. Captain, we have a situation. Suddenly, a message from Zuo Lanlan comes through. I encountered a stranded pickup truck, 3 kilometers away from my position. I see no other vehicles and cannot determine how many people are involved. What should I do next? Awaiting instructions. This moment underscores the navigator's role, swiftly revealing the latest developments on the road. The stranded pickup could very well be a trap. Yet, it might also be a genuine breakdown, left alone to freeze without fuel. Remain on standby. I will be there shortly. Chen Ye pressed the accelerator, and soon caught sight of the bombardier motorcycle amidst the swirling snowstorm. Following the previous robbery incident, Zuo Lanlan had become exceedingly cautious. She had concealed herself by the roadside, attempting to shield her vehicle from the blustery winds and snow. The snowfall was so heavy that the snowdrifts along the roadside provided excellent cover. Any updates? Chen Ye inquired as he parked beside the motorcycle. Have you seen anyone else? No signs of others. It's likely they have run out of fuel and their vehicle is stranded, Zuo Lanlan speculated. It is possible that the occupants have succumbed to the bitter cold. In such frigid conditions, without fuel or heating devices, one could perish from exposure overnight. It could also be a trap, she added. The more innocuous a situation appears, the greater the potential danger it may conceal. Perhaps I should venture closer? Zuo Lanlan whimsically suggested. My motorcycle is swift enough to make a dash. Even if there's an ambush, they wouldn't be able to catch me. You truly are a clever one. Chen Ye chided playfully, giving her a light flick on the forehead. This task should be left to Da Huang. Da Huang, clearly understanding human speech, tilted his head in irritation at Chen Ye, as if to say, is a dog's life not worth anything? 3 cigarettes, Chen Ye declared, producing 3 cigarettes. You smoke one first, then check if there are any occupants in the vehicle. If someone attacks you, breathe fire and incinerate them. If there is no threat, return quickly, and I shall reward you with 2 more. With that, Chen Ye placed 1 cigarette into Da Huang's mouth and thoughtfully lit it. Da Huang, understanding the task, puffed on the cigarette before bolting towards the pickup truck with astonishing speed, akin to a supercar. In a flash, Da Huang jumped onto the pickup truck, surveyed the interior, and dashed back to Chen Ye. In mere moments, he stood before him. 1 bark for a living person, 2 barks for a dead one. Chen Ye tossed a cigarette to Da Huang, who barked once. 1 person, 2 barks for 2 people. Chen Ye threw another cigarette, and Da Huang barked again. 1 bark for no danger, 2 barks for danger. Chen Ye lit another cigarette for Da Huang, who barked once more, indicating that there seemed to be no threat. Since there is no danger, let us proceed, Chen Ye declared, retrieving his crossbow and instructing Zuo Lanlan, take the passenger seat and remain ready for combat. Do not exit the vehicle without my command. Understood, Captain. Zuo Lanlan replied obediently, assuring him she would fulfill her duty. With the motorcycle secured to the small van, Zuo Lanlan entered a state of readiness, sitting in the passenger seat, her body tense with anticipation. Chen Ye drove with utmost seriousness, cautiously advancing, wary of potential traps along the way. Fortunately, they encountered no such hazards and soon arrived alongside the pickup truck. The pickup was an ordinary vehicle, lacking even the most basic tinted privacy glass. Chen Ye turned his head and caught sight of the trembling siblings, Li Dan and Li Yong, within the vehicle. Though their fuel had endured the night, it had now been entirely consumed. Deprived of warmth, the pickup truck had transformed into a mere iron shell, with the temperature plummeting rapidly. Chapter 30. The little fairy was utterly exhilarated. Foolish brother, have you been played by that wretched Tang, Shuero again? Li Dan sneered, her expression contorted with malice. She never even attempted to connect you with Chen Ye. Sister, how can you say that? Tang Shuero is your dearest friend. Li Yong shivered uncontrollably, his nose running with icicles forming. Did she not say that Chen Ye was unwilling to trade and had blocked her? His faith in his idol was unwavering. In truth, Tang Shui-ro had not lied. She had recounted the entire sequence of events with utmost honesty. It was not her refusal to assist, but rather Chen Ye's heartlessness that was to blame. Stop making excuses. She is merely toying with you. Li Dan spat vehemently. That vile woman would relish in seeing us both freeze to death. If she truly wished to help, why not directly provide us with supplies? She possesses ample fuel and food. Sharing half with us would be no burden. Did she do so? Instead, she merely offered us 2 sausages as a mockery. You naive fool. That wretched woman is undoubtedly nestled in her comfortable RV, eagerly awaiting the news of our demise. Once someone perishes, it will be publicized in the group. Impossible to conceal and displayed prominently for all to see. Shui-ro is not that despicable. Li Yong raturta angrily. She does not harbor such malicious intent. In his heart, his goddess was forever pure, kind, and virtuous. She is not a wicked woman. How could I possibly be the wicked one? If she possesses no ill will, how could I? Li Dan, incensed, struck her brother across the face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed, leaving Li Yong feeling as if his teeth were loosening. Why did you hit me? He exclaimed, infuriated yet too intimidated to retaliate, helpless under the weight of familial authority. I hit you because you're a fool, Li Dan declared, her demeanor unapologetically domineering. In her eyes, men were inherently inferior beings, whether they were suitors, her brother, or even her father. Bravo! Chen Ye lowered the window and applauded, drawing the siblings' attention to him and the yellow van. The howling wind and snow had concealed the sound of the vehicle's arrival. Chen Ye! Li Yong leaped down, excitement radiating from him. Is it really you? The great benefactor Ye? He recognized that Chen Ye had undergone a transformation and held him in high esteem. Indeed, it is I, Chen Ye replied, sipping his warm milk tea to thaw himself. The sight of the steaming beverage made Li Yong's eyes widen in astonishment. In such a brutal environment, only the most formidable figure in their group, the great benefactor Ye, could indulge in milk tea. Sister, I knew Tang Shui-ro was not deceiving us, Li Yong exclaimed, jumping about in sheer delight. Ye, the benevolent benefactor, truly came to meet us for a transaction. I always believed that Shui-ro, with her intelligence and kindness, could never deceive us. She assured me that she would fulfill her promises. My goddess, whom I have admired for 5 years, indeed did not let me down. Enough, Li Dan retorted, her frustration growing. Tang Shui-ro herself admitted to her failure, yet you continue to shower her with praise. Is that amusing? Perhaps our Shui-ro is merely being modest, performing good deeds without seeking recognition. Li Yong, now increasingly obstinate, countered, otherwise why would Ye, the benefactor, appear before us? Ask him if it's because of Tang Shui-ro. Li Dan, brimming with confidence, declared. I firmly believe that Chen Ye's sudden appearance is not due to Tang Shui-ro, but rather because of me. His ignoring and blocking me is merely a tactic of a petty person seeking to gain the upper hand. After all this, what was the outcome? He still drove right up to me. Why did he appear during my most desperate hour? What was his intention? Did he not wish to be the hero, rescuing the damsel in distress? Such clumsy tactics could never deceive a fairy like me. I have seen through everything. He cannot hide anything from me. Moreover, I am furious that Chen Ye dared to scheme against me. What audacity! The fairy has already decided. If Chen Ye does not kneel in the snow to apologize and does not offer half of his food and supplies, I will never forgive him. Brother Chen, may I call you brother? Li Yong asked cautiously. Chen Ye nodded, signaling him to relax. You came to see us for Tang Shui-ro's sake, didn't you? Li Yong inquired anxiously. It's because she contacted you, correct? Indeed. Tang Shui-ro did reach out, stating that you possess various functional cards and required an in-person transaction, which I declined, Chen Ye replied candidly. I am not here because of any favor owed to Tang Shui-ro. She holds no sway with me. Upon hearing this, Li Yong stood frozen, his limbs cold and his mind blank. Silly brother, did you hear that? Li Dan laughed heartily. I knew this matter had nothing to do with Tang Shui-ro at all. The fairy was exhilarated. It was indeed because of her. Even if Chen Ye became a petty tyrant, he remained her humble servant. The fairy's allure proved to be timeless. Li Dan was so elated that she felt a powerful urge to beautify herself. Unfortunately, without any cosmetics, She could only gaze into the mirror and tidy her long-neglected, brittle hair. She even attempted to raise her eyes, casting a flirtatious glance. Yet, to Chen Ye, all of this appeared as mere simian antics, utterly repugnant. Then why did you suddenly choose to meet with us? Li Yong finally reacted. Is it because of someone? Is it because of my sister? Sister? Li Dan? Chen Ye couldn't help but laugh aloud. Do you truly think that is possible? Very much so, Li Yong remarked with a sense of certainty. Having pursued her for so long, you must still have lingering feelings for her, right? You're overthinking it. Chen Ye shook his head in response. So your meeting with us isn't because of my sister? Li Yong asked, dumbfounded. It's not due to your sister's influence. She holds no sway with me. Chen Ye clarified, shaking his head. It was purely a coincidence that I encountered you. Really? You're not just saying that for appearances, are you? Li Yong remained skeptical. If you've angered my sister, you might find yourself in quite a predicament. He continued, you know her temper. It can be quite explosive. Let us skip the trivialities. Chen Ye interjected, uninterested in prolonging the conversation. Where's your function card? Show it to me. The only thing that piqued his interest was indeed the function card, especially regarding this brother-sister duo. Chapter 31. To be a scoundrel and yet maintain a facade? Function card? Li Yong coughed a few times, his expression darkening considerably. You don't have one? Are you jesting with me? Chen Ye's expression also soured. It was evident that this fellow was most likely bluffing and had nothing to offer. Chen Ye could see through it instantly. Of course I have one. How could I dare to deceive you? Li Yong exclaimed, startled, quickly donning a smile. Chen Ye's status had dramatically changed. If he were provoked, not only would he lack food and resources, but he could also be eliminated on the spot. If you have it, then let us take a look, Chen Ye said, growing impatient. He wanted to see if this fellow could muster the words to speak. Since we are old acquaintances, can't we negotiate a slightly higher price? Li Yong suggested, bargaining. If you could provide a bit more, it would allow us to survive a few more days. What goods, what price? I don't even know what functions your engineering car possesses. How can I offer a price? Chen Ye retorted without reservation. Are you out of your mind? You're right. We must first understand the function. Li Yong racked his brain, pondering how to dodge the question. The first card is a motorhome upgrade card. Any vehicle can be instantly upgraded to a motorhome. Inside the motorhome, there's not only a comfortable bedroom, but also a shower and a flushing toilet. It even has a kitchen, sofa, air conditioning, and heating, everything one could desire. While others may find a motorhome unaffordable, for someone like you, who possesses a substantial amount of resources and has awakened abilities related to food, it is exceedingly suitable. To be frank, the allure of the motorhome was indeed significant for Chen Ye. Although fuel consumption would rise and water usage would multiply, it truly posed no concern for him. The mere comfort of warmth and ease was worth the price. Who told you I have awakened food-related skills? Although Chen Ye was quite interested, he refrained from revealing his trump card. I have no particular need for a motorhome. It's too conspicuous and could attract robbers. It's quite dangerous. It's common knowledge. It's spread throughout the group. Otherwise, how could you possibly have so many sausages? Li Yong grinat. Do you need a sidekick? I could join you and become your teammate. Since you are so well informed about the Group's news, you should know that I only recruit female teammates. This is Chen Ye's rule. Even the dogs are all female. I am aware that you only recruit young and beautiful female teammates. Li Yong immediately introduced his sister. My sister is indeed young and beautiful, possessing a stunning face and figure. Li Dan's appearance and physique are undeniably impressive. Otherwise, she could not have toyed with so many men, nor could she have attracted Chen Ye's pursuit. Go away. Who would want to be his teammate? Li Dan shouted in anger. I am furious and do not care to acknowledge him. Initially, the little fairy was in high spirits, but Chen Ye had the audacity to say she lacked stature. He also claimed that this meeting had nothing to do with her. How could the little fairy possibly become his teammate when he grants her no respect, let alone being his teammate? It would not be easy to appease the little fairy. My dear, what are you thinking? Li Yong, utterly astonished, lowered his voice and advised. If we become his teammates, we will be free from worries about food and clothing. How can we refuse? You know nothing, just like you are merely a sycophant. Li Dan cast her brother a disdainful glance, utterly lacking in ambition. So what if I'm a sycophant? Being a sycophant to a benevolent figure like Yi has its perks. Li Yong gritted his teeth in frustration. Others would wish to grovel, but they do not have this opportunity. Go away, fool. You know nothing. Li Dan could not be bothered to explain to her foolish brother. The so-called eagerness is not a transaction. A girl must understand the virtue of restraint. The more elusive she is, the more desperate the men will become. The more she rejects, the more infatuated they will grow. If she is too eager, men will lose interest instead. I tell you, Chen Ye, it's not so simple to seek my companionship as a teammate. Li Dan wore an arrogant expression. I am quite upset now and wish to never forgive you in this lifetime. You have blocked me again and humiliated me earlier. Do you think I, Li Dan, am someone to be summoned at will and dismissed just as easily? It's utterly laughable. Control. I must maintain control. The little fairy must firmly assert her stance. Li Dan, are you living in a dream? Chen Ye could not help but laugh. Do you think I'm still pursuing you? Can you throw tantrums at will? Can you simply declare, I am angry, and control Chen Ye? That is indeed amusing. Whether you wish to pursue me or not is your choice. Li Dan's nostrils flared with indignation. Your abandonment is your own loss. You could not withstand my test. Test? What test? Chen Ye asked with a grin. Are you expecting me to pay off your credit card every month? To take out loans for you to buy limited edition bags and shoes? To reimburse you for your daily autumn milk tea? Are you testing me or seeking a long-term benefactor? If you seek one long-term benefactor, what does it mean if you seek many? Is it not akin to selling oneself? In truth, those who do sell themselves have nothing to be ashamed of. There is no distinction in the dignity of work. All serve the people. But you, on the other hand, wish to flaunt your status? That is simply disgusting, utterly revolting. Initially, I did not wish to engage with Li Dan, yet this woman persists with her antics, seeking to manipulate. Thus, it is only natural that I shall not let her off easily and must confront her fiercely. Upon hearing this, Li Dan's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between shades of pale and flushed. She never anticipated that Chen Ye would be so unyielding, so brazenly confrontational. You! How outrageous! Li Dan exclaimed, her anger palpable. I swear I will never speak to you again. That would be splendid, Chen Ye replied with a smirk. A cause for celebration. Now, cease your bickering. Li Yong interjected hastily. The two of you are clearly in love. Why resort to mutual harm? Shut your foul mouth. Li Dan retorted. Who is in love with him? Does he even deserve it? Indeed, I am unworthy of the little fairy. Chen Ye waved dismissively. Farewell, or rather goodbye. May we never meet again. With that, he prepared to accelerate away. Yet, Li Yong clung tightly to the vehicle, shouting, Do not leave. We still have a deal to discuss. A deal? Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. Do you possess any functional cards? Even a single vehicle upgrade card seems beyond your means. Li Yong stammered, unable to articulate a response. He certainly had none. Not only did he lack functional cards, but even the most basic resources, like a mere sausage, were beyond his reach. None? Are you deceiving me? Chen Ye scoffed. Dare to trick me? There will be consequences. Although they were devoid of resources, the pickup truck was still quite valuable. Accepting the vehicle could lead to significant upgrades. This thought rendered Li Yong pale with fear as he retreated step by step. Uncertain of his next move, Chen Ye was no naive fool. He was a formidable hunter capable of taking down even a polar bear. Is that all it takes to acquire functional cards? Suddenly, Li Dan spoke up. I have some. What did you say? Chen Ye asked skeptically. You have cards? Vehicle upgrade cards? Indeed, Li Dan affirmed earnestly, nodding. 3 cards, each with distinct functions. Interested? Not all. Chen Ye shook his head. In truth, he had no desire to negotiate with her, even if she did possess the coveted vehicle upgrade card. Moreover, there was no certainty she truly had it. Enough of this nonsense. Have you lost your mind? Li Dan huffed, hypocrite. This is what men are like. Enough, Chen Ye said impatiently. Stop dragging this out. Show me the functional cards. Ah, still yearning for them, are we? Li Dan replied triumphantly. You are indeed a hypocrite. My patience is limited, Chen Ye stated solemnly. You would do well to act swiftly before it wanes entirely. If you wish to negotiate with me, it can be quite simple. Li Dan smirked coldly. Kneel and apologize. Beg for my forgiveness. If you behave well, I may be inclined to trade with you. The terms will be favorable, and my goods will surely satisfy you. At her words, Chen Ye remained silent, but Li Yong was visibly terrified. Sister, my sister, he whispered, trembling. Are you insane? They are not what they once were. How can you speak to them so brazenly? Forcing them to kneel? If you anger Chen Ye, the consequences could be dire. Zuo Lanlan, seated in the passenger seat with a powerful crossbow in hand, was a clear reminder of the stakes involved. Get lost. What do you understand? Idan exclaimed. What a useless thing. Are your legs trembling with fear? Sister, What exactly do you intend to do? Li Yong, rendered speechless, replied. You can't possibly have a trump card, can you? With such prowess, could it be that you truly possess a hidden ace? Just watch how I handle him. Li Dan huffed. But no sooner had she spoken than she was met with a sharp rebuttal. Chen Ye, unyielding, coldly retorted, Who do you expect to kneel? With that, he drew his bow, aiming directly at Li Dan. The gleaming arrowhead shimmered ominously. Li Dan, startled, realized that her plan to use the trump card to dominate Chen Ye was thwarted. He had produced a carbon-based biological immobilizer instead. What do you intend to do? She stammered, her earlier bravado evaporating. I ask you again, who do you expect to kneel? Chen Ye's eyes glinted with lethal intent as he demanded clarity. I could trade you my trump card, Li Dan quickly proposed, but it must remain confidential. I wish for this exchange to be solely between us. Enough with the trivialities. Present your trump card, Chen Ye replied coldly. You should be acutely aware of the current circumstances. Are you intending to rob me with that formidable bow? Li Dan recognized the peril she was in. She had no intention of parting with any wealth, let alone allowing him to seize their trump cards. Is there a problem with that? Chen Ye inquired, his expression unreadable. It is a dog-eat-dog world, a realm of plunder and violence. In civilized society, such acts are crimes. Yet here, they are merely the fundamentals of survival. The trump card is of utmost importance. I do not carry it on my person. Li Dan relented. I have concealed it in a secret location. Follow me. She led him to a snowy expanse beside the road. Chen Ye, bow in hand, summoned Da Huang and trailed closely behind her, prepared to seize control should any ambush arise. Before long, they arrived at the base of a tree. The blizzard had rendered Li Yong and the others invisible. Where's the trump card? Chen Ye inquired, his patience wearing thin. Chen Ye, Li Dan implored, suddenly dropping to her knees. There were too many people earlier. I was embarrassed. Please understand, I am, after all, a striking beauty and care for my reputation. Huh. Chen Ye chuckled. This is amusing. Not only he, but even De Huang found it intriguing, tilting his head in curiosity. If you don't mind the cold, I can. Li Dan began, biting her hairpin and starting to style her hair, her intentions quite evident. Stop feigning innocence, you wicked woman. Are you planning to take advantage of me? Chen Ye scornfully utterly disinterested. This woman, with her unsettlingly white teeth, surely harbored vengeful intentions, poised to strike at the most opportune moment, leaving him as the first eunuch in this world of survival on the road. Not all, Li Dan laughed. Like a wanton, I am quite formidable. You will enjoy it. Cease the frivolities. Chen Ye interjected coldly. I am solely interested in the trump card. Present it. What is a trump card compared to me? I am yours completely, Li Dan said, crawling and grasping at Chen Ye's belt. So, you do not possess a trump card? Chen Ye pushed her away, having discerned that neither she nor her brother held any such cards. What matters more, the trump card or my existence? Li Dan rose gracefully, a charming smile illuminating her slender figure. She exuded confidence, certain that her beauty could effortlessly captivate Chen Ye. Previously, she had occupied the lofty pedestal of goddess. Now, in her assertiveness, she believed Chen Ye should bow down in submission. Yet, to her surprise, Chen Ye remained unmoved, his demeanor cold as he remarked, If you're so fond of flaunting your allure, then do attend to De Huang properly. What did you say? Li Dan seethed, her brows knitting together with palpable fury. The audacity to suggest she serve a dog, let alone a female one, was infuriating. What is the matter? Chen Ye scoffed, not pleased. Chen Ye, it seems you've truly forgotten our past camaraderie, Li Dan retorted, her voice laced with anger. Haven't we long since severed our ties? Chen Ye replied coolly. Do not pretend we share familiarity. When you pursued me, I was but a fool in your eyes. Li Dan exclaimed, now that you have the upper hand, your demeanor is utterly repulsive. I once cared deeply for you, but that was before I saw through your deceit. Chen Ye remained composed, stating, after that, we share no bond, certainly not affection. His tranquility stemmed from a sense of liberation. To him, Li Dan was merely an ordinary woman, hardly deserving of deeper consideration. I advise you to refrain from prattling and clarify the matter of the function card, Chen Ye warned coldly. Otherwise, my anger will be formidable, and the consequences severe. There is no function card. It is all a ruse. Li Dan, in a fit of defiance, declared, do as you will. Kill me or torture me. I care not. Indeed, it was all a deception. Chen Ye commanded, let us return. Do you intend to harm us and seize our pickup truck? Li Dan, visibly anxious, inquired, Are you serious? Enough of the chatter. Obey my commands, Chen Ye ordered, and with a swift motion, he struck her, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Speak again, and the consequences will be yours to bear, understand? Li Dan covered her face, seething with anger, yet unable to voice it. The stinging pain on her cheek served as a constant reminder of the danger before her. The trio, 2 humans and a dog, soon made their way back to the highway, only to discover that Chen Ye's vehicle had overturned. Chapter 33, Master of Human Outlines indeed. It had literally flipped over. Due to the fierce winds and insufficient weight of the vehicle, it had toppled. Fortunately, the thick layer of snow provided substantial cushioning, preventing significant damage to the vehicle. Hey there, little beauty. The car's flipped, has it? Not so arrogant now, are we? Li Yong sneered, his malicious grin evident. Lost your grip, huh? Want to be saved? Call me brother, and let us hear it. After the mishap, this scoundrel was not one to miss the opportunity to gloat, especially with such beauty before him and ample supplies in sight. Who should call home brother? Chen Ye retorted coldly. I was just joking. Li Yong stammered, his legs trembling with fright. Brother, I was just teasing this lovely lady. Oh, you enjoy jesting, do you? Chen Ye aimed his crossbow at Li Yong and warned. Lift the car back up, or my weapon may become indiscriminate. You're not serious, are you? Li Yong nearly lost his composure, panic evident in his voice. Though Chen Ye's vehicle is undeniably lightweight, it is nearly impossible for one person to push it alone. After all, the vehicle contains a considerable amount of supplies, adding significant weight. Do I appear to be jesting? Chen Ye placed his finger on the trigger, counting to 3. If you do not push, I shall shoot. Let us wager and see if I am joking. Silly brother, he truly dares to shoot. Li Dan exclaimed loudly, this is no trivial matter. Look at my face. Her left cheek was swollen, bearing a distinct handprint. My dear sister, I am certainly aware of that. Li Yong gritted his teeth and hurried to push the cart. At that moment, he could only curse himself for his foolishness. Why did he have to speak so carelessly? In truth, he had no intention of harming anyone. He was merely being thoughtless. After all, Chen Ye was not far away, and his sister remained in the other's grasp. Of course, it was precisely because Chen Ye was aware of this that he refrained from taking action. If he truly intended to cause trouble, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger and create a transparent hole in him. Push harder, Chen Ye coldly stated. If you fail to lift it within the allotted time, do not blame me for being ruthless. His previous idleness would certainly not suffice. It was imperative to push it up. Li Yong felt a pang of despair and asked, Brother, how much time do we have? Let us say 20 counts. Chen Ye replied coldly. Hurry up. 20 counts? That was utterly impossible. Despair filled Li Yong's eyes. Then how about 10 counts? He pleaded. Chen Ye scoffed. 20 counts it is. I am confident we can manage. Gritting his teeth, Li Yong exerted himself with fervor. Yet, even with veins bulging from his forehead, he still could not budge the van. Brother, you can do it. Li Dan rushed over, physically assisting her brother. Sister, you are so good to me. Li Yong felt deeply moved, on the verge of tears. Of course, you are my brother. If I do not care for you, who will? Li Dan declared loudly, Brother. Keep pushing. United as siblings, we can achieve anything. With that, she gritted her teeth and exerted her strength, inspiring Li Yong and amplifying his resolve. After a concerted effort, they indeed managed to push it up. In truth, such a situation required merely a sufficiently strong force, once it was nudged. The van's own weight would allow it to stand. We did it, sister. We succeeded, Li Yong exclaimed, bursting with excitement as he embraced his sister. We did it. My foolish brother, Li Dan smiled, though for some inexplicable reason, a trace of malice flickered in her eyes. What are you up to? Chen Ye approached the car window, looking at Zuo Lanlan and asking, Why are you not out yet? Captain, I am stuck and cannot get out, Zuo Lanlan replied, flustered, trapped beneath the steering wheel, unable to move. The critical issue was that she was upside down, her long legs pointing skyward. Not even a man could easily extricate himself from such a predicament. Could you possibly be any more foolish? Chen Ye said, exasperated, as he opened the car door and raised the steering wheel significantly. Instantly, Zuo Lanlan tumbled out, rolling down into the snow. Captain, you are incredible, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, covered in snow as she scrambled to her feet. If it weren't for you, I would have been finished. Remember to wear your seatbelt next time, Chen Ye advised. If you had a seatbelt, you would not have been in such a predicament. Yes, I will remember, Zuo Lanlan chuckled foolishly. But in the next moment, Her expression drastically changed as she exclaimed, "Be careful." Stepping forward, she grasped Chen Ye's arm. Chen Ye felt a chill sweep past his ear as a crossbow bolt whizzed by. He quickly turned and pulled the trigger, opting for action over precision. Hitting the eye and striking the forehead were essentially indistinguishable in their impact. "Ah!" Li Yong screamed in agony, discarding his crossbow. Chen Ye's powerful bow had struck his left arm, narrowly missing his heart. Blood spurted forth. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, big brother, father, dad, grandpa, ancestors," Li Yong pleaded as he fled in panic. He was acutely aware that this time, he was irrevocably doomed. Chen Ye retrieved the crossbow and tossed it to Zuo Lanlan, instructing, "Keep an eye on Li Dan." With that, he took off in pursuit. Li Yong, injured, could hardly maintain his speed. Swish! Chen Ye once more pulled the trigger, launching another arrow. This shot was swift and precise, but it missed its mark. "Ah!" Li Yong howled, sprinting with all his might. "Oh my!" Though it had not struck him, it grazed the top of his head. Swish! Chen Ye's expression remained steely as he fired again. This time, the shot was equally fierce and cunningly angled, yet it still failed to find its target. The arrow zipped through the air, brushing past Li Yong's groin, leaving him feeling a sudden chill, prompting another shrill cry. One arrow after another flew forth, Chen Ye's demeanor growing increasingly menacing. Yet, somehow he could not land a hit. He was akin to a master delineating the human form, each attempt narrowly missing its target. Ultimately, Li Yong's spirit shattered. He could no longer run, collapsing onto the ground. "Brother, do as you wish," he cried, tears streaming down his face. "You torment me too much. Your archery skills are too astute." Coughing lightly, Chen Ye replied, "My archery is rather ordinary. Not hitting once indeed suggests mediocrity. Do not be modest. You are intentionally missing," Li Yong retorted. "You are deliberately toying with me. Though I may be foolish, I could discern this much." "Enough," Chen Ye said coldly. "Do you have any final words?" Given that this fellow dared to scheme against him, there was no possibility of mercy. "No final words. I concede with all my heart." Li Yong gritted his teeth. "You lack vision, and Zuo Lanlan does too. Why then did you not succeed?" At such close range, with Chen Ye facing away and Zuo Lanlan unable to see, success seemed assured. Yet still, he missed. "Perhaps it is fate," Li Yong mumbled, his head hanging in utter despair. "Maybe so. This time, being spared should be credited to Zuo Lanlan. This silly girl possesses extraordinary luck and insight. Had she not sensed the danger beforehand, the consequences would have been dire." "Was it your sister who orchestrated this?" Chen Ye inquired. "No," Li Yong shouted defiantly. "It has nothing to do with my sister." "Foolish child, your sister sold you out. And yet you assist her in counting the money?" Chen Ye scoffed. "Such a scheme allows her to benefit regardless of its success or failure." "You speak nonsense." Li Yong protested, his eyes wide with indignation. "Do not sow discord between us siblings." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye could not help but smile, feeling it necessary to clarify the situation, ensuring the other party understood the truth. Chapter 34, A Dog-Eat-Dog Scenario. Your sister instigated you to commit violence, regardless of the outcome. She stands to gain, Chen Ye remarked with a chuckle. "Surely, you must comprehend this?" Any person with a semblance of intellect would discern that if the assault were successful, Li Dan would undoubtedly emerge as the principal beneficiary. After all, she incurs no cost or risk, merely using her own brother as a pawn with a flick of her tongue. Should the assassination fail, she retains a glimmer of hope, able to vehemently deny any involvement. The foolish brother would certainly defend her. And indeed, this is the reality. "Do as you please," Li Yong shook his head, feeling despondent. "This matter has nothing to do with my sister. It was solely my decision. Please do not trouble her." The idea did originate from his sister. Initially, he hesitated to act until she encouraged him to undertake this audacious endeavor. However, now that the situation had unraveled, as a man, he felt compelled to protect her, striving to shield her from any repercussions. "My sister is quite a beauty. Having her serve you as a maid would be far more beneficial than ending her life. I beg you, spare her." The depth of sibling affection was indeed touching. Chen Ye found it difficult to restrain his applause. Yet, was it truly worth pleading for her on the brink of death? "Your sister is a heartless, ruthless woman devoid of any familial loyalty or compassion. She is unworthy of your sacrifice. Nonetheless, she is my sister. Blood is thicker than water. Were our roles reversed, I believe she would make the same choice." "Is that so?" Chen Ye suddenly grew intrigued, suggesting a wager. If your sister were to make the same decision, I might spare your life. Are you serious? Hope ignited in Liang's previously despondent eyes. I am a man on the brink of death. Do not toy with me. Though the stakes are known to the heavens and the earth, I hope you will not deceive me. You are a person of stature, not a deceitful scoundrel. He had no leverage in negotiations, hoping to elevate Chen Ye's standing, ensuring he would not be capricious or reneging on his word. Rest assured, I have no interest in such trivial games. Although Chen Ye was not a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not a fickle villain. He promptly contacted Li Dan, straightforwardly stating, I offer you a choice. Only one of you siblings may live, and you must decide who shall survive. Of course, I want to live. Let him die. He is a fool. I distinctly warned him not to act. He is no match for you. Yet he foolishly dreams of seizing your resources and ending your life. Has he not accused me of orchestrating this? Do not heed his nonsense. I am no imbecile. How could I allow him to undertake such folly? Li Dan was overwhelmed with emotion, her voice loud and piercing. With Chen Ye on speakerphone, Liang could hear every word clearly. The hopeful sparkle in his eyes was swiftly replaced by despair, which then morphed into an unbridled rage. He could not fathom that his own sister could be so heartless. Disregarding the bonds of blood and kinship, rendering the notion of blood being thicker than water a complete farce. He sprang to his feet, ready to unleash his fury upon this malicious woman, but was halted by Chen Ye. Chen Ye continued, regardless of whose idea this is, out of respect for past ties. I am willing to offer you siblings a chance. You need only sever one of your arms to save your brother, granting him a sliver of hope. The condition had softened slightly, merely requiring the sacrifice of an arm. Although an arm is undeniably precious, trading it for a life, especially that of one's own brother, seemed a bargain. Yet, Li Dan immediately rejected the offer, without the slightest hesitation. Why should I sacrifice my arm for his life? He is a fool, and he deserves to die. His continued existence is a waste of air. He should be allowed to perish. After all, he attempted to take your life. Why keep him alive? Do not be so agitated. I actually have a fondness for your brother. Chen Ye replied with a smile. How about this? If you sever a finger, I will ensure he survives. A solitary finger, in this harsh world of survival, was hardly a significant sacrifice. Initially engulfed in despair and fury, Li Yong felt a flicker of hope reignite within him. He began to comprehend his sister's perspective. After all, everyone has their weaknesses. It was unrealistic to expect her to possess the same nobility as he did, thinking of others even in the face of death. It was only human for her to prioritize her own survival. Indeed, as the saying goes, no one acts against their own interests. Yet, with the price now reduced to a mere finger, he believed his sister would surely choose to save her own life, considering their past bond and the practical implications. However, what awaited him was a chilling rejection, colder than the surrounding frost. Why should I sacrifice my finger? He brought this upon himself. He deserves to die. I refuse to save him out of fear of pain. Then there is nothing more to be done, Chen Ye stated, having already made considerable concessions, achieving her objective. There was no need to prolong the charade. Nevertheless, Li Dan persisted, attempting to seduce Chen Ye. Li Yong is just a worthless man. Why concern yourself with him? I can serve you in ways he cannot, understanding every desire you may have. If you allow me to live, I will remain loyal to you for eternity, becoming your servant, warming your bed. Whatever you require, I can provide. Understood, Chen Ye replied before abruptly hanging up, intrigued as she turned her gaze to Li Yong. What now? Li Yong's expression was grim, a tempest of emotions playing across his face, a blend of green and white hues, his brows furrowed with unmistakable fury. He inhaled sharply, bellowing, that wretched woman must die. I will see to it that she perishes. I accept my fate, and you can end me now. But please grant me the chance to return and deal with that vile sister first. His rage was palpable. He was determined to end his sister's life. I am a kind-hearted person. Chen Ye spoke earnestly. Since this is your dying wish, I shall help you fulfill it. Let us return and seek your sister. He yearned to witness a captivating spectacle, for as the saying goes, a dog biting a dog is always an intriguing sight. Thank you, Father, for allowing me to realize my final wish. You truly are my biological father. Li Yong repeatedly bowed, addressing him as father in a fit of fervor. Chen Ye was utterly bewildered, expressing his astonishment. Chapter 35. Zuo Lanlan upgrades her vehicle. Li Yong dashed towards his sister with an unrestrained fervor, moving with the swiftness of a rabid dog. Before Li Dan could comprehend the situation, she was knocked to the ground. Almost immediately, she felt excruciating pain in her nose as Li Yong savagely bit down. Severing her nose entirely, blood gushed forth, marring her once beautiful visage. Li Yong frantically chewed, his mouth filled with blood and shredded flesh. Wasn't your nose worth over 10,000? I shall consume it now, rendering you unattractive and incapable of enticing men again. You had those stitches at the corners of your eyes, right? I shall ensure they are undone today. With that, he slapped Li Dan repeatedly, transforming her face into a grotesque mess, severing the stitches. I'm sorry, Li Dan. Racked with pain, could scarcely utter a word, longing for mercy, yet finding no opportunity for reprieve. Those double eyelids cost over 10,000, didn't they? And you spent quite a bit on those earrings, right? Shall we discard your ears as well? Your teeth were corrected, weren't they? Take this. The once meticulously aligned teeth were now shattered and disfigured. You underwent breast augmentation, didn't you? Each punch will be a blow to that. His fist struck with tremendous force, obliterating the implants within. Are you satisfied now? In my final moments, I wish to save you, yet you wouldn't even offer a finger in return? Since that is the case, I shall break all 10 of your fingers. Li Yong gritted his teeth, shattering her fingers one by one. He showed no mercy to her painstakingly restored hymen, mercilessly kicking it until several sausage-like protrusions emerged. You vile creature, hiding so many sausages. Truly despicable, starving and desperate. Li Yong seized the sausages without peeling them, stuffing them into his mouth, determined to feast even in his final moments. You will perish. Suddenly, the previously unconscious Li Dan sprang to life, breaking the bow from Li Yong's arm and thrusting it into his eye. Li Yong screamed in agony, rolling in the snow until he fell silent, utterly lifeless. Even in his last moments, he cursed Li Dan incessantly. Witnessing this, Chen Ye was left in shock, unable to fathom that Li Dan could turn the tables. How could she deliver a lethal blow when her fingers were already broken? It seems the potential of humanity is indeed limitless. In the face of despair, a desperate strike possesses unimaginable strength. Captain, what shall we do now? Zuo Lanlan gazed upon the gruesome scene, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. There was no need to speak of Li Yong. He was a corpse. Though Li Dan still clung to life, it was evident that her days were numbered. In such a frigid and inhospitable environment, her fate was sealed. She would become nothing more than a frozen statue. Should any passerby or wild beast wander near, her lifeless body would inevitably serve as sustenance. Captain, look! Li Yong seems to be glowing, Zuo Lanlan suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a spot not far away. Chen Ye turned to see the glow, and at its center lay a card. Surpriset, Chen Ye approached. The card instantaneously provided a prompt and detailed information. Item card. 3 crossbows for vehicle installation. Upon usage, 3 crossbows could be affixed atop the vehicle. With 3 bolts in total, they connected to the vehicle's mechanical components, allowing for one-click activation and ammunition swapping. Convenient and swift. An essential heavy-duty weapon for home travel and lethal silencing. Good heavens, what a delightful surprise. Chen Ye marveled. He never expected that Li Yong, a mere underling, would yield such an impressive weapon upon his demise. What a stroke of fortune. We ought to express our gratitude to Li Dan, Zuo Lanlan remarked suddenly. Hearing this, Chen Ye nodded in agreement. Indeed, gratitude was warranted. Go and inform her of this news. It rightfully belongs to Li Dan since she was the one who dispatched Li Yong. Understood, Zuo Lanlan replied obediently, jogging over to Li Dan to relay the news of the remarkable equipment's emergence. However, after a few minutes, the previously weak Li Dan erupted in a harrowing scream. The anguish and hatred in her voice were palpable. What was once hers was now beyond her grasp, belonging instead to her arch-nemesis, Chen Ye. What a cruel twist of fate. This was a case of not just killing, but also striking at the heart. A truly terrifying notion. Chen Ye approached her with a smile. Do you have any final words? I wish you 100 times worse. Li Dan spat through clenched teeth, bloodied and bitter, delivering her last curse. Vile. You are utterly vile. Chen Ye shook his head, lamenting that this was undoubtedly the most malicious curse he had ever encountered in his life. Woof woof. De Huang seemed to comprehend the woman's spiteful curse, growling furiously, clearly indicating that at Chen Ye's command, it could swiftly end her life. Never mind. She can linger for another day or two. No need to grant her a swift end. Chen Ye replied, shaking his head. If he had intended to grant her mercy, he would have acted long ago. Let her suffer slowly in this icy desolation. Ding. Congratulations, you have discovered a pickup truck. How would you like to proceed? The system sent a cold notification, presenting the usual three options: fuse, dismantle, or sell. Fusing it with his own vehicle would undoubtedly greatly enhance the space of his yellow, extended van. Though it may not rival a true RV, it would certainly be akin to a small one. Yet, none of the three options seemed optimal. As the cold wind blew, Chen Ye felt a brilliant idea brewing. Zuo Lanlan, isn't this pickup truck rather splendid? Zuo Lanlan scrutinized the pickup truck with great seriousness, nodding in approval. Indeed, its condition was quite commendable, offering ample space and comfort, and most importantly, it boasted formidable horsepower. As the truck was a diesel version, its power significantly surpassed that of gasoline counterparts. How about I gift you this pickup truck? Chen Ye said earnestly. You could merge it with the Bombardier motorcycle. While the Bombardier motorcycle was undeniably stylish, it was quite impractical in the frigid desolation of the apocalypse. The prospect of merging it with the pickup truck opened up vast possibilities. Though one could not guarantee the creation of an extraordinary vehicle, at the very least, it would provide refuge from the biting cold and offer a personal space. Really? Boss, you're not joking, are you? Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, leaping with joy and spinning in circles. Those who had not endured the agony of cold winds like knives could hardly comprehend her ecstatic feelings at this moment. Boss, give me a kiss. I must have a heartfelt one today. She was absolutely elated. Chapter 36. Brother Tongzi, you are too much. Zuo Lanlan, disregarding whether Chen Ye consented, embraced his head and playfully nibbled a few times, leaving bright red lip prints on his face, contrasting starkly against the snowy landscape. All right, enough with the drool. Let us merge and see what kind of vehicle we can acquire. Chen Ye took out some tissue, wiping his face with mild disdain. Okay, let us commence the upgrade immediately. Zuo Lanlan acquired ownership of the pickup truck and initiated the vehicle upgrade. A white light flickered, and in no time, the upgrade was successful. It remained a pickup truck, yet now it offered even greater space and horsepower. The enormous tires resembled colossal tentacles, creating a striking visual impact. The Bombardier already had substantial power, and combined with the pickup truck, the result was greater than the sum of its parts. Zuo Lanlan joyfully opened the car door, akin to a child receiving a new toy, exploring every inch and even kissing the steering wheel fervently. Ding! Detection of female teammate consuming one pickup truck has triggered a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100 pickup trucks, now stored in the system space. Warning! Warning! The system space is now at full capacity. 100 pickup trucks occupy too much space. Please address this immediately. In 24 hours, the system will clear the warehouse, and any excess will be purged. Hearing the notification, Chen Ye couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. I can't believe it actually works. Consuming vehicles can yield returns, not just resources. This golden finger is remarkable. But can it be infinitely returned? Chen Ye pondered boldly. Retrieve one pickup truck. As he issued the command, an identical pickup truck materialized once more upon the snowy plains. Dazed Goose sent another pickup truck. Zuo Lanlan, in her euphoric state, was momentarily at a loss for words. She stared at the pickup truck on the snowfield, utterly bewildered, her mind struggling to process the situation. I consumed one pickup truck during the upgrade. How can there still be another? Is this reasonable? Is this appropriate? Is this correct? What are you waiting for? Continue upgrading your pickup truck, Chen Ye reminded her. The foolish goose appears to be utterly bewildered. Boss, are you a deity? How did you manage to acquire a pickup truck again? I thought you only awakened your powers related to food. How could you possibly replicate a pickup truck? Zuo Lanlan circled around Chen Ye, chattering incessantly, her excitement reaching a fever pitch. Enough of the nonsense, Chen Ye admonished, prodding her forehead with a finger. Let's get down to business. Yes, Commander. I promise to complete the task, Zuo Lanlan replied, saluting in a rather unrefined manner before commencing the upgrade of the newly acquired pickup truck. Once more, a brilliant light flashed, an extraordinary radiance that rendered one unable to open their eyes. In a brief moment, a brand-new 7-seater vehicle materialized before them. Its dimensions far exceeded those of the pickup truck, boasting ample space and exceptional comfort, fit for business. Incredible! This is absolutely astounding. The space is immense, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, her joy overwhelming. She flung open the door, exploring every nook and cranny, and, as was her custom, she planted a fervent kiss on the steering wheel, leaving her crimson lip print as a mark of ownership. Ding! Detected that the female teammate has consumed one pickup truck, unable to trigger a 100-fold return. The pickup truck is a returned item. Each item can only be returned once. The system's cold notification reverberated. Is it not possible to infinitely refresh resources? Chen Ye mused, a slight frown creasing his brow. He had hoped to exploit the system further, to upgrade resources limitlessly and garner endless supplies. It appeared, however, that this was not the case. He would need to recruit more female teammates. With 10 female teammates, he could possess 1,000 pickup trucks. It seems the more allies one has, the greater the returns. With that in mind, he decided to upgrade the vehicle. Consume one pickup truck to upgrade my transport. Having upgraded his subordinates' vehicles, it was only fitting that his own should also receive an enhancement. The system's notification chimed again. Consuming an additional vehicle would allow him to select the direction of the upgrade. To his surprise, for someone like Chen Ye, who was on the verge of possessing boundless resources, the ability to choose the upgrade path by consuming a single pickup truck was remarkably advantageous. He opted for the space upgrade. Chen Ye was currently yearning for more space. It needed to be larger, more comfortable, and enhance his quality of life. Upgrade direction confirmed. The upgrade is in progress. Please wait. A flicker of white light danced, mysterious and enigmatic. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle upgrade was complete. Before them stood a splendid yellow RV, precisely the mobile home Chen Ye had longed for. Its size was substantial, with ample space, and upon opening the door, a plethora of living amenities awaited within. Besides a bedroom and kitchen, it also featured the luxurious shower and restroom that Chen Ye had always dreamed of. Finally, he could relieve himself in warmth and comfort. No longer would he need to fret about freezing his backside off. Relieving oneself amidst the icy wilderness was a torment like no other, devoid of any enjoyment. One must understand that when Chen Ye ventured outdoors to answer nature's call, he not only endured the brutal cold, but also had to be vigilant against sudden beastly ambushes, all while ready to pivot at a moment's notice to fend off hyenas. In short, the experience was utterly unpleasant, and the quality of life was exceedingly poor. However, now the situation has changed. He possesses a motorhome and a restroom exclusively his own. Unable to contain himself, Chen Ye swiftly removed his trousers and settled upon the squat toilet. Although the contents of his bowels were scant, he felt compelled to relieve himself as a mark of respect. The comfort. Upon finishing, Chen Ye turned to inspect his creation, marveling at its perfect form, a long, impressive strand that filled him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, to the point that he hesitated to flush it away. Truly remarkable. Chen Ye gazed into the mirror, bestowing upon himself a resounding thumbs up. The desire to upgrade surged within him. The current toilet was indeed pleasant, yet an upgraded version would surely be even more delightful. The notion of continuous upgrades seemed unattainable. The system's voice echoed once more. Why was the upgrade impossible? With 100 pickup trucks at his disposal, he should have the freedom to upgrade as he pleased. Chen Ye felt a wave of frustration. However, the system provided a reasonable explanation. 2 pickup trucks had been consumed for a single upgrade, categorized as a reinforced upgrade, which could only be executed once a week. Was this a deliberate ploy against him? Why hadn't he been informed earlier? Chen Ye's anger contorted his features. You didn't inquire, was the calm response from the system. How infuriating. How had he not perceived this earlier, that the system could be so callous? Chapter 37. The synthesis system. What am I to do now? With so many trucks at his disposal, if he did not utilize them, they would be cleared in 24 hours, which would be an egregious waste. You may opt for synthesis, came the system's reply. Indeed, items could be synthesized. For instance, the crossbow Chen Ye had previously owned transformed from a 10-in-1 into a reinforced crossbow, doubling its range. Ding. 10 ordinary pickup trucks can be synthesized into 1 special pickup truck. Ding. 10 special pickup trucks can be synthesized into 1 super pickup truck. Ding. 10 super pickup trucks can be synthesized into 1 legendary pickup truck. Ding. With each synthesis, the attributes of the pickup trucks would increase. Stop right there. Is this a nesting doll scenario? This routine was all too familiar to him. Wasn't he this just like those mindless pay-to-win mobile games? Continually synthesizing in hopes of acquiring a legendary pickup truck would deplete ordinary pickup trucks at an exponential rate. Can everything be synthesized? Chen Ye inquired with curiosity. Certainly. Any resource or material can be synthesized. If everything can indeed be synthesized, then things become intriguing. Chen Ye pondered deeply. Let us synthesize the pickup trucks. Very well. Synthesis in progress. He had a total of 100 pickup trucks, 4 consumed, leaving him with 96. 96 pickup trucks synthesized into 9 special pickup trucks, with 6 ordinary pickup trucks remaining. Extract 6 ordinary pickup trucks. Zuo Lanlan, here are 2 more pickup trucks for you, completing a special vehicle upgrade. Since each vehicle could undergo a special upgrade weekly, it was imperative not to squander the opportunity. Understood, boss. Zuo Lanlan saluted once again, albeit in a rather unorthodox manner. In her eyes, Chen Ye had become nothing short of a deity. Do not say that Chen Ye has produced 6 ordinary pickup trucks. Even if she were to conjure the sun with her bare hands, she would find it utterly unproblematic. After all, Chen Ye is a celestial being, and the methods of such divinity are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Remember, the special upgrade is directed towards velocity. Understood, Commander. Zuo Lanlan, akin to Chen Ye's automaton, promptly executed the command. 2 pickup trucks vanished in place, and Zuo Lanlan's sedan embarked on a unique upgrade, aimed at enhancing its speed. A flash of white light signified the completion of this transformation. The vehicle did not undergo drastic alterations. Rather, its contours became more fluid and aerodynamically refined. The streamlined body resembled that of a sports car, with an electric rear wing affixed to its rear. More significantly, a nitrogen tank was installed beside the driver's seat. This vehicle boasted not only a 12-cylinder engine, but also an added nitrogen boost for acceleration. Its top speed was terrifyingly unimaginable, with the sky as its only limit. Incredibly impressive, Commander. With this vehicle, I can effortlessly drift through corners. Zuo Lanlan, a seasoned racer, possessed an intimate understanding of high-speed automobiles. Look at these anti-slip tires. Observe the nitrogen acceleration. Behold the formidable 12-cylinder engine that roars like an ancient beast. This is what one calls a car. Its thunderous growl resonates like the roar of a primordial giant. Exhilarating, simply exhilarating. Zuo Lanlan circled the vehicle, bouncing with excitement. This is a true beast. Can you master it? As the navigator of the team, her vehicle speed must be swift enough to handle various unexpected situations, ensuring that any lurking ambushers are rendered powerless. Commander, I am a professional racer. Drifting through corners and accelerating in a straight line poses no challenge at all. Zuo Lanlan brimmed with confidence. Despite the current treacherous road conditions hindering her formidable driving skills, she believed that as long as she grasped the steering wheel, no one could surpass her. If I were to race against Zhang Xiaoquan, he would only catch sight of my taillights. Eagerly, Zuo Lanlan proclaimed, Commander, let the race begin. I shall leave him in utter disarray. Why the haste? We still require some time. Chen Ye was indeed unperturbed, especially since Zhang Xiaoquan had yet to reach his prime. She remained oblivious to his superpower and lacked data about his vehicle and its engine capabilities. Thus, it would be unwise to accept the challenge without such knowledge. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. With even the fundamental information unclear, acceptance was out of the question. Whatever the commander decides is paramount. Your judgment is invariably flawless. Zuo Lanlan's loyalty had reached a perfect 100%, demonstrating absolute fidelity to Chen Ye. Currently, Chen Ye could declare that dung is fragrant, and she would not hesitate to taste it, exclaiming in delight at its unexpected allure. I wish to utilize a functional card. Chen Ye intended to mount a triple crossbow atop her vehicle. This modification would effectively equip her vehicle with a mortar should any abnormalities arise ahead. She could fire off a couple of rounds, certainly formidable. Ding! Congratulations on the successful use of the functional card. The triple crossbow has been installed. The yellow 3-bow crossbow appeared atop the RV, cleverly camouflaged to resemble a travel case. Its 3 dark arrow ports concealed any view within, revealing only the terror it harbored when arrows were unleashed. A crimson button emerged on the steering wheel, serving as the electric launcher for the crossbow. Did the 3-bow crossbow possess a targeting system? Chen Ye was quite pleased with its appearance. However, if it failed to strike its target, it would merely be a decorative piece. Unlike missiles, the crossbow lacked a tracking system, and the cold, mechanical voice of the system declared that accuracy solely depended on the user's vision. Chen Ye's mood soured upon hearing this. Was the system implying he had poor eyesight? I wish to proceed with synthesis. Chen Ye commanded, instructing the warehouse to amalgamate all resources, be it sausages, beverages, or bear paws. Besides alleviating inventory pressure, he was intrigued by what 10 bottles of mineral water could yield. What might bear paws synthesize? Would 10 bear paws result in 10 special bear paws, culminating in one legendary bear paw? What marvelous effects would a legendary bear paw possess? Chen Ye's curiosity about this synthesis system was piqued. Regrettably, synthesis can only occur once per day. The system's icy voice echoed again, dashing Chen Ye's hopes. I sense you are targeting me, he grumbled. You are mistaken. I do not single out any survivor, the frigid voice of the system replied, emphasizing that the synthesis system was a feature accessible to all survivors. Then why can I only utilize it once daily? Chen Ye retorted, vexed. Is everyone restricted to a single use? Indeed, all survivors are limited to one use per day. The system responded once more, asserting that this rule was not aimed at any individual. If you insist on seeing it as directed at someone, I would say it is meant to deter certain exploiters. As for who those exploiters might be, I leave that to your imagination. Chen Ye felt as though the system was casting aspersions, but could find no evidence to substantiate his suspicion. Chapter 38. The Miraculous Effects of Legendary-Level Mineral Water. Card. Chen Ye pondered earnestly, muttering to himself. Since each survivor can only upgrade once a day, why not let my female teammates undergo the upgrade? Surely, Zuo Lanlan can handle this task. Indeed, having more teammates brought numerous advantages. Each teammate could upgrade one type of resource, allowing 10 teammates to synthesize 10 times in a single day. Clearly, seeking allies, particularly many lovely female companions, was essential. Brother Tongzi, Chen Ye mused, formulating another astounding idea. If the pickup truck could not infinitely generate resources, could water and bear paws? Could various food supplies be replicated? After all, the previous bear paws were indeed capable of being generated infinitely. Indeed, the bear paws were truly endless in their replication. They had utilized the principle of infinite generation to acquire a multitude of resources. Water and sausages were even more straightforward, practically allowing for limitless circulation. Please do not indulge in fanciful dreams, the system interjected. Once the synthesis system was activated, infinite resource generation is no longer an option. The system provided a response. Today's synthesis system has been updated along with the relevant rules. Chen Ye felt a sudden chill, his displeasure evident. Do whatever you wish with the updates. Do you not care at all for the lives of the survivors? The rules of the survival world are inherently dynamic, with the system holding all interpretative authority. The system replied coldly, stating that such dynamic updates are intended for the welfare of the broader survivor community, promoting fairness and preventing certain exploitative players from hastening the demise of survival games. The system began its cryptic remarks once again. Chen Ye, feeling helpless, resorted to his cultural heritage. Aside from cursing, he had no other recourse. Each person has one synthesis opportunity per day. I will transfer all the resources from my system warehouse to yours, and you shall synthesize. Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is completed. The naive one had no objections. The sizes of their warehouses were comparable. Chen Ye transferred all his supplies to the other. In addition to bear paws, water, sausages, and various foods, a pickup truck was included in the transfer. He contemplated whether he could exploit the recently upgraded items for further enhancements. What should we upgrade, boss? The naive one inquired earnestly. Chen Ye fell into contemplation. Should he upgrade the bear paws, the water, or the special pickup truck? Or perhaps the nameless fruit? Upgrading the nameless fruit seemed to be a promising option, as it was undoubtedly the most valuable resource in the entire warehouse. Once upgraded, it might yield unexpected benefits. After a period of serious thought, Chen Ye made his decision. Let us upgrade the nameless fruit. The naive one nodded, poised to issue the command. But suddenly Chen Ye halted her. Wait a moment. A realization struck him, a thrilling possibility worth exploring. Tell the system to synthesize all the resources in the warehouse. Isn't it true that everyone has one synthesis opportunity? If that is the case, wouldn't all the resources synthesized together, provided there are enough supplies? It could continue indefinitely. Understood, boss. The naive one promptly issued the command. Chen Ye waited anxiously. Within a minute, the naive one responded, Boss, all the resources in the warehouse have been synthesized. Really? Chen Ye exclaimed in delight, bursting into laughter. Haha, This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. The system remained silent. Boss, I will transfer all the resources to you. The ever-loyal naive one was exceptionally considerate, and the resources quickly reappeared in Chen Ye's system warehouse. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 100 bottles of legendary-grade mineral water. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2,500 liters of special fuel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 legendary-grade sausages. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 special bear paws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 9 special pickup trucks. Congratulations, host. You have secured 100 special nameless fruits. A succession of system notifications echoed in the air. Chen Ye has indeed succeeded in circumventing Tongzi Ge's supervision, flawlessly achieving his goal. Is legendary-grade mineral water still just mineral water? Chen Ye took out a bottle, its exterior showing no discernible differences. Upon closer inspection, the water appeared entirely normal. He twisted the cap and took a sip. The taste remained unchanged, and he felt no unusual effects after finishing it. Could it be that legendary-grade mineral water is merely a ruse? Chen Ye felt somewhat speechless, considering that legendary grade represents the pinnacle of current synthesis levels. If it had no effect whatsoever, it would unequivocally be a case of fraud. Ding! Congratulations on consuming a bottle of legendary-grade mineral water, Strength 1. The delightful system prompt finally resonated. To his astonishment, such a function existed. Strength 1 was truly remarkable. Chen Ye distinctly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his arm. A palpable increase in power. He unleashed a punch, and the air around him seemed to tear asunder. If such a blow landed squarely on someone's face, they would undoubtedly suffer a fracture. The extraordinary legendary grade mineral water was no trifling matter. 1 bottle could increase strength by 1 point. 10 bottles would yield 10 points. 100 bottles, 100 points. Without hesitation, Chen Ye unscrewed the cap and began to drink incessantly, 1 bottle after another, his strength perpetually augmenting. By the time he reached the 10th bottle, Chen Ye felt he could hardly continue. It must be said that drinking water is indeed a formidable challenge. He belched audibly. While an ordinary person might manage 10 bottles of beer, it does not guarantee they could down 10 bottles of mineral water. Ding! Congratulations on consuming 10 bottles of legendary-grade mineral water. Skill awakened. Multiplication. Skill description. Multiplication. When you unleash a furious punch, your muscles will bulge, and your strength will increase exponentially. This skill can only be used once within a day. What? He had even awakened a skill. Drinking 10 bottles of mineral water could lead to such a remarkable outcome? Remarkable indeed. Was he not on the path to divinity? Chen Ye's eyes widened in disbelief, the sudden stroke of fortune leaving him incredulous. Boss, why'd you grown so much? Asked Zuo Lanlan, her surprise evident. Chen Ye had indeed bulked up. His muscles were noticeably larger. While he might not boast a bodybuilder's physique, he certainly had developed muscle, particularly in his arms, where even slight exertion caused pronounced bulging, rendering them visually impressive. Really? Have I grown? Chen Ye chuckled. These are the badges of effort and sweat. Muscles do not develop on soft frames. Only through relentless dedication and perseverance can one attain such a perfect physique. Chapter 39. Zuo Lanlan's astonishing transformation. Ding! Zhao Yi has perished. Cause of death: severe dehydration. Vehicle: cargo truck. Inherited by female teammate. Blood-red letters prominently displayed in the bustling crowd of 5,000. Such information had become commonplace. Daily notifications of deaths were expected. Severe dehydration? Zuo Lanlan frowned and remarked, why? That seems unreasonable, doesn't it? Snowmelt water is also drinkable. How could one possibly suffer from dehydration? In a world cloaked in ice and snow, survival is a harsh endeavor, fraught with a myriad ways one might perish. Yet the notion of dying from thirst seems implausible. After all, snow is merely frozen rain. Would anyone truly succumb to thirst on a rainy day? While this notion may initially appear absurd, upon closer inspection, it reveals an unsettling logic. Chen Ye refrained from elaborating, for the truth is too grim. It is highly probable that one of his comrades bound him, allowing him to perish slowly from thirst. As for the reason behind such cruelty, it may stem from a vendetta, or perhaps they considered him a source of sustenance. Da Huang, do you wish for water? Chen Ye inquired, twisting open a bottle of legendary mineral water. and offering it to Da Huang. He was curious to observe the effects of this extraordinary water on Da Huang. Would it transform him into a muscular beast akin to a devil? No. It would be more fitting to call him a devilishly muscular dog. The image of a muscle-bound, fire-breathing little dog was exhilarating. With a joyous bark, Da Huang eagerly drank from the bottle, finishing it in no time. Good dog, Chen Ye praised, stroking his head. How do you feel? Da Huang responded with a bark. Yet there was no discernible change. Perhaps he had not consumed enough? Chen Ye scrutinized closely, but indeed, there were no alterations. Could it be that this legendary mineral water only benefited its originator? That seemed unlikely. It was also possible that Da Huang's strength had increased, but being at level 1. The change was imperceptible. He could not articulate his experiences. Continue drinking. Chen Ye produced several more bottles of legendary mineral water, urging Da Huang to drink incessantly. While this precious water was rare, Da Huang was a worthy investment. A fierce little dog, the strongest asset of their team. If their group were a nation, Da Huang would be its nuclear weapon. Soon, 10 bottles of legendary mineral water had been consumed, and Da Huang, now slightly tipsy, lay on the ground, bubbling. Another drink would surely be too much. No changes? Chen Ye observed meticulously, yet there was no sign of transformation, no increase in muscle mass, nor any enhancement of strength. Look closely, Da Huang. Do you notice any changes? Changes? Zuo Lanlan squatted down, examining Da Huang closely. Not really, though. His tongue does seem to have grown quite a bit. His tongue? Chen Ye looked at Da Huang's lengthy tongue, and to his surprise, it indeed appeared significantly longer. What did this imply? Drinking legendary mineral water resulted in no increase in strength, but rather an elongated tongue? What purpose did that serve? To be a serval liquor, perhaps to provide greater comfort to others? Honestly, boss, his tongue has grown tremendously, Zuo Lanlan remarked, pinching the long tongue between her fingers with a hint of disgust. Why not cut a bit off and cook it? 250. Da Huang suddenly leaped to his feet, barking furiously. Zuo Lanlan was startled, tumbling backward in shock. Boss, you need to control Da Huang. He is too temperamental. Wait a moment. Chen Ye's ears perked up. Had he just heard someone curse 250? Zuo Lanlan pondered, recalling that she indeed heard the phrase 250. Who? The two turned their gazes towards Da Huang. Da Huang remained in a state of combat, scolding Zuo Lanlan. 250. Huh. The freshly risen Zuo Lanlan sat down abruptly, exclaiming, the dog spoke. A dog can actually talk. 250. Da Huang seemed to be limited to this one phrase, repeating it to Zuo Lanlan with fervor. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Chen Ye began to comprehend the situation. The legendary mineral water did not confer strength. Rather, its effects varied depending on the user. Da Huang possessed an exceptionally long and sensitive tongue, enabling it to articulate simple sounds. Good dog, Chen Ye chuckled. Your little mouth is as sweet as honey. Hubby. Da Huang licked Chen Ye's palm, enthusiastically wagging its tail. What did you just call me? Chen Ye retreated a step in surprise. Hubby, hubby, hubby. Da Huang circled around Chen Ye, sweetly repeating the term, causing Chen Ye's composure to fray. Stop, stop, stop. Chen Ye sighed. Do you know anything else? Besides 250, all you say is hubby, not a single good word. Hubby is indeed a good word, Da Huang insisted. But the taste of it from a dog's mouth felt entirely different. Da Huang continued, gazing intently at Chen Ye, its eyes filled with unwavering determination, as if wishing to be his wife. Boss, it's like a turtle eating a weight. It's resolute in wanting to be your spouse. Zuo Lanlan laughed heartily. You two should hurry and consummate your union. Get lost. Chen Ye retorted. Da Huang, stop that. If you keep calling me hubby, I won't give you any huazi. Da Huang had long been addicted to huazi. Without it, the dog's life would lack a significant enjoyment. As expected, it immediately fell silent. Refraining from calling Chen Ye hubby and, instead, loudly proclaimed, 250. Chen Ye was at a loss for words. Hubby certainly sounded better. Boss, I think you two resemble a married couple quite a bit, Zuo Lanlan remarked, enjoying the spectacle and preparing to play matchmaker for human-dog romance. Hurry up and be quiet. Chen Ye impatiently tossed her 10 bottles of mineral water. Drink them all at once. Zuo Lanlan looked distressed. Drinking 10 bottles at once is beyond my capability. Indeed, consuming 10 bottles was quite a demanding task. These were not ordinary mineral waters. They were imbued with special powers. Chen Ye did not insist, but merely explained. If you don't want to drink, you can return them to me. As he reached to reclaim the bottles, Zuo Lanlan, not foolish, quickly stepped back and declared loudly, I'll drink, I'll drink. Clearly, this was a treasure not to be missed. It was evident that the dog could articulate human speech, a testament to the miraculous effects of this mineral water. After consuming it, she might even understand animal language. Speaking dog language? That was akin to mastering a foreign tongue. Though 10 bottles seemed excessive, Zuo Lanlan persevered and finished them all. Yet, upon completion, she appeared to experience no significant change, merely letting out a loud belch and spitting some water. However, due to the special nature of the mineral water, she deemed it too precious to waste, drinking it back after spitting it into her palm. Boss, can you see any changes in me? Zuo Lanlan asked Chen Ye with utmost seriousness. The transformation is strikingly evident. Chen Ye's expression is grave, devoid of any hint of jest. The changes in Zuo Lanlan are so exaggerated that Chen Ye finds himself questioning the very essence of life. Chapter 40, Amaterasu. Is there any change? Where's the change? I feel nothing at all, Zuo Lanlan exclaims, her face a canvas of bewilderment. She genuinely feels no difference. Should I drink some more mineral water? She contemplates, but Chen Ye resolutely shakes his head. The transformation has already been sufficiently profound. Further consumption is unwarranted. To be candid, Zuo Lanlan previously possessed the physique of a typical Asian woman, around 16 years of age, not particularly short, yet not tall either. Her figure was undeniably flawless, slender where it needed to be and ample in all the right places. Her legs were passably attractive. However, after indulging in the legendary mineral water, she has inexplicably grown 15 centimeters taller. Now standing at 1.75 meters, she is nearly 1.8 meters tall, an embodiment of supermodel stature. Not only has her height increased, but her physique has also morphed into an astonishingly voluptuous form, akin to that of a top-tier supermodel. Her legs are undeniably stunning, and her curvaceous figure is indicative of a woman destined to bear children. The mere consumption of a few bottles of mineral water has yielded such miraculous effects, which is simply absurd. It is crucial to recognize that even in a civilized society with advanced technology, the quest for height is an arduous endeavor. The process is fraught with pain, often necessitating the breaking of bones and prolonged bed rest for months to allow for gradual healing. Additionally, there exists a recovery period that may last 1 or 2 years, potentially leading to severe complications. Yet now, with just a few sips of water, changes unfold in the blink of an eye. One can only marvel at the prowess of legendary mineral water. Of course, while the efficacy is impressive, further consumption is unequivocally inadvisable. Continuing to drink may result in her becoming a female version of Yao Ming. Between the allure of a supermodel and the towering stature of Yao Ming, Chen Ye firmly opts for the former. Though driving large vehicles and riding tall horses has traditionally been a man's dream, excessive height brings its own set of challenges. Beyond aesthetic concerns, there are numerous practical inconveniences. Should she become Yao Ming, fitting into a car would be a near impossibility, and her height would render her an obvious target, posing a potential danger to her life. At present, everything is perfect. Chen Ye's dream of a supermodel has been realized. If there were no changes after consuming 10 bottles of mineral water, then what a waste it would have been. Zuo Lanlan feels an acute sense of imbalance. What are her own struggles worth? It is essential to note that consuming 10 bottles of mineral water was an arduous feat for her, one that she undertook with gritted teeth and utmost determination. She has never endured such torment, only to find that it has yielded no results. It is unfair to dismiss one's efforts. I can barely comprehend this, she thinks. It feels like a poor bargain. Just look in a mirror, and you will see whether you have changed, Chen Ye remarks. Upon hearing this, Zuo Lanlan, somewhat perplexed, glances at the car's rearview mirror. To her astonishment, she notices a peculiar difference. Given her significant height increase, it would be difficult not to notice. Have I really grown taller? She wonders, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. After several confirmations, she gazes at her now shorter pants, which reveal the edges of her socks, and finally dares to believe that she has indeed grown. Mother, I have finally grown taller. Mother, your spirit in the heavens can finally find peace. I have grown taller and matured. Zuo Lanlan was so overwhelmed with emotion that she shed tears. Do not be too emotional. Chen Ye offered her a tissue, a thoughtful gesture. You do not understand, Zuo Lanlan replied earnestly, wiping her tears. You do not comprehend the extent of the ridicule and bullying I have endured. You do not grasp how significant this matter is to me. Having studied abroad, where individuals often possess striking physiques, she had continually faced discrimination. Not only was she mocked and belittled by women, but men also looked down upon her, branding her a little shorty. In reality, her stature was quite commendable among her compatriots, perfectly proportioned. Yet, when compared to Westerners, she felt dwarfed, falling short of the towering figures of the blacks and whites. Thank you so much, big brother. Zuo Lanlan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chen Ye, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The softness of her form collided against his chest, offering him an unprecedented sensation. Captain, may I drink 10 more bottles of mineral water? Zuo Lanlan inquired with utmost seriousness. This woman yearned to grow even taller. Have you lost your mind? Chen Ye promptly pushed her away. Can you even manage that? It's fine, big brother, I can handle it, she insisted, willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of height. No, any more would be unseemly. Chen Ye firmly declined. You are beautiful as you are. Any taller would be pathological. Understanding Zuo Lanlan's sentiments, Chen Ye recognized the influence of her Western education, which distorted her perception of beauty, pushing her to aspire to a grotesquely tall stature akin to those she idolized. This aesthetic was warped, lacking the refinement typical of her own culture, and thus Chen Ye resolutely forbade it. Do not ever mention this again. I shall not allow you to grow taller. For personal reasons, he was also unwilling to have anyone in his team surpass him in height. Standing at a proud height of 185 centimeters, no exaggeration, nor elevating insoles. He must remain the tallest. All right, Zuo Lanlan sighed, bouncing around, comparing her height to Chen Ye's. Discovering they were nearly equal, her spirits soared. The effects of the legendary mineral water varied from person to person. It seemed prudent to recruit more female teammates. Chen Ye silently resolved. Indeed, gathering more women appeared to be the singular solution. Whether the effects of the mineral water varied by individual or through material synthesis, every additional female teammate would exponentially increase their advantages. If Chen Ye were to join as a teammate and consume the legendary mineral water, what benefits might she acquire? Chen Ye's current priority was undoubtedly the exquisite and mature Chen Ye. For now, he would first experiment with a legendary grade sausage to discern any special effects. He retrieved a sausage, which appeared unremarkable. After unwrapping and consuming it, he felt no extraordinary sensations. Its taste remained unchanged from before. The legendary ham sausage is one of the 2 legendary grade foods in Chen Ye's possession, and he eagerly anticipates its effects. The results of legendary grade mineral water are astonishing, so it stands to reason that the legendary ham sausage should not disappoint. Ding! You have consumed a legendary grade ham sausage. The effect is unclear. Upon hearing the notification, Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. Had he misheard? Was there a glitch in the system? How could the effect be unclear? Was a legendary grade ham sausage truly so absurd? Confused, Chen Ye continued to eat the sausage. Ding! Congratulations! You have ingested a legendary grade ham sausage. The effect is still unclear. Could it be true? No effect at all? What was going on? Regardless, he resolved to eat. Eat, eat. He devoured the ham sausages one after another. Initially, they were quite delectable, but soon he grew to detest them, feeling nauseated by even their scent. Upon consuming the 10th sausage, the system's notification sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 10 ham sausages and awakened the skill blood eye. Skill blood eye. Description. It is a tragedy to perceive the world through visible light alone. The human eye, touted as the most sophisticated camera, boasts 57.6 billion pixels, yet can only process 1/10,000th of the entire light spectrum. The human eye cannot perceive infrared, ultraviolet, nor can it detect bacteria, let alone viruses. Gravitational waves and dark matter are even more elusive to the human eye. However, the blood eye makes all of this possible. When activated, you will behold a different world. Amaterasu. Note, you possess only one blood eye. To utilize it, you must cover the other eye, or you risk blindness in the ordinary eye. Blood eye? It seems rather impressive. Chen Ye covered one eye and gazed at Zuo Lanlan. A magnetic voice resonating. Amaterasu. Ding. Blood eye activated. There is no need to utter Amaterasu. Get lost. Chen Ye cursed. Was a reminder really necessary? How magnificent was Amaterasu? The atmosphere was utterly ruined. Buzz. Suddenly, Chen Ye's left, I turned blood red. The world within his gaze transformed, just as described. He could even see the intricate patterns on a flea nestled within the fur of a large yellow dog. Looking at Zuo Lanlan, he noticed her clothing was riddled with holes, through which a hint of allure could be discerned. It had shrunk. It was as if his eye had become a microscope. Buzz. Another resonant hum. And Chen Ye felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to retch. The duration of the blood eye was too brief. It must be due to insufficient consumption of the ham sausages. This ability required long-term indulgence in the sausages for sustained growth. Perhaps in the end, he might truly unleash Amaterasu. With his current abilities from now on, his arrows would surely strike their mark. Chen Ye felt quite satisfied. It was akin to possessing a telescope, certainly accurate. No longer would he be merely a master of human outlines. Boss, should we too also sample the flavor of the ham sausages? Zuo Lanlan suddenly inquired. She understood that the food in the leader's possession often possessed extraordinary effects. Observing the leader devour the ham sausage with such fervor, she naturally comprehended its immense benefits and desire to partake, which was only human. However, that was out of the question. Chen Ye resolutely declined. You cannot have even one of these ham sausages. While he could share ordinary ham sausages, the legendary variety was exclusively for him. Chapter 41. Isn't it cool to breathe fire? Why not? Zuo Lanlan, somewhat bewildered, tilted her head in confusion. Not just her. Even De Huang, the female dog, cocked her head in dissatisfaction and muttered, "You fool." Ham sausages were delightful snacks, while consuming them daily as a staple might be off-putting. Indulging in one occasionally was quite pleasant and savory. Now, with Chen Ye forbidding them from enjoying ham sausages, it naturally incited discontent from both human and canine alike. You may consume ordinary ham sausages, but mine are absolutely off-limits. This is non-negotiable. The legendary ham sausages had now become Chen Ye's exclusive delicacy. He intended to savor one whenever possible, relishing this solitary indulgence. He was determined to strive silently, aiming to astonish everyone, including dogs. What effects might the special grade bear paw have? And what are the special grade instant noodles? The special grade fuel? Chen Ye was immensely curious and wished to experiment with each one diligently. Though these items did not belong to the legendary tier and could not rival the stunning effects of mineral water and ham sausages, they would undoubtedly not disappoint. Wait, an idea struck Chen Ye. It would be prudent to conserve the special grade supplies and food. Even the legendary ham sausages and mineral water should see reduced consumption. Why? Because tomorrow he would have the opportunity to synthesize them. Their convoy had 2 synthesis chances awaiting them. With so many special bear paws, they could synthesize to a higher tier. Special instant noodles and various foods could also be synthesized to a superior level. Even the 9 special pickup trucks could advance further. At the very least, he aimed to synthesize a substantial amount of food into the legendary tier. Testing their effects afterward would be imperative. Otherwise, it would be a waste. If there were enough teammates, the supplies would be abundant, and the synthesis opportunities would multiply significantly. Will the supplies and food in my warehouse be available for continued synthesis tomorrow? To err on the side of caution, Chen Ye inquired. Ding. Of course it can. Came the system's cold, clear response. That's good. He could fully utilize this time to continue amassing supplies. In truth, the basic supplies Chen Ye could accumulate each day were calculable, with fairly consistent figures. For instance, Zuo Lanlan, as a female teammate, consumed daily 3 boxes of instant noodles, 3 ham sausages, 3 eggs, and 10 bottles of mineral water. Thus, the daily consumption of food and water for one person, multiplied by 100, indicated the supplies Chen Ye could expect to receive back daily. That amounted to 300 marinated eggs, 300 boxes of instant noodles, 300 ham sausages, and 1,000 bottles of water. After all, they were human, not mere machines for producing waste. It is impossible to eat, drink, and nibble on sausages for 24 hours straight. Within a couple of days, one of the female teammates would inevitably meet her demise. Therefore, seeking additional female allies is the most sensible course of action. Currently, he has 2 teammates. When assessing their daily output, they can produce approximately 2,000 bottles of mineral water, 600 salted eggs, 600 boxes of instant noodles, and 600 sausages. Of course, this is the minimum estimate. Chen Ye is calculating based on the lowest values, as they may have the opportunity to consume meat, bear paws, or even hot pot. As for the fuel consumed by the female teammates' vehicles, There is also a fixed daily amount. After all, the driving time is limited each day, and their speed remains relatively consistent. Thus, the fuel consumed over the distance traveled can also be calculated. To be honest, Chen Ye is quite curious about the effects of legendary grade fuel. If legendary grade fuel could provide a super acceleration, granting an absolute advantage in speed, he could easily eliminate Zhang Xiaoquan. Even if he is a master-level racer, he would have to bow down in the face of absolute strength. Captain, are you a bit hungry? Zuo Lanlan whimsically pouted. I really want to eat your sausage. Just a bite will do. Enough with the antics. Chen Ye shot her an exasperated glance. This woman simply cannot pull off a cute act. Her attempts at charm were as unappealing as a specter. But I'm truly hungry, Zuo Lanlan insisted, her stomach grumbling audibly. After drinking so much mineral water, can you even fit food in your stomach? Water doesn't satiate hunger. That's true. Drinking water indeed doesn't quell hunger, Chen Ye conceded, recalling her earlier trip to the restroom, where she had felt empty afterward. Speaking of which, Zuo Lanlan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Captain, may I use the RV's restroom? Sure, Chen Ye replied. Such trivial matters were not something he would deny. But why the gleeful expression? Could she be somewhat peculiar? What are you saying? It's perilous to relieve oneself in this freezing weather. The last time, I got stuck while trying to urinate, Zuo Lanlan lamented, suffering greatly from the frigid conditions. Each time she needed to go, she had to carry a stick, and when it came to more substantial matters, she had to be exceptionally cautious. There was the risk of pricking herself. The mere thought of being punctured by her own waist was rather disconcerting. By the way, since you're hungry, how about a delicious piece of fruit? Chen Ye offered, producing an unnamed flame fruit. This was merely an ordinary flame fruit, lacking any upgrades. His vehicle was stocked with many basic supplies, which were not stored in the system's warehouse. Keeping them in his own vehicle provided a sense of security, preventing the survival world system from exploiting them. The synthesis system had been activated, and these low-level, unnamed flame fruits, returned by teammates, could no longer be exchanged once consumed. Thus, he decided to let Zuo Lanlan have one and observe its effects on her. He was reluctant to let her consume the special-grade flame fruits, as he was eagerly anticipating the synthesis opportunity the following day. Currently, he was engaged in extensive acquisitions of unnamed fruits. In the hope of swiftly synthesizing the legendary nameless fruit, I yearned to consume it and discover what extraordinary powers it might bestow. Even the ability to breathe fire, akin to that of De Huang, would suffice to satisfy my curiosity. The allure of breathing fire is undeniably captivating, a romance that only boys can truly understand. Thank you, boss. You're simply the best. Zuo Lanlan eagerly accepted the nameless fruit and began to savor it joyfully. The fruit was extraordinarily sweet, and after the first bite, she could not resist taking a second. In no time, she had devoured the entire fruit. Wiping her mouth with a tissue, she wore an expression of utter contentment. Chen Ye, with utmost seriousness, inquired about her feelings. It's delicious, Zuo Lanlan replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. Do you feel anything unusual in your body? Chen Ye asked. His curiosity piqued. Is there no sensation of warmth coursing through you? Zuo Lanlan scratched her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. Not really. Well then, let us wait a while. You will surely feel something eventually. Chen Ye climbed into the vehicle, ready to set off, having delayed for far too long. Remaining stationary was not an option. They needed to advance. Aside from the chests at predetermined locations, there existed opportunities to acquire random treasure chests along the way. All desires and rewards await on the journey. Chapter 42. The Song of the Chow Bandit Boss. You won't harm my body, will you? Zuo Lanlan asked anxiously while peering out the car window. Not at all. After consuming this fruit, you will undoubtedly awaken your extraordinary abilities, Chen Ye explained patiently. As for what power she might receive, that was left to fate. Will I breathe fire like De Huang? Zuo Lanlan expressed her concerns. That would be terrifying. You know nothing, Chen Ye said, giving her forehead a gentle rap. Breathing fire is undeniably cool. Surely, it can't truly happen? Zuo Lanlan's face reflected her distress. I don't wish to breathe fire. Even if you desired to, you might not be fortunate enough, Chen Ye replied with a sidelong glance. What kind of physique you possess determines the extraordinary abilities you awaken. You cannot compare yourself to a dog-esque constitution. Lanlan retained a modicum of confidence. Since they are different, naturally, the awakened abilities cannot be identical. Chen Ye, Uninterested in further explanation, commanded, accelerate. We must head towards the first 100-kilometer target. 3 iron treasure chests awaited them at that distance. Who knew what miraculous items they might uncover if they could locate a second female teammate during their journey? The number of treasure chests would exceed 3. Consequently, Chen Ye's desire for a female companion had reached an unparalleled level. The discovery of even a single rare item from an iron chest could amplify their team's fortunes 100-fold. 2 teammates would yield 200-fold, and 3 would result in 300-fold. Such staggering profits would entice anyone. The convoy began to progress, although due to the inclement weather, they maintained a speed of only 50 kilometers per hour. With a distance of 1 kilometer between the 2 vehicles, Zuo Lanlan continued to navigate ahead. Chen Ye leisurely drove, enjoying the pleasant music, while De Huang lounged in the passenger seat. Curled up tightly, it appeared as though it were asleep, yet its ears stood alert, clearly on guard. At the slightest rustle or disturbance, it would react instantaneously, for a dog's auditory perception far surpasses that of humans. Sounds inaudible to human ears are distinctly heard by dogs. Suddenly, the communicator resonated with a melodious tune, the whimsical lyrics wafting into Chen Ye's ears. The song's content was rather amusing. If one day I fall in love with your wife, and if your wife loves me too, dear brother, please do not weep loudly. I shall ensure she suffers no indignity. Will you attend our wedding? Your blessing would add profound significance. Indeed, this was the exclusive ringtone of Chen Ye, Song of the Rogue. Whenever Chen Ye reached out to Chen Ye, this delightful melody would play. Chen Ye opened the message, revealing a video sent by Chen Ye, in which she was obliged to pay her respects. In the video, Chen Ye, with a hairpin clenched between her teeth, elegantly styled her hair, kneeling in the snow like a humble maid, exclaiming, "Father, I pay my respects." The moment the words left her lips, tears cascaded from her eyes, and the video abruptly ended. Chen Ye, momentarily taken aback, couldn't help but chuckle in response. "I never asked you to call me father. Have you become addicted to it? Or are you resolutely intent on being my daughter? I could provide for you here without charge. Why must you torment me? Why do you bully me?" Chen Ye broke down in tears once more. Upon reflection, it was evident that her own logic had faltered. Chen Ye had never compelled her to call him father, nor had he asked her to film a video or kneel. He merely requested a simple greeting, one that could be resolved with a mere good morning. "I pay my respects." Yet, fearing Chen Ye's ire, she had woven an elaborate tale for herself. "Do not cry." Chen Ye heard the melodious lament of a captivating woman, which inevitably stirred his emotions. "I am not one to take advantage of others, nor a rogue who delights in oppression. Since you have paid your respects, I shall reward you." At these words, the previously despondent Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with hope. Regardless of the material, even a single sausage would be an invaluable lifeline for her and her family. 2 eggs, 1 sausage, Chen Ye spoke meaningfully. Enjoy them thoroughly, especially the sausage. Savor it well, but do not share it with your husband. The sausage Chen Ye provided was certainly not of legendary quality, merely ordinary provisions. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." The supplies arrived promptly, and Chen Ye clutched the sausage tightly, unwilling to release it. "Do you require any fuel?" Chen Ye inquired with unexpected kindness. Yes. Our fuel reserves are dwindling." Although their vehicle could still operate, it did so at the minimal speed with the least fuel consumption. As time passed, the vehicle would inevitably lose power, especially since the couple had little means to procure fuel. "I can offer you 10 liters of fuel," Chen Ye stated once more. Tears of joy welled up in Chen Ye's eyes as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Mr. Chen, you are truly a benefactor. I am at a loss for how to thank you." "Do not speak so highly of me," Chen Ye replied. "I've already made it clear that I'm not a good person. My assistance comes with conditions." He was not one to indulge in altruism without ulterior motives. Chen Ye's expression darkened in an instant, and she cautiously inquired, "Mr. Chen, please feel free to voice any requests." She closed her eyes, tears cascading down like tiny pearls. She had steeled herself for the humiliation that might come from Chen Ye's demands. Regardless of what he might ask, no matter how shameful the act, she was resolute in her determination to comply. After all, it was for the survival of her entire family. Her personal dignity paled in comparison. However, to her astonishment, Chen Ye's request was not as outrageous as she had feared. 2 eggs and a sausage. You cannot give them to your husband. I want you to consume them yourself." "Why?" Chen Ye was utterly perplexed. Why would Chen Ye make such a demand? Do not ask why. I owe you no explanation, Chen Ye responded coldly. Not only must you not feed your husband, but you must eat in front of him. No matter how hungry he is, you cannot allow him even a single bite. What is the purpose of this? Chen Ye clearly hesitated. After all, her husband was the most important person in her life, and she did not wish to witness him suffer from hunger. Do you intend to starve my husband? Your husband is not so easily starved. He just ate meat, Chen Ye retorted, having provided them with 2 pounds of meat just the day before. Chen Ye understood this, yet she remained baffled. Then why? Why must it be this way? Consider it a test of compliance, Chen Ye continued. My patience is limited. If you do not agree, do not reach out to me again. Chapter 43. A kind of love is letting go. I can agree to your terms. Although Chen Ye was reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced. However, are you not concerned that I may feign compliance? I trust you to be a person of your word, Chen Ye replied, his thoughts reflecting a belief that a woman so devoted to her marriage would never break her promises. Thank you for your trust and for the supplies, Chen Ye concluded. Chen Ye exchanged 10 liters of gasoline, and upon receiving the fuel and food, Chen Ye hurried back to the car, eager to share the news with her husband. We have gasoline now. 10 liters will take us quite far. Where did the gasoline come from? Upon hearing such delightful news, Chen Ye's husband did not share her joy. Instead, his expression turned cold. I ask you again, where did it come from? Be clear with me. The man's voice was icy, his eyes filled with anger. Chen Ye lowered her head in distress, remaining silent. It came from that beast named Chen, didn't it? He scoffed, his disdain evident. What perverse demand of his have you satisfied to bring him such joy that he rewarded you with 10 liters of gasoline? Even a single liter could ignite a fierce struggle for survival. How can you speak of me in such a manner? Chen Ye felt her composure unraveling, tears cascading uncontrollably once more. How then should I speak of you? The man replied with derision. Should I proclaim your purity and innocence? Have you not called him husband or refer to him as father? Was it all merely an illusion? His words grew increasingly cruel, culminating in Chen Ye's complete breakdown. She had not anticipated that her sacrifices would yield not understanding, but rather scorn and disdain, the most vicious humiliation from her own kin. I merely wished for us to survive, solely for survival's sake. She was truly desperate for life. Do not speak so nobly, he countered, lacking any comprehension, his words turning venomous. You seek only to preserve your own existence. You are a gold digger, capricious. You yearn to cling to that perverse Chen, aspiring for a life of ease and luxury. You may leave at once, without concern for my fate. Go now, your presence sickens me. Her husband's attitude left Chen Ye's heart utterly frozen. His words sliced through her like the icy wind outside the window. Regardless of your accusations, I remain blameless. After a prolonged silence, she finally dried her tears. Throughout history, all illicit lovers have claimed their innocence. Even Pangelian professed her lack of guilt. The man's words dripped with malice, his eyes bloodshot and wild, exuding a terrifying aura. Chen Ye had no desire to argue, nor the energy to do so. She simply retrieved eggs and ham, eating quietly, her strength waning from fatigue and hunger after a night of restless sleep. 2 eggs and a sausage. Your life seems quite satisfactory, does it not? Do you intend to consume all of this alone? The man continued his mockery. Do you have the audacity? I stand by my conscience. Chen Ye ate patiently, savoring each bite. Delicious indeed, a gift from that perverse Chen, no doubt. The man's words turned increasingly venomous. Surely, the sausage is what you most desire? And 2 eggs consumed before my eyes. Do you think I am oblivious? Did you believe me foolish? The enjoyment she had felt in her meal was abruptly replaced by nausea. She never expected her husband to utter such repulsive words. Initially, she wished to retort, but suddenly, she found a sliver of truth in his accusations. Why had Chen Ye given her 2 eggs and a sausage? And why must she eat them before her husband? Was this not a form of insinuation? Was it not a deliberate act with intent? Initially perplexed by Chen Ye's motives, she now grasped the implication with her husband as reminder, her face burning with embarrassment. The once delectable flavors of ham and eggs had suddenly turned bitter and unappetizing, tears streaming down her face, leaving only a taste of salt and sorrow in her mouth. You cried, your cheeks flushed with shame. The man burst into laughter, incredulous. Do you still possess a sense of shame? How unexpected. I thought you were a heartless, shameless harlot. Yet it appears you still have a conscience. I have cared for you tirelessly, unwavering in my devotion, Chen Ye declared with indignation. Is it truly your belief that I am a callous and shameless woman? This is utterly unjust. The world had kissed her with pain, yet she responded with song. This was Chen Ye's life philosophy. Regardless of the torment inflicted by the world, she would strive to extract a smile, facing all hardships with grace. No matter how arduous the journey, she had never succumbed to despair. Yet now, the betrayal and slander from her closest kin had plunged her spirit into turmoil, making her feel as if all her efforts had become meaningless. That is merely your self-pity, the man replied, his demeanor one of entitlement. I did not compel you to stay by my side. That was your choice. The suffering you endured was your own doing, your self-indulgence. When you cared for me, your heart was fulfilled. I owe you no gratitude. Rather, you should be grateful to me for providing you with emotional value. His words were utterly shameless. Chen Ye stood frozen, at a loss for words. Was this truly her closest husband? The man she had cared for day and night? How could he be so disgraceful, so unrecognizable? Could hardship truly transform a person so thoroughly, turning them into a beast? How have you become this way? How would you treat me so? Unable to contain her tears any longer, Chen Ye wept once more. She had cried too many times today, and her eyes were swollen and red. I have never changed. I am simply who I have always been, the man asserted defiantly. If you cannot bear it, you may leave. Now, immediately, go find that pervert named Chen. Get out, get out, get out. As he spoke, he violently shoved Chen Ye, showing no sign of tenderness. She was caught off guard, her head striking the car window with a heavy thud, pain radiating through her, leaving a sizable bump. This was tantamount to domestic violence. You have gone too far, Chen Ye exclaimed furiously, flinging open the car door and fleeing in tears. Yet even then, the man was unwilling to let her escape easily, continuing to shout, "Hurry and find that pervert Chen. Go on." Watching Chen Ye distance herself, he finally retracted his loathsome fa-ade, tears cascading down his face. It was evident that his entire demeanor had been a facade, crafted to drive his beloved towards Chen Ye. He understood that following him would lead Chen Ye to a dead end. Not only happiness, but even basic sustenance would be a struggle. She would barely find a drop of water to drink. Yet with Chen Ye, she might live a life akin to paradise. The man activated the car's audio system, silently playing a melancholy tune. Song title, A Kind of Love Called Letting Go. Chapter 44. My surname is Wu. My ancestor is Wu Dalong. He listened to the song, tears cascading down his cheeks. The melody played on an endless loop. He incessantly pondered the bitter lyrics, each line piercing his heart like a knife. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to have made a certain decision and sent a message to Chen Ye. The content of the message was quite simple. Mr. Chen, are you not interested in my wife? I have a way to make her yours. Upon reading the message, Chen Ye nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. What kind of plot is this? Hey, brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Ye corrected him angrily. I never thought of making your wife my woman. What do you take me for? Do you really think I'm a scoundrel? I do not comprehend your words, the man replied with a smile. Are you not funding me because of my wife's beauty? Have I misunderstood? You have certainly misunderstood, profoundly so, Chen Ye admonished seriously. I wish for your wife to become my teammate, a comrade with whom I can share my burdens. The reason I sought her out is not due to her looks, not because she is an exquisite woman, nor because of her alluring figure. It is because of her virtuous character, the brilliance of her humanity that connects us. Our bond is one of the purest camaraderie. Mr. Chen, you are right. The man conceded without resistance. So, do you wish for her to be your teammate? Absolutely. Chen Ye is the kindest girl I have ever encountered. It would be my honor to be your teammate. Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with noble ideals, justice, purity, and positivity. I will send you a document containing everything she loves and all that she dislikes. As long as you cater to her preferences, you will win her over swiftly. The man continued, to demonstrate my sincerity, I will gift you a functional card, entirely free of charge. No need for that, Chen Ye replied immediately. The functional card is something I urgently require. I will pay as long as the price is reasonable. You need not pay. It is a gift for you. The man reiterated. This is my gratitude. I hope you'll accept it. What do you have to thank me for? Chen Ye was bewildered. As a beast, what was there to be grateful for? He could understand if the other party were to chase him down the street with a knife. Thank you for sheltering my wife, for protecting her in this cruel world of survival, the man said, taking a deep breath, tears streaming down his face. If you feel guilty for receiving my functional card without cost, then treat her kindly, sparing her from suffering. Brother, your words frighten me, Chen Ye asked seriously. You're not contemplating suicide, are you? I am a worthless coward, the man chuckled softly, lacking both the courage and the means to end his own life. Chen Ye was not a malicious individual, yet at times he could not suppress the thought. If this man were to perish, Shen Zi would undoubtedly soon become his ally. As long as he remained alive, Shen Zi would never relinquish hope. However, do not fret. I shall inevitably meet my end, the man continued. Before I die, you must win my wife's affection. You must capture her heart and soul. Only then will Shen Zi not succumb to despair and contemplate ending her life following her husband's demise. Achieving this, however, might prove quite challenging. For reasons unknown, Chen Ye felt an inexplicable thrill. What was this? A man conspiring with another to offer up his own wife? Such as love, a grand and selfless love. Alas, think of a strategy, and my functional card could be of great assistance. The man had yet to divulge the purpose of the functional card. What is the purpose of your functional card? Chen Ye inquired with great curiosity. Please explain its function. It is rather simple. It is merely a dating card. The man patiently elucidated. With this card, one could extend a date invitation to any individual of the opposite sex. Once the invitation is accepted, both parties would share the same space for a duration of 5 hours. One dating functional card allows for 9 invitations. Mr. Chun, with your charm and skills, dating my wife 9 times will surely win her over. Before inviting my wife, you may enter the dating space first, arranging it to her liking, creating the ideal life she dreams of. With each successive date, you will eventually move her heart. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye fell into a long silence. You truly have meticulously thought everything through, he murmured. Does this fellow possess any peculiar inclinations? Why would you do this? To willingly offer your beautiful wife? Chen Ye expressed his confusion. Is it merely for the sake of love, for your wife's well-being? Mr. Chun, do not hold me in such high regard. The man replied with a wry smile. I'm just an ordinary man, a sickly wastrel. I merely wish to prolong my existence, to live comfortably in my final days. The man spoke candidly. During your dates with my wife, I hope for a sufficient supply of food. If medicine is available, that would be even better. I do not wish to struggle for survival in this desolate world. Furthermore, once you and my wife are united, should I still be alive, I hope you will continue to support me until my last breath. You need not worry. I am well aware of my affliction and will not live much longer. Even if you harbor no selfish desires, providing me with food and the best medicine, I cannot expect to survive for long. Not even the most advanced medical care in a civilized world can cure my illness. I can promise you all of that, Chen Ye assured him. I will do my utmost to provide you with food and supplies. With Chen Ye's capabilities, sustaining not just 1, but 10 or even 100 patients would pose no significant challenge. If that is the case, we have reached a consensus, the man concluded. We are now partners in this endeavor. Very well, Chen Ye nodded with satisfaction. The conversation between the two had seemingly come to a close when Chen Ye, driven by an inexplicable impulse, posed the question, what are your thoughts on minotaurs? I'm not a minotaur. The man chuckled, asserting, however, I bear the surname Wu, descended from the infamous Wu Dalong. Wu Dalong, without a doubt, epitomized the most unfortunate soul. Your ability to remain so magnanimous is indeed commendable, Chen Ye thought. His mockery faded. Mr. Chun, he continued, as the saying goes, one illness renders all matters trivial. The man extended his heartfelt wishes, concluding with a desire for Chen Ye's perpetual health and well-being. With that, their conversation drew to a close. In a flash of light, a card materialized before Chen Ye. It was a pink card adorned with 2 hearts at its center, exuding the unmistakable scent of romance. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a date card. Date card allows you to invite someone of the opposite sex for a shared experience lasting 5 hours. Remaining uses, 9. Chen Ye held the card between his fingers, a playful expression crossing his face. Might this functional card trigger a 100-fold return? And if so, could it be synthesized afterward? What then might a legendary date card resemble? Without hesitation, Chen Ye gifted the date card to Zuo Lanlan. Chapter 45, The Enthusiastic Card. Zuo Lanlan leaped with joy, playfully nibbling on Chen Ye's arm, only for him to push her away in annoyance. The system's notification remained silent. Why was there no hundredfold return? Chen Ye questioned, irritation creeping into his voice. The system offered no response, providing not a shred of explanation. Deep in thought, Chen Ye issued another command. Disassemble the triple bow crossbow atop the vehicle. The triple bow crossbow was a functional card accessory, easily disassembled at will. In a flash of light, the cold notification from the system echoed. Congratulations, you have disassembled the triple bow crossbow and successfully acquired a triple bow crossbow functional card. A black card depicting the triple bow crossbow appeared in the palm of Chen Ye's hand. He raised his finger and tossed it to Zuo Lanlan. Use it. With a troubled expression, she replied, Boss, my vehicle's specialty is speed. Attaching such a hefty triple bow crossbow will hinder my top velocity. Moreover, its shape would disrupt the aerodynamic design of the vehicle. In simpler terms, it was a massive block that would increase air resistance and impair speed. Let us attach it for now. We can remove it when it's time for a race. The beauty of functional cards is their flexibility. Very well, Zuo Lanlan reluctantly agreed. Soon, in a flash of light, the triple bow crossbow appeared atop Zuo Lanlan's vehicle. On her sleek sports car, the black box seemed quite out of place. Ding! Female teammate consumed a triple bow crossbow functional card, triggering a hundredfold return. Congratulations, you have received 100 triple bow crossbow functional cards. 100 cards materialized in Chen Ye's inventory. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Chen Ye nodded slightly, realizing that functional cards could also yield a hundredfold return. However, there was a prerequisite. The female teammate had to consume them. We gifted Zuo Lanlan a date card. Her failure to use it naturally meant no hundredfold return could be triggered. The crux of the return lay in consumption and usage. Functional cards, it appeared, could also be synthesized. 100 3-bow crossbow cards can be synthesized into 10 special 3-bow crossbow function cards, which can further combine into a single super 3-bow crossbow function card. Chen Ye, filled with excitement, remarked, I wonder what a legendary level 3-bow crossbow would look like. Although he lacked sufficient 3-bow crossbow function cards to elevate to legendary status in a single day, this did not deter Chen Ye from indulging in fantasies. How could he exploit the system? He conceived a possibility. He could have Zuo Lanlan disassemble the 3-bow crossbow, return the function cards to him, and then gift the function card back to Zuo Lanlan for her to consume once more. If this cycle continued, he could infinitely farm resources and function cards, thus acquiring an abundance of legendary level function cards. As long as he obtained a single ordinary function card, a few days of farming could elevate him to legendary status. Of course, this was contingent upon the feasibility of such a method. However, after a series of attempts, he was met with failure. It became clear that infinite resource farming was not attainable. The ownership of the function cards already resided with Zuo Lanlan, making it impossible to trigger the hundredfold return again. Nevertheless, a small loophole remained. Chen Ye could still utilize the function cards, attaching the 3-bow crossbow to his vehicle. After some effort, he managed to generate 100 3-bow crossbow function cards, and with the 3-bow crossbow atop his RV, it was akin to acquiring a bounty without cost. Freebies bring me joy, Chen Ye stated earnestly. Warning, 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 warning. Suddenly, a red signal flashed in the group, a warning issued by the system, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Confusion reigned as everyone wondered what was amiss. Warning, someone is exploiting. A major player is attempting to farm resources. This warning is issued once. Further infractions will result in electric shock punishment. The Yan Yongxin electroshock device, a worthwhile investment for you. Damn, Chen Ye could not restrain his expletives. He never anticipated such a development. A server-wide announcement had been made. Absurdity had reached its peak. The group erupted in chaos. Who is this big shot? How can they exploit? I want to exploit too. Great ones, I beg you. To the big shot exploiting, do you need a son? I am willing to be your adopted child. There were too many clever individuals, and yet he felt like a fool. Others were already exploiting while he struggled in dire circumstances, barely able to satisfy his hunger. Forget food. He could scarcely drink a sip of water, surviving on snowmelt daily. Who is this big shot exploiting resources? He speculated it must be the benevolent Ye. Just think about it. Who has the most resources to exploit? ISNT Ye. The benevolent? Well said. That makes perfect sense, and I find myself unable to counter it. While he might feel envious of others exploiting, he harbored no jealousy toward Ye. believing it was rightfully earned. Indeed, Ye's exploited resources sustain us. Without Ye's affordable resources, we would starve. Agreed. I support Ye wholeheartedly. I implore the system not to punish him. You must be a hater, right? If you want the system to punish Ye, just say so. The group erupted into a cacophony of voices. Chen Ye cast a fleeting glance before diverting his attention elsewhere. He was currently enveloped in a cloud of gloom, never anticipating that the survival system would turn its focus upon him. Zuo Lanlan, you must utilize the dating card, Chen Ye commanded. Engage in a rendezvous with a member of the opposite sex. Only by expending the dating card can one achieve a 100-fold return, thereby acquiring more dating cards. Boss, are you out of your mind? Zuo Lanlan retorted with indignation. I am your teammate, bound to you in life and death. How could I possibly date some random man? You little fools seem to be quite knowledgeable, Chen Ye remarked with surprise, not expecting this refined young lady to possess such awareness. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, she had grown up and studied abroad, thoroughly influenced by the capitalist ethos. It was only natural that she was aware of how the older white men indulged in extravagance. I suggest you date Zhang Xiaoquan, Chen Ye said with a sly grin. We can confront him at the dating venue and give him a thorough thrashing. Or perhaps even employ strong bows and crossbows to eliminate him outright. That plan seems rather devious. The little fool blinked. Is this strategy akin to the beauty trap from the 36 stratagems? One could say that. Chen Ye nodded. Throughout history, beauty traps have proven to be exceedingly effective. Even a war god like Elbu could not withstand their allure, let alone a mere Zhang Xiaoquan. All right, I shall contact him immediately, Zuo Lanlan declared with newfound enthusiasm. Though uncertain if 3 could enter, as it was ostensibly a 2-person date, which typically allowed only 2 individuals. Chen Ye pondered seriously. If only 2 could enter, he was reluctant to expose his female teammate to such peril, as she was an immensely valuable asset to him. Ding! System notification. Maximum capacity for dating cards is 4. Each party may bring 1 additional person. To his surprise, the system responded rather promptly this time. Chen Ye was taken aback. Was the system attempting to tame him with such a classic method? He remained vigilant regarding the system's intentions. Chapter 46. The Enchantress in a Peacock Green Chong Sam. Since entry is permitted, I shall arrange a meeting with Zhang Xiaoquan. Zuo Lanlan turned to Chen Ye, awaiting his command. Chen Ye nodded, and without uttering a word, Zuo Lanlan promptly utilized the dating card. Dating partner, Zhang Xiaoquan. Ding. The female teammate expended 1 dating card, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations. You have acquired 100 dating cards. The Cole notification echoed once more. Chen Ye smiled with satisfaction. Success. 100 dating cards. If synthesized, it could yield a super dating card. I wonder what extraordinary abilities a legendary dating card possesses. Has Zhang Xiaoquan taken the bait? Chen Ye inquired. Not yet. Zuo Lanlan shook her head. I don't understand why he hasn't confirmed. That shouldn't be the case. Chen Ye frowned. Zhang Xiaoquan would never refuse. A man like him is undoubtedly a lecher, and upon merely glimpsing your avatar, he would eagerly agree without hesitation. Is our beauty trap destined to fail? Zuo Lanlan expressed her concern. Chen Ye shook his head. Let us wait a moment. It's not a significant issue. Indeed, after a while, Zhang Xiaoquan accepted the invitation. He did so, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Was he perhaps concocting some scheme? Zuo Lanlan furrowed her brow. Even if there were a conspiracy, it would not instill fear. Chen Ye remarked, our main objective in bringing the strong bow and crossbow is to take De Huang along. Can we truly bring De Huang? Zuo Lanlan queried. Isn't the date card restricted to just 1 person? It doesn't explicitly prohibit bringing a dog. Chen Ye prepared to test the card once more. You must admit, that's quite clever of you, Zuo Lanlan complimented, giving a thumbs up. Boss, you are indeed cunning. Pa pa pa. Chen Ye playfully knocked her on the head. This is called resourcefulness. Right, resourcefulness. Zuo Lanlan rubbed her head. Shall we proceed inside? Chen Ye picked up De Huang, and in a flash of light, they found themselves in an isolated space. It was a grand European-style castle, sprawling in size, adorned with numerous masterpieces by renowned artists, exuding an air of artistic elegance. This is the castle of my dreams, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed with longing, hoping to one day don a wedding gown and marry here. As the initiator of the date card, she had the privilege to arrange the scenery of the venue. Find a room to hide, Chen Ye instructed, Zhang Xiaoquan will soon appear in the hall. Understood, boss. Zuo Lanlan replied, grasping the strong bow and crossbow, but do take care. I'm fine. I have De Huang with me, Chen Ye said. Seated at a table in the hall, with a strong bow and crossbow concealed beneath it. With De Huang at hand, he felt invincible, at least for now. De Huang was an unparalleled force. Behave well, De Huang, and a reward awaits you once the mission is accomplished. Chen Ye lit a cigarette and waited in silence. De Huang lay nearby, eagerly inhaling the second-hand smoke of free indulgence. Before long, a glamorous woman appeared, surprisingly not Zhang Xiaoquan. She bore a striking resemblance to him, though. The woman appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, clad in a peacock green qipao, her makeup subtle yet enhancing her allure. Clearly, she had received a refined education in etiquette, her every gesture exuding grace. The qipao's slit revealed glimpses of flesh-toned, thigh-high stockings, adding to her captivating charm. Chen Ye could not help but swallow hard. She was truly a mesmerizing enchantress. Who are you? The woman inquired, unfazed by the stranger, elegantly taking a seat opposite Chen Ye. And who might you be? Chen Ye countered. De Huang raised his head warily, fixating intently on the woman. My surname is Luo, she replied, her red lips parting delicately. You may call me Miss Luo. The date should be with Zhang Xiaoquan. Chen Ye frowned. You are correct. Zhang Xiaoquan's date ought to be Zuo Lanlan, Miss Luo said, raising an eyebrow with playful intrigue. What brings about such a situation? Chen Ye asked directly. What is your relationship with Zhang Xiaoquan? And what is yours with Zuo Lanlan? The woman retorted. How intriguing. Chen Ye grinned. Zhang Xiaoquan is indeed an interesting fellow. He sends a beauty in his stead. Surely, you are not his wife? Zuo Lanlan is quite fascinating as well. Miss Luo smiled. She invites a man, yet sends another man in her place. You aren't her husband, are you? Zhang Xiaoquan sent you here without any sincerity, did he? Chen Ye flicked the ash from his cigarette. Lu Lanlan clearly sent you out with hostility. The woman produced a slender cigarette, suggesting that you harbor a grudge against him and wish him harm. Don't you? Do you think I am his enemy? Chen Ye retorted. I am uncertain. Miss Luo shook her head. Zhang Xiaoquan is capricious, and he has too many foes. What if he is my enemy? As long as he is not mine, it poses no issue. Suddenly, the woman climbed onto the table, drawing near Chen Ye like a cat in heat. With a sultry gaze, she rested her chin on her hand. Young man, could you spare me a light? And if I refuse? Chen Ye toyed with his lighter, his eyes appraising the woman. He had to admit, she exuded an irresistible allure, her face exquisite, her form voluptuous, especially the deep cleft that quickened his breath. Be a little kind, young man. She exhaled a cloud of smoke. Besides, you seem rather irritable. Allowing me to borrow a flame wouldn't be a loss. Chen Ye chuckled heartily. You're indeed correct. I am quite irritable. He lit her cigarette. She inhaled deeply, releasing the smoke into Chen Ye's face. In a swirling haze, the atmosphere between them became intensely intimate. Without a second thought, Chen Ye embraced the woman, unleashing his unrivaled prowess. Several hours later, the woman, her heart brimming with joy, declared, I have never been as happy as I am today. My name is Luo Zijuan. Remember to contact me when you have the chance. According to the rules of the survival world, knowing a name allows for swift communication. With her delicate fingers, she traced circles on Chen Ye's chest. What is your name? Before he could respond, she placed a finger over his lips. Never mind, you need not tell me. After all, you are Zhang Xiaoquan's enemy. To me, you are foe, not friend. If you know I am your enemy, why then do you submit to me? Chen Ye asked, perplexed. To be honest, I intended to seduce you and then knock you unconscious. Luo Zijuan confessed, but the plan did not succeed. You were simply too formidable, and I ended up fainting several times. I couldn't even stand, let alone attack. I hadn't anticipated your sincerity, Chen Ye remarked, surprised. Are you not afraid I might harm you? Do not jest, Luo Zijuan rolled her eyes. This is a date card, not a duel card. While a date card may allow for a scuffle, it certainly does not permit murder. Her intention was to seduce Chen Ye, not to eliminate him. Chapter 47. Love you. Mom, see you soon. Is there really such a rule? Chen Ye expressed his astonishment. It seemed he had been overly cautious, bringing a powerful bow and a large yellow dog. What exactly is your relationship with Zhang Xiaoquan? He inquired with curiosity. I cannot disclose that. It's confidential. Luo Zijuan responded with a sultry glance. What enmity do you hold against Zhang Xiaoquan? Is it a blood feud that cannot be resolved? Not quite. Chen Ye shook his head. He merely insulted me. What if we transform enemies into allies and fight side by side? She extended her delicate hand, wishing to shake Chen Ye's, yet he remained unmoved. The matter was not so simple. He was reluctant to easily turn foes into friends, especially without knowing who they truly were. Could she truly act on Zhang Xiaoquan's behalf? What weight could a woman's words truly carry? In a civilized society, women may wield a greater voice. However, in this harsh world of survival, their influence is markedly diminished. It seems you still harbor some resentment. Luo Zijuan snapped her fingers. Offering you a flame fruit. How does that sound? The woman was quite straightforward, directly transmitting a flame ability fruit to Chen Ye. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired a common-level flame ability fruit. Such generosity took Chen Ye by surprise. This flame ability fruit serves as my apology on behalf of Zhang Xiaoquan, Luo Zijuan said with a smile, hoping to transform conflict into reconciliation. She extended her hand once more. Yet, Chen Ye remained unmoved. This woman was astute. She snapped her fingers again. I shall send you another flame ability fruit. Another flame ability fruit was transmitted to Chen Ye's system warehouse. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired a common-level flame ability fruit. What is the significance of this fruit? Chen Ye inquired with keen interest, though internally he was quite elated. With 2 ability fruits, it was akin to possessing 200, allowing him to synthesize further tomorrow, bringing him a step closer to the legendary flame ability fruit. This is your labor compensation, Luo Zijuan said, her eyes gleaming with delight. You have toiled diligently for so long. It cannot be for naught. I cannot be seen as a contractor who exploits laborers without compensation. That would be the most despicable of employers. Luo Zijuan, always principled, insisted that those who work hard must receive their due. Very well. Chen Ye grasped Luo Zijuan's delicate hand, soft and comforting. Today, I can reconcile with Zhang Xiaoquan and cease my hostilities. Initially, this had been a trap. The optimal outcome would have been to eliminate Zhang Xiaoquan outright. However, the dating function card had its rules, making such an action impossible. At most, a mere scuffle would be trivial, prompting Chen Ye to abandon the idea. That's splendid. You are a well-behaved child. Luo Zijuan expressed her happiness. We have taken the first step towards thawing the ice, which is crucial for mending our relationship. Who knows? Perhaps in the future, you could become allies alongside Zhang Xiaoquan. Perhaps, Chen Ye replied, shaking his head, neither refuting nor confirming. Goodbye, dear child, remember to stay in touch. Luo Zijuan formed a telephone gesture with her fingers, particularly in the long, lonely nights. She invited him to reach out for a rendezvous. Seizing the day is better than waiting for the right moment. Chen Ye chuckled, suggesting, shall we continue our delightful affair? His vitality remained robust, still craving more. Having only spent a few hours together, akin to an inexhaustible source of energy. No, no, no. Luo Zijuan's head shook like a tambourine. I am utterly fatigued. Continuing would be perilous for my well-being. Her resolve was firm as she hurriedly fled the castle. Chen Ye yachet her retreating figure, savoring the lingering warmth and sweetness at the corners of his mouth. His strength had indeed been excessive. It was unavoidable. After all, youth has its vigor. Luo Zijuan's gait had grown, somewhat labored. Should they continue, she would undoubtedly collapse onto the table. She swiftly vanished from Chen Ye's sight, only to reappear before Zhang Xiaoquan a few minutes later. Zhang Xiaoquan, anxiously awaiting her arrival, murmured fervent prayers to the Buddha, Christ, and all celestial beings, hoping for a smooth and peaceful outcome devoid of any mishaps. Upon catching sight of Luo Zijuan, he hurried over, gently supporting her and quietly inquiring, Mother, how is the situation? What else could it be? It's a trap. Do not go over, Luo Zijuan replied, shaking her head. What trap? Zhang Xiaoquan scratched his head, overwhelmed with concern. It is a scheme set by our enemies, a ploy of seduction, Luo Zijuan stated, offering no further explanation. What a pity, such a shame. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth in frustration, lamenting the prospect of never meeting such a beautiful girl. Can't you aspire to something greater? Beauty is a double-edged sword. Luo Zijuan sternly reprimanded her son. I have told you countless times, do not be captivated by beauty. Why can't you understand? Mother, I am young, filled with vigor, and I have no wife. What is wrong with liking women? Zhang Xiaoquan defended himself, feeling quite unjustly treated. I can't possibly prefer men. It is perfectly fine to like women, but she is the enemy-s woman. There are countless women in the world, Luo Zijuan chastised with a stern face. Must you hang your hopes on this one crooked tree? But she is so beautiful, Zhang Xiaoquan lamented. I have never encountered such a stunning girl. Useless boy. Luo Zijuan shot him a disapproving glance, unable to suppress her scolding. Since childhood, you have exhibited no ambition, unable to move on when you see a woman. Mother, you cannot blame me, Zhang Xiaoquan replied, feeling quite desperate. Though I am large and not young anymore, I have never had a girlfriend, nor even held a woman's hand. Despite being a bully, he was quite obedient to his mother. Without her consent, he would never dare to act recklessly. Luo Zijuan had given birth to him at the age of 16 and had always been strict with his upbringing, which explained why Zhang Xiaoquan was so compliant. Of course, in the perilous world they inhabited, beyond her strictness, it was also due to her unique abilities that he followed her guidance. Why did he allow his mother to meet with the girl first? Because, regardless of the dangers they faced, she possessed the means to extricate herself from perilous situations. This extraordinary ability was a remarkable asset in their survival world. Thanks to this exceptional capability, Zhang Xiaoquan thrived in their harsh reality. Thus, although he was a ruthless villain among his subordinates, he held a mix of respect, fear, and filial piety towards his mother. I do not want you to go over. It is for your protection, Luo Zijuan earnestly explained. If you insist on going, I will not stop you. Thank you, Mom, Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed, filled with excitement. I love you, Mom. See you soon. Chapter 48. Why don't you pair up with the Huang? Don't rush off. If you end up suffering, do not blame me. Luo Zijuan cautioned in advance. She understood her son well. Though he was an impressive tough guy, he was no match for the formidable hero residing in the castle. Others may not grasp the prowess of that valiant hero, yet she, this woman, is acutely aware. Rest assured, dear mother, no woman has yet been born who can bring me to ruin. Zhang Xiaoquan radiated confidence and pride. What if there are men inside the castle? Luo Zijuan inquired. If they are men, I will still handle them with ease. Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled heartily, declaring, I can charm anyone, regardless of age or gender. Without waiting for his mother to elaborate, he dashed into the castle like a rabbit. Observing her son's exuberant figure, Luo Zijuan shook her head in disbelief. She had intended to provide her son with more details, but his eagerness prevented her from finishing her thoughts. Zhang Xiaoquan swiftly arrived at the castle entrance. Just as he was about to push the door open, he heard a distinct voice emanating from within. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the word husband, which sent waves of excitement coursing through him. How delightful! This enchanting lady understands the rules, addressing him as husband even before their meeting. Zhang Xiaoquan rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Husband, 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 husband. The voice echoed clearly from inside. Don't fret, my dear. I shall come at once. He produced a handkerchief and playfully tied it around his head, obscuring his vision. Since the lady was so well-mannered, he felt compelled to reciprocate in kind. Darling, I have arrived, he declared as he pushed open the door and began to navigate forward. Darling, where are you? Don't let me catch you. For if I do, in the hall, Chen Ye stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. Not far from him, De Huang was incessantly calling out husband, protesting to Chen Ye. De Huang was extremely jealous and furious over Chen Ye's relationship with Luo Zijuan, seeking an explanation. Clearly, it was his right as Chen Ye's partner, yet he found himself unable to wield Chen Ye's prowess. Meanwhile, a newly acquainted and flirtatious companion had access to it for over 3 hours. De Huang's demands were simple. He, too, wished to wield that power. However, Chen Ye deemed it unnecessary, acknowledging that his affection could not transcend species. Though he often jestingly uttered vulgarities, they were mere expressions, not actions. More importantly, they did not indicate a genuine desire to engage in such acts. De Huang was not easily fooled. If Chen Ye failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would persist in calling out husband, using this vexing method to compel Chen Ye to relent. Little did they know, Chen Ye's resilience summoned Zhang Xiaoquan to the scene. My precious, I have pinpointed your location. I shall find you shortly, so be patient. Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled as he continued to explore. One must admit, this lad had remarkably keen ears, accurately arriving at De Huang's side, where he wrapped his arms around him. The long fur irritated Zhang Xiaoquan's face, yet he bore no anger. Instead, he laughed heartily. My beauty, you are still clad in mink? Mink beauties possess the most allure. They are my favorite. With that, he showered the creature with affectionate kisses, only to find himself tasting a mouthful of fur. The flavor is less than pleasant, and the quality of the fur leaves much to be desired, my lovely. Zhang Xiaoquan lamented. Your mink coat is nothing but a cheap imitation. Rest assured, with me, I shall procure you a luxurious one, the finest mink coat. As he spoke, his hands began to roam, seeking to caress the woman's face or other sensitive areas. This audacity soon provoked the large yellow dog, which, without hesitation, bit his hand fiercely, causing blood to gush forth. Zhang Xiaoquan let out a cry of agony, collapsing onto the ground. My dear, why are you so fierce? I merely wish to embrace you, and you retaliate with bites. Very well, I do have a penchant for fiery temperaments. Ignoring the pain in his hand, he lunged forward once more, embracing the dog and showering it with fervent kisses and touches. Witnessing the spectacle, Chen Ye was utterly speechless. What a sight! This is the epitome of a lascivious fiend. What defines a professional lecher? This is it, pure professionalism. Here he is, embracing a dog, yet his imagination conjures a stunning beauty. The dog, now thoroughly incensed by his antics, bit him once again, this time tearing a chunk of flesh from his arm. Zhang Xiaoquan howled in pain, retreating hastily, unable to endure any longer. He yanked off his blindfold and shouted, Are you out of your mind? As his vision cleared, he beheld a ferocious large yellow dog before him. What on earth? Why is it a male dog? Not only was it a dog, but it was also incessantly calling him husband. Damn it, you wretched beast. Is it you who has lured me into this? Even dogs can call me husband now. His fury distorted his features. Is there no justice left? No law? He displayed his wounds. However, the gushing wound was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, which astonished Chen Ye. Yet, he quickly reconciled with the situation. Previously, Luo Zijuan had mentioned that within this dating space, harm could not befall one another, nor could one take another's life. Nevertheless, Chen Ye discerned from the details a potential for tormenting Zhang Xiaoquan. Although the wounds might heal swiftly, the sensation of pain appeared unavoidable, thus affording Chen Ye the opportunity to inflict considerable distress upon him. Damn it! Though the wound may heal, I shall not spare you. I will end you. You male dog! The more Zhang Xiaoquan contemplated, the more incensed he became, his fury evident. Brother, do not lower yourself to the level of a dog, Chen Ye chuckled. And by the way, this is a female dog. Upon hearing another man's voice, Zhang Xiaoquan turned like an enraged beast, fixing his gaze upon Chen Ye. Just a glance was enough for him to roar, You are Chen Ye. While Luo Zijuan might not recognize Chen Ye, Zhang Xiaoquan certainly did. He had cursed Chen Ye's image day and night, claiming that even if Chen Ye turned to ash, he would still recognize him. Indeed, I am Chen Ye. Waiting for you here for quite some time, Chen Ye replied calmly, seated motionless at the table where a powerful bow and crossbow lay hidden beneath. Today, I intend to end you. This is all your trap, isn't it? This dog is part of your scheme, isn't it? Zhang Xiaoquan's face turned an ashen green with rage. You dare to use a beauty trap against me. And what of it? Chen Ye retorted with a smirk. Were you not enjoying yourself? Chen Ye chuckled as he remarked, My female dog is in heat, and you two are in a similar state. Why not unite in matrimony? Henceforth, I shall be your father-in-law, and you shall be my son-in-law. Zhang Xiaoquan erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, How dare you speak such nonsense? Chen Ye retorted, Those who disrespect their mothers shall be treated likewise. Chapter 49. Zhang Xiaoquan's Extraordinary Power. What on earth are you saying? Zhang Xiaoquan was thrown into disarray. Sensing an uncomfortable truth, he was reluctant to confront. What did you do to my mother? Your mother? Chen Ye feigned innocence, the alluring figure in the Cheongsam. Is she your mother? Show some respect for my mother. What do you mean by alluring figure? Zhang Xiaoquan shouted angrily. Dare to lay a hand on my mother, and I will end you. Enough with the shouting, Chen Ye scolded. I've already spanked your mother's backside. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Xiaoquan fumed. Do you not believe me? Go ask your mother. Chen Ye dismissed him with a wave. Zhang Xiaoquan's vulgarities were mere expressions, while Chen Ye's words were stark truth, a substantial difference indeed. I will take your life. Zhang Xiaoquan suddenly brandished a large cleaver, charging at Chen Ye like a raging bull. Naturally, Chen Ye could not allow him to close the distance and promptly pulled the trigger. The powerful crossbow released its deadly arrows. He aimed for the most vital areas, yet failed to hit his mark. Undeterred, Chen Ye fired again, this time with unwavering confidence at a closer range, certain of his success. Yet, the result remained the same. Not a single arrow struck true. Zhang Xiaoquan stood frozen, bewildered. What sort of aim do you possess? I stand still, and you still cannot hit me. Silence. Chen Ye snapped in frustration. The first time I shot, I struck the eye of a polar bear. This was indeed the pinnacle of his archery career. He had never hit a person since. Huh. Now that you are disarmed, how will you contend with me? Zhang Xiaoquan boasted as he waved the cleaver. You are but meat on my chopping block. Big Yellow, attack him. Chen Ye commanded with a snap of his fingers, but do not breathe fire. It will be too merciful. Fool. Big Yellow barked as he lunged at Zhang Xiaoquan. Zhang Xiaoquan attempted to strike with his cleaver, but his wrist was bitten through, and the curved blade fell to the ground. Big Yellow's combat prowess was terrifying. Even a robust man like Zhang Xiaoquan stood no chance. Chen Ye grinned as he picked up the long knife. At this moment, with the blade in his hand, who truly was the prey? Enough, enough. Spare me, spare me. Zhang Xiaoquan pleaded, kneeling, realizing the ferocity of Big Yellow's assault. Stopping Big Yellow was simple. Chen Ye chuckled, just call him wife. Are you trying to fool me? Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Xiaoquan cursed, drenched in blood. Believe it or not. Chen Ye teased, you've forgotten, he adores calling for his husband. Zhang Xiaoquan hesitated. Indeed, that Big Yellow dog had a knack for calling him husband so perfectly that even he, a man of considerable intellect, had been duped before. Wife, wife. Zhang Xiaoquan hastily shouted. Yet it proved futile. Big Yellow only bit down harder. You scoundrel, you deceived me. Zhang Xiaoquan was beside himself with rage, having been outsmarted once again. Zhang Xiaoquan, you have quite the peculiar taste, Chen Ye proclaimed with righteous indignation, calling a female dog wife. In our household, De Huang is indeed a cherished daughter and cannot be associated with a scoundrel like you. Kindly silence yourself. Zhang Xiaoquan wished he could devour Chen Ye in his rage. I forgot to mention, Chen Ye waved his phone, revealing that he had just captured a video of you calling De Huang your wife and shared it in the group chat. You are utterly inhuman, a mere beast. With the video circulating, his once formidable reputation would undoubtedly plummet. Delete it. I demand you erase that video immediately. Zhang Xiaoquan was evidently concerned about his reputation. Even while grappling with De Huang, he fervently insisted that Chen Ye delete the footage. Although he was in dire straits, his obsession with his public image remained unwavering. Deleting it would be futile. Everyone had already seen it, and many had even downloaded it. It would likely become a source of amusement for them in the future. Chen Ye smiled knowingly, remarking that seeing a so-called boss in such a disheveled state was quite a spectacle for those at the bottom of the hierarchy. You truly are inhumane. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth in fury, yet felt utterly powerless. Can you not make your dog leave? Stop biting me already. It cannot kill me. I am quite amenable. Chen Ye said with a grin. As long as you answer my questions honestly, everything will be agreeable. What do you wish to inquire? Hurry up and ask. Zhang Xiaoquan cursed vehemently, exasperated, as he felt on the verge of being torn apart by your dog. De Huang was relentless, continually tearing at Zhang Xiaoquan's arms, causing him to grimace in agony, pushed to the brink of despair. The crucial aspect was that once an arm was bitten off, it would swiftly regenerate, and De Huang would continue to gnaw, forcing Zhang Xiaoquan to endure excruciating pain time and again. You must possess some extraordinary ability, Chen Ye queried with intrigue. I wish to know what your power is. For every survivor, this was the most vital secret. However, Zhang Xiaoquan burst into laughter, revealing without hesitation. Are you frightened? Afraid my skills are too formidable and will eliminate you? Speak quickly. Chen Ye snapped, irritated. Enough of this dilly-dallying. My ability is quite simple, Zhang Xiaoquan admitted candidly. I receive a treasure map every day. Chen Ye was taken aback by this revelation. Such an extraordinary ability? Previously, he had encountered Zhang Xiaoquan's two subordinates, each possessing a treasure map. Thus, it seemed Zhang Xiaoquan's abundant resources and substantial growth could be attributed to his treasure map ability. With this power, he could generate treasure chests indefinitely, and his subordinates would remain fiercely loyal, eagerly anticipating a daily gift of 1 or 2 treasure maps from him. So what is your mother's ability? After a brief moment of shock, Chen Ye continued to inquire, why do you send her to scout? Does she possess a skill for swift escape? You're quite astute, Zhang Xiaoquan acknowledged. My mother's ability is acceleration. Her speed dramatically increases over short distances, making escape quite simple. This is why he entrusted her with scouting duties, sending your mother into the most perilous situations. Chen Ye couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, you truly are a devoted son. I am, by nature, a devoted son. The character for filial piety in Zhang Xiaoquan's name is ample proof of this fact. It was my mother who insisted on becoming the navigator. It was her own choice, and what could I do? Releasing you would be quite simple. Chen Ye said with a cheerful smile. At the very least, one ought to show some filial respect, right? What on earth do you want? Zhang Xiaoquan retorted angrily. I have no gold coins. He was aware of Chen Ye's fondness for gold coins and assumed Chen Ye intended to extort him. Gold coins were exceedingly rare. He had spent all his savings on bear paws previously. I don't want gold coins. Chen Ye was now far more interested in the fruit of powers, specifically the fruit of the fire elemental ability. Do you have it? He was eager to synthesize a legendary level fire elemental ability fruit. Surely, consuming such a legendary fruit would grant the ability to breathe fire. Chen Ye longed to possess the same fiery prowess as De Huang, as it would certainly make indulging in barbecues much more convenient. Chapter 50. Another fire elemental ability fruit acquired. A fire elemental ability fruit? You certainly have a grand appetite. Zhang Xiaoquan was naturally reluctant to part with it and gritted his teeth. I don't have one. Do you think they are as common as cabbage? If you don't have it, I will simply continue to torment you. Chen Ye glanced at his watch and remarked. We still have at least 2 hours until our appointment. He had already spent 3 hours with Zhang Xiaoquan's mother. You truly are inhuman. Zhang Xiaoquan seethed. I have only one fire elemental ability fruit, and it was given to me by my mother. After all, it was a gift from his mother, and as a devoted son, Zhang Xiaoquan had never dared to consume it. Of course, he already possessed powers, even if he ate the fire elemental ability fruit. The chances of awakening a second power were exceedingly slim. Thus, he chose to keep it, preserving it for moments when he missed his mother, as if she were always by his side. Yet now, Chen Ye sought to take this fruit from him, undoubtedly a wound to his very heart. Did your mother give you only one fire elemental ability fruit? Chen Ye said with a smile. It seems she favors me a bit more. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Xiaoquan grew furious. Joking about one's mother is a line I will never allow to be crossed. This was one of his utmost principles. Your mother only gave you one fire elemental ability fruit. Chen Ye unveiled the bloody truth. Yet she bestowed upon me 2 fire elemental ability fruits. Is that not a sign of her greater affection for me? You're lying. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Xiaoquan refused to believe it, no matter the cost. Chen Ye, however, chose not to engage in further banter, and simply produced 2 fire elemental ability fruits. These 2 fruits were particularly special, marked by a kiss imprint at their centers, left by Luo Zijuan, Zhang Xiaoquan's biological mother. Surely, you recognize the kiss mark, don't you? Chen Ye said with a grin. This serves as a mark of authenticity. On what grounds? Zhang Xiaoquan was again thrown off balance. How could my mother have given you 2 fire elemental ability fruits upon first meeting you? It simply signifies her love for me. Chen Ye pierced through his heart. Your mother holds deep affections for me. I fear I may soon become your stepfather. I am your father. Zhang Xiaoquan, utterly infuriated, charged at Chen Ye with gritted teeth, intent on a desperate confrontation. However, he was swiftly halted by De Huang, who delivered a vicious beating. Zhang Xiaoquan's powers were not combat-oriented, rendering his fighting abilities woefully inadequate, and he was thoroughly overpowered by De Huang. Why the agitation? Chen Ye inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips. Are you afraid that I might marry your mother and bear a sibling to claim your inheritance? No need to fret. Although your mother is still young enough to have children, I have no intentions of fatherhood. You beast! You are truly a beast! Zhang Xiaoquan cried, his teeth clenched in anguish. You are nothing but a vile creature. Enough of your prattling, Chen Ye retorted, uninterested in his whining. Hand over the flame ability fruit, or I shall continue to torment you. Fine, fine. A wise man avoids immediate loss. I shall give it to you, Zhang Xiaoquan conceded, tossing the flame ability fruit in submission. Chen Ye did not renege on his word, snapping his fingers to signal De Huang to withdraw. De Huang licked the blood from its jaws, baring its teeth as it retreated step by step, ready to pounce should Zhang Xiaoquan dare to defy him. I shall feast on dog meat upon my return. Zhang Xiaoquan lamented, unable to exact swift revenge on De Huang, channeling his rage into thoughts of consuming dog meat instead. You still have dog meat to eat? Life seems rather pleasant, Chen Ye noted, recognizing the difficulty of finding such sustenance in a post-apocalyptic world. I generate treasure map chests daily. Resources are hardly a concern. Indeed, Chen Ye mused, a hint of envy in his nod. If only you were a woman. If he were a woman, becoming his female companion, generating treasure maps daily combined with his own 100-fold returns would render legendary resources easily attainable. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaoquan retreated warily, suspecting Chen Ye might have sinister intentions. Fear not, Chen Ye chuckled. I have no plans for gender reassignment surgery. To be honest, I lack the means to do so. By the way, are you willing to sell your treasure maps? Let's make a deal. Certainly, as long as the price is right. In truth, Zhang Xiaoquan had always sold his treasure maps, distributing them to various powerful figures, even to his own subordinates. He never turned away a reasonable offer, for treasure maps did not equate to resources. Even a diamond treasure map did not guarantee supplies, as each treasure was fraught with peril, often guarded by fierce beasts and hidden traps. Without genuine skill, one could not only fail to acquire the treasures within, but also risk their own life. You must have sold them before? Chen Ye, careful not to reveal his own limits, probed further. What is your usual selling price? My prices vary, Zhang Xiaoquan replied with a cold smirk. For you, it would be 1 flame ability fruit for an iron treasure map. Iron treasure map? Chen Ye did not contest this, but merely stated, I desire a higher level treasure map. Is that possible? Impossible. The iron treasure map is already the highest tier, Zhang Xiaoquan retorted. Your ambitions are quite grand. Do you think the treasure map is as common as cabbage? Zhang Xiaoquan's abilities were the most rudimentary level, thus he could only uncover basic maps. As the level of the treasure map increased, the possibility of unveiling more advanced treasure maps arose. I will never part with the flame fruit. Chen Ye shook his head, insisting, you can offer another price. I solely desire the flame ability fruit. Zhang Xiaoquan was clearly acting out of spite. Since Chen Ye had shown such fondness for the flame ability fruit, he deliberately set a challenging price. You wish to awaken a formidable flame ability through consuming a significant quantity of the flame fruit, don't you? I will obstruct your efforts and prevent you from achieving that. Aren't you afraid I will continue to torment you, or even eliminate your little koan? Chen Ye retorted coldly. Torment me all you want, Zhang Xiaoquan scoffed, displaying a defiant attitude. It's just over an hour. You can't possibly kill me. As long as I endure, you will gain nothing. Your mother spent 3 hours with me. Chen Ye chuckled. Would you like to know what transpired during those 3 hours? Don't you dare insult my mother. Zhang Xiaoquan seethed. His teeth clenched. My mother has always maintained her purity. Stop besmirching her reputation with slander. In his eyes, his mother was a paragon of virtue, untouched by any filth. Forget about your mother, Chen Ye said earnestly. I cannot possibly give you the flame fruit. Can you propose a genuinely cooperative offer? This was Chen Ye's principle, with no room for concession. Observing Chen Ye's unwavering stance, Zhang Xiaoquan hesitated momentarily before suggesting, I can offer you an iron treasure map. However, you must become my mercenary and assist me in exploring a copper treasure map. Zhang Xiaoquan had inadvertently acquired a copper treasure map, but it was evidently fraught with peril, and he had been deliberating whether to sell it or embark on an adventure. Given Chen Ye's formidable combat prowess, it would be advantageous to enlist him as a partner for exploration, potentially yielding greater rewards. Are you expecting me to undertake this alone? Chen Ye expressed keen interest. Are you attempting to orchestrate my demise? To throw me into the iron treasure map, where beasts and traps will surely claim my life. A one-time solution? If I wish to eliminate you, I would not resort to such lowly tactics, nor would I sacrifice a copper treasure map in the process, Zhang Xiaoquan clarified. I will accompany you into the map. Inside, we shall be allies, unable to harm one another. You should feel reassured by that. That is not entirely unacceptable. Chen Ye mused thoughtfully, yet I have one stipulation. Your mother must join us. With Zhang Xiaoquan's mother present, Chen Ye's safety would significantly increase. After all, she was currently quite fond of Chen Ye and would never allow her son to be harmed. Do you have feelings for my mother? Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed in anger. I warn you, do not lay your hands on my mother. Your mother is so beautiful. Her charm remains undiminished, Chen Ye replied with utmost seriousness. Any normal man would be drawn to her. No way. I will not permit it. Zhang Xiaoquan firmly rejected. From now on, you shall not see my mother again. Calm down, my friend, Chen Ye advised. I suggest you heed your mother as counsel. Do not make decisions on your own. You must respect her. Shut up. Zhang Xiaoquan insisted vehemently. Chen Ye continued to explain, let me clarify, my interest does not lie in your mother's beauty, but rather in her abilities. Her skills could significantly enhance our survival rate in the bronze treasure chest map. Think about it. Doesn't it make sense? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoquan fell silent. His mother's abilities were indeed extraordinary and highly advantageous in the map. Consider it carefully, Chen Ye urged. After all, the bronze treasure chest map is perilous. This is not a trivial matter. Do not act impulsively. Don't speak so solemnly. I know your ulterior motives. Zhang Xiaoquan retorted. I will contact you once I have thought it through. No problem, Chen Ye replied. But could you first hand me the map of the iron treasure chest? He extended his hand, suggesting that one should show sincerity before seeking assistance. All right, Zhang Xiaoquan surprisingly agreed, pulling out a map. Good luck. Such readiness seemed suspicious to Chen Ye. What kind of scheme could I possibly have? Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled. Besides, with your immense capabilities, my trivial schemes would pose no threat to you. If I were to meet my end at your hands, then your map of the bronze treasure chest would lose its mercenary. If you cannot handle such minor setbacks, then you are unworthy of being my mercenary, Zhang Xiaoquan asserted. Very well. Chen Ye extended his hand. Please send my regards to your mother. Zhang Xiaoquan did not shake Chen Ye's hand. Instead, he coldly remarked, Where is Zuo Lanlan? Tell her I will have my way with her sooner or later. Zuo Lanlan's beauty had led him to such misfortunes, causing him significant losses. More importantly, his home had been robbed, and it seemed this scoundrel before him had also sullied his beautiful mother. This was the most repugnant notion he could not bear to accept. I will convey your regards. Chen Ye forced a smile, refusing to stoop to Zhang Xiaoquan's level. However, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head as a black arrow shot forth. Zhang Xiaoquan let out a cry of agony as the arrow pierced his eye. Oh my goodness! Zhang Xiaoquan turned to flee. Zuo Lanlan emerged, wielding a crossbow with a fierce demeanor, and pulled the trigger once more. A black bolt struck Zhang Xiaoquan in the backside, followed by more arrows hitting his back, heels, and arms, each shot precise and merciless. Chen Ye was astounded. He had not anticipated Zuo Lanlan's accuracy to rival his own. Stop shooting. Stop shooting. I can't take it anymore. Zhang Xiaoquan cried out in anguish, desperately crawling towards the door. Zuo Lanlan approached him and delivered a swift kick to his mouth, exclaiming, How dare you speak so carelessly? Do you think this young lady is someone easy to bully? Though Zuo Lanlan might seem naive, she was far from being a meek soul. Go ahead. If you have the guts, kill me. Just don't kill me. Zhang Xiaoquan shouted defiantly, emboldened by the impending deadline. Don't pretend to be tough. Aren't you fond of racing? Once I've fine-tuned my vehicle, I challenge you to a race. The loser must kneel and apologize. Excellent. Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. You dare to challenge me in a race? You have no idea of the renown of the 12 young masters of the third ring. In matters of brawling or insults, I may lack confidence, but when it comes to driving, I possess unwavering self-assurance. To say nothing of you, a mere unknown girl. Even the world's top racers would not intimidate me. Don't accuse me of bullying you, he continued. I'll let you in on a secret. My second vehicle, designed specifically for racing, is a white Dodge Viper. Dodge Viper? Chen Ye had heard of it. It was a remarkably impressive high-performance sports car. Zuo Lanlan's current racing vehicle was no match for it. The disparity in performance was monumental. To put it bluntly, a novice with a freshly acquired driver's license could easily dominate Zuo Lanlan in a Dodge Viper, merely by knowing how to accelerate. The hardware gap was insurmountable. Chapter 52, Medical Function Card. It's merely a junk car. Zuo Lanlan retorted arrogantly. What is so impressive about that? My Bombardier motorcycle is no slower. Once I upgrade my hardware, I will thoroughly trounce you, you fool. With that, she kicked Zhang Xiaoquan again. Infuriated, his nose crooked, he was about to unleash a torrent of curses when suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped them, rendering everyone momentarily sightless. The time for the date card had arrived. When the light faded, Chen Ye and his companion found themselves back on the highway. Zuo Lanlan, fuming, paced in circles, bouncing with agitation. What is so remarkable about a Dodge Viper? I will surely defeat him. Zhang Xiaoquan's provocation had struck a deep chord with her. Calm down. Your current vehicle truly cannot compete with his. Chen Ye replied with composure. I need to upgrade. I must enhance my vehicle. Zuo Lanlan shouted, Boss, you must assist me. What do I owe you? Chen Ye shot her a sharp glance. If I defeat Zhang Xiaoquan, we will gain a substantial amount of resources from him. Zuo Lanlan hurried to clarify. It would benefit you and the entire team immensely. You need not remind me. When the right opportunity arises, I will naturally help you upgrade your vehicle. Chen Ye did not dwell on the matter for long. Zhang Xiaoquan had a second vehicle. Why shouldn't he? Shouldn't he also possess a second vehicle? After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Ye shook his head, deciding instead to elevate his current vehicle to its utmost potential. Zhang Xiaoquan's Dodge Battle Axe, which had become unruly, was merely a basic vehicle without any upgrades. In the realm of survival, racing on the roads, Such a car lacked competitiveness, only proving useful on specific racing maps. It was evident that Zhang Xiaoquan had leveraged the formidable performance of this vehicle to triumph in numerous races, amassing a wealth of resources. However, there was no need to rush into racing matters just yet. Chen Ye produced 3 flame ability fruits, declaring, "You performed admirably today. Consume them all." "Thank you, boss," Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, eagerly devouring the flame ability fruits. In the blink of an eye, she had polished off all 3. The woman let out a satisfied burp, basking in the comfort of her indulgence. Ding! The female teammate consumed 1 flame ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. "Congratulations, you have acquired 100 flame ability fruits." Ding! The female teammate consumed another flame ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. "Congratulations, you have acquired 100 flame ability fruits." Ding! The female teammate consumed yet another flame ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. "Congratulations, you have acquired 100 flame ability fruits." The system's notifications resounded continuously, a melody that delighted Chen Ye's ears. He was now 1 step closer to obtaining legendary-level flame ability fruits. He pondered whether maps could yield a 100-fold return as well. If that were the case, it would be exhilarating. It would be akin to possessing 100 iron treasure map, and if those could be synthesized, it would be even more extraordinary. However, a crucial condition for the 100-fold return was consumption, meaning Zuo Lanlan had to expend the iron treasure map to trigger the return. Yet, the iron treasure maps provided by Zhang Xiaoquan were evidently laced with ill intent and undoubtedly contained traps. Allowing Zuo Lanlan to venture in alone would pose considerable danger. It was absolutely unacceptable to jeopardize a female teammate for a mere iron treasure chest. As she was an invaluable asset and a cash cow for Chen Ye, her survival ensured a continuous stream of income for him. How could he strategize? Chen Ye was keen on devising a plan, although he had been admonished by the infamous Tongzi Ge, whose warnings echoed across the server. He found himself unable to resist the allure of his scheme. If he could accompany Zuo Lanlan into the iron treasure map as her teammate, the safety factor would be significantly increased. "Tongzi Ge, is this feasible?" Chen Ye inquired casually, not expecting a response. "Ding! It is indeed feasible, you schemer." The cold voice of Tongzi Ge resonated, catching Chen Ye by surprise. With this newfound approval, he was ready to take action. Just then, a message arrived from an old classmate, Tang Shuero. Why did this saintly figure persistently haunt him? He distinctly recalled having blocked her previously. How was she able to reach him now? "Chen Ye, you have truly gone too far," Tang Shuero began, immediately chastising him, her tone still imbued with an air of moral superiority. "I thought I had already blocked you," Chen Ye asked impatiently. "How are you still able to contact me?" "I have my ways," Tang Shuero coldly retorted, not wishing to explain herself. "You are being utterly unreasonable. You are nothing short of a beast for raising a blade against your own classmate. Regardless of your past affection for Li Dandan, you should not treat her this way. Given your shared history as classmates, Li Dan and her brother wanted me dead, but they failed," Chen Yi replied, his tone icy. He offered no further explanation, knowing that had it not been for his good fortune, he might very well have been the one to perish. "I refuse to believe that Li Dan would turn against you," Tang Shuero asserted, her reasoning unyielding. "If you were more generous and provided her with some resources to alleviate her plight, would she really resort to desperate measures against you? Your words leave me speechless." Chen Yi shot back coldly. "If you are so benevolent, why don't you use your own resources to help them instead of morally coercing me?" Moral coercion is undoubtedly the most repugnant form of manipulation. "I would certainly save Li Dan. Do you think I am as cold-blooded as you?" Tang Shuero shouted indignantly. "I have paid a tremendous price for it." "You have paid a tremendous price?" Chen Yi asked, bewildered. "What do you mean? Did you manage to save Li Dan? How could that possibly be?" He scoffed, incredulous. Li Dan was gravely injured, hanging by a thread. Even in a civilized society, her injuries would be difficult to heal, let alone in this harsh survival world. "Indeed, I saved her," Tang Shuero proclaimed haughtily. "Our bond of sisterhood is unbreakable. It is beyond your comprehension as a cold-hearted beast." As she spoke, she shared a video, revealing Li Dan fully recovered, savoring a steaming bowl of instant noodles with an egg nestled within. A truly appetizing sight. Just moments ago, Li Dan had been severely wounded, yet now there was no trace of her former condition. "Is this your ability?" Chen Yi asked, astonished. "Or some kind of special function card? What does it matter to you?" Tang Shuero responded, refusing to divulge the truth. In reality, it was quite simple. She had sacrificed a precious medical function card to save Li Dan, who had been on the brink of death. Losing such a valuable card pained her deeply. Chapter 53. Your presence is my happiness. Take my advice. Li Dan harbors malicious intentions and is not suitable as a teammate. Chen Ye warned out of concern. This vile woman would not hesitate to betray her own brother. What chance would an outsider have? Moreover, the only reason she survived is likely because she consumed her brother's flesh. Otherwise, she would not have lived long enough for you to save her, he added. Aligning with such a venomous woman is exceedingly perilous. The tale of the farmer and the snake has been told for millennia. Chen Ye, you are truly vile. Tang Shuoro failed to grasp his good intentions. You have persecuted Li Dan to this extent and still speak ill of her, extinguishing her last glimmer of hope. If I do not partner with her, how will she survive in this frigid wilderness without her vehicle? To abandon her would be tantamount to murder. Do as you wish. That is your own affair and holds no relevance to me. This is all I have to say. Since the other party refuses to listen, there is no need for further discourse. Should you not extend an apology to Li Dan? Tang Shuoro queried with fervor. I owe her nothing, Chen Ye retorted coldly, stating, do not contact me again. With that, Chen Ye blocked her. It appears Tang Shuoro possesses the means to restore blocked communications. Otherwise, how could she possibly reach out again? To be candid, Tang Shuoro is rather fortunate, never lacking in resources and equipped with various functional cards, though her overly benevolent nature clouds her judgment. Despite appearing secure and high and mighty in her reproach of Chen Ye, her fate is evidently sealed. That viper, Li Dan, would never content herself with merely being her ally or subordinate. Rest assured, my dear sister, I will compel that wretched man to kneel and apologize. Tang Shuoro slammed her hand on the steering wheel, declaring coldly, he must be punished. Shuoro, it is truly unnecessary to stoop to his level. Li Dan remarked while savoring her warm instant noodles. We should focus on living our own lives, striving to survive and acquire more treasures and resources. Absolutely not. Tang Shuoro asserted vehemently, I must avenge you. You truly are my dear sister. Li Dan feigned sincerity. Darling, my affection for you knows no bounds. Li Dan, we are indeed the best of friends. Tang Shuoro said with deep emotion, in this brutal world of survival on the road, it is of utmost importance that we watch each other's backs with complete trust. Chen Ye, that fool, fails to comprehend the significance of loyalty and trust. He is too short-sighted, fixated only on the resources in his hands. His mind is ensnared in petty, agrarian thoughts, rendering him incapable of thriving in this harsh reality. Mark my words, it will not be long before we encounter news of his demise in the group. My dear, you're absolutely right. Li Dan nodded in agreement. Chen Ye's ambitions are far too limited, incomparable to yours. We must diligently gather resources and quietly upgrade our vehicles. Tang Shuoro became exhilarated, envisioning surpassing Chen Ye, crushing him, leaving him far behind. By the way, my dear, what grants you such extraordinary prowess? Li Dan's eyes sparkled with a serpentine glint. Do you possess some unique ability? Should Tang Shuoro harbor any formidable combat skills, she would be cautious in confronting others, for a misstep could lead to her own downfall. Pretending to be a docile girl allows her to mooch off Tang Shuoro's hospitality, free from want. Without her, she would face starvation and frostbite. I possess no special abilities. In fact, my first vehicle is quite ordinary. Tang Shuoro candidly revealed. The reason for my current motorhome and ample food is merely due to a stroke of luck in acquiring a motorhome. The previous owner, for reasons unknown, perished after gathering a plethora of resources, leaving behind a mystery surrounding their untimely demise. Tang Shuio, while passing by, acquired a motorhome along with its supplies. She drove the vehicle without encountering any peril. In essence, it was merely a stroke of luck. But was it truly just luck? A spark flickered in Li Dan's eyes, and her thoughts began to race. If it were merely luck, then Tang Shuio was but a defenseless woman at present. Li Dan possessed the capability to seize everything that belonged to Tang Shuio. However, this malicious woman would not act hastily. She sought an opportunity that guaranteed success without fail. If she were to act, it would have to be with absolute resolve. Do you possess any weapons? Li Dan inquired deliberately. I believe we, as women, must have means of defense. Otherwise, those despicable men might attempt to rob us of our supplies and bully us. You are absolutely correct, Tang Shuio responded with a smile. Of course, I have weapons. What kind of weapons? Li Dan's heart skipped a beat, Thankfully, she had been cautious and refrained from taking rash actions. For her adversary indeed had weapons. A dagger, Tang Shuyo said, producing a knife. Here, this is for you. Is this truly a gift for me? Li Dan exclaimed in astonishment, quickly accepting the dagger and gripping it tightly. With this weapon, she could easily overpower Tang Shuyo. What will you do with this weapon now that you've given it to me? Li Dan asked cautiously. I certainly have other weapons, Tang Shuyo replied, drawing a sleek black handgun from her waist. To be prepared for any danger at any moment, the gun was loaded, and she showcased it to Li Dan. My dear, your foresight is commendable, Li Dan said, stepping forward to take the handgun, but Tang Shuyo promptly returned it to her waist. Dear sister, a gun is not a toy. You have not practiced with one. It could easily discharge and cause harm to yourself, she stated solemnly. You're right, Li Dan replied, disappointment evident in her nod. You are absolutely correct. Just a moment ago, she had nearly seized the gun. Had she succeeded, everything that belonged to Tang Shuyo would have been hers. Yet, the narrow miss left her frustrated, and her gaze towards Tang Shuyo grew increasingly sinister. What was Tang Shuyo after all? Why did she enjoy such good fortune? Stumbling upon so many valuable items, including a handgun? My dear, why don't you rest in the back for a while? Tang Shuyo suggested kindly. You have just recovered, and your strength is still fragile. You need to recuperate properly. Thank you, dear, Li Dan said, planting a kiss on Tang Shuyo's cheek. Once I've rested, I'll take my turn driving, and you can relax. Tang Shuyo nodded in agreement. Driving for an extended period alone was indeed exhausting, and a shift was necessary. My dear, having you by my side is truly a blessing, Tang Shuyo said sincerely. She had longed for a dependable partner to share the burdens of driving. Chapter 54. Encounter with Chu Lingxi. Simpleton, how about I give you a map to an iron treasure chest? Chen Ye said with a smile. Boss, you are too generous. Left Lanlan's eyes sparkled with admiration for Chen Ye. You obtained the iron treasure chest map from Zhang Xiaoquan, and you're gifting it to me? I am giving it to you, but naturally, there are conditions attached. Chen Ye generously tossed the map to her, insisting that she utilize it immediately, as he intended to accompany her into the realm to retrieve the iron treasure chest. No problem, the simple-minded Zuo Lanlan declared boldly, exhibiting no sense of peril. This time, I shall lead the charge. Well then, let us commence. Chen Ye urged, no dawdling. He was eager to observe whether the female companion would return him 100 iron maps after her use. If that were the case, it would be exceedingly delightful, and even more so if they could be synthesized later. With an ample supply of maps, one could attain the highest tier of treasure maps, which would indeed be a source of immense joy. Boss, I'm about to use the treasure map, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed with palpable excitement, as this was her inaugural attempt at utilizing such a map, having previously witnessed Chen Ye in action. Oh no, boss, the attempt has failed, she lamented, her expression one of distress. How could it fail? Chen Ye furrowed his brow, suspecting that Zhang Xiaoquan might have played some trick, providing her with an unusable iron treasure map. The system announced that the mileage was insufficient, falling short of 50 kilometers, thereby prohibiting the use of the iron treasure map. Ah, so that is the issue, Chen Ye remarked in surprise, not anticipating such a regulation. However, they were not far off. A mere 10 more kilometers would suffice to reach the required distance. In that case, let us board the vehicle. We shall stop after reaching 50 kilometers and then employ the iron treasure map. The two embarked on their journey, navigating through the snowstorm. With 10 kilometers not being a considerable distance, they would arrive shortly. Boss, it appears there are people ahead, Zuo Lanlan, serving as the navigator, discerned a new development. As per usual, Chen Ye promptly replied, halt and await my arrival. Soon, he approached Zuo Lanlan's vehicle. What is the situation? He inquired. Zuo Lanlan shook her head, indicating uncertainty. I don't know, but there are many vehicles and numerous individuals. Chen Ye covered one of his eyes and softly intoned Amatera's. Instantly, his left eye transformed into a vivid crimson, functioning like a telescope as it pierced through the snowstorm to reveal the scene not far ahead. 3 vehicles were halted on the road, a mix of vans and sedans, while 3 menacing figures obstructed a young girl. The girl, adorned with long blue twin ponytails and bearing a long sword upon her back, resembled a heroine sprung from the pages of a comic. It was Chu Lingxi. Chen Ye averted his gaze, astonished to encounter the young girl on the road. From the earlier circumstances, it was evident that the 3 men were attempting to rob her. Such behavior was indeed base, as they were targeting a mere child who possessed no vehicle of her own, which left Chen Ye quite taken aback. He scrutinized the surroundings with his blood-red gaze, confirming once more that there was no sign of Chu Lingxi's vehicle. However, one possibility loomed. Perhaps her vehicle had already been seized by the three men. He resolved to approach and assess the situation. Although he had dealings with Chu Lingxi, he held no particular affection for the young girl. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress did not cross his mind. Rather, he was merely curious to ascertain whether he could maximize his own benefits amidst this conflict. Chen Ye's principles were quite simple. Each person should sweep the snow in front of their own door, disregarding the frost on others' tiles. As a car approached slowly, three men engaged in robbery took notice of Chen Ye. They were exceedingly vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes fixed on him, fearful of a sudden counterattack. "Brother, this is a personal vendetta." One-eyed dragon stepped forward, hoping to dissuade him from intervening. "Oh, so it's a personal matter?" Chen Ye inquired with a smile, genuinely curious about the situation. "What personal vendetta?" "They are attempting to rob me." Chu Lingxi yelled. "They are bullying a young girl." "How despicable," Chen Ye remarked, remaining in his vehicle, merely leaning out of the window, feeling that the situation was indeed inappropriate. "Indeed, it is utterly disgraceful." Chu Lingxi seemed to recognize Chen Ye. Hastily pleading, "Big brother, please help me. Don't just stand by. How does aiding you benefit me?" Chen Ye asked with a grin. "You are the great benefactor Ye." Chu Lingxi exclaimed, leaping forward with the agility of a skilled martial artist, arriving at Chen Ye's car. "We have a good relationship. We have traded before. I am your little fan. You must save me. You absolutely must, big brother." This young girl's ability to charm surpassed that of a simpleton. With every smile and frown, her twin tails swayed, and her cheeks bore sweet dimples, exuding a captivating allure. "Do not attempt to curry favor with me." Chen Ye replied coldly, "I am no saint. You're the best, big brother. You cannot ignore someone in peril." Chu Lingxi continued her charming antics. "We are so close. Are you truly the great benefactor Ye?" The one-eyed dragon's soul eye widened in disbelief. The other two men quickly approached. One was missing a hand, while the other had a head resembling a smooth sphere, quite comical. "It truly is the great benefactor Ye, my heavens. My idol, the great benefactor Ye. If it weren't for his affordable provisions, we would not have survived this harsh winter. Great benefactor Ye, please allow us to pay our respects." The three men knelt heavily on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Chen Ye. Witnessing this scene, Chu Lingxi was incensed, exclaiming, "How can you behave this way? How can you lack such basic dignity? You simply flirt with me, and they prostrate themselves? The disparity is staggering." The three burly men wept bitterly. "Great benefactor Ye, you must stand up for us. This woman is exceedingly vicious, leaving us no means of survival." "What is happening?" Chen Ye pondered, feeling utterly perplexed. Were these three older men not the ones bullying a young girl? "We are the victims," the three older men lamented. "Look at my eye. Look at my ear. And my hand. We have become disabled due to this wicked girl." Chen Ye was taken aback, astonished at the severity of the young girl's actions. Chapter 55, A Long Worm. Intriguing. Chen Ye felt an immediate surge of interest. "One at a time, please." The cacophony of three voices was rather overwhelming. "Kind-hearted Ye, allow me to speak." The one-eyed dragon, evidently the leader among the trio, recounted the situation in detail. The matter was, in fact, quite straightforward. Chu Lingxi had employed some cunning tactics. Not only had she deceitfully taken all their vital supplies, but even their vehicles were no longer theirs. In a fit of rage, they confronted her, only to find her utterly unreasonable. One had his eye stabbed out with a sword, another had his hand severed, and the most unfortunate of them lost both of his ears. "Wait a moment," Chen Ye exclaimed, taken aback. "Are you implying that the three vehicles on the road do not belong to you?" "They were ours once, but ownership has now been transferred to that little girl." The one-eyed dragon grimaced. "I have no idea how she managed it." Chen Ye, equally curious, turned to Chu Lingxi and inquired, "How did you accomplish that?" Chu Lingxi chuckled. "It's a secret." "A secret? So what they're saying is true?" Chen Ye remarked. "Isn't that rather excessive?" "Excessive, you say?" Chu Lingxi pouted, clearly displeased. "It's merely their incompetence. Their ineptitude leads them to blame me." "So you feel wronged?" Chen Ye laughed. "Do tell how you are aggrieved." "I informed them of nearby treasure chests, iron ones, which yield splendid items. If they provided me with sufficient supplies, I would exchange them." Chu Lingxi shrugged. "A fair transaction. Wouldn't you agree?" Chen Ye nodded. "Indeed, it is a reasonably fair exchange. After all, Information regarding treasure chests is of paramount importance, and it is quite natural to trade some supplies for it. Did you hear that, big brother? He says it's all fine, Chu Lingxi exclaimed joyfully. In this matter, I am in the right. And what transpired next? Chen Ye asked. What followed is no longer my concern, Chu Lingxi replied, leisurely enjoying a lollipop while humming a tune. Whether they could acquire the treasure chest, what it contained, or whether they could evade danger was solely their affair. If they succeeded, it was their merit. If they failed, it was their folly. None of it pertained to her. You speak nonsense, reversing right and wrong. The one-eyed dragon scolded vehemently. You did provide the information about the treasure chest, but you omitted crucial details, especially regarding the dangers. We expended considerable resources, failed to secure the chest, and nearly lost our lives. Had we not fled swiftly, all three of us would have perished. You intended to lead us to our doom. The trio, having narrowly escaped death, confronted Chu Lingxi for retribution. Yet, she remained unreasonable and engaged in a fierce scuffle, leaving them severely injured. Most infuriating was that while they sought the treasure, Chu Lingxi had commandeered all their vehicles. I must ask you by what right? The one-eyed dragon raged. Why did you steal our vehicles? Now, all three belong to you. As you search for the treasure, the likelihood of your return is slim. Chu Lingxi dismissed it nonchalantly. I am merely repurposing waste. Let's not squander resources. Listening to both parties debate, Chen Ye began to grasp the situation at hand. These three unfortunate souls have been outwitted by a clever young girl. This girl possesses a sharp intellect, is astute, and displays a ruthless demeanor that far exceeds the ordinary. It is no wonder she has managed to survive alone in this harsh world. Had it been someone like Zuo Lanlan, she would have perished countless times by now. Ye, the benevolent, do you truly believe her words are sincere? One-eyed dragon, you must take a stand for your comrades. I am not a judge of virtue. Chen Ye quickly clarified, do not place your hopes too high upon me. He seeks not fairness or justice, but rather the maximization of personal gain. As long as Ye, the benevolent, does not favor this girl, all shall be well. One-eyed dragon gritted his teeth. They could handle her on their own. Although Chu Lingxi possesses formidable combat skills, the three men were no weaklings either. When pushed to their limits, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. I fear you're no match for her, Chen Ye warned. Losing supplies is trivial, but losing a life is grave. At his words, fear flickered in One-Eyed Dragon's eyes. It must be said, this girl is indeed skilled with a sword. They had all suffered at her hands. How about this? Chen Ye suggested with a smile. Let us search for a treasure chest together, divide the spoils, and avoid conflict while still acquiring resources. The three men exchanged glances, tempted, yet hesitant to make a decision. I will not conspire with this girl to endanger your lives. Chen Ye continued, I still hold my integrity. Moreover, the treasure chest is brimming with resources. Your losses can be recouped. And if we engage in a fight to the death, the cost would be far too steep. We can agree to this, One-Eyed Dragon finally conceded. But what about the vehicle? It must be returned to us. The vehicle is of utmost importance. Without it in this frigid expanse, it is tantamount to a death sentence. Why should we return it to you? Chu Lingxi retorted, I acquired it through my own abilities. Why should I return it? Perhaps we should just return the vehicle. Chen Ye suggested prudently. One should leave room for future encounters. Taking the vehicle would be akin to taking a life. The supplies need not be returned, but you must accompany us in the search for the treasure chest. Why should I? I refuse. Chu Lingxi declared loudly, having already secured victory. She saw no need to risk seeking the treasure. Trust my words, and I assure you, you will gain unimaginable rewards. Chen Ye smiled. Should you refuse, you may end up with nothing. This is a common tactic in negotiations, wielding a heavy hand while offering a carrot. You are bullying me, Chu Lingxi protested, yet, under Chen Ye's imposing presence, she had no choice but to relent. Little girl, let us make a deal. Have you ever lost money? Chen Ye inquired with a grin. When have I not reaped a bountiful harvest? Just one treasure chest. Can you truly promise me such riches? Chu Lingxi remained skeptical. I keep my promises, Chen Ye smiled. Believe it or not. Do I have a choice? You undoubtedly possess an array of weapons. Should I defy you, retaliation is certain. Your combat prowess is quite strong. Are 3 grown men not enough for you? Chen Ye chuckled. You could always steal from me. Chu Lingxi was not foolish. She was astute. You are so formidable. With many hidden cards, I dare not provoke you. So, does that mean you agree? Chu Lingxi nodded in affirmation, hoping this time to earn even more. Do the 3 of you agree? Chen Ye turned to the 3 unfortunate souls. They eagerly nodded. Recovering the vehicle was a boon, and they could also share in the treasures from the chest. Now, let's discuss the iron chest. Chen Ye glanced at Chu Lingxi. In truth, not far away lay a ruin, within which resided an iron chest. Chu Lingxi remarked. However, amidst the ruins, there lurks a formidable giant worm. The giant worm, in fact, was a python. Chapter 56. Big brother, am I handsome? Indeed, there's a large python, the Cyclops exclaimed loudly. The three of us nearly became its meal. Our survival from the jaws of the python was purely a stroke of luck. You three are quite impressive, Chu Lingxi complimented, giving a thumbs up. How about this? You continue dealing with the python, while Big Brother and I retrieve the iron chest. Why should we do that? The Cyclops replied, displeased. Are you trying to get us killed? We are all disabled, after all. Indeed, they were disabled. During their last escape, they had lost their ranged weapons and were left with only knives and axes. Even with powerful weapons, vanquishing the python would not be a trivial task. I have heavy weaponry in my vehicle. If we can lure the python out, we stand a good chance of defeating it. I have yet to test the power of the 3 crossbows on the roof of my car. It was most suitable for the 3 of them to go. They were familiar with the terrain. Chu Lingxi proposed once more. Why don't you go? Just say it if you want to see us perish. The Cyclops expressed his adamant refusal to face the python, haunted by a significant psychological shadow. Very well, Chu Lingxi surprisingly agreed. I shall go. What? The Cyclops was taken aback, not expecting Chu Lingxi to consent so readily. Are you truly going? Chen Ye also found it hard to believe. This was indeed perilous. Luring the python out essentially meant acting as bait, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. If I do not enter hell, who will? Chu Lingxi shook her head, exclaiming, who can blame me for being a kind-hearted girl? You kind-hearted? The Cyclops and his companion scoffed. If she were kind-hearted, there would be no villains left in this world. You aren't plotting anything devious, are you? Chen Ye chuckled. Perhaps there is indeed some scheme afoot. Big brother, how could you say such a thing? Chu Lingxi responded with a smile. Though I possess many cunning strategies, I'm still a woman of my word. Very well, I shall trust you. Chen Ye nodded. Let's proceed. Big brother, do you truly believe your heavy weaponry will suffice? Chu Lingxi cautioned. Just ensure you do not attract it towards me, or else you'll be in trouble. Rest assured. Chen Ye replied confidently, I am more than capable. Besides the 3 crossbows, I have Xiao Huang as well. If all else fails, I can have Xiao Huang breathe fire. No matter how large the python, it will be reduced to ashes. That is reassuring, Chu Lingxi said, flipping her ponytail and extending her pinky. Big brother, come, let us seal our pact. For 100 years, we shall not waver. Very well, let us seal it, Chen Ye chuckled, finding the gesture somewhat childish. Off we go. After sealing their pact, Chu Lingxi ventured alone into the snowy expanse. The wind and snow swiftly engulfed her petite figure. Truth be told, Chen Ye was greatly astonished, marveling at Chu Lingxi's bravery. Hidden within her small frame was such remarkable energy. Boss, are you truly planning to use the 3 crossbows to take down the python? The question at hand is whether your aim is sufficiently accurate. Zuo Lanlan expressed her concerns, stating, last time, you couldn't even hit Zhang Xiaoquan. Silence. Chen Ye retorted, there's no need for you to instruct me on how to act. He continued, the reason for my previous inaccuracy was my failure to utilize blood eyes. If I had employed them, I would have hit my target without fail. Look at you, getting all worked up, Zuo Lanlan replied, feeling aggrieved. I was only trying to help. Just be ready to deliver the finishing blow. Chen Ye instructed. Be sharp, don't act like a fool. Yes. Zuo Lanlan raised her crossbow, declaring, Boss, I promise to complete the mission. You 3, prepare for battle. Chen Ye commanded, each of you take a crossbow. As he spoke, he tossed the weapons to the trio. Although they were merely standard crossbows, the 3 were immensely grateful to Chen Ye. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, then be clever and hunt down the giant python, Chen Ye ordered. Rest assured, we will handle it, they replied eagerly. Kind-hearted Ye, we will ensure your safety and that of the vehicle. Enough said. It is our honor to fight alongside you, they proclaimed, filled with fervor and determination. Chen Ye settled into the RV, patiently awaiting Chu Lingxi's return. Approximately an hour later, a figure burst forth from the swirling snow. Though her face remained obscured, the twin long ponytails were unmistakable. It was her, Chu Lingxi. This girl, riding a snowmobile, sped through the blizzard with reckless abandon. Prepare, prepare. The giant python is approaching. Chu Lingxi laughed heartily, suddenly lifting a massive snake egg and smashing it onto the ground. In her arms, she cradled 5 or 6 more eggs, each nearly the size of an ostrich egg. A thunderous roar suddenly reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth amidst the storm. A python, as thick as a barrel, charged forward, its sleek black form starkly visible against the white backdrop. Quick, quick, prepare for battle, Chu Lingxi urged, her snowmobile maintaining speed as she surged ahead. Slowing down would mean becoming the python's next meal. What a gigantic serpent! Zuo Lanlan exclaimed in terror, clutching tightly to Da Huang. Da Huang was a formidable force, undoubtedly capable of vanquishing the giant serpent. Fire! Chen Ye commanded loudly. Zuo Lanlan and the other three hastily pulled the triggers. Their aim was commendable, yet the thick scales of the black python rendered their arrows ineffective. Run! Zuo Lanlan panicked, realizing they were not facing a mere serpent, but a dragon. Silence! Chen Ye activated his blood eyes, his pupils transforming into a vivid crimson. The once swift python seemed to slow before his eyes. Aim for the python's heart, he instructed. With precision, Chen Ye squeezed the trigger, and 3 crossbows fired simultaneously. A bolt, as thick as a thumb, soared forth. Whoosh! Its speed tore through the storm. Thud! It struck deep into the python's vital spot, embedding itself firmly in the earth below. The python roared once more in fury. The body twisted violently, blood gushing forth, staining a vast expanse of white snow. Hit! Exclaimed Left Lanlan, exhilarated. Boss, you're incredible. Why would a python be able to roar? Chen Ye furrowed his brow, feeling it was quite peculiar. By all accounts, pythons should not possess the ability to roar. It was indeed strange, exceedingly strange. Big brother, you are amazing. Chu Lingxi piloted the snowmobile back, exclaiming, I'm giving you a thumbs up. A wild thumbs up. What are you doing? Chen Ye shouted. Don't act recklessly. Chu Lingxi charged straight towards the giant python, which was still alive and thrashing about violently. Such a ferocious beast, rising to retaliate, should not be underestimated. I'm not afraid. Chu Lingxi suddenly leaped off the snowmobile, the immense inertia transforming it into a projectile that crashed heavily into the python's head. The giant python was disoriented, unable to distinguish north from south. Chu Lingxi somersaulted, wielding her sword, and struck down upon the python. Her blade was remarkably sharp, severing the python's head cleanly. With a girth akin to that of a bucket, the python's wound erupted in a torrent of blood, creating a rain of crimson. Chu Lingxi deftly dodged the blood spray, wiped her sword on the snow, and proudly declared, Big brother, what do you think? Am I cool or what? Chapter 57. Once heroes of the wilderness, now distinguished gentlemen. This little girl possesses a rather terrifying combat ability. Chen Ye stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. If she were to join his team, their combat prowess would significantly increase. I thought you had fled. Chen Ye chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy. What are you talking about? Zhu Lingxi Zito Anvili. We made a pact. How could I possibly run away? In her mind, making a pact was a sacred commitment. As the saying goes, it is easy to hang oneself, but difficult to make a pact. For her, the priority of a pact far surpassed that of self-harm. You're absolutely right. Chen Ye gave a thumbs up, affirming that one should always honor their word and maintain integrity. Big brother, I have slain the giant python and achieved a great feat, Chu Lingxi said with a smile. Does that mean I can make a request? What request? Chen Ye inquired with a grin. It can't be unreasonable, right? It's certainly not unreasonable, Chu Lingxi replied, her cheeks adorned with faint dimples. I want the python's gallbladder. The gallbladder? Chen Ye frowned. What do you need the gallbladder for? The gallbladder was the most vital organ of the python, and Chen Ye intended to feed it to Da Huang. After Da Huang consumed the wolf's heart last time, its size had noticeably increased. If it were to eat the gallbladder this time, its size would surely surge again. Well, that's a secret, Chu Lingxi said, shaking her twin ponytails. You really have a lot of secrets. Chen Ye laughed. I happen to have some gallbladders in my storage. How about I give you 2? 2? Chu Lingxi's eyes sparkled. Really? One would have already delighted her, and now there were 2? I wouldn't deceive you about such matters, Chen Ye assured her. However, before that, the fresh gallbladder must be consumed by Da Huang first. That is agreeable, she responded eagerly. Chu Lingxi was more than willing, personally dissecting the serpent's corpse. With her sword, she pierced the enormous serpent's gallbladder and presented it before Da Huang. The gallbladder emitted a pungent odor, an overwhelming scent that almost made Chen Ye retch. However, Da Huang was utterly delighted, devouring it voraciously, and in no time, it was completely consumed. It licked the blood from the corners of its mouth, circling around Chen Ye, exclaiming, Husband, husband, husband. The meaning was unmistakable. It craved more. After all, it understood human speech and was aware that there were more supplies in Chen Ye's storage. Get lost. Chen Ye nearly kicked it in frustration. This little female dog was becoming increasingly troublesome. Huh? Big brother? Chu Lingxi asked, her small mouth agape and her big eyes blinking in disbelief. Your wife is a dog? Shut up. Chen Ye glared at her fiercely. Chu Lingxi stuck out her tongue and whispered, Big brother is so fierce. Mr. Chen, you are a true man, the one-eyed dragon exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. In ancient times, there were heroes of the wilderness, and now we have Mr. Chen, a true dog lover, truly a role model for our generation. If you can't speak, then keep quiet, Chen Ye coldly retorted. No one considers you mute. Ding! De Huang consumed a gallbladder, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 gallbladders, which have been stored in the system warehouse. Husband, husband, De Huang continued to call out, looking as if it would bark until it dropped if it didn't get what it wanted. Quickly, shut up. Chen Ye could only toss out a gallbladder to silence the dog. Upon seeing the gallbladder, De Huang once again devoured it with gusto. Big brother, what about mine? Chu Lingxi asked cheerfully. I want my 2 gallbladders. Hurry up. Don't rush. Chen Ye tossed her 2 bloody gallbladders. Perfect. Chu Lingxi skillfully skewered both gallbladders with a single stroke of her sword. Big brother, if I call you husband too, can you give me another one? Seeing De Huang extort 2 gallbladders, she felt tempted to acquire an extra one for herself. Tell me what you need the gallbladders for, and I might give you another. Chen Ye replied with a smile, genuinely curious about her intentions. Forget it, Chu Lingxi pouted. I don't want to call you husband. Don't want to call me? Chen Ye chuckled. Do you have a husband now? Of course not. Chu Lingxi replied mischievously. I prefer girls, sweet and fragrant, far more pleasant than smelly men. Oh, silly girl, you're still young and unaware of the charm of smelly men. Chen Ye laughed heartily, refraining from any inappropriate remarks due to her tender age. Boss, look. It's grown. Zuo Lanlan shouted excitedly. De Huang has grown bigger. We should call it Giant Huang from now on. She rode on De Huang's back, tugging at its golden fur as if riding a horse, galloping wildly. After its growth, De Huang seemed to have gained considerable strength, even with someone on its back. Its speed remained unaffected. Good heavens, it has grown so much. Chen Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, De Huang was just over a meter long, but now it had exceeded 2 meters. Standing, it could rival Yao Ming in height. Boss, do we have any more gallbladders? Zuo Lanlan laughed heartily. Bring me another. Or even 100. De Huang had not only grown in size, but also in fur, making it appear like a large, fluffy ball, quite comfortable to ride. De Huang. Chen Ye retrieved a snake gall and tossed it to De Huang. Delicious, De Huang bellowed, leaping up to seize the gall and devouring it with fervor once more. What did this foolish dog just say? Chen Ye paused, astonished that it had acquired a new vocabulary. Delicious, the one-eyed dragon echoed into Huang's tone. Quite impressive. Chen Ye nodded. As long as it did not call him husband, anything was permissible. It seemed that the ferocious creature's delicacies not only enhanced its size, but also augmented De Huang's intellect, enabling it to learn more. Before long, De Huang finished its feast. This time, it was genuinely satiated, lying on the ground, yawning, and preparing for slumber. Why hasn't it grown? Zuo Lanlan expressed her disappointment, wishing for De Huang to transform into a colossal beast. Perhaps there exists some limitation. Chen Ye was unperturbed. Today it could not grow, but he estimated that it would by tomorrow. Patience is key. No need to rush. Big brother, you have so many snake galls. How impressive. Chu Lingxi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy. Could you spare a few more for me? Are you trying to mooch off me? Chen Ye shook his head. That is certainly not possible. Well then, Chu Lingxi replied, I shall forego the snake meat. Would you trade me for a snake gall instead? The giant python was slain collectively, so it ought to be divided into 3 portions. Since Chen Ye had taken the lead in the battle, he could claim a larger share. Chu Lingxi had also made a substantial contribution and deserved more. Agreed, Chen Ye said. 3 portions of snake meat, divided as 4, 4, and 2. Does anyone have any objections? He and Chu Lingxi would take 4, while the remaining 3 would receive 2. None. The one-eyed dragon and his companions had no objections. After all, without them, the duo could still have triumphed. Here, have the snake gall. Chen Ye tossed the gall over. Little girl, do you have some pets of your own? Hee hee. Chu Lingxi giggled. Big brother, that's a secret. All right, Chen Ye said. Let's clean up and open the treasure chest. The giant python guarding the chest had already been vanquished, thus they could proceed to unlock it. Whose gold coins are they? Suddenly, a discordant voice interrupted. Killing the giant python would yield gold coins. Chapter 58. Unequal distribution of spoils. The gold coins belong to me. Chen Ye smiled. Does anyone have any objections? The others exchanged glances, none daring to speak. They all knew that Chen Ye had a penchant for gold coins and had been hoarding them, even though they were unaware of their purpose. As long as there were no objections, Chen Ye offered no explanations, leading De Huang onward in search of the treasure chest. Why should we settle for just 20%? The one-eyed dragon's companions were clearly displeased. Who told you to agree with him? The snake meat should be split equally. The two companions of the one-eyed dragon were quite incensed. Even if we lack gold coins, must we also be deprived of our share of the snake meat? You too. Silence. The one-eyed dragon hissed. They brought us along for this adventure. That is already a tremendous favor. Bah, what do you mean by a tremendous favor? Duan Zhangzi retorted angrily. You are useless, unable to safeguard our interests. Exactly. Why should we accept just 20%? It should be fair and just. Lu Dan fumed. Is it appropriate for the three of us to share just 20%? In the face of greed, the ugliness of human nature was laid bare. They harbored no gratitude towards Chen Ye. Instead, they felt resentment, believing they had been shortchanged and treated unjustly. Little did they realize that without Chen Ye, not only would they be unable to reclaim their vehicle, but they might also lose their very lives. What transpired? Naturally, Chen Ye overheard their idle chatter and coldly inquired. Lu Dan and Duan Zhangzi immediately fell silent, lowering their heads, too afraid to utter another word. They held a profound sense of awe and fear toward Chen Ye, daunted by the prospect of confronting him to demand their due. Mr. Chen, everything is fine, the one-eyed dragon chuckled, attempting to defuse the tension. These two have been frozen in shock and are merely babbling. Is that so? Chen Ye approached the pair and asked, do you two have any requests? Or are you just talking nonsense? I. The two stammered, unable to articulate their needs. Don't be anxious. Chen Ye reassured one by patting his shoulder encouragingly. Speak boldly. I am a reasonable person. Mr. Chen, Lu Dan coughed a few times and said, you are right. We have no objections to your allocation. Indeed, Duan Zhangzi chimed in, wearing a sycophantic expression. We have no objections whatsoever. Since there are no objections, let us commence the search for the treasure chest. Chen Ye commanded. Chu Lingxi, lead the way. You three stay in the middle, and I will bring up the rear. The two groups, being the most familiar with the terrain, naturally took the lead. Chen Ye was also prudent enough not to leave his back exposed to non-allies. Understood. Everyone responded in unison and promptly set about their task. Chu Lingxi rode forward on a snowmobile, moving at a leisurely pace, while the trio ambled along with their crossbows in hand. Chen Ye and Zuo Lanlan rode atop De Huang, enjoying the warmth. Initially reluctant to serve as a beast of burden, De Huang soon capitulated under Chen Ye's persuasive tactics. One-eyed dragon, why the hell did you play mute just now? Lu Dan berated him. You think you're the only one who can play the good guy? Exactly. Duan Zhangzi added angrily. When someone asks a question, why didn't you respond? Why should I speak? The one-eyed dragon retorted. Don't be ridiculous. Lu Dan shot back. You are the leader of the convoy. Indeed. The one-eyed dragon was the captain of their trio. The transaction with Chu Lingxi was orchestrated by him, as was the collaboration with Chen Ye. Becoming disabled has been a significant loss, all because of you, Duan Zhangzi scolded. Now that we need to vie for our interests, you choose to remain silent. Playing the mute? Are you even human? You seem like a cowardly turtle. Lu Dan exclaimed. Am I at fault for you both? The one-eyed dragon sighed helplessly. Wasn't the deal with Chu Lingxi agreed upon by all three of us? At that moment, the three individuals perceived no issues and were filled with anticipation, believing they had struck a lucrative deal. However, as the team leader, why did you not voice your opposition? Lu Dan retorted, had you opposed it, the situation would not have deteriorated so drastically, and we would not have become disabled. Are you suffering from senility? The one-eyed dragon exclaimed in anger, I did oppose it. It was you two who insisted on proceeding with the transaction, leaving me no choice but to reluctantly consent. Oh, how skillfully you evade responsibility, sneered Duanzha. If you sensed a problem, as the leader, why did you not intervene decisively? Precisely. Lu Dan scoffed. The very reason we appointed you as captain was to make decisions and assume responsibility. And yet, here we are, facing such dire consequences, and you still deflect blame? You fail to advocate for the team's interests and then seek to evade accountability? Where's your sense of duty as captain? Each word dripped with scorn, colder than the biting winter wind. The one-eyed dragon, thoroughly shaken, felt his eyes welling up. It's all my fault. I will accept responsibility. Is that enough? He questioned. Is it as simple as declaring it all your fault to conclude this matter? Duanzhang's laughter was relentless. How effortless that would be. What do you expect me to do? The one-eyed dragon sighed. I apologize to you both. Would bowing my head suffice? As he spoke, he genuinely knelt before them in supplication. Witnessing his vulnerability, the two remained unyielding. Lu Dan coldly remarked, Can bowing your head resolve our issues? Who are you performing for? Duanzhang interjected. Is it for Chen Ye to witness how much you have suffered? Bowing. Lu Dan mockingly added, To me, it seems more like you're slapping our faces. The more the one-eyed dragon acquiesced, the more emboldened they became. Even in his act of submission, they showed no inclination to forgive, instead choosing to intensify their attacks. Will you not relent? The one-eyed dragon seethed. What more do you want? Shall I attempt to reclaim my ears? Reattach my severed hand? Such feats are utterly impossible. Your protests are futile. Our demands are straightforward. Lu Dan, who had lost both ears, declared, When the treasure chest is opened, you must ensure we receive adequate benefits. Indeed. Duanzhang quickly added, At the very least, everyone's gains must be identical. Exactly, Lu Dan fumed. Do not dare to bully us any further. The one-eyed dragon coldly retorted. You lack the courage to confront Mr. Chen. Do you expect me to take the lead? Or else? Lu Dan felt it was only natural. You're the captain. If you do not step forward, who will? Indeed, is being a captain so trivial? Duanzhang chastised. You refuse to bear any responsibility? Acting as a mere figurehead? Teeth clenched. The one-eyed dragon asserted, I will strive. I will endeavor to secure our interests. Should I fail to obtain sufficient benefits this time, I might as well take my own life. Lu Dan uttered venomously. The one-eyed dragon fell silent, swallowing his indignation. Boss, what are those three doing? Zuo Lanlan observed from a distance, sensing something amiss. Why are they kneeling and arguing so fiercely? It appears exceedingly unfriendly. Are they not teammates? They are merely bullying the naive. Chen Ye chuckled. Lu Dan and Duanzhang were evidently ungrateful wolves, unworthy of trust. Chapter 59. 10 bottles of legendary grade mineral water. Soon, a group of individuals arrived at their destination. Having visited once before, they navigated with ease, avoiding many detours. This site was an abandoned factory. Judging by the enormous blast furnace, it appeared to be a steel mill. Beneath the forsaken furnace lay an iron treasure chest, measuring 1 meter by 1 meter. Its surface marred by rust and partially covered in remnants of snow. Out of caution, they stood several dozen meters away, refraining from opening the chest. Although the primary guardian, a great python, had been vanquished, potential risks lingered, and none dared to act recklessly. As the saying goes, greed can cloud judgment. In such an environment, it was prudent to exercise caution. Who will open the treasure chest? In Guit Juling Si. The risks associated with opening the chest were immense, beyond the dangers external to it. The contents within could pose lethal threats. Sometimes, a chest might contain nothing but a venomous snake, ready to claim a life upon being disturbed. Whoever opens the chest shall receive an additional share of the spoils, Chen Ye proposed after a moment of contemplation. It was a time-honored principle that those who bore the risk would reap the greater rewards. We shall open the chest. Lu Dan quickly raised his hand, expressing their willingness to embrace the peril. Indeed, Duanzhang's eye echoed loudly. We have yet to contribute to the team. It is time for us to take the lead. Their eagerness was fueled by the prospect of gain. In that case, I leave it to you, Chen Ye replied nonchalantly, as he would ultimately receive whatever the chest contained. Captain, hurry and open the chest. Lu Dan nudged the one-eyed dragon, who was naturally reluctant to undertake such a risky task. Yes, Captain, do it quickly, Duanzhang's eye urged. What are you hesitating for? If you open it, we can all benefit. The one-eyed dragon frowned, his face betraying his discomfort. He was unwilling to take on this risk. I do not wish to go, he murmured, lowering his voice to avoid Chen Ye's hearing, speaking only to his teammates. Are you even human? Lu Dan retorted in frustration. How much have we lost because of you? Now we have a chance to secure additional gains, yet you choose to be a coward. Are you still our leader? You refuse to shoulder any responsibility? How unfortunate it is to be your teammate. Duanzhang's eye angrily chimed in. Indeed, we've been cursed to be your allies for ages. Lu Dan added, showing no regard for the one-eyed dragon's feelings. Let me tell you, you're going today whether you like it or not. Duanzhang's eye pushed him forcefully. If you do not go, we shall part ways. The brotherhood we have forged over the years will be lost forever. Think it over. The three were not merely teammates. They had grown up together, playing in the nude as children. The one-eyed dragon's face reflected his inner turmoil. He did not wish to lose his friends. yet was equally averse to the risk of opening the iron chest. Are you a coward or what? Enough hesitation. Will you go or not? Duan Zhangzai demanded, his demeanor turning aggressive. I will go. The one-eyed dragon sighed, ultimately conceding. This was not his first act of capitulation. Throughout his life, he had consistently yielded to these two childhood friends. Brothers, if I perish, remember to leave me a cigarette, he said in a final remark. Lu Dan and Duan Zhangzai waved him off impatiently, uninterested in his words. Cigarettes are a vital commodity. They would never squander a single one for the deceased. The Cyclops made his way cautiously to the iron chest, fortunate to encounter no peril along the journey. Straining to widen his solitary eye, he scrutinized the chest, seeking crucial details, fearful of any lethal threat. However, the iron chest was sealed tightly, devoid of any clues or ominous signs. After much contemplation, he could discern nothing, and with trepidation, he finally opened the chest. In an instant, he forcefully lifted the lid and rolled away, creating a safe distance between himself and the chest. His movements were fluid and seamless. The duo of Egg and the one-handed boy erupted in laughter at the sight. Look at his foolishness, timid as a mouse. He nearly frightened himself to death. The Cyclops, filled with dread, lay low in the snow for several minutes before daring to peek out. No monsters leaped out from the iron chest, nor was there any other danger. After waiting a few more moments, he cautiously approached the chest, peering inside to find no threats, only 2 bottles of mineral water. After confirming this multiple times, he finally gathered the courage to retrieve the 2 bottles. I did it! The Cyclops exclaimed joyfully, raising the mineral water above his head. I survived. I'm alive. Damn it, just 2 bottles of mineral water. Egg was immediately displeased, exclaiming, this is such a ripoff. Faced with such meager provisions, his spirits plummeted. Chen Ye, however, remained unfazed. He stepped forward and took 1 bottle from the Cyclops. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained a bottle of Supergrade mineral water. It appeared this was no ordinary mineral water. Chen Ye, who had initially felt disappointment, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, 1 bottle of Supergrade mineral water yielded a 100-fold return, equivalent to 10 bottles of legendary grade mineral water, representing a significant overall gain. I'll take the other bottle as well, Chen Ye said, casually taking it. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained a bottle of Supergrade mineral water. This time, the chest had essentially yielded 20 bottles of legendary grade mineral water, a rather satisfactory outcome. Left Blue, drink both bottles, Chen Ye directed, tossing them to Left Blue. Thank you, boss. I'm parched, Left Blue replied, eager to unscrew the cap and quench his thirst. Egg and the one-handed boy were instantly displeased. Mr. Chun, that's not quite fair, is it? Even though there are only 2 bottles, we should share. In truth, mineral water was not a rare commodity. It was abundant in blood and could be consumed directly by those robust enough or boiled for use if necessary. What? Do you have an objection? Chen Ye retorted coldly. They might dare to bully the Cyclops, but if they provoked him, Chen Ye would not hold back. With a mere glance, he silenced them, leaving both stammering, too intimidated to speak. Ultimately, it was the Cyclops who stepped forward. Mr. Chun, though there are only 2 bottles of mineral water, we should still share, as it was previously agreed. Can 2 bottles of mineral water be divided into 3 portions? Chen Ye replied icily. Indeed, there was not enough to go around. The Cyclops scratched his head, but persisted, yet we should still share. After all, we agreed beforehand. Brother, we discussed this before we set out, Chen Ye said impatiently, reminding him, all resources obtained should be given to me first. I can ensure that everyone benefits more. Can one truly acquire more? The one-eyed dragon's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chen Ye offered no explanation, merely providing Zuo Lanlan with water. Zuo Lanlan consumed a bottle of mineral water and handed another to De Huang, who quickly finished it as well. The two felt nothing extraordinary after drinking, having previously indulged in legendary-grade mineral water. This superior variety seemed rather mundane in comparison. Ding! The female team member consumed a bottle of Supergrade mineral water, triggering a 100-fold return. You have received 100 bottles of Supergrade mineral water. Ding! The female team member consumed another bottle of Supergrade mineral water, triggering a 100-fold return. You have received another 100 bottles of Supergrade mineral water. In total, 200 bottles of Supergrade mineral water have been deposited into the system warehouse. Chapter 60. The Dark Little Lolita. Chen Ye raised his hand, producing 3 bottles of mineral water, 1 for each person, This was supergrade mineral water, equivalent to 100 bottles of ordinary grade water, offering numerous benefits. Chen Ye had no intention of deceiving them with ordinary mineral water. It was indeed supergrade mineral water, not the mundane variety. Lu Dan was overjoyed, his eyes gleaming. No wonder there were only 2 bottles in the iron chest, for it was so precious. What advantages does supergrade mineral water possess? Duan Zhangzi stepped forward, seized a bottle, twisted it open, and drank half of it. Will it grant immortality? He intended to finish the entire bottle, but Lu Dan suddenly rushed over, snatching it away and gulping it down entirely, leaving not a drop for the one-eyed dragon. You two are being a bit excessive. Zuo Lanlan could no longer hold her tongue, unable to bear the sight. Yet Chen Ye shook his head, signaling her to remain uninvolved. It's fine, let them drink. The one-eyed dragon displayed remarkable magnanimity, asserting that he was not thirsty anyway. Since the principal party had voiced no objection, Zuo Lanlan had little to say. Mr. Chen, we drank 2 hastily just now. Lu Dan chuckled. Could you possibly spare me another bottle? I suggest we don't split just 1 bottle. Let the remaining 2 be ours. Duan Zhangzi proposed with even greater audacity. It was just 2 bottles of water. You are all prominent figures. Surely you are not lacking. There are 3 of us. Just 1 bottle each. Am I your father? Chen Ye coldly inquired, questioning why he should indulge them. Chen Ye's words were stern, leaving the 2 speechless. Their faces contorted in dismay, as if they had tasted something foul. They could not confront Chen Ye and resorted to tormenting the one-eyed dragon instead. Lu Dan angrily kicked the one-eyed dragon, exclaiming, Why didn't you speak up just now? Who says otherwise? Duan Zhangzi echoed loudly. Every time we strive for our interests, you play the fool. What nonsense. Originally, we wouldn't have received even a single bottle, and now we have one. The one-eyed dragon, feeling quite aggrieved, remarked that it was already quite good. Greed leads to one's downfall. Your mind is truly flawed. They are not lacking in water at all. Lu Dan retorted defiantly. They're all big shots, even less in need of a bottle of mineral water. What harm is there in giving us all 3? Just right, 1 bottle each. Exactly. We're the ones suffering losses. Duan Zhangzi continued his tirade. We have lost all our supplies and have become disabled. Not to mention you took a risk opening the iron chest. What difference does it make to share a bit more? Though this was directed at the one-eyed dragon, it was clearly meant for Chen Ye and his companions. Chen Ye naturally ignored them and turned to Chu Lingxi, asking, Do you have any other matters to attend to? As he spoke, he casually tossed a bottle of mineral water towards her. Is this what they call super mineral water? It doesn't seem any different. Chu Lingxi scrutinized it carefully before finally twisting off the cap and taking a sip. Wow, it truly is distinct from regular mineral water. It's exceptionally refreshing. Not finishing it, she stored the bottle in her inventory with great care. Big brother, may I give your shoulders a massage and your back a rub? Could you possibly grant me another bottle of super mineral water? She began to knead his shoulders and pound his back, her technique rather pleasing, considering your earnest efforts. I shall grant you another bottle. Chen Ye tossed another bottle of super mineral water her way. Thank you, big brother. Chu Lingxi received it with satisfaction. Witnessing this scene, Lu Dan and Duan Zhangzi grew anxious and hurriedly approached. Mr. Chen, might we request another bottle of super mineral water? Mr. Chen, our captain, the one-eyed dragon, risked his life to open the iron treasure chest. You promised to allocate more supplies to us. Indeed, it seems rather unjust to withhold from us while giving more to Chu Lingxi. It is indeed somewhat unfair, Chen Ye acknowledged. You deserve an additional half bottle. He conceded that the one-eyed dragon's bravery warranted recognition. However, I am not in a generous mood at present. Is there a problem with that? Chen Ye's expression darkened, his eyes cold as frost. Lu Dan and Duan Zhangzi, not being foolish, instantly fell silent, forcing awkward smiles. They were accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Facing someone as formidable as Chen Ye, they dared not utter a word. They merely cast a disgruntled glance at the one-eyed dragon, preparing to continue their tirade against their captain. At that moment, Chu Lingxi suddenly interjected, I just remembered there is another treasure chest in this ruin. Impossible, Chen Ye frowned. Do not speak nonsense. How could I be speaking nonsense? Chu Lingxi smiled, revealing her dimples. I would never deceive big brother. In truth, there were originally 2 treasure chests. She had intentionally revealed only one to them. Once they departed, or if they fell victim to the giant python, she would retrieve the other. You are quite cunning, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, utterly astonished. She could not fathom how a woman's mind could concoct such clever schemes. She felt utterly incapable. Her thoughts muddled like a mixture of flour and water. Is there truly a second treasure chest? Ludan laugid heartily. That is splendid. Let us continue forward. This time, I shall open the chest. But do ensure we receive a fair share of the supplies, Duan Zhangzi added. Seeing that the one-eyed dragon faced little risk in opening the treasure chest, they too desired a turn. Let us proceed, Chen Ye said, looking at Chu Lingxi. Lead the way. All right. Chu Lingxi bounced ahead, resembling an innocent, carefree little girl. This time, Chen Ye did not linger at the back of the group, but caught up with Chu Lingxi. Little girl, are you deceiving me? His gaze was sharp, detecting a flaw in her demeanor. Big brother, what are you talking about? Chu Lingxi blinked her large eyes innocently. How could I possibly deceive anyone, let alone you? What is the purpose of your deception? Chen Ye's expression turned serious. I am not lying, Chu Lingxi insisted, unwilling to disclose her intentions. Do you intend to eliminate these 3 individuals? Chen Ye stated without a hint of hesitation. These 3 harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Chu Lingxi. Although they had temporarily set aside their grievances due to their alliance with Chen Ye, it did not equate to forgetting them. Given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against Chu Lingxi. Intelligent as she was, Chu Lingxi understood this implicitly. Therefore, it was imperative to devise a method to eliminate the trio, and to do so in the most foolproof manner. Her combat prowess was commendable. She could slay them with her sword. However, such an approach bore risks, as the 3 could retaliate fiercely, and their hidden cards remained unknown. Are you going to stop me, big brother? The once radiant Chu Lingxi suddenly transformed, her gaze turning icy, devoid of any smile, resembling a dark little girl. Chapter 61. Foolish and unreachable. I have no reason to impede you. That is your affair. Chen Ye felt no sympathy for the trio, as there was no bond between them. He was merely a spectator. Regardless of which side found themselves in peril, Chen Ye refrained from intervening, having previously pledged not to conspire with the little girl to bring about their demise. Meanwhile, the trio was concocting a nefarious scheme. We cannot remain passive any longer, the egg-headed one seethed, insisting that they must employ stringent measures to secure their rightful gains. Indeed, the one with the severed palm concurred. If we continue like this, we will inevitably be stripped bare. What are you discussing? The one-eyed dragon inquired, bewildered. Our interests have not been compromised, have they, mister? Chen's actions have not been excessive. You fool, the egg-headed one retorted bluntly. That is precisely why you feel unconcerned. Use your brain and think. We 3 should at least demand 2 bottles of mineral water. The one with the severed palm chimed in. You risk your life to open a box. And what do you receive? Only 1 bottle. You didn't even get a sip of the superior grade mineral water, and you're not upset? Especially that fellow surnamed Chun. The egg-headed one fumed. We advocate for our rights, yet he acts as if we owe him something. How formidable he is. The one with the severed palm scoffed. If we utter another word, we'll surely be done for. We must eliminate him. The egg-headed one declared coldly. What are you saying? The one-eyed dragon was alarmed. What strength does Mr. Chen possess? Do not speak recklessly. Even without that large yellow dog, I doubt we could match him, especially with the formidable Chu Lingxi on his side. What strength does he possess? He merely has 2 shoulders supporting a head. The one with the severed palm countered defiantly. I refuse to believe that a punch wouldn't make his nose bleed. Indeed, we must confront him. The egg-headed one nodded. He possesses far more resources, 100-fold more than what resides in a treasure chest. If we could eliminate him, we would acquire a wealth of supplies, freeing us from the struggles of survival, allowing us to command the world of survival at will. Are you repaying kindness with enmity? The one-eyed dragon's countenance darkened. Mister, Chen has returned our vehicle and has generously shared his snake meat. The profits from opening the box were not insignificant for us either. Now he leads us to another treasure chest. This is a tremendous favor. How could we repay kindness with malice? Throughout their journey, Chen Ye had indeed assisted them greatly. Had it not been for his intervention, their battle against Chu Lingxi would have been fraught with peril, and even a victory would have come at a dire cost. What a profound betrayal. What era are we living in? The boiled egg spat vehemently. Even in these apocalyptic times, one must prioritize oneself. Indeed, I find great resonance in that statement. The one-handed fellow concurred. One must look after oneself. The Cyclops asked, which side will you take? The Cyclops furrowed his brow, clearly troubled, remaining silent. On one hand stood the esteemed Mr. Chun, and on the other, his childhood comrade, He wished to avoid choosing sides, hoping for a harmonious resolution. Even if I were to side with you, I fear Mr. Chen would still prove a formidable adversary. Should the situation escalate unfavorably, we might suffer grievous losses. Fear? What is there to fear? In death, we ascend. The boiled egg was unperturbed, asserting that success would bring immense wealth. Although Chen Ye is quite powerful, the one-handed fellow remarked, with careful planning, we still have a chance. I have devised a plan, the boiled egg whispered, sharing his strategy earnestly. This plan is excellent. With a high success rate, the one-handed fellow clapped in delight. The Cyclops remained silent, his brow furrowed. What say you? The boiled egg inquired of the Cyclops. I am at a loss for words. After all, Mr. Chen harbors no animosity towards us. Our priority should be dealing with Chu Lingxi, for Mr. Chen possesses formidable combat prowess. Logically, this held true. Chen Ye bore no grudge against them and even had a debt of gratitude, while Chu Lingxi was indeed an enemy. If we are to confront Chu Lingxi, the boiled egg coldly interjected, do you believe that Vile Chun will simply stand by? Moments ago, when a brawl nearly erupted, Chen Ye intervened. Should they provoke further conflict, Chen Ye would surely involve himself, rendering them mere prey on a butcher's block. The most substantial gains lie with Chen. If we could swiftly eliminate him and seize his weapons, Chu Lingxi would be left vulnerable. The boiled egg declared loudly. He has become blinded by greed, fixated solely on immense profit, oblivious to the looming peril. You are the captain, the one-handed fellow intently gazed at the Cyclops. You must make the decision. The Cyclops remained silent, his brow furrowed. Surely, you are not so unclear in your judgment? We are comrades. You have only known Mr. Chen for a few days. The boiled egg could not contain his frustration. If you betray us now, you are a fool. This is a matter of life and death. If you sabotage us at this critical moment, our brotherhood will cease to exist. The one-handed fellow threatened coldly. Both awaited the Cyclops' response. He sighed deeply. No matter how one might phrase it, we are brothers, and I could never betray my kin. Does that mean you will join our plan? The boiled egg said joyfully. To help us eliminate Mr. Chen? Good brother, the one-handed fellow exclaimed. Together, we shall vanquish Mr. Chen, seize all his resources, and claim his women. Indeed, the boiled egg echoed. We shall eliminate Chen Ye, seize his provisions, and claim his women. After they spoke, both stared intently at the Cyclops, awaiting his final stance. The Cyclops hesitated slightly, yet ultimately stated, let us eliminate Mr. Chen, seize all his resources, and claim his women. Good brother, your ability to voice the battle cry brings me great comfort. The boiled egg gave him thumbs up. However, I have one crucial task for you. What task? The one-eyed dragon furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. You are to undertake the most critical mission. The egghead's eyes glinted with murderous intent. What is this crucial task? The one-eyed dragon's foreboding feeling intensified. It is, of course, to ambush the one surnamed Chen. Egghead replied with a wicked grin. We must seize him at the very first opportunity. If we can get close enough, a dagger at his throat will ensure his compliance. Once we have him under control, absolute power will be ours. Will you do it? Egghead fixed his gaze on the one-eyed dragon, presenting him with a sharp dagger. The one-eyed dragon hesitated, anxiety evident in his voice. I fear I may not be up to the task. I am clumsy and might jeopardize our plans. Do not underestimate yourself, Egghead urged. You are the captain. Your abilities far surpass ours. This mission depends entirely on you. Indeed, the one-armed bandit chimed in, fanning the flames of encouragement. We are all good brothers here, and you have always been the leader among us. You are the most capable. Otherwise, why would we have chosen you as our captain? These words flattered the one-eyed dragon, who replied, You are right. What is so formidable about Mr. Chen? He is just another man with a single head and two eyes. I am more than capable of eliminating him. Just watch. I shall demonstrate that my position as captain is well-deserved, backed by undeniable strength. Seeing his spirits lifted, Egghead exchanged satisfied glances with the others. This fellow was as easily swayed as ever, truly a fool to be reckoned with. The trio quickly conspired and hastened to catch up with Chen Ye. Chapter 62. Fools are beyond remedy. Where's the treasure chest? The one-armed bandit shouted. I will open it. This time I'll lead the charge. Indeed, Egghead echoed loudly. Our trio has suffered great losses and taken risks. We deserve a larger share of the spoils. They deliberately raised their voices to create a diversion, capturing the attention of Chen Ye and Chu Lingxi. This would afford the one-eyed dragon the opportunity he needed to strike. And indeed, they succeeded in drawing Chen Ye's attention. Observing their erratic behavior, Chen Ye grew increasingly wary. The three of them were dawdling instead of pursuing him, which raised his suspicions. Now, with their antics, the matter seemed even more suspicious. However, Chen Ye remained unfazed, waiting to see this troupe of clowns perform. "Are you blind?" Shu Lingxi remarked. "Can you not see the iron treasure chest?" Not far away, a rusty iron chest lay quietly beneath a steel structure. "Is there really a treasure chest?" Egghead exclaimed, eager to approach it. But suddenly he turned his gaze to the one-armed bandit. "You go." "All right," the one-armed bandit declared, striding forward. Yet, halfway there, he hesitated and returned. "Is it truly safe? Otherwise, perhaps you should go." "I could go," Egghead feigned nonchalance, "but if I do, the resources will need to be shared more generously. Do not be envious." "Wait." Though apprehensive, the one-armed bandit ultimately could not resist the allure of potential gain. "I will go." With that, he charged ahead without a backward glance. This individual possessed no particular skill. He simply opened the iron chest and peered inside, eager to discover any treasures. To his dismay, a serpent as thick as an arm sprang forth and viciously sank its fangs into his cheek. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself, but the serpent latched onto his arm instead. "Oh no!" The unfortunate fellow cried out in terror, rolling on the ground. "Help me, please." "Don't be afraid. I'm coming to your aid," declared the one-eyed dragon, who rushed forward without regard for his own safety and swiftly severed the serpent's head. The serpent's jaws remained clamped onto the unfortunate man's arm, deeply embedded in his flesh. "It hurts. It hurts so much," he wailed as his arm visibly turned a dark hue. "Chop it off. I must sever my arm to survive." The only means of salvation lay in amputation. Otherwise, the venom would spread and death would be inevitable. "Hang in there," urged the one-eyed dragon, gritting his teeth as he forcefully severed the man's arm. Blood gushed forth in torrents. The unfortunate fellow's face turned pale, and he fainted. The one-eyed dragon quickly unbuckled his belt and tightly bound the stump in a desperate attempt to staunch the bleeding. However, the egghead interjected, "Don't waste your efforts. He won't survive." "What nonsense is this? He is one of our brothers." The one-eyed dragon refused to concede, striving to revive him. "You handle the important matters. I shall save him," the egghead whispered. "Do you truly know how to stop the bleeding?" The one-eyed dragon asked in surprise, for he was at a loss as to how to proceed. "Indeed, you must hurry. They have relaxed their guard, and this is a rare opportunity." The egghead gave him a gentle push. "Very well." The one-eyed dragon sprang to his feet and approached Chen Ye. Suddenly, he roared to bolster his courage and lunged towards Chen Ye, placing a dagger at his throat in an attempt to subdue him. However, Chen Ye swiftly seized his wrist, swiftly overpowering him. Having consumed copious amounts of legendary mineral water, Chen Ye's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary human. To put it mildly, his might exceeded that of the strongest among men. With a mere flick of his wrist, the one-eyed dragon cried out in agony, feeling as though his entire arm were about to be rendered useless. "Spare me, Mr. Chen. I beg for mercy. I shall never dare again," he pleaded, left with no other recourse. "What, do you wish to eliminate me?" Chen Ye inquired coldly. "Do you truly believe you possess the capability?" As he spoke, he nonchalantly flicked his finger, effortlessly snapping the dagger in half. The steel blade could not withstand even a single strike from him. Witnessing this spectacle, the one-eyed dragon was left dumbfounded, regretting his choices. "Mr. Chen is indeed extraordinary. I have been blind to provoke your might. Isn't it too late for flattery now?" Chen Ye scoffed. "This isn't child's play. Do you think I would be lenient simply because you utter a few kind words? Spare my life, and I shall be your servant," the one-eyed dragon pleaded, for like any man, he did not wish for death. "Reveal the names of your accomplices, and perhaps I shall grant you mercy," Chen Ye stated with intent. In truth, the identities of the so-called accomplices were already clear, rendering further interrogation unnecessary. Before he could continue, the egghead and the unfortunate man with the severed hand grew anxious. A boiled egg rushed forward, vehemently cursing, "One-eyed dragon, you truly are despicable. Mr. Chen is our great benefactor, yet you repay kindness with malice, threatening him with blades. I will put an end to you." As he spoke, he brandished a dagger, intending to stab the one-eyed dragon. However, Mr. Chen swiftly kicked the dagger from his hand, coldly retorting, "What? Do you wish to eliminate witnesses? You think you can commit murder before Chen Ye and get away with it?" Mr. Chen, you jest. There is no such intention to silence anyone, the boiled egg grimaced. His wrist dislocated in pain. He had initially believed that Chen Ye's trump card was merely that large yellow dog, but to his astonishment, Chen Ye, who appeared unremarkable, possessed terrifying combat prowess. Had he known this earlier, he would never have harbored such foolish thoughts. Reveal your accomplices, Chen Ye commanded, pointing a finger at the one-eyed dragon's eye. If you remain silent, your loan, I shall not remain intact. Chen Ye's strength was formidable. A mere finger was sufficient to shatter his eyeball completely. I have no accomplices. This was all my own idea, the one-eyed dragon foolishly declared, displaying an unexpected sense of loyalty. This revelation surprised Chen Ye, who quickly realized that this fool was indeed oblivious to the reality of his situation. Upon hearing this, the boiled egg exhaled in relief. He had felt despair, convinced that the one-eyed dragon would surely betray them. Yet, to his astonishment, the one-eyed dragon remained steadfast, refusing to sell them out. Do you believe yourself to be honorable? Chen Ye pressed, gradually increasing the pressure on the one-eyed dragon's eye until it shattered. Blood spurting forth as the one-eyed dragon let out a horrific wail and instantly fainted. Big Yellow, come and wake him, Chen Ye commanded. Big Yellow, desperate to relieve himself, urinated all over the one-eyed dragon's face, warm, foul, and acrid. After finishing, Big Yellow delightfully remarked, delicious juice. Choking on the pungent dog urine, the one-eyed dragon regained consciousness. Chen Ye gazed coldly at him. Do you not find this foolish? You speak of brotherhood while being exploited. This entire affair was orchestrated solely by me. I was blinded by desire, wishing to eliminate you, seize your resources, and take your woman. My two brothers had no part in this. Spare them. Yet, the one-eyed dragon remained obstinate. I did not expect you to be such a stubborn man, willing to shoulder it all. Chen Ye chuckled. Your folly astonishes me. It is my duty as their leader to protect my team. The one-eyed dragon continued to indulge in self-righteousness, believing himself noble. You are merely a fool, Chen Ye replied, shaking his head, unrepentant until death. No matter how my brothers treat me, my feelings toward them are genuine. The one-eyed dragon loudly proclaimed, I am guiltless toward my brothers. They have never regarded me as a fool. Fools are beyond redemption, Chen Ye retorted, silencing him with a decisive stomp that crushed the one-eyed dragon's skull. Witnessing Chen Ye's overwhelming power, the boiled egg stood speechless, trembling in fear. What is wrong with you? Mr. Chen inquired with a gentle smile. Why does your complexion appear so dreadful? I am perfectly fine, replied Lu Dan, who coughed dryly, nearly collapsing onto the ground. How could one person possess such terrifying strength? After all, the skull is the hardest bone in the human body. Since you are well, Mr. Chen said with a smile, let us continue to open the treasure chest. Although there is a snake inside, it does not imply a lack of resources. Indeed, let us open the treasure chest, Lu Dan hastily replied. This time, I shall take the lead. Regardless of what treasures we uncover, I shall not claim any for myself. They shall all be offered to Mr. Chen. That simply cannot be. Chen Ye shook his head. That would be most unfair. We shall adhere to the original rules. Chapter 63. Recruiting Chu Lingxi. No, everything should still go to Mr. Chen, Lu Dan said with a forced smile. Go ahead. Chen Ye coldly commanded, do not dawdle. Mr. Chen, perhaps we should reconsider? Lu Dan managed a faint smile. I think I shall refrain from going. You must go take a look. Chu Lingxi suddenly commanded with an unfriendly expression. Is that truly necessary? Lu Dan stubbornly resisted. The cautionary tale of the severed-handed fellow was fresh in his mind. He had no desire to be bitten by a venomous snake. What if the iron chest harbors even greater dangers? What if there are resources within? Chu Lingxi smiled. If we miss this opportunity, would it not be a grave loss? I'm rather timid, Lu Dan insisted, still refusing to go. You should go instead. The one who takes the risk shall reap the greater rewards. I'm not particularly ambitious and do not seek excessive resources. Previously, he had not been willing to part with even a drop of water. Yet now he claimed to require none. And what if we refuse to comply? Chu Lingxi smiled as she looked at Chen Ye. Would you not agree, Mr. Chen? Chen Ye's face remained stern and silent. The answer was all too evident. There is no need for such extremes. Lu Dan's face turned ashen. He was not foolish. He understood the deadly peril likely awaiting him within the iron chest. You go. At least you can maintain some dignity. The dark little girl revealed her pearly white teeth. If she took action, the opponent would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. I confess. Lu Dan's eyes darted, and he quickly declared, "Is it not sufficient for me to confess? Mr. Chen, I have something to reveal to you. What is it that you wish to confess?" Chen Ye asked curiously. "I am aware of their conspiracy. Those two, Severed Hand and One-Eyed Dragon. They intend to betray you." "Oh." Chen Ye nodded, saying nothing further. "They are despicable, ungrateful wretches. I shall avenge you." With that, Lu Dan drew the severed dagger and ruthlessly slashed it across the throat of his former ally. He continued to stab, mercilessly eliminating the writhing, severed hand. Scalding blood splattered onto him as he wiped away his comrade's blood, hoping to save his own life. "Mr. Chen, how do you find my actions?" "Quite commendable." Chen Ye nodded. "You may proceed to open the treasure chest. I have avenged you." Lu Dan expressed his grievances. "And yet you still wish for me to open the chest?" "Opening the treasure chest is a reward for you. Perhaps there are vital resources contained within." Chen Ye smiled. "Do not disappoint me." The salted egg hesitated, reluctant to go forth, yet he noticed that Chu Lingxi's hand rested upon the hilt of her sword. Actions speak volumes. Should he continue to procrastinate, it seemed likely that she would draw her blade. In that case, he would graciously accept Mr. Chen's reward. Gritting his teeth, the salted egg approached the iron chest with trepidation, trembling uncontrollably. After several attempts, he surrendered, lacking even the courage to steal a glance. Suddenly, a yellow liquid oozed forth, pooling at his feet in a putrid stain. To his dismay, he was so frightened that he lost control of himself. In a fit of panic, he slapped his own face several times, summoning the courage to peer inside the iron chest. Yet, upon merely glimpsing its contents, he recoiled in terror, collapsing onto the ground in a pitiful state, utterly overwhelmed. "What did you see?" Chen Ye inquired. The salted egg instinctively replied, "Nothing, nothing at all. There are no supplies, no beasts, no dangers whatsoever." Upon uttering the word "no danger," the tension in his body finally dissipated, and he burst into laughter. No danger, truly no danger. There is nothing inside. What he had initially perceived as a certain demise turned out to be devoid of any threat. In truth, this was a prearranged ruse to frighten him, leaving him in a most undignified position. It is the weak who wield the knife against the weaker. Those like the salted egg, who are timid and easily intimidated, often lack any true understanding of courage. "Chen Ye, I have completed the task. Will you spare my life?" "Of course, I shall not kill you," Chen Ye affirmed. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. You are truly magnanimous." The salted egg, having narrowly escaped death, was overjoyed, kneeling and repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Do not be so overexcited. While death may be avoided, living punishment is inescapable. "Mr. Chen, as long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Then dig a pit and bury your former comrades." The salted egg hesitated, incredulous that it could be so simple. Chen Ye nodded, seemingly unwilling to impose further hardship upon him. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." The salted egg expressed his gratitude once more and began to dig without further ado. After excavating a sizable pit, he thoughtfully placed the bodies within. "Mr. Chen, I have fulfilled your instructions. Now you must join them," Chen Ye coldly commanded. "That seems inappropriate." The salted egg protested, his face paling to the utmost degree. Was this not akin to digging his own grave? "Obey and enter. It will save you some strength." Chu Lingxi had already drawn her sword. Should he refuse to comply, she would undoubtedly sever his throat with a single stroke. Startled, the salted egg stumbled and fell into the pit, the frozen earth hard and unyielding, leaving him bruised and battered. "Mr. Chen, this matter truly does not concern me," he gasped in desperate struggle, seeking a sliver of hope. "You are the mastermind behind this affair," Chu Lingxi remarked with a smile. "To kill Mr. Chen, seize his resources, and bet his woman. Was that not your rallying cry? Did you not proclaim that Mr. Chen was nothing remarkable, merely a man with one shoulder bearing a head? Do not presume that your petty cleverness can deceive others. You cannot even fool my discerning eyes. How could you possibly escape the grasp of the illustrious and formidable Mr. Chen? On one side lies the judgment of the marinated egg, and on the other, the flattery directed at Chen Ye. Chu Lingxi, possessing an astute intellect, is adept at multitasking. It's not like that at all. I am wrong, Mr. Chen. I am truly unjustly accused. The marinated egg desperately seeks a glimmer of hope. I know this little girl's secret. I have surmised the nature of her extraordinary ability. You must be curious, right? Before the marinated egg could finish, Chu Lingxi swiftly severed his head with a decisive strike, so swiftly that even Chen Ye was taken aback. Mr. Chen, this fellow is spouting nonsense. He truly deserves his fate. My dear girl, you seem rather insecure, Chen Ye remarked with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. Everyone harbors little secrets. I wish to maintain an air of mystery, Chu Lingxi replied with a sweet smile. That way, Big Brother will always find me intriguing. I am indeed quite intrigued by you at this moment, Chen Ye chuckled. Would you be interested in becoming my teammate? I would be immensely interested. Chu Lingxi continued her charming assault, beaming. To be a teammate of Big Brother is a stroke of fortune, a tremendous honor. I know you have been recruiting teammates. I have long wished to apply. Her words flowed like honey, and Chen Ye could not bring himself to shatter her illusion. Chapter 64. A Pinky Swear. 100 years without change. However, I have some personal matters to attend to, Chu Lingxi said, her brow furrowed with concern. I must resolve these affairs before I can join you. What if I refuse? Chen Ye's tone was firm. If I do not agree, you shall not depart. Of course. Without Big Brother's consent, I would not leave, Chu Lingxi replied, donning the demeanor of a compliant girl, ever obedient to her big brother. Please do not misunderstand. It is not that I am unwilling to be your teammate, but the situation is not so straightforward. It is implausible that a few sweet words from me would lead you to relinquish your vested interests. By the way, Big Brother, let us discuss our spoils first. Chu Lingxi cleverly shifted the topic. The 3 vehicles of those 3 rascals are now our trophies. Upon mentioning the spoils, Chen Ye's interest piqued. How do you intend to distribute them? Naturally, I shall defer to Big Brother's judgment, Chu Lingxi cleverly added. I trust that Big Brother would never let me suffer a loss, just as with the extraordinary mineral water last time. Since you were so considerate, Chen Ye smiled, I shall certainly allocate a larger share to you. Then I thank you, Big Brother. The 3 vehicles were the most basic models, a van, a Civic, and a Malibu. The trifecta of modesty. Chen Ye adhered to the usual practice, bestowing all 3 vehicles upon Zuo Lanlan. However, as less than 24 hours had passed, Zuo Lanlan could not upgrade her vehicles. Without the ability to expend them, she could not return them either. With nightfall upon them, travel was not feasible. They resolved to rest for the night. Chen Ye hoped to keep Chu Lingxi with him for the evening, yet the young girl appeared reluctant. I have urgent matters that require my immediate departure. Is Big Brother's charm insufficient to keep you? Big Brother's charm is undoubtedly top tier, but I truly have pressing issues. Chu Lingxi replied, her expression one a dilemma. How about this, Big Brother? Let me go, and I shall gift you a flame fruit. The little girl said with a smile, this is my most precious possession. To think you possess a flame fruit? Chen Ye replied, taken aback. Who do you look down upon? The little girl retorted with a hint of pride. I'm certainly one of the foremost survivors. Given that she had the flame ability fruit, Chen Ye felt inclined to let her leave. I can agree to your request, but remember to return, he said, playing along. I have already taken a liking to you. A day without seeing you will make me long for you. You truly know how to sweet talk, Big Brother. You made me blush, the little girl giggled, yet she tossed the flame fruit over to him. Chen Ye examined it thoroughly. It was indeed a genuine flame ability fruit. You may leave now, he finally said, but we must seal our promise. A pinky swear, binding us for 100 years. Is a commitment, he added. Upon hearing about the pinky swear, the little girl appeared somewhat displeased, her lovely face reflecting reluctance. What? Were you deceiving me just now? Are you so unwilling to make the simplest of promises? Chen Ye expressed his sorrow. Big Brother, you're truly incorrigible, she sighed. After some contemplation, Chu Lingxi reluctantly complied, sealing their promise with a pinky swear. Little girl, I will await your return. Do not betray my trust. Do not worry, Big Brother. I am always true to my word, and besides, we have already sealed our promise. In her world, a pinky swear was sacred, never to be broken. Lastly, allow me to send you a sweet kiss, she said, leaving a crimson lip mark on Chen Ye's cheek before disappearing on her snowmobile. Boss, why did you let her go? Zuo Lanlan questioned, puzzled, fearing she might not return. Rest assured, she will come back. This girl is exceptionally clever. She understands that in this brutal world of survival, aligning with me is the most prudent and safest choice. Boss, you seem completely enchanted by this little sprite. Having lost all reason, she remarked. What do you know? Chen Ye shot her a glance, scolding, go back to the vehicle and sleep. As night fell, the cold intensified. necessitating their return to the warmth of their transport. Chen Ye had ample fuel, and the vehicle remained quite cozy. With music playing, he leisurely indulged in his comfort drink. This was the essence of surviving the apocalypse. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Chen Ye was preparing to rest, he received a call from Chen Ye's husband. This gentleman was always up to semantics. Mr. Chen, why haven't you asked my wife out yet? What progress have you made with her? Could you elaborate? This man was as direct as ever, launching straight into the heavy stuff. Not yet. I've been quite busy lately, and haven't had the time to engage with her. Chen Ye replied honestly, as he indeed had been preoccupied. Are you free tomorrow? I believe it would be a suitable time, the man insisted earnestly. Why do you say that? Chen Ye asked, feeling somewhat bewildered. Can you provide me with a reason? Just trust me, he said. Men do not need to explain. You would do well to provide me with a reason. Chen Ye did not wish to navigate this matter in confusion. She was in her ovulation period, a time when her body craved and yearned for a man as presence. The man, left with no alternative, had to reveal the truth. Is this reason sufficient? Chen Ye found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, this justification was difficult to refute. That will suffice. I shall arrange to meet her. Very well, Mr. Chen. I hope you achieve success, the man concluded. By the way, my wife has a fondness for lilacs. Remember to bring her a bouquet, as it will surely endear you to her. Lilacs, however, would undoubtedly be absent in the frigid winter. Yet, Chen Ye could orchestrate a romantic setting, presenting her with a lilac amidst the scene she adored. Wait a moment. Wasn't this setting up for a date and gifting lilacs akin to being a sycophant? What a ridiculous notion. How could he ever demean himself in such a way? With such remarkable advantages at his disposal, to reduce himself to a sycophant would be nothing short of absurdity. Tomorrow's rendezvous with Chen Ye would be splendid if she acquiesced willingly. However, should she feign innocence and modesty, she must not blame him for being forceful in his pursuits. He possessed countless methods to ensure her compliance. The following morning, Chen Ye indulged in a delightful breakfast, engaged in some exercise, and readied himself for the date with Chen Ye. Suddenly, a message from Chu Lingxi arrived. The young girl cheerfully inquired, Big brother, do you require any aphrodisiac? Early in the morning, I stumbled upon a random treasure chest and discovered a miraculous potion. How presumptuous of her! Chen Ye retorted with irritation. Does my body truly require medication? Even without it, I am quite capable. The allure of young maidens and the lament of mature women is undeniable. If I were to take such a potion, would the women even survive? Chapter 65, The Destitute Tang Shuero. I know Big Brother is indestructible, with unparalleled strength and vitality. Chu Lingxi giggled, yet the crucial point was that my potion was not meant for men, but rather for women. A woman-esque potion, indeed rare. Is it not curious that she possesses precisely what he needs? So, Big Brother, will you take it? Chu Lingxi rubbed her hands together eagerly, clearly hoping to profit immensely. What is the price? This was timely, as he was about to meet Chen Ye, and this stimulating potion could certainly enhance the occasion. Would the pure and virtuous Chen Ye be able to suppress the potion's effects with sheer willpower? I also require snake gall. This time, I shall take 3. I wonder if Big Brother would consent? Chu Lingxi seemed particularly intrigued by snake gall. One could only speculate as to her intentions for such a pungent item. Agreed. Chen Ye responded readily. The snake gall held little utility for him, as he had no intention of consuming it. Primarily, it would serve as dog food for his beloved Huang. Surely, he would not mind parting with his provisions. Thank you, Big Brother. I knew you would be the best. Chu Lingxi exclaimed joyfully, clearly valuing the snake gall immensely. Soon, the transaction was completed, and a small box of pills appeared in Chen Ye's hand. The box was a delicate shade of pink, adorned with a tiny heart, exuding an aura of warmth and charm. It came with a manual stating that the pills could dissolve instantly in water, being colorless and tasteless. How shameless this medication was. Chen Ye felt a surge of anger, yet found it imperative to utilize them critically. Boss, someone is approaching, reminded the timid Zuo Lanlan. Who is it? Chen Ye asked in surprise. Just behind their vehicle, a barefoot woman was shivering as she approached. Chen Ye furrowed her brow. The woman's silhouette seemed strikingly familiar, resembling an old acquaintance. As the woman drew closer, Chen Ye realized it was Tang Shuero. This was rather absurd. Didn't Tang Shuero possess a motorhome? Moreover, she was well stocked. How could she appear in such a disheveled state now? Not only was she without a vehicle, but her clothing was tattered, and she was even shoeless. What on earth was happening? Chen Ye. Upon spotting her, Tang Shiwero sprinted toward her with unprecedented speed, arriving at the motorhome. I'm so cold. Let me in a warm-up and give me something to eat. She was quite brazen, demanding entry into the motorhome. However, Chen Ye promptly blocked her way. Tang Shiwero, this is rather inappropriate, don't you think? We aren't that close, are we? This woman, who often resorted to moral shaming others, was now seeking help for herself. We're classmates, and you could consider us good friends. Seeing me in such distress, can't you lend a hand? The instinct for moral coercion had become second nature to her. Even in her current predicament, she continued to wield her passive-aggressive tactics. I'm under no obligation to assist you, Chen Ye replied with a smile. However, I am curious to hear how you ended up in such a state. Was it Li Dan? It was unnecessary to elaborate. It was evident that Li Dan had robbed her. The fact that she managed to survive under the clutches of that treacherous woman was a stroke of luck. Ordinarily, Li Dan would have ensured her complete demise, never leaving her life intact. You can mock me now. Your curse has come true. Are you pleased? Satisfied? The implication in her words suggested that all her misfortunes were Chen Ye's fault, that the blame lay squarely on Chen Ye's shoulders rather than her own folly. I am quite satisfied. You brought this upon yourself. She could blame no one but herself. Chen Ye reveled in her misfortune. She held no disdain for the foolish or the simple-minded, but had an aversion to the truly dim-witted. Such individuals deserve punishment. Much like the one-eyed dragon who had met a grim fate, the foolish had no right to exist. Fine, I have my pride. I would rather freeze or starve than accept a morsel from you. Tang Shiwero retained her dignity, gritting her teeth, resolutely refraining from pleading further with Chen Ye as she trudged forward step by step. Are you planning to walk along the road to survive? That's exactly my intention. Do you have any say in it? Tang Shiwero retorted, her temper flaring. Then good luck, Chen Ye replied cheerfully. You could actually become our ally. Zuo Lanlan, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, feeling pity for her plight. Let me join your team? Over my dead body, Tang Shiwero shouted loudly, striving to maintain her composure. If you sincerely invite me. Yet, her resolve did not endure for long. The biting cold wind swiftly shattered her stubborn pride. This woman was acutely aware that encountering Chen Ye on the road was an extraordinary stroke of fortune, and he was her sole hope for survival. To refuse to yield to Chen Ye would equate to a death sentence. Aren't you recruiting female teammates? Clearly, I am a suitable choice. If you truly invite me, I might consider becoming your ally. At this juncture, she still clung to her pride. What if I choose not to invite you? Chen Ye could not help but retort. Tang Shiwero huffed, if you do not invite me, that will be your loss. Chen Ye chuckled, what are you anyway? Why should I invite you? What loss could I possibly incur? Tang Shiwero had always held herself in high esteem. With a privileged background and striking beauty, she believed everyone should orbit around her. Chen Ye, do not push your luck. Tang Shiwero gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain her facade. This is your last chance. If you let it slip away, you will regret it for the rest of your life. This was a veiled threat, yet it bore a semblance of truth. If Chen Ye refused to accept her as a teammate, she would inevitably freeze to death, thereby forfeiting any opportunity. Thank you, but I will not extend an invitation to you, Chen Ye replied with a smile. If you were to kneel and plead, perhaps I would consider it. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiwero's composure shattered instantly, her expression darkening. What's my status? Who do you think you are to demand that I kneel? Is that appropriate? She remained ensconced in her lofty delusions, convinced that the world should revolve around her. Are you truly upset? Chen Ye found amusement in her plight. To be frank, even if you knelt and begged, I might still not accept you as a teammate. Chen Ye, you do not even value your final opportunity, do you? Tang Shiwero's teeth clenched in anger. Fine, fine, fine. If that is the case, let us sever all ties. The tension was palpable. She had deigned to lower herself. Yet Chen Ye's refusal felt utterly disrespectful. Little did she realize that many men sought her favor, yet she had dismissed them without a second thought. Chapter 66. The Despised Tang Shiwero. Sister, you should leave promptly, Zuo Lanlan interjected helplessly. Your intellect is lacking, rendering you unfit and unqualified to be our teammate. Should you provoke our leader, you will find no favorable outcome. Having followed Chen Ye for a while, Zuo Lanlan understood that he was not one to be trifled with. Chen Ye had not yet lost his temper, but should he do so, the consequences would be dire. Calling me foolish? Tang Shiwero was beside herself with rage. I am a member of Mensa. My intelligence is remarkably high. Zuo Lanlan merely sighed and shook her head at this remark. Whether or not her intelligence was substantial remained unclear, but her emotional intelligence was undoubtedly appallingly low. Let us not concern ourselves with her. We should enjoy hot pot instead. Chen Ye had prepared a feast within the RV. For other survivors, hot pot was a luxurious indulgence, yet for Chen Ye, it was merely a part of his daily routine. Is it really appropriate to indulge in hot pot so early in the morning? Zuo Lanlan scratched her head in confusion. What is inappropriate about it? I suddenly crave mutton and tripe hot pot, Chen Ye remarked playfully, adding a touch of cola and a small beer. It's simply a heavenly experience. Listening to their conversation, Tang Shuero found herself swallowing hard. Not only could she not enjoy hot pot, but she also struggled to meet her basic needs. The thought of the delectable hot pot made her regret her pride. Yet it was evident that the opportunity had slipped away. All that answered her was the heavy sound of Chen Ye shutting the car door. The trio, 2 humans and a dog, happily savored their mutton hot pot in the RV. The sounds of laughter and joy pierced Tang Shuero's heart like a knife. This woman lacked resolve. If she had any, she would not be eavesdropping outside. Since Chen Ye refused to provide her with food or accept her as a teammate, she should have boldly walked away, yet she remained. Instead, she stood beneath the car window, listening to the sounds of their feast, indulging her cravings in this manner. Even the dog was feasting on tripe and mutton, while she, a living being, had nothing. After much painful struggle and hesitation, Tang Shuero finally made a resolute decision. She must survive. She had to survive. Do you intend to take her as a teammate? Zuo Lanlan inquired with great curiosity. What do you think? Chen Ye replied with a smile. I believe she is unworthy of being your teammate. This woman is far too self-righteous and utterly detestable. Initially, Zuo Lanlan felt some sympathy for her, but that had transformed into disdain. It seemed she truly lacked the qualifications. Chen Ye stroked his chin, lost in thought. He was indeed longing for a female teammate. One female companion like Zuo Lanlan could hardly satisfy Chen Ye's immense resource demands. With the emergence of the synthesis system, obtaining superior materials necessitated vast quantities of basic resources and abundant synthesis opportunities. Should we assess whether Tang Shuero qualifies to be a teammate? Chen Ye suddenly proposed. Ding. Assessment indicates that Tang Shuero meets the criteria to become a female teammate, but it is not advisable to accept her. Due to her exceptional appearance, figure, and intellect, there is a risk of losing control, with the host potentially becoming subservient to her. This assessment displeased Chen Ye greatly. Was the system malfunctioning? How could such a simple-minded woman like Tang Shuero possibly pose a threat? Ding. Detection reveals that Tang Shuero harbors significant secrets that could greatly impact the host. It is advised that the host avoid contact or eliminate her on the spot. Intriguing. Chen Ye's interest was piqued. He had not anticipated that Tang Shuero would possess such unique qualities. A stray dog with a simple mind. Having lost all her life as advantages, what kind of danger could she pose? What secrets could she possibly hold? To be frank, Chen Ye smiled pleasantly. I initially intended to extract the heart of this so-called saint to feed to De Huang, believing it would be a great tonic. However, the system's assertion that Tang Shuero harbored significant secrets made the situation all the more interesting. Boss, what you say is quite terrifying, came the reply. Zuo Lanlan spoke with a trace of fear, acknowledging that in a post-apocalyptic world, one must first eliminate the saintly. Chen Ye, with an air of indifference, replied that he was inclined to accept this saintly figure as a teammate. I cannot concur. That is utterly repulsive, Zuo Lanlan swiftly objected. Da Huang also vociferously expressed his disagreement, clearly sharing her sentiment. It seems you both find her unworthy. Her career may well be on the brink of catastrophe. Indeed, the phrase hated by all aptly captures this scenario. However, there is no need for such agitation. Chen Ye chuckled, asserting that whether to accept her depends on her performance. Should she continue to act haughty and self-important, she would face severe reprimand, learning the reasons behind the rose's vibrant hue. Opening the car door, Chen Ye coldly addressed Tang Shuero, who stood amidst the swirling snow. What are you waiting for? A look of torment crossed Tang Shuero's face. It was evident that regardless of her decision, it would bring her immense suffering. You have 30 seconds to contemplate seriously, Chen Ye reminded her with chilling detachment. Once the time elapsed, the door to the RV would close, sealing her hopes within. As the seconds ticked away, echoing like the countdown of death itself, Tang Shiuro ultimately knelt. All her dignity and pride shattered with that single act. Why do you merely kneel in silence? Chen Ye provocatively inquired, intent on crushing her self-esteem beneath his heel. I hope you will accept me. Tang Shiuro wept, pleading to become his teammate. What pretense is this? Chen Ye coldly retorted. You kneel and beg, and you think I am obliged to acquiesce? Do you truly believe yourself of such importance? Your pleas and submission are utterly worthless. I implore you, consider our past connections, or perhaps my modest allure, and grant me a place, a mere morsel of sustenance, she pleaded. What did you say? Chen Ye laughed heartily. Approaching her, you claim to possess beauty. I fail to see it. As he grasped her hair, he examined her closely, scrutinizing every detail without letting any aspect escape his notice. It must be admitted that Tang Shiuro indeed held a certain charm. Her features were striking. Even in the biting cold, her cheeks flushed crimson, betraying a hint of allure. Not enough, not nearly sufficient, Chen Ye remarked coldly. You must present ample stakes to merit a place by my side. Tang Shiuro had mentioned possessing a significant secret. Chen Ye was eager to discern what critical revelation she might hold. Stakes? Tang Shiuro despaired. I have nothing left, absolutely nothing. Had she retained any advantage, she would never have knelt before the one she detested most. Since you possess naught, you are by definition utterly worthless, Chen Ye scoffed. What use have I for a worthless individual? Provide me with a reason. Chapter 67. The Wild Heart of Tang Shiuro. Tang Shiuro found herself at a loss for words, enduring a profound struggle. After a lengthy pause, a sudden realization struck her. She still held a few trump cards. I possess ammunition, specifically handgun bullets. This is all that remains of her possessions, a remnant after Li Dan's thorough search. I do not own a handgun. What purpose would your bullets serve? Chen Ye immediately recognized them as handgun ammunition. Li Dan possesses a firearm, yet she has only one bullet. Tang Shiuro hastily interjected. Chen Ye furrowed his brow. This was indeed a crucial piece of information. Moreover, it is imperative that you eliminate Li Dan, Tang Shiuro continued. Why do you say that? Chen Ye chuckled softly. Because she intends to eliminate you. She perceives you as her foremost adversary. This truth was evident to Chen Ye, even without her explicit mention. Aside from this, do you have any other aces up your sleeve? Although the other party had provided some vital information, Chen Ye deemed it insufficient. I can ascertain her location. Tang Shiuro revealed her final trump card. My RV is stocked with numerous supplies, including your favored function cards and a medical card for treating the injured and ill. A medical card? Chen Ye's interest piqued instantly, urging her to elaborate. Tang Shiuro, aware of the gravity of the moment, divulged everything she knew to Chen Ye. The use of the medical card is remarkably straightforward. Regardless of the ailment or severity of the injury, its application guarantees complete recovery. Li Dan's survival serves as a testament. Her injuries were grave, yet a single use of the medical card restored her to full health. It is truly miraculous, almost beyond belief. Thus, if an individual were afflicted with an incurable disease in a civilized world, Chen Ye's eyes glimmered. Lost in thought, could they too be effortlessly cured? I am unsure. Tang Shiuro hesitated, merely shaking her head. I only recall the medical card's purpose, to treat ailments and heal injuries. I understand, Chen Ye nodded, having acquired the answers he sought. How did you pinpoint Li Dan's location? The RV is equipped with a GPS. Tang Shiuro raised her phone. I can check it, though it is currently out of battery. A dead battery is not a significant obstacle. Chen Ye's RV is equipped with solar panels and ample fuel, ensuring that charging the phone would pose no issue. You may join my team, Chen Ye stated succinctly. In an instant, Tang Shiuro leaped with excitement. Thank you for your acceptance. This signified her chance at survival, and she could not contain her exhilaration. Do not be overly jubilant. I am not a benevolent savior. Chen Ye retorted coldly. Being my teammate is no pleasant endeavor. Upon joining the team, her rank would be the lowest. She would be tasked with the dirtiest and most arduous jobs, even beneath De Huang. After all, despite being a dog, De Huang is the team's premier combat force, the very core of Chen Ye's squad. May I now enter the RV? Tang Shiuro asked, trembling from the cold. She had endured the chilling wind for far too long. You have no ground to make demands, Chen Ye replied icily. Now, remove your clothes. Tang Shiuro stood in stunned silence, believing she had misheard. In such frigid conditions, he was asking her to disrobe. Is it possible to undress after entering the RV? Tang Shiuro said pitifully. Chen Ye cast her a cold glance, offering no response. After a deep sigh and a moment of hesitation, Tang Shuuro began to remove her clothing. As her garments fell away, tears streamed down her face. To her, this felt like a humiliation orchestrated by Chen Ye. In reality, however, Chen Ye's actions were driven by safety concerns. Who could know what she might be hiding within her attire? It was entirely plausible that Tang Shuuro had conspired with Li Dan, employing the charade as a means of revenge. Once she was fully undressed, Chen Ye conducted a meticulous search. Initially, he examined her with his eyes, then proceeded to inspect her with his hands, scrutinizing every conceivable hiding place, leaving no crevice unchecked. Only when he confirmed she bore no concealed items did he nod in satisfaction. "Congratulations, you are now my teammate," he extended his hand. Suddenly, the naked Tang Shuuro knelt before him, cradling his hand with both of hers and gently licking it like a kitten. This unexpected gesture startled Chen Ye. What was she doing? He had merely intended to shake her hand, yet she had taken it a step further. "All right, you may enter now." Tang Shuuro donned her clothing and stepped into the RV. Inside, it was as warm as spring, a stark contrast to the harsh cold outside. She wisely chose a seat at the back, tucked away in a corner. Without Chen Ye's command, she dared not indulge in the hot pot, stealing glances instead. Although her eyes were filled with longing, she refrained from making any impulsive moves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a teammate. New teammate, Tang Shuuro. Age 21. Appearance, 8'10". Figure, 9'10". Loyalty, 70. Description: although she presents herself as a morally righteous individual, this is merely a fade. Once she submits to you, you will discover her inner wildness and stark contrasts. Chen Ye smiled faintly at the description. It seemed Tang Shuuro possessed a certain intrigue. The system deemed her a dangerous individual, and now it appeared rather perplexing. Nonetheless, her loyalty rating of 70 indicated considerable room for improvement. You may enjoy the hot pot. And also charge your phone, Chen Ye remarked, retrieving a flame fruit. Now that she was a teammate, he intended to make the most of it. Moreover, this woman might awaken some useful fire skills. The foolish goose had consumed numerous flame ability fruits without awakening any powers, leaving Chen Ye quite vexed. "What is this?" Tang Shuuro inquired, taking the watermelon-sized flame ability fruit with a skeptical expression. "It's poison. Consuming it could be fatal," Chen Ye replied curtly, failing to offer any further explanation. Realizing her misstep, Tang Shuuro obediently asked, "Should I eat it?" Chen Ye nodded. Without hesitation, she consumed it, finishing within a minute. After finishing her meal, she suddenly let out a piercing scream and fainted. This left the two individuals and one dog present utterly bewildered. They had all consumed the flame ability fruit, yet none had ever experienced such an intense reaction. "Boss, could she be awakening some formidable power that might lead to our demise?" Zuo Lanlan expressed her concerns. "Fear not," Chen Ye replied, shaking his head. With the system in place, his teammates could not harm him. He was assuredly safe. Otherwise, he would not have bestowed upon her the ability fruit. Chapter 68. The meeting place. The church. Is this woman merely putting on a show? Chen Ye was taken aback and hurriedly checked on Tang Shuuro's condition. His female teammate was an invaluable strategic asset. He could afford to lose neither one nor let any come to harm. Fortunately, Tang Shuuro had merely fainted, her breathing steady, indicating she was not in any mortal danger. "Boss, look at how her hair has changed," Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, astonished. Tang Shuuro's once jet black hair had transformed into a brilliant crimson, changing at a visible pace, resembling flames. "Good gracious, is she a fire dancer now?" Chen Ye exclaimed, truly captivated. She possessed a certain allure. Tang Shuuro's beauty was already quite remarkable. Now, with her fiery red hair, she exuded an exotic charm. She won to remain unconscious forever. Will she? Zuo Lanlan speculated, likening her to the sleeping beauty from fairy tales. Enough of that nonsense. Chen Ye chided her with a glance, commanding, "You drive today. I'll rest in the back seat." Chen Ye intended to go on a date with Shinzi and had no time to play the chauffeur. Once Tang Shuuro regained consciousness, she could take the wheel. Chen Ye was relieved to be rid of the burdensome task of driving, confident in the 70% loyalty, which ensured he would not be harmed. "Understood, boss. I shall accomplish the task." Zuo Lanlan saluted with an unrefined military gesture. "By the way, didn't we agree to embark on an adventure to the Iron Treasure Chest map?" Zhang Xiaoquan had provided the map, which could only be activated after traveling 50 kilometers. Now that they had covered the distance, they were fully prepared for an adventure. No rush, Chen Ye replied. I must first do some morning exercises. With that, he activated a date card, and in a flash of white light, he vanished from the spot. Morning exercises were paramount. Life thrives on movement. The boss only knows how to play. Zuo Lanlan couldn't help but mutter, noting that there were still many pressing matters at hand. The pressing matter she referred to was related to resource synthesis. A new day had dawned, granting everyone an opportunity to synthesize higher-level materials. She was uncertain about what to prioritize for synthesis and could not access Chen Ye's system warehouse. Thus, she would have to wait for his return. Chen Ye arrived at a grand cathedral, the designated meeting place with Chen Ye. The church was not Chen Ye's preferred setting, yet it held profound significance for Chen Ye. It was here that her husband had informed Chen Ye of their unforgettable wedding ceremony. Chen Ye's intent was to shatter the most beautiful memories she held dear within her heart, to utterly crush them underfoot, and to bring her down from her pedestal, leaving not a trace behind. It is said that as long as the heart does not perish, the path will not be born. Only through complete destruction can one truly be tamed. Chen Ye extended an invitation for a date. Do you know what this is about? Chen Ye inquired of her husband, a vague suspicion lingering that this matter was somehow related to him. Their relationship had been strained after a recent quarrel, yet ultimately, disagreements in the bedroom tend to resolve themselves by dawn. In this perilous world of survival amid scarcity, the couple found themselves with no option but to endure, lacking the luxury of anger or discord. I truly do not know, the man replied, bowing his head. Are you genuinely unaware? Chen Ye pressed, her expression darkening. She recognized his habitual tendency to lower his gaze when lying, a quirk they had both grown accustomed to over the years. The man sighed in resignation, revealing the truth. Upon learning that Chen Ye's date card originated from her husband, Chen Ye felt not anger, but rather a surge of happiness. It seems you still harbor feelings for me, though I vehemently disagree with your methods. I am merely acting in my own interest, the man stated calmly. His motivations stemmed from a desire for greater sustenance and resources, driven by a fundamental instinct for self-preservation. Chen Ye, remarkably, did not react with fury. Instead, she expressed understanding. What difference is there between my actions and those of ancient gamblers selling their wives? If I must sell, so be it. It is a choice born of necessity. She reasoned, maintaining her composure. Their plight was 100-fold more arduous than that of starving gamblers. If I may add, the man continued, beyond the tangible benefits. A part of my motivation is rooted in selfish desire. Chen Ye was taken aback. What selfishness could her husband possess? She knew him intimately, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts. To put it bluntly, she was acutely aware of all his nuances. I am attracted to men. The man's eyes sparkled with excitement. In truth, I have no affection for women. I might even say I loathe them. Your constant presence only amplifies my disdain. Chen Ye was left speechless, struggling to comprehend her husband's revelation. You mean to say, being with men brings you joy? After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to articulate her thoughts. The man nodded, affirming, it is indeed pleasurable, exhilarating to the point of causing a tingling sensation in my scalp. How could you possess such a preference? Chen Ye asked, bewildered. I cannot say for certain, he replied with a rueful shake of his head. Perhaps it is because I am a eunuch deprived of the opportunity for marital intimacy. Inwardly, he grappled with confusion, questioning whether his feelings were genuine or merely a fade crafted to secure a brighter future for his wife. Strangely, the thought of dating a man ignited an inexplicable thrill within him, accompanied by a barrage of unsavory images. If you truly wish to part ways with me, Chen Ye's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I would be willing to accept Chen Ye's invitation. Is that so? Have you truly agreed? The man's excitement surged in an instant. Chen Ye felt a blush creep across her face as she nodded. Wonderful. I have a small request, the man exclaimed with excitement. Chen Ye furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure evident. After all, she had already made significant sacrifices, yet there was still a demand. It's not an unreasonable request, he quickly clarified, sensing his wife's discontent. Speak your mind, what is it? Chen Ye pondered, her heart racing with anxiety. She feared that her husband might voice an excessively outrageous demand. Fortunately, he did not. The man simply murmured, could you record your dates with him? Record for what purpose? Chen Ye asked, perplexed. I care for you deeply and wish for you to find your true belonging, he explained. While Chen Ye was indeed a commendable choice, possessing considerable strength, the man remained uncertain about his treatment of his wife. Verification was necessary. From the faintest hints, he intended to assess Chen Ye's character. If he fell short, the relationship would need to be severed. Are you truly going to leave me? Do you really not like me? A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Ye's eyes. Initially, she believed her husband's self-deprecation was solely for her happiness. However, upon witnessing the barely contained excitement in his gaze, she realized he genuinely relished this dynamic. The atmosphere of despair served as a mirror, reflecting the darker aspects of human nature. Chapter 69, adorned with a lilac flower for the rendezvous. My dear, is it permissible? The man inquired with eager anticipation. Chen Ye remained silent, lost in contemplation. Growing anxious, he grasped her hand and implored, Beloved, is it acceptable? Please. His fervent demeanor instilled a sense of fear in Chen Ye, compelling her to nod in agreement. Is it true? Oh, my dear, that is splendid. His joy was palpable, an overwhelming happiness evident in his demeanor. Yet, the disappointment in Chen Ye's eyes deepened. Do make yourself presentable, he urged excitedly. Apply some makeup, a touch of lipstick, and captivate Chen Ye completely, especially your hairstyle. How about a high ponytail? It would exude youthful vitality. As he reached to style her hair, Chen Ye pushed him away with evident annoyance. Do not touch me, she snapped. She was overwhelmed with frustration, unwilling to engage in anything, especially not with her husband. Previously, when he was gravely ill, she had tended to him without a single complaint, yet now, even the slightest touch from him triggered a visceral aversion. All right, I want to touch you. You may do it yourself, he said gently, treading carefully. He knew he had to soothe his wife, ensuring she remained calm and did not turn against him. If she resisted, his carefully laid plans would be utterly thwarted, and his personal joys would vanish. I wish to be alone for a while, Chen Ye expressed, feeling unjustly treated, yet unable to voice her grievances. She longed to cry, but not a single tear fell. In short, she felt profoundly distressed. Very well, take your time, he acquiesced, stepping out of the car to stretch his limbs against the biting cold. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Chen Ye finally began to prepare herself. She wore no heavy makeup, nor did she meticulously choose her attire or shoes. She even forsook the stockings that men so often admire. Instead, she simply adorned her hair with a single lilac flower, crafted from plastic yet vibrant in hue, complementing her stunning beauty with a unique charm. Chen Ye extended yet another invitation. Chen Ye bit her lip, retrieving a bracelet she had cherished for many years, reciting the Heart Sutra in hopes of finding a long-lost tranquility. Her fingers trembled, yet she ultimately pressed the consent button. In a flash of white light, she vanished from her spot, reappearing in an ancient chapel. At the center of the chapel stood Chen Ye, clad in black clerical robes, holding a Bible with solemnity. Ms. Chen Ye, in the presence of the crucified Jesus, are you willing to shed your clothes and don a wedding gown? Behind Chen Ye loomed a colossal statue of Jesus. Nailed to the cross, he bled crimson from his wounds, symbolizing redemption and serving as a sacred totem, a faith fervently worshipped by believers. I am a follower of Buddhism, Chen Ye said, her palms pressed together, the jade bracelet gleaming. The master of Nanhai Guanyin, she continued, is also known as the giver of sons. Chen Ye suddenly smiled. Perhaps I can help you fulfill your wish. What are you saying? Chen Ye was puzzled, yet seemed to grasp something, a blush creeping onto her lovely face. Perhaps I am one of the 46,000 manifestations of the Guanyin master, Chen Ye replied with a grin. Mr. Chen, one must possess a sense of reverence. Chen Ye declared solemnly, revere the divine and the heavens. Now, change your attire. Chen Ye, equally serious, replied, for he had no time to engage in theological discussions with her. Chen Ye gazed at the white wedding gown, feeling a deep reluctance. In such a situation, to change in front of man, especially into a wedding gown, what was the intent behind this? She was no fool, quickly realizing that this man sought to humiliate her, to compel her to satisfy some perverse desire of his. This was not the first time, and likely not the last. Mr. Chen, I fear I cannot comply. Chen Ye responded with dignity. Do you think I am negotiating with you? This is an order. Chen Ye said coldly. An order? Do you comprehend? Orders cannot be defied. They must be executed. Should you fail to follow my command. Chen Ye clenched her teeth and retorted, what will be the consequence? Failure to comply will naturally result in punishment, Chen Ye stated. Consider whether you can endure the consequences of my punishment. Chen Ye's beautiful brows furrowed, and she fell silent. Not to mention punishment. Even the slightest disturbance was beyond her capacity to bear, as was the burden for their families. Can you turn your back? Chen Ye implored. I have never changed clothes in front of man, not even in front of my husband. This is profoundly uncomfortable for me. I hope you can understand. Clearly, she lacked the standing to make demands. Chen Ye did not turn away. Instead, he scrutinized her, appreciating her graceful figure. The woman adorned in her exquisite attire exudes an enchanting elegance. One can only imagine her perfection if she were to shed her garments. Chen Ye yearned to behold this spectacle and resolutely refused to turn away. Chen Ye endeavored repeatedly to overcome her mental barriers, yet tears fell unbidden, each drop cascading to the ground like shattered pearls, symbolizing the destruction of her self-esteem. In truth, one could opt for a simpler mode, sparing oneself such humiliation. Chen Ye extended his hand politely, inviting her to join his team. The mere act of becoming Chen Ye's ally would resolve all dilemmas. At this moment, Chen Ye craved companionship. The addition of a single teammate would exponentially enhance his resources and provide invaluable opportunities for daily synthesis, aspirations he fervently desired. For the sake of advancement and the acquisition of more formidable weapons, Chen Ye was willing to pay any price, including refraining from humiliating Chen Ye, even to the extent of not laying a finger upon her. No, Chen Ye resolutely shook her head. I cannot forsake him. Joining Chen Ye's ranks would signify neglecting her husband, casting him aside like a discarded object, an act she could never commit. Despite her husband's peculiarities that repulsed her, she regarded him as family and could never abandon her kin, especially not in such dire circumstances. Her moral compass forbade it. The notion that spouses are akin to birds of a feather, fleeing in times of calamity, was repugnant to her. As a wife, one must remain steadfast, enduring both the opulence and the solitude, even if it entails a lifetime of sacrifice. Ultimately, they were adults and must bear the consequences of their choices. Chen Ye, raising his hands in resignation, ceased to persuade her, acknowledging her decision, albeit in a state of confusion. Chapter 70. All forms are illusions. Chen Ye bit her lip, striving repeatedly, yet failing to surmount her internal obstacles. Chen Ye, growing impatient, approached her and plucked the lilac flower from her hair. In her astonished and fearful gaze, he cast the flower to the ground, crushing it beneath his heel. The gift of a lilac was utterly out of the question. Not only would he not present it, but he would also obliterate her sole token of beauty. How could you do this? Chen Ye exclaimed in indignation. This lilac, though a mere imitation, represented her last vestige of tenderness in a world ravaged by despair. In a sense, this artificial bloom embodied her dwindling glimmers of joy. Each time she faced insurmountable hardship, she would retrieve this small flower, gently soothing her fractured spirit. The vibrant hues of the flower imbued her with a flicker of resolute strength, propelling her onward. Yet now, Chen Ye had trampled it mercilessly, shattering it completely. My time is limited, and yours is as well, Chen Ye stated coldly. You would do well to hasten your decision. As patience wanes, the conversation becomes less amiable. If she refuses to change her attire, Chen Ye will assist her, tearing her garments to shreds and subjecting her to an unprecedented humiliation. Under the cold gaze of Chen Ye, Chen Ye realizes that her fate lies in the hands of this devilish man. With no alternative, she begins to undress, resembling a marionette in her compliance. Each piece of clothing falls away, accompanied by tears that cascade down her cheeks, taking with them the stubborn pride she once clung to. She stands before Chen Ye, bare as a newborn accepting the baptism from a priest. Her flawless form, skin as smooth as white jade, evokes an almost dizzying allure. Chen Ye nods in approval, indulging in her beauty with unabashed admiration. In his eyes, there is no hint of lewdness, only pure appreciation and homage to a rare masterpiece, a tribute to the natural artistry of the human form. Indeed, it is a tribute, a profound tribute. Such beauty is untainted by artificiality, holy and undeniably authentic. How does that poem go? Clear water brings forth the lotus. Natural beauty, requires no embellishment. It is truly fitting, so elegant, so remarkably elegant. Time to get dressed. After half an hour of admiration, Chen Ye finally issues the command. Like a puppet, Chen Ye begins to don her clothing, only to be halted by Chen Ye. Shouldn't you start with the stockings? He produces a selection of hosiery, urging her to choose. Chen Ye stares at him, incredulous. How has he accumulated such an assortment of women's stockings? In this dire world, where even a meal is a challenge, this man manages to procure so many stockings. Long, short, sheer, opaque, all varieties abound. Since she hesitates, Chen Ye decides to assist her in her choice. He selects a pair of black stockings. After a moment of uncertainty, Chen Ye ultimately concedes and slips them on. The flawless lines of her calves, now enveloped in the black fabric, exude an enhanced allure, inciting an irresistible urge to touch and appreciate their texture. Yet, Chen Ye remains still, merely observing with quiet admiration. After all, he is a gentleman, unlikely to overstep his bounds. As the saying goes, one may admire from afar, but cannot indulge in frivolity. Chen Ye soon completes her attire. The black stockings paired with a wedding gown create a stunning contrast of black and white. The piecée de her assistance, her glossy high heels, adorned with red soles, are a tribute to elegance and power. Thus, a perfect and sensual bride emerges. Indeed, she is exquisite, deserving of fine wine. Chen Ye produces a bottle of red wine and 2 crystal goblets. The crimson liquid pours into the glasses, resembling the vibrant hue of blood. Such actions once again plunge Chen Ye into a state of astonishment. Chen Ye possessed such exquisite wine. While others struggled to drink clean water, he could indulge in law fight. Come, let us partake in a cup together, Chen Ye said earnestly. Do not refuse me. I do not drink, Chen Ye frowned. I am a Buddhist. The indulgence in wine, lust, and wealth is prohibited for Buddhists, particularly wine, which is deemed the source of calamity. As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Chen Ye extended the goblet towards her. Chen Ye hesitated. Yet the terrifying gaze of Chen Ye compelled her to relent once more. A toast, drink it all. Chen Ye commanded again. I do not wish to repeat myself. His eyes were already fearsome. Should Chen Ye refuse again, she would face a cruel punishment with dire consequences. Though most unwilling, she began the ceremonial toast with Chen Ye. As the crystal goblet met her crimson lips, Chen Ye suddenly flashed a wicked smile. I forgot to mention, there is a potion within the wine, capable of igniting a woman's desires. In contrast to a rogue, Chen Ye, though a beastly figure, was forthright in revealing his intentions. While a scoundrel would only slink about in the shadows, Chen Ye set down the goblet, her spirit unyielding as she declared, originally, I had no desire to drink, and contemplated splashing the wine in your face, but now I have changed my mind. This statement surprised Chen Ye. What change of mind? He inquired, but Chen Ye offered no explanation. Instead, she raised the goblet and downed a generous amount of red wine in one swift motion. Wiping the remnants of the vivid liquid from her lips, she cast a defiant gaze at Chen Ye, as if to convey, what nonsense potion. I fear it not. Impressive. Chen Ye could not help but applaud her, draining his own goblet as well. Are you provoking me, challenging me in this manner to display your resolve? Such actions are undoubtedly foolish. Yet, it was evident that Chen Ye had no alternative. She dared not confront Chen Ye directly and could only express her anger and dissatisfaction through this means. All appearances are illusory, Chen Ye recited calmly from Buddhist scriptures, striving to cast aside desire and maintain tranquility and joy, particularly to renounce human physical desires. In doing so, she rendered Chen Ye powerless to exploit, humiliate, or subject her to any vile acts. You possess a strong character, and I find it quite appealing, Chen Ye remarked, a smirk creeping upon his lips. Truth be told, Chen Ye had long harbored primal desires for Chen Ye, regarding her as an exquisite paragon of abstinence, distinct from the women stored on his hard drive by virtue of her flesh and substance. Yet, through this encounter, he perceived a different facet of her brilliance. She was not merely a pitiful matron who acquiesced to fate. Rather, she exhibited her own character and convictions, displaying tenacity and bravery, and, most importantly, wisdom. She did not clash head-on with Chen Ye, but articulated her indignation with dignity and poise. To speak frankly, it is worthy of respect. However, Deserving of respect does not imply that Chen Ye will refrain from extending his wicked hands. That is an entirely different matter. Chapter 71. Fresh Vegetables. Since you are so formidable, I shall grant you an opportunity, Chen Ye remarked with a smile, before the conclusion of our date. If you can truly withstand the effects of the drug, I shall not lay a finger on you. I hope Mr. Chen keeps his word. Chen Ye responded with her eyes closed. She struggled to maintain her clarity, yet the fluctuations of hormones and her body's desires relentlessly tormented her. Although it was merely the beginning, she found herself breathless, her cheeks flushed, as if some ferocious beast within her awaited the moment to break free. Desire surged forth like a dam unleashed. Once opened, it unleashed an unstoppable and formidable power. Chen Ye was acutely aware of this. Thus she gritted her teeth and endeavored to appear calm and unperturbed. In truth, within a brief span, she was already teetering on the brink of collapse. To be honest, I eagerly anticipate your willpower to triumph over the drug and the body's hormones, Chen Ye encouraged with a smile. If you truly succeed, I shall commend you greatly. Should she indeed succeed, Chen Ye would hold her in profound admiration. Yet, Chen Ye felt certain she would not succeed. It was utterly improbable. No matter how strong a person's will or self-control, they could not withstand the dual onslaught of drugs and hormones. Unless this woman were not of mortal flesh, but rather a celestial being, it was simply impossible. However, the events that unfolded next caused Chen Ye to experience a flicker of self-doubt. For Chen Ye remained there, quietly reciting her mantras, utterly still, seemingly unfazed by anything. The so-called drug and hormones appeared to have no effect whatsoever. Chen Ye scrutinized her for some time, observing only her flushed cheeks and slightly trembling form, nothing more. Either the drug had lost its efficacy, or this woman possessed an extraordinary willpower, steadfastly suppressing it. Chen Ye preferred to believe in the former, as the likelihood of that was somewhat greater. Had that little girl, Chu Lingxi, deceived me with counterfeit medicine? Chen Ye felt a twinge of anger. He had not anticipated that the girl would also dabble in the trade of false remedies. To be honest, Chen Ye could not ascertain the true effectiveness of the drug. After all, this was a substance that only affected women. It would hold no value for men. Had he known, he ought to have let Zuo Lanlan or De Huang take a dose to test the potency of the drug, rather than finding himself in such a passive position now. An hour passed, and Chen Ye exhibited no reaction. 2 hours elapsed, and still, she showed no signs of change. Then 3 hours, 4 hours, and 4.5 hours later, the time for their date was drawing to a close. Yet, Chen Ye remained engrossed in her recitation, unwavering and tranquil. It seemed that nothing mattered to her anymore. The desires of the world and the obsessions of humanity had vanished entirely. Can you truly resist? Chen Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Is this real? Mr. Chen, all that is perceived is but an illusion. Chen Ye lifted her head, her eyes shining brightly. I hope you will soon see through and relinquish your attachments. Is there no fixation within your heart? If there is none, why do you persist in safeguarding your husband? Chen Ye questioned, asserting that regardless of the circumstances or the sacrifices made, your unwillingness to abandon him embodies the greatest obsession and delusion. Without engaging in a war of words, Chen Ye lowered her head and continued reciting the Buddhist scriptures. When one cannot prevail in argument, it is wise to remain silent. This exceptional young matron truly understands the essence of conflict. It seems you are on the verge of victory, Chen Ye remarked with a smile. Has my medication perhaps lost its efficacy? Your medication remains potent, Chen Ye replied calmly. I sense a fierce desire within my being. However, by merely observing such sensations, one can naturally withstand the torrents of desire and distractions. For this is the strength of faith. Once an individual possesses faith, they appear to fear nothing, birthing unprecedented courage and capabilities. Chen Ye was skeptical of such notions, doubting the existence of deities, the Buddha, and even Jesus Christ. To him, all faiths were merely deceptive tricks. Mr. Chen, there is no need for you to become defensive. Your obsession with victory will only lead to your unhappiness, Chen Ye continued. It would be best to let go. Do you believe I have lost? Chen Ye chuckled, yet it is not so simple. What does victory or defeat truly matter? Do not be overly fixated. Chen Ye offered a faint smile in response. Surely, you feel a sense of triumph within, having defeated me in this manner. Yet, you are mistaken. Chen Ye unveiled the truth. You will utterly lose your ability to resist the effects of the drug, and you will be completely consumed by its power. Mr. Chen, what gives you such confidence? Chen Ye laughed again, seemingly mocking Chen Ye's self-satisfaction. Because I have doubled the dosage, he candidly declared. Not only is it in the wine, but I have also infused the sandalwood with the substance. 2 hours prior, he had lit the sandalwood, which was laced with a high concentration of the drug, compounded to an alarming degree. With each breath she took, the drug would infiltrate her body, unleashing terrifying effects. With every inhalation and exhalation, the accumulation over 2 hours was nearing a breaking point, rendering her incapable of resisting through sheer willpower. You despicable fiend. Chen Ye sprang to her feet, her expression darkening. Merely a few trivial tactics, Chen Ye replied without a hint of moral burden, smiling instead. To win the heart of a beauty, one must naturally employ some audacious methods. As the saying goes, one must possess a compassionate heart while wielding thunderous tactics. He too sought the true teachings from the Buddha of the faith he sought to undermine. And indeed, the true teachings proved effective, bewildering even the Buddha's followers. You were merely acting, feigning your defeat to lower my guard, only to then shatter my defenses. Chen Ye suddenly comprehended the man's cunning and shamelessness. One might say so. Chen Ye smiled. Do you not feel a beast within you yearning to break free? Closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and continued reciting scriptures, seeking strength from her faith, yearning for the Buddha's aid to navigate her tribulations. Yet, a torrent of thoughts surged through her mind, overwhelming her. I too am a woman. I possess fundamental physiological needs. Why must I suppress them? After enduring years of hardship, caring for a husband who resembled a eunuch, I have never experienced the joys of intimacy. Shouldn't I be entitled to some enjoyment? Though I'm a devotee of the Buddha, I am not a celibate nun. As a disciple of Buddhism, I can relish life, indulge in the sweetness of marital bliss, and bear children. I should not subject myself to such torment. Heaven has already imposed countless sufferings upon me. I can no longer inflict further suffering upon myself. There are numerous reasons to relinquish my resolve, and now seeks to abandon her steadfastness, indifferent to other matters, including the outcome of the gambling stakes. In her eyes, what does it matter if she loses? What significance does winning hold? It is merely obsession, and all is but an illusion. All phenomena are transient. Mr. Chen, may I borrow something from you? In a daze, blurted out, perhaps fresh vegetables like cucumbers or eggplants. Chapter 72. I become filthy. She could no longer contain herself, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed. The effects of the medication erupted at that moment, a deluge that seemed poised to obliterate everything. I have no fresh vegetables. Chen Ye shook his head, for they were indeed too rare in such a frigid environment. Even if the treasure chest yielded fresh produce, it would be consumed almost instantly, scarcely remaining in his possession. Surely you must have some sausages? A larger, thicker one, preferably longer, panted, continuing her request. Of course, I have sausages of all shapes and sizes. More than enough to satisfy your needs, Chen Ye replied with a smile. However, I believe sausages are not worthy of you. You are a remarkable woman. You deserve something far better. Mr. Chen, I do not wish to engage with you. Misunderstood. Thinking Chen Ye was about to present his long-preserved sausages. Yet, Chen Ye merely chuckled and said, You know that the treasure chest can yield a plethora of odd items. Among them are some utterly useless things, like intimate women's products. He regarded these items not with disdain, but as remarkable scientific inventions. Many women lack husbands or boyfriends, yet they too have physiological needs that deserve acknowledgement and fulfillment. This is the most fundamental respect for women. Chen Ye is a man who deeply respects women and acknowledges needs. As he spoke, he produced a large pink object. This expression turned to one of terror. Such a wondrous artifact, yet she possessed not the confidence to wield it. Fear not. Chen Ye, akin to a compassionate elder brother, assured her of his unwavering support. He was far from a novice. Instead, he boasted a wealth of experience, whether through instructional videos or hands-on practice. Grateful was she to Mr. Chen. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Chen Ye lifted her wedding gown, bending slightly at the knees, imploring his kindness. What then is kindness? He only comprehended the notion of ruthlessly shattering beauty. The rendezvous had concluded. Chen Ye reappeared upon her personal vehicle, having exchanged her wedding attire for black stockings and crimson stilettos, which she had since removed. Presently, She donned modest clothing, still adorned with a jade bracelet, softly reciting Buddhist scriptures. Yet, her cheeks radiated a vibrant hue, and her previously dull eyes sparkled with life, reminiscent of parched earth rejuvenated by a long-awaited rain. It dawned on her that a woman could indeed experience such joy. This realization was her most profound and cherished insight. Although the madness had subsided, Chen Ye lingered in its aftertaste, even developing peculiar desires and sensations, biting her lip, her throat dry. However, the mere thought of her husband beside her instilled an inexplicable sense of shame, jolting her back to clarity. She felt an impulse to slap herself. How could she, a devout Buddhist, demean herself so? Husband, what has befallen you? Chen Ye turned, startled. Her husband lay slumped in the passenger seat, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. More absurdly, he was devoid of trousers. The car was warm. He certainly could not have succumbed to the cold. Husband awakened. Chen Ye hastily checked his condition. As a physician, though lacking medical instruments, she could still assess her husband's health through various physical indicators. Fortunately, her examination revealed that he had merely fainted, with no serious complications. It was then that Chen Ye noticed the peculiar sounds emanating from the car's audio system. Upon replaying the recording, her face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. For she had promised her husband that her meeting with Chen Ye would be recorded in its entirety. Thus, whatever transpired was known to him. The car's recorder had laid bare her embarrassing moments, leaving her utterly mortified. How humiliating. She longed to vanish into the earth. How could you do this? Chen Ye glared at her husband, reprimanding him fiercely. It was likely that he had become overly excited while listening to the recording, leading him to froth at the mouth and faint. His health had always been precarious. Mere emotional turmoil could render him unconscious, let alone such vigorous activity. After a considerable wait, the man finally regained consciousness. Seeing his disheveled state, he hastily reassured her, "Wife, I am fine, do not worry." Chen Ye replied coldly, "What are you thinking? Are you unaware of your own condition?" "My apologies," he said sheepishly. "I couldn't help myself. It was exhilarating, my scalp tingled. I truly couldn't restrain myself." At this, Chen Ye contemplated reprimanding him further, but reflecting on her own embarrassing moments, which far surpassed his, she felt too embarrassed to continue. "I have caught a cold and am constantly sniffling." The man threw bundles of tissue, seemingly smeared with mucus, out of the car window. Initially, Chen Ye had not noticed, but now that he had done it, she caught sight of it, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment. "Do you have anything to say?" After calming herself, Chen Ye slowly spoke. "Wife." The man grasped Chen Ye's hand with excitement. "Wife, you're simply amazing." This was the sole expression of his sentiments, the deepest words he wished to convey. "Oh." Chen Ye abruptly withdrew her hand. She was now unwilling to allow her husband to touch her. "What is wrong?" The man, utterly perplexed, furrowed his brow. "Could you please refrain from touching me in the future?" Chen Ye stammered. "Why?" The man's composure nearly shattered. His own wife, refusing to be touched, even if he was rendered impotent, unable to engage in any substantial actions. Was it too much to ask for a mere touch? Was it because of him? Was it his command? The man bellowed. "Are you so obedient to him? Is he your husband? Are you truly angry?" Chen Ye frowned, visibly displeased. "Isn't this all part of your design? Now that you've achieved your goal, why are you unhappy?" "Of course I'm angry," the man retorted. "You must clarify this for me." "There is nothing to clarify," Chen Ye sighed. "I just feel dirty. My hands are dirty, my mouth is dirty. My body is dirty." "Dirty?" The man replied, bewildered. "I don't see it. I find you quite clean." "I am dirty." Chen Ye wept silently. "My hands have done things they shouldn't have, hence they are tainted. My mouth has spoken words it should not have, and it is sullied as well. Other parts of me are no longer pure, no longer pristine." Chapter 73. What on earth is this system loan? A flash of white light. And Chen Ye also appeared within the vehicle. Upon seeing his return, Zuo Lanlan instantly began chattering away, brimming with happiness. However, Chen Ye remained silent, simply placing a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Zuo Lanlan was baffled. Chen Ye extracted a cigarette, quietly lit it, and took a deep drag. He flicked the silver ash out the window and exhaled a long, contented breath. "Ah, what bliss! This is what they call post-coital smoke. A smoke after joy surpassing that of the gods." Once he finished the cigarette, he finally spoke. "Has Tang Shuero shown any changes?" "No," She has been asleep and hasn't T awakened yet. Zuo Lanlan replied. She won T. To sleep to death, will she? No. Chen Ye shook his head with conviction. As Tang Shiro was his teammate, he could monitor her physical condition in real time as the host. Her status was stable, although he did not explain why she remained in a coma. One thing was certain. She would not perish. Let us commence synthesis. Chen Ye commanded. Synthesize all resources in the system warehouse. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 bottles of legendary grade mineral water. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 legendary grade sausages. Ding. Legendary grade resources have reached the highest level in this version and cannot be upgraded further. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 250 liters of super fuel. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 super bear paws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 special snake gallbladders. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a super pickup truck. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 super unknown fruits. A series of notification sounds echoed. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Ye felt an exhilarating thrill. This sensation of advancement was second only to the relief of nature's call and the bliss of slumbering with a partner. As for which of the latter two was more pleasurable, Chen Ye found himself indecisive. Each possessed its own merits. The relief of nature's call was fleeting, while, given Chen Ye's combat prowess, he could indulge in a prolonged slumber for an entire night. Wait a moment, why was there a super pickup truck? Chen Ye distinctly recalled possessing only 9 special pickup trucks. According to the regulations, it was impossible to synthesize a super pickup truck. As he was merely 1 truck short, the system provided an additional 1, completing the requisite 10 for synthesis. This method enabled the host to swiftly relish the benefits of the super pickup truck. The system's frigid voice resonated. Is it truly so favorable? Chen Ye remained on high alert. There must be a catch. What kind of benevolence could the system possess? It surely harbored ulterior motives. There is no catch. The system's icy voice reiterated. It was merely a legitimate and compliant system loan. Wait. Chen Ye felt a shiver run down his spine. What do you mean by loan? A system loan? That was a far more terrifying tool of exploitation than any form of predatory lending or mortgage. The host need not worry. Simply return 2 special pickup trucks within 7 days. After 7 days, the requirement would increment by 1 truck daily, which can be deemed economical. The system's voice sounded peculiar, evidently tainted by numerous dubious dealings. Chen Ye erupted in curses, knowing full well that the system was up to no good. Do not be agitated. The super pickup truck is exceptionally formidable, the system's voice replied. Upgrading from camper van is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Silence. Chen Ye dismissed the system's chatter and merely retrieved the super pickup truck. The super pickup truck was quite substantial, exuding an imposing presence. Its dimensions were 68 meters in length, with a curb weight of 38 tons and a maximum towing capacity of 136 tons. The tire size was 37,125/20, equipped with snow tires and iron chains, providing exceptional traction. What a nuisance. Chen Ye cursed. Upgrade the vehicle. It was time to further enhance his camper van. Only by enlarging his vehicle sufficiently could he attain a sense of security. At the very least, he needed a large truck. Only a large truck could dominate in the midst of various traffic mishaps. In the eyes of a large truck driver, all other vehicles were mere tin cans. A simple press of the accelerator could transform smaller vehicles into mere scraps. Any seasoned driver would know to steer clear of large trucks, to avoid them at all costs. A buzzing sound resonated, followed by a flash of white light. Ding. Congratulations, you have upgraded your vehicle. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a 12-wheeled truck. A massive truck materialized in the snowy expanse. It stood tall, far more majestic than the camper van. Its dimensions were as follows. Length 181 meters, width 255 meters, height 40 meters, and a total weight of 15 tons. Standing at an impressive height of 4 meters, Chen Ye, a formidable figure, appeared diminutive beside it. With a staggering weight of 15 tons, even a slight collision with a small vehicle could result in catastrophic consequences. Congratulations to the host for completing the vehicle upgrade. The RV has been transformed into a 12-wheeled truck. The endurance range has increased by 150%. There is no enhancement in speed, but the vehicle's armor has been fortified by 50%. The lifespan of the vehicle has been extended by 30%. A series of numerical enhancements, truly a terrifying escalation. Accessing the vehicle panel. Vehicle type, 12-wheeled truck. Vehicle name, Bumblebee. Vehicle color, yellow. Maximum travel range, 1,000 kilometers. Maximum speed, 120. Armor value, 500. Note, if armor value falls below 25, speed will be affected. If below 10, the vehicle will be immobile. Lifespan of the vehicle, 20 years. All aspects have improved, except for speed due to the considerable weight, which maintains a maximum velocity of 120. Quite satisfactory. Chen Ye entered the vehicle. The cockpit was significantly larger and more comfortable than before. Particularly, the advanced electronic devices at various driving positions were exceptionally high-tech and pleasant. The cabin had been completely enclosed, resembling a large RV, equipped with all necessary living amenities. "Wow!" exclaimed Zuo Lanlan, her face filled with admiration. "So big, so long, so tall. Is it really that exaggerated?" Chen Ye replied, somewhat speechless. "Boss, you have no idea. I adore everything big and long." Zuo Lanlan chuckled mischievously. Chen Ye sensed something was amiss with her demeanor. "Zuo Lanlan, here are your supplies. Continue synthesizing." Chen Ye transferred the materials to her. "Okay," Zuo Lanlan replied, saluting with a vacant expression. "I promise to complete the task." Following their usual routine, another round of synthesis commenced. Once completed, she promptly handed the materials back to Chen Ye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 25 liters of super fuel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a legendary bear paw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 super nameless fruits. What excellent items. Chen Ye rubbed his hands together, thrilled by the treasures. What effects do these possess? His anticipation grew. Not yet. I must resist the urge, Chen Ye decided. I need to continue synthesizing. He instructed Tang Shuoro to keep synthesizing, relieved that her acceptance had proven beneficial. Chapter 74, The Power. Snake gallbladder. Ready to explode. Zuo Lanlan, I have a task for you, Chen Ye instructed. Wake Tang Shuoro within 1 minute. Yes, Zuo Lanlan affirmed. I guarantee the task will be completed. With that, she began calling out Tang Shuoro's name, even coaxing the bumblebee to lick her face. The coarse tongue brushed against her fair complexion. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, Tang Shuoro remained in a deep slumber, like a sleeping beauty. Time is running short, Chen Ye reminded. Here goes. Zuo Lanlan gritted her teeth and delivered a series of sharp slaps to Tang Shuoro. The sound of each slap echoed loudly. Before long, Tang Shuoro awakened, rubbing her severely swollen eyes and lamenting, "What is happening? It hurts. Did I have a nightmare?" Zuo Lanlan, with concern, inquired, "What did you dream about?" "I dreamed someone slapped me." Tang Shuoro cursed. It was that wretched Li Dan. Her fury towards Li Dan had reached a boiling point, for Li Dan had left her with nothing. Li Dan is truly wicked, Zuo Lanlan suggested. Next time you see her, give her a good slap. Indeed, Tang Shuoro nodded vigorously. A good slap. All right, I'll provide you with the supplies. You will follow my instructions, Chen Ye interjected. Understood. Tang Shuoro quickly straightened up, awaiting Chen Ye's command. The task was straightforward, the synthesis was completed swiftly, and the supplies were soon in Chen Ye's possession. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 25 liters of legendary fuel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a legendary bear paw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a legendary flame fruit. Once again, 3 legendary items. This was exhilarating. Chen Ye was eager to discover the effects of these 3 legendary commodities. What is the purpose of the legendary bear paw? Chen Ye queried, producing the bear paw, noting that it bore no discernible changes, remaining in its original form. Ding! Effect of the legendary bear paw. Upon consumption, you will not need to eat for a month. The side effect is the emission of 3 flatulent releases daily, precisely timed, both foul and resounding. Seriously, Chen Ye exclaimed, there are side effects? Realistically, not needing to eat for a month in a post-apocalyptic survival scenario was an extraordinary boon. A single bear paw could utterly eradicate hunger. However, for someone like Chen Ye, who had an abundance of supplies, it held little value, particularly with such absurd side effects. Wait a moment. A thought struck Chen Ye. He could sell it to Zhang Xiaoquan. What a delightful prospect. Yes, sell it to him at a high price. But suddenly, Chen Ye realized something was amiss. Why was there a function introduction? Previously, there had been none. For instance, with the legendary mineral water, he had to drink it himself to ascertain its effects. Yet now, there was a direct textual explanation. Ding! Because the host is a system loan user, this is one of the benefits. The system's cold voice resonated. System loan users enjoy free benefits. It's quite the delightful arrangement. So that is how it is? Chen Ye nodded, finding it reasonable. System loan users receive certain perks, which was understandable. However, he had no desire to engage in any system loans. It needed to end immediately. Otherwise, the compounding interest would be terrifying. Can others see the function introduction of the legendary bear paw? Chen Ye inquired. Negative, the system replied. The textual introduction is an exclusive benefit for system loan users. A mark of distinction. It is exceedingly prestigious. Not everyone can possess it. Understood. Since others couldn't see it, there was no cause for concern. He promptly listed the legendary bear paw for sale, complete with the textual introduction. Legendary bear paw. Function. Consume 1, and you 1 need to eat for a year. It is exceptionally delectable, leaving a lingering flavor. Price. 5 pickup trucks. Special note. Not for sale, to Zhang Xiaoquan. Upon releasing this information, the group chat erupted once more. What is happening? A legendary bear paw? The esteemed individual possesses legendary grade resources, does he not? What is Yadi Shanjin up to? Is he at odds with Zhang Xiaoquan? Is a legendary bear paw truly that formidable? Does it allow one to forego sustenance for an entire year? Few in the group can afford such a treasure. Most are merely spectators. Chen Ye's sole objective is Zhang Xiaoquan. The notion that one must not sell to him only serves to incite his competitive spirit. Ding ding ding. Someone is quick to contact Chen Ye. The name reads, Ajin. Handsome. Sell me the legendary bear paw. I have 5 pickup trucks to offer. The voice message reveals a strong southern accent. Chen Ye finds it hard to believe such strength exists. Frankly, he cannot produce 5 pickup trucks himself at this moment. Ajin's tone is casual, seemingly confident in his capabilities, yet Chen Ye does not accept the offer. He awaits a fateful encounter. And Ajin is evidently not the one. Moreover, today has already forfeited the opportunity for synthesis. The entire team lacks the chance to combine resources. If he were to trade for pickup trucks now, after Zuo Lanlan's consumption, he would receive 100 in return. However, without the ability to synthesize afterwards, he risks overstocking. Once his inventory overflows, the system will consume it at midnight, rendering the endeavor utterly unwise. The best course of action is to wait for tomorrow's synthesis opportunity, ensuring a seamless process. Are you not attempting to raise the stakes? Trying to play hardball? Ajin expresses his frustration. As a Guangdong native, accustomed to a wide array of culinary delights, he has never tasted bear paw, especially a legendary one. To satisfy his cravings and prove himself a proper Guangdong lad, he is willing to part with 5 pickup trucks without hesitation. Yet, the response is a refusal. It is not a matter of hiking the price. It is merely a matter of selling to the fortunate. Chen Ye offers no explanation. You don't intend to sell to that scoundrel Zhang Xiaoquan, do you? Ajin curses. The term scoundrel implies a deep-seated disdain. Have I not stated that I refuse to sell to him? Chen Ye feigns innocence. Huh, you are quite the schemer. Ajin laughs. As a southerner, he naturally understands the art of commerce and is well-versed in various business strategies. Upon reflection, he comprehends that Chen Ye aims to outsmart Zhang Xiaoquan. Given his own grievances with Zhang Xiaoquan, he is more than willing to see this unfold. Handsome. If you have genuine goods, send me the code. I will make a swift purchase. Ajin chuckles, especially if it is something delectable enough to make one lick their lips. He has a fondness for exquisite edibles. What about snake gallbladders? Chen Ye possesses 9 special snake gallbladders. Snake gallbladders? Impressive. Ajin exclaims, excitement radiating from him. The people of Guangdong have a deep affinity for snake meat, with gallbladders being a delicacy among delicacies. Historically, consuming them raw has been a tradition, though younger generations deem it uncouth. Yet, true connoisseurs from Guangdong excel at preparing snake gallbladders, ensuring they are not only safe to consume, but also transformed into a delightful dish. As Ajin aptly states, impressive. Snake gallbladder, absolutely phenomenal. Chapter 75. Fearless of the Guangdong delicacies. Chen Ye observed the man's fervor with a sense of surprise. As a northerner, he struggled to comprehend the obsession a Guangdong gourmet had for exquisite delicacies from land and sea. However, he refrained from initiating a transaction immediately. Instead, He produced a special grade snake gallbladder and examined its effects. He hoped it bore no severe side effects. He held no grudge against the gene. If any adverse effects were present, he would inform him beforehand. Should a gene still insist on purchasing, it would not be his fault. Special grade snake gallbladder. Function: after consumption. Immunity to any snake venom for 1 month. Characteristic: exceptionally delicious. Side effect: daily diarrhea. The side effect was rather significant. Chen Ye furrowed his brow. Were he in a jin's position, he would undoubtedly refrain from purchasing or consuming it. Immunity to snake venom was essentially a useless function, and the claim of deliciousness was utterly inconsequential. The prospect of daily diarrhea was a considerable drawback. In the frigid cold, even the act of relieving oneself became a torment, let alone dealing with diarrhea. Brother, the special grade snake gallbladder carries considerable side effects. Chen Ye communicated the situation candidly, without any concealment. Awesome. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. A gene exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the mention of the gallbladder's delectable nature. To him, the notion of daily diarrhea hardly registered as a side effect. For someone accustomed to daily servings of raw marinated dishes, such a condition was merely a mundane occurrence. Are you truly going to buy it? Chen Ye was taken aback, not expecting a gene to act without hesitation. How about a special grade snake gallbladder in exchange for a pickup truck? He proposed a price that was neither exorbitant nor unreasonable. All right, I'll buy. A gene promptly initiated the transaction, a pickup truck already at the ready. Very well. With a jin's enthusiasm, Chen Ye, as the seller, felt no inclination to object. Soon, the transaction was completed, and a pickup truck appeared in Chen Ye's system warehouse. Hey, buddy, let us do more business. A gene continued. I have 4 more pickup trucks. How many more snake gallbladders do you have? I have 4 snake gallbladders left. Chen Ye fabricated a minor lie. In truth, he possessed 7, but could not sell them all, as they were also treats for De Huang. Wait, will De Huang experience diarrhea after consuming a special grade snake gallbladder? Yes. A gene was overjoyed, eagerly seeking another transaction. This was an unexpected windfall, and Chen Ye readily accepted, acquiring 4 more pickup trucks. However, he could not combine them at present. Had he been able to do so, he could have utilized them to clear his system debt. Awesome. On the large truck, a gene gazed at the 5 distinctly odorous snake gallbladders, brimming with excitement. He could not wait a moment longer and promptly began preparing the most authentic Chaozhou-style, raw marinated dish. First, he added soy sauce, fish sauce, and salt, followed by garlic, ginger, and chili. Next came the rice wine, sugar, and vinegar, topped with some scallions and coriander. With everything ready, all that remained was to wait. Time bestows an alluring freshness upon ingredients. As a seasoned gourmand, Ajin undoubtedly comprehends the significance of time. He is acutely aware that patience is paramount, and waiting is essential. After a period of marination, he can finally indulge in the exquisite delicacies. Ajin slices open the snake gall, initially savoring it with small bites. But the overwhelming deliciousness compels him to devour it eagerly. It is simply divine. The flavor is a delight to his senses, bringing sheer bliss to his soul. He finished an entire gall within a mere 10 minutes, a feat accomplished only through his deliberate restraint and careful tasting. Such delectable fare must not be hastily consumed. It deserves to be savored, relished in every nuance. His stomach growled, a clear indication that he was on the verge of transformation into a veritable force of nature. Yet, he harbored no regrets. He continued to feast on the snake gall. Transforming into a force of nature was merely a routine occurrence. Brother, are you targeting me? Zhang Xiaoquan expressed his displeasure, questioning, why won't you sell me the legendary bear paw? It is my possession. I can sell it to whomever I choose. Chen Ye replied with a smile. What if I insist on purchasing it? Zhang Xiaoquan retorted defiantly. I can spend my money as I please. If I refuse to sell, how will you procure it? Chen Ye chuckled at his naivety. If you won't sell me 5 pickup trucks, what about 6? Zhang Xiaoquan waved his hand grandly, his temperament as explosive as his wealth. Not for sale. Chen Ye promptly rejected. What about 7? Zhang Xiaoquan pressed on. The more Chen Ye declined, the more Zhang Xiaoquan's desire intensified. Not for sale. Chen Ye's response remained unyielding. What about 8? Zhang Xiaoquan nearly shouted, though parting with 8 pickup trucks pained him. Pride compelled him to press forward. Stop trying. Chen Ye jested. If you wish for your mother to date me, I might consider gifting you the legendary bear paw. Chun, do not disgrace yourself. Zhang Xiaoquan seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. This audacious fellow dared to covet his virtuous mother. Yes, you. If I extended an invitation to your mother, she would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. Nonsense. Zhang Xiaoquan barked. Do not demean my mother further. Utter another word, and I shall annihilate your entire family. Calm yourself. Chen Ye chuckled. Look at you so agitated. Enough of the banter. How about 9 pickup trucks? Zhang Xiaoquan redirected the conversation, intent on securing the legendary bear paw rather than squabbling about family matters. No deal. 10 trucks. Final offer. Zhang Xiaoquan paused, taken aback by the sudden agreement. He had anticipated that 10 trucks would be too much to ask, yet the acceptance caught him off guard. Deal confirmed. Chen Ye initiated the transaction. In addition to the legendary bear paw, I have a little something extra for you. Zhang Xiaoquan scoffed. I suppose you do have some decency. After a moment of hesitation, he acquiesced to the transaction. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 10 pickup trucks. The 10 pickup trucks were securely stored within Chen Ye's system repository. Alongside the previous 5, he now possessed a total of 15 pickup trucks. Under the promise of a 100-fold return, one is confronted with the staggering figure of 1,500 pickup trucks, an overwhelming quantity indeed. Coupled with the prospect of 3 syntheses, it becomes utterly bewildering. Chen Ye expressed his inability to comprehend the enormity of it all. He has always been mathematically challenged, incapable of grasping such calculations, utterly at a loss. Regardless, he is certain that tomorrow he will be able to repay the system's loan, thereby liberating himself from the clutches of the insidious system. The capacity of a system's warehouse remains woefully inadequate. Chen Ye felt a pang of sadness. Upgrading the warehouse is imperative, for otherwise, there is simply no space for the materials, often leading to a frustrating overflow. He mused with curiosity. What unique properties does legendary grade fuel possess? Currently, he possesses a mere 25 liters of this legendary fuel, devoid of any other oil or gas resources. Chapter 76. At your service. Delicious legendary bear paws. Zhang Xiaoquan was overjoyed, delaying the opening of the box. Inside, not only were there delectable bear paws, but also complimentary items sent by Chen Ye. Presumably, they were some seasonings to enhance the flavor of the legendary bear paws. Mom, happy birthday, Zhang Xiaoquan proclaimed, presenting the gift to his beloved mother within the confines of their RV. Why did he go to such lengths to procure the legendary bear paws? It was solely for his mother's birthday. Today marked a day of remembrance for her hardships, and, as a dutiful son, he was determined to present her with a gift, regardless of the cost. Good son. Relishing the warm ambience of the RV, Luo Zijuan was equally delighted. The table was adorned with cake, roasted meat, and fine wine. Such a feast, within the survival world, could be deemed extravagant, a culinary delight of legendary proportions. Zhang Xiaoquan elaborated. I've heard that consuming this will stave off hunger for an entire year, and it's incredibly delicious. Wonderful, 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 Luo Zijuan replied with a smile. You're the best, my son. Mom, open it. Zhang Xiaoquan eagerly anticipated his mother's reaction upon unveiling her gift, certain it would bring her immense joy. Where did you purchase this? Luo Zijuan inquired, delaying her immediate curiosity about the contents. Don't worry about that, Zhang Xiaoquan replied, reluctant to deceive his mother, yet unwilling to mention Chen Ye in her presence. His mother must not have any connection to Chen Ye. All right, Luo Zijuan acquiesced, opening the box without further questioning. In truth, she had already surmised that the bear paws were acquired from Chen Ye. The discussions in the group were quite lively, and she herself was consistently attentive to Chen Ye's every move. Soon, the box was opened, revealing 2 smaller boxes within. One contained the bear paws, while the other housed a set of purple lingerie. Due to the transparent packaging, it was instantly visible. Zhang Xiaoquan was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief, rendered speechless. Was this what Chen Ye referred to as a complimentary gift? What on earth was this? Chen Ye, have you lost your senses? How could you present such lingerie to my mother? Such revealing undergarments. What did he take her for? His mother is pure and virtuous, the most sacred woman in the world. Yet, Chen Ye had the audacity to gift her something fit only for a harlot? His heart was tumultuous, yet he dared not reveal his emotions. Forcing a faint smile instead, the little rascal, so considerate, still remembers that his mother adores the color purple? Luo Zijuan was instantly captivated by the mysterious hue, completely forgetting the delectable bear paw. Eagerly, she took the small box and hurried to her bedroom. Mom. Zhang Xiaoquan wanted to intervene, but was at a loss for words. What's the matter? Luo Zijuan replied with a smile. I'm just going to try it on. Otherwise, I might as well eat the bear paw first. Zhang Xiaoquan awkwardly responded. There's no rush. I'm not that hungry right now. Luo Zijuan entered her room, leaving the door slightly ajar. Once inside, she quickly unwrapped the box. Why was Luo Zijuan so excited? The reason was simple. She knew all too well that this was a gift from Chen Ye. After all, the bear paw belonged to him. Her foolish son had never been one to present gifts to women, let alone intimate apparel to his own mother. It was simply unseemly for a son to gift his beautiful mother lingerie. Inside the box, along with the undergarment, lay a small card. It bore Chen Ye's handwriting. Happy birthday, little hoof. Such a succinct message filled Luo Zijuan with joy. Clutching the tiny card, it felt as if she were embracing her ideal partner, twirling happily in place. He truly remembered her birthday. During their intimate moments, she had conveyed to Chen Ye that she did not wish for gifts, yet he had indeed remembered. This indicated that she held a place in his heart. As for the term little hoof, though it sounded like an insult, it was in truth an endearing nickname, and Luo Zijuan felt no offense. During their intimate times, Chen Ye had been far more audacious, bringing her immense pleasure. After calming her excited emotions, Luo Zijuan donned the purple lingerie. It fit her perfectly, complementing her exquisite figure. Although the fabric was minimal, it artistically showcased her physical beauty, devoid of any vulgarity, instead exuding the charm of a sophisticated woman. Such feminine allure possesses an irresistible magnetism for every man. Standing before the full-length mirror, Luo Zijuan admired her flawless physique, honed through years of yoga practice. Should she take a photo for her little adversary? Luo Zijuan chuckled. He'll surely be smitten. With that, she retrieved her phone, ready to snap a picture to send. However, a small detail suddenly crossed her mind. Her little rival seemed to have a penchant for black stockings. She rummaged for a pair of black tights, carefully putting them on, encasing her slender calves without an ounce of excess flesh. But wait, just because he liked black stockings, must she wear them? With a mischievous smile, Luo Zijuan decided against it. You like black stockings, but I shall wear nude ones instead. She opted for a sheer pair of nude stockings, slipping them over her feet adorned with red nail polish. The arch of her foot was beautifully defined, her fair skin revealing the texture and pores. She chose thigh-high nude stockings instead of pantyhose. For some reason, the stockings added an extra touch of allure to her alabaster legs. Having delicately adorned herself with a subtle makeup and applied violet eyeshadow, she gazed in the mirror numerous times until she felt satisfied. Subsequently, she wrestled with her poses, trying several stances, yet none seemed quite right. Some appeared too revealing and frivolous, while others felt overly serious or excessively restrained. After much contemplation, she finally captured a photograph that met her approval. Initially, she had considered having her son take the pictures, but since she was content with the last shot, she dismissed that idea. The adage a son avoids his mother rang true. Her appearance was indeed not one she wished her son to witness. How do I look? Beautiful, my little rascal? Luo Zijuan's cheeks flushed as she lay on the bed, fixated on her phone, eagerly awaiting Chen Ye's response, resembling a love-struck young girl. After a lengthy wait, Chen Ye replied, Gorgeous. My little troublemaker, it's your birthday today. Shall we meet? Luo Zijuan sent a voice message, her tone sultry and alluring. Yes. Chen Ye promptly activated his dating card. He still had plenty of dates left, and although he had just come from a previous encounter, it did not diminish his vigor. He still had 80% of his energy, more than capable of conquering any challenge. Decline. To his surprise, Luo Zijuan clicked on the refusal. It was she who initiated the invitation, shared provocative photos, and yet here she was, rejecting him? Chen Ye was bewildered. My little rascal, I apologize, but today, sister has prior commitments. Luo Zijuan maintained her flirtatious demeanor. Wearing the lingerie I gifted you, and you claim you have no time? Chen Ye retorted, You little minx. You aren't planning to betray me, are you? What's wrong? Is it unacceptable? Luo Zijuan chuckled. Today, I intend to accompany another man. Woman, you tread on dangerous ground. Chen Ye warned coldly. To him, his woman was untouchable. The mere thought of another man, even looking at her, was intolerable. What? Are you jealous? Luo Zijuan laughed. All right. I won't tease you anymore. I must be with my son. Every birthday, she dedicated to her son, whether it was her own birthday or his. Legendary bear paw. Do not eat, Chen Ye cautioned. I have something far better for you. Why? Luo Zijuan, ever defiant, replied. Why should I listen to you? Obey. Chen Ye's tone brooked no argument. Have you forgotten your place? Very well. Luo Zijuan knelt on the bed, bowing as a servant would to an emperor. Your servant obeys. Chapter 77. After spending time with her son, she still had to attend to her father. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Luo Zijuan grappled with whether to continue wearing her lingerie and nude stockings or to change. Without the man as command, she dared not remove them. After all, she had referred to herself as a servant. Both her body and heart were under the control of a wicked man. Ultimately, she chose a robust overcoat to envelop her figure, concealing all allure. She donned jeans and slipped into patent leather high heels, though clad in stockings beneath. None could perceive her sensuality, leaving her beguiling charm solely for her little rascal. Taking a deep breath, Luo Zijuan entered the room, resuming the demeanor of a stern mother. Son, it's your birthday. I do not wish to reprimand you. Luo Zijuan stated coldly. Have you acknowledged your mistake? Zhang Xiaoquan lowered his head, murmuring, I was wrong. Where did you go astray? Luo Zijuan's delicate face bore a hint of coldness. Zhang Xiaoquan, found myself at a loss for words, stumbling over my thoughts. What had I done wrong? Luo Zijuan crossed her legs, revealing her fair ankles, elegantly wrapped in luxurious stockings, exuding an enchanting allure. My nerves render me speechless. Oomph. With a sharp snort, Luo Zijuan raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across her son's face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Zhang Xiaoquan in a daze. Kneel. Luo Zijuan admonished sternly, her gaze radiating an undeniable, queenly authority. Mom, Zhang Xiaoquan protested, feeling extremely aggrieved. I am the leader of the convoy. He was no longer a child. After all, he was a figure of significance, commanding a team of dozens. Though he wouldn't claim invincibility, he was indeed a person of stature. Being slapped was one thing, but kneeling like in his childhood days? Are you still my son? Luo Zijuan fixed her icy stare upon him, her voice cold and unwavering. Zhang Xiaoquan dared not meet his mother's gaze, sighing deeply as he reluctantly knelt. Observing this, a trace of softness appeared on Luo Zijuan's otherwise stern face. Mom, I am your son, and that will never change. Even if I were to become an emperor, I would still be your son. Kneeling on the ground, he bowed his head and said, Mom, I wish you a happy birthday. Upon hearing her son's sincere wish, Luo Zijuan finally relented, saying, All right, stand up to speak. No. Zhang Xiaoquan resolutely shook his head. I will listen to your teachings while kneeling. You always know what to say. Luo Zijuan gently poked her son's forehead with her slender fingers, her expression softening with affection. Mom, are your legs tired? Zhang Xiaoquan offered. Let me massage them for you. He began to knead her legs, and Luo Zijuan allowed it, finding it quite pleasant. Son, the lingerie is quite nice, but please refrain from gifting it in the future. It simply doesn't suit you. Your mother is rather conservative. Such scant fabric is simply unacceptable, Luo Zijuan advised earnestly. The performance had to be flawless. She couldn't let her son know that the lingerie had been a gift from Chen Ye. If her son discovered the truth, he would surely demand she discard it, which she would never agree to. Thus, she had to endure a bit of hardship for her son, ensuring the act was utterly convincing. Not only did she need to reprimand him, but also to slap him and even demand he kneel. My son understands. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth, forcing a smile, inwardly cursing Chen Ye 1,000 times. If it weren't for Chen Ye's meddling, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. All right, let's eat cake. Luo Zijuan yawned, aware she had other matters to attend to. She had already spent time with her son and still needed to be with her father. A legendary bear paw isn't on the menu? Zhang Xiaoquan questioned, puzzled. Bear paw? Surely, it must be far superior to cake? Not anymore. Luo Zijuan blurted out impulsively. Your father won't allow it. What? Zhang Xiaoquan was taken aback. My father? But he has been gone for many years. Coughing lightly, Luo Zijuan replied, All right, let's eat cake. Mom, do you miss Dad? Zhang Xiaoquan, in an attempt to appear clever, exclaimed, I don't even know who your father is. Luo Zijuan rolled her eyes in response, thinking it was absurd. What? Zhang Xiaoquan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Could it be that his mother's life was so indiscreet? Having been with so many men, did she truly not know who his father was? No, no, no. He could not fathom that his mother, so pure and virtuous, could possibly be a woman of loose morals. What do you mean? Luo Zijuan explained. You don't have a father. I conceived you through artificial insemination. She had applied for sperm from a bank, the identity of which remained a mystery even to her. Oh, Zhang Xiaoquan suddenly realized, so I am fatherless? A peculiar feeling settled in his heart. It felt almost like an insult. After a lengthy pause, he gradually accepted the truth and silently began to slice the cake. After Luo Zijuan blew out the candles and savored the cake, she rubbed her forehead and retreated to her bedroom for rest. Zhang Xiaoquan, rubbing his knees, began to indulge in the legendary bear paws. His mother still loved him, saving such a delectable treat solely for him. The effects aside, the legendary bear paws were undeniably exquisite. Given their affluent family background, he prided himself on having tasted numerous delicacies. Yet, despite this, the legendary bear paws astonished him. The food was so delightful that he no longer bore any resentment towards Chen Ye. Initially, he had fantasized about exacting revenge on Chen Ye, but now he found him rather endearing for providing such a delicious meal. Previously, he had felt a pang of regret over 10 pickup trucks. Now, that sentiment had vanished entirely. The aroma was simply intoxicating. Meanwhile, Luo Zijuan tossed and turned in bed, eagerly awaiting an invitation from Chen Ye. However, he had yet to respond, leaving her feeling quite vexed. Hey, shall we meet? She asked candidly, having fully lowered her defenses. The reserved and stern demeanor she had maintained in front of her son had dissipated, replaced by a soft charm. Are you not with your son? After a prolonged wait, Chen Ye finally replied, Is it over so soon? Yes, it is. Luo Zijuan giggled. Sister's all set. Come on over. Sorry, I'm busy. This time, it was Chen Ye who declined. Why? Luo Zijuan felt quite frustrated. Is it because I turned you down before? That seems rather petty. That's not it. I genuinely have matters to attend to. Chen Ye was not being stingy. He simply lacked the time. All right, Luo Zijuan sighed. Then you carry on. If you need any assistance, just let me know. She had initially hoped to be a bit coy, for it was her birthday, and she believed she deserved an evening filled with warmth and joy. Yet, after some contemplation, she decided against it. She was not a young girl and did not wish to appear overly clingy, which could lead to annoyance. Suddenly, Chen Ye inquired, Could you be my teammate? If she agreed to be his teammate today, he could utilize her synthesis attempts to alleviate many troubles. In any case, there were far too few female teammates, leading to numerous inconveniences. Chen Ye yearned for more female companions. More, and even more. Not today. Luo Zijuan hesitated before responding, at least not today. This was a significant matter, and she had yet to come to a decisive conclusion. She is not a mere girl. She is a woman of experience, burdened by numerous concerns. There are many considerations, and it is impossible for her to impulsively follow Chen Ye simply because of love. Deep within her heart, she yearns to be with Chen Ye every day. In the 78th chapter, titled The Legendary Flame Ability Fruit, Chen Ye, not wanting to pressure her, mischievously remarked, I'll ask you about it next time in bed. He was confident in his abilities, believing that he could indeed win her over. Surely, he would elicit her fervent agreement. Luo Zijuan feigned innocence, adopting the demeanor of a little girl, claiming she did not understand. I have a race against Zhang Xiaoquan, Chen Ye said with a smile. How about making you the wager? He jested about a race for her mother's honor, implying it would be a fierce competition. Oomph. Luo Zijuan scoffed, clearly displeased. What do you take me for? Chen Ye chuckled. Aren't you my alluring little temptress? Fie. Luo Zijuan retorted. I am a dignified mother. Dignified? Chen Ye laughed. Only in public, behind closed doors, you're quite wild. It's quite the contrast. Regardless, she was determined to win against Zhang Xiaoquan. Chen Ye declared, I will win you over too. Luo Zijuan replied, a touch of pride in her voice. I hardly believe you could defeat my son. What if you lose? Lose? Chen Ye shook his head. It is impossible for me to lose. Although I may not yet know how to win, I am certain I will not be defeated. With his intelligence, how could he possibly fail? What? You think you can rely solely on luck? He scoffed. I, Chen Ye, have reached this point through sheer hard work and perseverance. My achievements are undeniable monuments to my dedication. If you lose, you will belong to me, Luozhigen said sternly. You shall be my servant, bound within my chamber, deprived of the light of day. Is it not cruel? Chen Ye exclaimed in surprise, not expecting such a commanding side from this enchanting woman. You want to feed me, yet expect me to call you mother? If you do not, I shall drain you dry, Luozhigen threatened ominously. And if I do? Chen Ye asked, trembling slightly with fear. Then I shall drain you even more, she replied, her tone menacing in every conceivable way. Hee. Chen Ye grinned mischievously. Just don't beg for mercy when the time comes. This woman, how audacious. Who is truly afraid of whom? Luozhigen, caught up in her own bravado, declared her readiness. Come now if you dare. Previously indifferent, she now seemed quite eager. If Chen Ye were to propose a date, she would immediately agree, eager to show him the true meaning of a strict mother. You just have to wait. Chen Ye feigned nonchalance. I am currently busy. With that, he logged off. Watching his darkened profile, Luozhigen felt a pang of longing. There was no other option but to wash my hands, gather some sanitary supplies, cover myself with a blanket, and switch to manual mode. Could this alleviate my worries? It seemed that only self-reliance could. When it came to matters concerning women, Chen Ye was always indifferent. For men, the paramount focus remained on their careers. Chen Ye was engrossed in researching legendary grade fuel, for fuel was the most vital element in the survival world of the open road. Item: fuel. Grade: legendary. Thermal efficiency: 1 liter propels for 6,000 kilometers. Based on the host's existing primary vehicle, usage condition, special grade engine. In awe, Chen Ye exclaimed, what an astonishing thermal efficiency. To put into perspective, previously, 500 liters of ordinary fuel could only cover 6,000 kilometers. Now, 1 liter could achieve such a distance. The efficiency had skyrocketed 100 million times. Although there were only 25 liters, Chen Ye had essentially attained fuel freedom, freeing himself from anxiety over mileage and fuel consumption. Moreover, he possessed a solar charging system. With the vehicle upgraded, the solar charging system continued to supply power. Suddenly, amidst his exhilaration, Chen Ye realized something was amiss. A special grade engine was required? This implied that a standard engine could not utilize legendary grade fuel. Was that not absurd? If he lacked a special grade engine, his 12-wheel truck could not take advantage of the legendary fuel. He had no other fuel backups left. Was he to be stranded? Of course. Being stranded was not an option. Chen Ye had numerous methods to procure fuel. Yet, the notion of not being able to utilize legendary grade fuel without a special grade engine was utterly disheartening. What grade was the engine of his 12-wheel truck? Chen Ye began to investigate. Vehicle: 12-wheel truck. Engine: 12 engine. Grade: super. Wait a moment. To Chen Ye's delight, it turned out to be a super engine, even superior to a special engine. Thus, the previous dilemma was effortlessly resolved. He promptly refueled with the legendary grade fuel. Ding! Congratulations on successfully refueling with legendary grade fuel. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring abundant mileage. Ding! For specific mileage, please calculate on your own. Ding! A chemical reaction occurs between legendary grade fuel and supergrade engine, granting additional feature. Super acceleration. Ding! Engines of various grades and types can react with legendary grade fuel. Specific characteristics await your exploration. Listening to the cascade of notifications, Chen Ye could hardly contain his excitement. Super acceleration? Could it be that his 12-wheeled truck was now eligible for racing competitions? Perhaps even a clever ruse to outsmart competitors? Feature: super acceleration. Description: gain half an hour of super acceleration, surpassing the vehicle's speed limit by 5 times. Chen Ye was thoroughly pleased. Legendary grade fuel was indeed extraordinary, a delightful experience. Initially, he had harbored uncertainties about winning the racing competition, but now, contemplating whether to let the racers Zuo Lanlan take the lead, it now appears unnecessary. With my own advanced technology, I can undoubtedly outmatch Zhang Xiaoquan. Zhang Xiaoquan, are you willing to stake your mother's honor in this battle? Now, only one legendary resource remains. Chen Ye produced the legendary level Flame Fruit. Until now, he had not awakened any special abilities despite consuming numerous fruits to no avail. However, this legendary Flame Fruit should prove effective. Zhang Xiaoquan has awakened his powers, and even his alluring, youthful, and seductive mother has awakened hers. How could I possibly fall behind? I must awaken. In such a harsh world, lacking special abilities renders one exceedingly vulnerable. Chen Ye issued a command. Item: Flame ability fruit. Grade, legendary. Function description. Upon consumption, there is a 100 chance of awakening a flame-type ability, with specifics determined at random. Chapter 79. Chen Ye becomes super. Indeed, Chen Ye felt immense satisfaction. It was worth the long wait and the extensive synthesis. The legendary flame ability fruit did not disappoint. Although he could not foresee the exact flame ability, this uncertainty only added to the thrill of unboxing. With his mouth agape, Chen Ye prepared to consume the flame ability fruit. However, he suddenly became cautious, realizing he must not act too hastily. Come here, the three of you. Chen Ye Bitcoinit, Zuo Lanlan, Tang Shiwero, and De Huang approached him. I am about to consume the flame ability fruit, and unpredictable events may occur, Chen Ye explained. I may even lose consciousness, so be prepared. Previously, Tang Shiwero had fainted, and Chen Ye worried he might experience the same fate. Don't worry, boss, Zuo Lanlan immediately reassured him. If you faint, we will still protect you and will not flee. They had become Chen Ye's teammates, entirely bound to him. There was no way they would abandon him or engage in any outrageous behavior due to his unconsciousness. If I encounter any emergencies while I'm incapacitated, you must find a way to wake me up, Chen Ye instructed. Understood, Zuo Lanlan replied loudly. This is something I excel at. Just don't slap me. Chen Ye retorted coldly, absolutely not. Rest assured, Zuo Lanlan laughed. I would never slap you. You are my boss, my esteemed idol. Her admiration for Chen Ye was profound. She would never dream of disrespecting him, even if he requested it. Tang Shiwero, what abilities have you awakened? Chen Ye inquired. During her unconsciousness, Tang Shiwero's hair had transformed into a deep crimson, reminiscent of flames, exuding an exotic allure. I don't know. Tang Shiwero shook her head. It's just my hair that changed. If anything develops in the future, I will inform you immediately. Chen Ye did not press further. It seemed that awakening abilities was not an easy feat. Only De Huang, with his exceptional talent, had awakened and could breathe fire effortlessly. For the others, it was an arduous challenge. Very well. Tang Shiwero pondered her words and addressed, boss. Uncertain of how to refer to Chen Ye, she hesitated. Do not call me boss. Chen Ye replied coldly. Address me as master. Ah, Tang Shiwero exclaimed in alarm. Why? With a swift motion, Chen Ye delivered a sharp slap, his voice icy. You lack the right to question why. Do you understand? Yes. Tang Shiwero responded, clutching her stinging face. However, Chen Ye seized her hair and struck her again with force. I'm sorry. Tang Shiwero quickly knelt, tears brimming in her eyes. Master, you hold the lowest status in the entire convoy. Do you comprehend? Chen Ye reprimanded. You are inferior even to De Huang. You are merely a slave. A person's status is earned through their own efforts. Currently, you have yet to qualify. Yes. Tang Shiwero nodded, murmuring, Master. She had believed that joining Chen Ye's team would afford her the same privileges as Zuo Lanlan or even De Huang. But the reality was starkly different. Your duty is to drive, Chen Ye commanded. Do you understand? Yes. Tang Shiwero bit her lip, affirming, Master. With her driving, Chen Ye would have more time to relish life. All right, Chen Ye stated, the convoy is moving forward. We will soon reach 50 kilometers, where we can open the treasure chests. At the 50-kilometer mark, 5 iron treasure chests awaited them. Originally, there were 3, but Tang Shiwero's arrival had added 2 more. Each new teammate allowed for the addition of 2 treasure chests, making this opportunity exceedingly valuable. The convoy slowly commenced its journey. Chen Ye lounged on the sofa, holding the flame ability fruit. De Huang lay beside him, tilting his head in curiosity. Truth be told, Chen Ye felt a twinge of anxiety. However, he soon alleviated this tension. Feigning courage, he exclaimed, Let's do this, brothers. With that, he consumed the flame ability fruit in one go. The fruit was as deliciously sweet as ever. After finishing, Chen Ye eagerly awaited the effects. Yet, nothing transpired. He glanced at his watch. 5 minutes had elapsed. What ability have I awakened? Chen Ye mused, sensing no unusual changes in his body. It seemed he would not faint, though uncertain of the nature of his ability. It was assured that he would remain conscious. However, just as he finished his thought, his head tilted, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Simultaneously, his hair turned snow white at a visible pace. Silver strands adorned him. Darling, De Huang cried in distress, frantically licking Chen Ye. Yet, despite the wide tongue's efforts, it was futile. Chen Ye remained as lifeless as a corpse. Warning, warning, Chen Ye has consumed a legendary grade flame ability fruit, becoming the first and only individual in this group to do so. A special event reward has been triggered. Upon awakening, Chen Ye will gain a superior level superpower. All players may hunt Chen Ye. Should they succeed in killing him, they will obtain a superior level superpower. In addition to acquiring vast resources and vehicles, they will also earn the permanent title, Slayer of the Child of Fortune. Survivors, commence your revelry. In the chat group, a blood-red system announcement suddenly materializes, sending tremors through everyone. Regardless of their activities, be it indulging in intimate moments or attending to nature's call, they all halt, transfixed by the announcement. Good heavens! To slay Chen Ye not only promises a bounty of resources, but also a chance to acquire extraordinary abilities. Chen Ye has become a figure of immense significance. All eyes glimmer with envy, excitement, and jubilation. Where is the benevolent Chen Ye? I wish to express my gratitude to him in person. Who knows? Yes, indeed, I too wish to thank him, for he has allowed me to survive for so long. We cannot act thus. Chen Ye has saved our lives. How can you contemplate hunting him down? Silence, you self-righteous fool. What do you mean he saved us? He merely sells some meat. We engage in fair trade. Indeed, we need not thank him. Rather, he should be grateful to us. Let us not extend our gratitude. Without us, his harvested meat would simply spoil. Yes, we have nurtured Chen Ye, not the other way around. Brothers, you speak the truth. Let us not linger on words. Where is Chen Ye? I must express my thanks to him. Chen Ye? I see only Chen the dog. The benevolent Chen Ye? I perceive him as the greatest villain among us. Indeed, he is the epitome of malevolence. To slay him is to enact divine justice. The ugliness of humanity is laid bare at this moment. Everyone is frantically seeking Chen Ye's whereabouts, their consciences entirely forsaken. Alas, the rewards are simply too enticing. Chapter 80. Indeed, the young lad is exceedingly melodramatic. Squeal. The tires skid upon the snow, desperately halting amidst the frigid landscape. Zuo Lanlan shifts into reverse, pressing the accelerator with fervor. She is the navigator, dutifully following Chen Ye's command, advancing towards the 50-kilometer mark. Just as they were nearing their destination, an ominous tidings reached them. In an instant, she veered toward the 12-wheeled truck. At this moment, the truck had come to a standstill. As the driver, Tang Shuio immediately halted the vehicle. She sensed a formidable danger looming and knew she must confer with Zuo Lanlan. Where's the boss? Zuo Lanlan promptly stored her vehicle in the system's repository and hurried onto the 12-wheeled truck. Inside the RV, Tang Shuio vacated the driver's seat to join Zuo Lanlan within. Inside the RV, Chen Ye lay peacefully asleep, his breathing steady, his hair now a silvery hue. De Huang was in a state of distress, circling anxiously, calling out for her husband in a desperate attempt to rouse him. Boss, why do you turn gray overnight? Zuo Lanlan wept, lamenting, is this due to an inability to repay the mortgage? Are you this anxious? Surely the master has no mortgage, right? Tang Shuio looked bewildered, having never encountered such a situation, uncertain of how to proceed. What should we do? Zuo Lanlan spun in place, pondering how to awaken a boss. Surely slapping him would be inappropriate? Tang Shuio frowned and remarked, didn't you slap me last time? Indeed, Zuo Lanlan remarked, slapping is quite effective. Should we try it? Suddenly, Tang Shuio, her cheeks flushed, suggested, I know something even more useful. What? Zuo Lanlan inquired, looking perplexed. It can be stimulating. Tang Shuio carefully chose her words. Addressing the little master. Such actions can be highly provocative for man. Perhaps in the midst of it all, he might awaken, and all problems would be resolved. Ah! Zuo Lanlan raised her delicate hand, questioning. With my hand, the mouth can also serve, Tang Shuio indicated, gesturing both upwards and downwards, implying that any mouth could be of assistance. Zuo Lanlan hesitated momentarily. Husband, De Huang barked, tugging at Chen Ye's trousers. Since the others were hesitant, it seemed they had to rely on him. As a female dog, De Huang was well aware of how to handle male animals. No need for that, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed. Embracing De Huang, I'll do it. I must not let my idol be taken advantage of by a dog. Resolutely, she brushed her teeth and rinsed her mouth, preparing to take matters into her own hands. How about you? Zuo Lanlan asked. Do you have any experience? Neither do I. Tang Shuio shook her head. I've merely perused instructional materials, and my status falls below De Huang's. It's his turn first. She was quite aware of her standing. Forget it. I'll handle it. Zuo Lanlan decided, resigning herself to the situation. Suddenly, Chen Ye's phone rang. The contact read, "Mom, little vixen. Who is this?" Zuo Lanlan answered, and on the other end was Luo Zijuan, her expression gravely serious. "How is Chen Ye?" "You are Mom's little vixen." Zuo Lanlan coughed a few times, replying, "Teacher?" She felt it appropriate to address her as such. "What nonsense is this?" Luo Zijuan snapped. "I'm asking you. How is Chen Ye?" "He is unconscious," Zuo Lanlan replied. "Nothing else. Get the truck ready," Luo Zijuan commanded. "Start the 12-wheel truck." Everything concerning Chen Ye's transport is clearly outlined in the group chat. "Why?" Zuo Lanlan questioned, perplexed by the need to follow her orders. "No time for chatter," Luo Zijuan scolded. "Execute the command immediately, or you might not even know how you perish." Startled by her words, Zuo Lanlan quickly urged Tang Shuero to drive. "Accelerate. Remember, do not stop. No matter the circumstances, keep moving," Luo Zijuan advised. "Every individual is now an enemy. Only by accelerating can we find a path to survival." "Why?" Zuo Lanlan was confused. How could they push forward in such terrifying circumstances? "Silence," Luo Zijuan rebuked. "Follow the orders." She was disinclined to elaborate further. With the truck ignited, they began to accelerate. Tang Shuero restarted the 12-wheeled truck, driving faster. Initially, she struggled to comprehend, but gradually, the realization dawned upon her. To halt was to become like a turtle encased in iron. Once surrounded, there would be no escape. As long as the speed is sufficiently rapid, hurtling forward with unwavering momentum, nothing can impede the weight of the 12-wheeled truck. No pitfall or obstruction can thwart this mechanical beast. Its colossal tires are virtually immune to nails. Those who dare to forcibly intervene must be prepared to pay a bloody price. "All right," Luo Zijuan continued. "What weapons do you possess? Shouldn't we be focusing on reviving the boss first?" Zuo Lanlan expressed her urgency. "It won't be a quick process," Luo Zijuan assessed. "The system's hunt has only just commenced. How could he awaken so easily?" "Oh," Zuo Lanlan nodded. "That seems somewhat reasonable." "The list of weapons," Luo Zijuan urged impatiently. "Tell me at once." "Why should I divulge that to you?" Zuo Lanlan replied cautiously. "I don't even know who you are." "I am his wife," Luo Zijuan retorted angrily. "I am his next female teammate. I would never harm him." "How can you prove that?" Zuo Lanlan remained skeptical, unwilling to reveal her core secrets based on mere words. Luo Zijuan, though frustrated, acknowledged Zuo Lanlan's wariness was not unfounded. "It's quite substantial, measuring 20 centimeters. "What?" Zuo Lanlan looked bewildered. "What 20 centimeters? His arm? Are you foolish?" Luo Zijuan scolded. "On a regular day, it's already 18 centimeters. Don't you understand? Has your brain malfunctioned?" "Oh," Zuo Lanlan, not truly dim-witted, quickly grasped the meaning and hastily removed Chen Ye's trousers for a thorough examination. Indeed, the measurements were accurate. "Are there any other distinguishing features?" Zuo Lanlan inquired, for size alone could be misleading. "A scar," Luo Zijuan recalled vividly, having faced it before. It bore a triangular shape, the size of a fingernail, appearing both enigmatic and eerie. "Yes, young Chen Ye has a triangular scar," she confirmed. "That was a mark from a notorious contest of who could urinate the highest. A badge of honor for the victor. Only the triumphant could brandish a red-hot cigarette, but to sear a mark, a testament to their pride. The vanquished had no such opportunity. Indeed, the young man was quite the dramatic character." Chapter 81. Tang Shueyo's Abilities. "It seems your identity is truly remarkable." Zuo Lanlan felt a twinge of jealousy, realizing the boss had a wife. She had hoped to be his first woman, but alas, someone had already seized the opportunity. In truth, during Chen Ye's last use of the date card, the two had the chance to meet. Even when Chen Ye and Luo Zijuan were entwined, she could have assisted, perhaps even participated. Yet, she remained hapless and terrified, hiding away in the innermost room. Even when she heard the alluring melodies, she dismissed them as mere noise, failing to ponder further. Thus, she had yet to recognize Luo Zijuan until now. "What weapons do you have?" Luo Zijuan pressed urgently. "Speak quickly. The situation is dire. To her knowledge, there are at least a dozen formidable convoy teams in search of Chen Ye. It is noteworthy that there are numerous survivors endowed with perceptive abilities. Locating Chen Ye is not an arduous task for them. The crossbow, particularly the 3-bow crossbow, is of paramount importance." Zuo Lanlan scratched her head and remarked that the most formidable among them is De Huang. Indeed, they possess few powerful weapons, with De Huang being the most formidable asset. She meticulously detailed De Huang's combat skills to the others. "We are rather lacking in weaponry," Luo Zijuan expressed her concern. "Are you proficient with firearms?" "I can handle a pistol," Zuo Lanlan replied. "I have trained abroad, with approximately 1,000 rounds logged. Firearms and ammunition are more accessible overseas, and I have had ample practice." It seemed that Tang Shiwero also had some familiarity with firearms. Zuo Lanlan continued. "She once possessed a gun, but it was taken from her." "Very well," Luo Zijuan responded. "I will trade you 2 handguns, along with 200 rounds of ammunition, 100 rounds for each gun. This should suffice for our immediate needs." "Thank you." Zuo Lanlan could not help but express her gratitude. "You are truly kind." Luo Zijuan, however, remained focused and proceeded with the transaction of the firearms and ammunition. Grasping the sleek black handgun brought Zuo Lanlan an inexplicable sense of security. This object, though simplistic and brutal, felt far more reliable than a crossbow. After all, the crossbow is a relic of the cold weapon era, a stark contrast to modern firearms. "Take the passenger seat and let Chen Ye rest in the second row," Luo Zijuan commanded. This arrangement would facilitate immediate awareness of external circumstances while also attending to Chen Ye's needs. "Understood." Zuo Lanlan promptly complied with De Huang's assistance. Placing Chen Ye in the front cabin, she then located the firing mechanism of the 3-bow crossbow. "You are primarily positioned in the passenger seat to monitor road conditions and to operate the 3-bow crossbow," Luo Zijuan instructed. "Any who dare obstruct our path, be they man, woman, elder, or child, must be eliminated without hesitation. In this post-apocalyptic world, many exploit kindness for malevolent purposes. Compassion towards strangers is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself." "Understood," Zuo Lanlan said, diligently searching for the firing mechanism of the 3-bow crossbow. After a prolonged search, she finally found a launch button. Although the 3-bow crossbow is a cold weapon, it is remarkably intelligent, capable of automatic reloading and possessing formidable power. Allow De Huang to roam freely, remaining vigilant against any approaching vehicles, Luo Zijuan continued. "Should anyone dare to align alongside us, let De Huang strike from the window, reducing them to ashes." "Right." Zuo Lanlan communicated this to De Huang, who was already stationed vigilantly at the window of the second row. The 12-wheel truck retained the design previously established by Chen Ye. One half of the truck's windows were electric, while the other half operated manually. The manual windows were highly reliable, driven entirely by mechanical means, unaffected by external forces. The electric windows, while more convenient and sophisticated, lacked the durability of mechanical systems. With one paw poised on the electric button, De Huang was ever ready to engage. Someone is ahead. Zuo Lanlan focused intently on the road ahead. The relentless blizzard diminished visibility significantly. Thanks to the headlights, they caught sight of individuals not far ahead. Beep, beep. Tang Shiwero sounded the horn. The truck's horn reverberated loudly, even shaking the wind and snow. Yet, the individuals frantically digging a pit continued their labor, seemingly impervious to the commotion. Initially, they intended to flee, yet on either side of the road stood armed individuals wielding firearms. To attempt an escape meant a bullet to the head. Being caught beneath the wheels posed a significant risk of death, albeit with a sliver of hope. A shot to the head, however, guaranteed demise. "What to do?" Tang Shiwero shouted. They refused to yield. "Should we slow down?" "Do not slow down," Luo Zijuan retorted vehemently. "If you slow down, you shall perish. Think carefully." In that moment, Tang Shiwero hesitated, her foot hovering above the brake. Previously, her compassion had cost her dearly, resulting in the loss of her vehicle and substantial supplies, nearly costing her life. She shut her eyes and pressed the accelerator. Bang! The 5 individuals digging the pit were sent flying. 3 were instantly obliterated. 1 was crushed beneath the vehicle, dead beyond recovery. Only 1 soared through the air, crashing to the ground, his spine shattered, leaving him paralyzed with only his head able to move, worse than death itself. The pit they had dug was trivial compared to the 12-wheel truck. Under the strain of high-intensity shock absorption and massive tires, Zuo Lanlan and the others merely experienced a slight jolt. "I've killed someone." Tears streamed down Tang Shiwero's face. "I've taken the lives of 5 innocent souls." Slap! Zuo Lanlan raised her hand and struck her with a sharp, resonant sound. Why did you hit me? Tang Shiwero exclaimed in anger. Initially, she was deeply saddened, but now her sorrow morphed into fury. After previously being struck into a state of rage, now this? Focus on the road. Zuo Lanlan delivered another slap. Watch the road. Don't flip the vehicle. If we overturn, it will spell disaster. Yes. Tang Shiwero took a deep breath. They could not afford to flip. Those two slaps dispelled her feelings of guilt. The fluctuations of emotion alleviated her mental turmoil. They were not virtuous individuals either. Zuo Lanlan advised. They dug that pit with the intent to entrap us. Exactly. Tang Shiwero regained her clarity. They were certainly not good people. You've already honked. They refused to give way. It's clear they are ruthless assailants. Zuo Lanlan continued. Such individuals are a waste of air. Indeed. Tang Shiwero wiped her tears. Their demise would be a contribution to the world. Prepare yourselves, Luo Zijuan suddenly interjected. They will pursue us. They won't simply let this go. Tang Shiwero's eyes glimmered with determination. They are already closing in. Closing in? Zuo Lanlan looked around in terror. Why can't I see them? You can't see them? Tang Shiwero was taken aback. Wasn't it obvious? The heads-up display on the windshield. High-end vehicles typically feature a heads-up display on the driver's side glass, indicating speed and mileage. Huh? Zuo Lanlan was bewildered. How can one see the heads-up display on the glass? She was greatly puzzled. Chapter 82. I am the great truck driver saint. Can you not see the red dots? Tang Shiwero pointed at the windshield, where 5 red dots indicated 5 vehicles in pursuit of them. 5 red dots? Zuo Lanlan scrutinized for a considerable time. Yet she could not discern even a single red dot, let alone 5. They hastened their pace, and Tang Shiwero quickly followed suit, her eyes catching sight of the red dot darting about. Why can I not see it at all? Zuo Lanlan pondered perplexly. Uncertain, Tang Shiwero focused intently on driving. Could it be that only the driver possesses the ability to perceive it? Impossible. A sudden realization struck Zuo Lanlan. Is this your extraordinary ability? Extraordinary ability? Tang Shiwero was taken aback. Could such an ability exist? It is indeed your gift, your eyes shimmering with a fiery glow. Zuo Lanlan fixed her gaze upon Tang Shiwero's eyes and inquired, is this the insight fire? Can it detect nearby dangers? Insight fire? Tang Shiwero was bewildered. Could such an extraordinary ability truly exist? How remarkable! Zuo Lanlan exclaimed in astonishment. You possess the navigation ability akin to the Big Dipper, a long-haul driver's physique. Operating a lengthy truck without the need for navigation would save a substantial amount of money. Navigation? Tang Shiwero replied, somewhat speechless. But isn't that rather ordinary? I had anticipated awakening a combat flame ability, yet it appears to be purely auxiliary. Insight fire? It does sound impressive, but it lacks any combat prowess. How utterly extraordinary, Zuo Lanlan remarked. With this ability, we can foresee dangers and navigate through challenges. The visibility around them was perilously low, and numerous dangers lurked in the darkness. With the insight fire, the safety factor would be significantly enhanced. They were closing in on them. Tang Shiwero declared loudly, we are a large truck. We do not possess speed as an advantage. Ultimately, the truck's weight is too great, whereas their pursuers drive smaller vehicles. How far behind are they? Luo Zijuan inquired. One vehicle is already tailing us, Tang Shiwero proclaimed loudly, seemingly preparing to ram them. Brake! Luo Zijuan commanded emphatically. What? Tang Shiwero momentarily failed to comprehend. Luo Zijuan shouted again, Brake! Run them over! At this moment, Tang Shiwero grasped the situation. After a brief moment of hesitation, she refrained from braking, choosing instead to wait quietly. What are you waiting for? Luo Zijuan barked angrily. Hurry and brake. What if they are merely passing by? Tang Shiwero protested loudly. She did not wish to harm the innocent. Are you out of your mind? Luo Zijuan could not contain his frustration. They were already tailing us. How could they possibly be just passing through, especially at such a sensitive juncture? Wait. Tang Shiwero gripped the steering wheel tightly. Meanwhile, within the sedan, 4 individuals were laughing maniacally. Huh, we caught up. The truck is slow. Driver, prepare yourself. Maintain speed while the 3 of us charge in. We will directly cut open the truck's compartment with a chainsaw and storm inside. One man, with a rope tied around his waist and a chainsaw in hand, climbed onto the front hood. Virum! The chainsaw roared, slicing through the truck's cargo area. As their speeds were nearly identical, the 2 vehicles appeared almost static in relation to one another. Delightful. One man brandished a long knife, declaring, "Once I get in, I will take care of Chen Ye's two female companions first. Hee, brother, I'm ready to make a mess." Another man with a sharp nose and a gaunt face was preparing a crossbow, ready for battle. "Rest assured, your turn will come." He climbed onto the hood of the car, poised to rush forward as soon as an opening appeared. "Hey, I heard that Chen Ye, that fool, has a dog." He chuckled. "We can have dog meat hot pot. Delicious. Dog meat hot pot must be exquisite." The man laughed heartily, clearly delighted. Meanwhile, Tang Shiwero noticed a series of small red dots appearing. They were people. She quickly sensed that something was amiss. Were they climbing onto the back of the car? Not only could she perceive the vehicle, but she could also sense human presence. Numerous red dots, significantly smaller than the vehicle, appeared at the rear. "They're the bad guys," shouted Zuo Lanlan. The distinction between good and evil was unmistakable. How could good people climb onto someone else's car? The villains deserved their fate. With a determined grit, Tang Shiwero slammed the brakes. The rapidly spinning wheels generated immense friction, causing the speed to plummet instantaneously. Bang! The small car behind was crushed, crashing beneath the vehicle and reduced to scrap metal. The three men on the hood were ground into pulp. The driver, too, could not escape, his hands gripping the steering wheel with desperation. Slap! Tang Shiwero struck her own face hard, the force significant. She didn't need anyone else to hit her. She was punishing herself. "How foolish I am," she scolded herself. "I still haven't learned my lesson." Due to her compassion, she had lost her RV and nearly her life. Yet here she was, still occasionally overwhelmed by kindness. "Don't worry," Zuo Lanlan consoled her. "Just avoid being overly compassionate in the future." They still had 4 vehicles, which would soon be in pursuit. Luo Zijuan continued to direct, "Prepare for battle. The 3 crossbows can fire backward," Zuo Lanlan remarked, with a rear-view mirror. "We can easily take them down." The crossbow's range allowed for attacks, both forward and backward. "Excellent idea," Luo Zijuan nodded. "You keep an eye on the electronic rear-view mirror. As soon as you spot an approaching vehicle, shoot immediately. Remember, if you see them, fire without hesitation about whether you'll hit. Just a mere release of those massive arrows will pose a threat. If they hit, that's ideal. If not, they could still significantly reduce the opponent's speed. They might even swerve to avoid the arrows and end up overturning." "I understand," Zuo Lanlan replied, her nerves heightened. It was a matter of life and death, and she was fully alert. Another car was approaching. Tang Shiwero called out loudly. The rearview monitor showed no signs of anyone, yet she could sense their presence. "I can't see them." Zuo Lanlan focused intently on the monitor, ready to launch the arrows. "Are there many arrows?" Luo Zijuan suddenly inquired. "Plenty," Zuo Lanlan answered. "Fire. Shoot 10 first." Luo Zijuan had a sudden inspiration. "Shoot them onto the road." Indeed, Zuo Lanlan instantly grasped the strategy. Shooting onto the road would create obstacles. Given their high speed, even a small stone could cause a rollover, let alone an arrow the thickness of a thumb. "You're brilliant, teacher." Zuo Lanlan couldn't help but praise. "What teacher?" Luo Zijuan had already heard this name for the second time. "It has nothing to do with me," she hastily explained. "It's a nickname given by the boss." "What a disgraceful name." "Chen Ye." Luo Zijuan gritted her teeth, vowing, "Once he awakens, I shall deal with him. How dare he bestow such an unsightly moniker upon himself? While I may be audacious in my own pursuits, he has no right to speak of it." Chapter 83. 5 Iron Treasure Chests. Swish, swish, swish. Zuo Lanlan fired relentlessly. The sturdy arrows embedded themselves into the snow-covered ground, the thick blanket of snow serving as an ideal camouflage for the formidable projectiles. The speeding cars were oblivious to the arrow's presence. The 4 vehicles trailing at high velocity did not hastily pursue. Rather, they followed from a distance, content to maintain their position. They were not driven by ambition. Instead, they resembled patient hunters, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. This was indeed the most fearsome strategy. Share the location with the entire chat group, boomed a rotund, bald man, laughing heartily. Let everyone know the whereabouts of Chen Ye's dog squad. "Brother, is that wise?" queried a man with a pockmarked face. "Shouldn't we hunt alone? Why share the spoils?" Everyone was eager to locate Chen Ye, and having stumbled upon such fortunate information, how could they possibly share it with others? "Fool!" the bald man scolded. "Do you think you can handle it? Do you possess the fortitude for such a challenge?" Chen Ye is no ordinary individual. He wields extraordinary weapons and harbors formidable backup, none of which we can underestimate. To divulge our position would invite chaos, with everyone rushing in. In that case, we could seize the opportunity to snatch victory for ourselves. Wouldn't that be perfect? Indeed, the pockmarked man conceded, giving a thumbs up. You are truly cunning and shrewd. The previously disgruntled second-in-command was easily swayed by a few of his words, completely convinced. It must be said, the bald man possessed a certain acumen. Lack of education should not warrant misuse of idioms, he retorted. I am simply resourceful. Yes, the pockmarked man agreed. I will share the location immediately. Before long, their position was disseminated within the group. Initially, everyone had been floundering like headless flies, but to their surprise, someone had shared their location. Regardless of its authenticity, they rushed over without hesitation. After all, what if it were true? Mr. Chen, I must express my gratitude. Were it not for your generous offerings, I would not have survived this long. The bald man chuckled, patting his own head. Rest assured, should you fall into my grasp, I shall grant you a swift end, sparing you from suffering. Thunderous. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed. The two lead vehicles flipped over, having accelerated too rapidly, soaring into the air and tumbling several times before crashing violently to the ground. Several unfortunate souls who had neglected to fasten their seatbelts were violently ejected, suffering fatal injuries. Even the drivers who had buckled and were not spared. After a series of flips, their vehicles crumpled into mere heaps of metal, leaving them in a dire state. Regarding the other vehicle, its structure was robust, resulting in few fatalities. However, it was engulfed in fierce flames. Several men crawled out, bloodied and near death. Stop the vehicle, the bald man bellowed. Hurry up and halt. Their convoy consisted of merely 4 cars, and now 2 were utterly destroyed, causing immense sorrow. The remaining 2 vehicles slammed to a halt, leaving lengthy black streaks on the ground. The lead vehicle collided with a thick arrow, but due to its reduced speed, no significant damage occurred. Damn it, the bald man lamented. I knew, Chen, you must have a backup plan, a trap. What do we do now, boss? The anxious man with a gaunt face inquired. If we don't chase now, we'll lose the chance. That could cost us our lives, the bald man retorted. Drive slowly, turn on the high-beam flashlights, and don't flip the vehicle again. No matter the profit, lives cannot be sacrificed. Once a life is lost, everything is gone. One by one, the bright flashlights illuminated the snow-covered road, revealing large arrows scattered about. This is outrageous, the bald man cursed. This is even worse than those damn tire repairmen throwing nails on the road. Tire repairmen earn ill-gotten gains, while those who scatter nails on the road care only for money, disregarding life. These massive arrows were clearly lethal. Don't worry, boss. We can take a detour. Just drive slowly, the gaunt-faced man said, cautiously navigating to avoid flipping over. However, this reduced their speed significantly, allowing Chen Ye's convoy to pull far ahead of them. There's no danger now. Tang Shui-ro breathed a sigh of relief. There's nothing ahead or behind. Her keen senses, having detected flames multiple times, revealed no imminent threats. Oh, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed in delight. There are 5 iron treasure chests. What could they be? Tang Shui-ro was equally thrilled to see 5 iron chests neatly arranged inside the RV. Should we open them? Why are there iron treasure chests? She pondered. They had raced ahead, surpassing 50 kilometers long ago, and the treasure chests meant as reward for that distance should have been in place. They simply hadn't noticed due to their heightened tension. The chests shouldn't be opened. Zuo Lanlan shook her head. Let us wait for the boss to awaken. These chests belong to their leader. It would be inappropriate for them to open them without permission. There are still some rules to follow. Suddenly, Tang Shui-ro was startled by an approaching presence. A pickup truck sped towards them, moving parallel to their position. The truck had tinted windows, obscuring the number of occupants within. Why didn't you sense that? Zuo Lanlan gripped her handgun, her nerves at an all-time high. I don't know. Tang Shui-ro lamented. I feel so useless for not having sensed it. Don't be too hard on yourself, Luo Zijun comforted. It might just be their tactic. Tang Shui-ro was not the only one with abilities. She was neither the first nor the last. Inside the pickup, a woman with glasses pressed her fingers to her forehead, her eyes bloodshot. The others were also female, though many sported short hair and adopted a more masculine style. There are numerous tattoos and various metallic adornments, including earrings, tongue studs, nose rings, lip piercings, and even genital piercings. My dear, your electromagnetic powers are formidable. effectively shielding us from their detection, allowing us to materialize unexpectedly. The short-haired woman with the nose ring chuckled. What is our next move? Prepare your weapons. I will open the truck's window. The bespectacled woman with electromagnetic abilities felt her eyes strain further with blood vessels now more pronounced. Indeed, the short-haired woman laughed. You are quite astute. The window is also under electromagnetic control. Open, open, open. The bespectacled woman gritted her teeth, striving to maintain control. However, the exertion placed considerable strain on her body. Despite her efforts, the truck's window remained firmly shut. Why? The bespectacled woman was on the brink of madness. Why can't I open it? Her electromagnetic powers had successfully opened windows on numerous occasions, and it was with this very ability that they had commandeered vehicle after vehicle. Yet now it seemed futile. The reason for this failure was quite simple. The driver's side window was a manual crank. The most basic, rudimentary manual window was also the most reliable. Chapter 84. Deep sisterly bonds, hand in hand to ascend. Why? The bespectacled woman felt blood trickling from her nostrils, her emotions reaching a fever pitch. Control the door. The short-haired woman commanded loudly. The door is also electromagnetic. I lack such formidable capabilities, the bespectacled woman cursed. What do we do now? The short-haired woman, suppressing her anger, suggested. Why not consult Li Dan? Let's see if she has a solution. They were subordinates of Li Dan. The recent sudden assault by supernatural beings had been orchestrated by Li Dan herself, seeking vengeance against Chen Ye. However, Li Dan was astute. Fearing that Chen Ye might possess powerful means, she opted not to reveal herself and instead directed her subordinates from the shadows like a venomous serpent. Then hurry and ask. The bespectacled woman, having overexerted her powers, began to bleed from her nose. Li Dan. The short-haired woman promptly reached out. The windows of the 12-wheeled truck simply 1T open. It might not be an electromagnetic mechanism. What should we do? At that moment, Li Dan was diligently working within her warm, spring-like camper. The large bed in the camper was in disarray as a man sipped his drink, caressing her long hair, reveling in her wild, cat-like bites. Upon receiving the information, Li Dan wiped her mouth and smiled. Dear, I have some matters to attend to. No way. The man roughly restrained her, causing her breath to quicken. How could he allow her to leave before savoring the moment fully? The man, known as Long Yi, owned over 30 vehicles and was a prominent leader of a top-tier convoy. Originally, Li Dan was traveling alone when she encountered Long Ye's convoy. To survive, she had to compromise and become one of Long Ye's consorts. Due to her ruthless nature and the awakening of a particularly useful supernatural ability, alongside her capacity to please, Li Dan had garnered Long Ye's favor. During this period, most of her time was spent entangled with him. Even upon learning of the special event triggering a hunt for Chen Ye, Long Ye showed little concern, instead placing full responsibility on Li Dan. I'm ready. Dragon Ye took a sip of the potent liquor, momentarily quelling his fiery emotions once more. As for Li Dan, she indulged in a sumptuous feast. Although her eyes concealed a flicker of anger and hatred, she still managed to muster a smile, smacking her lips sweetly. Delicious. Today, she needn't bother with another meal. Li Dan feigned an expression of utmost enjoyment. You truly are a little glutton, Dragon Gu remarked, playfully pinching her cheek, his emotional gratification soaring. His affection for Li Dan stemmed from her intelligence and the abundant emotional value she provided. Dragon Gu, it seems our team hunting Chen Ye has encountered a slight predicament. Li Dan, wiping her mouth with a wet tissue, inquired, May I attend to it? Chen Ye hasn't been dealt with yet? Is that little brat truly that formidable? He possesses considerable skill, albeit not to your extent, Li Dan flattered. It appears he may have killed your brother? Dragon Ye vaguely recalled Li Dan mentioning this previously. Indeed, Li Dan gritted her teeth. He ruthlessly murdered my brother. It's a blood feud that I must avenge in this lifetime. Although she bore responsibility for Li Yong's demise, that did not deter her from placing blame elsewhere. Then go ahead. If you require any resources, do not hesitate to ask, Dragon Ye declared, gesturing grandly. If you cannot resolve it, I shall assist you. All right, Li Dan nodded. I will attempt it first. If it fails, then Dragon Ye will intervene. Off you go. Dragon Ye sipped his Mao Tai, savoring the delicacies. Let those ladies in a dance. Understood. Li Dan exited the vehicle, where a few women clad in ancient attire waited. They were all stunning beauties from prestigious dance academies, some even gaining a modicum of fame as dancers. Yet now, they had become mere playthings of Dragon Gu, receiving no salary, only sustenance and shelter. What is the commotion? Once back in her vehicle, Li Dan adopted a different demeanor. What is the situation? Report to me. The short-haired girl with a nose ring recounted the circumstances. They had made several attempts, yet the car window remained stubbornly shut. If this continued, their fuel would deplete, forcing them to retreat. Fools! Li Dan scolded. The window on the driver's side won't budge. Try the passenger side. Are you devoid of intellect? A little ingenuity should suffice. Hearing this, the short-haired girl exclaimed, indeed. Without further ado, she gently pressed the brake and maneuvered to the other side of the 12-wheeled truck. Open! 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 The bespectacled girl shouted, managing to lower the window incrementally. Impressive. The short-haired girl shook her head vigorously, the large hoop on her nose swaying with fervor, exuding an exhilarating vibe. What are you waiting for, ladies? Grab your weapons. Go, go, go. In the rear, 3 women with vividly colored hair, resembling Halloween ghouls, sat ready for action. Kill, kill, kill. Armed with daggers and rusty hooks, they flung open the doors, poised to climb through the window onto the truck. However, what greeted them was the ominous sight of dark gun barrels. Bang! A gunshot rang out, at such a close distance. Merely the sound was enough to disorient a person completely. The bullet pierced through the head of a woman with green hair, transforming her into a true Halloween specter. Damn it! Shouted the short-haired woman with a nose ring. They have artillery. Instinctively, she swerved the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a rollover. Had she not braked in time, it would have surely been catastrophic. After swiftly distancing themselves, Lanlan chose not to continue the assault. Bullets were precious and not worth wasting. Victory was unattainable. The short-haired woman cursed loudly. The bitches in that big truck have artillery. 1 shot for each little brat. The corpse of a comrade lay in the back seat, her head wedged against the shattered glass, bouncing wildly in sync with the speeding vehicle, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. This was true death metal rock. Do they have guns? Li Dan gritted her teeth. Chen Ye, you indeed possess an arsenal. At the moment the car window opened, she thought success was within reach, only to be met with a peanut instead. Retreat, the short-haired woman declared loudly. We can't back down. Li Dan continued to command. Open the back window. They can't shoot at you. Have you lost your mind? They have firearms. The short-haired woman retorted angrily. Even if we managed to get close, we would be gunned down one by one. Who said you had to get close? Li Dan scoffed. I'll send a grenade your way. Are you serious? The short-haired woman yelled, that S bold. As long as they could crack the window and toss in a grenade, they could eliminate the adversary without danger. Brutal and straightforward. They faced no immediate threat. Once Chen Ye was captured, she vowed to torture her under Li Dan's command. I must see it on video, and it must be brutal. Li Dan insisted through gritted teeth. Agreed. The short-haired woman laughed. I'll squeeze out her essence for you to barbecue. With that, she pursued the big truck once more. The bespectacled electromagnetic woman wiped her nosebleed and continued to manipulate the window. Buzz. The electromagnetic device whirred into action again, and the window slid open once more, revealing a large dog before them. De Huang stood poised and ready. Huh, stupid dog. The short-haired woman laughed, brandishing the melon grenade that Li Dan had just sent her way, proudly displaying it. Fool, De Huang barked. What the can you talk? The short-haired woman gasped in astonishment. A massive flame erupted from De Huang's mouth. What the? Can it breathe fire? She exclaimed again, as flames shot forth repeatedly. The short-haired woman had no chance to throw the grenade before she was engulfed in flames, reduced to charred remains. The entire car blazed like a massive fireball, racing through the icy landscape, melting piles of snow in its wake. Boom! With a deafening crash, the car collided with a stone pillar, exploding. Inside, the young women held hands, ascending together into the heavens. The bond of sisterhood remained unbroken. Chapter 85. I shall guard my brother's safety. It was De Huang. Li Dan fumed, this damn dog. She had encountered De Huang before, but never did she anticipate that this time, due to De Huang's failure, she would find herself in such a predicament. What to do? What to do? She was so furious that she felt on the verge of exploding. Even the superpowered individuals she dispatched failed to resolve the situation. It is worth noting that this was under Chen Ye's unconscious state. Had he been conscious, it would have surely been even more challenging. What's wrong, my dear? Long Yi entered with a cheerful grin, his lips glistening with grease, evidently well-fed and content. We failed. Long Yi. Li Dan immediately shifted her demeanor, adopting a tone of endearment. Those fools I sent were utterly incompetent. They were defeated by Chen Ye and his foolish dog. That dog is merely a bit larger. It is nothing of consequence. She deliberately concealed De Huang's true abilities, fearing that Long Yi might hesitate to assist her. That was to be expected. Long Yi appeared quite unperturbed. The imbeciles you sent had little to no capability, although one of them possessed a supernatural gift, in my view. It merely meant they had slightly more intellect than a paramecium. Their actions and speech exuded a sense of cognitive deficiency. Brother Long, what shall we do now? Li Dan continued to plead. You must help me. I have little interest in hunting down Chen Ye. Long Yi scoffed, his expression one of disdain. He had scant resources himself, and besides, he considered himself a trivial entity, not worth mention. As for the title of Child of Fortune and Hunter, he dismissed it as nonsense. Long Yi was currently preoccupied with enjoying life. His principles revolved around indulging in pleasures, drinking, feasting, and entertaining women. You should continue to handle this on your own. Long Yi yawned. The weapons and superpowered individuals of the convoy are at your disposal. Long Yi, please help me. Li Dan was reluctant to concede, shaking Long Ye's arm in an attempt to sway his resolve with her alluring charm. Yet at that moment, Long Yi was in a state of indifference, showing no interest in the delicacies he once toyed with effortlessly. Enough with the delays. Long Yi waved dismissively, tend to the trivial matters of the convoy. The convoy was large, with various administrative tasks to manage. Long Yi, immersed in pleasure, had no desire to engage in the burdensome responsibilities of governance. Yes. Li Dan lowered her head. Long Yi. Despite her distaste, she had no choice but to submit. By the way, what is your supernatural ability? Long Yi inquired suddenly. I seem to have forgotten. My ability is of little significance, Li Dan replied. It's just... Never mind, it's worthless. Long Yi curled his lip, savoring the taste of the braised meat, and simply walked away. To him, all abilities were trivial compared to his own. Excellent. Zuo Lanlan was overjoyed. They had once again repelled the villain's assault. This time, they owed their success to De Huang. Tang Shui Ro felt a lingering dread. Without De Huang, the melon grenade would have been thrown into the driver's cabin. She had clearly seen the enemy holding a melon grenade. In the cramped confines of the driver's cabin, an explosion would be instantly catastrophic. Once again, the boss demonstrated foresight, Zuo Lanlan remarked, anticipating the presence of an electromagnetic-related, superpowered individual. Indeed, Tang Shuiro nodded, remarking on the foresight embodied in the design of the hand-cranked vehicle's glass. She could hardly fathom the terrifying consequences that would ensue had it been equipped with electromagnetic glass. Do not celebrate too soon, Luo Zijuan interjected abruptly. I bear ill news. What ill news? Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, her mind momentarily distracted. Could you allow me a moment of joy before delivering bad tidings? The Supreme 9-5 has joined the hunt, Luo Zijuan stated without regard for her current mood. The Supreme 9-5? Tang Shuiro echoed in astonishment. The one reputed to possess the most formidable firepower? Are you aware of this? Zuo Lanlan furrowed her brow. How come I've never heard of her? Is she truly that impressive? Indeed, she is quite formidable, Tang Shuiro replied. I once applied to join her convoy, but she turned me down. However, she isn't as invincible as she seems, Luo Zijuan retorted. She merely has a few more weapons. Rumor has it that the Supreme 9-5 discovered a military warehouse, acquiring an abundance of military-grade arms, while others wielded daggers and knives. She had already armed herself with machine guns and even mortars. Her combat prowess was truly from another era. Supreme 9-5? That sounds quite impressive, Zuo Lanlan remarked. But can she defeat the boss? If it comes to hand-to-hand combat, as a woman, she could hardly rival the boss, Tang Shuiro responded. Chen Ye possesses immense strength. Even men struggle against him, let alone women. Woman? Zuo Lanlan exclaimed in surprise. The Supreme 9-5 is a woman? She was truly taken aback, astonished that such a remarkable woman existed. Indeed, Tang Shuiro affirmed. She is an extraordinary woman. The Supreme 9-5 has released a video, Luo Zijuan announced suddenly. Take a look in the group. In the group chat, a video was pinned, garnering significant views. Within the footage, a woman donned in military attire. Her long boots, firmly planted, wielded a riding crop. She was strikingly beautiful, with an exceptionally alluring figure, yet her smile bore a cruel edge. Beneath her feet lay a man, who dared not utter a sound, silently polishing her boots. Greetings, I am the Supreme 9-5, the woman proclaimed. choosing to sit not in a chair, but atop another man's back, much like a queen perched upon her throne. I hereby declare that no one is permitted to hunt Chen Ye without my consent. Should anyone dare to do so, I shall become quite displeased, and the consequences will be dire. With a snap of her fingers, the scene shifted to reveal a bald man and a scarred individual bound to their vehicle, their faces bruised from a brutal beating. Ever since their failed pursuit of the large truck, they had encountered the Supreme 9-5. They had shared their location, which allowed her to locate them swiftly. Originally, they hoped to incite a collective attack, feasting on the spoils together. Yet fate had turned against them, rendering them the first victims. I'm sure everyone recognizes these two, the Supreme 9-5 stated, gesturing toward them. They are the ones who shared Chen Ye's convoy location. She lit a cigarette, chuckling, daring to share locations without my permission? How audacious. Prepare for annihilation. No sooner had she spoken than mortars were launched, heralding their grim fate. The bald man and the one with the scarred face were caught off guard and were utterly obliterated. It was truly a demonstration of overwhelming force. Upon witnessing the video, everyone trembled in shock. In a world where most were still equipped with cold weapons, some boasted a firearm or a few bullets. Yet this woman resorted to a mortar. What could have been resolved with a mere knife, at no expense, turned into the deployment of multiple mortar shells. What is this? It is nothing short of a show of force. With immense firepower, she instilled fear in everyone. Amidst the palpable anxiety, the usually reticent Zhuo Lanlan unexpectedly shared a video. In it, she cleansed the blood from her long sword, standing amidst the colossal ruins of steel, her foot resting upon the lifeless body of a magnificent tiger. What makes you so formidable? Zhuo Lanlan declared with a commanding presence. Let anyone dare to hunt my brother Chen Ye. I shall safeguard his safety. Chapter 86. Shattering Darkness with Thunder. No one anticipated that at such a critical juncture, amidst the overwhelming dominance of the Supreme 9-5, Zhuo Lanlan would emerge to staunchly support Chen Ye. Already a target of public scrutiny, Chen Ye's plight was further complicated by Zhuo Lanlan's boldness. Bravo! Zhuo Lanlan is indeed courageous. Zuo Lanlan gave her a thumbs up, truly impressive. Luo Zijuan also offered her commendation. I'm gonna share a video too, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, already formulating her plan. Once uploaded, her video momentarily eclipsed the formidable Supreme 9-5 and the immensely popular Zhuo Lanlan. In her video, Zuo Lanlan exuberantly declared, shattering darkness with thunder. Who dares to harm my brother? Fight! Charge! The darkness envelopes all, but I shall be the final glimmer of hope. Shattering it with thunder. Silence fell upon the chat group. No one expected such a refreshingly naive yet bold display. What do you think? Zuo Lanlan laughed heartily. Isn't the video spectacular? Doesn't it intimidate all the villains? Ahem. Tang Shuero coughed softly, unsure of how to respond. Initially, everyone had lost faith. Luo Zijuan bluntly remarked, you've merely administered them a false sense of courage. With Chen Ye's subordinates behaving so foolishly, those who were once despondent will surely be invigorated. Surely not? Zuo Lanlan could hardly believe it. Her impressive video should have instilled complete terror. Shouldn't it? To shatter darkness with thunder. What a magnificent line. It's simply terrifying. Enough. It's not important now. We must contemplate how to confront the looming crisis. Luo Zijuan sighed heavily. The Supreme 9-5 is merely a wolf among the pack. Many ferocious adversaries lurk beneath the surface. The Supreme 9-5's arrogant proclamations may intimidate minor factions. Yet for larger ones, it could incite a challenge. Some might not be interested in hunting Chen Ye, but out of defiance against this madwoman, they could very well join the hunt. If you won't let me hunt, then I shall hunt regardless. A spirit of rebellion prevails. I am Lord Long. Once again, a video has surfaced in the group, and to my astonishment, it features none other than Li Dan's affluent patron, Long Ye. Long Ye is seen embracing a stunning beauty, indulging in a display of reckless abandon. Initially, I had no intention of hunting Chen Ye. After all, he is merely a trifling, insignificant figure. However, the audacity of this wretched creature, 9-5, is intolerable. I, Long Ye, refuse to submit to such arrogance. Not only do I intend to hunt Chen Ye and claim the title of the Fortunate Child Hunter, but I also aim to capture this enticing 9-5. My appetite is insatiable. I relish the bold and the spicy. 9-5, join me, Long Ye, and I assure you, your days of worry over sustenance will be over. As expected, the previously disinterested Long Ye has now entered the fray. I knew you would come through for me. Upon seeing the video, Li Dan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Long Ye, without notifying her, had plunged into the conflict, releasing the video directly. Huh, if I don't pamper you, who will? Long Ye, you are the best. Li Dan planted a fervent kiss on Long Ye's plump face. Cool me. Let me show you my grand plan, Long Ye declared, leading her to a massive oil tanker. My dear, do you see that? This oil tanker, when positioned across the road, renders Chen Ye's 12-wheeled truck utterly worthless. Should the truck attempt to collide, it will undoubtedly explode. If it refrains from crashing, we can seize the opportunity to surround it. Brilliant. Li Dan laughed heartily. A straightforward and effective tactic. You have an approximate location for Chen Ye, correct? Long Ye grunted. As long as we move swiftly, we can certainly intercept them. Does the oil tanker possess a speed advantage? Li Dan inquired. It's not a racing vehicle. Even when empty, its speed is not advantageous, making it difficult to pursue. Have you ever heard of special grade fuel? Long Ye chuckled. The tanker is brimming with special grade fuel that significantly enhances speed, propelling it to terrifying velocities. If that's insufficient, I also have supergrade fuel and even legendary grade, though the latter is exceedingly rare. I possess only a single drop. Moreover, Chen Ye only has access to regular fuel, rendering legendary grade fuel unnecessary for him. Confident in his plan, Long Ye felt assured of victory. You are remarkable, Long Ye. Li Dan feigned ignorance. I had no idea such extraordinary fuel existed. Enough chatter, it's time to act. Long Ye grinned. You'll be the driver. What? Li Dan exclaimed in disbelief. You want me to drive? Clearly, she was reluctant. The prospect of directly hunting Chen Ye was utterly unappealing to her. The risk was far too great. Directing from the shadows, like a venomous serpent delivering a fatal strike to Chen Ye, was her ideal scenario. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Long Ye chuckled. With me by your side, what is there to fear? Are you accompanying me? Li Dan asked in surprise. You are a person of great value. How can you take such risks? Chen Ye is merely a pest. What danger is there in hunting him? Long Ye, growing impatient, insisted, let us go. They have already gained a significant lead, and even with special fuel, we will need time to catch up to the 12-wheeled truck. He settled into the passenger seat of the oil tanker. Everyone keep up. Each person shall take a box of special fuel. No one must fall behind. The entire convoy must partake in this battle. If everyone joins, I will feel at ease. Li Dan remarked with a smile. This time, Chen Ye is undoubtedly doomed. Set off, commanded Dragon Master. Aside from Chen Ye, there was also the esteemed 9-5 maiden. The Supreme 9-5 was well aware of Chen Ye's convoy's location. Wherever Chen Ye was, the Supreme 9-5 would surely be there as well. In truth, Dragon Master's primary objective remained the woman. The Supreme 9-5 was irresistibly captivating. To conquer such a woman is truly exhilarating. Indeed, we must assist Dragon Master in capturing that 9-5 girl. Li Dan hastily proclaimed. It is good that you understand. Dragon Master replied with satisfaction. Onward, onward. Li Dan activated the fuel tanker, flooring the accelerator and racing ahead. Simultaneously, the Supreme 9-5 had initiated her hunting plan, which was equally straightforward and forceful, using a helicopter. Indeed, within the military garage, a helicopter awaited. Once the location of Chen Ye's convoy was confirmed, they could swiftly soar over. My lord, a strikingly handsome man knelt before the Supreme 9-5. It was her custom. All men in the convoy were required to kneel upon encountering her, a demonstration of her exalted status as the 9-5 sovereign. Not a single woman existed in the entire convoy apart from her. Thus, all the men were compelled to kneel and report to her. The precise location of Chen Ye's convoy had been established. All we need to do is fly over and use the helicopter's mounted heavy machine guns to capture the 12-wheeled truck. Should the truck dare to flee, we shall unleash a volley and turn the driver into a sieve. Such a lack of imagination. The Supreme 9-5 shook her head. We shall suspend a tank from the helicopter, placing it squarely in the path of the 12-wheeled truck. If they refuse to yield, we will simply fire. It is as straightforward and wasteful as can be, entirely in line with this woman's character. They had already expended over 10 mortar shells to eliminate the bald head and the scarred face. To intercept Chen Ye, they would now resort to using a tank. Chapter 87. Consuming legendary bear paw. Flatulence unparalleled. My lord, this seems rather wasteful, a man advised. The helicopter's special fuel is limited. if we bring along the tank. Even if we manage to catch up with Chen Ye, the fuel will be completely depleted. The helicopter's fuel differs from that of vehicles, and we have little reserve. Moreover, the tank is our trump card, our secret weapon. If we deploy it now, we shall have no backup in the future. You are aware that our tank only possesses one shell. It is indeed an old model, with merely one round. And what of it? The Supreme 9-5 replied nonchalantly. Proceed with it. This time, she would be ostentatious, and her combat style would undeniably reflect that extravagance. If it were to be mundane, there would be no way to leave a profound impact on the group. How could she then claim the title of Supreme 9-5? She aimed to create a spectacle that would electrify the visual senses of the group, demonstrating that the combat prowess of the Supreme 9-5 Empress was in an entirely different league. Only in this manner will they utterly submit, daring not to harbor rebellious thoughts. Is there truly no room for retreat? The man, unwilling to accept the situation, felt it was too wasteful. Such formidable weaponry should be preserved for confronting powerful supernatural beings. If we encounter a mighty supernatural entity, how shall we retaliate without tanks and shells? Possessing advanced modern weaponry does not guarantee absolute safety. In the presence of a powerful supernatural being, even a tank might prove inadequate. Understood. The Supreme 95 replied coldly. Execute the orders. But the man grew anxious. But what? The Supreme 95 retorted coldly. Speak another word, and I shall castrate you. As an empress, she naturally required eunuchs by her side, though she had yet to castrate one. Should this man continue his incessant chatter, she would not mind making him the first. I shall execute the command immediately. The man felt a chill below and hastily departed. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoquan had also released a video. In the footage, he gnawed on a legendary bear paw, equally audacious. What is this Supreme 95? What is Dragon Lord? They are nothing. Today, I lay down the law. Chen Ye can only be slaughtered by me. Whoever dares to compete with me is in for a rough time. I possess nothing but an abundance of resources and treasure chests. Do you see this? A legendary bear paw, worth 10 pickup trucks. Do you comprehend? For a single bite. I traded 10 pickup trucks. Do you possess such prowess? Upon concluding his proclamation, he released a loud and foul-smelling flatulence, utterly invincible. This fellow paid no heed to decorum, leaving the gaffe unedited in the video. Comforting. Zhang Xiaoquan relished the moment. Did you hear? Consuming a legendary bear paw results in extraordinary flatulence. A single demonstration of strength. To be fair, Zhang Xiaoquan was not exaggerating. With his supernatural ability, he truly was the one with the most treasure chests. As time progressed, he would inevitably possess the most resources. Do you see? Dragon Lord watched the video with disdain, scoffing at the emergence of every Tom, Dick, and Harry. I know this person, Li Dan remarked. He has always been at odds with Chen Ye. Little Karami. Dragon Lord expressed his contempt. Have you caught up? We are nearly there, Li Dan replied. The special grade fuel is incredibly potent. They were initially far apart, yet with the continuous use of special grade fuel, their speed had significantly increased, and they were now closing in. Excellent. Dragon Lord lit a cigarette and began to caress Li Dan's thigh. I wonder what Chen Ye's female teammate looks like. Is there a chance for some fun? Dragon Lord has an affinity for women, at any moment. Matters of the groin take precedence. I have seen her, Li Dan stated. She is exceedingly beautiful. Ha! Dragon Lord burst into laughter. That is splendid. As long as she is beautiful, he is pleased. Due to the proximity, Tang Shuero also detected them. Danger was approaching with a multitude of vehicles. Startled, Tang Shuero was taken aback by the sheer numbers, too many to count. A dense mass of red dots rendered it impossible to ascertain their quantity. They were moving at an alarming speed, closing in rapidly. What enabled such swiftness? Zuo Lanlan was utterly perplexed. It could possibly be a special grade of fuel. Luo Zijuan expressed her concerns. Such a display could only be attributed to either Long Yi or the esteemed Jiu Wu. I see it, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed loudly. It is a fuel tanker. In the vehicle's rear-view monitor, she discerned it clearly. What are we waiting for? Luo Zijuan commanded, release the arrows. Shoot them all. Without hesitation, Zuo Lanlan began to unleash her arrows. She did not concern herself with accuracy, firing arrow after arrow in quick succession. The hefty bows shot most of the arrows into the ground. However, these arrows had no capability to affect the fuel tanker. The lightweight sedan could not withstand the force. But the tanker, with its formidable weight, crushed the arrows beneath its massive tires. This won't do. Zuo Lanlan gritted her teeth. I must aim for the driver's cabin. Hitting such a target was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, demanding a high level of precision. Hit, hit, hit. Zuo Lanlan anxiously awaited her moment, then launched the arrow. Bang! The stout arrow shot forth, piercing the tanker S-glass. Regrettably, it did not strike the driver. Had it done so, the tanker would have certainly spiraled out of control. The arrow shattered the glass and lodged itself firmly in the armrest compartment, nearly impaling Long Ji's hand, just a few centimeters shy. Longo, are you all right? Li Dan trembled in fright. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was strong. Otherwise, the tanker would have already toppled over. What are you panicking for? Longo scoffed. No arrow has yet been crafted that can strike me. Longo, should we take it slower? Li Dan expressed her fear. The opposing crossbows are incredibly powerful. Fear not. Long Ji's fingers twitched, and suddenly, a swirling mass of dark energy emanated from them. The temperature around them plummeted instantly. Li Dan shivered, feeling an urge to relieve herself. What is happening? She questioned in confusion. Drive with confidence. Longu offered no further explanation. No arrows will penetrate our glass again. This, Li Dan marveled. Is your ability related to ice? She felt an intense chill. Ice. Longu snorted. What a trivial ability. Ice powers are far inferior to his own capabilities. If it were indeed ice, it would be incapable of rendering the glass more resilient. Then what is your ability? Li Dan inquired, her curiosity piqued by the dark energy emanating from Long Ji's fingers. If it were ice, it should manifest as white mist. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Longo kept his eyes closed, offering no response. An ability is the greatest secret of any Esper. Li Dan furrowed her brow, daring not to press further. She too was an Esper, yet she had never encountered the higher echelons of abilities that Longu and his ilk possessed. Though her own powers were commendable, they fell short of qualifying her for their circle. One more arrow, and I am certain I can hit, Zuo Lanlan proclaimed confidently. She had already struck once, but it had not inflicted lethal damage. It's possible, Luo Zijuan encouraged. If you can hit the driver, this crisis can be resolved. Chapter 88. Accelerate. Give it a thorough acceleration. Once the driver of the fuel tanker is struck, the tanker is bound to lose control and overturn. If the fuel tanker is filled, a violent explosion is highly probable. At that moment, the pursuing vehicles behind the tanker would also face dire consequences. This crisis could thus be resolved entirely. Although Zuo Lanlan often appeared dazed, she was far from foolish and recognized the gravity of the situation. Her fingers trembled slightly from anxiety, yet ultimately, she withstood the pressure and released the arrow with precision. The stout bow traced a perfect arc through the air. Success. Zuo Lanlan sensed her achievement as the arrow struck the windshield. However, it did not penetrate. It merely left a small white mark before fading into obscurity. The thick arrow fell to the ground, crushed by a tire. Why? Zuo Lanlan was bewildered. She could not comprehend how glass could thwart a crossbow. It had clearly penetrated moments ago. Why not now? Dragon Master. Li Dan's eyes widened. Is this your supernatural ability? Did the dark energy from your fingers reinforce the glass? It was undoubtedly Dragon Master's handiwork. Otherwise, the windshield would have been pierced and her life would be forfeit. Silence. Dragon Master, indifferent, closed his eyes to savor the exquisite sensation of silk. I was wrong, Dragon Master, Li Dan quickly conceded. I should not have inquired about your abilities. Accelerate. Yes. Li Dan, now devoid of fear, pressed the accelerator with fervor. The crossbow posed no threat to her any longer. It seems we can only accelerate now, Luo Zijuan remarked. We have reached our limit, Tang Shuoro lamented. The truck is at its maximum capacity. Simultaneously, the fuel tanker had closed the distance, running parallel to them. Li Dan, relentless, blared the horn furiously. The blaring of the fuel tanker's horn was utterly jarring. Do not panic, Luo Zijuan advised. Your convoy must possess special fuel, right? With Chen Ye's strength and such abundant resources, how could there be a lack of it? Indeed, we have special fuel, Zuo Lanlan interjected, but more importantly, we have super fuel. She recalled assisting Chen Ye in its synthesis. No, Tang Shuoro suddenly exclaimed, it is not super fuel. It is legendary grade fuel. She was the last to synthesize it and knew it best. Legendary grade fuel? Luo Zijuan exclaimed in delight. What are we waiting for? Let's utilize it immediately. How do we use it? Tang Shuero admitted she had never used it before. Just shout it out. Luo Zijuan, seasoned in experience. Declare the use of the legendary fuel's properties. I will shout. Zuo Lanlan inhaled deeply and proclaimed. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Activate the legendary grade fuel properties. A resonant hum echoed. Suddenly, words appeared on the truck's windshield. Legendary grade fuel properties activated successfully. Boom! The 12-wheeled truck's engine roared, and the massive exhaust spewed blue flames. Charge! 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 The 12-wheeled truck surged forward with unprecedented speed. The enormous tires even sparked. They were gaining ground. Li Dan continued to laugh, only to find. In the next moment, the 12-wheeled truck had outpaced her entirely. No matter how she accelerated, it was futile. She watched helplessly as the 12-wheeled truck vanished from her line of sight. Brother Long, what is happening? Li Dan exclaimed in astonishment. Why had the 12-wheeled truck suddenly surged forward? It was incredibly fast, unnaturally so, defying comprehension. Long Ye opened his eyes in surprise. Do they possess special fuel? Special fuel should not yield such acceleration, should it? Li Dan, at a loss for words, remarked, is it faster than Schumacher? It must be the characteristics of the special fuel. Long Ye replied dismissively. It's nothing remarkable. We have it too. We have it too. We can catch up? Li Dan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, at most, they merely possess the characteristics of special fuel. Long Ye chuckled. We utilize the characteristics of superfuel. Excellent. Li Dan's hope reignited. Surely they could catch up now. Activate the super fuel characteristics, Brother Long commanded confidently. Boom! The tanker truck surged forward in an instant, propelled by an exhilarating force that made Li Dan shout with joy. We've caught up. We must catch up. With such terrifying speed. It would be a miracle if we didn't. Calm down, Long Ye chuckled. We will catch up soon. However, after half an hour of travel, they still could not glimpse the 12-wheeled truck. What is going on? Li Dan questioned, perplexed. Why haven't we caught up? This cannot be possible. Long Ye began to doubt his own existence. Once more, they activated the super fuel characteristics. The tanker truck accelerated again. This time, we will definitely catch up. Li Dan motivated herself. Yet, once again, they failed to close the distance. Long Ye activated the characteristics time and again, but still, they could not catch up. Not only were they unable to catch up, they couldn't even see the truck's taillights. Could it be that they too possessed super fuel? Li Dan's heart raced with anxiety. Perhaps they had legendary grade fuel? That was the only explanation that seemed plausible. Nonsense. Long Ye retorted angrily. How could they possibly have legendary grade fuel? You must understand. I only possess a single drop. If I do not have enough, how could Chen Ye have it? In his eyes, Chen Ye was not even worthy of comparison. Why don't we use the characteristics of legendary grade fuel? Li Dan cautiously suggested. In response, Long Ye slapped her, causing her nose to bleed. What are you thinking? He scolded. Legendary grade fuel is incredibly precious. Can it be wasted like that? Using supergrade fuel multiple times has already pained me greatly. It is important to note that the usage rules for supergrade fuel are straightforward. If the characteristics are not activated, it can travel a considerable distance. However, activating the characteristics consumes a significant amount of fuel. 1 liter of super fuel can propel the vehicle 1,000 kilometers, but using the characteristics depletes a full liter. It is an extravagant expenditure. Long Ye's solitary drop of legendary grade fuel permits only a single activation of its characteristics, and its duration is merely 1/10. After all, activating the characteristics demands 1 liter of legendary fuel. Then let us continue the pursuit. Li Dan expressed her concerns. I wonder if we can catch up. If we cannot catch up, then so be it, Long Ye lamented. Initially, the intention was to flaunt, yet after expending such a significant amount of fuel, the headlights were nowhere to be seen. Whether or not I could seek revenge seemed trivial. Li Dan deliberately remarked. Losing face is a grave matter for Lord Long. Enough with the dilly-dallying. Lord Long retorted impatiently, drive properly. He was even reluctant to utilize the extraordinary properties of the super fuel, deeming it too wasteful. What could be the reason for their astonishing speed? Li Dan was quite curious. If they possessed a substantial amount of super fuel, wouldn't it be advantageous to catch up and seize it? Upon hearing this, Lord Long's eyes lit up. You may have a point. If we can acquire it, not only would we recover our losses, but we would also restore our dignity. With a clenched jaw, Lord Long commanded, accelerate. Give it everything you've got. Chapter 89. Truly an absurd situation. The fuel tanker surged forward with reckless speed. However, with only a single drop of legendary grade fuel. This nearly ground-hugging acceleration did not last long. Nonetheless, it provided a vigorous pursuit. Lord Long! Lord Long! Li Dan shouted, gazing ahead. What are you shouting about? Lord Long, resting his eyes, confidently replied, We caught up. Not at all. Li Dan responded with disappointment. We still haven't caught up. Why was she calling out? The reason was simple, sheer astonishment. Why, despite utilizing legendary grade fuel, were they still unable to keep pace? Absurdity, it was utterly ludicrous. Nonsense, Lord Long exclaimed in disbelief. How can we not catch up? Just look, Li Dan lamented. We still can't see their headlights. Let alone catch up, we can't even see them. How is that possible? Lord Long opened his eyes, glaring ahead, and growled, impossible. To be frank, he was starting to feel defensive. What a joke. He had expended his most precious fuel, and yet, they had not managed to catch up? That was a hallmark of legendary grade fuel. What exactly is legendary grade fuel? It is, at this stage, the most formidable fuel available. Could it be that they also possessed legendary grade fuel? Li Dan speculated. Preposterous. Lord Long, further unsettled, declared, That's utterly impossible. What is my status? What is my strength? I possess but a single drop of legendary grade fuel. How could Chen Ye's convoy possibly have any? It is worth noting that his own convoy boasted over 40 vehicles, while Chen Ye had merely 2 or 3. In comparison, they were hardly worth mentioning. Perhaps they had merely stumbled upon good fortune? Li Dan quickly offered reassurance. Could they have procured 1 or 2 drops of legendary grade fuel from treasure chests? Oh, Lord Long's demeanor calmed. That is a possibility. A very real possibility. So what now? Li Dan inquired. We no longer have legendary grade fuel. Should we continue utilizing its properties? To catch up, we must sustain our fuel usage and increase our investment. No more. Lord Long decided against further investment. Let's press on. They are just ahead. Why are you so certain? Li Dan countered. What if they flee without regard for the cost? If they escape recklessly at this speed, we will never catch up. In due course, the so-called simplistic and brutal plan devised by Lord Long became a mere jest. With your limited intellect, can you truly believe they possess such formidable capabilities? Lord Long scolded. Keep driving. We will soon catch up. Indeed, Li Dan maintained outward respect, for Lord Long's commands were infallible. However, internally, she cursed bitterly. Lacking strength. What was the point of posturing? They were reluctant even to utilize specialized fuel. Yet, one could hardly blame Lord Long. The consumption was simply excessive. If he were to use ordinary fuel, he could accept the expenditure. But this was special fuel, even legendary fuel. Regardless of their prowess, the cost felt akin to losing flesh. Moreover, Lord Long had numerous subordinates. Over 40 vehicles, undeniably impressive, but also a tremendous burden. Lord Long, you are truly remarkable. Li Dan exclaimed suddenly. We have caught up. We truly have. Amidst the drifting snowflakes, a 12-wheeled truck emerged, its bright yellow paint strikingly conspicuous, resembling a colossal wedge of cheese atop a pristine layer of cream. Caught up? Lord Long widened his eyes in disbelief. In truth, he had already given up hope. Unexpectedly, they found a glimmer of survival amidst despair. Lord Long, your foresight is unparalleled, Li Dan fawned. I had lost all hope. I never imagined you could predict the situation so accurately. You must have anticipated that they lacked sufficient high-grade fuel, hadn't you? It is a simple matter, easily discernible with a moment's thought. Lord Long, feeling a sense of elation, mused, this is intuition, a leader's instinct akin to that of a killer. Such a skill is beyond my grasp. Intuition is a gift, a talent innate to you. Li Dan laughed. Perhaps, Lord Long chuckled. Suddenly, Li Dan interjected, wait. Something's amiss. They have stopped. This revelation doused the buoyancy of Lord Long like a bucket of cold water. It was not his foresight at play. Rather, they had broken down. All previous bravado had devolved into farcical folly. Why had they halted? Li Dan hesitated to approach, wary of potential traps. Perhaps it was merely a matter of fuel exhaustion. Lord Long coldly remarked, they no longer possess sufficient fuel. That made sense. Li Dan gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, positioning it behind the 12-wheeled truck. She refrained from stopping directly behind, fearing a sudden reversal, and did not align parallel, wary of the terrifying might of the yellow beast. The occupants of the vehicle, including Lanlan, also noticed the fuel truck. Already infuriated, she rolled down the window and extended her middle finger. A gesture of impotent rage? Li Dan scoffed. In the biting wind, that solitary finger only amused her. Thur. It marked the commencement of her victory. Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted. Dark muzzles spat forth crimson tongues of flame. Li Dan was startled, nearly leaping from the vehicle. If the bullets shattered the glass, the outcome could be dire. Yet, the bullets merely left small marks upon the glass, causing no harm whatsoever. Master Long arrogantly proclaimed. What is there to panic about? I Long am formidable. Li Dan could not help but exclaim loudly. She had never anticipated that Master Long's enhancements could indeed withstand bullets. No wonder he strutted about with his nose in the air, regarding all the other ability users as mere trifles unworthy of comparison. At this moment, it became evident that few could rival his extraordinary prowess. Do not be overly excited, Master Long stated coldly. What do you see in front of the 12-wheeled truck? He astutely discerned the crux of the matter. Li Dan peered intently. Through the blizzard, she discerned a dark mass. After scrutinizing for a while, she finally recognized the outline. It was a tank. Ah, no wonder the 12-wheeled truck has halted. Li Dan gasped. The tank had obstructed the road, rendering passage impossible. Whose tank is this? She pondered, perplexed. Who possesses such grand resources? This is a tank, after all. One shot could take out a small child. Despite the bulk and weight of the fuel truck and 12-wheeled truck, in the presence of a tank, they were merely movable targets ripe for destruction. Needless to say, it must be the Supreme 95, having discovered the military weapons depot. Master Long scoffed. What a foolish person. There is no need for a tank. Yet this fool insists on employing one. At that moment, the foolish Supreme 95 was seated atop the tank, or more accurately, perched upon a man's back. A man lay on the tank while she sat upon him, wielding a teaching rod that lightly tapped against her black military boots. The sound echoed ominously, like the grim knock of death upon a door. Chapter 90. The Unpredictable Fool. What shall we do now? Li Dan inquired, her fists clenched, eager to rush out and eliminate Chen Ye. Do not rush, Master Long replied, calmly observing the unfolding situation. There was no need to be the first to act. As the saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits in shadows. Master Long had resolved to play the role of the oriole. Moreover, his main forces had yet to arrive, as they had advanced too recklessly, leaving the bulk of the troops behind. The tank, Tang Shui Ro remarked, speechless. Isn't this a bit excessive? They have deployed tanks and armed helicopters. If they do not halt, we will be unable to withstand such terrifying firepower. What should we do? Zuo Lanlan queried. We are surrounded. My convoy has already arrived, Luo Zijun assured the two, providing a much-needed boost to confidence. It is sufficient to protect you. In fact, her convoy had begun its deployment at the first opportunity, led by Zhang Xiaokuan, swiftly approaching Chen Ye's convoy. Though not as fast as helicopters, they were nearing their destination. That is reassuring, Zuo Lanlan replied, feeling a sense of security. With the Great Yellow at our side, we can certainly endure for a while. Although they come with great force, they are not spineless. To consume us, they must possess formidable teeth. Do not venture out. Utilize various weapons. You can withstand for quite some time, Luo Zijun analyzed. The Supreme 95 is likely just posturing. She will not truly bombard you with a tank. Tank shells are far too precious. Moreover, the option of displaying military might stands as the most optimal choice. Subduing the adversary without incurring any losses, compelling them to surrender without a battle, epitomizes the wisest decision. Are you certain that the opposition will refrain from employing tank bombardments? Zuo Lanlan's tone shifted, revealing a palpable fear. What is the matter? Luo Zijun keenly sensed the anomaly. The barrel of the tank was swiveling. Zuo Lanlan retorted. If they're not going to bombard, why is it turning? Adjust the camera, Luo Zijun commanded. Let me assess the situation. Very well. Zuo Lanlan repositioned the camera. Within the frame, a colossal tank dominated the view. Upon the tank sat the esteemed Supreme 95, clad in knee-high military boots, confidently holding a teaching rod while perched atop the vehicle. Rest assured, Luo Zijun asserted, she will certainly not fire. Why? Zuo Lanlan perplexed. Questioned how one could be so certain from a mere glance. Is there truly such a disparity in perception? How could she be utterly oblivious, devoid of any reasoning? The explanation was simple. Luo Zijun elucidated. She is seated atop the tank, which experiences significant recoil. If she were to fire, she would not be positioned on top. It is far too perilous. Thus, the the sole truth remains, she will not fire. Upon hearing this, Zuo Lanlan nodded in partial understanding, grasping the rationale that she would not fire. No sooner had the words left her lips than a fierce flash erupted from the barrel. A massive shell was launched, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air. Boom! The shell veered off course, detonating against the rear wheel of a fuel tanker. In an instant, the tanker was propelled into the air, shrapnel raining down and riddling it with countless holes. Black fuel gushed forth as the tanker rolled across the ground, contorting into a twisted shape. The fate of those inside remained uncertain. Zuo Lanlan and her companions were not spared either. Countless fragments shattered the windows, piercing the metal of a large truck. One shard even struck De Huang's rear, eliciting a pained yelp. Fortunately, its robust constitution meant that, despite losing copious amounts of blood, it was not fatal. But wait, Zuo Lanlan's ears buzzed. Your analysis is entirely flawed. Indeed, I miscalculated. Luo Zijuan gritted her teeth. I neglected to consider that she is a lunatic. A lunatic cannot be measured by conventional reasoning. From within, the lunatic wielding a loudspeaker declared, You may surrender and hand over Chen Ye. I assure you, your lives will be spared. You have but 1 minute. After that, I shall unleash a barrage of shells. At that moment, not even a fly shall survive. Inform all mortar crews to commence bombardment in 1 minute. She made this proclamation deliberately to instill fear in Zuo Lanlan and her companions. Caution! Luo Zijuan interjected immediately. This lunatic is not jesting. Drawing from prior experiences, she understood well. When this lunatic announces the intent to fire, she is indeed poised to do so, even if she claims she will not. The likelihood of bombardment remains exceedingly high. How shall we proceed with caution? Zuo Lanlan, speechless, remarked, Didn't you see that the fuel truck was blown away? Suddenly, Tang Shiro interjected, Is it possible to utilize some kind of card function to escape this peril? Impossible, Luo Zijuan quickly replied. The dating card, dual card, and racing card. None can aid Chen Ye, who is unconscious. Logically, as long as there is a card, one should be able to vanish on the spot and evade danger entirely. However, Chen Ye is incapacitated and cannot confirm anything. Does this mean we can safely depart? Tang Shiro suddenly asked. Indeed, Luo Zijuan nodded. I can assist you in leaving, even taking the large truck with me. But Chen Ye will remain behind forever. As teammates, are you willing to abandon your captain? Tang Shiro fell silent. For her, the decision to forsake their leader was immensely difficult. No abandonment, Zuo Lanlan suddenly declared. No giving up. Her loyalty to Chen Ye was unwavering. She regarded him as a deity. She would rather perish alongside him than seek survival alone. Very well, Luo Zijuan affirmed. Since you refuse to give up, I shall not either. Do you have a plan? Zuo Lanlan's eyes sparkled with hope. I will command my team to launch a reckless assault against the madwoman, Luo Zijuan stated with icy resolve. And you must remain calm and aim for the madwoman, striking with lethal precision. If we can eliminate her, the greatest crisis will naturally dissipate. All right, Zuo Lanlan replied confidently. I am quite accurate. Remember, young lady, Luo Zijuan warned gravely, the opportunity for you to shoot was earned with the blood and lives of our brothers. Understood. I know I'm accurate, but the pressure is immense. Zuo Lanlan acknowledged. The already overwhelming pressure was exacerbated by Luo Zijuan's words. Tang Shiro, you should exit the vehicle first. Luo Zijuan continued to direct. Delay the madwoman and let her lift the shooting order after 1 minute. Inform her that there is a substantial amount of supplies on the truck. If bombarded, the losses will be catastrophic. Remember to speak loudly, ensuring not only the madwoman hears, but her subordinates as well. Luo Zijuan was worried that the madwoman might go berserk again. If it were someone else, they would undoubtedly relinquish their weapons for the sake of supplies. However, the madwoman might instead choose to bombard due to the presence of resources. Thus, it was crucial to convey the message loudly to her subordinates, prompting them to intervene. Understood, Tang Shiro nodded, unfastening her seatbelt in preparation to disembark. Plans are made by man, but the outcome lies with fate, Luo Zijuan concluded. If we ultimately fail, it is destiny. Faced with the unpredictable madness of the madwoman, her confidence was waning. Suddenly, the blizzard intensified, shrouding the world in obscurity. A crisp female voice rang out, Madwoman, leave now, and I shall spare your life. It was Chu Lingxi. Zuo Lanlan leaned out to locate the source of the voice. On a utility pole stood a girl with twin tails wielding a sword. Her hair whipped in the storm, tugging at the heartstrings of all who beheld her. Chapter 91. The Lion Awakens. Why is your voice so loud without a megaphone? Supreme 9-5 questioned. Chu Lingxi's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear present. Let's proceed. Chu Lingxi coldly declared, I will not kill you, as if you could so easily take my life. The Supreme 9-5 snapped his fingers, commanding, fire the mortar. Boom! No sooner had the words left his lips than a barrage of shells was launched, hurtling toward Chu Lingxi. The ground shook as the mortar obliterated a nearby power pole, and Chu Lingxi's figure vanished without a trace. Dead? The Supreme 9-5 smirked, easily defeated. You have provoked me. Yet, Chu Lingxi reappeared on another power pole. Are you faster than a mortar shell? The Supreme 9-5 exclaimed in astonishment. Impressive. I'll give you one last chance. Chu Lingxi replied coldly. Leave now, and I may spare your life. Then come and kill me. The Supreme 9-5 laughed heartily. I wish to see if you possess such capability. Blizzard. Chu Lingxi suddenly shouted. Boom! The snowstorm erupted with ferocity. Visibility, once several meters, dwindled to mere inches. What kind of power is this? The Supreme 9-5 was taken aback. Could she truly summon a blizzard? No sooner had she thought this than the head of the man beneath her fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Damn! The Supreme 9-5 was startled and hurriedly retreated into the tank. Chu Lingxi moved like a specter. She had no idea how her opponent had struck. Yet the head had fallen. Had she not evaded, her own head would have surely followed suit. This girl, the Supreme 9-5 cursed, what a sharp sword. Have you hidden in your iron shell? Chu Lingxi's voice, reminiscent of Yama, echoed. Do you know why I did not kill you but your men? The reason is simple, to torment you slowly. The implication was clear. She could easily slay her foe, but chose to demonstrate restraint. Oomph. The Supreme 9-5 produced several grenades. Scoffing, is your sword faster or my grenade's explosion? Inside the tank, the operators exchanged glances, terror evident in their eyes. Would this madwoman actually trigger the grenades? Would she seek mutual destruction? One could easily imagine her doing such a thing. As subordinates of the madwoman, they knew her all too well. Little girl, the dazed Chen Ye, bruised and bloodied from his fall, spoke up, still trying to maintain his bravado amidst the storm. I advise you not to be arrogant or assist Chen Ye. The consequences will be dire. Chen Ye? Chu Lingxi sneered from the shadows. Why is your head so pointy? His head had become misshapen from a fall. Shut up. Chen Ye barked. Continue to be stubborn, and you may lose your life. You deserve to die. Chu Lingxi replied coldly. Those who hunt my brother must perish. You wish to kill me? Chen Ye scoffed. Do you think my brothers would allow that? Honking horns echoed as a convoy of vehicles lit up the snowstorm with their high beams. Chen Ye's 40-strong team had arrived. Otherwise, he would not be so brazen. Do you really think that sheer numbers will save you? Chu Lingxi retorted coldly. If you wish to kill me, you may proceed. Lord Long stepped forward, unperturbed. In the shadows, Chu Lingxi unsheathed her sword. It was exceedingly sharp, poised to pierce Lord Long's throat. Should it strike true, his carotid artery would spurt blood, sealing his fate. Yet, Chu Lingxi's masterful swordplay met with an unexpected obstacle. With a resounding clang, her blade failed to penetrate. A dense, dark aura enveloped Lord Long's neck, seemingly reinforcing it to an impenetrable state. Surprised, Chu Lingxi's expression shifted. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. Little girl, come follow me. Lord Long lunged forward, his hands reaching for her vulnerable spots. Disgusted, Chu Lingxi executed a swift maneuver, directing her sword towards his tongue. Remarkably, the dark aura did not shield his tongue. With a swift slice, half of it was severed, blood gushing forth. Lord Long was enraged, leaping in fury, astonished by the sharpness of her blade. In his haste, he retreated, collecting the bloody remnant of his tongue, filled with regret. Had he known he would lose it for uttering a few lewd remarks, he would have held his tongue. How would he savor delicacies or kiss beauties without it? Such a cruel twist of fate. Li Dan whispered, this little girl is truly vicious. She dared not speak louder, fearing Chu Lingxi might turn her sword upon her as well. Suddenly, the voice of Zhang Xiaoquan erupted, followed by a loud, noxious flatulence. Despite the raging storm, everyone heard it, and even in the biting cold, the stench was undeniable. Goodness! Someone exclaimed, Zhang Xiaoquan. You are indeed the skunk, of the survival world. More outrageous than a skunk. Who would dare to break wind upon first meeting? Silence. Zhang Xiaoquan retorted coldly. Everyone surrender. You are all surrounded. His convoy had seized the high ground, poised to launch an assault from above. Who do you think you are? What makes you think we will surrender? Came the defiant retorts. What are you pretending? Do you possess some exceptional abilities or weapons? This fellow is merely bluffing. The crowd voiced their skepticism. Zhang Xiaoquan, astute as ever, chose not to explain, merely smiling as he said, "You may test it for yourselves. When the time comes and you find your remains scattered, do not blame me for failing to warn you." His words ignited further doubt among the onlookers. Such arrogance. Could he truly possess a secret weapon? They knew little, save for the fact that he was exceedingly wealthy. Chen Ye's luxurious bear paw had all been purchased by this young man, even including legendary gray bear paws. Enough chatter. Zuo Lanlan called out from atop De Huang, who stood on the vehicle's roof. Our leader has awakened. Chen Ye has awakened. This announcement was undeniably explosive, prompting everyone present to instinctively take a step back. In the depths of Long Ye's gaze, a profound sense of trepidation flickered. Everyone recalled that Chen Ye had ingested a legendary fruit of extraordinary abilities, which promised to grant him formidable powers. What kind of abilities would he acquire? How potent would they be? These remained shrouded in uncertainty. Should he awaken with a powerful fire-based ability, the gathered crowd would likely meet a dire fate. Are you frightened? Zuo Lanlan exclaimed vehemently. The lion has awakened. The apex predator stirs. Now the hunter shall become the hunted. Chapter 92. The dominance of the twin-tailed little lowly. Deception. Mere bluster. Attempting to pull the wool over our eyes? Indeed, if he could awaken, he would have done so long ago. Do you take us for children, so easily fooled? One by one, they stepped forth to voice their skepticism. They were unconvinced, at least not by Zuo Lanlan's mere words. Did she think they would cower at her utterances? Zuo Lanlan appeared prepared, a look of disdain gracing her features as she snapped her fingers. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ye materialized before their eyes. He sat silently in a chair, his head bowed, devoid of speech. Tang Shui-ro, trembling, supported him, her countenance grim. It was evident that Chen Ye had not awakened. Zuo Lanlan's bravado was but a fade, a strategic delay to afford Chu Lingxi and Luo Ziju more time. Goodness, he truly has awakened. I thought he would remain in eternal slumber. Is this a trap devised by Chen Ye? Quite possibly. Everything appears to be a ruse, aimed at ensnaring us all. In an instant, a wave of anxiety swept through the crowd. The intimidation Chen Ye had cultivated over time was indeed formidable. Upon seeing him, their initial reaction was one of fear, even leading them to abandon rational thought. Why the panic? Long Ye's voice, albeit slurred from the loss of part of his tongue, cut through the tension. Initially struggling to speak, he managed to articulate, albeit imperfectly, his words. It was evident he was merely putting on show. There is no need for fear. Chen Ye remains in a deep slumber. We can simply overwhelm him and resolve the matter. Long Ye, with a cunning glint in his eye, sought to turn the situation to his advantage. You speak nonsense, Zuo Lanlan retorted loudly. Our leader has indeed awakened. If he has, will he not respond to my call? Chen Ye, are you truly awake? Long Ye inquired. Chen Ye remained silent, unable to respond in his dormant state. Why do you not dare to answer when I call? Long Ye laughed heartily, a mere pretense. He remains unresponsive, does he not? Silence. Zuo Lanlan barked. You, with your slurred speech, our leader simply finds you unworthy of his attention. Oof. Long Ye scoffed. Your little tricks are far from convincing. They fool no one. I am not deceiving anyone, Zuo Lanlan insisted. Our leader merely chooses not to engage with you. Brothers, charge. Long Ye incited. Whoever slays Chen Ye shall claim the title of the Child of Fortune. Forward, forward, forward. Yes. Heed Long Ye's call. Advance, advance, advance. The title of the Child of Fortune brings with it a plethora of advantages. Li Dan hastily added, and there are abundant resources from Chen Ye. Go, go, go. Their synchronized declarations stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Among those present, apart from Zhang Xiaoquan, the Supreme 9-5, and Long Ye's faction, there were numerous smaller groups and even lone wolves lurking in the shadows, biding their time for the opportune moment. Now that Chen Ye had appeared, unguarded and within their line of sight, the moment could not have been more perfect. Suddenly, from the darkness, An unknown figure charged forward. We cannot fall behind. Following that, one after another, individuals surged ahead, blinded by greed. The enormous profit had dulled their awareness of the imminent danger, and they plunged headlong into the fray. However, Long Ye did not move. None of his team members advanced either. This cunning individual remained patient, though formidable. In an instant, dozens of people lunged at Chen Ye, brandishing an array of weapons, including some with special abilities. Observing this scene, Zuo Lanlan suddenly shouted, "Take them down." With that, De Huang unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating a large group. The inferno continued to blaze, consuming all who dared to charge forward. Even those with extraordinary powers were helpless against De Huang's terrifying flames. After all, De Huang was an unparalleled mutant canine. Cries of agony echoed as dozens writhed in the fire, ultimately reduced to mere ashes. The onlookers gasped in shock. They had not anticipated that a large yellow dog could possess such fearsome capabilities. This seemingly ordinary dog was in fact extraordinary. My apologies for deceiving everyone. How was my performance? Zuo Lanlan chuckled, reveling in a ruse. Everything was part of Luo Zijuan's audacious scheme, using Chen Ye as bait to establish dominance and deter others from acting rashly. Zuo Lanlan adeptly portrayed a foolish girl, a role that came naturally to her given her dim-witted disposition. Long Ye harbored malicious intent. Chu Lingxi struck with her sword once more, declaring, "You shall perish." Little girl, do you still wish to succeed? Long Ye was enveloped in dark energy, his skin shimmering with an ominous glow. Aware of the sharpness of Chu Lingxi's sword, he resorted to drastic measures, cloaking himself in darkness, careful to reveal not a single flaw. The last time he had shown even a hint of vulnerability, he had been left with a lifelong disability. Chu Lingxi scoffed, choosing not to attack Long Ye, but instead aimed her sword at the tank. Her primary target was the tank, intent on eliminating the formidable Supreme 9-5. The taunt directed at Long Ye was merely a means to distract her adversary. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced the tank as easily as if it were tofu. Whether it was Chu Lingxi's extraordinary power or the tank's inferior quality, the blade emerged stained with blood, indicating a successful strike. Even through the tank's armor, it had been unable to evade the edge of Chu Lingxi's sword. Chu Lingxi's delicate nose twitched as she caught the scent of blood. Not her. Relying solely on blood, she made her judgment. The little girl, Lord Long's expression grew serious. She possessed some skill. Do not be anxious. Chu Lingxi wiped the blood from her long sword, declaring, "If I kill her, I shall certainly kill you as well." "Why not kill me first?" Lord Long chuckled. "Is it because I'm too difficult to kill? Or perhaps you lack the strength to do so?" "No." Chu Lingxi shook her head. "It is because I keep my word. I previously stated that I would slay the old witch, and I shall indeed do so. First, I shall kill the old witch, and then I will deal with Lord Long very well." Lord Long replied with a smile. "You may proceed." He stepped back. Since the opponent's target was not himself, there was no need for him to interfere. "Lord Long, we should ambush her while she attacks the old witch," Li Dan suggested softly. "Silence." Lord Long scoffed. "Do you need to instruct me on how to act?" "Yes." Li Dan dared not speak further. With a swift motion, Chu Lingxi raised her sword and cleaved open the massive iron lid of the tank. Like a graceful deer, she leaped onto the tank, coldly declaring, "Anyone who dares to step forward and harm my brother shall feel the edge of my sword." With that, she jumped inside the tank. Inside the tank, darkness enveloped her, illuminated only by a faint light above. As Chu Lingxi entered, several dark gun barrels were pointed at her head. Supreme 9-5, holding several grenades, pressed them against her. "Sister, are you not being foolish?" Supreme 9-5 laughed. "What are you doing inside the tank?" Chu Lingxi, a nimble assassin, had forsaken her most significant advantage by jumping into the tank. "You little brat." A man with a bleeding arm shouted angrily, "Drop your sword, or I will kill you." "Are you the unfortunate soul?" Chu Lingxi smirked, revealing a sweet dimple on her left cheek. Moments ago, she had pierced his arm with her sword, making him the epitome of misfortune. "Damn it." The man cursed. "This unlucky bastard shall end your life today." With a flash of steel, Chu Lingxi suddenly produced a dagger in her left hand. Before anyone could react, the dagger sliced through the man's throat. Not only that, its exceptional sharpness rendered the remaining men's handguns useless, turning lethal weapons into mere fragments. "What the hell?" The men stared at their broken guns, cursing in unison. They had never anticipated that this little girl, Chu Lingxi, wielded such a terrifyingly sharp dagger. Now do you understand why I jumped in? Chu Lingxi gazed at Supreme 9-5. Her reasoning simple. In this confined space, she was utterly invincible. How amusing! Supreme 9-5 laughed heartily. Truly amusing. You can still laugh in the face of death. Chu Lingxi was astonished. This woman was indeed quite mad. If death is to come, so be it. Supreme 9-5 replied, regardless, you will perish. I have many grenades. Once detonated, we shall all meet our end. The remaining men immediately pleaded, if the two of you are to perish, could you at least let us go? They begged in unison. Fools! The Supreme 9-5 retorted, this girl is a merciless killer. Do you truly believe she would spare you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This girl, akin to a deity of death, will not let anyone escape. Indeed, Chu Lingxi nodded. Anyone who poses a threat to my brother Chen, you must perish. Your loyalty to Chen Ye is quite remarkable. The Supreme 9-5 inquired. Are you also his companion? No. Chu Lingxi shook her head. I am not his companion. Although there exists no intimate bond between us, I am resolute in my duty to protect Chen Ye. For this extraordinarily astute young woman has placed her bets, wagering heavily on Chen Ye. He is destined to reward her in ways beyond her imagination. I see. The Supreme 9-5 chuckled. You have feelings for him. One must admit, Chen Ye is indeed quite handsome. Should he become my favored consort, I would undoubtedly cherish him above all others. What a shameless woman! Chu Lingxi retorted fiercely. Should you dare to insult my brother again, I shall sever your tongue. Hey, hey, hey. The Supreme 9-5 laughed, little girl. I am aware of your prowess, yet you cannot kill me. Is that so? Chu Lingxi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Look around you. The Supreme 9-5 smiled. All around, dark mist is encroaching. The steel has become exceedingly tough under its influence. Is it him? Chu Lingxi's fair face shifted slightly. Indeed, Lord Long had struck, launching a surprise attack at a critical moment. With a thunderous crash, the lid of the tank was firmly sealed. Within the confined space, the black mist thickened ominously. This mist is highly toxic. You're unaware of Lord Long's methods, are you? The Supreme 9-5 cackled. With such poison, you too shall meet your demise. Chu Lingxi replied coldly. What joy do you find in this? When death arrives, I shall already be gone. Until that moment, why should I panic? The Supreme 9-5, this eccentric woman, spoke with a certain philosophical depth. I fear neither life nor death. Outside the tank, Li Dan laughed heartily. It worked. Lord Long has succeeded. We are victorious. The ultimate victors were indeed them. Charge! Lord Long commanded. Launch an assault on the great yellow dog. Remember to capture it alive. He sought to tame the great yellow and make it his steed. Yes. The team, equipped with fireproof gear and tranquilizer guns, surged forward. Their strategy was straightforward. A single shot would bring the great yellow down. Seize the great yellow. Zhang Xiaoquan shouted. This dog is incredibly formidable, unbeknownst to others. He had endured prolonged torment at the hands of the great yellow and fully understood the ferocity of this massive canine. Prepare the elephant tranquilizers. Dog-catching team, forward. Charge. Since the last encounter with the great yellow, Zhang Xiaoquan had organized a dog-catching team, training diligently and even purchasing high-priced tranquilizers intended for elephants. He had even become an expert marksman with the tranquilizer gun, boasting remarkable precision. At all costs, we must capture the great yellow. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination to seize the great yellow. What a vast array of resources. What does the child of fortune, the hunter, care? The only thing that matters is Big Yellow. My goodness. Zhang Xiaoquan roared, Big Yellow. Big Yellow. I am coming. Insanity. Zuo Lanlan was taken aback, wondering if this group had lost their minds. Do not concern yourselves with Big Yellow, Luo Zijuan commanded immediately. Take Chen Ye and run. I will cover you. She had her own vehicle, prepared for this moment, waiting for the chaos to rescue Chen Ye. Understood. Zuo Lanlan and Tang Shiro hoisted Chen Ye and dashed through the turmoil. All attention was fixated on Big Yellow, allowing them to slip away unnoticed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Big Yellow, like a god of war, unleashed flames upon the advancing foes, incinerating them all. Yet, these individuals appeared undeterred by death, continuing their charge. Zhang Xiaoquan lunged directly at Big Yellow, clinging tightly. Ha! Breathe fire. Go ahead and breathe fire. Big Yellow S flames had blind spots. It could not scorch its own back. Zhang Xiaoquan exploited this weakness, pouncing like a famished tiger, firmly pressing against Big Yellow. The most perilous place is often the safest. Indeed, Big Yellow's back was the safest haven. You fool! Big Yellow bellowed in anger, attempting to shake off Zhang Xiaoquan, who clung on like a stubborn leech. Oh, you enjoy cursing? Here, let me give you more to curse about. Zhang Xiaoquan jabbed Big Yellow with a tranquilizer meant for elephants, taking precautions by administering several doses. Before long, Big Yellow began to sway unsteadily. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoquan fumed. No one touches my Big Yellow. Whoever dares to snatch it from me will face my wrath. His sole interest lay with Big Yellow. Anyone who dared to interfere would be met with ferocity. That's nearly enough, Long Yi remarked with a strategic demeanor. You go. Eliminate Chen Ye. Upon hearing this, Li Dan was taken aback. Eliminate Chen Ye? Was that appropriate? What? Long Yi replied coldly. Isn't this your greatest desire? As an ability user with commendable combat prowess, it should not pose a significant challenge for Li Dan to hunt down the unprotected Chen Ye. Chapter 94. Awakening in the Face of Despair. Li Dan hesitated, unwilling to proceed. It was far too perilous. Chen Ye was exceedingly dangerous, and she dared not confront him. Despite her abilities, her combat strength was not formidable, especially against an opponent with countless hidden cards. What are you stalling for? Long Ye's voice was icy. Do you refuse to follow my orders? I dare not. Li Dan acquiesced. I will go at once. With that, she charged forward, accompanied by a few loyal subordinates. Harboring her own motives as she sought to win over several men to fight for her. Old 3, go and eliminate Chen Ye, Li Dan commanded suddenly. Old 3 frowned, the scar on his face resembling a centipede. He was indeed a ruthless character, but hesitated to charge headlong into danger. Li Dan's order was clearly a death sentence. What are you hesitating for? Li Dan whispered. Don't you enjoy the thrill? After this, not only will Long Yi reward you, but I will also ensure you have your fill of excitement. Really? Old San's eyes were crimson, clearly a glutton for lust. Nonsense. Li Dan smirked. When have I ever deceived you, sister? Yet, Old San felt a twinge of concern regarding Dragon Lord's women. Fear not, Li Dan reassured, with so many women. How could he possibly attend to them all? You have achieved great merit. He will surely reward you with a few. A chuckle escaped Old San as he playfully caressed Li Dan, saying, watch closely. With that, he charged forward. Li Dan stood at a distance, commanding, surround them. Let not a single one escape. She sought not only Chen Ye, but also Zuo Lanlan and Tang Xiaomei. Killing Chen Ye was a great achievement, and presenting the two enchanting beauties would be an even greater triumph. Surround them all, Dragon Lord commanded, forming an even larger encirclement. Among those present, he undoubtedly had the most followers. The vast circle had thoroughly seized control of the situation. Dragon Lord soon spotted a suspicious vehicle. Surround it, he ordered. Yes, before long. His subordinates had encircled the vehicle, within which sat Luo Zijuan. Clad in a Chong Sam and adorned with subtle makeup, she appeared exceptionally alluring in the night, reminiscent of a beloved songstress from the Bund, thriving amid the revelry. Luo Zijuan. Dragon Lord's eyes nearly bulged from his head as he glimpsed the enchanting silhouette through the car window. Is it truly you? He stammered, saliva nearly escaping his lips. My dear little treasure, you cannot fathom how I have yearned for you day and night. I am nearly driven mad. He had encountered Luo Zijuan once before and had been completely captivated. He had exhausted every means to win her favor, yet she had remained indifferent. To his surprise, fate had brought them together once more. Must you lower yourself so? Luo Zijuan remarked coldly. Lower myself? Not at all, Dragon Lord replied, wiping away the drool. As long as I can share a bed with you, I would toil endlessly. Dragon Lord was indeed a genuine glutton for lust. Oomph, Luo Zijuan scoffed. I command you to leave now and relinquish all benefits to my son. Are you willing? Willing, of course. Dragon Lord nodded eagerly. Hasn't your son already received what he desires? Zhang Xiaoquan merely covets the big yellow dog. Everyone had witnessed his fervent leap onto the dog moments ago. Well, what about me? Luo Zijuan countered. I seek resources and the title of the child of Fortune Hunter. Ha! Dragon Lord laughed heartily. I can grant you that. Then I thank you, Dragon Lord. Please do not obstruct my vehicle, Luo Zijuan replied coldly. I am off to kill Chen Ye. In truth, she had no intention of harming Chen Ye. Her affections for him were too profound. This was merely a ruse to buy time. Were she to confess her desire to save Chen Ye, jealousy would surely shatter Dragon Lord's composure, thwarting her ultimate goal. Go ahead. Master Long chuckled. However, I must sit in the front passenger seat. Upon hearing this, Luo Zijuan frowned, filled with reluctance. What do you say? Master Long smirked mischievously. You wouldn't dare to refuse. Would you? Absolutely not. Luo Zijuan finally replied. I can drive slowly. You just need to follow along. Master Long was utterly detestable. She would never allow him in her vehicle. That was her bottom line. Very well, it's all up to you. Master Long was surprisingly agreeable. It was his habit to be accommodating towards stunning beauties. Master Long. You must hurry. With a swift press on the gas pedal, Luo Zijuan accelerated instantly. Beautiful lady, slow down. Master Long frantically chased after her, disregarding his image entirely. His subordinates followed suit, each one pursuing her without hesitation. Soon, Luo Zijuan arrived before Chen Ye, the urgency palpable. Li Dan's men had completely surrounded Chen Ye, with Zuo Lanlan and Tang Shuiyo caught in the fray. They refused to abandon Chen Ye and escape alone, thus falling into the encirclement as well. Hee. Old Three grinned wickedly. What a windfall indeed. Zuo Lanlan, clad in glossy high heels, exuded sensuality, while Tang Shuiyo, in canvas flats, possessed her own unique charm. To Old Three, a foot enthusiast, they were nothing short of perfection. What are we waiting for? Li Dan commanded loudly. Attack. All right. Old Three brandished his knife. Don't come any closer. Zuo Lanlan stepped back, her hand slipping into her pocket. Within it lay a pistol, well stocked with ammunition. Yet, she didn't believe she could triumph. There were simply too many foes. Surrounded on all sides, she could eliminate those before her, but the ones behind would also strike. Stop. Luo Zijuan's vehicle screeched to a halt, and she stepped out with commanding presence. Who do you think you are? Li Dan fumed. Old Three, ignore her. Attack. Have you forgotten our agreement? At these words, Old Three's eyes blazed with fury. How could he forget? He craved to play, to indulge thoroughly. Old Three. Master Long arrived, scolding. Cease immediately. Master Long, what brings you here? Old Three instantly regained his composure, fear flickering in his eyes. Step back. Master Long commanded coldly. However, Old Three was unwilling, absolutely resistant. Nonsense. Master Long dismissed his protests, barking, get back. Yes. With no choice, Old Three could only grit his teeth and retreat, though his eyes betrayed his discontent. Luo Zijuan approached Chen Ye, step by step, contemplating how to rescue him. Truth be told, she was a clever woman, yet in such a dire predicament. She found herself devoid of viable options. Damn it. Old Three suddenly cursed. Why should I let you steal my glory? This was a significant achievement. Once secured, he could indulge as he pleased, never to relinquish it easily. With that, he charged forward, steel knife in hand, recklessly aiming for Chen Ye's heart. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. Chen Ye's eyes shot open, flames blazing within them. Boom! Two fiery swords pierced through the air. Old Three hadn't even grasped the situation when his eyes were pierced through. He was dead, beyond the point of return. Chapter 95. The Divine Golden Flame. Everyone stood frozen in place, rendered speechless by the sheer terror of the scene. It was horrifying, overwhelmingly powerful, and utterly inconceivable. Chen Ye's eyes erupted with searing flames. A golden fire that seemed to possess a divine essence, capable of melting gold and iron, annihilating all that existed in the world. Long Yi and his companions were paralyzed by shock. Even the distant combatants were awestruck by such a terrifying spectacle. The once raucous atmosphere fell silent in an instant. A pin drop could be heard, except for De Huang. Everyone present appeared as if they were nailed to the ground. De Huang, under the influence of drugs, swayed and remained lost in his own hallucinations, entirely oblivious to Chen Ye's terrifying golden radiance. Zhang Xiaoquan clung tightly to De Huang, his eyes wide with astonishment, transfixed by the beam of golden fire. As the crowd gaped in disbelief and shock, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing, Chen Ye slowly rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings. His eyes sparkled with golden light, resembling a sacred flame of intense heat. The onlookers dared not meet his gaze, instinctively lowering their heads. Chen Ye took a step forward, his expression impassive, akin to a merciless demon king. The crowd was left bewildered, trembling in anticipation of his next move. Even absolute allies like Zuo Lanlan and Tang Shuero refrained from making any sudden movements. The earlier display of Chen Ye's power was far too formidable, and a moment's carelessness could render them the next unfortunate victims of the Golden Flame. Nevertheless, a few misguided souls, such as some of Long Ji's subordinates, foolishly entertained grandiose ambitions of achieving legendary feats. They exchanged furtive glances and charged at Chen Ye with their daggers drawn. They launched their assault from all directions, attempting to strike him down. In their eyes, although Chen Ye's gaze could unleash golden flames, he was still human, and as a human, he could not withstand the piercing of steel. Yet, their intentions did not escape Chen Ye's keen awareness. He sensed the slightest rustle, and once again, golden flames erupted from his eyes. With a mere shift of his foot and a subtle turn of his head, the golden fire traced a lethal arc, bringing death wherever it reached. The unfortunate attackers were swiftly decapitated by the golden flames. The taller ones were cleaved from the chest, while the shorter ones had their skulls shattered. The fluid of their brains boiled under the terrifying temperature of the golden flames, emitting a hissing sound. Such horrific slaughter utterly shattered the resolve of those present. Long Ji's numerous subordinates were paralyzed with fear. Some collapsed in place, overwhelmed, while others discarded their weapons and fled in panic. However, this proved to be the most foolish course of action. All those who attempted to escape were met with their own unique encounter with the golden flames. Chen Ye, like an unfeeling killing machine, responded to any disturbance with ruthless precision. Witnessing this scene, the crowd stood rooted in place, paralyzed with dread. Regardless of their distance, anyone who dared to make a sound would summon the deadly golden flames. Had it not been for the slumbering state of De Huang due to the drugs, he would scarcely have escaped unscathed. Zhang Xiaoquan, seemingly fearful of being recognized by Chen Ye, buried his entire visage within De Huang's fur, silently reciting in his mind, "Do not see me, do not see me." The world around him fell into an eerie silence, a stillness that soon proved fleeting. Despite the stillness of those around, Chen Ye's rampage showed no signs of abating. He commenced a merciless onslaught of indiscriminate gunfire. Blazing golden flames flickered, each flash claiming yet another vibrant life. Chaos erupted as the scene devolved into pandemonium, with everyone scrambling to escape. Fear gripped their hearts like a sinister claw, squeezing tightly. The anguished cries of the wounded, the metallic scent of blood, and an overwhelming dread fused together, creating a peculiar atmosphere. Into the tank, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Panic-stricken, the crowd, like a herd of sheep, found a semblance of direction and rushed toward the tank. Their minds were completely unhinged. Would the Iron Fortress withstand Chen Ye's golden flames? Could it possibly save their lives? These desperate beings, akin to wild animals, cared little for such queries. They merely sought a path to safety. A throng began to converge on the tank, yet the lethal golden flashes were swifter still. It seemed as though Chen Ye comprehended their intentions. Initially indifferent to the tank, his focus now intensified solely upon it. His eyes radiated with a searing light once more. The golden flames pierced the tank with ease. Once shrouded in dense black mist, the iron had become exceptionally resilient. Bullets could not breach it, nor could even Chu Lingxi's razor-sharp sword slice through. Yet, under the scrutiny of Chen Ye's golden gaze, the black steel tank became as pliable as a dark cake. More than half the steel melted away, and nearly all within perished, leaving only Chu Lingxi and the Supreme 9-5 locked in confrontation amidst the shadows. Those who had expected to meet their end by explosion or the toxic black mist were instead met with an unexpected wave of searing heat that obliterated the seemingly indestructible tank. How is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Long Ge, shaken to his core, bellowed in madness. His enhanced items, fortified by black mist, possessed unparalleled hardness. This was his pride, his formidable ability, one that had bested many high-level practitioners under the weight of his dark prowess. Yet, he could hardly fathom that they could not withstand Chen Ye's flames. This realization drove him to the brink of madness. It seemed Chen Ye had heard his anguished cries. Amidst the relentless slaughter, he slowly turned his gaze toward Long Ge, coldly fixing him with a stare that bore the essence of death, igniting his deepest fears. In the next moment, two streams of golden flames surged forth. Long Ji's soul trembled in terror as he hastily raised his hands to shield himself from the golden rays of demise. Upon his arms enveloped a dense, inextricable black mist. In the face of imminent peril, an unparalleled instinct for survival surged within him, elevating his innate powers to unprecedented heights. Throughout the duration of his awakened abilities, he had never amassed such a substantial accumulation of dark energy. His once flesh-and-blood arms now possessed an extraordinary resilience, surpassing even the hardest diamonds on this planet. Yet, the so-called hardness of diamonds seemed trivial under the might of Chen Ye's divine flames. The thick black mist merely delayed the inevitable for a fleeting moment before Brother Long's arms were reduced to wisps of smoke. Subsequently, a golden ray effortlessly pierced through his chest, incinerating his lungs and leaving behind two cavernous voids akin to the size of bowls. Brother Long gazed helplessly at the gaping holes in his chest, gripped by an unprecedented terror. He wailed in agony, collapsing to the ground, a pitiful mass, utterly defeated. Chapter 96. The Demise of Dignity. Witnessing her formidable ally in such a deplorable state, Li Dan stood frozen in horror, her mind a blank slate, entirely forgetting her purpose. All her cunning and malevolence evaporated in the face of absolute power, rendering her as powerless as a fool. An overwhelming dread consumed her thoughts, stripping her of the ability to think clearly. She found herself paralyzed, not out of a desire to remain, but as if her legs were firmly nailed to the ground. Immovable, the urge to flee surged within her, yet she felt as though the legs that had served countless men no longer belonged to her. Regret and frustration coursed through her. She lamented her decision to oppose Chen Ye, to attack him with the delusion of claiming the title of the so-called child of fortune. Such aspirations were nothing but folly, utterly foolish. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable. The Supreme 9-5, this madwoman, brandished grenades, leaping about with abandon. While others would be paralyzed with fear in such a terrifying situation, she reveled in it, exhilarated as though she had received her most cherished toy. This was true power. This was invincibility. This was a force that transcended human technology. To celebrate, she seized a grenade, hurling them one after another with unerring accuracy toward Chen Ye's head. Though enveloped in a trance of relentless killing, he remained acutely aware, sensing the lethal danger posed by these grenades. He lifted his gaze, golden flames erupting from his eyes. Striking the grenades, which were no larger than eggs. Those deadly metal grenades exploded in the sky, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks for all to behold. Fire! Fire! What are you waiting for? The Supreme 9-5 screamed madly. Her mortar crew remained intact. Although most had fled, a dozen or so seemingly loyal subordinates lingered, manning the mortars. In truth, they were paralyzed by fear, too terrified to move, yet they remained at their posts. Fire! Fire! Obliterate this monstrosity! Although his eyes could emit an invincible flame, he remained a mere mortal. This realization served as a reminder to the mortar soldiers contemplating escape. Indeed, even if Chen Ye possessed the unparalleled golden rays, he was still a being of flesh and blood. As long as he was corporeal, the possibility of being obliterated existed. Should a single shell strike Chen Ye, the artillery operator could potentially earn the title of the child of Fortune Slayer. This promise of immense gain, without the need to confront the demon Chen Ye directly, was tantalizing. Mortars were fired in rapid succession, hundreds of them densely filling the sky above Chen Ye. He suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes continuously unleashing golden flames, almost flawlessly annihilating all the incoming shells. The formidable and massive mortar rounds transformed into grand fireworks. The onlookers stood in utter astonishment, unable to fathom how the mortar shells failed to harm Chen Ye. Such a barrage, akin to a meteor shower of death, could not inflict even a scratch upon him. The mortar position was thrown into chaos, uncertain whether to initiate a second round of bombardment or to flee. As they wavered, Chen Ye made the decision for them. A colossal beam of golden light surged forth, melting the entire mortar position, turning dozens of men into wisps of smoke, while the steel mortars transformed into molten iron. Run, you fools! Don't you realize the King of Hell is upon you? Supreme 9-5, somehow having procured a motorcycle, twisted the throttle in a frenzy. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought: escape. Escape, and yet more escape. Though she was a madwoman, she was not a fool seeking death. Having witnessed Chen Ye's invincibility, she knew she could not continue in her madness. Invincibility card. Use the invincibility card for me. Supreme 9-5 shouted in panic, never before having seen herself in such disarray. The invincibility card was an extraordinarily powerful asset, its function simple, to render one invulnerable for a limited time. This woman's audacity and carelessness stemmed from possessing this trump card, allowing her to act recklessly. Were it not for this, she would have long been felled by various unforeseen events, rather than remaining alive amidst the chaos like a lunatic. Meanwhile, a golden ray shot forth. Though Chen Ye was unaware, he would not allow her to escape so easily. The beam exploded around her, and while the invincibility card prevented immediate death, Chen Ye's invincibility did not extend to her motorcycle. In an instant, the motorcycle erupted violently, and Supreme 9-5 was inevitably caught in the explosion, sent skyward in a disheveled state, her fate uncertain. Watching from the sidelines, Chu Lingxi drew a small dagger, weighing it in her hand, her sharp gaze locking onto the frenzied woman. She suddenly swung her arm, a silvery flash darting through the air, as the dagger embedded itself directly into the left eye of the Supreme 9-5. Chu Lingxi appeared to have calculated the precise moment of her invincibility. Striking at the instant the functional card became ineffective. A piercing scream escaped the lips of the deranged woman, who yanked the dagger free, blood gushing forth. In her frenzy, she exerted such force that her eyeball was dislodged. She cried out in agony, her earlier arrogance evaporating in the face of her suffering. As she writhed in pain, Chu Lingxi advanced step by step, her footsteps crunching upon the pristine, white snow, a sound that, though ordinary, resonated in the ears of the Supreme 9-5 like the harbinger of death. Desperately, she sprinted forward, attempting to evade the relentless pursuit of Chu Lingxi. Yet no matter how fast she ran, she could not shake off the footsteps that trailed behind her. Chu Lingxi was like the Grim Reaper, an unwavering shadow until the deranged woman, exhausted from her frantic flight, felt as though her lungs would burst. The once formidable woman finally collapsed to her knees. Ceasing her flight, the biting cold air rushed into her lungs, rendering them ineffective, leaving her to retch painfully, her face turning a ghastly shade of blue. Even in the absence of a killer, she would suffocate on her own. One must honor their word. Chu Lingxi's sharp sword pressed against her throat, declaring that if she intended to kill, she would indeed fulfill that promise. I refuse to grant you your wish. The madwoman clutched a grenade, pulling the pin and biting down on it, before embracing Chu Lingxi in a frenzied attempt to perish together. However, Chu Lingxi denied her that opportunity. With a swift maneuver, she created distance, and her sword lunged forth, piercing the woman's throat. Then came a violent explosion. The Supreme 9-5 was reduced to mere pulp, her imperial aspirations dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 97. The Fall of Li Dan. Chu Lingxi took satisfaction in this outcome, for before the detonation, the woman's throat had already been pierced by her own arrow. This meant she had not broken her promise. Meanwhile, Chen Ye's rampage continued unabated. He shot indiscriminately, like a child crushing ants on a path, obliterating with beam after beam of light. There was no rationale, no distinction, only unadulterated slaughter. If one were to discern a pattern, it would be this: the faster one ran, the quicker they would meet their demise. The louder the sounds of their flight, the more likely they would capture the attention of the merciless killing machine that was Chen Ye. The inevitable result was death. Yet amidst this carnage, Zhang Xiaoquan remained unscathed, hidden within the thick, golden fur akin to a Voldemort lurking in the underbrush. Chen Ye had not detected him throughout the ordeal. His sole concern lay in the occasional sound of his own flatulence, which filled him with dread. He worried that a loud enough noise might alert Chen Ye, resulting in him being consumed by a merciless golden flame. Only Li Dan shares the same fortune. Overwhelmed by fear, she remained frozen in place, inadvertently surviving the terrifying hunt led by Chen Ye. Now, having regained a modicum of mobility, she strives to escape. However, Chen Ye seems to have taken notice, advancing towards her step by step. In a panic, she turns to flee, only to find golden flames searing through her legs. Li Dan cries out in agony, kneeling on the ground, desperately crawling forward with her hands. The excruciating heat causes the blood gushing from her legs to evaporate into vapor almost instantly. Despite the torment, she bites down hard on her lip, suppressing any sounds, for she fears that Chen Ye, a creature of instinctual slaughter, might be drawn to her voice. This act of enduring pain is undeniably harrowing. Yet, believing she could evade Chen Ye's relentless pursuit through such means is indeed a folly. Seemingly oblivious, Chen Ye strides directly toward her, crushing any hope of escape beneath his foot. Chen Ye, please listen to me. I possess an extraordinary ability. I am an electromagnetic mutant. My power is formidable. I can be of use to you. I can become your ally. I am capable of serving you well, ensuring your utmost comfort and pleasure. Akin to a king's delight, Li Dan continues to plead desperately, fully aware that Chen Ye is now a mindless killing machine. Yet she persists in her futile attempts to bargain for her life. Such behavior appears both foolish and ridiculous. Chen Ye merely responds with relentless beams of golden light. Boom! The first ray incinerates her left hand. Boom! The second obliterates her right. Boom! Next, it targets her once prized attributes and her so-called slender waist. Ultimately, Chen Ye seizes her hair, lifting her half-destroyed form with ease. His golden eyes, akin to those of a deity, coldly fixate on the woman before him. Sir, well, please, I beg you, spare me. Li Dan's pleas devolve into a murmured monologue, the last vestiges of her awareness flickering before death. Two golden rays pierce her eyes, rendering her brain matter ash. She is utterly beyond salvation. Meanwhile, the golden flames within Chen Ye's eyes begin to extinguish. He sits cross-legged, closing his eyes, appearing to either sleep or drift into a state of indistinct meditation. The onlookers collectively exhale, wondering if the Reaper's slaughter has finally ceased. Have they survived this harrowing ordeal? Left Lanlan and Tang Shuai feel as though they are in a dream. They too have experienced the grip of deadly fear and carnage. And their survival is not due to being Chen Ye's companions. It is purely a matter of luck. Had fortune not favored them, they would surely share the fate of the charred corpses surrounding them. Even now, none among the gathered dared to utter a sound, fearful of disturbing the slumbering specter of death. They could not gamble on the chance that even the faintest noise might awaken the god of slaughter once more. A prospect too terrifying to contemplate. Gradually, the sky began to blush with the first light of dawn as rays of sunlight ascended, heralding the hope of life and the vibrant vitality of a new day. Initially, the crowd hesitated to flee, anxious not to rouse Chen Ye. However, after enduring a protracted night, they observed no signs of Chen Ye awakening, emboldening them to escape. Ultimately, only Zuo Lanlan and her companions remained. Zhang Xiaoquan attempted to carry away to Huang, but was halted by Luo Zijuan. Had it not been for Chen Ye's terrifying display of slaughter, Zhang Xiaoquan would have undoubtedly insisted on taking to Huang with him. Zuo Lanlan and the others waited in silence for Chen Ye to awaken. It was then they noticed numerous ability fruits scattered across the snow, each varying in color and shape. At the site where Li Dan had perished, an electromagnetic fruit lay, the size of a small watermelon, occasionally crackling with white electricity. It was a revelation to them that killing an ability user could yield fruits of equivalent powers, a rule they had never known. They were uncertain when Chen Ye would awaken. Zuo Lanlan murmured softly, wary of provoking Chen Ye into another frenzy of carnage. After a lengthy wait, De Huang stirred. Ordinarily, having been injected with an elephant tranquilizer, he would not awaken for days. Yet, his formidable constitution rendered him unlike any ordinary dog. The tranquilizer soon lost its efficacy, unaware of the slaughter or the golden flames. He merely saw Chen Ye and instinctively called out, "Husband." Then, he commenced to fervently lick Chen Ye's face, behaving like an eager pup. Moments later, Chen Ye awoke, pushed De Huang aside, and rose to his feet. He surveyed the scene, gazing at the countless corpses and wrecked vehicles, remaining silent. He seemed to possess an awareness of everything, yet appeared utterly oblivious. Observing the various ability fruits, a spark of intense curiosity flickered in his eyes. With a gesture, De Huang understood immediately and retrieved the nearest fruit. Chen Ye knelt, stroking De Huang's fur as he examined the fruit closely. Witnessing this, Zuo Lanlan and the others rushed forward, chattering excitedly. Chen Ye did not turn around. Instead, he gazed towards the rising sun and remarked, "It is dawn, De Huang." Chapter 98, The Eye of Divine Flame. The Dawn of Fire. Gathering supplies. Chen Ye commanded, focus on collecting ability fruits and various supply vehicles. The battle had left behind numerous vehicles, each containing a variety of supplies. Undoubtedly, the most precious were the ability fruits, as many ability users had been slain, resulting in a bounty of fruits. In this survival world, there existed ironclad rules. Only the individual who procured the supplies and their teammates were permitted to collect them. The survivors who had just fled did not manage to take the supernatural fruits, despite their keen desire to do so. "I will search Li Dan's RV," Tang Shiwero remarked. Glancing at Chen Ye, "Is that permissible, master?" The RV belonged to Li Dan, and she was well aware of many concealed spots for hiding items. "Go ahead." Chen Ye gestured with his hand. "Understood." Tang Shiwero offered a slight bow and set to work. Her admiration for Chen Ye had grown immensely, regarding him as a deity, and her loyalty had reached a perfect 100. Chen Ye entered the vehicle, taking his seat at the wheel, lost in quiet contemplation. Although he had been in a state of unconsciousness, his mind had remained alert. He recalled everything that had transpired with clarity, down to the minutest detail. The armament system of the 12-wheeled truck was woefully inadequate. Chen Ye shook his head. 3 crossbows were far from sufficient. While crossbows might possess some combat capability in the early stages, they were utterly trivial in the face of modern weaponry and powerful supernatural beings. The 12-wheeled truck lacked the might, size, and strength required. If it were only powerful and resilient enough, it would never find itself ensnared. Even a tank could simply trample through obstacles. The encirclement by other vehicles was hardly worth mentioning. Bastion, a term surfaced in Chen Ye's mind. Yes, a bastion. His vehicle should continuously evolve into a mobile fortress. Even if it were to run out of fuel and become immobile, it would not be easily breached by ordinary foes. Should it be overrun eventually, it would demand a hefty toll in blood. "Open the personal data panel," Chen Ye commanded. Name: Chen Ye's supernatural ability, Divine Flame Eye. Dawn of Fire. Ability rating, ability level 1, ability level 15. Level 1 is the weakest, level 5 the strongest. Consuming fruits of the same type can upgrade. Ability description: the divine eye can emit golden divine flames. The higher the ability level, the longer the battle can be sustained. Chen Ye could not utilize the golden flames without limit. Even when he first activated his ability in a state of fury, he had only managed to slay a few hundred foes. After killing Li Dan, his energy was exhausted, and he could only rest in a meditative posture. "Boss," reported Zuo Lanlan with excitement, "there are a total of 12 supernatural fruits, 30 vehicles, and approximately a ton of various supplies. Are there any fire-type supernatural fruits?" Chen Ye inquired eagerly. "None," Zuo Lanlan replied, shaking her head. "We have electromagnetic fruits, water-type fruits, earth-type fruits, and others. Consume them all." Chen Ye waved his hand dismissively. "Consume them all?" Zuo Lanlan exclaimed in delight. "Are you saying I should eat them all?" "Indeed." Chen Ye nodded. "Can you manage it?" "Yes, absolutely." Zuo Lanlan nodded vigorously. "I'm a glutton." With that, she prepared to devour the supernatural fruits. "Wait," Chen Ye suddenly asked, "you previously consumed many fire-type fruits. Have you awakened any abilities?" "None." Zuo Lanlan shook her head. "Does eating a lot count as having a fire-type ability?" "All right, go ahead and eat," Chen Ye said, bemused. Since the flame ability fruit cannot be awakened, it would be prudent to allow her to consume other ability fruits. Who knows, perhaps a delightful medley will awaken extraordinary powers. Crunch, crunch. Zuo Lanlan devoured each ability fruit like a voracious beast. Ding. Team member Zuo Lanlan consumed an electromagnetic ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 electromagnetic ability fruits, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding. Team member Zuo Lanlan consumed an earth-type ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 earth-type ability fruits, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding. Team member Zuo Lanlan consumed a water-type ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 water-type ability fruits, now stored in the system warehouse. The long-absent sound of a 100-fold return resonated, undeniably exhilarating. He now possessed 1,300 ability fruits. Though they were the most basic, under the synthesis mechanism, legendary levels were inevitable. System. Is it possible to synthesize different ability fruits? Chen Ye pondered. If so, the potential for creativity is considerable. The current version lacks a mixing synthesis function. The system's cold voice responded. To his disappointment, Chen Ye felt a twinge of regret. I'm full. Zuo Lanlan patted her round belly. How about it? Chen Ye asked with a smile. Did you awaken any abilities? No. Zuo Lanlan shook her head. It was delicious. Oh, you. Chen Ye sighed, this silly goose. When would she awaken an ability that would astonish him? Master, it's bad. Tang Shuyo rushed over, holding a black pistol. What's wrong? Chen Ye furrowed his brow. This is my pistol. I found on Li Dan's corpse. Tang Shuyo panted. Her RV is missing. Long Ye's body is also gone, along with the corresponding ability fruits. Long Ye? Chen Ye was somewhat taken aback. This doesn't seem right. Didn't Long Ye die? He was quite certain of that. Moreover, Long Ye's abilities were intriguing, and Chen Ye craved them. The RV has a tracking device. Tang Shuyo said, I suspect Long Ye drove away. Impossible. Zuo Lanlan interjected immediately. Long Ye is dead. She witnessed his lungs being pierced. There's no way he could still be alive. He might have used a medical card. Tang Shuyo speculated. The RV is equipped with various functional cards, and Long Ye is quite powerful. It's normal for him to possess life-saving tools. That's a valid point. The Supreme 9-5 has invincibility cards. It stands to reason that Long Ye had 1 or 2 medical cards. Understood. Chen Ye yawned, expressing little interest in Long Ye. The tracking distance isn't far from us. Should we pursue? Dan Sui in Guit? Pursue. Chen Ye nodded. We must eliminate him. This fellow cannot be spared. Besides revenge, there are black ability fruits to be obtained. If someone like Long Ye were in the team, their vehicle strength would significantly increase. Zuo Lanlan, you should upgrade your vehicle first. Chen Ye commanded. I need you to consume 3 pickup trucks. Each day, there are merely 3 opportunities for a standard upgrade. By consuming 3 pickup trucks, Chen Ye could exchange them for 300, and subsequently, through synthesis, he would be able to settle the system loan. Chapter 99. New Teammate. Chu Lingxi. Ding. Congratulations on repaying your system loan. You have become a premium user of the system loan, enjoying favorable interest rates on today's borrowing. By utilizing the system loan for a week, you can permanently obtain the item annotation privilege. No borrowing. Chen Ye resolutely declined. Absolutely not. It is too exploitative. Even if it means acquiring the permanent item annotation privilege, I shall not succumb. Ding. As you're a premium user of the system loan, the item annotation privilege is available for a month of free use. Ding. Rest assured, there are no associated costs. Ha! Chen Ye scoffed. Such a ploy is rather juvenile. It is often said that what is free is the most expensive. This is merely a tactic to cultivate user habits. Once Chen Ye becomes accustomed to it, he would willingly become a user of the system loan for the sake of the item annotation privilege. Thus, the system loan would peel away layers of profit. The so-called item annotation privilege is nothing more than prior knowledge of the functionalities of certain materials. In reality, it is of little significance. Boss, my vehicle has been upgraded 3 times. Zuo Lanlan exclaimed excitedly. This time, it is faster and equipped with super nitrous acceleration. Additionally, it has a special level 12 supercar engine. We will surely defeat Zhang Xiaoquan. Let us accept his racing challenge right away. With each upgrade, the vehicle underwent new transformations. The first upgrade granted super nitrous acceleration. The second provided a special level 12 engine. The third introduced a launch booster. Although Zuo Lanlan had not set a speed-related upgrade direction, the 3 upgrades were all related to speed, which was quite fortunate. Do you have legendary grade fuel? Chen Ye inquired with a smile. No. Zuo Lanlan shook her head. If Zhang Xiaoquan possesses it, our chances of winning diminish greatly. Chen Ye analyzed, moreover, it is very likely that he possesses a super engine or even a legendary grade engine. Then we must strive to upgrade. Zuo Lanlan encouraged herself. Let us go. Let us go. Take it slow, don't rush. Chen Ye simulated. After repaying the system loan, the remaining pickup trucks could still be synthesized into 2 super pickup trucks. Yet, it was insufficient. Chen Ye needed to procure 3 legendary pickup trucks today. What does acquiring 3 legendary pickup trucks signify? It requires 3,000 ordinary pickup trucks. Despite the numerous pickup trucks Chen Ye currently possessed, it was still inadequate. He needed to use 3 legendary pickup trucks to upgrade to a 12-wheeled truck. With only 3 upgrade opportunities each day, they must be cherished and utilized to the fullest. Using ordinary pickup trucks for upgrades would be a waste of opportunities. Suddenly, Chen Ye was filled with profound anticipation. After 3 upgrades, what transformation would the 12-wheeled truck undergo? The 12-wheel truck has become one of the largest vehicles in human industry. Although it still falls short compared to the colossal trucks found in mines, it is undeniably classified as a supersized vehicle. Should it undergo 3 more upgrades, it would certainly transcend the limits of human automotive manufacturing. Only through greater size, strength, and durability can Chen Ye attain a deeper sense of security. "Brother Chen Ye," exclaimed Chu Lingxi, playfully swinging her twin ponytails, "my sister has returned. I thought you might go back on your promise." Chen Ye smiled, recalling how greatly Chu Lingxi had aided him during this tribulation. Without her sharp sword, the outcome could have been dreadful. "What are you talking about, big brother?" Chu Lingxi pouted, feigning annoyance. "We made a pact. How could I possibly go back on my word?" "Indeed." Chen Ye laughed heartily. "Once a pact is made, there is no turning back." "Brother Chen Ye," Chu Lingxi continued, "I would like to formally request to join your team. Would you accept me?" "Absolutely," Chen Ye replied without hesitation. He was in dire need of female teammates, especially since Chu Lingxi had already proven her capabilities and loyalty. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this young girl was, to date, his most satisfactory comrade, with no one else even coming close. "Thank you, big brother," Chu Lingxi exclaimed joyfully, her ponytail swaying as she playfully stamped a kiss on Chen Ye's cheek, leaving a conspicuous red mark. "What about your vehicle?" Chen Ye inquired. "I'll provide you with 3 vehicles for you to upgrade." "Big brother, how generous of you." Chu Lingxi laughed, snapping her fingers, and a white cargo truck materialized before them. It was a common 42-foot truck, frequently seen on the roads. "Is this your vehicle?" Chen Ye furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, this vehicle did not seem to suit Chu Lingxi's vibrant personality at all. "Yes," she nodded. "This is the most suitable vehicle for me." "Why do you say that?" Chen Ye asked, puzzled. He believed it was hardly fitting. "You'll see." Chu Lingxi grinned as she opened the back door of the cargo truck. "Team members, please take a look. Since we are now teammates, there should be no secrets." Inside the truck lay her greatest secret. "I'll go first," Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, bouncing eagerly into the truck like an inquisitive child. However, it wasn't long before she emerged in tears, nearly tumbling out of the cargo truck in fright. "Is it really that bad?" Tang Zuyu laughed. "You're such a coward." She nonchalantly climbed into the truck, only to emerge even more disheveled than Zuo Lanlan, having been overwhelmed to the point of vomiting. She retched uncontrollably in the snow, unable to utter a word, her eyes reflecting deep-seated terror. "What happened?" Chen Ye asked, intrigued. Initially indifferent, he found his curiosity piqued upon witnessing their distress. He leaped into the cargo truck, where he discovered 2 rows of transparent plastic cabinets, each neatly arranged. Within the confines of the plastic cabinet resided a myriad of serpents, each more venomous than the last. Indeed, they were all poisonous. Black mambas, pythons, king cobras, silverine snakes, and the formidable Gaboan viper, to name but a few. Each exhibited a fierce aggression. Upon encountering the unfamiliar figure of Chen Ye, they bared their fangs and even began to spray venom from a distance. "Aren't you afraid, big brother?" inquired Chu Lingxi with a playful smile. "Afraid of what?" Chen Ye retorted. "They cannot escape, can they? The box is tightly sealed. These snakes are incapable of getting out. Furthermore, venomous snakes possess limited offensive capabilities. If they're too small, with a slight sidestep, one could easily crush them. Why do you keep these creatures?" Chen Ye questioned, perplexed. To be honest, maintaining such things is quite troublesome. Even in a civilized world, it is exceedingly cumbersome. Let alone now. "Chu Lingxi Zipli, don't you find them beautiful?" she asked, her smile radiant. "Beautiful yet deadly." "Indeed," Chen Ye nodded, "much like yourself. This little girl was undoubtedly both beautiful and lethal." "Thank you for the compliment, big brother." Chu Lingxi beamed. Aside from the amusement they provided, Chen Ye keenly sensed there must be another purpose behind them. Chapter 100. The Martial Fruit. "You are quite astute," Chu Lingxi remarked with a grin. "This pertains to my greatest secret. Since we have agreed to be teammates, I must be forthright. This is why I chose to reveal the snakes to you. Regarding your supernatural abilities?" Chen Ye surmised. "Precisely," Chu Lingxi confirmed. "The fruit I consume to enhance my powers is known as the martial fruit." "Martial fruit?" Chen Ye mused, having never encountered such a term before. As one's supernatural abilities elevate, so too does their martial prowess. My current state allows me to perceive sounds and sights with extraordinary acuity. As for the subsequent levels, I can only speculate. Chu Lingxi spoke candidly. "No wonder you are so agile. possessing senses that surpass the ordinary, Chen Ye realized. How do you upgrade? Is it merely through the consumption of martial fruits? Typically, one consumes similar supernatural fruits to advance. However, there are only 10 martial fruits in total. Xu Lingxi nodded. Is that so? Chen Ye exclaimed. This implies there are only 10 individuals like you in the entire survival world. Indeed, Xu Lingxi affirmed. We are all in search of one another, striving to eliminate our rivals to obtain martial fruits. Due to their limited quantity, each fruit consumed can yield a significant enhancement, far surpassing other supernatural fruits. These unique supernatural fruits are indeed unlike the ordinary. I see, Chen Ye replied. Thus, individuals with similar abilities are essentially sworn enemies, locked in a perpetual struggle, whether for martial fruits or other types. By vanquishing one another, one can acquire similar supernatural fruits to advance. In a sense, supernatural beings are the most coveted targets in this survival world. Both ordinary individuals and other supernatural beings yearn to hunt them, for the rewards are immense. Wu Guo is rarely, if ever, able to find and eliminate a similar foe. Xu Lingxi continued to elucidate. Thus, there exists a path for advancement. A venomous serpent? Chen Ye suddenly comprehended. Xu Lingxi's rearing of venomous snakes was not merely for amusement. Indeed, Xu Lingxi procured a black mamba and extended her pinky, offering it to the serpent's maw. With a sharp snap, the black mamba sank its fangs deeply, injecting venom. Hiss! Xu Lingxi inhaled sharply, her form trembling slightly, and a tinge of bluish-black hue appeared on her delicate face. However, this pallor soon dissipated. The black mamba released its grip. Its venom was not infinite in supply. In truth, the venom is the most precious asset of a venomous snake, even more so than a human's tadpole. Brother, did that frighten you? Xu Lingxi inquired with a smile. Her pinky bore the imprints of fine teeth. It was evident this was part of her routine. Does it hurt? Chen Ye asked with concern. It does. Xu Lingxi nodded. The pain varies with each species of snake. The black mamba's venom is the most potent. The black mamba is also renowned for its powerful strikes. Chen Ye blurted out. Ah. Xu Lingxi did not grasp his meaning. It's nothing, Chen Ye chuckled. So you previously sought the snake's gallbladder to nourish them? Venomous snakes possess a trait of consuming their own kind, in a competition for mates among the same species. The defeated party is often devoured by the victor. Exactly. Xu Lingxi nodded. Finding sustenance for them can be quite troublesome. After all, we inhabit a world of survival where many struggle to find enough to eat, let alone their pets. Fear not. I shall assist you with their food supply in the future, Chen Ye said with a smile. Providing even a small portion of food for the venomous snakes is not a significant burden. Thank you, big brother. You are truly kind, Xu Lingxi exclaimed joyfully, planting a fervent kiss on Chen Ye's cheek. Your cargo truck needs an upgrade. Chen Ye suggested, I shall give you 3 pickup trucks for an enhancement. After the upgrade, the space will be more ample, thus enhancing Xu Lingxi's quality of life. The current cargo truck is still too cramped. Thank you, big brother. Xu Lingxi kissed him again, leaving a rosy imprint, nearly transforming Chen Ye's face into a colorful canvas. Enough. Chen Ye presented her with the pickup trucks. Xu Lingxi kissed him once more, eager to upgrade and utilize them. Ding. Teammate Xu Lingxi consumed a pickup truck, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations. You have received 100 pickup trucks, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding. Teammate Xu Lingxi consumed a pickup truck, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have received 100 pickup trucks, now stored in the system warehouse. An unexpected English notification appeared. It was delightful to discover the system was bilingual. Chen Ye happily acquired 300 pickup trucks, making a significant stride toward his goal of 3,000. Brother, take a look at my vehicle. Isn't it grand? Xu Lingxi laughed heartily. Her vehicle had undergone 3 upgrades, evolving into a 12-wheeled truck. This girl had no particular obsession with speed. Rather, she had a greater need for space in her vehicle. At this moment, her space for breeding snakes has significantly expanded. Indeed, Chen Ye nodded and said, familiarize yourself with the new vehicle first. He exited the car and approached Tang Shuoro. Upon seeing him approach, Tang Shuoro hurriedly greeted him, saying, Master, do you require a vehicle? Chen Ye sudenli inwirit. Well, Tang Shuoro quickly replied, I can't decide. It depends on a master's wishes. Very well. Chen Ye nodded. You are quite sensible. Initially, he had reservations about granting Tang Shiwero a vehicle. However, given her unique abilities, she was ideally suited to be his driver. In the absence of autonomous driving, having a driver is essential. Nonetheless, considering your loyalty in times of peril, I have decided to gift you a vehicle. Chen Ye stated, you may choose one from our spoils. Really? Tang Shiwero's eyes widened in disbelief. Go ahead and select. Chen Ye encouraged, once you finish choosing, I will provide you with 3 pickup trucks for upgrades. He refrained from further discussion, focusing instead on his own upgrade plans. Today, he must complete the upgrades for 12 large trucks. Although fraught with challenges, he is determined to proceed with the upgrades. Even after Tang Shiwero's return, acquiring 300 vehicles still falls short. More needed. Securing 3 legendary pickup trucks is not an issue. The crucial factor lies in the quantity of resources. How can he acquire more vehicles? Ah, yes. He must contact Long Yi, Zhang Xiaoquan, and all those who have attacked him. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Ye's eyes. No one shall escape. It is imperative to extort them decisively. Without further ado, he directly posted a message in the group. Anyone who has attacked me and harbors aspirations of obtaining the title of the Son of Destiny Hunter, Chen Ye coldly declared, must present vehicles to me. 1 is insufficient. 10 is not excessive. If not a single vehicle is offered, Chapter 101, The Weeping Long Yi. Chen Ye's remarks ignited a tumult in the group. Everyone was utterly astonished that the once benevolent Yi had transformed into such an arrogant tyrant, devoid of reason. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Chen Ye. These individuals had gone too far. If he did not demonstrate some ruthless measures, they might think him easy to bully. Those who had schemed against Chen Ye, attempting to kill him to gain a powerful title, must face consequences. Even if they had fled, Chen Ye would not let them off lightly. Demanding 1 or 2 pickup trucks is merely collecting interest. The true path to wealth is just beginning. To be frank, it seems somewhat excessive. Is this not akin to robbery? Given Chen Ye's abundant resources, to resort to extortion is indeed an insatiable greed. I firmly oppose this. Henceforth, Chen Ye should no longer be called Yi the Benevolent, but rather Yi the Malevolent. The group was filled with outrage, inciting a wave of opposition against Chen Ye. Of course, most of this was instigated by vested interests. For instance, that scoundrel Zhang Xiaoquan was among them. He had his underlings incessantly stirring the pot, which was quite despicable. Primarily, he wished to avoid compensating Chen Ye in any manner. Not solely him, but all who had participated in the hunt for Chen Ye were averse to providing any recompense. In their view, the law does not punish the multitude. Even if Chen Ye possesses extraordinary capabilities, it is impossible for him to single out each individual from the group and conduct a trial for them one by one. Ultimately, it is mere arrogance. Disagreement? Then bear the consequences. Chen Ye refrained from further discourse, focusing instead on the advancement of his vehicle upgrades, or rather, his mobile fortress enhancement plan. Lord Long, of course, had perused the messages in the group. He was currently seated in the RV that once belonged to Tang Shiwero. The complete and utter failure he had experienced had inflicted severe losses upon him, leaving him in a wretched state of mind. Once, he had a fleet of 40 vehicles and over 80 personnel, accompanied by a plethora of beautiful women and numerous combatants and superhumans. However, following his confrontation with Chen Ye, his fleet had dwindled to a mere 5 vehicles. The number of beautiful women had halved, and nearly all of the superhumans had perished, not to mention the depletion of various supplies. Once accustomed to a life of abundance, feasting on lavish meals, he now found himself reduced to eating the most meager of rations. Even the fuel for his vehicles had become a significant concern. Previously, he had a large fuel tanker brimming with resources, but now it lay in ruins. The highest-ranking vehicle remaining in his fleet was this dilapidated third-hand RV. What was even more infuriating was that Chen Ye was unwilling to let him off the hook. Despite the substantial losses already incurred, Chen Ye still approached him, demanding compensation for a multitude of vehicles. The once magnificent Lord Long was now left with only a single pickup truck, the sole vehicle of its kind in his fleet, and the most powerful one at that. He was utterly reluctant to relinquish it. Lord Long, should we consider a compromise? The driver inquired softly. The notion of compromise naturally implied surrendering the pickup truck. The driver had witnessed Chen Ye's terrifying lethality, having survived the aftermath of that brutal massacre. The mere recollection of Chen Ye's indiscriminate slaughter sent shivers down his spine, instilling an intense fear within him. Compromise my foot. Lord Long seethed, infuriated. hurling the instant noodles he had just prepared onto the floor. I've already sunk so low, and now I'm supposed to offer him my vehicles? If he has the guts, let him come and kill me. Let him take all 5 vehicles if he wishes. I refuse to believe that even Chen Ye, no matter how formidable, can come after me. Lord Long, why are you so upset? The driver quickly parked the vehicle, rushing into the RV to retrieve the noodles he had thrown down. I haven't eaten yet. He hastily devoured the now soggy noodles, savoring every bite. Times had changed. Once indulging in lavish feasts, even instant noodles now seemed like a precious commodity. Witnessing this scene, Lord Long was overcome with emotion and began to weep uncontrollably. Damn you, Li Dan, you wretched creature. If it weren't for this cowardice of Li Dan, we wouldn't have crossed paths with Chen Ye, nor would we have ended up in this dire situation. After all, I had no interest in hunting Chen Ye. If he had chosen to remain indifferent, he would still be enjoying a sweet and blissful life. Instead, under that coward's instigation, he had paid a heavy price, only to find himself in such a predicament. The more Lord Long reflected on it, the more heartbroken he became, his tears flowing even more profusely, genuine sorrow engulfing him. Brother Long, please stop crying for now. What if Chen Ye comes looking for us? The driver urged. Fool, do you think it is possible? Dragon Ye scolded. No matter how capable Chen Ye may be, he cannot possibly know our location. He acknowledged Chen Ye's remarkable prowess, whose combat skills far surpassed his own. Yet, Chen Ye was not a deity, and it was inconceivable that he could discern their whereabouts. Absolutely impossible. It is better to be overly cautious than to underestimate, the driver remarked, still shaken. He had once considered Chen Ye inconsequential, but what was the outcome? Everyone had been brutally beaten. Now, reflecting on the incident filled him with dread. Could it really be unlikely? Dragon Ye was also perturbed, instinctively harboring a deep-seated fear of Chen Ye. What if he possessed some extraordinary ability? The driver, trembling, speculated. He has revealed so many supernatural abilities. What if he has a tracking power? Dragon Ye was taken aback. Could there truly be such a monstrous ability? I do not know, the driver replied, raising his hands. At that time, there were many ability users and powerful convoys, all hidden talents. This was certainly uncertain. Upon hearing this, Dragon Ye was thoroughly alarmed. He slumped onto the sofa, speechless. Could it be that he could no longer sustain his current way of life? Are you implying that we should surrender the pickup truck due to Chen Ye's words? Dragon Ye frowned. That would be utterly incompetent. If this matter spreads, it would undoubtedly become a laughingstock among all the convoys. To survive is to possess true capability. The driver urged, if you die, you lose everything. You have died once. Can't you see through this? Indeed, he had once faced death. Were it not for the medical card, he would have long since become a cold corpse. Dragon Ye sighed deeply, feeling humiliated. How strong had he once been? Now he felt like nothing. Better to be humiliated than to lose one's life. The driver sighed as well. He truly did not wish to share Dragon Ye's misfortune. With only one pickup truck, what if they surrendered it and were still pursued? This was Dragon Ye's greatest fear. No way, the driver suggested. Let us openly present him with the pickup truck and claim it as an apology. Once he receives it, he will surely refrain from harming us to set a good example. If he were to kill us, others would no longer offer him their vehicles. After all, surrendering meant death. If everyone was enthusiastic, surely they would be spared. Chen Ye was a clever individual. He would never act foolishly. You know, Dragon Ye chuckled. You make a fair point. Just as he was wavering, a message from Chen Ye arrived. Chapter 102. Luo Zijuan teaches his son. Dragon Ye, I need a pickup truck right now, Chen Ye stated bluntly. Shouldn't you lend a hand? Chen Ye, do not bully others. Dragon Ye retorted sternly. Even if your combat prowess is extraordinary, you cannot find me. Are you sure? Chen Ye provocatively replied. Are you certain I cannot find you? Such ambiguous words unsettled Dragon Ye. Did it imply that Chen Ye could indeed track him down? In truth, Chen Ye was aware of his precise location. Thanks to Tang Shuiro's phone, the mobile home's location could be accurately traced. I only have one pickup truck, Dragon Ye gritted his teeth. 10 pickup trucks. Chen Ye coldly declared, I will come to retrieve it. There is no need for a transaction. The existence of chat groups allows for direct exchanges, regardless of distance. Yet, Chen Ye unexpectedly insisted on an in-person meeting, implying he was aware of Long Ye's whereabouts. You know where I am? Long Ye exclaimed in terror. That is no concern of yours. Without further ado, Chen Ye severed all communication, leaving Long Yi in a state of utter panic. It's over. It's over. They've come for me. The devil has arrived. He was rendered speechless, utterly flustered. What is happening, Long Yi? The driver urgently inquired. It's finished. Completely finished. Long Yi howled, nearly incapable of rational thought. Slap. Slap. The driver, in a fit of frustration, struck Long Yi several times across the face. Long Yi, he shouted, pull yourself together. You are a lord. You were once high and mighty. With that, Long Yi finally regained his composure. Yes, 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 he proclaimed, resolutely slapping himself. I am a lord. I'm not easily frightened. I'm a lord. In truth, he was thoroughly terrified. Think away quickly. Long Yi regained his wits and hastily organized 9 pickup trucks, with one for himself and the others to meet Chen Ye's demands. He was determined to spare no effort. At all costs, as swiftly as possible. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Delays were unacceptable. If the king of hell came knocking, without sufficient pickup trucks, he would face dire consequences. Meanwhile, within Zhang Xiaoquan's RV, Luo Zijuan was applying a light layer of makeup. Her slender legs, devoid of any excess flesh, were encased in stockings. She had naturally seen Chen Ye's announcement. Unlike others, she promptly offered all the pickup trucks from Zhang Xiaoquan's convoy to Chen Ye. Though uncertain of Chen Ye's intentions, she willingly complied, recognizing the necessity of making amends for her son's misdeeds. However, she had yet to inform Zhang Xiaoquan, taking the initiative without his prior consent. Although Zhang Xiaoquan was the leader of the convoy, his authority paled in comparison to his mother's. The cohesion of the convoy was not due to Zhang Xiaoquan, but rather to his mother. The members harbored a general disdain for Zhang Xiaoquan's erratic behavior. He was far too childish, lacking the maturity and foresight of his mother. Thus, Luo Zijuan's commands were executed without any impediments. By the time Zhang Xiaoquan realized what had transpired, it was too late. Confused, he sought his mother in the RV for clarification. Mother, why would you do this? Luo Zijuan merely pointed toward a pair of glossy, high-heeled shoes nearby. Zhang Xiaoquan sighed, reluctantly picking up the shoes to present them to his mother as a gesture of filial piety. Yet this time, Luo Zijuan coldly reprimanded him. Kneel. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth, unwilling to comply. Luo Zijuan, increasingly agitated, pointed her delicate finger at his nose, exclaiming, "Do not provoke me during my moments of joy." She was genuinely elated, for Chen Ye had awakened and resolved the crisis. The once dauntless Zhang Xiaoquan, who feared neither heaven nor earth, was suddenly reduced to a kneeling position on the ground. He obediently helped Luo Zijuan into a pair of high-heeled shoes. "Do you disagree with my actions?" Luo Zijuan inquired. Seated on the sofa, gazing out at the snowy landscape beyond the car window, where the fierce winds howled, showcasing the beauty of the northern realm. "Indeed, I disagree." Zhang Xiaoquan nodded. "Isn't this a bit too submissive? With just a word from Chen Ye, we surrendered so many resources. It's outrageous. Everyone else in the group refrained from offering their resources, so why should we?" Although their convoy had suffered some losses while hunting Chen Ye, it paled in comparison to what they faced with Long Yi. If one were to calculate precisely, they had not even incurred a loss of 10%. Thus, he felt emboldened and unafraid of Chen Ye seeking retribution. Short-sighted, Luo Zijuan sighed in disappointment. "I have always taught you to have a broader perspective, yet you remain so narrow-minded." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoquan immediately bristled. "What do you mean by short-sighted?" "This is simply being assertive and responding firmly to provocation." "Foolishness." Luo Zijuan stamped her foot in frustration. "How is it foolish? Explain yourself." Zhang Xiaoquan remained defiant. "Consider this. Is your relationship with Chen Ye not abysmal?" Luo Zijuan patiently elaborated, though she had not intended to engage in lengthy discourse, as he was, after all, her own son. Zhang Xiaoquan pondered this for a moment, nodding thoughtfully. "Isn't Chen Ye's strength formidable now? Be it his abilities or his fierce dog, we stand no chance in a direct confrontation, correct?" Zhang Xiaoquan again nodded in agreement, having witnessed Chen Ye's might and the ferocity of his dog. "Since we cannot conquer him, we must seek peace," Luo Zijuan continued. "However, wouldn't it be disgraceful to proactively seek reconciliation? Indeed, it would be quite humiliating. Even if we cannot defeat him, we should not be the ones to initiate peace." Zhang Xiaoquan asserted vigorously. "Isn't this a splendid opportunity, then? We were in the wrong for hunting him. By offering 10 pickup trucks, We can graciously convey to Chen Ye and to everyone that my Zhang Xiaoquan's convoy is powerful enough to express our apologies through substantial resources. Who possesses such capability? Which convoy has such strength? This action would not only earn Chen Ye's respect, but also instill a sense of reverence in others towards our convoy. Do you still believe my actions are misguided? Zhang Xiaoquan found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter his mother-esque reasoning. Upon reflection, he recognized the validity of her argument. So, am I to understand that I was in the wrong? After a considerable pause, Zhang Xiaoquan finally grasped her point. You are not merely mistaken. You are profoundly erroneous. Luo Zijuan gently caressed his head, but recognizing one's faults and striving for improvement is a noble endeavor. However, I fear that even if we make considerable concessions, Zhang Xiaoquan expressed his deep concern, Chen Ye will not spare us. It is evident that Chen Ye is not a benign character. He will show no mercy simply because his adversary is compromised. Rest assured on that front. Luo Zijuan asserted with unwavering confidence, your mother understands Chen Ye very well. As long as you comply, there should be no significant issues. This statement left Zhang Xiaoquan utterly perplexed. Why was his mother so assured? Could it be that she was quite familiar with Chen Ye, or even entangled with him? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He chastised himself vigorously. How could he entertain such baseless notions and insult his mother? His mother had always been pure and virtuous, certainly incapable of consorting with someone like Chen Ye. It was one thing for that scoundrel to slander his mother, but for him to even think along those lines was utterly disgraceful. Son, what are you doing? Luo Zijuan inquired, bewildered. Surely, her son could not have lost his senses, suddenly striking himself multiple times. It's nothing, mother, Zhang Xiaoquan hastily clarified. I was just a bit confused and thought I might slap myself into clarity. Your ability for self-reflection brings me great comfort, Luo Zijuan remarked. If only you could learn more from Chen Ye. Mother, you seem to hold Chen Ye in high regard. He confessed, a twinge of jealousy creeping in. The desire for his mother's praise was an innate yearning that lingered from childhood. It is not that I endorse him. Rather, he is undeniably formidable, Luo Zijuan countered. Is there any doubt regarding that? Zhang Xiaoquan fell silent. Indeed, Chen Ye was exceptionally capable. Not only was his awakened ability powerful, but Luo Zijuan's cheeks flushed with a hint of color, indicating his strength and endurance as well. Zhang Xiaoquan nodded silently in agreement, yet he sensed something amiss. Mother, how do you know about his stamina and strength? He gazed at her with confusion. Luo Zijuan's face reddened further. Clearing her throat, she hastily added, you can tell from his abdominal muscles and physique. I was merely speculating. You should also engage in more exercise. With all the indulgence lately, you've lost your abs. She sought to mask her embarrassment by reprimanding her son. You are right, mother, Zhang Xiaoquan acknowledged, recognizing that he had indeed been excessively indulgent during this period. All right, you may leave for now, Luo Zijuan said, rubbing her temples. I am fatigued. By the way, mother, since you mentioned wanting to mend your relationship with Chen Ye, Zhang Xiaoquan pondered, what about the racing competition? If you are to restore your relationship, it cannot remain adversarial, and certainly not confrontational. The competition embodies significant opposition. Does it not? Luo Zijuan had already devised a plan in her mind, but still wished to hear her son's perspective, believing that to foster his success, one must guide gently rather than issue commands. I think perhaps we should simply cancel the competition. Zhang Xiaoquan felt a sense of reluctance in his heart. However, he had always adhered to his mother's teachings and was willing to accommodate her wishes. Since his mother insisted on mending their relationship, he naturally followed her lead. How foolish, he thought. Luo Zijuan smiled, acknowledging that while they needed to ease their relationship, it was by no means a matter of flattery. The racing competition was a definite contest, and they had to demonstrate their prowess. I fear losing, Zhang Xiaoquan hesitantly admitted. This confession astonished Luo Zijuan. Her son had always been unafraid of defeat. Even if he harbored fears within, he would never vocalize them. Why had he suddenly changed his demeanor today? There was in fact a small secret behind this. I did not wish to burden you with my troubles, Zhang Xiaoquan lamented, but now I must confide in you. Intrigued, Luo Zijuan propped her chin on her delicate hand. What secret do you hold? She inquired. Zhang Xiaoquan hesitated to speak, but ultimately revealed the matter, albeit with some stammering. It was merely about the wager concerning the racing competition. That scoundrel Chen Ye intended to use Luo Zijuan as a stake. Zhang Xiaoquan was terrified of losing. Should he fail, he would be left without a mother. I can endure any humiliation, but I cannot let you suffer because of that scoundrel Chen Ye. He gritted through clenched teeth. Your concern for me brings me great comfort. Luo Zijuan chuckled softly. In truth, being humiliated can sometimes be a bit of mischief. Her voice was so faint that Zhang Xiaoquan barely heard her. What did you say, Mom? He asked, his expression one of confusion as he looked at his smiling mother, unable to grasp the situation. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Luo Zijuan quickly changed the subject. Do not fear losing, my son. I believe you will surely triumph. Though she said this, Zhang Xiaoquan felt a flicker of trepidation at the thought of Chen Ye's peculiar nature. The previous violence had left a profound shadow in his heart, and he was deeply apprehensive about what tricks Chen Ye might employ in the race. If he were to lose embarrassingly, not only would he be humiliated, but his mother would share in that disgrace. This was no longer merely a racing competition. It was a battle to protect his mother. If we lose, we can just refuse to pay, Luo Zijuan concluded with a sweet smile. Regardless of who won or lost, she would be the ultimate beneficiary, akin to Ying Zheng circling a pillar and emerging victorious. How could we possibly evade our debts? Zhang Xiaoquan was quite particular about keeping his word. Losing a match was one thing, but losing face was entirely another. As a man, one must honor their commitments, he insisted. Of course, as a woman, it matters little to me, Luo Zijuan replied with a smile. Zhang Xiaoquan sensed the implication in her words. What you mean is, he ventured. What I mean is quite simple, she continued with a laugh. If you lose, I shall deny any obligation. I refuse to be humiliated by Chen Ye. Despite his well-defined abs, handsome appearance, and immense strength, it mattered not to her. I simply do not like him and will never have any association with him, let alone submit to him in any disgraceful manner. Luo Zijuan's fervor grew as she spoke, her words becoming increasingly animated. Indeed, you are right, mother. Zhang Xiaoquan nodded affirmatively, stating that one must possess backbone. Indeed, my son, I am the epitome of resolve, she declared, though deep down, she doubted her own words. After all, in front of Chen Ye, she was utterly spineless, pleading for mercy. Even her husband had cried out, desperately asking to be spared. Chapter 104. This is a half-tank, not a half-corgi. With Luo Zijuan's assistance, Chen Ye's vehicle upgrade plan advanced significantly. Initially, he believed that completing the upgrade today would be a daunting task. However, newfound hope ignited within him. Boss, do you think a tank could be used for vehicle upgrades? Tang Shuoro suddenly inquired. Although only half of the Supreme 95 tank remained, it was still a tank nonetheless. Believe it or not, Chen Ye chuckled. If a tank can indeed be upgraded, then this half-tank could at least rival a legendary-level pickup truck, don't you think? He took the time to inspect the tank's various power systems, finding them intact, save for the exterior, which had been largely scorched. What a remarkable piece of equipment, Chen Ye marveled, acknowledging that military-grade vehicles surpassed civilian ones by far. It was no exaggeration to state that every component of the tank was armed to the teeth. Could this half-tank be utilized for an upgrade? With curiosity, Chen Ye directly inquired of the system. It can be used for upgrades, the system replied in its cold tone. Can it be compared to a legendary-level pickup truck? Chen Ye pondered, understanding that if an upgrade were feasible, the critical factor would be the quality of the components. If the disparity were too great, he would be discontented. Essentially comparable, the system clarified. In terms of armor, tracks, and particularly weaponry, the tank far exceeds that of a legendary-level pickup truck. This explanation made perfect sense. After all, no matter how powerful a legendary pickup truck might be, it lacked any significant weapon systems, even if it possessed some armaments. They were no match for the tank's formidable cannon and rapid-fire machine guns. With this revelation, Chen Ye's thoughts began to flourish. Upgrading 3 legendary-level pickup trucks was no longer the optimal plan. Instead, 2 legendary pickup trucks paired with 1 half-tank emerged as the superior choice. He wondered, would other military vehicles be even more formidable? The notorious Supreme 95 had discovered a military arsenal, brimming with a plethora of weaponry. Where had that arsenal vanished to? If he could upgrade with various military vehicles, it would surely be explosive in potential. Having faced the recent crisis, Chen Ye now harbored a profound desire for weapons. Had he possessed armaments during that ordeal, he would not have been forced to flee in such a disheveled state. Although he had defeated the Supreme 95, he had not acquired her arsenal. Many of her loyal subordinates had perished at his hands, while those who were opportunistic had fled. It was likely that those who absconded ultimately seized the Supreme 95's arsenal, though Chen Ye remained oblivious to their identities. Nevertheless, the successor to the Supreme 95 was undoubtedly among the group. They must have witnessed Chen Ye's declaration. If one possesses a sense of propriety, one ought to present a military armored vehicle, preferably one equipped with a formidable weapon system, as this would render it comparable to a legendary pickup truck. Since a half-tank can be integrated, let us proceed with the upgrade. Chen Ye declared. Boss, are you alright? Zuo Lanlan interjected, expressing her skepticism at the notion of merging a half-tank. What's wrong? Chen Ye countered. Is it not feasible? Zuo Lanlan frowned and replied. A half-tank seems rather underwhelming. What do you know? Chen Ye retorted, uninterested in engaging in a debate with her. This is a half-tank, not a half-corgi. Even if it is merely a half, it remains a titan of steel. Without further hesitation, Chen Ye issued another command. The system promptly complied. A flash of white light enveloped the space, and a half-tank vanished. Congratulations, host. Your vehicle has successfully undergone an upgrade, now boasting a powerful tank cannon. This marks a significant enhancement in weaponry. The upgrade of onboard weapons is indeed a moment worthy of celebration, accompanied by a gift of 10 shells and 1,000 rounds of machine gun ammunition. For the first time, Chen Ye found the system's cold notification somewhat gratifying. In addition to the shells, the presence of machine gun bullets was reasonable, as tanks typically come equipped with machine guns. On the control panel within the driver's compartment, there lay not only the firing button for the main cannon, but also for the machine gun, alongside the launch button for the 3 crossbows. These 3 buttons were conveniently situated at the center of the control console, allowing the co-driver to effortlessly manage steering and aiming, aided by electronic targeting devices. Mother will no longer worry about my aim. As for the recoil of the tank cannon, there was no cause for concern. The 12-wheel truck could easily handle the weight. Moreover, as Chen Ye intended to pursue further upgrades, its weight would undoubtedly surpass that of a traditional tank. In the heat of battle, one could unleash devastation while remaining steadfast in their vehicle. The thought exhilarated Chen Ye. Next time someone dared to cause trouble, a single shot would suffice to quell their bravado. Even if only one person in the convoy remained conscious, or if only De Huang was able to move freely, they could deliver a lethal strike with a cannon. Let us set forth to converse with Lord Long. If he can deliver 10 pickup trucks to me, my vehicle upgrade plan will advance significantly. Boss, look quickly. Zuo Lanlan reported eagerly. Lord Long has shared a video in the group. Chen Ye opened the chat group, curious to see what antics this fellow was up to. To his surprise, the video revealed Lord Long, weeping profusely, kneeling in the snow, fervently confessing. I am guilty. I should not have been so bewitched, nor should I have attacked the benevolent Yida for the title of the chosen one. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand firm in the face of adversity. Therefore, I present 10 pickup trucks to Chen Ye as an apology, hoping for his forgiveness. And I urge those who remain obstinate in their opposition to lay down their arms. You are no match for him. In an instant, Chen Ye discerned the old man's intentions. It must be said his mind is quite resourceful, knowing how to use this method to preserve his life. He posted this video and delivered 10 pickup trucks for reasons of sentiment and logic, and even more so for the sake of self-interest. Chen Ye could not act against Long Ye. This fellow seems to possess a fair amount of wisdom. However, Zuo Lanlan could not discern the underlying intricacies. Otherwise, we could seize his pickup trucks and eliminate him, absorbing his fleet entirely. Silly girl, it would be best if you refrained from speaking. Killing him is certainly out of the question, at least until Chen Ye completes the vehicle upgrades. After all, whoever is slain would be publicly announced in the group. The cause of his death would be clearly stated, and such matters cannot be concealed from anyone. Let us proceed to collect the pickup trucks. Following the coordinates, Chen Ye and his entourage swiftly arrived at the location of Long Ye's mobile home. 10 pickup trucks were neatly parked to the side. Chapter 105. Are pickup trucks falling from the sky? To be honest, Chen Ye was quite curious. Long Ye, who seemed to be at his wit's end, ought not to possess so many pickup trucks. Chen Ye's previous plan was rather unscrupulous, demanding 10 pickup trucks from Long Ye. If he refused, he would directly announce his death sentence in the group, annihilating his entire fleet and eliminating Long Ye. This would serve as a warning to others, prompting them to submit their pickup trucks out of fear, thus securing their own safety. However, he did not expect Long Ye's survival instinct to be so fierce and clever. Not only did he manage to gather the pickup trucks, but he also found a way to preserve his life. One must admit, Long Ye's ability to navigate this brutal survival world and establish a formidable fleet is attributable not only to his formidable powers, but also to his astute mind. Upon seeing Chen Ye's 12-wheeled truck, Long Ye trembled in fear. Merely encountering Chen Ye's vehicle was enough to nearly frighten him to the point of losing control. Should he face Chen Ye in person again, it could well result in a repeat of a most humiliating spectacle. Fortunately, Chen Ye did not appear. Descending from the 12-wheeled truck was Tang Shuiro, who could embody Chen Ye's will without necessitating his presence. As she approached her former mobile home, memories flooded her mind, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. Greetings, Long Ye. A figure of vice, Long Ye now dared not meet Tang Shuiro's gaze. Lowering his head instead and speaking in a sycophantic tone, what do you think? 10 pickup trucks should be acceptable, right? Absolutely. You may leave. Everyone in this mobile home must vacate, Tang Shuiro commanded suddenly. Long Ye found her demand perplexing, yet he dared not defy her and let his people out. Once she was certain no one remained, Tang Shuiro searched diligently in a hidden corner. Inside the mobile home, she had stashed some functional cards, originally intended to share with Li Dan. However, Li Dan had betrayed her, delivering a shock before she could offer a surprise. I found them, Tang Shuiro exclaimed with joy. She had not held much hope, but to her surprise, she uncovered a considerable number. Although some had been pilfered by Li Dan, the majority remained intact, thanks to her discreet methods of concealment. All right, Tang Shuio stepped down from the RV and said, I will check the pickup trucks. Please. Long Ye responded with a smiling face. How did you acquire so many pickup trucks? Tang Shuio inquired while inspecting. This was a task assigned to her by Chen Ye, and she was genuinely curious. Given that Long Ye's convoy had suffered significant losses, it was implausible for him to possess such a number of vehicles. Long Ye hesitated, reluctant to answer, and merely replied, there are always more methods than difficulties. This was also Mr. Chen's inquiry. Tang Shuio asserted seriously, we better clarify. Is that so? Long Ye trembled in fear and quickly explained, it's system credit. What? Tang Shuio was somewhat perplexed. At her level, she had yet to encounter system credit. To put it simply, system credit is all about seeking capable hosts. If someone is barely able to afford a meal, they are of no interest to the data system, which would not bother recommending system credit. Mr. Chen should be aware of this. Long Ye continued, he will understand. Fine. Tang Shuio responded, if he doesn't, you can explain it to him yourself. After all, communication is very convenient nowadays. Miss Tang, I hope you can speak well of me in front of Mr. Chen. Long Ye chuckled. As a token of gratitude, I'll return your RV. RV? Tang Shuio's eyes sparkled. She had a deep affection for the RV. It was her favorite vehicle. Thanks to the RV, she had endured little hardship in the world of survival on the road. The vehicle was filled with wonderful memories. Yes. Long Ye exclaimed in panic. You must say nice things. Please don't let Mr. Chen use an electric welder on me. I'm truly afraid. The golden flames in Chen Ye's eyes appeared to Long Ye as an unstoppable electric welder. Electric welder? Tang Shuio frowned, finding that description rather coarse. I apologize. Long Ye slapped himself hard. I used to work with electric welders, and everything looks like sparks to me. I'm sorry. In the apocalyptic world, Long Ye was a formidable leader of a convoy, and before the apocalypse, he was a welding artist. By day, he skillfully wielded a welder, and by night, he danced wildly in bars, showering his sisters with cash. There was no conflict. The two professions not only coexisted, but also complemented each other perfectly. All right, Tang Shuio nodded. I will inform Mr. Chen. The pickup trucks were in order, and she would promptly report to Chen Ye. She was 100% loyal to him, with no concealments. Long Ye's bribe was clear to her. Since he is giving it to you, you should accept it. Chen Ye was indifferent to it. Thank you, Master. Tang Shuio exclaimed with delight. There are also 3 function cards. As she spoke, she presented her collection of function cards with both hands. Chen Ye was taken aback by the unexpected surprise. Goodness, these cards are valuable. He couldn't help but exclaim. One was a medical card, another an invincibility card, and the last one was a system warehouse upgrade card. Each card was exceptionally useful, particularly the system warehouse upgrade card. His current warehouse was insufficient, and an upgrade was urgently needed. You have done exceptionally well. Chen Ye gently patted her head and said, you may go now. In truth, She could have easily kept those 3 functional cards for herself, as no one would have been the wiser. However, her unwavering loyalty forbade her from concealing anything from Chen Ye. Yes, master, Tang Shiwero replied respectfully as she stepped forward, her curiosity piqued. What is system credit? She had overheard Long Yi mention it earlier, and her intrigue had only intensified. Do you understand mortgages? Chen Ye casually inquired. I see. It's like installment payments. Tang Shiwero quickly responded. No, Chen Ye corrected her. It means having your skin flayed off. Ah, Tang Shiwero's face turned pale with fright, realizing the terrifying nature of system credit. Yet considering the apocalyptic context filled with peril, it was not entirely surprising. There is still a long way to go. Chen Ye lamented. Currently, he possessed 620 ordinary pickup trucks, yet to acquire a single legendary pickup truck, he required 1,000 ordinary ones, 380 short of his goal. To obtain 2 legendary pickup trucks, he would need a total of 1,380. Completing this task in a day seemed nearly impossible. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired 6 pickup trucks. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired 3 pickup trucks. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired 10 pickup trucks. A flurry of notification sounds left Chen Ye bewildered. What is happening? Are pickup trucks raining from the sky? His stockpile of pickup trucks visibly surged. Chapter 106. The 6-wheeled Dongfeng Warrior all-terrain behemoth armored vehicle before long. The number of pickup trucks reached 1,000. Consequently, Chen Ye's first legendary level pickup truck was now ready. He was one step closer to realizing his dreams. What is going on? Chen Ye wondered, perplexed by the sudden influx of pickup trucks gifted to him. Boss, Zuo Lanlan interjected. Long Yi has released another video. You should take a look. She played the video. In the footage, Long Yi was exuberantly announcing that Chen Ye had accepted his pickup trucks and urging all those who participated in the hunt to offer their pickup trucks as a gesture of reconciliation with Chen Ye. It was this very video that sparked hope for reconciliation among others, prompting them to contribute their pickup trucks as well. Indeed, Chen Ye nodded and declared, "Let's set off." There was no need for further dialogue with Long Yi. The fact that the blade had not fallen was the greatest act of grace and forgiveness. Let us go. Long Yi watched the 12-wheeled truck gradually fade away, chuckling. Mr. Chen has departed. Splendid, splendid. With his departure, there would be no more bloodshed. The shadow of death that loomed over him began to dissipate. He has finally left. Instantly relieved, Long Yi sat down heavily on the ground and burst into tears. Although Chen Ye was gone, he too had suffered a loss. The exorbitant interest of the system credit loomed over him, and he had no idea how he would repay it. It was heart-wrenching. Just thinking about it caused him pain. Observing Long Yi alternating between laughter and tears, no one looked down upon him. Instead, they found his reaction entirely reasonable. After all, the opponent was overwhelmingly formidable, a terrifying god of death. Mr. Chen, we are subordinates of the Supreme 95D NP. Suddenly, a message captured Chen Ye's attention. My alias ist in... You may call me a DN. What brings you here? Chen Ye inquired. He had always sought the successor to the Supreme 95, yet had found no leads. Unexpectedly, fate brought it to his doorstep. We hope to mend our relationship with you, despite being the primary force hunting you. The eccentric gentleman was most sincere, and to demonstrate his goodwill, he was willing to offer an all-terrain armored vehicle, the Dongfeng Warrior. Oh, Chen Ye's interest was instantly piqued, his previously languid gaze now shimmering with excitement. To his surprise, a pillow was delivered just as he was feeling drowsy. He had been troubled about acquiring a second legendary-level pickup truck, only to have a Dongfeng Warrior presented to him. This is our sole all-terrain armored vehicle. The eccentric gentleman continued. Regrettably, we do not possess any pickup trucks, nor are there military-grade pickups in our arsenal. They discovered that the military warehouse was rather modest, lacking a substantial reserve of vehicles. To substantiate this, he personally presented the inventory list of the military warehouse, which indeed contained minimal items. Their tanks were antiquated, with only a single shell available. I demand 100 melon grenades. Chen Ye made his request. Their most abundant supplies were melon grenades and mortars. No problem. The eccentric gentleman promptly replied, I shall deliver them to you. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a Dongfeng Warrior all-terrain armored vehicle. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired 100 melon grenades. Excellent. Chen Ye was quite pleased. Upgrade. Let us upgrade immediately. The prospect of upgrading with a legendary level pickup truck and an all-terrain armored vehicle was exhilarating. Wait a moment. Chen Ye furrowed his brow. Couldn't it be multiplied 100-fold? Today, both of his female teammates had exhausted their upgrade privileges, each having used them 3 times. If he waited until tomorrow, he could possess 100 Dongfeng warriors. 3 female teammates were still too few. Chen Ye began to feel frantic. If he had sufficient female teammates, he would never encounter such distressing situations. Don't I have 3 female teammates? Chen Ye suddenly realized it. He instinctively overlooked Tang Xuerou, considering only Zuo Lanlan and Chu Ling Shi as his teammates. To put it bluntly, he had not regarded Tang Xuerou as one of their number. Tang Xuerou, Chen Ye suddenly exclaimed, I will gift you a vehicle along with 3 upgrade materials. Have you used them? Not yet. Tang Xuerou quickly replied. I currently have 5 vehicles, besides the 4 you gifted me. There's also the RV from Lord Long. Without further orders from Chen Ye, she wouldn't dare proceed. All right. Chen Ye laughed heartily. Splendid. I shall bestow upon you another. A Dongfeng warrior all-terrain armored vehicle. Huh? Tang Xuerou was taken aback. Why this sudden generosity towards her? Stop the vehicle. Chen Ye commanded. Proceed with the upgrade at once. Yes. Tang Xuerou quickly halted the vehicle, and after a few minutes of preparation, she swiftly completed the upgrade of her vehicle. For the first upgrade, she utilized a Dongfeng warrior all-terrain armored vehicle. The second and third upgrades involved pickup trucks. Ding! Teammate Tang Xuerou expended 1 Dongfeng warrior all-terrain armored vehicle, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations on acquiring 100 Dongfeng warrior all-terrain armored vehicles, which have been stored in the system warehouse. Ding! Teammate Tang Xuerou consumed a pickup truck, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations on acquiring 100 pickup trucks, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding! Teammate Tang Xuerou consumed a pickup truck, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations on acquiring 100 pickup trucks, now stored in the system warehouse. A series of system notifications sent a thrilling shiver down Chen Ye's spine. Synthesize. Chen Ye commanded. Proceed with the synthesis immediately. He had yet to utilize his synthesis attempt for the day. Previously, he had used his female teammate's synthesis attempts to combine legendary pickup trucks. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a super-level Dongfeng Mengshe all-terrain armored vehicle. 1,000 Dongfeng Mengshe vehicles are required to synthesize a legendary level. 100 can only yield a super-level. Upgrade. Chen Ye continued. Fuse the super-level Dongfeng Mengshe all-terrain armored vehicle. Upgrade. Intensely upgrade. The vehicle must undergo a significant enhancement. What alleviates worries? Only upgrades. Upgrade. Again upgrade. Ding. Congratulations, your upgrade is complete. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a 6-wheeled Dongfeng Mengshe all-terrain behemoth armored vehicle. 6 wheels? Chen Ye was perplexed. From 12 wheels to 6? Why are there half the number of tires? Does upgrading make it smaller? He jumped down from the vehicle. Goodness. Chen Ye nearly fell to his demise. Indeed, with his invincible combat abilities, Chen Ye almost met his end upon disembarking. The vehicle was simply too high. The number of tires had diminished, yet their size had reached an absurd magnitude. Previously, the tires had a diameter of 108 centimeters, approximately 1 meter. Now, the tire diameter was a staggering 3 meters. A 3-meter-high tire was equivalent to the height of a floor. Had he not possessed extraordinary abilities and strength, he could have indeed faced a fatal fall. Enormous. Left Lanlan chuckled in awe. With such size, there is no fear of any pitfall. It could simply roll over, even if a tank stood in its path. It could trample right over it. It's astonishingly massive. This is truly a mobile fortress. Chen Ye was highly satisfied. Upgrade. Continue upgrading. There are still legendary-level pickup trucks yet to be fused and upgraded. He eagerly anticipated how his colossal vehicle would transform after integrating the legendary pickup trucks. Anticipation. Eager anticipation. Wildly excited anticipation. Chapter 107. The 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. Continue upgrading. Chen Ye commanded. Today, there remains one final opportunity for an upgrade. Ding. Upgrading. A flash of white light shimmered, akin to a divine miracle. Soon, the legendary pickup truck vanished. Ding. Congratulations. Vehicle upgrade complete. As the white light dissipated, A colossal behemoth materialized before Chen Ye. Unprecedented in size, this was the largest vehicle he had ever witnessed. This represented the pinnacle of human industrial manufacturing. Such a masterpiece could only emerge from a civilization at the apex of human technological advancement. It could be regarded as the largest vehicle globally, without exception, an infinitely futuristic sci-fi vehicle. Opening the vehicle panel, Chen Ye exclaimed with excitement. Initially, it was merely a routine check of the parameters, yet there was an undercurrent of fervent enthusiasm. Vehicle: the six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. Length: 281 meters. Width: 555 meters. Height: 50 meters. Total weight: 30 tons. Standing a towering 5 meters tall and weighing a substantial 30 tons, it is indeed a mobile fortress, without the need for weaponry. Its sheer mass can crush anything under its wheels, making it an invincible entity. Range: increased by 150. Speed: enhanced by 100. Vehicle armor: augmented by 500. Lifespan: extended by 300. The impressive array of enhancements signifies a terrifying surge in capability. Not only has its size expanded, but its speed has also reached unprecedented levels. Chen Ye was thoroughly pleased. Previously, the 12-wheel truck was cumbersome and incapable of speed increases. Now, despite its bulk, its tires have grown threefold. A single rotation of its wheels equals 10 rotations of others, resulting in a tremendous speed boost. Climbing aboard, they set off at full throttle. Chen Ye, brimming with enthusiasm, was joined by Tang Xiuero, the naturally gifted truck driver. Despite the vehicle's immense size, it was surprisingly easy to maneuver. Equipped with numerous assistance features that enabled even a young girl like Tang Xiuero to control this colossal beast. As the vehicle roared to life, the engine's growl resonated like a symphony, bringing Chen Ye immense joy. Tang Xiuero pressed the accelerator, and the behemoth armored vehicle thundered forward. Chen Ye gazed out the window, taking in the stunning scenery, where mountains danced like silver serpents and the plains resembled waxen elephants. "Master, our fuel is running low, only 10% remaining," Tang Xiuero promptly reported. In truth, it was not their fuel that was scarce, but rather the tank was simply too large. "What is the estimated range of our journey?" Chen Ye inquired with keen interest. 20,000 kilometers, Tang Xiuero swiftly replied, "but if we utilize the properties of legendary-grade fuel, the distance will significantly decrease." Chen Ye was aware of this. Every use of such properties came at a steep cost. "I recall that after this upgrade, our behemoth armor vehicle is equipped with a super engine. Logically, the fusion with legendary-grade fuel should yield even more formidable characteristics. Previously, we had a special-grade engine. Now we possess a super-grade engine, which is incomparable." Indeed, Tang Xiuero nodded, confirming the supergrade engine. After her research, she discovered a qualitative enhancement. With a 10-fold acceleration capability, it could reach speeds of 300 kilometers h and sustain that velocity for an hour. Such speed was indeed terrifying. In just a few hours, they could arrive at the first milestone 1,000 kilometers away, where 8 bronze treasure chests awaited them. Quite a significant haul. Chen Ye had yet to open a bronze treasure chest and was eager to discover its contents. "The 5 black iron treasure chests in our convoy remain unopened," Tang Xiuero reminded Chen Ye. "I am aware of that," Chen Ye replied, having long wished to open them, but had been preoccupied with vehicle upgrades. Now, with time on their hands, it was the perfect opportunity to delve into the mystery of blind boxes. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Chen Ye eagerly opened the first blind box. "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an automatic driving upgrade card. After the upgrade, your vehicle can be enhanced to an artificial intelligence level of autonomous driving, allowing it to operate continuously for 24 hours without rest, significantly improving driving safety and liberating one from the fatigue of driving. Remarkable indeed." Chen Ye immediately initiated the upgrade. "Ding! Congratulations. Your vehicle has been successfully upgraded to an artificial intelligence level of autonomous driving. Can it drive itself now?" Tang Xiuero was the first to notice the upgrade, undoubtedly the happiest among them, as long hours of driving posed a considerable challenge to her stamina. After all, humans are not machines. Excessive fatigue can lead to mistakes, and one might even fall asleep at the wheel, which is extremely perilous. "You take control of the autonomous driving," Chen Ye commanded, as this would greatly reduce the workload. "Thank you, Master." Tang Shuuro beamed with joy. Chen Ye gazed at her with a profound expression and suddenly inquired, Tang Shuuro, what secret do you possess? This question left the elated Tang Shuuro momentarily stunned, utterly perplexed by Chen Ye's meaning. I have no secrets. Tang Shuuro's face reflected confusion. She genuinely had no secrets, as her unwavering loyalty to Chen Ye precluded any. Is that so? Chen Ye was aware of this, but remained puzzled. When he accepted Tang Shuuro as a teammate, the system had previously warned him that she harbored a significant secret and advised against accepting her, lest it lead to trouble. However, it seemed now that she bore no secrets, suggesting a possible misjudgment or malfunction of the system. Chen Ye continued to unbox. The second iron treasure chest yielded 100 coins, which could be considered a decent haul. Chen Ye had accumulated numerous coins, totaling over 1,000 during this period. And with this additional 100, he now possessed a total of 1,100 coins. He pondered the utility of these coins, feeling their weight in his hands. In civilized society, they would be valuable, yet in the survival world, they appeared to hold little worth. Nonetheless, Chen Ye believed they would eventually prove useful, perhaps even immensely so. Otherwise, he would not persist in collecting what others deemed worthless coins. The third iron treasure chest contained a spare tire card. The spare tire card had no connection to romantic relationships. It was merely a spare tire card. Possessing this card meant that one's vehicle effectively had 5 spare tires, occupying no physical space. Should a tire fail, one could simply use the card for a replacement. For ordinary vehicles, such a card might not be valuable. But for Chen Ye, who owned a colossal tire-equipped vehicle, it was a commendable reward. Master, a dangerous vehicle is approaching, Tang Shuuro suddenly announced. She had hesitated to interrupt Chen Ye's joyful unboxing, but the looming red that was drawing nearer. Having gained considerable experience with her abilities, she knew that the larger and more erratic the red, the greater the malevolence of its origin. Presently, a massive red that was approaching swiftly, clearly signaling an unfriendly intent. Chapter 108, The Race. Battle. Thrilling. Upon learning the situation, Chen Ye felt an overwhelming sense of perplexity. His notorious reputation had instilled fear in many, even causing the once mighty dragon lord to tremble. How could anyone still dare to provoke him? Wasn't launching an attack with such evident malice tantamount to courting death? Master, what should we do now? Should we activate the weapon systems? Chen Ye's colossal armored vehicle was equipped with 3 formidable weapon systems, each boasting tremendous power. He could unleash a strike as soon as the adversary approached, preemptively neutralizing the threat. After all, the opponent harbored ill intent. Striking first seemed a prudent option. Let's not rush. Let us observe their approach, Chen Ye replied, gazing into the rearview mirror, yet the adversary remained elusive. However, their identity had already been verified in the group chat. They were known as Diangong, the leader of a convoy and the successor of the Supreme 9-5. He had acquired most of the resources and vehicles from the Diangpo's fleet. Previously, he had even gifted Chen Ye an armored vehicle as a gesture of goodwill, but for reasons unknown, he had since revealed his true colors, posting a brazen video in the group. In the video, Diangong laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot and mucus streaming from his nose, evidently under the influence of some illicit substance. Ha ha ha. Chen Ye, I am here to challenge you. Do you know why I gifted you the Dongfeng Mengshi all-terrain armored vehicle? That vehicle is equipped with my tracking device. The moment you accepted it, I knew your location. And now, I'm about to catch up with you. Are you brave enough to engage in a race with me? There's a system store 500 kilometers away. Let us make it our finish line. Will you accept? You and TB so petty as to eliminate me outright. Would you? I know your vehicle's weapon systems are formidable, and your abilities are quite tyrannical. If you choose to eliminate me instead of racing, I will have no regrets. With that, he erupted into another fit of laughter. This individual, clearly akin to his predecessor, was a reckless daredevil. Master, there's no need to engage in a race with him, Tang Shuuro promptly advised. We could simply obliterate him with a single shot. This brat shows no sincerity. He is merely exploiting our vulnerabilities. Intrigued by her statement, Chen Ye asked, what vulnerabilities? Our vehicle's speed is not advantageous, Tang Shuuro astutely pointed out. He must be aware that we are driving a 12-wheel truck, which, even after upgrades, remains a behemoth, lacking in speed. If he brings a sports car, his velocity would utterly surpass ours. Your analysis is quite astute, Chen Ye nodded. However, I believe this individual is not so despicable. If he were truly such a scoundrel, he would be met with immediate retribution from a tank shell the moment he entered my line of sight. Such a person is unworthy to be my adversary. Are you suggesting that he possesses a 12-wheel truck as well? Tang Shuiro furrowed her brow. If that is the case, we could indeed consider racing. It's quite possible. Chen Ye possessed a profound understanding of such eccentric individuals. The more they exhibited erratic behavior, the more they tended to uphold a sense of fairness, rendering them incapable of resorting to underhanded tactics like a scoundrel. Soon, the adversary's vehicle materialized within their line of sight. Lo and behold, it was indeed a 12-wheeled behemoth, strikingly adorned in the same color scheme as Chen Ye's own, clearly signaling an intention to compete with him. The opposing vehicle approached with remarkable speed, swiftly aligning alongside Chen Ye's 6-wheeled armored colossus. The tinted window gradually descended, revealing a disheveled man, whose wild demeanor was accentuated by unkempt hair harboring lice. As he guzzled strong liquor and laughed maniacally, out of respect for his competitor, Chen Ye lowered his own window, resting his arm atop it, and offered a congenial greeting. Drink and drive? Drive and drink? That's a recipe for tears. He bellowed, his laughter echoing through the air. Are you a traffic cop? Yet I must say, I prefer your golden flames. You could set my head ablaze with those golden flames, and then you might just claim victory over me. The eccentric fellow laughed unabashedly. I find this rather perplexing, Chen Ye remarked with a smile. If you wish to race me and challenge my prowess, why bestow upon me an East Wind Warrior all-terrain armored vehicle? According to his own words, he possessed only one, making it exceedingly precious. Why offer it to Chen Ye? You're quite astute. Can't you fathom the reason? The eccentric replied, saliva dripping as he continued his frenzied laughter. Chen Ye quickly grasped the situation. This man was exceedingly arrogant. He owned a 12-wheel truck while Chen Ye had a comparable vehicle. If he triumphed, it would hardly be impressive. Conversely, if Chen Ye's superior vehicle fell to his prowess, it would indeed be remarkable, stunning all onlookers. Such was the nature of the eccentric, both awkward and foolish. You must possess some ace up your sleeve, Chen Ye inquired with a smile, for such confidence must stem from something substantial. In reality, it was not mere confidence, but rather a twisted hubris, a belief in his absolute victory, wholly disregarding the facts. I certainly have my own trump card, but I shan't reveal it to you. The eccentric continued to laugh maniacally. Soon enough, you shall discover it. Very well, let us commence, Chen Ye yawned, viewing this race as a mere embellishment to his otherwise mundane life. Let the race begin. I am ready to accelerate. The eccentric saluted in a most unorthodox manner, flooring the gas pedal with fervor. The 12-wheeled truck roared to life, its engine growling with fervent intensity, advancing at an outrageous speed, careening forward with reckless abandon. Chen Ye snapped his fingers. Tang Shuiro, he commanded loudly, accelerate. Engage race mode, full throttle ahead. Activate the AI's fully automated driving system. The driving technology surpassed human capabilities, boasting millisecond reaction times and centimeter-level cornering control. Should the race proceed in this manner, the Rival's 12-wheel truck would undoubtedly face absolute defeat, with no chance of victory in sight. However, there exists an insurmountable chasm that forever separates carbon-based life forms from any advanced algorithms or vast datasets, which are utterly incapable of predicting the next move of humanity. This carbon-based simian, Chen Ye's 6-wheel behemoth armored vehicle, swiftly caught up with the opponent, resuming parallel motion. After a series of sharp turns and bursts of acceleration, the eccentric driver discerned the futility of attempting to outmaneuver Chen Ye's driving prowess to secure victory in this race. Thus, he launched an offensive, violently yanking the steering wheel, causing his 12-wheeled truck to collide forcefully with the 6-wheeled armored colossus, igniting a shower of scintillating sparks. The battle ensued. How exhilarating! The eccentric driver roared in wild abandon. Chen Ye, with a smile, admonished, be sensible. Chapter 109. The astonishment of Zhang Xiaoquan at such a high velocity, coupled with the immense tonnage of their vehicles. Halting was simply impossible. Such reckless collisions were fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to catastrophic destruction. Yet, this individual seemed utterly unconcerned, repeatedly crashing into Chen Ye's vehicle. The disparity in damage was stark, as his truck suffered far greater harm than Chen Ye's. After all, the 12-wheel truck was merely a civilian vehicle. In contrast, Chen Ye's six-wheeled armor behemoth was equipped to the teeth and towered over his opponent. Each impact inflicted more harm upon the assailant himself. Nevertheless, he persisted, seemingly oblivious to the consequences. Tang Shiwero, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Master, should we retaliate?" "Not yet," Chen Ye replied, shaking his head. "Let him continue his reckless assault." Meanwhile, the group was engrossed in the unfolding race, particularly fascinated by the eccentric driver who had initiated a live broadcast. His frenzied antics were broadcasted for all to witness. Anticipation hung in the air as everyone awaited the outcome, eager to see if this challenger could triumph over Chen Ye, a figure steeped in myth and dread. Had Chen Ye's vehicle evolved to such an extraordinary extent? Goodness, the armored behemoth was akin to a mobile fortress. One could hardly deny that even if the vehicle were to break down, robbery would be futile. Indeed, once the vehicle's doors were shut, even a rocket launcher might prove ineffective in breaching it. The steel plating could withstand a rocket's assault, and the windows were entirely bulletproof. Even deflating the tires would be an arduous task. With such colossal tires and defensive rubber, one would require an inordinate amount of time to cut through. Even with a chainsaw, an adult, regardless of strength, could not achieve such a feat in a brief span. The onlookers marveled at the terrifying prowess of Chen Ye's mobile fortress. Yet, it was Zhang Xiaoquan, who had remained silent until now, who spoke with calm clarity. "You are fixated solely on the durability of the vehicle. Have you not noticed its speed?" His observation prompted the crowd to realize that throughout the race, Chen Ye had maintained a commanding lead. Indeed, a substantial lead, although he had not utterly crushed his opponent. He remained significantly ahead. Furthermore, there was a critical detail to note. As a seasoned racer, Zhang Xiaoquan continued his analysis, noting that the 12-wheeled truck had reached its limit, while Chen Ye's six-wheeled armored vehicle glided effortlessly along. Deliberately throttling the speed while maintaining a consistent lead, it was evident that Chen Ye was executing a calculated strategy. If that were the case, then Chen Ye's vehicle must be extraordinarily formidable. I also noticed a detail. Chen Ye had not utilized super acceleration at all. Given his level, he undoubtedly possesses legendary grade fuel and could certainly employ special abilities, yet he refrained from doing so. It is utterly astonishing. Had he activated his abilities, this race would have concluded prematurely. Everyone finally grasped the terrifying truth. After some discussion, they realized just how formidable Chen Ye truly is, an absurdity that defies belief. "What do you think, my son? Do you have confidence in defeating him?" Luo Zijuan was also keenly observing the race. His six-wheeled armored behemoth was not only swift, but also exhibited remarkable finesse. Zhang Xiaoquan expressed his despondence, pondering his existence. Could it be that he was once a racer himself? In terms of racing prowess, do you believe he is more skilled than you? Luo Zijuan inquired with curiosity. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoquan replied, "Indeed, he is more skilled. Not only is he proficient, but he is also utterly unhinged. His driving technique is wildly reckless, featuring numerous death-defying turns and insane accelerations." He had to concede, "I fear I cannot surpass him." In a domain where he had triumphed countless times, this time, he found himself devoid of confidence. Is he truly that formidable? Luo Zijuan, being somewhat of an outsider to the world of racing, pondered. If I must pinpoint a flaw, Zhang Xiaoquan hesitated before stating, he lacks humanity. His driving is devoid of any human fear, not a trace of it. Perhaps he has upgraded to autonomous driving. Luo Zijuan suggested. If that is the case, my chances of winning are even slimmer, Zhang Xiaoquan lamented. Autonomous driving cars are exceedingly rare. Even someone like him, who claims to possess the most treasure chests, has yet to acquire one. Every survivor yearns for an autonomous driving upgrade card. Once upgraded, one could liberate themselves from the drudgery of long-distance driving. Just envisioning it is exhilarating. So, does that mean you will concede? Luo Zijuan observed his son with keen interest. I will not concede. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth, refusing to surrender even in the face of impending defeat. In other words, you intend to continue the race? Luo Zijuan chuckled, reminding him of the stakes. The loser stands to lose much, especially Zhang Xiaoquan's most cherished possession, his mother. This is not merely a race. It is a battle for maternal protection. Regardless, Zhang Xiaoquan felt deeply conflicted. I must not retreat or concede. To yield upon witnessing the strength of his opponent. Without having fought, was something he could not accept. Your mother will always support you, Luo Zijuan reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable anticipation, even excitement, for this race that her son was destined to lose. Meanwhile, Chen Ye's frenzied race had reached a fever pitch. The madman, due to relentless collisions, was utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon Chen Ye and had completely lost his sanity. His entire cockpit was contorted, and a massive sunroof had been opened, resembling a vehicle that had suffered a catastrophic accident. Witnessing his unhinged state, Tang Xiuero felt a genuine fear creeping in. What would happen if these individuals brandished weapons? It was known that they had inherited the weaponry of the madwoman, possessing an abundance of arms. If someone were to wield a weapon, they could easily force them off the road. Chen Ye retrieved a bottle of soda, setting it aside to chill in the frigid air. Outside, the harsh cold intensified, with a blizzard raging and temperatures plummeting, growing colder by the day. If our massive vehicle collides with them, Tang Xiuero uttered in terror, it would certainly spell disaster. Well, there is nothing we can do about it, Chen Ye remarked, taking a sip of soda. They brought this upon themselves. Tang Xiuero nodded, falling silent, her gaze anxiously fixed on the adversaries. Indeed, after exhausting their tactics, the opponents finally revealed their vicious fangs. Chapter 110. The bestiary of weaknesses. The windows shattered one by one, with several deranged individuals protruding from within. Clearly, they had also indulged in illicit substances, their eyes bloodshot, noses running, resembling wild beasts. One wielded a rocket launcher, while another brandished a machine gun, preparing to assault Chen Ye's six-wheeled armored vehicle. In truth, such an attack could not topple Chen Ye's 30-ton behemoth. However, these lunatics could not be measured by rational standards. They cared not whether their actions bore fruit, only that they exploded with fervor. Upon seeing the weapons drawn, Tang Xiuero's voice trembled as she shouted, "Knock them down. Autopilot. Execute the command immediately." The vehicle swerved violently, crashing into the 12-wheeled truck. The overwhelming weight and force were akin to a tidal wave, devastating and unstoppable. Those madmen had not even the time to pull the trigger before being sent sprawling. At high speed, the 12-wheeled truck rolled repeatedly. Its cockpit twisted and contorted into a hunk of metal, with several tires flying off, ultimately resting in the snow. The violent collision ruptured the fuel tank, igniting a blazing inferno. At this rate, their demise was inevitable. "It's over." Chen Ye lit a cigarette, offering a moment of silence for these crazed individuals. "These people are truly deranged." Tang Xiuero expressed her lingering apprehension. They were uncertain of what goods lay within the so-called supermarkets they spoke of, and Chen Ye felt a vague sense of anticipation. After a considerable pause, Chen Ye suddenly inquired, "Have you noticed a peculiar detail?" Tang Xiuero blinked in confusion. "What detail? How did that lunatic know there was a supermarket 500 kilometers away?" This prompted Tang Xiuero to slap her thigh in realization. "You're right. How could he possibly know? Does he possess a similar ability regarding maps, like you?" Chen Ye speculated. "Perhaps," Tang Xiuero conceded, "but he is dead now. Regardless of any abilities, there is no point in discussing it further, is there? Is he truly dead?" Chen Ye replied with a smile. "Did you see his death announcement in the group?" Each death announcement was the most conspicuous piece of information in the group, not only displayed in bold, blood-red letters, but also broadcasted loudly. Yet, concerning that madman's demise, there was no announcement. The group remained as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any alerts. "Is he still alive?" Tang Xiuero found it inconceivable, impossible, absolutely impossible. Under such a frenzied velocity, encountering such a horrifying impact, how could a person possibly survive? She had witnessed the cockpit being crushed into a pancake. Not even a fly could endure such a fate. "I don't know how he managed to survive." Chen Ye shook his head. However, one thing was certain. He was still alive. If he was alive, wouldn't he soon be in pursuit? Tang Xiuero asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Such a question barely warranted a response. He was nothing short of a rabid dog, and as long as he drew breath, he would pursue. Although our car's windows were bulletproof, could they withstand a rocket launcher? As the driver, Tang Xiuero was undoubtedly the first target, especially since he was unaware of the vehicle's autopilot feature. Even if it could withstand the attack, it would ultimately be futile. Chen Ye jokingly frightened her. "What if he possesses some supernatural weapon?" "Master, please don't scare me." Tang Shuiro's expression turned exceedingly grim. Do not worry. Perhaps he lacks the courage to even chase us. Chen Ye yawned lazily, his curiosity piqued regarding what treasures awaited them in the so-called supermarket. If it were merely an ordinary supermarket, it would hold little interest, as he was not in want of supplies. Let us continue opening treasure chests. Chen Ye still had 2 iron treasure chests unopened, and the thrill of blind box surprises was delightful. Upon opening a box, a red flame ability fruit awaited him. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a special grade flame ability fruit. Though its exterior appeared unremarkable, it was indeed a special grade fruit. If returned 100-fold, it could yield 100 special grade flame ability fruits, equating to 10 supergrade ability fruits or 1 legendary grade ability fruit. One had to admit, that was quite pleasing. You should possess a flame ability, correct? Chen Ye inquired suddenly. Yes, Master, Tang Shuiro nodded. The ability was named Flame Insight, also known as Clear as Fire. It was akin to a North Star navigation system, capable of sensing the fervent inner flames of humanity. Typically, the greater the hatred, the more intense the inner fire. Will this special grade flame ability fruit upgrade your powers if you consume it? Chen Ye handed her the fruit. Why are you so kind to me? Tang Shuiro was taken aback. As far as I know, you also possess a flame ability. Shouldn't you prioritize enhancing your own power? Just eat it when I tell you to. No more chatter. Chen Ye had no intention of explaining his unique abilities. Yes, Master, Tang Shuiro dared not argue further, swiftly consuming the delectable flame ability fruit. After the meal, her eyes instantaneously turned crimson once more, her body swaying unsteadily as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Fortunately, Chen Ye delivered a slap to rouse her from her stupor. Thankfully, the automatic driving system was operational. Without it, her sudden episode could have resulted in a catastrophic accident. Upgraded, Tang Shuiro exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Master, my extraordinary abilities have evolved. Oh, Chen Ye inquired with keen interest. Do elaborate. There are 2 aspects to the upgrade, Tang Shuiro replied candidly. My range of perception has expanded, and the types of phenomena I can sense have increased. The enlargement of her range was easily comprehensible, yet the augmentation of categories left Chen Ye somewhat perplexed. Tang Shuiro hastily clarified, previously, I could only sense the heart fire of humans, but now I can also perceive the presence of ferocious beasts. Chen Ye nodded in understanding. If a beast harbored malicious intent towards their convoy, she would be able to detect it, which was indeed a valuable ability. However, thus far, no beast had launched an attack on their group. Chen Ye had not received any relevant information in the group chat. Instead, there were numerous reports of individuals hunting ferocious beasts, leaving them howling in pain. Ding! Congratulations! Your companion Tang Shuiro has consumed a special grade flame ability fruit, and you have received 100 special grade flame ability fruits. The system's cold voice echoed. Hearing this announcement was quite gratifying. Chen Ye proceeded to open the final treasure chest. Upon opening, he discovered a silver disc along with a descriptive booklet titled Bestiary, a ferocious beast's weaknesses. Chapter 111, The Sharp Samurai Sword. Chen Ye mused. As the title implied, it contained various weaknesses and detailed descriptions of ferocious beasts. The white disc could be inserted into the vehicle's computer, enabling the onboard cameras to swiftly identify any beasts attacking the convoy and display their weaknesses for the driver's benefit. This was indeed a useful item. Chen Ye handed the disc to Tang Shuiro, explaining its usage. Yet, she remarked, I haven't encountered any ferocious beasts. As she perused the booklet with curiosity, she mused. This seems rather useless, doesn't it? Who knows? It might prove useful, Chen Ye replied nonchalantly, believing that having it was better than not. They were nearing the 500-kilometer mark, and Chen Ye felt a sense of anticipation for the so-called supermarket. Suddenly, Tang Shuiro's expression darkened significantly, and she exclaimed, This is bad. Master, there are individuals filled with malice approaching us at great speed. Are they human and not beasts? Chen Ye inquired. They are human, Tang Shuiro responded promptly. My abilities allow me to sense this clearly. Could it be that reckless fellow again? Chen Ye chuckled. That madman? It's impossible. His vehicle was utterly destroyed. Tang Shuiro was skeptical, unable to believe such a notion. However, the 12-wheeled yellow truck soon appeared in her rearview mirror. It's him. It truly is him. Tang Shuiro exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. How is his vehicle still intact? Chen Ye curiously gazed into the rearview mirror. The 12-wheeled yellow truck appeared as pristine as ever. There was no need for astonishment. He might merely be utilizing a vehicle repair card, which hardly constituted a rarity. Even if he possessed such a card, resurrection from death was an impossibility. Tang Shuirou, however, remained engulfed in terror. Regardless of the opponent's invincible or medical cards, there was simply no time for their application. The accident transpired in an instant, the immense impact rendering the driver unconscious, followed by an overwhelming torrent of horrifying devastation, leaving no chance of survival. Indeed, it piqued his interest. Chen Ye stroked his chin, intrigued as to why this individual still drew breath. Master, shall we employ the legendary fuel's attributes to accelerate? This would allow us to triumph in the race. Do you believe the race still holds significance? Chen Ye deemed it unnecessary to squander fuel. Arriving first at the finish line no longer defined victory. To put it plainly, this was a life-and-death contest on the road. Only the living were deemed worthy of reaching the destination. With a surge of speed, the maniac accelerated once more. Tang Shuirou distinctly sensed the red dot drawing near with alarming velocity. In the rearview mirror, Chen Ye could also observe the 12-wheeled yellow truck growing increasingly larger and closer. It seemed this fellow had indeed harnessed the fuel's properties for acceleration. Chen Ye chuckled with intrigue, surprised by the depths of this character's hidden capabilities. Before long, the 12-wheeled truck matched Chen Ye's pace once again. The driver lowered the window, continuing to scream wildly, his eyes devoid of fear, exuding an even greater fervor and madness. Clutching the steering wheel, he howled incoherently, indulging in both alcohol and illicit substances, reveling in sheer ecstasy. Chen Ye, undisturbed by his emotional outburst, calmly observed him. Astonishingly, this madman bore not a single wound. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Even if he were extraordinarily fortunate to survive within the crushed driver's cabin, to emerge unscathed, without a trace of blood, was simply outrageous. It was evident that it was far more than a mere function card. This individual possessed a unique secret enabling his remarkable condition. I'm not dead, Chen Ye. Do you see? Not only am I alive, but I am also completely unharmed. The driver shouted triumphantly, brimming with exhilaration. I have emerged victorious. The ultimate champion is I. Though your vehicle may be larger and more formidable, the final victor shall be none other than me. In a frenzied display, the driver began to batter his forehead against the steering wheel, blood gushing forth. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the roof of the truck's cabin was torn off. A lunatic in the passenger seat fired a rocket launcher directly into the driver's compartment. Following him, 3 or 4 others, each wielding a rocket launcher, aimed at the driver. Tang Shuirou, blast, blast, blast. Eliminate the driver first. Do not harm Chen Ye. I want him alive. I wish to torment him thoroughly, for all to witness. Let everyone witness how I conquer this so-called legendary figure, Chen Ye. Only in this way can I find exhilaration and comfort, proving to all that I am indeed the strongest. The sight of numerous rocket launchers left Tang Shuirou pale with fright. Chen Ye, standing behind her, gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her that there was no need for excessive concern. The 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sounds of rockets striking the armored vehicle reverberated through the air, causing it to sway slightly, yet the glass and steel armor remained unscathed. Tang Shuirou in the driver's seat sustained no harm whatsoever. Fire! Fire! Blast open his armor. The command echoed insistently, as the madmen tirelessly loaded shells and fired relentlessly. However, despite their fervent efforts, they could not breach the robust armor of the 6-wheeled behemoth. Armor 1. Armor 1. Each artillery strike prompted a notification from a system. While the explosions did not yield no results at all, they merely chipped away at the armor, which boasted thousands of points of protection. It would take at least a day or two of relentless effort, loading a couple thousand shells, before they could even hope to breach the behemoth's defenses. Are there no other weapons? Chen Ye mused, furrowing his brow. He had long possessed the opportunity to eliminate this band of lunatics, but he hesitated, eager to discern what formidable weaponry they might possess. To his dismay, all they wielded were anti-tank rocket launchers. The most powerful individual combat weapon of human society proved insufficient against vehicular armor, rendering their exertions futile. "You're all worthless." Diao Gong suddenly seized a katana and hurled it with ferocity. The sharp blade pierced through the car's glass, grazing Tang Xiuerou's neck and leaving a deep crimson mark. Fortunately, Diao Gong's aim faltered, sparing her life. Had it veered just a fraction of an inch, her carotid artery would have been severed. Tang Xiuerou recoiled in terror, clutching her neck, still shaken. Chapter 112. How can he possibly be unkillable? This is absurd. Chen Ye, too, was perplexed. The glass, impervious even to anti-tank infantry guns, had been sliced open by a mere katana. How could this be rational? This blade was no ordinary weapon. Tang Xiuerou exhaled deeply, once more scrutinizing the katana embedded in the glass. Chen Ye cautiously placed his finger upon the razor-sharp blade. A slight movement caused his skin to part, droplets of blood welling forth. This was likely not an ordinary knife. It must be a powerful weapon acquired from a treasure chest. Yet this fool evidently possessed a warped mind, carelessly discarding such a precious blade, thereby not only failing to inflict harm upon Chen Ye, but also presenting him with a rare treasure. Kill! 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 Diao Gong shouted frantically, his voice hoarse, as he gripped the steering wheel with fervor, violently ramming into Chen Ye's six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. Were there truly no other tactics left? No stronger weaponry? Chen Ye hesitated to end his opponent's life, wishing to ascertain if there were any formidable weapons left to unveil. The fierce onslaught resumed, clearly indicating a lack of options. Crush him, Chen Ye declared at last. The autonomous vehicle immediately jerked the steering wheel, violently propelling the 12-wheeled truck into the air. The fate of the madman was destined to mirror the previous encounter, as the truck's cabin was once again reduced to a twisted heap of metal, with a sunroof ajar. Several of his unbelted, reckless subordinates were flung out, meeting a gruesome end under the force of gravity. Surely, he cannot survive this time. Tang Xiuerou sighed deeply. It has already been so brutal. There is no way he could possibly return. If he does, he must be a demon, not human. Stop the vehicle, Chen Ye commanded abruptly. Tang Xiuerou thought she misheard, but he reiterated, stop the vehicle immediately, with a firm press on the brake. The six-wheeled armored behemoth gradually came to a halt. What are you planning? Tang Xiuerou inquired, brow furrowed. You don't intend to reverse and finish him off, do you? You must remember, in this road survival, retreat is not an option. Anyone who dares to backtrack will face annihilation. This has been a hard and fast rule from the outset. Activate the onboard drones, Chen Ye ordered. The rooftop slowly opened, and 3 drones soared into the sky. Go assess the situation of those lunatics, he commanded once more. The drones swiftly darted away. Although the vehicle could not retreat, the drones, given sufficient battery life, could fly backward. Possession of drones conferred a significant aerial advantage, allowing one to surveil the rear. Each drone was equipped with cameras, streaming live footage to the central display in the cabin. 3 cameras captured the dilapidated state of the 12-wheeled truck from all angles. Inside the truck's cabin, there was an abundance of blood and dismembered limbs, yet to Chen Ye's astonishment, the madman remained alive. He was drinking spirits in the deformed cabin, laughing maniacally, his eyes brimming with madness. Despite the cabin being entirely crumpled, he had miraculously emerged unscathed, ensconced within the steel wreckage. Was it mere luck? Chen Ye furrowed his brow. Could this madman possess luck even more terrifying than that of Zuo Lanlan? Zuo Lanlan was the luckiest individual he had ever encountered, without exception. Yet, this lunatic had eluded death twice in a row. Even more disturbingly, the madman treated it as a mundane occurrence, devoid of any relief or joy from surviving. His countenance, instead, radiating an air of entitlement. Utilize the vehicle upgrade card. The madman shrieked, and soon his 12-wheel truck was restored to its former glory. Ha ha! I cannot die. Chen Ye, I'm back. This time, I shall unleash my ultimate move, and I shall see if you can survive. Everything you possess, resources, women, vehicles, and reputation, belongs to me. Ha 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 ha. The tasks left unfinished by that insane woman of the Supreme 9-5 will be completed by me. Originally, this individual possessed a rather honest and reserved disposition, remaining the least conspicuous among the madwoman's harem of male companions. However, following the demise of the madwoman, he seemed to have unlocked a hidden potential, plunging into a state of utter madness. He unified the remaining male companions of the madwoman, commandeering all available resources, thus emerging as the undisputed leader of the convoy. Not only that, he now dared to challenge Chen Ye, intent on slaying the legendary figure of the survival world. Chen Ye, what grand strategy could this young man possibly employ? The drone aboard the vehicle had already returned to its position. Should we accelerate our escape? Tang Shuoro inquired with a hint of concern. Chen Ye removed the katana from the car window and, in a seemingly unrelated response, remarked, "This blade would make an excellent gift for Chu Lingxi." Chu Lingxi was exceptionally skilled in wielding cold weapons, and this divine blade was perfectly suited for her. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the blade katana. Characteristics: cutting. The blade's edge, composed of rapidly vibrating particles, could disregard all rules to slice through any hard material. Goodness! Such a formidable characteristic? Chen Ye exclaimed in astonishment. This truly was an indomitable blade. It appeared he possessed further secret weapons. Tang Shuoro, agitated, insisted. We should hasten our pace. We can easily shake him off. Are you suggesting I flee? To avoid confrontation? Chen Ye replied with a smile. Indeed, to avoid confrontation. Tang Shuoro nodded in agreement. Me evade him? That wretched creature. Chen Ye scoffed, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Determined to see what this young man had in store. He boasted of his certain victory, and Chen Ye was inclined to test that claim. Isn't this unwise? Tang Shuoro expressed her worries. There's nothing amiss, Chen Ye stated, fixating on the rearview mirror as he activated the armored vehicle's weaponry system. One shot would obliterate the opponent. He was eager to discover whether this madman would survive. If he did not perish this time, it would confirm that he indeed possessed an indestructible ability. The weapon system is ready, the vehicle announced. Upon sighting a 12-wheeled yellow truck, fire upon his cabin. Chen Ye commanded. Orders acknowledged. Targeting system is prepared, the vehicle responded. After a brief wait, the 12-wheeled truck finally came into Chen Ye's line of sight. The madman also noticed Chen Ye and instinctively sensed the armored vehicle had come to a halt. Initially, he contemplated braking to avoid a collision, but quickly realized that crashing could prove exhilarating. Instead of hitting the brakes, he pressed the accelerator harder, increasing his speed. However, the anticipated collision never occurred. Instead, he was met with a colossal tank shell. With a thunderous boom, the 12-wheeled truck was sent soaring, its cabin obliterated, and the enormous tires scattered haphazardly. The entire vehicle twisted into a grotesque shape. Surely, he cannot survive this. Tang Shuoro watched in disbelief as the shell struck the madman. If he were to survive such a cataclysmic assault, it would indeed be miraculous. Even Iron Man would be vanquished by such an explosion, let alone a mere mortal. Drone reconnaissance activated, Chen Ye stated coldly. The drone's camera rotated, capturing every detail without omission. Yet, the body of the madman was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he emerged from a pile of steel, devoid of any blood or wounds. Remarkably, after such a violent explosion, he bore not a single mark. What could this possibly mean? Chen Ye cursed. Is he truly unkillable? Chapter 113. The legendary man on the brink of defeat? Absurd, utterly absurd. This fellow had managed to survive under such circumstances. No wonder he dared to act so recklessly, so fearlessly, so madly. The deranged woman known as Supreme 95 did not fear death due to her audacity, but because she possessed an invincible card that temporarily warded off the threat of demise. Yet this individual seemed to possess an indestructible body, rendering him impossible to kill. This was the foundation of his meteoric rise. Boss, we're doomed. He actually possesses an immortal body, exclaimed Tang Shuoro, her eyes wide with disbelief. We're finished. This person is utterly unkillable. Such a monstrous ability was indeed troublesome, a force of a higher caliber. Why panic? Chen Ye inquired with a smile. If he cannot be killed, are we truly helpless? An immortal body does not equate to invincibility. Although formidable, there are still various solutions to tackle it. One classic method involves encasing the opponent in a metal shell and casting them into the ocean. They would suffer repeated drownings, experiencing the agony of suffocation time and time again. The very power he takes pride in, the ability to live forever, might become his greatest burden, subjecting him to inhumane torment. You have a point. Even if he cannot die, we could easily confine him in a cage, Tang Shuoro countered, realizing they could trap him indefinitely, rendering him powerless. Foolish girl, things are not that simple, Chen Ye astutely observed, recognizing a more perilous possibility. What possibility? Tang Shuoro asked anxiously. He is not immortal, Chen Ye stated gravely. but rather, he is impervious to harm. The distinction between the two is significant, and given the current circumstances, it leans towards the far more dangerous latter. Each accident and explosion left the madman unscathed. Just moments ago, during the bombardment, he exhibited no signs of injury, as if the explosions had not affected him at all. This was far more terrifying than mere immortality. If what you say is true, do we stand no chance at all? Tang Shuoro's delicate features paled at the thought. I still need to conduct further tests, Chen Ye resolved, intending to utilize his formidable attack skills to ascertain whether the opponent truly remained unharmed. At that moment, the madman had repaired his 12-wheeled yellow truck using a vehicle repair card. He once again erupted into madness, revving the engine and preparing for a ferocious crash. You cannot kill me, Chen Ye. You are utterly incapable of defeating me, he bellowed during the live broadcast. Do you see? Witness my power, immortal and indestructible. From this day forth, I am the emperor, the sovereign, the supreme being. Do not speak of others. Even Chen Ye, who possesses the most formidable offensive abilities, is unable to vanquish me. He has attempted to crush me with a colossal pickup truck and bombard me with tank shells. Soon, he may even wield his golden laser eyes to annihilate me. Yet all efforts are in vain. He cannot extinguish my existence. I am an immortal deity. He proclaims this horrifying declaration during his live broadcast, astonishing and terrifying the crowd. This outcome is precisely what he anticipated. Why does he dare to launch such reckless and extreme challenges against Chen Ye? It is because Chen Ye is universally acknowledged as a legend and the most powerful offensive esper within the group. If he can topple Chen Ye, if he can emerge unscathed in the face of Chen Ye's overwhelming abilities, it would serve as a virulent advertisement, proclaiming to all within the group his invincibility. Thus, he could ascend to the throne, becoming the mightiest individual beyond reproach or challenge. Although he may appear to be an irrational lunatic devoid of logic, he possesses profound considerations and underlying reasoning. His repeated frenzied assaults and maniacal roars are merely external tactics to instill fear. It is over. It is all over. The madman floors the accelerator. The 12-wheeled yellow truck's engine emits a terrifying roar as its massive wheels spin wildly. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. It thunderously advances, akin to a destructive behemoth. The snow and even the bodies of former companions are crushed beneath its wheels. With a resounding crash, the 12-wheeled yellow truck collides violently with the rear of a 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. The immense force and acceleration render steel as fragile as paper, utterly shredding the driver's cabin. Although the 6-wheeled armored vehicle suffers no severe damage, its rear license plate shatters and all the red taillights are obliterated. More horrifyingly, the heavy steel of the armored vehicle penetrates the cabin. The angular steel structure transforms into the sharpest of dull blades, slicing through all that stands in its path, except for the deranged driver. Indeed, amidst such a catastrophic collision, under such immense gravitational acceleration, the once solid steel has become as fragile as paper, yet the madman remains unscathed. He once again demonstrates to the world his indestructible form, no matter how terrifying the force. It cannot inflict harm upon him. This is precisely what he wishes everyone to witness, instilling despair and clarity in their minds regarding his invincibility. My lord, your speculation is correct. Tang Shuoro's beautiful eyes brim with despair. He is not immortal. Rather, he possesses an uncanny ability to remain unharmed, more terrifying than mere immortality. Do not fear, my powers have yet to be tested. Chen Ye, too, is filled with incredulity. He could not have anticipated that this madman would be so fortunate as to awaken such a formidable ability. While he feels fear and a sense of threat, he is primarily intrigued, obsessively seeking to uncover this lunatic's weakness. If he can eliminate him, he shall acquire the corresponding essence of esper abilities. In a certain sense, Chen Ye is even more unhinged than Diangong. Simultaneously, the group erupted in fervor. It was astonishing to discover the existence of an ability that could not be harmed. Truly a supreme skill, immortal and indestructible. It now appeared that Chen Ye's level of offensive skills was not as domineering or invincible as previously thought. After all, he remains but a corporeal being. Indeed, if one could merely approach Chen Ye, a single screwdriver could extinguish his life. The ability to be immortal and impervious to harm is the true hallmark of a supreme skill. This situation is utterly unreasonable, rife with discrepancies. Why had there been no announcement regarding this boy's awakening of a supreme skill in the group? Isn't it true that only Chen Ye possesses such a skill? Wasn't he the sole individual of his kind? How could another emerge? I disregard all the chaos. One thing is abundantly clear. Chen Ye is doomed. Everyone is correct. The paramount fact is that Chen Ye must perish. Given that all attacks are rendered ineffective, Diangong requires no weapons. He need only approach Chen Ye step by step, delivering crushing blows to eliminate this so-called legendary man. Chapter 114. An excited Luo Zijuan. Let us not speak with such finality. Chen Ye has yet to unleash his attack. What if all assaults prove futile, except for his death ray, which cannot be evaded? Indeed, it is highly plausible. I believe the legend shall not fall. Ultimately, the victor will be Chen Ye. The group echoed diverse sentiments. Chen Ye has many staunch supporters who admire and revere him, believing that he shall always emerge as the ultimate victor. Son, what do you think the outcome will be? Luo Zijuan anxiously watched the live broadcast, her fists tightly clenched, her fingertips pale. Chen Ye would never be easily vanquished by this lunatic. Zhang Xiaoquan shook his head. Although he was Chen Ye's sworn enemy, he felt that the situation could not be so simple. Chen Ye could not fall so easily. Why do you say that? What is your basis? Luo Zijuan, grasping a lifeline, inquired nervously. The basis is that he should be defeated by me, not by some nameless, faceless individual, Zhang Xiaoquan replied solemnly. Such a response clearly failed to satisfy Luo Zijuan, as it was far too nonsensical. There must be a flaw. Luo Zijuan's eyes sparkled with determination as she endeavored to discern her opponent's hidden cards. There are no omnipotent abilities, no flawless powers. Every skill must possess its shortcomings. She was striving in her own way to assist Chen Ye. Chen Ye, where's your death ray? Diangong had yet to make any further moves or produce any weapons. He merely continued to wait, patiently biding his time. He awaited Chen Ye's golden death ray, anticipating that Chen Ye's fierce assault would validate his invincibility and supremacy. He seemed quite confident. Chen Ye uttered no superfluous words. His eyes emitted a blazing golden flame. The intense beam of light melted the surrounding ice and snow, transforming the ground into a gently flowing stream. The steel of the cockpit was instantaneously melted, transforming into scorching. Molten iron. The death ray pierced through the eyes of the madman, who emitted anguished wails, shrieking as if enduring unimaginable torment. His performance was so convincing that Chen Ye briefly believed his golden death ray had proven effective. However, suddenly, the madman erupted into laughter, clutching his belly, tears streaming down his face as he pounded the steering wheel, cackling like a frenzied monkey. It's futile. Your golden death ray cannot penetrate my skull. Look, it has no heat whatsoever. It's useless even against my hand. Burn me if you dare. You can't even singe a single hair on my body. To Chen Ye's astonishment, this audacious individual began to dance before the golden death ray, even shamelessly exposing himself. The golden glow in Chen Ye's eyes gradually dimmed. He could hardly believe that this man could truly withstand his golden death ray. Despite his foreknowledge, Chen Ye was still taken aback. What an immense power of rules, capable of resisting such searing flames. Incredible, it truly failed to have any effect. My heavens! Brothers, did you see that? The steel has melted, yet this rascal remains unscathed, still daring to boast. This fellow? He is a deity. Indeed, a deity, a new god has emerged. The minions began to cheer for the ascension of their new king. Like shadowy, crawling creatures, they anonymously berated Chen Ye in their group chats. Though they dared not confront him directly, they dreamed of vanquishing him, yearning to bring him down from his pedestal. They had thought they would never have the chance, yet here they were, witnessing a formidable opponent poised to eliminate Chen Ye. It's over, utterly over. Chen Ye's most powerful attack had proven ineffective. Is my idol truly destined to fall? No, I cannot accept this. Chen Ye is a legend wielding the golden death ray. He must not be defeated. Oh heavens, open your eyes. Many of Chen Ye's fans and admirers were engulfed in despair. They never anticipated that the moment he reached the pinnacle of his life, he would be vanquished in such an unforeseen manner. No, we must act. The usually composed Luo Zijuan was thrown into a frenzy. She had to save Chen Ye immediately. Mother, are you all right? Zhang Xiaoquan gazed incredulously at his mother. We must intervene. Do not question my relationship with Chen Ye. Luo Zijuan's usual wit had vanished, and she screamed in a near-manic fury. I cannot bear to watch Chen Ye perish. It is absolutely unacceptable. Mother, that is not what I meant. Zhang Xiaoquan was bewildered. I just feel like it's too late. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench a near thirst. They were far too distant to reach the scene in time. Even if they could arrive, it would all be over. Yes, it was too late. It was all over. Luo Zijuan collapsed onto the sofa, rendered speechless. Mother, it appears you are deliberating over your words, exhibiting a profound concern for Chen Ye. Luo Zijuan's gaze was vacant, her silence palpable. She was a woman of wisdom and decisiveness, yet the tumult of her emotions rendered her disoriented, her thoughts scattered in the depths of her affections. At this moment, all her plans and accumulated wisdom crumbled to dust. Once, she believed she could surmount any obstacle, devising a path forward even in the face of apocalyptic despair. Yet she had never felt such panic and hopelessness. Now, her delicate fingers trembled ever so slightly, clearly betraying the chaos within her heart. Mother, what troubles you? Zhang Xiaoquan's expression darkened. After all, Chen Ye was our adversary. His failure would not be a misfortune for us. Although there had been plans to mend relations with Chen Ye, the reality remained that they were still enemies. Should Chen Ye be eliminated, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for them. Given Chen Ye's formidable strength, his downfall would significantly enhance their chances of dominance and increase access to abundant resources. Silence. What do you understand? Luo Zijuan's countenance soured considerably. Chen Ye cannot die. It is simply impossible. At this point, she found herself utterly powerless to save him. Yet she firmly believed in his safety. In her most desperate hour, Luo Zijuan made her choice. She chose to believe in Chen Ye. Are you suggesting that, in such dire circumstances, Chen Ye could still turn the tide? Zhang Xiaoquan shook his head. His most potent attacks had proven ineffective. How could one hope for a breakthrough? In his mind, Chen Ye had already been sentenced to death, with no opportunity or capacity to recover. Imagining himself with such terrifying power as Chen Ye, only to see it nullified before him, left him at a loss for how to change the outcome. Chapter 115. The core of all answers. You cannot. Perhaps no one can. Yet, in Luo Zijuan's eyes, a spark of hope ignited. But I believe he will succeed. Chen Ye will prevail. He must. This was a man she had faith in. The man Luo Zijuan chose would certainly not falter, could not possibly fail in this situation. Mother, I believe your confidence in Chen Ye is entirely unfounded, Zhang Xiaoquan countered. Enough with the idle chatter. Luo Zijuan shook her head. Soon, all would be revealed. The live broadcast of the madman continued unabated as he sat in his cockpit, laughing boisterously, exuding arrogance. Chen Ye stood opposite him, displaying no signs of panic, even managing a slight smile. In such dire straits, his laughter was unfathomable, hard to believe. Chen Ye, your attacks have proven ineffective. I offer you a chance to pledge your allegiance to me. The madman's triumphant laughter echoed. Kneel now, and present all your women to serve me. Indulge me, and I might spare your life. Although Chen Ye possessed powerful offensive skills, he could not slay the madman, yet he could eliminate all others. Such formidable subordinates would naturally be welcomed under his command. Is that your conclusion? Do you believe you have me at your mercy? Chen Ye smiled. It's not quite as simple as that, is it? I find myself somewhat admiring you, despite your evident defeat. The mad prince scoffed, still stubbornly defiant. My attacks may indeed be ineffective against you, yet it appears you possess no formidable offensive capabilities. This is an undeniable truth. If he had any powerful skills at his disposal, he would have utilized them by now, rather than charging like a wild bull. But what of it? The mad prince candidly acknowledged that he indeed lacked such skills. However, his fists were sufficient to bring about your demise. In his eyes, Chen Ye posed no threat to him, ensuring his perpetual invincibility. As the saying goes, when the enemy slows, I accelerate, which effectively equates to his entrapment. You are truly foolish. Chen Ye chuckled, the last vestige of doubt evaporating. Initially, he harbored concerns about the opponent's hidden trump cards. Yet, from the adversary's words and subtle expressions, Chen Ye was now convinced that this individual possessed no hidden weaponry. With no lethal arsenal to contend with, he could attack without restraint. Eschewing superfluous dialogue, he lunged forward with the swiftness of a cheetah. Although Chen Ye lacked any supernatural speed, his strength was formidable. Particularly, His leg power was astonishingly intense, rendering his velocity unparalleled. Before the Mad Prince could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Ye was already upon him. He unleashed a powerful punch that shattered glass, transforming his fist into a claw, viciously seizing the opponent's hair and yanking it down. From that moment, it became straightforward, a relentless barrage of southern fists and northern kicks. It was simply the epitome of unrestrained violence. There were no intricate techniques involved. Every insidious and vile maneuver imaginable, strikes to the groin, battering the jewels, gouging the eyes, was unleashed without mercy. Chen Ye unabashedly vented his pent-up emotions. The reason for employing such primitive and straightforward methods of attack was that it was the only approach he had yet to validate. Firearms, bows, and artillery all relied on gravitational acceleration, which the opponent appeared immune to. Even the golden flames of his abilities could not penetrate. After much deliberation, it seemed that only his fists remained. Perhaps, in this world, the most reliable option was indeed the fist. The Mad Prince was left bruised and battered, howling in agony, having lost several teeth and bleeding profusely from his mouth and nose. Upon witnessing his disheveled state, Chen Ye momentarily froze in place. Wait, was a fist attack actually effective against him? Chen Ye had initially believed that such pummeling would only provide him with personal satisfaction, not realizing that it had inflicted such damage upon his opponent. A being impervious to artillery and death rays was, astonishingly, vulnerable to a mere fist? Chen Ye gazed at his own hand, feeling a sense of disorientation. He never anticipated that the resolution would manifest in such a manner. If he could bludgeon the adversary to the point of bloodshed, he could indeed pummel him to death. What kind of skill is this? Chen Ye could not help but inquire. What are the rules governing this? You vile creature, despicable and shameless, not adhering to the established norms. The Mad Prince screamed frantically, struggling to crawl back to his vehicle. Let me return. If you have the guts, fight me on my vehicle. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping the crux of the matter. In this context, within his own vehicle, the madman is invincible. Should this assertion hold true? Chen Ye's eyes once again ignited with a searing flame, abruptly directed towards the madman's rear. The terrifying heat instantaneously bore a large hole, completely melting away the madman's lower region. This was akin to a meticulous gender reassignment surgery. The golden flames proved sharper and more precise than any surgical scalpel. The frenzied madman fell into an eerie silence. He glanced at his now empty trousers, then at Chen Ye. After a series of frantic glances, a wretched scream escaped his lips as he felt the intense pain emanating from his lower body. You are inhuman. Why? Why have you removed my manhood? Why must you interfere with my very essence? Without it, how am I to relieve myself? The madman lamented in agony, his suffering compounded by the psychological torment of realizing he had become the first eunuch in this survival world. Do not be so concerned about it, Chen Ye remarked with a smile. Time was already running out, yet he still fretted over what was irrevocably lost. Besides, such a trivial thing was hardly worth lamenting. What is the matter? I am exceedingly curious. How can you be invincible in the cockpit? I will tell you everything. Will ensure my survival. The madman nodded frantically, devoid of his former bravado. After all, his greatest support had vanished, leaving him without the capital for his madness. Do you believe you possess any leverage for negotiation? Chen Ye replied coldly. I will tell you everything, he said, his face paling in fear. It is genuine top-secret information, one that could elevate you above all others and crown you as king. If you spare my life, I shall divulge everything. It appears you still do not grasp the severity of your situation. Chen Ye's eyes once again erupted with golden flames, which seared through the madman's arm, leaving a blood hole the size of a coin. The ensuing agony caused the madman to writhe on the ground, a pitiful figure, overwhelmed by his own excrement. If I do not disclose this information, you'll never acquire my abilities. No one but me can achieve this. I seek only to survive, and you can possess the world. I am not deceiving you. This is an exceedingly lucrative deal. He still entertained the notion of bargaining. Naturally, Chen Ye would not indulge him. Waves of golden rays erupted, meticulously avoiding vital points, inflicting excruciating pain while ensuring he did not perish. This inhumane torment soon became unbearable for him. This fellow was hardly a stalwart. He could not withstand such perverse suffering. I will tell you everything. It is the vehicle core, I'm the first to possess a vehicle core. Chen Ye ceased his torment. Chapter 116. The Azure Vehicle Core. What is a vehicle core? This was a term he had never encountered before. The madman, overwhelmed by pain, could only extend his palm, revealing a blue crystal within his hand. It was a polygonal cube, emanating a faint glow, seemingly possessing some form of the extraordinary. Chen Ye attempted to make contact with it using his finger, experiencing a delightful and cool sensation. Subsequently, a cascade of information flooded his mind, detailing various introductions to the vehicle core. The vehicle core, as its name suggests, is the most vital essence of the vehicle, capable of continuous upgrades that enhance its power. Most importantly, each vehicle core awakens a unique characteristic, which is the core's most remarkable feature. The unique trait of the eccentric lord was simple. Within the vehicle, he was perpetually safe and absolutely invincible. No attack could inflict harm upon him. It goes without saying that this was an exceptional ability, allowing him to nearly overpower Chen Ye. And it was precisely this power that emboldened him to act with such reckless abandon. This artifact was indeed impressive. Chen Ye felt quite satisfied. Ding! By eliminating the owner of the vehicle core, you can seize their core? The system's cold voice echoed. Was it necessary to kill someone? It was indeed a reasonable stipulation to require the owner's demise to obtain their vehicle core. Vehicle core. The eccentric lord, with a feeble tone, remarked. Once you possess a vehicle core, you too can become formidable like me. It must be said that the vehicle core certainly compensated for a shortcoming Chen Ye currently faced. He possessed an exceedingly powerful offensive capability, yet he was ultimately just a mortal. A single dagger or a handgun could end his life. With damage immunity, Chen Ye would be absolutely secure within the vehicle. Vehicle characteristics were akin to unique abilities. Who knows? They might even be further upgraded. The eccentric lord continued. Even if it cannot be upgraded, the characteristics of my vehicle core are undeniably top tier. I offer you this exceptional vehicle core in exchange for my life. Is that too much to ask? Naturally, it was not an unreasonable request. However, I am a benevolent person, one who has never taken pleasure in killing. Chen Ye smiled faintly. Yes, you are the great and kind-hearted Ye, always benevolent. The eccentric lord rejoiced, seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, the system was merciless. Chen Ye declared, only by killing you can I acquire the vehicle core. What? The eccentric lord felt a chill, realizing he had not anticipated such a stipulation. If that were the case, no matter what was said, Chen Ye would have to take his life. There was no choice. The allure of the vehicle core was too compelling. Do not kill me, please, the eccentric lord implored frantically. In truth, my vehicle's characteristics are not that impressive. Such a statement rendered the conversation trivial. Chen Ye could not be bothered to refute him. The superiority of his vehicle core was evident. You must relinquish my vehicle core. The eccentric lord continued to plead. I know of another individual. She also possesses a vehicle core, and her characteristics are even more remarkable. Oh, Chen Ye's interest was piqued. Idle chatter held little value now. I am not fabricating tales, the eccentric lord asserted loudly. She commands a vast fleet, and even that madwoman, the Supreme 95, is merely one of her subordinates. She has grown so powerful that she does not even deign to hunt you. Her fleet comprises hundreds of vehicles. With over 100 vehicles at one's disposal, one must ponder the true strength of such a force. Indeed, 100 vehicles is a formidable presence. It is worth noting that even the esteemed Dragon Lord commands merely 40 vehicles, and with that number, he has already become quite arrogant. What then could be said of possessing 100? What's her name? Chen Ye inquired. The core characteristic of the vehicles? Her name is He. The eccentric gentleman continued. She is known as the First Sister, a woman of considerable dominance and strength. The so-called Supreme 95 is but a poor imitation of her might. But what are the characteristics of her vehicles? This was what Chen Ye was most eager to know. I am uncertain, the eccentric admitted, unwilling to deceive. Regardless, her capabilities far surpass my own. Oh, Chen Ye responded. Then what use are you? If you wish, I can help you arrange a meeting with her. The eccentric hastily offered. I have her as a friend. I can contact her and arrange for you to eliminate her, thus claiming her vehicle core as your own. Are you out of your mind? Tang Shuiro exclaimed. He is already in the group. Why would you need to contact her? In the group, we can reach out freely. Your presence is unnecessary. That is not the case. The eccentric quickly clarified. She has already left the group. I am the only one with her as a friend. Tang Shuiero immediately scrolled through the group, only to find that he was indeed nowhere to be found. Master, I did not expect she could truly leave the group. That is inconsequential, Chen Ye replied indifferently. Even if he departed, her subordinates would not all have followed suit. If fate permits, we shall find a way to connect. Does this mean we must acquiesce to him? Tang Shuiero frowned. Should we spare his life? Indeed, the eccentric insisted. You must spare my life. It is imperative. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Chen Ye decisively incinerated the eccentric's head. The man had yet to comprehend the situation before he was gone. Ding, you have slain a survivor. Congratulations on acquiring their vehicle core. Ding, you may choose from the following options to dispose of the vehicle core. Ding, merge, sell, destroy, store, synthesize, gift. Without hesitation, Chen Ye selected merge. Upon merging, he would find himself utterly secure within the vehicle. Such a level of power was too valuable to discard. A low hum resonated as the blue core in his palm vanished, enveloping the entire vehicle in a radiant blue glow. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade of your vehicle. You have merged with the Azure core. Characteristic: immune to all damage. Was it true that the vehicle core possessed a name? Azure? Quite intriguing. How does one upgrade the vehicle core? Chen Ye inquired. Ding! Plunder another's core, receive a core from a treasure chest, or upgrade at the supermarket. The system's cold voice responded. A supermarket? Chen Ye astutely grasped the significance. He had not anticipated that such a place could facilitate core upgrades. How extraordinary! His anticipation for the supermarket had been high, but now it held even greater promise. What wonders would unfold upon the upgrade of the Azure core? Name: Azure Core. Level 1. Rating: Feature: the vehicle's master is immune to all damage. Similar to Chen Ye's extraordinary abilities, the vehicle core's rating is also master. Tang Shuiero remarked. The 12-wheeled truck. The truck is considered a trophy and should not be wasted. Moreover, this fellow must possess a considerable amount of supplies, even functional cards. Chapter 117. Upgrading the vehicle core. Tang Shuiero swiftly gathered the spoils. Various supplies weighed approximately 1 ton. 10 liters of legendary grade fuel. 5 functional cards. With an abundance of resources, she calculated based on weight. Unexpectedly, this fellow had quite a bit of legendary fuel. If he had not pursued them, it would have been impossible without it. And a 12-wheeled truck as well. Tang Shuiero suggested, you might temporarily store it in the warehouse, awaiting tomorrow's fusion. Now that Chen Ye's vehicle has reached colossal proportions, fusing another 12-wheeled truck would undoubtedly make it even larger. Is the 12-wheeled truck of legendary grade? Chen Ye inquired. He was not one to make hasty decisions. Each upgrade was exceedingly precious. He would never upgrade casually if it were below the legendary level. After all, he only had 3 upgrade opportunities daily. If upgrades were limitless, he could be indiscriminate, but that was not the case. Not of legendary grade. Tang Shuiero shook her head. Legendary grade is far too rare. How could just anyone possess a legendary vehicle? It is of supergrade. Oh, Chen Ye's brow arched slightly, intrigued. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. He had initially expected a standard 12-wheeled truck, only to discover it was of supergrade. That was equivalent to 100 12-wheeled trucks. No wonder he dared offer us the Dongfeng Mengshe armored vehicle. Tang Shuiero noted, it turns out his own vehicle is quite impressive. Besides being supergrade, it has a vehicle core that is indeed remarkable. What kind of cards does it possess? Chen Ye inquired with curiosity. Only one type. Tang Shuiero responded. Of the 5 cards, there is only one type. The random weapon card. What? Chen Ye frowned. It was his first encounter with such a functional card. Here, take a look. Tang Shuiero handed all the functional cards to Chen Ye. Name: random weapon card. Function description. Upon using the card, one may randomly obtain a weapon. Type and strength unknown. Understood. Chen Ye instantly grasped the concept. The katana wielded by the madman was not obtained from a treasure chest, but rather from a random weapon card. It must be said, this kind of card is rather impressive. The katana is indeed formidable. Master, you have also discovered a map. Tang Shuiero remarked. However, I cannot decipher it. Please take a look. The map was quite worn, with many details obscured. Nevertheless, most of it remained discernible. This is a map of a military weapons depot. After studying it for a while, Chen Ye managed to decipher it. Oh, Tang Shuiero also realized, do these small red dots not indicate the locations of the weapon depots? There are a total of 5 red dots. Thus, There are 5 military weapons depots? No wonder the eccentric couple possesses such an arsenal. It turns out they do not merely have a single military weapons depot, but rather an entire cache. There are 3 remaining, Chen Ye clarified. 2 have already been utilized by them. 2 red dots have been marked, clearly indicating they have been searched. The remaining 3 are quite formidable as well. Tang Xiuerou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having endured numerous crises, she comprehended the significance of weaponry all too well. With an ample supply of arms, the safety of her teammates could be considerably assured. The remaining 3 are still housed in a large warehouse. The size of the remaining red dots suggests they carry greater implications. This is certainly worth far more than a bronze treasure map. Tang Xiuerou rubbed her hands together, overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, it holds immense value. Chen Ye stowed the map away and declared, "Let us go." According to the coordinates on the map, the military depot lies a considerable distance away. First, let us visit the supermarket. Once in the vehicle, Chen Ye experienced a remarkable sensation, an absolute sense of security. Within the confines of the transport, he felt invulnerable, impervious to any harm. Moreover, there arose a profound sense of connection, akin to a shared bloodline. Yes, it was indeed a feeling of kinship. He could distinctly perceive everything within the vehicle. Even the relentless motion of the internal combustion engine's pistons was vividly felt. Should anything malfunction, he would be aware at once. He could even sense the fuel level in the tank with utmost clarity. This was no ordinary vehicle. It had become an extension of Chen Ye's very being. Is this the core of the vehicle? Chen Ye was taken aback with delight. The vehicle's core not only possessed remarkable attributes, but also exhibited this wondrous effect, transforming the vehicle from mere transport into an external organ of Chen Ye. Inside the vehicle, he could sense anyone present with acute awareness. Should anyone enter his vehicle, it would be as if they had invaded his very essence, utterly beyond their concealment. "Master, we have arrived," Tang Xiuerou suddenly exclaimed. "The supermarket is here." After a considerable journey, the 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle halted at the entrance of the supermarket. The supermarket featured a single door and a sign that read, "A supermarket awaits." Chen Ye disembarked and approached the entrance, which consisted of an unremarkable glass door. However, visibility inside was entirely obscured. On the glass door, there was a coin slot with an inscription that stated, "Insert 1 gold coin for entry." The privilege to enter the supermarket demanded a gold coin. How exorbitant! Even the most expensive membership supermarkets across the globe do not levy such a fee. Nevertheless, Chen Ye decided to insert a gold coin. The mere upgrade of the vehicle's core should justify the expense. Ding! Coin insertion successful. Please enter. A mechanical voice announced as Chen Ye pushed the door open. Upon entering, he beheld a colossal screen. Absurdly, there was not a single item in the supermarket. Ding! Please state your needs. The supermarket can fulfill all your desires. Text appeared on the screen. Accompanied by a chilling mechanical sound, Chen Ye expressed skepticism, exclaiming, "Isn't that a bit presumptuous? I desire immortality." Immortality. It is the ultimate aspiration of every carbon-based life form. Ding! The longevity elixir grants carbon-based beings a lifespan of 1,000 years. Price, 15.6 billion gold coins. A faint blue potion appeared on the screen, with its price and function detailed. Is this truly real? Chen Ye inquired, astonished. Ding! Time is merely an illusion for carbon-based beings in a vast universe. Time does not exist. The longevity elixir merely repairs the aging process of carbon-based life forms. With each instance of replication, a degree of damage occurs, leading to noticeable aging. By mending this deterioration, the lifespan of carbon-based beings can be significantly extended. In truth, the universe has never known death. Extinguished stars are simply another manifestation of matter. Without time, the concept of immortality is rendered moot. Chen Ye nodded, finding some merit in this notion. However, he opted to upgrade the core of his vehicle instead. In the prime of his youth, he found no need for a longevity elixir, nor did he possess the requisite gold coins for such a purchase. Chapter 118, Level 3 Azure Vehicle Core. Ding! The initial upgrade of the vehicle core costs 10 gold coins. A notification appeared on the screen once more. Upgrade. Chen Ye promptly produced 10 gold coins. Regardless of the calculations, it seemed reasonable. After all, it was merely a paltry sum of 10 coins. He was a man with over 1,000 gold coins. Upgrade, upgrade, and yet again upgrade. He He devoted all 1,000 coins to the enhancement of the vehicle core. Ultimately, gold coins held little practical use. He decided to expend them all for the upgrades. Congratulations! You have completed the first vehicle upgrade. Congratulations! You have completed the second vehicle upgrade. Regrettably, the vehicle upgrade has failed. Your gold coin balance is insufficient. The notification startled Chen Ye. I possess over 1,000 gold coins. Logically, I should be able to upgrade 10 times. How is it that I can only manage 2 upgrades before running out of coins? Ding! The first upgrade requires 10 gold coins. The second requires 100 coins. And the third requires 1,000 coins. Each successive upgrade adds a 0. Quite absurd indeed. Chen Ye had not anticipated such an exponential increase. Opening the vehicle core panel, he observed, Item, Vehicle Core, Level 3, Rating, Features, in addition to the vehicle owner being immune to all damage. 2 teammates within the vehicle can also enjoy immunity to all harm. Previously, only Chen Ye was immune. Now everyone within could share in this protection, marking a commendable upgrade. What capabilities does the vehicle core possess after the third upgrade? Chen Ye inquired, quite eager for the outcome. He was optimistic, for he still held a substantial amount of gold coins. The first 2 upgrades had only consumed a total of 110 coins. He was very close to the third upgrade. Ding! The third upgrade. The damage immunity effect imposes no limit on the number of individuals affected. In essence, as long as one is a teammate of Chen Ye, regardless of the number of individuals, as long as they are within the vehicle, they can share invincibility. This effectively transforms the vehicle into an impervious mobile fortress. Facing even the most formidable opponents, one can remain invincible. What about the fourth upgrade? Chen Ye inquired, eagerly anticipating the potential of the Azure Vehicle Core. Ding! Upon the fourth upgrade, as the vehicle owner, your invincibility range will no longer be confined to the interior of the vehicle. Outside the vehicle, within a certain radius, you will be immune to damage. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. He focused intently on the screen for a considerable time, before confirming that he had indeed understood correctly. This meant that his invincible fortress was not merely a turtle shell, but could transform into a mobile shield. The disparity between the two was monumental. Furthermore, following this pattern of upgrades, the range would undoubtedly continue to expand. The attribute of being immune to all damage had essentially become a superpower he could carry with him. Impressive. Chen Ye couldn't help but extend his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "This is truly extraordinary." Ding! Detecting that your gold balance is substantial, we specifically recommend products for you. Entering a supermarket and not spending all your gold would be a sin and a waste. For the next supermarket is 1,000 kilometers away. As the saying goes, once you pass this village, there will be no such store. Various items appeared on the screen. However, Chen Ye, without even glancing, prepared to leave. By any calculation, upgrading the core was the most prudent strategy for utilizing gold. No other products warranted such an expenditure. Suddenly, a message pinged in for Chen Ye. Mr. Chen, congratulations on defeating the Mad Lord and obtaining the vehicle core. It was from a stranger, a completely anonymous individual. This was the first time Chen Ye had encountered such a situation. He had never seen a survivor who could remain anonymous. Who are you? Chen Ye retorted. Who I am is of no consequence, the stranger replied. What matters is that the Mad Lord's attack on you was my suggestion. Are we enemies, then? Chen Ye queried. Is it true that you've sent the small to attack the larger? Was this stranger perhaps an ally of the Mad Lord, seeking vengeance? No, we are friends, the stranger stated. I suggest you attack He and claim her vehicle core. Why should I heed your advice? Chen Ye responded, as he bore no animosity towards He and was completely unfamiliar with this stranger. It was I who informed the Mad Lord that the supermarket was just ahead. The stranger continued, do you think you should listen to my advice? Are you implying that you know the supermarket's location and possess considerable strength? Therefore, you suggest I follow your lead? Chen Ye chuckled, finding the stranger's logic rather presumptuous. Indeed, the stranger affirmed, conversing with an intelligent individual is quite refreshing. I have no interest, Chen Ye replied curtly, opting to dismiss the stranger's attempts at conversation. I can provide you with intelligence on He, significantly increasing your chances of successfully hunting her down. The stranger continued, Intelligence? Chen Ye laughed. Then tell me, what are the characteristics of He Ye's vehicle core? Hith. The stranger smiled and I instantly recognized you as an ambitious individual undeniably intrigued. Surely, you're not unaware of the core characteristics of the vehicle? Chen Ye couldn't help but mock. Is that not rather pathetic? The core characteristics are an absolute secret for every core holder. The stranger replied. Even He's most trusted confidant could not possibly know, for the stakes are too high. This secret is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Take Jiao Gong. For instance, he lost his life for disclosing the characteristics of the vehicle core. Had he kept it secret, he might have emerged as the ultimate victor. Does that mean you do not know? Of course I do. Oh, it seems I have underestimated you. HE's vehicle core characteristic allows for a daily production of a certain amount of gold coins. As the core S level increases, so too does the quantity of gold produced. Wow! Chen Ye couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This characteristic is remarkably powerful. It truly rivals Zhang Xiaoquan's treasure map ability. Moreover, gold coins are far more lucrative than treasure chests. A treasure chest could be empty, or even spring a venomous snake. Yet gold coins are tangible. The critical point is that gold coins are infinitely more useful. They could be used to purchase longevity potions. A treasure chest could never provide that. One could open a lifetime's worth of black iron treasure chests and never amass 100 million gold coins. How about that? The stranger chuckled. Are you not intrigued? What are your conditions? Chen Ye inquired with curiosity. Everything has its conditions, and this person is no exception. I can provide you with the location of the convoy. The stranger continued. With your strength, defeating He's convoy would be effortless. As for my condition, I only require He. What you do with him is none of my concern. Understood. Chen Ye refrained from probing further. One last question. Why did you incite Jiao Gong to attack me? Chapter 119. Boss, I want to give you a monkey. Jiao Gong's assault on Chen Ye clearly made him the primary culprit. However, it was also the stranger's instigation that could not be overlooked. This was a significant malignancy. Quite simply, I wish for him to hand over the vehicle core to you. The stranger remarked with a smile. You should be grateful to me. This is my considerable goodwill. Such flattering words were hardly worth a rebuttal from Chen Ye. Is that not true? The stranger countered. I admit I have selfish motives, wishing for you to become the blade that defeats He. Yet, ultimately, you are my ally. Our interests align, and I stand with you. It matters not. Chen Ye declared, your demise is drawing near. This fellow was insincere, merely offering pretty words. In truth, it was merely his selection process. If Chen Ye perished, he would use Jiao Gong. If Jiao Gong fell, he would reach out to Chen Ye. Regardless of who won or lost, he would emerge as the final victor. Everyone must meet their end. The stranger chuckled, but the time has not yet come. I can collaborate with you. Chen Ye replied coldly, but I cannot guarantee your safety. Do you understand my meaning? I do, the stranger acknowledged, having realized that Chen Ye was far less manageable than Jiao Gong. Yet there was no alternative. The deceased possessed no right to speak. That is understood. Chen Ye commanded. Provide me with the location. Very well. The stranger sent a pulsating red dot. Utilizing navigation, one could approach the other. I can only share my location, nothing more. The stranger concluded. Whether success is attainable depends on your own capabilities. Chen Ye chose to ignore him, fixating on the red dot. Tang Shuero, can you perceive the information from the red dot? Chen Ye shared the location with Tang Shuero within the vehicle. No, she promptly replied, my level is insufficient. Understood. Chen Ye did not press further, merely glancing at the supermarket screen, declaring, I wish to purchase fire ability fruits. Ding. Certainly, dear customer. Special offer. Fire ability fruit. Priced at 20 gold coins. The computer screen displayed a line of text, accompanied by a series of price lists. Ordinary level, 20 gold coins. Special level, 300 gold coins. Super level, for 1,000 gold coins. Legendary, 50,000 gold coins. Black market. Chen Ye couldn't help but curse. The prices for high-level ability fruits in the supermarket far exceeded his synthesis costs. For Chen Ye, purchasing the most basic fruit was the most economical choice, as he could reap 100-fold return. Thus, one fire ability fruit would only cost him 2 gold coins. I shall acquire 10 fire ability fruits. After considering, Chen Ye promptly stated, although he still had ample gold coins, he preferred not to deplete all his resources. It is prudent to be prepared, retaining some reserves for added security. Ding. Dear customer, congratulations on your successful purchase. Ding. 10 ordinary level fire ability fruits have been deposited into your warehouse. Ding. Do you have any further needs? The supermarket's intelligent sales system warmly introduced a plethora of dazzling products. There were even various vehicle cores, albeit at exorbitant prices, far beyond Chen Ye's spending capacity, rendering it utterly pointless. After browsing, Chen Ye exited the supermarket. Tang Shuoro, consuming 10 fire ability fruits should enable you to level up. Correct? Chen Ye inquired directly. His intention in purchasing ability fruits was solely to assist Tang Shuoro in upgrading, as her information-based abilities were exceedingly useful. It should be possible. Tang Shuoro nodded in agreement. Then let us commence. Chen Ye bestowed all 10 ability fruits upon her. Thank you, Master. Tang Shuoro joyfully consumed them. Ding! Team member Tang Shuoro has consumed an ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations! You have acquired 100 fire ability fruits, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding! Team member Tang Shuoro has consumed an ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations! You have acquired 100 fire ability fruits, now stored in the system warehouse. A series of system notifications echoed. Soon, Chen Ye's inventory of fire ability fruits soared to 1,000. This equated to a legendary level fire ability fruit, valued at 50,000 gold coins. Indeed, recruiting more teammates proved to be the most exhilarating and profitable strategy. I can no longer consume any more. After consuming her 10th ability fruit, Tang Shuoro's stomach swelled, rendering her unable to eat any further. Has your ability upgraded? Chen Ye inquired. His concern solely focused on this matter. It should have upgraded. Tang Shuoro responded before her head tilted, and she fainted, reminiscent of her previous episode. Following the ingestion of the ability fruit, she had again succumbed to unconsciousness. It seemed they would have to wait a while. Chen Ye remained unperturbed, simply biding his time for Zuo Lanlan and her companions to arrive. Their speed was remarkable, making it impossible for Zuo Lanlan and the others to catch up. They could only wait. Several hours later, Zuo Lanlan and the others finally caught up. Big brother, are you injured? Chu Lingxi asked with concern, having watched the live stream and worried for Chen Ye's safety. I'm fine, Chen Ye reassured her, producing a katana. Chu Lingxi, here is a weapon for you. Thank you. Big brother, Chu Lingxi exclaimed, accepting the katana and demonstrating a dazzling flourish, the blade gleaming in the light. What a splendid weapon. She couldn't contain her excitement as she wielded the katana with vigor, effortlessly severing a nearby utility pole with a single strike. The clean, smooth-cut surface attested to both the katana's sharpness and her formidable strength. Ding! Your teammate Chu Lingxi has consumed a katana, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations! You have received 100 katanas, now stored in the system warehouse. What? Chen Ye exclaimed in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that the katana could also yield returns. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed logical, considering the bow had returned previously. Besides, it's a katana, he thought. Little girl, don't celebrate too soon. Chen Ye chuckled, adding, I have a perilous task to assign you. What dangerous task? Chu Lingxi inquired, her expression turning serious as she sheathed the weapon. No rush, Chen Ye replied, deciding to wait until Tang Shuoro regained consciousness to elaborate. All right, Chu Lingxi beamed. Regardless of the task, I will execute it with resolve. I'm absolutely loyal to you. Big brother, there's no need for concern, Chen Ye reassured her. Rest assured, your bravery will yield rewards. I knew you were the best, big brother, Chu Lingxi said with a beaming smile, planting a kiss on Chen Ye's cheek. Boss, Zuo Lanlan rushed forward, her demeanor tempestuous, shoving Chu Lingxi aside. Are you all right? I was so worried, she exclaimed, planting several fervent kisses on Chen Ye's face, akin to a customs officer with a stamp. One kiss after another. All right. Chen Ye pushed her away, perplexed. What are you doing? I want to, Zuo Lanlan replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. I want to give birth to a little one for the boss. It was only after nearly losing him that she realized what she truly desired. Chapter 120. Do you wish to be my father? Are you all right? Chen Ye laughed. Is it that time of the month? He teased. Knowing women often feel a heightened desire during this period, their hormones in disarray, rationality clouded. No, Zuo Lanlan insisted earnestly. I've suddenly come to understand something. Oh, Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. What revelation had this naive girl stumbled upon? We don't merely die when we grow old. We could perish at any moment. Zuo Lanlan continued. Therefore, every day should be a celebration, and we ought to live in the present. As she spoke, She clung to Chen Ye like a koala, her long legs firmly locking around his waist. Hey, Chen Ye retorted, you don't actually want to be out in this freezing weather, do you? It's too cold. You'll freeze your backside off. The sky serves as our bed, and the ground as our blanket. Zuo Lanlan laughed cheerfully. So comfortable. So cozy. All right. Chen Ye gave her forehead a light tap. It's broad daylight. Stop messing around. Matters like these should be reserved for the night. Public displays of affection are rather inappropriate. No worries. Chu Lingxi, holding a cup of cola, wore a look of amusement. You two may begin. I'd love to witness it. A live broadcast can be quite thrilling at times. Let us go. Chen Ye, not in the mood to play the leading man, led Zuo Lanlan into the massive armored vehicle. Inside, it was warm, providing a comfortable sense of security. Chu Lingxi, I need you as an advance unit to engage a large convoy, Chen Ye said with a serious expression. Conduct an experimental attack while ensuring your absolute safety. Although the stranger had provided information, its authenticity and potential hidden agendas remained unknown. Chen Ye could not afford to act impulsively. It was imperative to let the agile Chu Lingxi probe and feign attack as a precaution. No problem, Chu Lingxi replied with a smile. If I perish, dear brother, remember to burn some incense for me. Rest assured. Chen Ye reassured her, I will support you. Even if there are traps, I'll ensure your safe escape. All right then. Chu Lingxi sipped her icy cola, understanding the gravity of the situation. Having taken Chen Ye's katana, she was undoubtedly preparing for action. Be careful. Chen Ye patted her shoulder, offering encouragement. Don't worry, Chu Lingxi replied nonchalantly. She was accustomed to living on the edge of danger. The thrill of the chase was what excited her. Chen Ye, I can't believe you're still alive. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoquan sent a message. Upon witnessing the entire live stream of Chen Ye defeating the Mad Prince, he was utterly astonished. He never expected Chen Ye to turn the tables in such dire circumstances. You've truly become impressive. Zhang Xiaoquan continued. You've become a legendary idol in our group. How is your mother? I miss her a bit, Chen Ye replied sincerely. Shut up. Zhang Xiaoquan immediately snapped. Don't mention my mother. She is pure and untainted in my heart. What brings you here? Chen Ye was curious about Zhang Xiaoquan's intentions. A racing competition, Zhang Xiaoquan responded. Now that you've become a figure of imperial stature, it's time for you to accept my challenge, right? Chen Ye's reputation had soared to its peak. If Zhang Xiaoquan could defeat him in the race, he would gain immense notoriety. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity made him tremble with excitement. Thus, he contacted Chen Ye at the earliest opportunity, seeking to conquer him in this manner. All right. Chen Ye smiled. Are you daring enough to wager your mother's honor in this battle? Shut your mouth. Zhang Xiaoquan retorted angrily. I can wager resources. A vast amount of resources. If you win, the entire convoy will be yours. I harbor no interest in your fleet, Chen Ye declared. I only desire your mother. Luo Zijuan is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally intelligent, possessing the formidable character of a battle-hardened commander. Of course, the most crucial aspect is her prowess. Ahem. Indeed, the paramount importance lies in having female teammates. For Chen Ye, having a female companion signifies an abundance of resources and greater opportunities for synthesis. How about 5 treasure maps? Zhang Xiaoquan suggested, rummaging through, as the iron treasure map could yield valuable items. Are you begging for scraps? Chen Ye replied coldly. Speak any further, and I shall block you. Currently, he is the one seeking Chen Ye for a race. Chen Ye holds the initiative, while he does not. What do you truly want? Zhang Xiaoquan retorted angrily. Anything but my mother. I only want your mother. Chen Ye stated earnestly. If you agree, we can commence immediately. And if you lose? Zhang Xiaoquan fumed. What will you give up? Do you even have a mother? The stakes should be equal. If you wager your own mother, then logically, you should stake his as well. You rascal. Why does that sound like an insult? Chen Ye chuckled. I will propose a wager you cannot refuse. Oh. Zhang Xiaoquan inquired with interest. What is the wager? Myself. Chen Ye laughed. If I lose, I shall marry your mother. Wait. Zhang Xiaoquan felt insulted, thinking, are you treating me like a fool? If Chen Ye wins, he can have his mother, but if he loses, he must marry her. In either case, he would end up as a motherless child. What is the point of racing then? This is quite a lucrative deal. Chen Ye offered no explanation, simply stating, go ask your mother. Shut up. Zhang Xiaoquan shouted in fury. Mother, this Chen Ye is truly insufferable. His demands are utterly outrageous. He then relayed the entire situation to his mother. Subsequently, Luo Zijuan, applying eyeliner, remarked, "Quite good, a very fitting wager." "Mother," Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed, eyes wide. "Are you all right? You cannot possibly have feelings for Chen Ye, can you?" Silence. Luo Zijuan shot a glare at her son. "I am entirely motivated by self-interest." Self-interest? What self-interest? Zhang Xiaoquan was still trying to comprehend the situation. "Quite simple," Luo Zijuan explained. "If Chen Ye loses, he becomes your subordinate, and even if he were to marry me, he would still be your subordinate." In reality, Luo Zijuan is already Zhang Xiaoquan's subordinate. After all, Zhang Xiaoquan is the leader of the fleet. If he becomes your subordinate, he will naturally heed your commands. Luo Zijuan countered. "Is that not a good thing? The fleet would gain such formidable combat power. Chen Ye's fighting prowess is indeed quite terrifying." However, Zhang Xiaoquan questioned, "I feel he wants to be my father." "Don't flatter yourself," Luo Zijuan countered. "Do you think the likelihood of him desiring me is greater, or of him wanting to be your father?" "Undoubtedly the former." Zhang Xiaoquan remains self-aware. After all, his mother is exceedingly beautiful. Any man would drool upon seeing her. Yet, the two situations seem rather similar. Zhang Xiaoquan's mind was slightly befuddled. "Enough now, child," Luo Zijuan urged. "Go fight. I believe you will surely win." Regardless of victory or defeat, her happiness is assured. "Chen Ye wishes to be my father?" Zhang Xiaoquan slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, "No way. He must win. He has to win." Chapter 121. Vehicle Core 100-fold Return. "Silly goose." Chen Ye inquired playfully. "Do you wish to have children with me?" "Yes, yes, yes." Zuo Lanlan nodded repeatedly, obedient as a little chick pecking at grains. Having triumphed over Zhang Xiaoquan, Chen Ye declared, "Compete on my behalf in the race." "Absolutely," Zuo Lanlan, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "I have longed to participate." She had always desired to defeat Zhang Xiaoquan, but Chen Ye had held her back, preventing her from engaging. "Do you believe your vehicle can prevail?" Chen Ye countered it. "It will win," Zuo Lanlan declared emphatically. "It will undoubtedly win." "It is quite difficult," Tang Shiro interjected. "Since the opponent dares to boast, they must possess a hidden card." "That is certain. Without sufficient skill, who would dare to ascend Mount Liang?" "The racing competition is Zhang Xiaoquan's forte, through which he has reclaimed substantial resources." "My vehicle has also been upgraded," Zuo Lanlan retorted. "I refuse to believe I cannot conquer him. What if he possesses a vehicle core?" Chen Ye continued. At this, Zuo Lanlan fell silent. She had watched the live stream and was well aware of the vehicle core's prowess. If Zhang Xiaoquan possesses a vehicle core with speed attributes, then no matter how exceptional her driving skills, it would be futile. "By the way, boss, don't you have a vehicle core?" Zuo Lanlan suddenly proposed. "Could you lend it to me? Perhaps we could add a speed attribute." "That is indeed a viable plan." Chen Ye chuckled. "However, my vehicle core does not possess a speed attribute." "Then what shall we do?" Zuo Lanlan shrugged her shoulders, quite distressed. "If I cannot defeat Zhang Xiaoquan, will I never be able to have children with you? I will first remove the vehicle core and see if you can utilize it." This had been an experiment Chen Ye had long wished to conduct. If it can return 100-fold, that would be immensely satisfying. "All right," Zuo Lanlan, somewhat despondent, said, "I suppose we can only give it a try. Remove the vehicle core." Chen Ye commanded. Ding! The vehicle core has been removed. "Here you go." Chen Ye tossed the vehicle core to her. "Merge!" Zuo Lanlan shouted. "Merge the vehicle core." Buzz! A humming sound resonated as Zuo Lanlan's vehicle was enveloped in blue light. Moments later, the blue light dissipated. Did it succeed? Zuo Lanlan rubbed her eyes. Does my vehicle now have a core? Ding! Teammate Zuo Lanlan consumed a vehicle core, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations on acquiring 100 vehicle cores, now stored in the system warehouse. Is it truly possible? Chen Ye exclaimed with delight. He had not anticipated it would actually work. He immediately checked the vehicle cores in the warehouse, all of which were level 3. Goodness gracious! This 100-fold return system is astonishing. Big brother, I want a vehicle core too. Chu Lingxi immediately whined. The vehicle core is so beautiful. I adore it. The vehicle core offers tremendous advantages. This little girl certainly would not let such an opportunity slip by. You little vixen, cease to trouble the boss, Zuo Lanlan swiftly remarked. He no longer possesses a vehicle core. Is that so? Chu Lingxi replied with an expression of feigned innocence, Truly, there is none. How disheartening. With that, she managed to squeeze out a tear or two. Enough of the charade. Chen Ye shot her a glance. This sharp-tongued girl was still attempting to play the innocent to garner favors? In truth, Chen Ye would have given her what she sought without her needing to ask. Only by providing for her could he obtain more in return. However, Chen Ye pondered, some maneuvering was necessary. A small tactic, due to the constraints imposed by the system. It was impossible to endlessly replicate the vehicle cores. Thus, he could only remove Zuo Lanlan's vehicle core. Zuo Lanlan, relinquish your vehicle core to me, Chen Ye commanded. Boss, I can give it to you, even my life, Zuo Lanlan declared loudly, but you mustn't give it to that little vixen. She is far too alluring and might steal you away. I must remain vigilant. Very well, no objections, Chen Ye replied with a smile. Although Zuo Lanlan was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately returned the vehicle core to him. Tang Shuio, the vehicle core is for you. Chen Ye tossed it over. Master, Tang Shuio gasped in disbelief, never expecting to receive it. Boss, you. Zuo Lanlan was equally astonished. She had thought that Tang Shuio was not a contender and could not possibly win a boss's favor, believing her greatest rival to be Chu Lingxi. Yet, had Tang Shuio truly outmaneuvered them? Thank you, Master. Tang Shuio promptly utilized the vehicle core. A blue light shimmered, illuminating the faces of Tang Shuio and Zuo Lanlan, one radiating excitement and the other brimming with jealousy. Ding! Team member Tang Shuio has consumed a vehicle core, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have received 100 vehicle cores, now stored in the system warehouse. How delightful! Chen Ye beckoned Tang Shuio to remove the vehicle core and then tossed it to Chu Lingxi. Chu Lingxi, elated at her perceived victory, believed she would be the ultimate winner. However, Chen Ye gestured, return the heart of the vehicle to me. Big brother, Chu Lingxi began to whine. How can one reclaim what has already been gifted? Return it, Chen Ye stated coldly, entirely unmoved by her antics. Recognizing his resolve, Chu Lingxi reluctantly returned the vehicle core. The three women exchanged glances, all utterly perplexed. They could not comprehend why Chen Ye was orchestrating such a scenario. To gain and then lose was undoubtedly the most agonizing experience. Their desire for the heart of the vehicle intensified. You must understand, the rain and dew are all bestowed by the sovereign. Chen Ye declared coldly, I can bestow gifts upon you, but you must not demand them. With an increasing number of female companions, regulations were imperative. Much like an emperor managing his harem, poor oversight could lead to chaos and ultimately ruin. Yes. Tang Shuio was the first to respond. Yes. Zuo Lanlan echoed. Yes. Chu Lingxi hesitated for a moment before adding, little brother. Enough, Chen Ye concluded. Chen Ye remarked, there is no need for such tension. You may make your wishes now. Wishes? Zuo Lanlan inquired perplexedly. What should I wish for? If you were to possess a vehicle core, what characteristics would you desire? Chen Ye responded with a smile. As for me, Zuo Lanlan quickly asserted, I would wish for speed characteristics. I want combat attributes. Chu Lingxi interjected eagerly. Ideally, it should allow my martial arts to continually advance. And you? Chen Ye turned his gaze towards Tang Shuiro, who had remained silent. Me? Tang Shuiro answered, taken aback. Do I even deserve that? If I say you do, then you certainly do, Chen Ye stated. Just answer the question posed to you. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Shuiro expressed her wish, absolute safety. She yearned for a peaceful slumber. Without absolute safety, restful sleep would remain elusive. Chapter 122. Freebies bring me joy. Wait a moment. Chen Ye looked at Tang Shuiro. When did you wake up? She had succumbed to a coma after consuming 10 flame ability fruits. How had she regained consciousness? I woke up earlier, Tang Shuiro replied. After awakening, she had kept a low profile, blending into the background. To her surprise, Chen Ye called her out. How is your ability? He inquired. Has it upgraded? If 10 flame ability fruits had not resulted in an upgrade, it would indeed be a significant loss. It has upgraded, Tang Shuiro nodded. Upon upgrading, she received a clear notification. Can you now perceive the specific information of the red dot? Chen Ye produced a coordinate locator. Let me try. Tang Shuiro closed her eyes. Focusing intently, the information within the red dot gradually revealed itself, astonishing her with its impressive nature post-upgrade. I see it, Tang Shuiro exclaimed, her eyes flying open with delight. However, a wave of intense dizziness struck her, nearly causing her to fall. Many vehicles, numerous weapons, countless maniacs, Tang Shiwero steadied herself. The situation appeared exceedingly challenging. She discerned a wealth of critical information. Can you identify the weaknesses of their convoy? Chen Ye inquired. The weaknesses were the most vital piece of information. Not at the moment. Tang Shiwero shook her head, but given time, I am certain I can uncover their vulnerabilities. No one is without weaknesses, and a convoy is even less so. Little brother, if the two of us take action, even if we cannot overturn them, we can still carve out a piece for ourselves and make a significant profit, Chu Lingxi said, her eagerness palpable. Do not rush, Chen Ye chuckled, having his own plans. Little brother, did you not say that you would assign me a dangerous task? Chu Lingxi queried. Isn't it a collaboration with Tang Shiwero? Tang Shiwero could obtain crucial information, and her formidable combat prowess made them a clearly harmonious pairing. You both are of utmost importance, Chen Ye replied with a smile, but one must not take risks lightly. What kind of is this? Female allies are an invaluable asset to me, and I would never jeopardize them. Moreover, why would I send a stranger in a battle based on mere words? Daring to risk one's core assets? Yes. One does not release the falcon without first spotting the hare. Without substantial gains, Chen Ye would not easily take action, even if the opponent possesses formidable vehicle cores. The principle remains unchanged. It is imperative that the two of you engage in frequent discourse. Chen Ye continued. Seek out the weaknesses within the opposing convoy. Many vulnerabilities can only be discerned by true combatants. Hence, Tang Shiwero and Chu Lingxi must communicate extensively. Once we identify a critical flaw, we can launch our offensive. Chu Lingxi, eager for battle, rubbed her fists together. However, Chen Ye sternly cautioned, no unauthorized assaults without my command. The timing of our attack and the risks involved must remain under my control. This is non-negotiable. Very well, nodded Tang Shiwero. Chu Lingxi, did you hear that? Chen Ye was not concerned about Tang Shiwero, but rather worried about Chu Lingxi, particularly fearing she might rush in upon spotting an opportunity. Rest assured, brother. Chu Lingxi smiled. I am quite obedient. Enough said. Chen Ye dismissed further chatter. Wait here. I shall make a trip to the supermarket. Within the supermarket, one can exchange vehicle cores. Previously, the intelligent sales system had recommended a multitude of products to Chen Ye. So many choices. Among them was the option to swap vehicle core attributes, priced at 100 gold coins. The cost appeared reasonable, yet was rather steep, for the attributes of vehicle cores are numerous, many of which are utterly useless. Each alteration of vehicle attributes is entirely random. As the saying goes, the odds are indeed mysterious. One alteration may yield the desired outcome, while 100 attempts might leave one unsatisfied. Nevertheless, Chen Ye was determined to give it a try, spending 300 gold coins for 3 cores, but only altering each once. Regardless of the attributes, no further expenditure would be made. He vowed never to become a gambling fool. Chen Ye re-entered the supermarket and commenced altering the vehicle attributes. With a single command, all changes were successfully executed. The first, Crimson Vehicle Core. Attribute, Crimson Super Speed Engine. Description, utilizing legendary fuel, one can merge with the Crimson Super Speed Engine to experience a sensation akin to flight. The second, Pure White Vehicle Core. Attribute, House of Time. Description, a house with a time distortion of 110. Within the confines of this abode, 10 hours of training equates to merely 1 hour passing outside. The third, Dark Green Vehicle Core. Attribute, Fire Perception. Description, amplifies perception-based abilities. Is it not? Observing the introductions of each vehicle core, Chen Ye felt a sense of disbelief. Was this not a stroke of fortune? To achieve such results in one go? He had anticipated acquiring an array of peculiar attributes, but was instead met with success across the board. How to explain this? Perhaps one must attribute it to the enigmatic nature of chance. Ding. Esteemed customer, this time your wishes have been fulfilled. We hope to see you frequently at the supermarket. By becoming a member, you may enjoy further discounts. Once again, the intelligent sales system emitted its insufferably cheerful voice. What does this mean? Chen Ye remained vigilant. Such a fortunate individual, is it not due to my influence? Is it your discounts? This is indeed a rather alarming notion. It implies that the supermarket sales are monitoring their conversations, akin to how mobile devices utilize big data to listen to users. If a user discusses hot pot, they will undoubtedly receive hot pot recommendations. Indeed, the supermarket's intelligent sales approach seems almost devoid of pretense. The reason for such serendipitous outcomes lies in our promotional policies. We perceive immense potential in you. You are destined to become a key client of the supermarket. Thus, we invite you to become a member. With a mere payment of 100 gold coins, you can acquire membership status, an exceedingly favorable offer. The supermarket's intelligent sales pitch was quite melodious, to say the least. Is this merely a marketing strategy? Chen Ye chuckled softly, but regrettably, it was of no use to him. With that, he turned away and departed. What was that phrase? Free riding. Free riding brings me joy. You want me to become a member? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. I shall only indulge in free riding. Just muddling through life. Sir, please wait. Once you miss this opportunity, it will be gone. The supermarket's intelligent sales continued their fervent efforts. Chen Ye could only offer it a grand gesture of disdain. After exiting, he retrieved the vehicle core and glanced at his 3 female teammates. It was a success. You have all achieved what you desired. 3 cores of distinct colors floated and landed before the 3 female teammates. They stared in astonishment, hardly able to believe their eyes. Chapter 123. The support of the leading lady. Boss, you are simply incredible. Zuo Lanlan exclaimed as she installed the vehicle core, her joy evident in her slightly parted lips. The extraordinary engine characteristics of the vehicle core were truly remarkable. With this addition, combined with her exceptional driving skills, she could easily dominate her opponents. Initially confident about the upcoming race, her assurance had only grown. Do you believe you can win? Chen Ye inquired with a smile. Of course I can win. I must win. Zuo Lanlan responded with unwavering confidence. After winning, I want to give you a little one, and this time you cannot refuse me. She had long coveted Chen Ye's handsome visage and was determined to secure it. Little girl, just don't beg for mercy when the time comes. Chen Ye replied with a chuckle. With his seasoned prowess, he felt more than capable of handling a novice like her. Who is afraid of whom? Zuo Lanlan declared boldly. I will immediately challenge Zhang Xiaoquan. I want to finish him swiftly. Absolutely no problem, Chen Ye agreed, reaching out to contact Zhang Xiaoquan. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Xiaoquan was instantly thrilled. After such a long wait, the racing event was finally taking shape. I must promote this vigorously in the group, Zhang Xiaoquan quickly responded. Yi, kind-hearted benefactor, you wouldn't refuse, would you? I am indifferent. Chen Ye smiled, having discerned his intentions. This fellow believed himself assured of victory and sought to amplify the event's significance. After all, flaunting one's prowess without an audience is akin to parading in fine clothing under the cover of night, utterly devoid of meaning. Just be careful not to suffer a humiliating defeat. That will be quite the embarrassment, Chen Ye cautioned. I have never lost a racing competition, and I am unashamed to tell you that I possess a vehicle core. As for its characteristics, it shall remain a mystery. Truth be told, one could probably deduce it without my revealing anything. His confidence suggests that the attribute is undoubtedly related to speed. Everyone is well aware of your vehicle core characteristics, so do not accuse me of bullying you. Zhang Xiaoquan declared arrogantly, you may forfeit now, and I shall not mock you. Such words are mere nonsense. If one were to forfeit out of fear, this brat would mock Chen Ye for eternity. Not only would he laugh at him, but he would also spread the word, ensuring that all survivors in the group would join in the ridicule. He aimed to tarnish Chen Ye's legendary reputation with disgrace. Do you wish to raise the stakes further? Chen Ye disregarded his taunts. Raising the stakes is of utmost importance. For Chen Ye, reclaiming Zhang Xiaoquan's mother and securing a position for another female team member is a decision of greater significance than any material possession. Once a resource is depleted, it is gone for good. However, a female team member is akin to a cash cow, providing a continuous influx of wealth. As per usual, Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth and stated, if I win, you will serve my mother and the team. If I lose. He hesitated to continue, for losing would render him a motherless child. It remains a battle for the protection of one's own mother. Then let us dispense with idle talk, Chen Ye asserted. I await your command. Zhang Xiaoquan was well prepared for everything concerning the racing competition. He deemed promotional efforts to be of paramount significance. Thus, with a single command, he instructed his subordinates to begin promoting in the group. The ultimate showdown between the battle legend and the racing prince. Zhang Xiaoquan, the king of racing, wagering everything in a race against time. The invincible battle legend Chen Ye challenges the racing sovereign, Zhang Xiaoquan. Apart from combat, will Chen Ye also surpass the speed emperor? Zhang Xiaoquan, in racing? This lad concocted a myriad of sensational topics and initiated their spread throughout the group. Instantly, The previously tranquil chat erupted like a lake struck by a bomb, unleashing a flurry of voices and opinions. In the realm of racing, Zhang Xiaoquan is indeed the undefeated monarch. Chen Ye's strategy of leveraging his weaknesses against his strengths might not be wise. I concede that Chen Ye excels in combat. However, in the realm of racing, Zhang Xiaoquan is a true phenomenon, and I support him in this contest. Let us refrain from hasty judgments. What constitutes a myth, and what defines a legend, is the ability to excel and make an impact in any field. Therefore, I choose Zhang Xiaoquan. I am a fervent admirer of Chen Ye, yet I still opt for Zhang Xiaoquan. The group's sentiment is overwhelmingly in one direction. Even though Chen Ye boasts a vast array of fans and admirers, the consensus remains that Zhang Xiaoquan is invincible in racing. This is largely due to Zhang Xiaoquan's terrifying speed. Each of his racing competitions is streamed live, and all have witnessed them. The viewership numbers are immense, amassing a considerable fan base. Whether in driving skill or vehicle hardware, Zhang Xiaoquan is impeccable. Thus, the belief that Chen Ye could emerge victorious is met with skepticism, regardless of Chen Ye's core attributes of his vehicle or his extraordinary abilities. They impart no advantages in the racing competition. There is no need for an uproar. I firmly believe that Chen Ye will emerge as the ultimate victor. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Initially, the chatter was lively, and any casual remark would quickly be lost in the noise, failing to capture anyone's attention. However, this individual statement caused a tremendous stir. The anonymity of the speaker rendered them completely unidentifiable, which left everyone astounded. Who are you, my friend? Why remain anonymous? What significance does anonymity hold? Although I have never seen you, I hardly consider it a mark of exceptional prowess. Indeed, who decreed that words spoken anonymously hold any truth? My brothers, do you know whom I represent? I stand for Sister E, the stranger declared with unrestrained arrogance. What I say is also her voice. Sister E believes Chen Ye is formidable and will undoubtedly win, hence he shall prevail. Upon hearing this, the entire chat group fell into silence. They were well aware of Sister Yi's reputation. Among men, Chen Ye was undeniably the king, even worthy of the title of emperor. Yet among women, Sister E was an undisputed powerhouse, a figure of considerable renown. Why did Sister E support Chen Ye? What was her rationale? Could it be that she and Chen Ye were close friends? It seemed intriguing. Such a union would be quite fitting. Surely, there must be a reason for Sister Yi's endorsement. Could it be that she had provided Chen Ye with substantial racing equipment? One could not help but ponder, as various speculations and rumors swirled around. Chapter 124. Having a mother is Zhang Xiaoquan's fortune. Chen Ye had remained in the background, never anticipating that Sister E would choose this moment to rally behind him. He had no prior connection with her, not even having heard her name before. Yet, the fact that she supported him was indeed remarkable. Even more astonishing was the stranger-esque claim of being Sister Yi's subordinate, voicing her intentions. Could it be that this stranger was the same individual who had contacted him earlier? If not, that would be an entirely different matter. If so, the situation became considerably more complex. If he truly was Sister Yi's subordinate, why would he seek to undermine her? Was it possible that this was a trap designed to draw Chen Ye into a scheme? Were they conspiring together against him? Countless thoughts swirled in Chen Ye's mind. Nevertheless, he did not delve deeply into these musings. His primary focus remained on the racing competition. Zhang Xiaoquan had already put Chen Ye in a precarious position. Failure to win would be utterly humiliating. Chen Ye, too, held a significant status and could not afford to be bested by Zhang Xiaoquan. How could he continue to navigate his circumstances thereafter? As the racing competition commenced, the teams were introduced. Zhang Xiaoquan's team, Chen Ye's team, Zhang Xiaoquan's team wager. Zhang Xiaoquan's beautiful face and stunning physique of his mother. Chen Ye's team wager. Chen Ye himself. The system also granted high-profile attention, even issuing an announcement in the group. Moreover, it was an announcement broadcasted to the entire group in bold red letters. Even those survivors who had not subscribed to the group were alerted. In an instant, everyone was aware, and the situation erupted in a frenzy. Is Zhang Xiaoquan all right? He actually wagered his own mother. Chen Ye is rather ruthless as well, daring to stake himself. No wonder Zhang Xiaoquan would resort to betting his mother. Who could blame him? To acquire such a formidable ally like Chen Ye, I too would be inclined to wager my own mother. Isn't Zhang Xiaoquan known for his filial piety? How can he wager his mother? It is indeed a sign of unfilial conduct. At this juncture, who cares about filial piety? We are amidst a post-apocalyptic struggle for survival. For the sake of profit, even one's own parents may be cast aside. It is aptly said, "Those who give me life cannot, nor can I give life to those who gave me life. Everything else is permissible." The group atmosphere reached a climax, with everyone eagerly anticipating the upcoming race. Soon, the competitors' drivers entered the racing map. The system provided a live broadcast, allowing everyone to witness the race in high definition and receive real-time updates on results. Zhang Xiaoquan's vehicle was a striking white Dodge War Axe, exuding an air of coolness. In contrast, Chen Ye's car was merely a black sports car, seemingly lacking any distinctive features. Although it was evident that it had undergone several upgrades, it could not compare to the flamboyance of Zhang Xiaoquan's vehicle. As the race prepared to commence, the system's cold voice resonated. Zhang Xiaoquan expertly ignited the engine, which roared to life like a beast poised to devour. As a professional racer, Zuo Lanlan also began to rev the engine, a warm-up of sorts, albeit less ostentatious than Zhang Xiaoquan. The race began. 3, 2, 1, go. At the sound of the signal, Zhang Xiaoquan's white war axe surged forward, almost skimming the ground, blue flames erupting from the exhaust, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Zuo Lanlan did not experience an explosive start. She simply sped off without any fanfare. The difference in their speeds was stark, with Zhang Xiaoquan already far ahead of Zuo Lanlan. From Zuo Lanlan's perspective, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of his taillights. "Boss, are you worried?" Zuo Lanlan casually conversed with Chen Ye while driving. "Don't be reckless." Chen Ye knew she was teasing but still cautioned, "If you lose, I might have to spank you." "Don't worry, I won't lose. This is merely a ruse," letting Zhang Xiaoquan bask in his arrogance for a moment. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoquan was entirely engulfed in the ecstasy of victory. "Ha ha ha, I have won. I have triumphed." With his current speed and lead, it was impossible for the opponent to catch up. This was his typical strategy, a rapid start followed by explosive speed to establish an absolute advantage. The opponent could only chase in vain, ultimately witnessing him cross the finish line and claim victory. He had thought Chen Ye was formidable, but it now seemed she was nothing of the sort. In his newfound advantage, Zhang Xiaoquan could not resist taunting Chen Ye. "I say, brother, why bother? You lack even the basic racing skills. Why contend with me?" The current defeat is indeed disheartening. Your so-called invincible persona and legendary myth have crumbled. Initially, Chen Ye had no intention of engaging, yet the boy's smug demeanor was utterly repugnant. "Brother, you haven't won yet. There's no need to be so arrogant." Although victory eludes him now, with the passage of time, the ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be me. Zhang Xiaoquan laughed heartily, proclaiming, "You won't catch up? Absolutely impossible. Do you truly believe your victory is assured? Dare you raise the stakes?" Chen Ye provocatively challenged. "Of course I dare." Zhang Xiaoquan responded with unbridled confidence, believing himself to be destined for triumph. Had this been earlier, he might have hesitated, but now he was utterly unrestrained. "What about your vehicle's core?" Chen Ye inquired with a smile, genuinely intrigued by the nature and level of his opponent's vehicle core. "No problem," Zhang Xiaoquan replied. "Are you willing to stake your vehicle core as well?" Chen Ye's attribute, damage immunity, was something Zhang Xiaoquan coveted. "I'll stake it." Chen Ye chuckled. "If you win, it's yours." "Ha! Excellent. Fantastic." Zhang Xiaoquan roared with laughter, convinced he could conquer all. "Master," Tang Shiwero suddenly interjected, "I sense a certain danger surrounding us." "What do you mean?" Chen Ye furrowed his brow. "Is it convoy? Or a powerful ability user?" "It's some ferocious beasts," Tang Shiwero whispered, her expression betraying her fear. "Ferocious beasts?" Chen Ye dismissed her concern. Such creatures were commonplace. "If you're untroubled, feel free to visit the supermarket and spend some gold coins." "What?" Tang Shiwero frowned, puzzled by Chen Ye's suggestion. "Go to the supermarket and spend as much as you desire," Chen Ye proposed, eager to test whether gold coins could yield a 100-fold return. "All right," Tang Shiwero acquiesced. "I'll see what I need inside." "Go ahead." Chen Ye bestowed upon her all his remaining gold coins, recognizing their immense value. "Will Brother Lanlan lose the competition?" Chu Lingxi expressed her concerns. "What if Zhang Xiaoquan has a trump card?" "No need to worry," Chen Ye replied, confidently steady. "I am aware of Zhang Xiaoquan's vehicle core attributes. He cannot defeat Lanlan." There was no doubt. Chen Ye had an insider's advantage, privy to Zhang Xiaoquan's most critical secret, Before the competition, Zhang Xiaoquan's mother had divulged all his trump cards to Chen Ye. Such a mother was indeed a blessing for Zhang Xiaoquan. Chapter 125. Can gold coins truly yield a hundredfold return? That would be marvelous. What are Zhang Xiaoquan's vehicle attributes? Chu Lingxi inquired with great curiosity, purely interested in unraveling the mystery rather than the race itself. An absolute advantage at the outset, Chen Ye articulated, patiently explaining to Chu Lingxi. This absolute advantage at the outset meant that, in the race, regardless of circumstances or reasons, Zhang Xiaoquan would always enjoy a head start. In the initial half of the race, he would forever be in the lead. This was indeed a most extraordinary attribute. In racing competitions, victories are often determined by the slightest of margins. However, Zhang Xiaoquan possesses an undeniable advantage right from the acceleration phase at the start. With the race barely underway, he has already secured half the victory. The recent race has vividly demonstrated the formidable prowess of Zhang Xiaoquan's vehicle core. His audacity stems from the confidence bestowed upon him by this core. In this race, it will be exceedingly challenging for Zuo Lanlan to catch up to him. Yet, Zuo Lanlan wields the super engine of the Crimson Vehicle Core, capable of achieving tempestuous acceleration, which will undoubtedly enable her to overtake Zhang Xiaoquan and ultimately claim victory. After all, Zhang Xiaoquan currently lacks any special attributes. He is merely an ordinary car. Thus, it seems we are destined to win. Chu Lingxi, indulging in a lollipop, stifled a yawn. I wonder if there will be a duel competition. I would love to participate. If I could earn a fortune in such a contest, that would be splendid. Your pure, white vehicle core offers no martial enhancements, Chen Ye cautioned. Her vehicle core proves invaluable during regular training. The ability to distort time is indeed formidable. The higher the vehicle core's level, the more potent its time-distorting capabilities, resulting in extended training durations and a substantial increase in combat prowess. I do not require the attributes of a vehicle core. My own strength suffices, Chu Lingxi asserted confidently. She yearned to find a martial artist of comparable ability to vanquish, thereby augmenting her own formidable skills and ferocity in battle. That is not unfeasible, Chen Ye replied with a smile, but there are no formidable opponents in our group who can rival you. While others may lack in basic necessities, what Chu Lingxi craves is a worthy adversary. Up to this point, not only are there no equals, but even opponents who might instill fear are conspicuously absent. As the saying goes, the skilled often find themselves in solitude. Didn't Tang Shuoro just mention that there seems to be a lurking danger in the vicinity? Chu Lingxi remarked with boredom. I shall go take a look. If I encounter any insurmountable peril, I will contact you immediately. Be cautious, Chen Ye advised. This stubborn girl is difficult to deter. It is better to let her pursue her whims. Perhaps she might even hunt down a feral beast and reap valuable resources. Do not worry, big brother, Chu Lingxi responded, retrieving her snowmobile and revving the engine before speeding away. Ding! Congratulations! Your teammate Tang Shuoro has consumed 10 gold coins. You have received a hundredfold return with 1,000 gold coins deposited into the system warehouse. The sudden system notification jolted Chen Ye. Incredible. I never imagined it would truly work. This is exhilarating. The hundredfold return system is simply marvelous. I must recruit more female teammates. Ding. Congratulations. Your female teammate Tang Shuoro has consumed 20 gold coins, triggering a hundredfold return. You have received 2,000 gold coins deposited into the system warehouse. Ding. Congratulations. Your female teammate has consumed 50 gold coins, triggering a hundredfold return. You have received 5,000 gold coins deposited into the system warehouse. A series of notifications flooded in, causing Chen Ye's gold reserves to skyrocket to 10,000. 10,000 gold coins are more than sufficient for him to upgrade his vehicle core to the extreme. Alas, the inability to infinitely stack rewards left Chen Ye with a tinge of regret. If only one could indulge in endless nesting dolls, how exhilarating it would be to infinitely amass gold coins and engage in frenzied shopping without incurring any costs. Now, Chen Ye has exhausted the wealth he previously accumulated, and the coins in his repository are solely derived from a hundredfold return, leaving him unable to continue such lucrative gains. To acquire more gold coins, he must venture forth to hunt ferocious beasts or engage in trade within the group. However, with the immense value of gold coins now widely acknowledged, it seems increasingly difficult to obtain them without effort. Master, I have finished my shopping, Tang Shuoro announced as she exited the supermarket. What did you buy? Chen Ye inquired with curiosity. I purchased legendary-grade fuel, Tang Shuoro replied candidly. Why legendary-grade fuel? Chen Ye questioned, puzzled. Because this fuel is crucial for our convoy, she responded quietly. Before Chen Ye, she appeared timid, having shed her former arrogance and self-importance. I had thought you were buying something for yourself, he remarked, as, typically, she should have indulged in personal purchases. The nature of women is often inclined towards shopping, especially in the age of online retail, where receiving delivery packages daily is a norm, particularly during events like Double 11. The absence of packages would leave them feeling restless, akin to addicts. Tang Shuoro was once such a person, having been raised in affluence, yet the trials of the apocalypse had transformed her entirely. Her disposition had altered as well. Rather than focusing on herself, she prioritized the entire convoy. You are commendable. Chen Ye nodded in approval. Indeed, she had been shaped into the form he desired. Can Zuo Lanlan win? Tang Shuoro asked with concern. That is not for you to fret over, Chen Ye replied. Just remain vigilant of the dangers around you. Her acute perception allowed her to sense lurking threats. I understand, she said. I have been attentive. The ferocious beasts around us seem even more savage. A look of fear crossed her face as she spoke. The previously malicious red dots now exuded even stronger malevolence, as if they could strike at any moment. Do not be afraid. Simply monitor their movements, Chen Ye reassured her. He was unfazed. After all, they were merely beasts, and no matter how formidable, they could not withstand the might of a tank's cannon. The powerful weapons of modern civilization are not to be trifled with by mere bloodthirsty creatures, especially with his formidable golden laser vision at his disposal. I comprehend, Tang Shuoro nodded, diligently attending to her responsibilities. At that moment, an exuberant message from the impetuous Zuo Lanlan arrived. Boss, I'm about to win. I'm unleashing the formidable attributes of the Crimson Core. The racing event was being broadcast live, and Chen Ye kept a watchful eye on the large screen. Then, let us conclude this, he responded with a hint of impatience. Charge, let us finish the race. Zuo Lanlan shouted with fervor. The Crimson Super engine roared to life, propelling her at an unprecedented speed, nearly skimming the ground. Two gigantic exhaust pipes belched forth crimson flames, creating a terrifying spectacle. Initially, Zhang Xiaoquan was absorbed in his music, audaciously revving the engine, believing that Zuo Lanlan was far behind, unable even to glimpse his taillights. Yet, in the rearview mirror, he saw her vehicle drawing ever closer. What is happening? Zhang Xiaoquan gasped, hastily accelerating. However, the speed of the opponent was astonishingly swift, almost instantaneously matching his pace. Zuo Lanlan did not immediately surpass him, but instead, maliciously honked the horn. The resounding blast to the horn echoed like mocking laughter, driving Zhang Xiaoquan to the brink of irritation. Chapter 126. 5 consecutive sharp turns? Damn it, do you think I am easy to bully? He slammed the steering wheel fiercely, relentlessly pressing the accelerator. Utilizing the legendary grade fuel characteristics, he demanded, use it all. Exhaust every drop of legendary grade fuel. He could not afford to lose, absolutely not. In this race, Zhang Xiaoquan must prevail. It was not only a battle to defend his mother, but also a battle for his dignity, empowered by the legendary grade fuel characteristics. Zhang Xiaoquan's white sports car surged forward with formidable speed, overtaking Zuo Lanlan in the blink of an eye. After a brief period of acceleration, he completely left her behind. In the rearview mirror, there was no trace of Zuo Lanlan or any other vehicles. Ha ha ha! Zhang Xiaoquan laughed maniacally. Chen Ye, do you still wish to catch up to me? Is it even possible? I am the prince of racing. You shall never defeat me. He remained oblivious to who his opponent truly was, mistakenly believing Chen Ye was the driver. Mother, Chen Ye still wishes to surpass me. Zhang Xiaoquan hastily reported to his mother, only to find himself utterly defeated, easily surpassed by me. That brat, do not become overconfident. Luo Zijuan cautioned him. You possess legendary grade fuel. Does the other party not have it? She was also closely monitoring the race, well aware of the means by which her son achieved such rapid overtaking. What the legendary fuel? Zhang Xiaoquan scoffed. Can his cornering technique surpass mine? Drift. Do you understand? In all technical aspects, he is no match for me. Why should he triumph over me? As a seasoned racer, having won countless competitions, he held immense confidence in his driving skills. Regardless, Luo Zijuan insisted, Do not underestimate your opponent. Pride leads to downfall. Mother, let us speak of auspicious matters. Zhang Xiaoquan replied earnestly. Should we win, Chen Ye will become our subordinate. Just the thought of having such a formidable ally was exhilarating. You cannot deny it. The corners of Luo Zijuan's mouth involuntarily lifted, unable to suppress her excitement. The prospect of possessing such a splendid figure as Chen Ye, and even becoming her superior, sent shivers of delight down her spine. Son, you must win. Previously, she had hoped for Chen Ye's victory to secure a lasting bond with him. Yet now, she wished for her son to triumph, ensuring not only their continued companionship, but also daily enjoyment of Chen Ye's exquisite form. A truly perfect scenario. However, it seemed that mother and son might be disappointed. Zuo Lanlan's sports car had caught up at full speed, once again racing alongside Zhang Xiaoquan. The scene replayed itself, with Zuo Lanlan sounding the horn once more. The piercing sound of the horn was akin to the wailing of death itself, exacerbating Zhang Xiaoquan's agitation to an unbearable degree. Damn it, legendary fuel, accelerate, accelerate. Zhang Xiaoquan roared, his expression contorting into a grotesque mask of fury. He could not afford to lose, absolutely must not lose. Even if it meant depleting his legendary grade fuel, he would not yield. The engine roared as the legendary fuel ignited, propelling Zhang Xiaoquan's speed to unprecedented heights. Yet, to his despair, he could not shake off his opponent, who clung to him like a stubborn leech, shadowing his every move. The piercing sound of the horn blared incessantly. Why? Zhang Xiaoquan pounded the steering wheel in frustration. Why can't I increase my speed? Where are the characteristics of the legendary fuel? Accelerate. In truth, his speed was already impressive, yet his rival's pace was even swifter, rendering him unable to gain any distance. What to do? Zhang Xiaoquan felt a surge of panic. It seemed he could only rely on skill now. At this moment, it was merely a straight-line acceleration, devoid of any technical finesse. It was a contest of hardware. To put it bluntly, straight-line acceleration was as simple as pressing the gas pedal. Any fool could manage that. The true artistry lay in the turns, in the continuous series of bends. Zhang Xiaoquan was acutely aware of his own strengths. His only chance was to carve out an advantage in the tight corners. With each turn, his superior skill could yield a notable edge, and after a series of curves, Chen Ye would likely not even see his taillights. Chen Ye, I do not care what underhanded methods you employed. Zhang Xiaoquan continued to shout defiantly, but the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be me. Cheat, Chen Ye retorted, unable to contain his disdain. Is being faster somehow cheating? You either possess a super engine or something far beyond legendary grade fuel. Zhang Xiaoquan was unwilling to confront reality. Otherwise, there was no way he could possibly triumph over him. Such a tedious monologue. Chen Ye chuckled wickedly. Once I win, I shall thoroughly trample your pride right before your eyes. Zhang Xiaoquan's anger boiled over, his eyes reddened, veins bulging with rage. You better watch it. If you dare touch a single hair on my mother, I will annihilate your entire family. A futile outburst. Chen Ye merely smiled, ignoring him. Allow me to show you what true skill looks like. I will establish a formidable advantage after these consecutive turns. Zhang Xiaoquan continued to bellow after the next bend. This game will be over. Do you truly believe your driving skills are exceptional? Chen Ye scoffed. In reality, you're just a pretender. The truth spoke for itself. Zhang Xiaoquan snorted derisively. I have no need to engage in idle chatter with you. With that, he focused intently on driving. They were approaching a series of 5 consecutive sharp turns, a notably challenging section, especially with an upward incline adding to the difficulty. Yet, Zhang Xiaoquan brimmed with confidence, executing a flurry of maneuvers, shifting gears, pressing the accelerator, applying the brakes. His actions appeared intricate, seemingly impressive. However, upon navigating the first turn, he found himself without any advantage. His opponent remained steadfastly alongside him. No distance was gained, nor could he establish any semblance of superiority. What the hell is happening? Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth. How could Chen Ye possess such extraordinary driving skills? I refuse to believe it. He once again commenced his dazzling maneuvers, executing a series of professional actions that allowed him to navigate the turn with exquisite precision. He was so pleased with his performance that he brimmed with confidence, believing he need not even glance back. Chen Ye had surely been left in the dust. However, a glance in the rearview mirror revealed his opponent trailing behind him at a leisurely pace, audibly honking the horn in mockery. Chapter 127. The Silver Treasure Map. How could this be possible? Absolument impossible. Zhang Xiaoquan was astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had reached the pinnacle of his skills. Yet he could not shake off his rival. It was simply absurd. But he was resolute. This next turn would be his opportunity to gain the upper hand. In his desperation, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He could not abandon his efforts. Giving up was not an option. He took a deep breath and focused intently on his driving. Countless hours of practice and numerous victories were his greatest sources of confidence. He could not yield. He must not lose his resolve or allow Chen Ye to seize the advantage. He felt he had reached a state of unparalleled perfection, his skills elevated to new heights. With the most cunning angle, the most suitable drift, and the utmost speed, he executed a flawless turn. Zhang Xiaoquan, you are truly a genius. He gave himself a sharp slap, a well-deserved reward for his brilliance. He felt certain he had outpaced Chen Ye. With unwavering confidence, he scrutinized the rearview mirror, only to find it devoid of any vehicles. Had he truly surpassed his opponent to the point where even the taillights were no longer visible? Splendid, simply splendid. He felt victory was within his grasp. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze and was dismayed to see the glow of his opponent's taillights ahead. His seemingly perfect turn had not only failed to establish an advantage, but had rather created a significant disadvantage. This is absurd. This is utter nonsense. Zhang Xiaoquan struck himself across the face repeatedly, each slap leaving stars dancing before his eyes, yet he could no longer see the taillights of his rival. Surely it was an illusion, a trick of the mind. He laughed heartily, but soon the reality dawned upon him. It was not a mere illusion. His opponent's speed was astonishingly swift, and the taillights had vanished from view. He had often boasted about leaving others in the dust. Now the tables had turned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Xiaoquan remained in denial. Even as reality dealt him harsh blows. He began to navigate the turns with reckless abandon, desperately showcasing his skills and executing wild drifts, his high-quality tires smoking from the exertion, yet he still could not see the taillights of his opponent. The series of 5 consecutive turns concluded without him establishing any advantage. Instead, he found himself in a dire predicament. It seemed he was destined to lose. Chen Ye, keenly observing the race, saw his subordinate pulling far ahead of Zhang Xiaoquan and could not resist the urge to taunt him. With an advantage secured, mocking the weaker opponent was only natural. The strong must deride and belittle the weak. Well done, you've won. There is no need for such arrogance. After the chaos and frenzy, Zhang Xiaoquan exhaled deeply, finally resigning himself to his fate. As a professional racer, having participated in countless competitions, he was acutely aware of the foregone conclusion of victory and defeat. He comprehended that with his current hand and abilities, a reversal was utterly improbable. Losing to you does not truly distress me, he admitted, albeit reluctantly lowering his head. Chen Ye was formidable, a veritable legend, unique in his own right. Previously, he had been a legend of battle. Now, he had ascended to become a legend of speed, treading upon the very remains of his predecessors. More significantly, in this race, he had also lost his mother, a reality he found most unbearable. Have you conceded? Chen Ye asked with a smile. Not only did you lose, but you also lost the core of your vehicle. What of losing? Zhang Xiaoquan replied, maintaining a semblance of bravado. I accept my defeat. I stand tall even in adversity. I must admit, you have gained my respect, Chen Ye remarked, surprised by his nonchalance. Please, treat my mother kindly, Zhang Xiaoquan implored, tears brimming in his eyes. Do not bully her. She deserves only the best. She is my mother, the most significant person in my life. He had been with her since childhood, never having been separated. That is no concern of mine, Chen Ye retorted, his tone laced with mockery. I intend to ravage her in every conceivable manner. No, Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed, his desperation palpable. I beg you please, brother. Begging is futile, Chen Ye replied coldly. Leave a line for future encounters. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth. Are you truly going to persist in this manner? I am a man of my word, Chen Ye asserted with unyielding resolve. I will proceed as I intend. I will pursue your mother. Chen Ye, this is crossing a line. You are forcing my hand. Zhang Xiaoquan responded through clenched teeth, trembling with fury. Indeed, I am forcing you. What can you do about it? Chen Ye taunted. This was a strategy, a means to acquire greater resources and benefits. Even a fool could discern how profoundly significant Zhang Xiaoquan's mother was to him. To ensure her safety, he would forsake a multitude of advantages. Thus, it was imperative to exert pressure. Only then could one extract the desired concessions. What must I offer for you to spare my mother? You are aware of my deep affection for her. I will never relinquish her, Chen Ye declared, resolute in his stance. The map, Zhang Xiaoquan said through gritted teeth. The treasure chest map. What say you? Chen Ye remained silent. The bronze treasure chest map, Zhang Xiaoquan reiterated. Previously, he would only offer an iron chest map, but now, for the sake of his mother, he was willing to sacrifice more. Still, Chen Ye offered no response. Insufficient, far from enough. 1 bronze chest is merely a pittance. 10 bronze treasure chests, Zhang Xiaoquan said patiently. This is all I possess. Chen Ye continued to remain silent, valuing silence as golden. Do not feign superiority through silence. Zhang Xiaoquan said through clenched teeth, I truly have nothing more. Do not tell me you lack a silver treasure chest. That is simply impossible. With Zhang Xiaoquan's skills, coupled with the universally accessible synthesis system, he could easily acquire numerous formidable treasure chests. A mere few bronze treasure chests hardly hold any significance. Finally, Zhang Xiaoquan produced something substantial, a map for silver treasure chests. Surely, that suffices? Do not think I am making things difficult for you. I require 10 maps for silver treasure chests. Chen Ye stated his demands. However, as an adult, Chen Ye's principle was simple. He wanted all. Not only did he intend to extract every last benefit from Zhang Xiaoquan, but he also would not spare Zhang Xiaoquan's alluring mother. Chen Ye's current approach was merely an endeavor to maximize his benefits. Such a rare opportunity could not be easily relinquished. I do not possess that many silver treasure chests. Zhang Xiaoquan retorted angrily. Do you think I'm a wholesale dealer of treasure chest maps? That is your concern. Chen Ye remained undeterred. He sought tangible benefits. Chapter 128. Life and death hang by a thread. But I truly do not have 10 silver treasure chests. Zhang Xiaoquan lamented helplessly. How could there be so many? You must find your own solution. Chen Ye, smiling, encouraged him. I believe you can certainly manage. I need time. Zhang Xiaoquan finally gritted his teeth and conceded. He had no other choice but to comply. To refuse would mean facing the wrath of his mother. One thing you must remember, Chen Ye continued. 10 silver treasure chests are merely the price for your mother. How greedy can you be? Must you absolutely take my vehicle core? Zhang Xiaoquan protested bitterly. His vehicle core was a trump card for racing. Possessing such a core was akin to having a cash cow, capable of generating unimaginable profits. Moreover, he had only recently acquired it, and had yet to warm it up. To have it taken away by Chen Ye was utterly disheartening. Produce another 10 silver treasure chests. Chen Ye grinned greedily. Then, everything would be resolvable. Do you think silver treasure chests are as plentiful as cabbages? Zhang Xiaoquan roared. I do not have that many. 10 silver treasure chests were already a tremendous sacrifice for him, let alone 20. I do not care. This is my bargaining chip, my bottom line. Anything below this price is non-negotiable. Chen Ye's stance remained resolute. I see your intention. You wish to drain me dry, fearing my retaliation, do you not? Zhang Xiaoquan, not a fool, discerned Chen Ye's scheme. It was evident that the plan was to sap his strength entirely, rendering him a harmless survivor. After all, if he retained significant power and ample resources, any semblance of valor would undoubtedly lead him to seek vengeance against Chen Ye. He would find ways to trip Chen Ye up, seeking retribution for grievances. Without power, however, he would be akin to a toothless tiger, and Chen Ye could rest easy. You hold yourself in too high regard, Chen Ye chuckled. Regardless of whether the other party sought revenge, he remained unconcerned. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, one must defend. When water comes, one must block. He possessed enough confidence to turn every retaliatory strike from Zhang Xiaoquan into a self-inflicted wound. In truth, losing to you does not evoke any sense of shame within me, Zhang Xiaoquan remarked with a hint of relief. After all, Chen Ye is a top-tier legend, a formidable survivor with a legion of devoted fans. To be defeated by Chen Ye is far from disgraceful. Winning against him would be nothing short of miraculous, while losing is simply to be expected. From this moment forth, you are not merely a combat legend, but also a racing legend. Zhang Xiaoquan let out a long sigh, feeling honored to serve as a stepping stone for your ascent to legendary status. Such a sentiment was the only balm for his pride, given that he had lost to no ordinary individual. To be candid, I do not wish to undermine you. Chen Ye hesitated to reveal the truth. For it is not the lie that is frightening, but the truth that cuts like a knife. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaoquan's expression shifted, sensing something amiss. In fact, the driver was not me. Chen Ye finally confessed it was Zuo Lanlan. Don't be ridiculous, Zhang Xiaoquan retorted, incredulous and finding it utterly absurd. Do you find this amusing? If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. Chen Ye shrugged off the matter, merely speaking offhandedly. Is this truly amusing to you? Zhang Xiaoquan seethed with anger, questioning whether it was necessary to resort to such means to insult him. Even if I were to falter, even if I, Zhang Xiaoquan, were to be deemed inadequate, I could never concede defeat to a woman. To lose to a woman, let alone to Zuo Lanlan, a dim-witted fool, is utterly preposterous. Just look at her demeanor, so foolish and naive. I can tell at a glance that she is no worthy opponent. To be frank, Zhang Xiaoquan could not bear the thought of failing in any racing competition. In his worldview, one must emerge victorious in such contests. If he were to lose, the only acceptable outcome would be to concede to Chen Ye. Losing to anyone else was simply unacceptable. Losing to a woman was even more inconceivable. To be bested by someone as dim-witted as Zuo Lanlan would be akin to the sky collapsing upon him. Do not be so agitated, Chen Ye counseled. The truth of this matter will become clear once we reach the finish line. The race is far from over. Despite Zhang Xiaoquan's significant disadvantage, the race had not concluded. Zuo Lanlan had yet to cross the finish line. At this juncture, he should have long since surged past the finish line, claiming victory in the race. Yet, Zuo Lanlan remained conspicuously absent. Her high-speed vehicle halted just a meter from the finish line, leaving everyone baffled by her antics. Is my true opponent not you? Zhang Xiaoquan could no longer restrain himself and pressed on. Is it really that foolish, dim-witted girl? That is precisely where you are mistaken, Chen Ye replied with exasperation. Though she may appear silly and sharp-featured, her intelligence is intact. One thing is for certain. Zuo Lanlan is definitely not intellectually challenged. I refuse to believe it. Zhang Xiaoquan erupted, his anger boiling over. You are merely toying with my psyche, playing with me without any sense of honor. Oh, please. Chen Ye could not help but retort. Between toying with you and your mother, I would undoubtedly choose the latter. What pleasure is there in toying with men? Chen Ye, a notorious womanizer, revels in the company of various women. I refuse to believe it. I simply cannot accept it. Zhang Xiaoquan pressed the accelerator with fervor, determined to reach the finish line and witness the outcome himself. This matter held immense significance for him, representing the final vestige of dignity for a racing champion. His vehicle surged forward, executing daring drifts, the tires sparking with friction. After a relentless sprint, he finally caught sight of the taillights of the blue motorcycle to his left. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoquan discerned a crucial detail. The motorcycle had not crossed the finish line. Though it lingered a mere meter or two away, it had not yet completed the race. I still have a chance, Zhang Xiaoquan roared, seizing the opportunity to claim victory for himself. Consumed by a fervent madness, he accelerated recklessly. He paid no mind to the occupant of his car. All that mattered was exploiting the opponent's arrogance to surge ahead and seize the championship. It was a legitimate victory bound by the rules. After all, it was their own pretentiousness that had led them to pop the champagne prematurely. This was his chance, a chance to overturn the odds and seize everything. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Protect what is dear, safeguard his very core. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoquan was truly blinded by rage. He glimpsed hope, the hope of victory, the hope of reclaiming everything. Just when despair had enveloped him, a flicker of hope ignited. If he could win, he could reverse his fate. Not only could he embrace his cherished mother, but he could also triumph over the undefeated Chen Ye. To lose meant utter destitution. To win meant soaring to new heights. Life and death hinged on a single thought. Chapter 129. An Unprecedented Terror. Inside the car, Zuo Lanlan was no fool. She sensed the fervent acceleration of her opponent and understood his intent. As fellow racers, they were attuned to each other's thoughts. Yet, Zuo Lanlan remained unperturbed. She rolled down her window and extended her hand, offering Zhang Xiaoquan a grand thumbs up. However, the gesture swiftly transformed into a downward motion, morphing into a blatant display of disdain. Zuo Lanlan's vehicle roared to life. She had merely paused, not turned off the engine. With a mere press of the accelerator, Her car surged forward. In the blink of an eye, the short distance was closed. The champion was crowned. The victor emerged. In the final moment, Zhang Xiaoquan's hopes of a dramatic turnaround were utterly crushed beneath the wheels of fate. The racing system issued a group announcement, congratulating Chen Ye's team for their ultimate victory. The glaring red text in the chat was impossible to ignore. A new king had ascended in the realm of racing, while the old authority lay shattered beneath the wheels. The former sovereign was unseated. The blood of the fallen king must end with the sword. Only true warriors are worthy of the throne. Defeated, Zhang Xiaoquan was left despondent, his hands abandoning the steering wheel. To relinquish control at such high speeds was perilous. And indeed, he collided violently with the guardrail. The entire front hood crumpled under the impact, one tire soaring into the air. Fortunately, as he had fastened his seatbelt, his life remained largely unthreatened. Yet, his head struck the steering wheel with great force, leaving him bloodied and dazed. The physical pain was no longer perceptible to him. He allowed the viscous blood to cascade down, flowing into his eyes, indifferent to it all. He sat vacantly in the driver's seat. Even as the racing car erupted into flames, the acrid smoke filling his nostrils, he remained utterly motionless. The defeat weighed heavily upon him, as if there was nothing left to cling to in his world. "Get out of the car," Luo Zijuan shouted, her voice reverberating throughout the cabin. Immediately, "Get out." Her reprimands echoed in the confined space. "You coward. Do you wish to end your life in such a pitiful manner? Hurry and exit the vehicle." As a mother, witnessing her son's despondency pained her deeply. She called out to him repeatedly until she finally roused her dazed son. The intense flames had already begun to singe his clothing, and the burning skin was excruciating. Zhang Xiaoquan hastily unbuckled his seatbelt, kicked open the door, and tumbled out of his beloved race car. Just moments after his escape, the white Dodge Viper erupted in a violent explosion. The entire vehicle lifted into the air before crashing back down, twisted and mangled, rendered utterly irreparable. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, Zuo Lanlan also emerged from her car. Clad in racing gear and helmet, her face remained obscured. "Are you Chen Ye?" Zhang Xiaoquan asked in disbelief, though deep down he already knew the answer. Chen Ye was tall and robust, while the driver before him was petite and delicate. Even without seeing her face, he could tell she was certainly not Chen Ye. "What's wrong? Are you upset about losing to me?" Zuo Lanlan removed her helmet, revealing her exquisite features. The racing suit was bulky, yet beads of sweat glistened on her fair forehead, and a few strands of hair clung to her cheeks, adding a unique allure. Such a stunning beauty captivated Zhang Xiaoquan entirely, as if he had forgotten the world around him. This woman was not only breathtakingly beautiful, striking a chord deep within his heart, but she was also an exceptional race car driver. Her flawless acceleration and perfect drift, combined with the snug racing attire that accentuated her allure, ensnared him completely. Zhang Xiaoquan was utterly conquered. He knelt heavily on the ground, almost in reverence, and said, "May I be your devoted admirer?" Initially, he had contemplated proposing, but felt unworthy. Even the thought of pursuing her seemed inappropriate, leaving only the identity of a devoted admirer as a fitting role. Zuo Lanlan was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Xiaoquan to respond in such a manner. She had intended to ridicule him thoroughly, to completely shatter his confidence, making him aware that it was she, this petite woman, who triumphed. From that moment forth, she would be the unrivaled champion of racing, not Zhang Xiaoquan, and he should not dare to challenge her again. Yet here he was, kneeling and requesting to be her admirer, leaving her at a loss for how to react. Zuo Lanlan had prepared an extensive piece filled with scorn, yet could utter not a single word, ultimately erupting into a terrified exclamation. "Are you out of your mind?" Such behavior can only be described as foolish. "Give me a chance," Zhang Xiaoquan pleaded frantically. In an instant, a flash of white light signaled the conclusion of the race, with both drivers retreating. Zuo Lanlan, along with her vehicle, returned to the world of survival on the highway. She gasped in relief, grateful that the race had ended. Otherwise, who knows what absurdity Zhang Xiaoquan, that ardent sycophant, would have attempted next. "Quite impressive," Chen Ye remarked as he tapped on her car window, gently caressing her hair. "I did not expect you to win so effortlessly." To be candid, Chen Ye had underestimated the racing prowess of this young girl, never anticipating such formidable skill. Although her victory was largely attributed to the vehicle's core, Her cornering, drifting, and straight-line acceleration were all of the highest caliber. Of course, Zuo Lanlan declared, shaking her tiny fist, appearing both adorable and fierce. I've told you before, Zhang Xiaoquan could win casually, yet even without the vehicle's core, I could still defeat him. Do not be overly complacent, Chen Ye admonished her. Boss, you aren't having second thoughts, are you? Zuo Lanlan shot back with her striking eyes. We must get to work on having a baby immediately. The preparations for this must commence at once. We must have a baby, and it must be vigorous. Chen Ye chuckled. Having a baby is not out of the question. Your female teammate should be about ready for it too. I'm quite formidable myself. Zuo Lanlan, familiar with certain adages, retorted, as the saying goes, they're only dead oxen, not ruined fields. Who is afraid of whom? Chen Ye laughed, his competitive spirit ignited. Let us do it. Who is afraid? Let us see who is stronger, the bull or the field. However, the mood shifted abruptly, just as they were exchanging playful banter. Tang Xiuero suddenly let out a startled cry. Whether it was intentional or a genuine alarm was uncertain. Danger! A tremendous peril is approaching. Her demeanor turned frantic, her face paling significantly. What is wrong? Stay calm, Chen Ye said, furrowing his brow. It was the first time he had witnessed Tang Xiuero in such a state of terror, even when faced with Dragon Yi and his gang. She had not displayed such fear. Chapter 130. Hunting the Giant Bear, Bountiful Rewards. Several malevolent red dots are closing in on us, presenting a high danger level and a significant degree of hostility. You two should postpone your plans for having a baby, Tang Xiuero warned. Jealousy among women can be quite intense, and she was indeed concerned. The looming danger was real, and she was reluctant to see Zuo Lanlan and Chen Ye proceed with their plans. She too wished to partake, but was unsure how to join in, so she interjected to temporarily disrupt their intentions. Additionally, it was her duty to alert Chen Ye to such a substantial threat. Failing to do so could have dire consequences. What is happening? Why has this situation arisen so suddenly? Chen Ye queried, perplexed. I am uncertain, but the malice is palpable, Tang Xiuero replied, her expression grim. Could be Chu Lingxi? Zuo Lanlan speculated. Very likely, came the reply. Tang Xiuero nodded, but she was unreachable at the moment. There was no need for speculation. Chen Ye activated his extraordinary vision and discerned the truth. It was indeed Chu Lingxi who had caused the trouble. This little girl was racing on a snowmobile, pursued by two enormous polar bears, ferocious and formidable. Their forepaws were 3 to 5 meters high, and their massive claws resembled the tires of a truck. A single swipe from them could reduce a person to mere pulp. How could they be so colossal? Chen Ye couldn't help but curse, astonished by their sheer size, each larger than the last. What possessed Chu Lingxi to provoke such creatures? The girl truly had a penchant for danger. She possessed an almost reckless spirit. Even when pursued by two such gigantic polar bears, she showed no fear, instead laughing heartily, her face alight with glee. Little brother, are you ready for battle? Chu Lingxi joyfully beckoned to Chen Ye. What on earth did you do to provoke these beasts? Chen Ye exclaimed in disbelief. If we slay these two giants, we not only gain a bounty of meat, but also gold coins, and perhaps even a treasure chest. Chu Lingxi replied, unperturbed, her voice ringing with enthusiasm. What did you do to them? Chen Ye pressed, unable to comprehend their relentless pursuit. The two polar bears were genuinely enraged, their eyes bloodshot, embodying fury and a resolve for vengeance. I didn't do much, Chu Lingxi replied with a coy smile. I merely pricked them a few times with my sword while they were mating. This girl was utterly incorrigible. Just when the two bears were enjoying their most blissful moments of life, she had the audacity to stab them in their backsides. The wounds left gaping holes, causing them to bleed profusely. It was no wonder that even the most placid of creatures would be driven to madness in such a scenario. Prepare for battle. There is no time for idle chatter, Chen Ye commanded decisively. Zuo Lanlan, take control of the weapon systems of the six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. Understood, boss. I'll ensure the mission is accomplished, Zuo Lanlan replied promptly as she entered the armored vehicle, managing the weaponry with precision. Aiming and firing in one fluid motion, she unleashed a barrage that struck the polar bear's path with devastating accuracy. The immense shells detonated directly in their wake. Caught in a frenzy and moving at such speed, the bears failed to notice the incoming artillery, resulting in their being flipped onto their backs, bloodied and battered. Countless shrapnel shards lacerated their hides. The two polar bears lay lifeless, seemingly having succumbed to the battle's end. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ye was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such colossal creatures could be so easily vanquished. He had prepared to employ his laser vision, ready to unleash a fierce attack should the artillery fail. He intended to demonstrate the true might of his extraordinary abilities. Yet it proved unnecessary. A single shell had rendered the beasts incapable of further aggression. It is only natural to ponder. After all, they are flesh and blood. While the shells are forged of steel, the disparity between the two is self-evident. Have they been vanquished? Zuo Lanlan blinked, unable to fully grasp the reality. Let us fire a few more shots, just to be certain. Zuo Lanlan unleashed another 2 rounds, each striking precisely upon the heads of the 2 great polar bears, 1 shot per bear, ensuring an equitable distribution of fate. As the saying goes, it is not the scarcity that troubles one, but the inequality. This time, they must be truly dead. Ding! Congratulations, your convoy has slain the white mother giant bear, earning 8,000 pounds of meat and 1,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, your convoy has slain the white polar bear, earning 10,000 pounds of meat, 2,000 gold coins, and a silver treasure chest. The unexpected silver chest astonished Chen Ye. Aside from the gold coins and treasures, the meat, fur, and various internal organs and bear paws represent immense gains. What do you think, big brother? How did I do? Chu Lingxi beamed with a hint of pride. You little madcap. Chen Ye couldn't resist a teasing remark. Forget about being mad or not. The outcome is what matters, right? Chu Lingxi replied with a hint of playful arrogance. To be fair, the profits were indeed substantial. So immense. The bear is truly colossal. Zuo Lanlan chuckled, her fascination with large creatures apparent. Indeed, Tang Shuio echoed, it's astonishingly large. I have never encountered such a giant bear before. Unprecedented. Who cares? Regardless, this time, our harvest is tremendous. Chu Lingxi laughed. It might even herald another version update. Chen Ye speculated. The survival world has been continuously evolving. As the combat prowess of survivors escalates, it is only reasonable for increasingly formidable beasts to emerge. Let us commence the collection of spoils, Chu Lingxi declared cheerfully, relishing this aspect of their adventure. Just thinking about it brings such delight. Do not rush, Tang Shuio cautioned, her eyes shimmering with fear. There is danger approaching. A greater threat on the horizon. After the demise of the 2 great polar bears, their safety felt further away, and a more significant peril loomed. From which direction? Chen Ye intuited. By determining the direction, we can adjust our weapon systems and take the initiative against the beasts. From all directions, Tang Shuio exclaimed in terror. Everywhere. They are surrounding us. How can that be? Zuo Lanlan expressed disbelief. It must be the scent of blood that has drawn them. Chen Ye surveyed the surroundings and commanded. Prepare for battle. We could flee, but engaging could yield even greater rewards. If we truly cannot prevail, we can retreat later. Suddenly, a ferocious roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. The very ground seemed to tremble, shaking violently. What is that? The sound is deafening. The group covered their ears, their eardrums throbbing painfully. What manner of beast could emit such a formidable roar? Chapter 131. Dragons battle in the wild, their blood a deep yellow. Such a roar. Zuo Lanlan mused with a wild imagination. Could it be a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Have you ever seen a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Chen Ye couldn't help but retort. Can you comprehend the roar of a Tyrannosaurus Rex? I find such a bellowing sound truly befitting of its temperament. Zuo Lanlan replied earnestly. It must be the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although her assertion lacked any substantial evidence and bordered on the absurd, Zuo Lanlan remained resolute in her belief that the recent roar indeed belonged to the fearsome dinosaur. If it truly is a Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tang Shuio stated seriously, do we possess the strength to confront it? Why are you joining her in this madness? Chen Ye inquired, furrowing his brow. I simply feel uncertain, Tang Shuio confessed, her anxiety palpable as she grappled with immense fear. I just sense that she has a point. Despite recognizing the absurdity of the situation, a primal instinct compelled her to accept it as plausible. If it is indeed a legendary ancient creature, I wonder if my sword could vanquish it. Chu Lingxi displayed no fear, but rather an exhilaration began to stir within her. The mere thought of slaying a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a sword was intoxicatingly audacious. Surely, this is too far-fetched, Chen Ye thought skeptically. Although the system was troublesome, it cannot be so outrageous as to conjure such a colossal beast. If a Tyrannosaurus Rex truly existed, the survival prospects of the Seekers would undoubtedly be grim. Even with a six-wheeled, armored vehicle at their disposal, facing such ancient titans would be no easy feat. The resilience of steel and bulletproof glass might withstand artillery fire. But the sheer force of a Tyrannosaurus Rex's fangs and its immense strength would likely prove insurmountable. The thunderous roar continued to reverberate, shaking the very earth beneath them. "Get in the vehicle," Chen Ye commanded. Regardless of whether it was indeed a Tyrannosaurus Rex, ensuring their safety was paramount. The heavy steel of the vehicle offered substantial protection. A cacophony of sounds erupted, akin to a cataclysmic event, as the group finally beheld the true visage of the beast. Indeed, it was a Tyrannosaurus Rex, its colossal form. Massive fangs, skin as rough as iron, and those iconic tiny claws that, while seemingly endearing, belied the deadly nature of this apex predator from the age of ancient giants. What was more alarming was that it possessed an astoundingly high hunting intelligence, far from being a mere brute. It was evidently drawn by the potent scent of blood from the polar bear, charging towards them with fierce urgency and emitting bone-chilling roars to intimidate Chen Ye and his companions. Fortunately, with fresh prey so close at hand, the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not launch a deadly charge at them, but instead began to feast upon the polar bear's flesh. The vivid blood painted its formidable fangs, rendering it a sight of terrifying splendor. The women present trembled, including Chu Lingxi. Yet, her shivers were not born of fear. Rather, they stemmed from an uncontrollable excitement. "Dear sir, how about I take a shot at it?" Facing such a formidable predator, she felt no trepidation. Her first instinct was not to flee in panic, but to engage it boldly. "No reckless behavior," came the admonition. Chen Ye maintained the composure essential for a commander. Remaining still while the enemy did was clearly the most prudent strategy. To launch an impulsive surprise attack could lead to unforeseen consequences, which would undoubtedly be troublesome. I recognized the inherent danger and the necessity for caution. Chu Lingxi was no fool when it came to hunting. Rather, she was filled with cunning. Surely, the weaponry of the armored vehicle would suffice. A powerful cannon shot would suffice. The potency of the tank's cannon had already been validated. 2 formidable polar bears had been felled by a single shell, astonishing everyone present. "Coupled with your golden laser vision, I see no issue," Chu Lingxi urged. Chen Ye pondered seriously. The reward from those 2 polar bears were indeed substantial. As for this Tyrannosaurus Rex, it undoubtedly surpassed the bears in value, potentially yielding a treasure chest of gold. "First, we shall activate the armored vehicle. If danger arises, we can swiftly retreat." One must remember that due to its colossal size, the Tyrannosaurus possessed terrifying speed. Failure to escape rapidly could result in becoming its next meal. A preliminary assault with the triple crossbows seemed prudent. After careful consideration, Chen Ye ultimately resolved to attack. Such an extraordinary opportunity before him could not be squandered. Despite the inherent peril, the potential rewards were equally daunting. "Very well," Chu Lingxi exclaimed with excitement. "The triple crossbows are prepared and aimed. Shall I fire?" "Awaiting your command." To his surprise, the young girl exhibited commendable military discipline and training. "Fire," Chen Ye commanded with a snap of his fingers. The hefty arrows of the triple crossbows were released. To ensure absolute accuracy, the initial target was the Tyrannosaurus's eyes, its most vulnerable point. Should the shot penetrate deeply enough, it could potentially deliver a fatal blow. However, matters proved to be less straightforward than anticipated. Fortune did not favor them. Just as the arrows were about to strike, the Tyrannosaurus abruptly lifted its head, causing them to miss their crucial target and instead ricochet off its formidable hide. What was presumed to be penetrable proved utterly futile. The creature's armor was even tougher than steel, rendering the hefty arrows ineffective, akin to a mere tickle. The Tyrannosaurus remained oblivious, continuing to devour the polar bear meat, chewing heartily as if merely swatted by a mosquito. "How is this possible?" Chen Ye exclaimed in disbelief. Given his knowledge of the Tyrannosaurus, it should be a creature of flesh and blood. How could it be impervious to harm? Absurd. It was utterly ridiculous. "Shall we employ the tank cannon?" Chu Lingxi inquired. "Yes, deployed immediately," Chen Ye decisively responded. "Bombard it mercilessly. If 1 shell cannot bring it down, then use 10. If 10 are insufficient, then 20. Let this ancient beast experience the baptism of modern civilization." "Understood, young master," Chu Lingxi replied, her fingers deftly pressing the launch button. Enormous shells erupted from the cannon. The roar of explosions echoed, smoke billowing as the cacophony of detonations resounded. The colossal form of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was entirely engulfed by the rising smoke, rendering it invisible. Even the roar of this ancient behemoth was suppressed by the thunderous sounds of modern artillery. Only when the haze dissipated could the onlookers discern its true countenance. In the midst of a vast crater, the proud and majestic Tyrannosaurus had lowered its noble head. Its immense body sprawled upon the blood-soaked ground. Its once impervious skin was riddled with gaping wounds from the shells, oozing crimson lifeblood. As the saying goes, in battle, the dragon's blood is dark and yellow. Indeed, the blood of this dragon was a striking golden hue, as heavy as quicksilver, confounding the carbon-based beings of contemporary civilization. Chapter 132. The first dragon slayer? Has it been slain? Zuo Lanlan exclaimed with excitement. Do we truly defeat it? The rewards from the great white bear were already substantial, and one can only imagine what treasures this Tyrannosaurus might yield. Perhaps it could even drop a golden treasure chest. Yet, it seems unlikely that it would perish so easily. Zhu Lingxi unsheathed her sword. Tang Xuemei, can't you tell just by looking? This creature's perception of danger far exceeds that of ordinary beings. A palpable fear gripped Tang Xuemei, the enormous red that had not vanished, and the malevolence seemed to intensify. It's not dead yet, she uttered, her voice tinged with dread. Although the massive shell had left this ancient beast in disarray, incapacitated in the crater, it remained a top-tier predator. Approaching before it drew its last breath posed a grave risk. Of course, it's to slay the dragon, Zhu Lingxi replied matter-of-factly. To slay the Tyrannosaurus and become the inaugural dragon slayer within this survival realm. What an exhilarating title to contemplate. This audacious girl would never forsake such a rare opportunity. Despite the monumental peril it entailed, even the possibility of being vanquished by the very beast she sought to conquer. Honor has always marched hand in hand with death. Perishing in pursuit of glory is but a common fate. She had always been the one, sword in hand, bravely advancing and mocking the impotence of death with humanity's unparalleled courage. Are you determined to court death? Chen Ye inquired with a smile. You wouldn't dare to dissuade me, would you? Zhu Lingxi rolled her eyes. Advise me to be cautious, to retreat, to press a button on the vehicle, to blast the Tyrannosaurus into smithereens with artillery? Such a wholly safe approach is certainly not for me, Zhu Lingxi. I will neither urge you nor impede your actions. Yet allow me to remind you of one thing, Chen Ye said with a subtle smile. Strike swiftly and do not perish foolishly. You may die in battle or fall victim to treachery, but you must never die in ignorance. Thank you for the reminder, young sir. Zhu Lingxi drew her sword and without a backward glance, charged towards the bloodied Tyrannosaurus. As she drew nearer, the sheer magnificence of the creature left her profoundly awestruck. It was simply beyond belief, overwhelmingly colossal. Logically, she was mentally prepared. However, when confronted with this primordial behemoth, the apex predator of ancient times, an overwhelming sense of fear surged within her. The golden dragon's blood exuded a pungent, acrid scent, transporting her back to the ancient wilderness of Pangu continent. Billions of years ago, her very soul trembled, inundated by an abyss of terror. Yet, Zhu Lingxi did not retreat. Instead, she advanced a step further, seeking the most cunning angle to deliver a fatal blow to this ancient beast. As she drew closer, she could distinctly hear the heartbeat of the ancient creature. Thump, thump, thump. It resonated like a powerful royal engine. Boom, boom, boom. It echoed like the relentless beating of a war drum. The sound was far beyond her imagination. She could even discern the sound of the heavy golden dragon blood coursing through its veins. Having once gazed upon the skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, standing before the living creature was an entirely different experience, a stark contrast. The bones merely offered a glimpse of the ancient predator's essence, a mere fragment of its grandeur. Now, faced with the true primordial behemoth, the palpable aura of lethality enveloped her, presenting a wholly different experience and insight. Zhu Lingxi could even sense her martial path undergoing a profound transformation. Martial arts, too, are a method of slaughter, and this colossal beast embodied the very essence of carnage. Every inch of its skin, every claw, its size and intellect all serve but one purpose: killing, killing, and more killing. To slay you with my own hands would be my honor. Zhu Lingxi had pinpointed the lethal target, the massive eye of the Tyrannosaurus. A decisive thrust into that eye would disrupt its brain, sending it to the afterlife and severing all its vitality. As long as the Tyrannosaurus remained alive, it must possess the strength to open its eyes. Thus, she approached, gently tapping on its forehead. "Hey, big brother dragon, are you home?" Tap, tap, tap. She struck its skull, producing a crisp sound. Initially, the Tyrannosaurus showed no reaction, but as the tapping grew louder and more forceful, it suddenly opened its eyes. The immense vertical pupils fixated on Chu Lingxi, exuding an infinite aura of slaughter. In turn, her beautiful eyes radiated an equal ferocity of intent. This was it, the critical moment. She plunged her long sword directly into its eye. Thud! It pierced through effortlessly. The golden dragon's blood erupted like cannon fire, splattering in all directions. The weight of the blood created deep craters upon impact with the ground. If it struck a person, bones would shatter and lives would hang in the balance. Fortunately, Chu Lingxi was remarkably agile. In a heartbeat, she deftly maneuvered her body, avoiding the lethal droplets of blood splatter. The wounded Tyrannosaurus let out a deafening roar, suddenly leaping from the pool of blood, and remarkably began to charge. The once dying beast, now revived, reached a breathtaking speed. Even with a long sword embedded above its enormous eye, it remained utterly indifferent. In the shadow of its massive eyeball, the sword appeared as insignificant as a toothpick, seemingly incapable of inflicting any substantial harm. Was it feigning death? Observing the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex, Chen Ye astutely discerned this critical detail. A barrage of formidable artillery, though inflicting considerable damage, failed to create any fatal wounds or diminish its fighting spirit. Could this behemoth possess such intelligence? Zuo Lanlan found it hard to believe that it even knew how to feign death. She had never encountered such a cunning creature, save for humans. Not only was it pretending to be dead, but Chen explained it was also safeguarding its most vital limbs and head. Earlier, it had curled up in a pool of blood, using its massive frame to shield its limbs and crucial head. This strategy allowed it to evade fatal injuries and maintain its combat effectiveness. Even more alarming was the fact that this was its first encounter with such weaponry. Upon first contact, it had made optimal decisions in such a brief span of time, besides its formidable combat instincts. This could only be attributed to the intellect of a top-tier predator. "Boss," Zuo Lanlan suddenly exclaimed in terror. "It seems to be targeting us." How utterly unreasonable. It was Chu Lingxi who had struck it. Why did it not retaliate? Indeed, it seemed absurd that this Tyrannosaurus Rex chose to disregard Chu Lingxi entirely and charge directly toward the six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. Chapter 133. The fearsome effect of the title of Dragon Slayer. Fire! Fire! Aim for its head. Chen Ye commanded loudly, determined to bring it down. No amount of wisdom would help in this instance. Boom! 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 The artillery fired relentlessly. Each shot should have been a precise hit. Yet the colossal Tyrannosaurus exhibited remarkable agility. It incessantly swayed its head, skillfully evading one projectile after another. Such a crafty creature, Chen Ye could not help but curse. However, it could not evade all the shells. Eventually, one struck its head, while another hit its robust hind leg. The bones of its skull were exceptionally tough. One shot failed to penetrate, though it left the beast disoriented and nearly toppled. Remarkably, it did not sustain further injury. Conversely, the shell that impacted its hind leg had an immediate effect, causing the Tyrannosaurus to lose its balance and tumble to the ground. Yet, the Tyrannosaurus's assault did not cease. It rolled forward, positioning itself directly before the six-wheeled armored truck, then clamped its jaws onto the cabin. Its enormous fangs effortlessly pierced through steel, delivering a crushing blow to Zuo Lanlan's head. Logically, she should have been obliterated by the force of those teeth. Fortunately, Chen Ye had the absolute safety of the Azure Core. Zuo Lanlan's life was spared. Nevertheless, the Tyrannosaurus continued its ferocious onslaught. It gnawed relentlessly, attempting to crush the entire cabin. Thankfully, the steel of the armored vehicle held firm, and it made little progress. Quite the ferocious creature, Chen Ye mused, having refrained from intervening to observe just how formidable this beast truly was. Now, his evaluation is succinct, truly deserving of being the most unparalleled predator in the billions of years of this planet's existence. It is finished. Chen Ye's eyes radiated with intense fervor, penetrating the colossal maw of the Tyrannosaurus rex, incinerating its central brain that governed all. Under the terrifying heat, the brain was instantly reduced to wisps of smoke, completely cremated. The Tyrannosaurus, which had been frantically tearing, abruptly fell silent, transforming into a mere baby dragon. At last, it is dead. Although the hunt concluded without major incident, even Chen Ye felt a lingering unease. Were it not for the upgrade of the vehicle's core, and his possession of the most formidable attack skill, matters would certainly not have unfolded so smoothly. They would not have emerged from this encounter without any casualties. Congratulations! You have slain the ancient and most powerful predator, the Tyrannosaurus rex. As the first hunter, you have been bestowed the title of the first dragon slayer. The system's voice echoed. Unexpectedly, the title that Chu Lingxi had long coveted ultimately fell to Chen Ye. Title: the first dragon slayer of the survival world. Effect: all your damage skills against dragon-type creatures are enhanced by 50%. Incredible. This title is indeed formidable. Previously, his golden laser eyes penetrated the Tyrannosaurus's skin with considerable difficulty, requiring an extensive period of time. Now, with this enhancement, it could likely pierce through instantaneously. Chen Ye eagerly conducted an experiment, and the increase in damage was indeed substantial. It was akin to a red-hot kitchen knife slicing through butter. With just a few movements, he cleaved the entire body of the Tyrannosaurus in two. Golden dragon blood gushed forth, creating a small stream that flowed gently. Congratulations! You have slain the ancient behemoth, the Tyrannosaurus rex, and acquired 20,000 pounds of meat. You have also obtained 5,000 gold coins and a golden treasure chest. The exhilarating sound of rewards followed. Who would have thought there would truly be a golden treasure chest? To be fair, Chen Ye had never even opened a silver chest. He never expected to directly receive a golden treasure chest. He wondered what delightful treasures it might hold. And 5,000 gold coins, needless to say, is an unprecedented reward. Big brother, that's rather unfair. Chu Lingxi lamented, feeling quite vexed at having been overshadowed. The title of the first dragon slayer was broadcast throughout the server, and naturally, Chu Lingxi heard it. The title she had so long desired had slipped away. There's only one first. This was a unique opportunity. Once lost, it cannot be reclaimed. I had no choice, Chen Ye explained, though he did not intend to seize the title from her. It was a matter of urgency. If he did not slay the Tyrannosaurus, it would surely wreak havoc on the six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. Although there was robust protection from the vehicle's core attributes, it could not be allowed to destroy at will. Even if you cannot attain first place, you can certainly strive for second, Chen Ye reminded her, noting that the title of second dragon slayer was also quite prestigious. Indeed, Chu Lingxi's beautiful eyes sparkled with renewed hope. The title of the second dragon slayer is undoubtedly an aspiration worth pursuing, sending delightful shivers down the spine of the young girl. Why delay? Let's hasten to hunt. She could scarcely bear to wait, fearing that this coveted title might be snatched away by another. After all, having entered the age of beasts, it is implausible that there exists but a solitary Tyrannosaurus. Various species of dinosaurs are likely to emerge. Who knows? Perhaps fortune may smile upon someone, or a formidable convoy might fortuitously encounter and vanquish them. In such a case, her identity as the second dragon slayer would be irrevocably lost. Thus, it is imperative to seize the fleeting opportunity, to remain vigilant without a moment's respite, lest she be left to rue her inaction. Have you inquired with Tang Shiwero? Chen Ye prompted. Are there any colossal and fearsome beasts nearby? Any potential targets? Are there still targets in the vicinity? Chu Lingxi quickly interjected. There are numerous targets, quite substantial in size. Rapidly approaching us, came the alarming response, leaving those present momentarily dumbfounded. The prospect of a single Tyrannosaurus was already daunting. The arrival of a multitude would spell disaster. Their six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle was not invincible. It could scarcely withstand the onslaught of several Tyrannosaurus. Just 2 or 3 could potentially rend the entire vehicle asunder. The so-called core characteristics of their transport were, by no means, entirely impervious or absolutely secure. If they were to be forcibly extracted, it would be catastrophic, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with the mad beast. Are they all Tyrannosaurus? Chen Ye asked anxiously. If they are, we must flee. Have we inadvertently disturbed a nest of them? That is unlikely, Zuo Lanlan replied reassuringly. Tyrannosaurus are not social creatures. They are solitary hunters. apex predators, it is improbable that a large group would suddenly appear. Not Tyrannosaurus, but a more formidable threat, the Triceratops, Tang Shiwero discerned with clarity. A vast horde of Triceratops was charging toward them, a veritable tide of formidable creatures. Chapter 134. Are all sisters raising young together? Though Triceratops are not titanic beasts of steel, their robust skeletons, colossal forms, and terrifying strength rival that of the six-wheeled armored vehicle. More crucially, their tails serve as enormous battering rams, capable of reducing a dozen-ton truck to scrap metal with a single strike. Typically, these dinosaurs are gentle herbivores, yet now, startled, the entire herd of Triceratops was in a frenzy, galloping in terror. What has driven them to such madness? Zuo Lanlan inquired curiously. Is there a more terrifying predator pursuing them? I cannot say, Tang Shiwero replied, shaking her head in distress. Their numbers are overwhelming, their presence overwhelming. I cannot perceive anything else. The sheer might of the colossal beasts overwhelmed her senses. The ground trembled. The horde drew ever closer. We must flee at once. Came the urgent call. The situation was perilous, and escaping now would likely be their best chance for survival. Flee. Chu Lingxi objected vehemently. For in her view, this was precisely the moment to strike decisively. She aspired not only to become the second dragon hunter, but also the third, fourth, and fifth. Only then could she compensate for the loss of her first dragon hunter title. Running away is futile. Our vehicle cannot escape. Tang Shiwero promptly rejected the notion. And fighting is equally unwise. We would be overwhelmed by the swarm of dragons. She sensed the formidable strength of the Triceratops herd. Realizing that neither escape nor confrontation was the best course of action. If only we had a helicopter, soaring into the sky would ensure our safety, she ultimately suggested. Regrettably, their convoy lacked such a means of transport. Get out. Chen Ye proposed a method that he deemed absolutely secure. The three female teammates were perplexed but complied with the command. Surely, disembarking to face the threat with their bare bodies was the most perilous option? Chen Ye then stored the six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle into the system's repository. We shall proceed to the supermarket. He reiterated his order. A trip to the supermarket merely required spending a few gold coins and should guarantee absolute safety, as it was a transaction within the system, inherently secure. Indeed, boss. Your brilliance astounds me. I admire you greatly, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed, suddenly comprehending that the supermarket was a sanctuary of safety. Enough chatter, let's go inside. They hurriedly entered the supermarket, and the glass doors sealed shut behind them. It felt as though they were isolated from the world. The biting wind and snow no longer chilled them, replaced by a warmth akin to spring. The thunderous roars from outside faded into silence. As if they had stepped into another realm, a profound sense of security washing over them. Entering the supermarket not only assured their safety, but also mitigated any losses to their vehicle, while allowing them the opportunity to spend within, yielding a 100-fold return on their gold coins. Soon, the Triceratops herd surged past, trampling and obliterating everything in their path, an onslaught no human could withstand. As Chen Ye had anticipated, the herd showed no inclination to attack the supermarket, seemingly oblivious to its presence. The sheer magnitude of the situation astonished him. With a mere glance, he calculated that if they attempted to flee in their vehicle, they would have only a 50% chance of escaping unharmed. Conversely, if they confronted the terrifying Triceratops herd head-on, following Chu Lingxi's battle strategy, the odds of victory would plummet to less than 10%. Even with Chen Ye's formidable golden laser eyes, capable of eliminating one beast after another, the relentless tide of Triceratops would ultimately overwhelm them, reducing them to mere remnants. Thank goodness we heeded your advice. Even the fearless Chu Lingxi couldn't help but express her relief. Had they followed her plan, the consequences would have been dire. What rendered these colossal beasts so terrifying, so fearsome? Chen Ye gazed into the distance, seeking the source of their dread. Yet, the supposed source revealed no abnormalities, no signs of a terrifying presence. After a prolonged wait, nothing materialized. Perhaps they were merely frolicking in their own way? Zuo Lanlan mused whimsically. How could that be? Tang Shiwero frowned, firmly asserting that it was impossible to view the situation as mere play. She had genuinely felt the fear emanating from the Triceratops herd. What is the weakness of the Triceratops? Chen Ye perused the illustrated guide, previously acquired from a treasure chest. Within the compendium, there exists a wealth of knowledge regarding the vulnerabilities of colossal beasts, including the Tyrannosaurus rex and the Triceratops. Initially, upon acquiring this compendium, Chen Ye viewed it with skepticism, deeming it somewhat useless and trivial. However, in retrospect, it undoubtedly holds immense value. After all, in the realm of combat, intelligence is paramount. In the absence of information, one is left in utter darkness, whereas possessing such knowledge provides the highest standards for action. It prevents one from floundering in chaos or succumbing to fear and confusion. Furthermore, the compendium can be monetized. The weakness of a single giant beast can fetch a considerable sum. This is intelligence. Battlefield intelligence. Imagine a formidable convoy facing a giant beast, struggling to defeat it, teetering on the brink of annihilation. If you were to disclose its weakness and charge a fee, what would ensue? Surely, regardless of the cost, they would part with their resources without hesitation. The vulnerability of the Triceratops was now revealed. Chen Ye nodded silently, committing it to memory. Yet, even with this newfound knowledge, he felt hesitant to confront such a large group of Triceratops. What terrifying entity could have frightened them away? Chu Lingxi inquired curiously, why has it not yet appeared? If the opposing force were indeed an extraordinarily powerful presence, it would be splendid. In such a case, she could secure a decisive victory. Can you sense it? Chen Ye glanced at Tang Shuoro. No. Tang Shuoro shook her head, utterly unable to perceive anything. Not only was there no discernible threat, but even the herd of Triceratops had receded beyond detection. Chen Ye let out a sigh of relief. So, are we safe? For now, Tang Shuoro cautiously replied, not daring to speak too confidently. That's good. Chen Ye gazed at the enormous screen in the supermarket, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Ladies, let the shopping commence. Having slain 3 ferocious beasts, they had amassed a plethora of gold coins. This was the perfect opportunity for them to indulge, resulting in a 100-fold return, thereby significantly increasing Chen Ye's wealth. Initially, he thought the price for upgrading the core was exorbitant. Now it seemed quite reasonable. With a 100-fold return, everything was within reach. Chen Ye eagerly anticipated what wonders awaited once the Azure core reached its pinnacle. Boss, you're the best. Zuo Lanlan exclaimed loudly. I want to give you a child. As she spoke, she embraced Chen Ye and began to nibble on him. In front of so many onlookers? Chen Ye chuckled. Aren't you embarrassed? Not at all. Zuo Lanlan replied nonchalantly. We're all sisters. She not only felt no shame, but even wished to invite everyone to join in. Wait a moment. Tang Shuoro suddenly interjected, raising her voice. You two hold on. She stepped forward to intervene. Upon hearing her words, the crowd furrowed their brows. Could it be that yet another danger was looming? Chapter 135. 700,000 gold coins? One more terrifying threat has emerged. Chen Ye furrowed his brow and inquired, has the entity that frightened away the Triceratops appeared? If so, it would indeed be an unsuitable moment for frivolity. No fearsome threat has manifested. Tang Shuoro blushed slightly as she spoke. Although she felt it was somewhat inappropriate, she expressed her thoughts nonetheless. I simply wish to avoid witnessing your antics. What does that mean? Zuo Lanlan pouted with displeasure. Could it be that you also fancy our leader? Isn't it glaringly obvious? Chu Lingxi rolled her eyes. Even a fool could see it. Yet this blockhead still questions it. I. Tang Shuoro stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson like a ripened apple. Why the hesitation? Zuo Lanlan said bluntly. If you like him, we can share. Though jealousy is a woman's nature, I'm not so petty as to hoard him for myself. Isn't that inappropriate? Tang Shuoro's face burned even hotter. How could 3 people possibly? It's definitely not right. Chu Lingxi also voiced her skepticism. Then what do you suggest? Zuo Lanlan sighed in exasperation. Now, when it's warm and cozy, is the perfect time for human procreation. Naturally, all 4 of us should partake. Fair and square. Chu Lingxi declared matter-of-factly. Why should you monopolize Big Brother? The little minx seemed more concerned with equity. You make a fair point. Zuo Lanlan raised both thumbs approvingly. I'm just worried Big Brother might not endure it. Even the strongest man would falter against 3 beauties at once. I'll manage, Chen Ye asserted confidently. 3? Even 30 would barely make me blink. Then what are we waiting for? Zuo Lanlan cheered. Battle, battle. Let us battle together. You truly are a madwoman. Chu Lingxi yawned, shaking her head in refusal. I prefer one-on-one duels, whether against a Tyrannosaurus or a man. Tang Shuoro, will you join us? Zuo Lanlan asked shamelessly. The woman must have been ovulating. Nothing else could explain such fervent desire. I'll pass, Tang Shuoro murmured, her face aflame. I'd rather scout for potential dangers nearby. Her maidenhood remained intact. She couldn't surrender it so recklessly. Every woman envisioned her first time as a mythically perfect moment, hardly compatible with a chaotic free-for-all. Zuo Lanlan, of course, was the exception, an unhinged creature defying all norms. Since they left, Zuo Lanlan grinned mischievously. Shall we commence monkey-making? Hours later, after Zuo Lanlan's repeated pleas for mercy, their noble endeavor for humanity's propagation reached a temporary halt. Though Chen Ye wished to continue, his partner had reached her limit. Persisting further might have proven fatal. Fine, I'll spare you today, Chen Ye declared, thoroughly satisfied. Quit squawking like a duck. Freshly deflowered and dewy as she was, the girl was unbearably noisy. Only when her mouth was stuffed did silence briefly reign. Everyone come in. With the affair concluded, he saw no reason to exclude the others. For a gentleman like Chen Ye, carnal pleasures paled beside the true prize, 100-fold gold refunds. He currently possesses 7,000 gold coins, which he can entirely allocate to his female companions for their purchases, resulting in an astonishing return of 700,000 gold coins, a truly formidable amount. All right, commence your spending. Chen Ye generously distributed 2,000 gold coins to each individual, while Zuo Lanlan, due to her considerable efforts, received 3,000. Why the extra 1,000? Xu Lingxi inquired, somewhat enviously. It's quite simple. My mouth has endured considerable suffering. Zuo Lanlan retorted assertively. She felt entirely justified in claiming the additional coins. If you find this unfair, feel free to challenge it. Enough already. I concede. Xu Lingxi, unusually humbled, acknowledged. After all, one cannot fault someone for their diligence. Now, let us cease the chatter and begin shopping. Chen Ye eagerly anticipated their returns. Can we purchase anything? Tang Shuoro asked cautiously. Indeed, Chen Ye nodded. Choose whatever you desire. Logically, upgrading the vehicle is the most advantageous choice. It's the vehicle upgrade, not the core, as their funds are insufficient for the latter. I will go select first, Tang Shuoro murmured. The three women proceeded to choose items. The supermarket provided a user-friendly experience, with a large screen segmented into 3 parts for their selection, making the shopping experience quite delightful. Ding! Congratulations! Your female companions have spent gold coins, triggering a 100-fold return. A series of cold system notifications echoed. Chen Ye's gold coin balance surged dramatically, reaching 700,000 coins in the blink of an eye. An explosion of wealth. If it were the vehicle core upgrade, that would be exhilarating, potentially leading to a grand slam. Even if the system is rather twisted, 700,000 coins should certainly suffice for a max-level upgrade. Boss, I upgraded the vehicle engine. It's incredibly powerful now, Zuo Lanlan joyfully shared. After spending several thousand coins on the engine upgrade, its racing capabilities would significantly enhance. Previously, her vehicle core speed was already unparalleled. Now, post-upgrade, it has become extraordinarily unique. Henceforth, in racing competitions, no one would rival Zuo Lanlan. She might dominate an era, setting records more terrifying than those of Zhang Xiaoquan. And you? Chen Ye turned to Xu Lingxi. What did you purchase? A weapon, Xu Lingxi replied. It's expensive yet formidable. Really? Chen Ye chuckled. How formidable? With this weapon, I can single-handedly face a T-Rex. Xu Lingxi declared with confidence. Ever since losing her title as the first dragon slayer, she has been determined to reclaim it. That is quite impressive. Chen Ye then looked at Tang Shuoro. And you? Tang Shuoro stated. A helicopter? What? Chen Ye thought he had misheard. A helicopter, Tang Shuoro clarified. A vehicle-mounted helicopter. This is a type of vehicle upgrade that allows for a helicopter within a very limited space. In case of emergencies, it provides an escape route. Previously, during the Triceratops herd's upheaval, the presence of helicopters would have ensured absolute safety. Your concern is commendable, Chen Ye nodded in affirmation. The airborne vehicle is equipped with a weapon system, Tang Shuoro continued, asserting that even in the face of flying dragons, it possesses formidable combat capabilities. The so-called airborne vehicle is indeed a type of armed helicopter, not a civilian model. Chapter 136. The Grand Vision of the Benevolent Yi. Upgrade the vehicle core. Chen Ye wasted no words and commenced the upgrade. With such an abundance of gold coins, it was imperative to enhance the vehicle core. For someone like Chen Ye, Who felt insecure? The absolute safety afforded by the vehicle core's features was invaluable, necessitating a significant upgrade. Ding! Congratulations! You have consumed 1,000 gold coins to upgrade the vehicle core. Ding! Congratulations! You have consumed 10,000 gold coins to upgrade the vehicle core. Ding! Congratulations! You have consumed 100,000 gold coins to upgrade the vehicle core. Ding! Regrettably, you lack sufficient gold coins to upgrade the vehicle core. A series of system notifications echoed. Although 700,000 gold coins may sound substantial, the vehicle core had only been upgraded by 3 levels. Open the vehicle core panel. Chen Ye commanded. Item, vehicle core. Level 6. Rating. Features. Possessing the Azure vehicle core distinguishes you, rendering you immune to all magical and physical damage. The strength of this effect depends on your proximity to the vehicle. Current range, 10 kilometers. Note, the vehicle must be in the survival world. If it resides in the system warehouse, the effect does not apply. The invincible range has significantly increased. An astonishing 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers is indeed quite extensive. The system is surprisingly astute. Chen Ye had initially intended to exploit the mechanics, but was caught off guard by the special stipulation that the vehicle must exist within the survival world to be effective. What enhancements await in the next upgrade? Chen Ye pondered. The next upgrade, however, necessitates 1 million gold coins. Damn, the inflation is alarmingly swift, rivaling the Zimbabwean dollar. Range enhancement, 100 kilometers. The massive sales screen responded. 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. The highest level transcends spatial limitations, granting complete immunity to magic and physical harm. The pinnacle of vehicle features is undeniably impressive, yet the required amount of gold coins is equally daunting. Even with Chen Ye's 100-fold return system, it would likely require a considerable period of accumulation. By the way, Chen Ye suddenly inquired, can abilities be upgraded with gold coins? Of course. The vast sales screen promptly replied. Moreover, utilizing gold coins to upgrade abilities is exceedingly advantageous, a veritable boon for survivors. It seems that upgrading abilities with gold coins could indeed be quite a scam, Chen Ye remarked sarcastically. Soon, the screen displayed the relevant prices. Similar to the rules for upgrading the vehicle core, each subsequent upgrade would add an additional 0. The initial price, shockingly, is 1,000 gold coins. That's utterly absurd. When converted, it is twice as expensive as consuming ability fruits. The sole advantage is speed. Consuming ability fruits may sometimes leave one unable to digest further. However, upgrading the gold coins takes merely a few seconds. As long as you possess sufficient gold, the task can be accomplished in no time. Has it gradually begun to resemble those deceptive pay-to-win games? Chen Ye felt an urge to curse. Yet, reflecting on the system, it has always demanded both investment and effort. Without expenditure or endeavor, one can only remain a novice, a weakling trampled and humiliated by the strong. Upgrade, the supernatural ability. Ding! Congratulations! You have consumed 1,000 gold coins to upgrade the fire ability. Ding! Congratulations! You have consumed 10,000 gold coins to upgrade the fire ability. Ding! Congratulations! You have consumed 100,000 gold coins to upgrade the fire ability. Ding! Regrettably, you lack sufficient gold coins and cannot upgrade the vehicle core. Another 111,000 gold coins spent. It truly feels extravagant. Open the supernatural ability panel, Chen Ye commanded. Supernatural ability, Eye of Divine Flame. Dawn of Fire. Ability rating, ability level. For ability description, the divine, I can emit golden divine flames. The higher the ability level, the longer the combat duration. Duration, 1 hour. Is the enhancement this significant? Chen Ye was somewhat astonished, not expecting it to last a whole hour. Previously, it could only sustain for a minute. Even during his first awakening, it lasted merely half an hour. In that brief half hour, he had wrought terrifying destruction, eliminating countless foes. An hour, naturally, will be even more horrifying. By the way, should I recycle the vehicle core? Chen Ye inquired. Of course. The massive sales screen promptly responded. The price is exorbitant. The higher the level, the greater the cost. Chen Ye still possessed many vehicle cores with a 100-fold return. Those items were of no use to him. He might as well let the system recycle them. Provide me with a specific price list, Chen Ye commanded. Soon, a table appeared on the screen. Level 3 vehicle core. You offer 10 gold? Chen Ye could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, A level 3 vehicle core requires at least 110 gold coins to upgrade from level 1 to level 3. The core itself should be worth thousands of gold coins. May I ask, what is the selling price for a level 1 vehicle core? Chen Ye demanded angrily. A level 1 vehicle core with random attributes is priced at 5,000 gold coins. The sales screen displayed the price list again. For specified attributes, the price doubles to 10,000 gold coins. It's outrageous. Chen Ye thumbed down in disapproval. This is simply too exploitative. Buying at 10 gold and selling at 10,000 gold. Good heavens. Even a drug dealer would shed tears at such profit. Corrupt officials would feel ashamed in comparison. Dear customer, we are an honest business. Our profits are exceedingly thin, offering excellent quality at reasonable prices. The system responded shamelessly. If their profits were indeed slim and they were an honest merchant, then those selling counterfeit goods would be virtuous philanthropists. Wait a moment. Chen Ye was suddenly alarmed. The system's unscrupulous behavior appeared to present a significant arbitrage opportunity. Since they are selling for 5,000 gold coins, he could easily sell for 4,000 to the survivors. Even at 4,000 or even 4,900, the survivors would be thrilled to make a purchase. Even if it is merely a single gold coin, it is still currency, is it not? Selling vehicle cores is undoubtedly far more lucrative than hunting colossal beasts. Chen Ye felt a surge of satisfaction. The key aspect lies in its remarkable safety and efficiency. With just a flick of his finger, gold coins would flood into his account. Wait, Chen Ye suddenly recalled another thought. Could the core he had just upgraded be gifted to his female teammate? His own vehicle core had already attained a high level. If it could still yield a 100-fold return, it would be an unparalleled delight. Such a high-level vehicle core could be transformed into a substantial fortune, generating an overwhelming amount of gold coins. In fact, the current supply of gold coins had significantly increased. It was simple. The age of colossal beasts had arrived. Each beast yielded a considerable amount of gold coins. Survivors were becoming increasingly affluent. With such wealth, someone must reap the rewards. Who might that be? Naturally, it would be the black market merchant, the benevolent Yi, ensuring that every survivor possesses a vehicle core. That is the vision of Yi the benefactor. Earning money? His intention was not merely to accumulate gold coins, but to transform the world into a better place. Chapter 137. The awakening of Zuo Lanlan's abilities. His 6th-level vehicle core alone had cost over 100,000 gold coins just for the upgrade. This does not even account for the intrinsic value of the core itself. If included, the price would be even more staggering. A single vehicle core could be valued at 100,000 gold coins multiplied by 300, yielding a truly terrifying number. That is what it means to earn money. That is the essence of capitalism. 99% of the world works for others, calculating their assets as mere addition. In contrast, true wealthy individuals operate with multiplication, experiencing exponential growth in wealth, creating an incomprehensible disparity between the two. Of course, this was merely Chen Ye's speculation. Whether it could truly be realized remained to be seen through experimentation. Chen Ye summoned Zuo Lanlan and had her replace her vehicle core, following the original method. Soon, he handed her the 6th-level Azure vehicle core for installation in her vehicle. Zuo Lanlan complied obediently, executing all instructions. In no time, Chen Ye heard the cold, mechanical notification from the system. Your female teammate, Zuo Lanlan, has consumed the 6th-level Azure vehicle core, triggering a 100-fold return. You have obtained 106th-level Azure vehicle cores, now stored in your system warehouse. Incredible. It truly works. Chen Ye was astonished. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still overwhelmed by the shock. If this could yield a 100-fold return, he would indeed amass a tremendous fortune. He could dominate the survival world entirely, acquiring terrifying resources. Come over, both of you. Since the experiment had succeeded, there was no time for idle chatter. He needed to involve the other 2 female teammates as well. Soon, the other 2 teammates also achieved a 100-fold return. 306-level vehicle cores materialized in Chen Ye's warehouse, an unimaginable wealth. Each vehicle core could likely be exchanged for an entire fleet, yet now he possessed no fewer than 300. Would the black market merchant's system redeem the 6th-level vehicle cores? Chen Ye deliberately inquired, wishing to gauge the system's level of unfairness. Esteemed customer, the acquisition price for a level 6 vehicle core is 1,000 gold coins. To his astonishment, the price displayed on the large screen led Chen Ye to believe he had misread. It was indeed a mere 1,000 gold coins. It was worth noting that merely upgrading consumed over 100,000 gold coins, yet the system offered a paltry sum of 1,000 coins for the buyback. It was as if the dark underbelly of exploitation had been laid bare. How could such blatant unfairness exist? Did the system not possess a shred of conscience? Such a ludicrously low buyback price effectively obliterated any possibility of direct recovery. With only 1,000 coins at stake, Chen Ye would rather discard the core than allow the system to profit from it. In contemplation, Chen Ye realized he must seek out affluent players to sell the vehicle core. Only in this manner could he convert it into gold coins. Naturally, to ensure the uniqueness of his vehicle core, the core's attributes must be altered. He could not permit other survivors to possess the trait of absolute safety. Should everyone acquire it, his golden laser eye would lose its significance, an outcome he simply could not accept. Furthermore, modifying the core's attributes required a mere 10 coins, representing negligible cost. If other survivors were to obtain the trait of absolute safety through alternative channels, it was beyond Chen Ye's control. However, it would never emanate from his hands. "Boss, shall we open the treasure chests now?" Zuo Lanlan suddenly reminded him. After vanquishing 3 colossal beasts, they had 2 treasure chests, 1 silver and 1 gold. Due to a series of events, they had yet to open them. All right, Chen Ye nodded, entrusting the task of opening the chest to her. Zuo Lanlan, known for her exceptional luck, was the perfect candidate for such tasks. "I'll start with the silver chest," she exclaimed enthusiastically. Chen Ye tossed the chest to her. With palpable excitement, Zuo Lanlan rubbed her hands together, brimming with anticipation. As the chest opened, a radiant light flashed before settling into silence. Chen Ye glanced inside to discover a legendary-level flame ability fruit. He was taken aback by the unexpected rarity. What did possessing a legendary-level fruit signify? It equated to 1,000 ordinary ability fruits, a staggering amount. "Boss, you should consume it." Zuo Lanlan presented the legendary flame ability fruit. Given Chen Ye's formidable powers, it was only logical to prioritize upgrading his abilities. However, Chen Ye shook his head in refusal. "You should eat it. Why should I be the one to consume it?" Zuo Lanlan questioned, perplexed. As a fellow flame ability user, she had yet to awaken her related powers. Allowing her to consume a legendary-level fruit would undeniably be a waste. "Try to see if you can awaken." Chen Ye commanded firmly. "Swallow it." "All right," Zuo Lanlan acquiesced, recalling that she had obediently followed his orders the last time he had commanded her to do so. Moreover, she consumed a considerable amount, much to Chen Ye's satisfaction. Now, with such an order from Chen Ye, she could hardly refuse. Soon, the delectable, legendary-grade supernatural fruit was swallowed whole. It must be said, the taste was indeed exceptional, truly delightful. "How is it?" Chen Ye inquired, curious if she had awakened her powers. The other 2 female teammates had already awakened their abilities, both of which proved to be immensely useful. In contrast, Zuo Lanlan, the first to become Chen Ye's companion, had yet to awaken any powers despite consuming the most supernatural fruits without any noticeable effect. "I have awakened," Zuo Lanlan suddenly exclaimed, a dazed look in her eyes. "I have awakened the fire ability, Extinction Black Flame." This ability sounded rather impressive. Chen Ye's interest was piqued immediately. "Demonstrate it. Words often fall short. Actions provide clarity." "All right," Zuo Lanlan replied, opening her small cherry-like mouth to unleash a torrent of black flames. The flames danced upon the enormous screen, burning incessantly, seemingly impossible to extinguish. "Wow!" Chen Ye could not help but exclaim. "You can breathe fire?" He had longed to possess such a power, nearly praying for it, yet had failed. It felt so unjust that Zuo Lanlan unexpectedly acquired this ability. "It's just this fire-breathing power," Zuo Lanlan remarked disinterestedly. "It's similar to the Huang's. It's rather disgusting." She had envisioned her ability to be grand and beautiful, yet it turned out to be akin to the Huang's. While the Huang emitted red flames, she produced black ones. As for whether the flames could be extinguished, she was utterly indifferent, finding it exceedingly dull, an utter letdown. "You are truly oblivious to your fortune." Chen Ye felt an overwhelming urge to give her a gentle reprimand. Such a remarkable ability, and she failed to appreciate it. "All right, let us hurry and open the golden treasure chest." Chen Ye, consumed by jealousy and visibly agitated, chose to ignore her. Chapter 138. Who is whose little dog? If even the silver treasure chest could yield such a remarkable supernatural fruit, granting Zuo Lanlan the extraordinary fire ability, the golden treasure chest promised even greater wonders. I don't want to open it. I'm feeling a bit down. Zuo Lanlan began to sulk. Chen Ye found it difficult to comprehend her feelings and felt compelled to console her. De Huang can breathe fire. He is my little dog. This statement instantly flushed Zuo Lanlan's cheeks, her body trembling slightly with excitement. What are you waiting for? Quickly open the golden treasure chest. Chen Ye commanded with a serious expression. All right, boss. The golden treasure chest opened in an instant, a flash of golden light illuminating the surroundings. Inside lay a black card. With her delicate fingers, Zuo Lanlan retrieved the card, examining it closely. She spoke, legendary grade fuel card. Upon use, it grants 100 liters of legendary grade fuel. Though 100 liters might not seem like much, the figure was indeed staggering. This was not ordinary fuel, it was legendary grade, with 1 liter equating to 1,000 liters of standard fuel. What's going on? Why is this item so disappointing? Zuo Lanlan could not help but express her discontent. Silly girl, how much legendary fuel have we amassed on our journey? Chen Ye inquired. Is it 100 liters? Zuo Lanlan was uncertain of the exact figure. Yet one thing was clear, legendary grade fuel was rather scarce. It is essential to note that this was achieved while Chen Ye had 3 female teammates and the terrifying advantage of a 100-fold return. Without these factors, acquiring such a quantity would have been utterly impossible. Can this legendary grade fuel be utilized for a helicopter? Tang Shui Ro interjected. If so, that would indeed be a splendid reward. From then on, we would no longer need to worry about the helicopter's endurance. Of course it can, Chen Ye affirmed, fully aware of the details surrounding legendary grade fuel, as he was nearly the first survivor in the survival world to obtain it. Then we have truly struck gold. Zuo Lanlan still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, thinking it was merely some fuel. How important could it really be? They were about to confront a colossal beast. Chu Lingxi nodded in agreement, recognizing the fuel's significance. In the face of such a beast, whether fleeing or pursuing, lacking fuel would render them immobile. That does hold some truth, Zuo Lanlan conceded, yet remained displeased, exclaiming, my flame ability is utterly useless. Who says your flame ability is worthless? Chen Ye retorted. Do you not remember that we possess an iron treasure map? Of course I remember. Zuo Lanlan quickly nodded, having obtained it from Zhang Xiaoquan. Now that we have some time, we can utilize this treasure map. Employing this treasure map would not only bolster Zuo Lanlan's confidence in battle, but also yield a 100-fold return. Once the female teammates consumed the iron treasure map, they would receive 100 treasure maps. Upon synthesis, it would equate to a silver treasure map, with the potential rewards being quite formidable. This was especially true considering the high-value items that could be obtained from the chests. The iron treasure map was a gift from Zhang Xiaoquan. Tang Shui Ro expressed her concern. Could he have some ulterior motive? After all, he is considered an enemy. How could he possibly have good intentions? There is a strong possibility it could be an unimaginable scheme, causing significant harm. There's no need to worry. Zuo Lanlan dismissed, it's just an iron treasure map. Even if there were a scheme, what kind of terrifying danger could such a low-level treasure map pose? Its grade is already a limiting factor. With our current combat prowess, we are fully capable of handling it. That rascal Zhang Xiaoquan undoubtedly has a scheme, Chen Ye concurred. However, he shared Zuo Lanlan's sentiment. It was merely an iron treasure chest. How formidable could it truly be? Since that is the case, let us commence our treasure hunt without delay, Chu Lingxi exclaimed, drawing her sword with great anticipation. No matter the battle, as long as it involved combat, she was eager for it. Zuo Lanlan unfurled the map, and with a flash of white light, Chen Ye and his companions found themselves in a desolate urban landscape. They found themselves amidst the dilapidated skyscrapers. The steel structures were rusted, the roads were in disrepair, and a variety of completely wrecked vehicles lay abandoned. Ding! Congratulations! Your female teammate, Zuo Lanlan, has consumed an iron treasure chest map, and you have received a 100-fold return. 100 iron treasure chest maps have been deposited into the system warehouse. The system's cold voice rang out. It was unexpectedly melodious, bringing immense comfort to Chen Ye. He had long yearned for treasure chest maps, and now they were finally in his possession. A synthesis would yield a silver treasure chest map. The thought alone brought him great delight. Where is the location of the treasure chest? Chen Ye inwitted. The map in Zuo Lanlan's possession was an electronic one, marked with a red, indicating the location of the iron treasure chest. Are there any dangers nearby? Chen Ye turned to Tang Xuero. Her perceptive abilities could also be employed within such maps. There are some minor threats. In fact, there was no need for Chen Ye to issue commands. As soon as Tang Xuero entered the map, she began to sense her surroundings. There were no significant dangers, just a small dog that appeared to harbor no ill intentions. Thanks to the enhancement of her perception abilities, she could discern many specific details with clarity. In that case, let us proceed. Chen Ye commanded. Caution was important, yet action was imperative. To expedite their progress and enhance safety, Chen Ye retrieved a 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle from the system warehouse. They all boarded the vehicle, utilizing smart driving technology and setting their destination. The onboard navigation system would determine the optimal route, allowing them to focus solely on reaping the rewards. Chen Ye poured himself a glass of icy cola, absent-mindedly caressing the soft texture of fine black silk. He paid no mind to whose elegant legs they belonged to. At that moment, a message arrived, surprisingly from Zhang Xiaoquan. This fellow had utterly failed in a racing competition and owed Chen Ye numerous silver treasure chests. Chen Ye had not sought him out, yet he had come knocking. Did you use the iron treasure chest map I gifted you? Zhang Xiaoquan's voice message conveyed an unmistakable urgency. What's wrong? Chen Ye retorted instead of answering. If you hadn't used it, there would be nothing to discuss. Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled mischievously. But since you have, I truly cannot save you now. You wish to save me? Chen Ye found it perplexing. He was perfectly safe at the moment. Did he truly need saving? I had intended to gather 10 silver treasure chests for you. Abundant resources, Zhang Xiaoquan said gleefully. But it appears that will no longer be necessary. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Stop beating around the bush. Chen Ye replied with irritation. You are indeed a hero of the world, a legend of the survival realm. Zhang Xiaoquan sighed. I truly admire you. However, you may never escape. You will be eternally trapped within the iron treasure chest map. He wasted no time, getting straight to the point. The iron treasure chest map was originally a trap laid for Chen Ye, yet he had hesitated to leap into it. Until now, the era of colossal beasts has arrived. And only then did he utilize the iron treasure chest map. Logically, Zhang Xiaoquan had already succumbed to despair. He believed that with Chen Ye's current rank, he would hardly regard the iron treasure chest, thus rendering any attempt to open the iron treasure chest map for adventure futile. His traps and plans would consequently be unfeasible. Yet unexpectedly, a twist of fate emerged, giving birth to hope amidst despair. Are you boasting? Chen Ye naturally did not believe him, perceiving Zhang Xiaoquan's words as mere nonsense. Whether it was boasting or not, one would know after trying. Zhang Xiaoquan exuded confidence. Even with Chen Ye possessing the terrifying golden laser eyes and the absolutely safe vehicle core attributes, escaping from the iron treasure chest map would be impossible. You had better pray that I do not escape. Chen Ye scoffed. If I manage to get out, the first person I will seek is you. After all, Chen Ye was Zhang Xiaoquan's significant creditor, and the first order of business upon emerging from the iron treasure chest map would be to demand repayment. At that time, this fellow would have no choice but to cease his arrogance. I hope you can escape. Zhang Xiaoquan smiled, albeit the probability seemed slim. This map was a grand gift he had prepared for Chen Ye, something only he could accomplish because he acquired various maps daily. Without a plethora of treasure chest maps, such a scheme would be utterly impossible. Boss, we have arrived, Zuo Lanlan reminded. After a while of travel, they reached the vicinity of the treasure chest without encountering any danger. As far as the eye could see, the pitch-black iron treasure chest loomed before them. I'll go take a look and see what treasures await, Zuo Lanlan said eagerly. Hold on, Chen Ye interjected. Tang Xuero, is there any danger around? Normally, Chen Ye would not need to be so cautious, but Zhang Xiaoquan's demeanor radiated such confidence that he felt compelled to exercise caution to avoid unforeseen missteps. There is no danger. Tang Xuero shook her head, continuously sensing the surroundings for threats. Are there no living creatures? Chen Ye inquired again. There is a dog. Tang Xuero promptly replied. A small dog that poses no threat at all. Then let us proceed. Chen Ye finally lowered his guard. Zuo Lanlan joyfully prepared to descend, but was halted by Chu Lingxi. Take a knife with you. Chu Lingxi handed her a dagger, regardless of the potential danger. Having a weapon for self-defense is always prudent. Thank you, Zuo Lanlan said without further thought, accepted the dagger, and went straight down. Upon reaching the iron treasure chest, She sensed no risks. Initially apprehensive, she considered snatching the iron treasure chest and fleeing, but the pleasant weather around her truly indicated no hint of danger. If one were to insist on identifying any latent risk, not far off was a small dog, appearing utterly harmless. A little yellow dog that tilted its head to observe Zuo Lanlan. To avoid stirring trouble, although Zuo Lanlan found the dog adorable, she prepared to return to the vehicle. However, the little yellow dog dashed over, wagging its tail at Zuo Lanlan, evoking her maternal instincts, prompting her to reach out and pet the dog's head. Are you the guardian beast of the iron treasure chest? Each treasure chest is guarded by ferocious beasts. Even the iron chests, though of lesser quality, are no exception. Woof! Woof! The little yellow dog barked a few times before suddenly biting into Zuo Lanlan's hand, piercing through her palm and causing blood to flow, just as she had suspected. This little yellow dog was the guardian of the iron treasure chest, its duty being to prevent any human from taking the chest. Despite its comical appearance, it remained steadfast in its crucial role, diligently fulfilling its responsibilities. Stinky dog! Useless dog! Bad dog! Zuo Lanlan exclaimed in fury, drawing her dagger and thrusting it repeatedly at the little yellow dog. Her sincere affections had been misplaced, leaving her both angry and hurt. In no time, she had fatally wounded the little yellow dog. However, upon its demise, one little yellow dog transformed into 10 larger, more ferocious ones, barking wildly and advancing towards Zuo Lanlan to attack. Startled, she quickly retreated into the car, locking the door tightly, her heart racing in fear. She had never anticipated such ferocity from a mere little yellow dog. Are you all right? Tang Xuedong inquired with concern, sensing a strong wave of hostility. This caught her off guard. Originally, there had only been a small red dot, but it had suddenly multiplied into 10 large red dots, each radiating intense malevolence, almost to the point of hatred. There are many vicious dogs outside, Zuo Lanlan said nervously. Hurry, run them over. Don't rush to use force, Tang Xuedong replied. We should consult the master first. Chen Ye, having already observed their situation, asked seriously what happened. Why are there suddenly so many dogs? Taking a deep breath, Tang Xuedong pondered her words before responding. Dogs can give birth to many dogs. Just a moment ago, there was only one dog, and now it has multiplied to 10. It's rather absurd. Could it be that they are splitting? Chen Ye speculated, frowning. Based on the hesitant information provided by Zuo Lanlan, it became evident that the barking yellow dogs outside possessed a splitting ability. The more they killed, the more they multiplied. If that were the case, they would soon be overwhelmed by a tide of yellow dogs. Chu Lingxi, try using the crossbow to eliminate one of the yellow dogs outside, Chen Ye commanded. Understood. Chu Lingxi readied her crossbow, aiming precisely at one of the barking yellow dogs outside, and with a swift shot, she struck it down effortlessly. However, almost immediately, it split into 10 even larger yellow dogs. This confirmed Chen Ye's suspicion. Indeed, they were the legendary splitting hellhounds. The more one killed, the more there were. It was undeniably a troublesome predicament. What shall we do now? Chu Lingxi asked. We shall do nothing, Chen Ye promptly replied with his strategy. Sometimes, inaction proves to be the wisest choice. As the saying goes, if one is headed in the wrong direction, efforts are futile. At times, lying flat is a more prudent course than striving. Chapter 140. The Tide of Hellish Splitting Hounds. I understand, Chu Lingxi, intelligent as she was, explained with a smile. The treasure map has a time limit. Once the time is exceeded, the survivors will be expelled from the map. As long as we do nothing, the crisis will resolve itself naturally. This mechanism serves as a constraint on the survivors. Given a stipulated time frame, if one fails to locate the treasure chest, it signifies a lack of capability, meriting expulsion, a form of punitive measure. However, for Chen Ye and his companions, this has inadvertently become the most effective solution to their current predicament. After all, no matter how ferocious the split hounds may be, they cannot penetrate steel, relegating them to merely barking furiously at the vehicles. That is their sole recourse. In light of this, they might as well wait. Though Chu Lingxi was eager to engage in battle, she reconsidered, realizing that if thousands of large yellow dogs were unleashed, it would spell trouble. Woof! The large yellow dogs barked furiously. Chen Ye and the others dismissed it as mere noise. However, the articulate large yellow dog could no longer endure it. As the king of dogs, capable of breathing fire and conversing, its prowess was unmatched. How could it tolerate these mongrel dogs barking in its presence? In that moment, it thrust its head through the car window and barked violently. Its singular voice quelled the cacophony of the other large yellow dogs. Yet it was no fool. It comprehended human speech. Aware that attacking these large yellow dogs could precipitate chaos, it surmised that Zhang Xiaoquan intended to ensnare the elder brother using this map. Chu Lingxi, astute as ever, deduced the truth from subtle clues, even without hearing Zhang Xiaoquan's boastful remarks. However, it seemed that his scheme was destined to fail. Indeed, Left Lanlan nodded with a smile. As long as we remain passive, his cunning machinations will inevitably collapse. Yet, Tang Shuro interjected, her face etched with dread. She possessed a heightened sense of perception and understood that the hellhound was no easy adversary. These formidable large yellow dogs were not merely vicious. They were imbued with primal malevolence and remarkable intelligence. What is wrong? Chen Ye inwooted, intrigued. Have you sensed other dangers within the map? The map was expansive, and there could be even greater perils lurking, which would spell trouble. It's not other dangers, Tang Shuro replied earnestly. It's these large yellow dogs. They're likely not so easily dealt with. Although she was uncertain of the dog's next move, one thing was clear. These large yellow dogs were formidable foes, and lying idle would not resolve their challenges. Do not fear, Chen Ye reassured. We shall face whatever comes. In truth, he was quite eager to witness the strategy employed by this pack of large yellow dogs. If they were to be dispatched so effortlessly, it would lack intrigue. Suddenly, the barking of the large yellow dogs intensified dramatically. What was once bearable became an excruciating cacophony that rattled their eardrums. Initially, Chen Ye and the others intended to ignore it, but the ferocity of the barking compelled them to peer out the glass window. Upon glancing outside, Chen Ye remained unfazed, but the girls were overwhelmed, nearly retching. The large yellow dogs were engaged in a brutal fray, several of them savagely torn apart, their flesh grotesquely exposed. Even many internal organs were torn out, a grotesque mixture of red and white, the stench overwhelming. The deceased large yellow dog began to disintegrate instantaneously, multiplying into more, becoming increasingly ferocious and colossal. Chen Ye and his companions, displaying remarkable wisdom, refrained from attacking. Yet the large yellow dogs commenced to assail one another. With each assault, a multitude of large yellow dogs emerged, their numbers escalating dramatically. In a brief span, a tide of hellish, splitting hounds materialized, their quantity reaching absurd proportions, layering upon one another, encircling the six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle in concentric formations. They tore at each other with frenzied abandon, though, for the time being, they posed no threat to the heavy armor and bulletproof glass. However, as their rampant self-replication continued, a significant peril was brewing. Each instance of reproduction not only resulted in a staggering increase in the number of large yellow dogs, but also in their combat prowess. The dogs grew larger and more malevolent. If left unchecked, they would soon pose an immense danger to Chen Ye and his companions, a matter of time alone. What are we to do now? Zuo Lanlan exclaimed in a panic. We cannot attack. If they launch an assault, death would arrive even swifter. Neither aggression nor passivity seems viable. Chu Lingxi's beautiful face paled slightly, as even she recognized the inherent danger. Even she, who was typically fearless, found the current situation daunting. No wonder Zhang Xiaoquan was so brazen. Previously unconcerned, Chen Ye now grasped the source of his confidence. The iron treasure chest map was indeed a deadly trap, unimaginably treacherous. How should we break this deadlock? Tang Xuero turned to Chen Ye. Though she sensed various dangers, she had never been a decision-maker, lacking experience in such dire predicaments. In truth, there was no need for alarm. Chen Ye remained composed, easily able to devise a solution. Easily solved? Chu Lingxi frowned, skepticism etched on her face. She believed that, with her intellect, she was far from capable of resolving the present dilemma. It was worth noting that she was among the most battle-hardened and experienced in the group. If my conjecture is correct, Chen Ye gazed out at the throng of yellow dogs. It is indeed easily resolved. As a prominent figure among the legendary survivors, how could he falter in such a place? And what is your conjecture, young man? Chu Lingxi inquired with curiosity, eager to learn how Chen Ye intended to navigate this predicament. Patience, Chen Ye replied while observing the chaos outside. I am intrigued to discover the extent to which these creatures can evolve. Can they truly undergo infinite evolution and division? That would be utterly astonishing. An iron treasure chest map yielding such terrifying beasts? Young man, what do you intend to do? Chu Lingxi's expression turned wary, suddenly realizing that Chen Ye seemed poised to undertake something profoundly perilous. What is the matter? Are you afraid too? Chen Ye asked with a smile. It was quite surprising to see this girl, who was typically unafraid of anything, exhibit apprehension today. Confronted by the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, she dared to face it head-on. Yet a few yellow dogs rendered her cautious. I'm not afraid, Chu Lingxi remarked. I merely find your behavior excessively reckless. For a woman with a propensity for madness, having Chen Ye labeled as insane could almost be considered an honor. Boss, what exactly do you intend to do? Zuo Lanlan questioned, bewildered. Attack. Chen Ye revealed a cruel smile and immediately launched an all-out offensive, employing every conceivable method of assault without regard for cost. He was eager to discern the extent to which these yellow dogs could evolve, questioning whether there were limits to their quantity and quality. Chapter 141. The Indomitable Might of the Black Flame. Ah, this seems unwise, Tang Shiwero exclaimed, suddenly filled with dread, even if they refrained from attacking. The Hell Splitter Hounds had already reached a terrifying level. Should they engage, the consequences would be unimaginable. What nonsense! Chen Ye rolled down the car window and commenced his assault. His golden laser eyes activated relentlessly. One by one, no matter how formidable the Hell Splitter Hounds, their skulls were incinerated. Subsequently, the hounds began to endlessly split, producing even stronger and more numerous Hell Splitter Hounds. Chen Ye was exhilarated by the carnage. He disregarded everything, even managing to control the number of Hell Splitter Hounds through sheer, terrifying slaughter. His speed of killing was so rapid that the rate of splitting struggled to keep pace. However, soon enough, the Hell Splitter Hounds began to gain the upper hand. Chen Ye's explosive speed could not be sustained indefinitely. After all, he was human and would tire, his velocity diminishing. Witnessing this, Chu Lingxi felt a surge of adrenaline and launched her own frenzied assault. Even the tank's cannon joined the fray, firing shells in rapid succession until the barrel glowed a fiery red from the intensity. Throughout the repeated splitting process, the Hell Splitter Hounds underwent horrific transformations in both quantity and quality. Their numbers swelled to an overwhelming tide, creating a veritable ocean of yellow dogs. In terms of quality, the terrifying Hell Splitter Hounds had grown immensely, their fangs razor-sharp, towering 2 meters high while prowling the ground. One could only imagine the sheer terror of such an existence. Incredible! Chen Ye hastily snapped several photographs and sent them to Zhang Xiaoquan, hoping to share in the excitement. Upon receiving the images, Zhang Xiaoquan was elated. Initially, he had worried that Chen Ye's keen intellect might uncover the weaknesses of the Hell Splitter Hounds. To his surprise, Chen Ye had failed to notice, instead immersing himself in the boundless sea of the Hell Splitter Hounds. Faced with such a terrifying spectacle, even with Chen Ye's extraordinary offensive capabilities, it seemed unlikely he could find a way out. Brother, it appears you may never escape. You shall be forever trapped within this map, Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled, offering a silent tribute to him. Do not say that, Chen Ye replied confidently. What if I manage to escape? Once I do, I shall thoroughly smash Zhang Xiaoquan's head. Let's hope so. Zhang Xiaoquan laughed. I eagerly anticipate your return, your triumphant return. The notion of a hero's return is a cliché often found in popcorn films and television dramas. However, he was acutely aware that a scheme was merely a scheme, and Chen Ye had no means of returning. With a sharp crack, a hellish splitting hound sank its teeth into the thick armor of the colossal armored vehicle. The enormous and terrifying fangs pierced through the iron plate, an unimaginable horror. Intriguing indeed. Chen Ye's golden laser eyes erupted, decisively searing through the massive hellish splitting hound's head. If these beasts were allowed to further divide, they would become exceedingly difficult to handle. It is worth noting that even the teeth of a Tyrannosaurus could barely penetrate armor. The fact that these hounds possessed such a terrifying capability was simply absurd. We stand no chance. Chu Lingxi could not restrain her disdain, concluding that victory was beyond their grasp. No need to panic, Chen Ye replied with a smile. Have you forgotten we still possess the world-destroying black fire? The world-destroying black fire is the terrifying flame ability that Zuo Lanlan had just awakened. Boss, don't jest, Zuo Lanlan exclaimed in a fluster. This involves my predicament as well. She lacked the confidence to resolve such a dire situation. According to my conjecture, your indomitable black fire should be inextinguishable and just right to deal with these frenzied, dividing hounds. Conjecture? Zuo Lanlan felt a surge of anxiety. What if your conjecture is incorrect? Since it is a conjecture, the possibility of error exists. If it were infallible, it would be classified as certain intelligence. If the conjecture fails, it seems we might truly be trapped here indefinitely. Chen Ye spoke with remarkable calm, as if this were an utterly mundane matter, devoid of life and death implications. Insane, you are utterly insane. Zuo Lanlan could hardly fathom Chen Ye's level of madness. There is no need for fear. Let's give it a try. I believe the issue is manageable. Chen Ye offered a word of encouragement. Very well. At this juncture, Zuo Lanlan had no other recourse but to treat a dead horse as though it were alive. She rolled down the vehicle window and unleashed a torrent of flames. In the face of the endless hellish, splitting hounds, her fiery breath was inconsequential, failing to even garner the attention of the pack. Initially, it stirred no ripples. Yet gradually, the flames blazed forth, proving impossible to extinguish. One by one, the vicious, hellish, splitting hounds perished, and even the stronger, larger yellow dogs that emerged from their demise were not spared, meeting the same fiery fate. As their size increased, the flames grew more ferocious, amplifying their impact. The hellish, splitting hounds' incessant division and growth became the most vital fuel for the indomitable black fire. This resulted in a terrifying spiral of expansion. The fearsome, indomitable black fire raged on, growing larger and increasingly terrifying. The hellish, splitting hounds could no longer act with arrogance. The flames intensified, rendering them incapable of offense. They could only wail in despair amidst the horrific blaze, their cries echoing endlessly. The crisis faced by Chen Ye and his companions was thus resolved through this cycle of mutual destruction and rebirth. Congratulations on completing the exploration of the Black Iron Treasure Chest map and receiving one Black Iron Treasure Chest, as you successfully restrained the Hell Split Hound. A hidden reward was triggered, and you received the Hell Split Hound card. The system emitted a cold prompt. Initially, Chen Ye held no hope for a reward, considering it merely a Black Iron Treasure map. However, to his astonishment, he obtained the Hell Split Hound card, leaving him uncertain of its purpose. Chen Ye opened his palm, revealing a card glowing with a yellow light, suspended in the air. Item: Hell Split Hound card description. This card allows you to summon a Hell Split Hound for attacking, with a duration of 10 hours. In truth, the Hell Split Hound is not invincible. It possesses a limited duration, provided there is sufficient combat strength and defensive capability to withstand the 10 hours. All Hell Split Hounds will vanish, and the crisis will consequently be alleviated. Nonetheless, this presents a significant challenge. Even with Chen Ye's Azure Core, which ensures absolute safety, there remains a possibility of being engulfed by the Hell Split Hound. After all, Chen Ye's absolute safety is confined to a certain range, while the Hell Split Hound, in a sense, knows no bounds, limitless and infinite. This can indeed be considered a formidable weapon. Regarding his acquisition, Chen Ye was naturally quite pleased. His elder brother, Chu Lingxi, inquired curiously, what if Zuo Lanlan's indestructible black fire fails to resolve the issue? That was truly perilous, almost akin to dancing on the edge of blade. Then there is nothing to be done. Chen Ye replied nonchalantly. We may face a dreadful demise. Chapter 142, The Unmasking of Zhang Xiaoku and So. You were entirely gambling just now, without any contingency plan? Chu Lingxi expressed her astonishment, finding the situation absurd. Elder brother, how have you become so reckless? Confidence and a disregard for danger are not unacceptable, are they? What is this? You, a fearless young girl, suddenly feel afraid? Chen Ye chuckled. This is not your style. Chu Lingxi remarked seriously. In truth, her style was one of prudence. Despite her usual boldness and boisterousness, she approached each risk with careful forethought, not genuinely confronting threats. Unlike Chen Ye's wildness, you certainly have a knack for humor. Chen Ye did not contest her assertion. Regardless of how perilous the situation was earlier, the ultimate outcome remained favorable. As for dancing on the edge of blade, Chen Ye was indifferent. In fact, this hardly qualified as madness. As a so-called combat legend, a prominent figure among survivors, he did not believe he would be eternally confined within this minuscule space. A mere iron treasure map could not imprison a true dragon. One must admit, this iron treasure map is indeed ferocious, Chu Lingxi remarked, reflecting on the incessantly splitting yellow hounds, which were arguably more dangerous than a Tyrannosaurus rex. However, the rewards were substantial, particularly that hell split hound card, which was unimaginably powerful. One could only wonder if other treasure maps could yield such terrifying beast cards. To be honest, Chen Ye had always considered treasure maps to be of little value, merely containing a single chest. The greatest reward within the map is the treasure chest, and nothing more. However, I did not anticipate the existence of hidden rewards, which are remarkably substantial. Viewed in this light, the value of the iron treasure chest map far exceeds that of the iron treasure chest itself. Zhang Xiaoquan, take a look at this. Chen Ye snapped a photo, the backdrop unmistakably depicting the recognizable world of survival. Any fool could discern that Chen Ye had emerged from the iron treasure chest map. Having made his exit, he felt compelled to flaunt his achievement, particularly to give Zhang Xiaoquan a good look. Foolish creature, do you think you can ensnare me with such tactics? Do you believe Chen Ye is just any ordinary person, easily outwitted by trivial schemes? What pretense is this? Upon seeing the photo, Zhang Xiaoquan's immediate reaction was disbelief, a complete repudiation of the notion, convinced that Chen Ye was fabricating the evidence. The photograph must have been taken earlier. After all, the Hell Splitter dog is extraordinarily formidable. Chen Ye had fully activated the terrifying attributes of the Splitter dog, making escape impossible. Had he not activated it and remained oblivious to the Hell Splitter dog's traits, the Iron Treasure Chest map would merely represent a mundane endeavor, devoid of any horrific dangers. However, once the Splitter dog's terrifying attributes are triggered, the level of the Iron Treasure Chest map escalates dramatically, reaching that of a Golden Treasure Chest map. It is no exaggeration to assert that no one has ever cleared a Golden Treasure Chest map. Zhang Xiaoquan possessed such a map, yet he dared not use it recklessly. His previous agreement with Chen Ye was merely to jointly explore the Bronze Treasure Chest map. He himself was apprehensive of potential hazards, which is why he enlisted Chen Ye's assistance. Little did he expect that Chen Ye would vanquish a beast of the Golden Treasure Chest map level. It was utterly incredible and difficult to believe. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential, Chen Ye said with a smile, for I shall soon find you. You owe quite a few silver treasure chests, after all. Moreover, and most importantly, there is your stunningly beautiful mother, whom I certainly do not intend to overlook. Can you truly find me? Zhang Xiaoquan snorted, unperturbed. What do you mean? Have you resolved to be shameless? The other's lack of integrity was, in fact, anticipated by Chen Ye. Everyone has a price. No matter how steadfast one's principles may seem, they are ultimately for sale. With so many treasure chests, along with his own vehicle core and his mother herself, he would not retract his stance. To Chen Ye, it seemed absurd. It is not me who is being fickle, but rather your incompetence, Zhang Xiaoquan declared triumphantly, merely unable to be found. This is purely an exercise in folly. If I manage to locate you, Chen Ye retorted with intrigue, then it would indeed attest to your prowess. Zhang Xiaoquan, emboldened, maintained his confidence. While he spoke thus, he genuinely did not believe Chen Ye could succeed in finding him. If I can find you, Chen Ye grinned mischievously, I shall have my way with your mother right in front of you. How dare you? Here, that is a verb. Do not boast without substance. Zhang Xiaoquan cursed. If you can find me, then you truly possess skill. He began to boast loudly, much to Chen Ye's astonishment. Is this not simply courting disaster? Chen Ye ceased engaging in idle chatter and directly inquired of Tang Xuero. Are you capable of pinpointing Zhang Xiaoquan's precise location? It is quite difficult, Tang Xuero replied, shaking her head. The distance is too great. It lies beyond my perceptual range. My ability is limited to sensing danger without the capacity to identify specific targets. It is impossible to locate a particular individual. It is inconceivable that he could simply vanish. Zuo Lanlan expressed her frustration, exclaiming, allowing him to escape like this is utterly preposterous. Rest assured, locating him should not pose a significant challenge, Chen Ye reassured her. He possessed numerous methods to track down Zhang Xiaoquan, the simplest of which was to issue a bounty within their group. With a sufficiently high reward, it was certain that many would flock to the offer, including members of Zhang Xiaoquan's own entourage who might betray him. In this chaotic world, everyone is driven by profit. In this bustling realm, all actions are motivated by gain. Without further ado, Chen Ye posted a bounty in the group chat, A reward of 100 gold coins will be granted to anyone who can provide the exact location of Zhang Xiaoquan. For Chen Ye, who possessed a substantial reserve of hundreds of thousands of gold coins, this sum was negligible. However, for other survivors, it represented a small fortune, capable of inciting a frenzy among them. Even many of Zhang Xiaoquan's subordinates began to stir restlessly, calculating their potential gains. The allure of 100 gold coins was simply too enticing. Chen Ye did not wait long before he received the precise location of Zhang Xiaoquan. Remarkably, the information came from the same stranger who had contacted him previously, offering the details without demanding the promised bounty. "Why are you being so generous towards me?" Chen Ye could not help but ask the stranger. "I am not only providing you with his location, but can also assist you in dealing with the treacherous Zhang Xiaoquan." The stranger replied earnestly. The motive was straightforward. He desired Chen Ye to launch an assault against He as swiftly as possible. The stranger harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her and wished to see her downfall at the hands of Chen Ye. Given this, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. Chen Ye felt it unnecessary. "Zhang Xiaoquan, I have pinpointed your location." He sent a message to the individual, reminding him that it was not too late to uphold his end of the bargain. This served as Chen Ye's final opportunity, should Zhang Xiaoquan squander it. He could not blame Chen Ye for being merciless. "Brother, stop pretending. I truly do not believe you can find me." Zhang Xiaoquan began to taunt. Chapter 143, The Bride. Luo Zijuan. Zhang Xiaoquan's audacity to mock provoked Chen Ye's ire. He could no longer tolerate such insolence and resolved to confront him decisively. "Let us pursue Zhang Xiaoquan," Chen Ye commanded without hesitation. The colossal armored vehicle surged forward, its autopilot engaged, having already determined the location and begun navigating as if it were a game. The onboard computer calculated not only the distance, but also estimated their arrival time. In approximately half an hour, they would catch up to Zhang Xiaoquan's convoy. With Chen Ye's formidable firepower, Zhang Xiaoquan would undoubtedly be outmatched, and the encounter would likely culminate in a one-sided slaughter. Despite Zhang Xiaoquan's status as one of the powerful survivors in this perilous world, he was no match for Chen Ye. In the face of Chen Ye's formidable strength, this young man appeared utterly inadequate. Along the way, Luo Zijuan reached out to Chen Ye, a development he had anticipated. When a child finds himself in trouble, a parent cannot simply turn a blind eye. "Your son is being inconsistent," Chen Ye remarked with some displeasure. "I am a loss. Inconsistency is indeed unacceptable." Luo Zijuan's voice message was alluring. "One must acknowledge their mistakes and withstand the consequences. It seems I shall have to bear the brunt. Your son certainly keeps me on my toes, causing chaos wherever he goes." Chen Ye sighed. Ultimately, it was his mother who bore the hardship. "Such is the plight of a beautiful woman. I have long resigned myself to it," Luo Zijuan replied with a smile. "Surely, you do not believe this matter will simply resolve itself overnight?" Chen Ye was not one to be easily appeased, nor would he allow his interests to be compromised. Although Luo Zijuan was exceptionally beautiful, her skills were second to none. Yet the price for a fleeting encounter could at most be equivalent to a silver treasure chest, not a penny more. It must be noted that Zhang Xiaoquan owed him 20 such chests. "Am I truly so thoughtless?" Luo Zijuan retorted angrily. "In your eyes, do I not even measure up to a Na'vi young girl? Even someone as oblivious as Zuo Lanlan would never make such an unreasonable demand, let alone me. Then why did you suddenly reach out to me?" Chen Ye inwarded, curiosity piqued. At such a critical juncture, this astute woman surely had a purpose. Truly, it is as if one sees the new couple rejoice while the old ones weep. Luo Zijuan spoke with a tone full of lament. "I miss you. Is it so wrong to reach out and hear your voice?" Her words carried a sense of grievance that made Chen Ye feel a twinge of embarrassment. "Ah, we are both cunning foxes," Chen Ye chuckled. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries." He preferred straightforwardness. "I genuinely miss you," Luo Zijuan declared with heartfelt sincerity. "Why do you not arrange to meet me? We had previously made plans, yet they remain unfulfilled, which has left me in wait. Then it seems the fault lies with me. Shall I arrange a meeting now?" The journey had indeed been tense, and Chen Ye felt the need to unwind. "Let me consider it," Luo Zijuan replied playfully. "Perhaps I shall agree if I am in a good mood." Without further ado, Chen Ye promptly activated the dating card. This time, Luo Zijuan did not hesitate. Instead, she eagerly accepted. In a flash of white light, they found themselves in the same space. This was a setting Chen Ye had specifically designed to resemble a traditional Chinese wedding night. Crimson lanterns hung high, flickering dragon and phoenix candles cast a dim, romantic glow throughout the room. Luo Zijuan, adorned in a striking red traditional outfit, sat upon a wooden bed draped in red satin, a red veil covering her face. On the table lay a long jade ruler, intended for lifting the veil, a significant custom from ancient wedding ceremonies. Chen Ye picked up the jade ruler, but did not hastily unveil the bride. Instead, he took a moment to admire the captivating figure of this young mother. Even clad in a rather loose-fitting traditional Chinese bridal gown, she could hardly conceal her captivating figure. The phoenix crown and flowing robes, adorned with golden jewelry, only enhanced her alluring silhouette, adding an air of aristocratic elegance befitting a refined lady. For a long time, Chen Ye's impression of Luo Zijuan could be summarized in 2 words: exceptional allure. Her fervor had left an indelible mark on him. It was indeed a first to witness her exude such regal charm, poised and virtuous. However, to suggest that she had transformed into a so-called noble woman would be utterly absurd. This astute woman still retained her knowledge of how to captivate her boyfriend. Beneath her dignified and graceful bridal gown, Luo Zijuan wore a pair of red-soled patent leather high heels. The flesh-toned stockings enveloped her delicate feet, which appeared almost irresistibly seductive. Chen Ye, wielding a jade ruler, lifted her gown to admire her flawless legs, encased in the sheer stockings, devoid of any excess flesh. They were exquisite, resembling a work of art carved from jade. Desire, both carnal and emotional, intertwined in that splendid moment, and as a man, it felt only natural to indulge in the tactile sensations. Yet, Chen Ye refrained from doing so. Instead, he raised the jade ruler and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp smack to her slender calf, leaving an imprint shaped like the ruler itself on her porcelain skin. Ouch! Luo Zijuan exclaimed, unable to bear the sudden sting. Why did you hit me? She asked, visibly irked. Aren't you the one who enjoys it when I strike you with fervor? Chen Ye replied with a mischievous grin. She did find pleasure in it, but not in this manner. Are you intending to play a different game today? Initially, her calf ached, but now, surprisingly, the pain had dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable thrill. You're right. Let us play something different. Chen Ye raised the ruler again, bringing it down with force. Luo Zijuan let out a wail, not of pain, but of an awakening passion, an unprecedented depth of affection. No man had ever provided her with such an experience. It was a profound, unforgettable alternate expression of love that ensnared her completely. In that moment, she was a bride, a blissful bride, exhilarated to the point of tingling sensations. A bride worth more than gold, or even the Jade Emperor himself. Wonderful, 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 she exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. Indescribably wonderful. Chen Ye struck her again, his demeanor stern, akin to an authoritative leader or a domineering elder brother. Indescribably wonderful. Since it was beyond words, Luo Zijuan opted for a different expression. She resembled a disobedient subordinate or a playful little sister. The two engaged in a profound exploration of one of humanity's most significant themes, reproduction. Although they did not arrive at any substantial conclusions, they were both utterly exhausted, having reached their limits. After all, 10 hours had passed, and even the most resilient among them could not withstand such an endeavor. Chapter 144. I, Chen Ye, am not a freeloader. Are you satisfied now? Chen Ye stretched widely, admitting to the fatigue that had settled in. How commendable is the diligent old ox. I'm utterly satisfied. Luo Zijuan pursed her lips, truly content. How wonderful it would be if every day could be like this. She let out a sigh. You are quite the little glutton. Chen Ye playfully pinched her nose. Still not satiated after an entire evening of feasting, and yet she yearned for a lifetime of indulgence? What else could one call such a woman but a little glutton? Let us discuss more pressing matters. Chen Ye, now dressed, inquired about her son's situation, pondering how she intended to address it. Chen Ye was not devoid of empathy. Since the matter had already escalated to a physical confrontation, it was only fair to offer an opportunity for negotiation. One thing was clear. This was merely a chance for discussion. It did not imply that simply because they had shared a bed, compromises were to be made. Zhang Xiaoquan, emboldened in his audacity, would undoubtedly face consequences. There was no room for negotiation on that front. I will not concern myself with his affairs. Luo Zijuan, unusually detached, displayed a posture of indifference that baffled Chen Ye. Are you suggesting that I may deal with Zhang Xiaoquan as I please? Chen Ye questioned, skeptical. You do not care at all? After all, he is your own flesh and blood, the sole kin in this perilous world, a piece of yourself. To disregard him entirely would be akin to behaving like a beast. If he chooses to perish, I cannot dissuade him. Let him be. Luo Zijuan maintained her nonchalant demeanor. Enough of this charade. Chen Ye, growing impatient, urged her to declare her terms, assuring her that he would contemplate them. In truth, Luo Zijuan had long been reluctant to articulate her desires or plead with Chen Ye. Yet, she could not stand idly by. My son does possess considerable utility. You are aware of his unique abilities. He can acquire treasure maps daily, and the higher his level, the more remarkable the maps he obtains. In a sense, he is a veritable cash cow. This was indeed the truth. If Zhang Xiaoquan were to survive, he would continuously yield riches. It was undeniably tempting. However, that was where the allure ended. Despite the numerous advantages, Zhang Xiaoquan's arrogance necessitated a reprimand. Otherwise, what if I were to accompany you, perhaps? Luo Zijuan suddenly proposed, envisioning herself as your queen, ruling over your harem. There is no harem, nor any queens, Chen Ye corrected her. There are only female companions, all of whom are dear friends. They are comrades in arms. Though they are women, our bond is purely platonic, and that sanctity must not be tarnished. Female companions are simply female companions. Luo Zijuan, with a hint of pride, retorted, I possess my own wealth and shall not arrive empty-handed. 20 silver treasure chests is the very least I expect. This woman is quite astute. Those 20 silver treasure chests are undeniably debts owed by her son. She insists on rephrasing it as her dowry. Not only does she offer herself to Chen Ye, but she also presents him with such a bounty of silver treasure chests. 20 silver treasure chests equate to 2 golden treasure chests, the potential gains from which are astonishing. It sounds rather appealing. Chen Ye nodded, evidently pleased. Having secured both your person and your dowry, must you not spare your son? Everything comes at a cost, and Luo Zijuan is no exception. Whether or not you choose to spare him is your affair, and I shall not pry. Luo Zijuan honestly shook her head. You have already placed a bounty on Zhang Xiaoquan's position in the group, and now everyone is aware of your intentions against him. If you were to inexplicably retract your pursuit, how would others perceive you? How would you navigate your way through this? Such an action would significantly tarnish your reputation, and that would be detrimental. It was unexpected that she would consider Chen Ye's perspective so thoroughly. Truth be told, Chen Ye was deeply moved. If I must speak plainly, Luo Zijuan finally remarked, I hope you can spare his life. After all, he is your own son, flesh and blood. It is impossible to be devoid of emotion, and one cannot simply stand by idly. Everything she was doing was ultimately for her son's slim chance of survival. Even if I were to agree with you, Chen Ye replied, your son may not relent so easily. Setting aside the final outcome or any animosity, just based on the matter of pride, Zhang Xiaoquan would not easily let things go. If he were to remain passive, he would find himself in an untenable position. He could hardly address Chen Ye as father. Could he? That would be utterly intolerable. Any man would find it unbearable. What if we made him your ally? Luo Zijuan inquired. Becoming Chen Ye's ally seemed like the most favorable solution, a scenario in which all parties could find satisfaction. I adhere to my principles. Chen Ye is not someone to be trifled with. Although he can be quite reckless, he has never taken male allies lightly. Surely you cannot expect me to make my son a eunuch? Such a shocking proposition, Luo Zijuan could not accept. Nor could she entertain the idea of her son undergoing a gender transformation. She loved Chen Ye deeply, to the very core, unwilling to part from him in this lifetime. Yet, she could not sacrifice her son to such extremes. To make him a eunuch or alter his gender would be utterly excessive. We are soon to reach your son's convoy, Chen Ye reminded her. If we cannot come to a resolution, then everything will proceed according to my terms. I am at a loss as to what to do, Luo Zijuan admitted, yet I will first present you with these 20 silver treasure chests. With that, she retrieved them from her system warehouse. The 20 silver treasure chests were neatly arranged before Chen Ye. Are you serious? Although Chen Ye was aware that Luo Zijuan would not deceive him, he was still taken aback. To part with such a substantial fortune so readily was indeed impressive. How could one possibly deceive in such matters? Luo Zijuan replied, besides, you are my beloved, My affection for you is boundless. How could I possibly deceive you? A wise person would not easily resort to lies, and she was a woman of utmost intelligence. Thus, she would never utter falsehoods. In light of this, Chen Ye raised his hand, storing all the treasure chests within his system warehouse. He then proceeded to combine them, resulting in 2 golden treasure chests. Golden treasure chests. Let's unveil their contents, Chen Ye said with anticipation, eager to discover something wonderful to gift you. Do not jest. Luo Zijuan wisely declined. The item rightfully belonged to Chen Ye, and it would be inappropriate for her to take it. 2 golden treasure chests, 1 for each of them. Chen Ye smiled and remarked that it was quite reasonable. Furthermore, he never sought to exploit women without reciprocation. Chen Ye possessed a rather convoluted personality. While one might argue that he was indeed a freeloader, he constantly sought loopholes and harbored aspirations of reaping significant benefits from a system. However, to label him merely as a mooch would be inaccurate, for he never took advantage of women. This principle was of paramount importance to him, one he staunchly upheld. Chapter 145, Vehicle Upgrade. Alright, who knows what treasures await us? Luo Zijuan pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided not to undermine Chen Ye's pride. You go ahead and open it, Chen Ye cheerfully proposed. Let us see whose gains are greater from our respective chests. And what if the gains are substantial? Luo Zijuan flirted. What if they are meager? The one with the higher gains will hold the upper hand. Chen Ye, uninterested in further banter, promptly laid out a straightforward approach. Very well. Luo Zijuan clapped her hands, elated like a young maiden. She had long desired to be in a position of advantage, having felt considerable pressure until now. Enough for the chatter. Let us open the chests. Chen Ye rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation. Opening chests had always been his favorite part, a source of immense joy. My treasure will surely be the finest, Luo Zijuan declared as she opened the golden chest, a radiant golden light flashing forth. Inside lay a yellow card. With delicate fingers, she retrieved the card, and upon a mere glance, her beautiful face flushed crimson. She hastily concealed it from Chen Ye's view, which only piqued his curiosity further. What is that about? Chen Ye inquired with a smile. What card did you draw? A yellow card, Luo Zijuan retorted somewhat irritably. Chen Ye was utterly perplexed. What do you mean by a yellow card? I've never heard of such a thing. Are you really that oblivious? Luo Zijuan sighed. A yellow card signifies something of a risky nature. Risk? Chen Ye grasped the concept, but he was baffled as to how a card could embody such a nature. Let me see it. Words alone are insufficient. I shall understand its effects once I hold it. After all, I have already lost. Luo Zijuan handed the card to Chen Ye. Upon receiving it, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Item: Dual Cultivation Upgrade Card Description. Engaging tirelessly in labor, both for the ox and the land, yields immense benefits. Enhances the abilities of both parties, increases experience, and facilitates level breakthroughs. The 3 most essential aspects of human existence are sustenance, rest, and procreation. In the pursuit of procreation, men and women toil diligently, contributing to the continuity of human civilization and the longevity of the race. Such efforts deserve recognition and reward. Wow. Chen Ye couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Incredible. This card is truly remarkable. It left him feeling somewhat insecure about what extraordinary item he might unveil to surpass Luo Zijuan's card. This card was nothing short of a pinnacle. Wasn't it rather extraordinary? Luo Zijuan found it rather trivial. Was it not merely a colorful card? Yet, this card was remarkably impressive. It was truly beyond description. Especially for Chen Ye, it was perfectly suitable. What did Chen Ye possess in abundance, if not female companions? Engaging in dual cultivation with various female allies to elevate his extraordinary abilities. Was there anything more exhilarating? The key lay not only in enhancing Chen Ye's powers, but also in augmenting the abilities of his female counterparts, ensuring a resounding mutual benefit. Qin Shiwang feasted on Sichuan peppercorns, reveling in his triumph. Am I to win, then? Luo Zijuan felt her interest piqued. Initially convinced of her inevitable defeat, hope had rekindled within her. Perhaps not, Chen Ye replied with a smile, for it was possible that what I unveil may surpass your expectations. Such matters are inherently unpredictable. As the saying goes, the odds are wondrously mysterious. I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. Your defeat is a certainty, Luo Zijuan declared with a laugh. This time, I shall prevail. She envisioned herself galloping like an eagle. Winning, however, was not a simple endeavor. Chen Ye wasted no words and opened his golden treasure chest. A golden glow flashed, revealing a card nestled within. To his surprise, another card emerged. Had he inadvertently struck a card jackpot? This time, the card was not yellow but black. It bore the fierce visage of a Tyrannosaurus, exuding an aura of power and menace. As Chen Ye extracted the card, a cascade of information flooded his mind. Item: Dragon Taming Card Description. Upon utilizing this card, you can capture a dragon. It will be unwaveringly loyal and steadfast in executing your commands. It appears you have lost. The card's content was astonishing, rendering the opponent's dual cultivation card utterly inferior. To command a formidable dragon was the ultimate dream for any boy, and its combat prowess and practicality far surpassed that of the card Luo Zijuan had acquired. What card is this? Luo Zijuan curiously grasped the imposing black card, and information about it surfaced in her mind. After a brief examination, she reluctantly conceded. It seems you have emerged victorious. With a sigh of resignation, she acknowledged that she could no longer be the eagle soaring through the skies, nor could she ride freely across the world. Well then, let us commence. Chen Ye smiled, asserting his position above. Though he had grown somewhat weary of always being on top, a true man must remain dominant. There was no room for negotiation. Come, beast. Ravage me to your heart's content. Luo Zijuan reclined on the bed, her expression one of desolation. Dressed in a striking red bridal gown, she appeared dignified and graceful. Yet her words and demeanor were wildly contrasting, creating a stark juxtaposition. Enough, it is nearly time. Chen Ye lifted her in his arms, saying, You should accompany me. The dating time card was not infinite, and their time was drawing to a close. He can now take Luo Zijuan back to his team. Truth be told, I do not wish to be your teammate, yet I find myself unable to resist. Luo Zijuan lamented. Who could blame you for being so fiercely captivating? I have no choice but to acquiesce. It is truly remarkable how she revels in her charm, while now feigning the role of a victim. Chen Ye could not help but exclaim, This woman certainly knows how to play the game. As brilliant light flickered, Chen Ye carried Luo Zijuan back to the colossal armored vehicle. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, he gently kissed Luo Zijuan's lovely face and set her down on the sofa. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a new female teammate, Luo Zijuan. Additionally, you have been rewarded with a vehicle upgrade card. The system's cold notification echoed in his mind. He had not anticipated such an extra reward. Indeed, recruiting female teammates proved to be the most cost-effective decision. Would you like to use the vehicle upgrade card? Yes, Chen Ye promptly commanded. Naturally, he would use it. What good would it do to save it for a later date? Congratulations, you have utilized the vehicle upgrade card. Your vehicle has been upgraded. Congratulations. You now possess an 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. The system's melodious voice resounded once more. Chen Ye's vehicle had received yet another enhancement. In all dimensions, length, width, height, and engine power, there had been a significant upgrade. Was this upgrade merely an addition of 2 wheels? Chen Ye inquired. Ding! The armor has been reinforced. The focus of this upgrade is on the enhanced durability of the armor. System notification. The formidable teeth of a Tyrannosaurus can no longer penetrate your vehicle's armor. Chapter 146. The sisters favor the system thoughtfully highlighted the critical aspect of this upgrade, which was precisely what Chen Ye required. Frankly speaking, the previous incident of his vehicle's armor being punctured by a Tyrannosaurus had been quite alarming. Even without the system's reminder, Chen Ye would have insisted on reinforcing the armor. After all, having entered the era of beasts surrounded by formidable predators, it was essential to make the necessary upgrades. Otherwise, he risked facing dire consequences. Mr. Chen, suddenly, a stranger sent a voice message. Can we have a chat? Chen Ye was taken aback. Who was this woman? I am Sister One, but you can also call me he, she stated directly, without any pretense of concealing her identity. What is it? Chen Ye frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. I have come to reveal a monumental truth. Sister One continued. Although you are the king of your group, renowned as a legend, you are neither the king of the world nor a global legend. What do you mean? Chen Ye's frown deepened. My meaning is quite simple. The number of people in a group is too few to represent the entire world. Sister One chuckled. Soon, the system will undergo an update, and there will be a settlement and ranking, resulting in a merger of chat groups. You are an astute individual and must understand the rationale behind this merger. The reason for the merger is simply that the number of participants in the group has dwindled, nothing more. After such an extended period of survival, many have been eliminated. Those who ultimately remain are either exceptionally astute individuals or those with extraordinary luck and advantages. Why are you telling me all this? This woman clearly meant well. Yet Chen Ye could not fathom why she intended to be amiable towards him. They hardly had any connection. Because I wish to become your ally, Sister One replied candidly. Chen Ye is formidable. Whether through luck or intellect, he stands at the pinnacle. His extraordinary abilities and vehicles render an alliance with him a judicious choice. I have now joined another prominent group, one sister candidly revealed, which is also the reason for my anonymity. For a long time, everyone assumed that one sister had left the group. In truth, she did not depart, but rather ascended to a more prestigious circle. Since you seek my partnership, may I interpret this correctly? Chen Ye inquired with curiosity. In this so-called superior group, you encountered a crisis, perhaps a grave one. Otherwise, you would not be in need of allies. Even if there were a necessity, it would not be so pressing, nor would you be so eager to curry favor with me. Thus, Chen Ye concluded that the current situation must be dire. He neither confirmed nor denied this, but calmly stated, there is another possibility. Another possibility? What might that be? Chen Ye asked, intrigued. It is quite simple. I am in the midst of an expansive surge, growing at an accelerated pace, and I require many exceptional individuals. Hence, I extend a gesture of goodwill towards you in hopes of forging an alliance. This, of course, is one interpretation. However, Chen Ye leaned toward the former. There exists an even more absurd possibility, that everything is a fabrication. Disregard her identity as one sister, and even her words could be mere illusions. After all, the purported version upgrade and the merging of chat groups may have never occurred. Who knows what motives this unfamiliar woman has in reaching out to me? What if it is all a trap? What do you mean? One sister replied, somewhat displeased. Are you suggesting that everything I say holds no value? Whether it possesses value requires time to ascertain. Chen Ye did not overly question her. He calmly articulated that to become his ally, mere words are insufficient. Even if the information is genuine, the sincerity of the other party is gravely lacking. It is merely an attempt to gain without giving. The search for allies is a fade, while the quest for strong enforcers is the reality. The surface may be adorned with sweet words, but the underlying intent is quite the opposite. How amusing. One sister laughed, clearly finding Chen Ye to be as intriguing as the legend suggested. It is you who seeks to ally with me, not the other way around, Chen Ye reminded her. This is a straightforward matter, in essence. It is this so-called one sister who seeks Chen Ye's assistance, while he has no demands of her. Even if all she claims is true, if there truly is a version upgrade and a merging of chat groups, Chen Ye has no need for allies. With his extraordinary abilities, he can survive even the direst situations. While he may not claim dominion, he will undoubtedly thrive. At the very least, ensuring that his life does not end like that of other survivors. So, you are seeking tangible benefits? One sister asked with a smile. This, in fact, was anticipated on her part. Chen Ye is indeed a formidable entity, not easily swayed by mere words. She herself harbors no such extravagant expectations. It is rather reasonable for her to stipulate conditions. In truth, the notion of tangible benefits holds little significance for her. With an air of indifference, Chen Ye remarked that she was unconcerned about the entire affair. Of course, you feign indifference now, the elder sister stated with utmost seriousness. But you have yet to enter the vast, merciless realm of survival, oblivious to its inherent brutality. While others might remain uninformed, she possessed a keen awareness. In her eyes, Chen Ye's current survival circumstances were akin to paradise, devoid of any substantial threats, hardly meriting the term brutal. This is precisely why the powerful elder sister yearned for formidable allies. It was not that she faced any cataclysmic disaster or terrifying crisis, but rather that in an even more harrowing world of survival, every day was fraught with peril. Without powerful allies, meticulous preparation, and a mindset of cautious vigilance, even extraordinary abilities would ultimately lead to demise. Thus, the question remained, what tangible benefits could she offer? This was Chen Ye's primary concern. As for the elder sister's ramblings about various dangers and hardships, Chen Ye had little interest. Her guiding principle in life was to embrace fate with equanimity, to face challenges as they came. If a bullet were to pierce her skull, why hide? Acceptance of one's destiny was paramount. What is it that you desire? The elder sister inquired, feigning curiosity while withholding her own bargaining chips, a fundamental rule of negotiation. What can you offer? Chen Ye mirrored her reticence, adhering to the same principle. What about an ability fruit? The elder sister proposed tentatively, offering a rather paltry and insincere bid. A fruit of ordinary caliber? Chen Ye responded with a smile, unperturbed. How could it possibly be of ordinary caliber? The elder sister, possessing considerable strength, was indeed referring to a legendary grade ability fruit, specifically one of fire, a resource Chen Ye presently found unnecessary. Although such a fruit held utility, it was not crucial for her at this moment. However, this sentiment was best left unspoken during negotiations, which are a matter of strategy aimed at extracting greater benefits from the other party. After all, it was the elder sister seeking her assistance, not the other way around. Understanding this dynamic placed Chen Ye in an advantageous position. Since you have no need for the fire ability fruit, the elder sister continued. How about I present you with something intriguing? What does intriguing entail? Chen Ye feigned interest. What about a juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex? The elder sister proposed. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye felt a flicker of excitement. Having recently acquired a dragon taming card, the prospect of taming a T-Rex was indeed an appealing option. Not only would it significantly enhance his combat prowess, but it also represented the ultimate romantic fantasy for any boy who once dreamed of possessing a dinosaur. Nevertheless, despite this internal excitement, Chen Ye maintained his composure. Instead, she mocked. What you deem interesting is merely something useless, right? Brother, do you consider the juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex to be useless? One sister chuckled in exasperation. Don't be absurd. It possesses fearsome combat prowess. Only when you acquire the Dragon Master card will you truly appreciate the allure of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I care not for any Dragon Master card. I only recognize it as a juvenile. Chen Ye pointed out the crux of the matter, emphasizing that merely raising it would incur immense expenses. The sheer size of the Tyrannosaurus Rex dictated its terrifying appetite. From its juvenile to adult stage, the consumption of meat would be nothing short of daunting. It must be understood that this is a world of survival, where even an adult struggles to find sustenance. How then could one sustain a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Frankly speaking, to rear such a creature in this environment is utter folly. It transcends the realm of luxury, bordering on the absurdity of extravagance. The food required for a Tyrannosaurus Rex is indeed a luxury for other survivors, but for you, it should pose no problem. One sister was well aware of Chen Ye's capabilities. In truth, every formidable survivor has already resolved their food issues, capable of nearly infinite sustenance. If one lacks even this basic strength, she would not have considered recruitment. I possess the ability to supply endless food, yet that does not imply I am a fool. Chen Ye countered. My food can be utilized for far greater purposes than merely nurturing a colossal beast. Food is a vital strategic resource, capable of being exchanged for a myriad of necessities. Just because it is inexpensive does not render it devoid of value. Consider grains. While cheap, air is still free. Yet everyone requires it. Without a Dragon Master card, if I were to raise a Tyrannosaurus Rex only for it to devour me in the end, would that not be an exercise in futility? Chen Ye continued to question. This point held merit. One sister smiled. However, I believe that with your abilities, acquiring the Dragon Master card should not be a daunting task. There are numerous ways to obtain such a card. Purchasing it with gold at the supermarket or exchanging various essential supplies within groups. The options are plentiful. Yet that is still a hassle, Chen Ye remarked. You ought to present me with something I genuinely require. What do you truly need? One sister inquired with curiosity. I need female teammates. Chen Ye confessed his deepest desire. Why not join my ranks and become my fifth female teammate? Female teammates are Chen Ye's core assets. Possessing them equates to possessing everything, to owning the world. The more female teammates one has, the more powerful they become. Ha ha ha. One sister erupted in laughter. Originally, she had sought to recruit Chen Ye, yet now he wished to claim her. Countless men are subservient to her. And even Chen Ye was initially intended to be ensnared by her charms, becoming yet another of her formidable subordinates. Yet, now Chen Ye audaciously sought to enlist her as a female teammate of such impressive caliber. Naturally, this was entirely unacceptable. Given her stature, she was willing to offer more resources and vital assets. Unwilling to bow to others, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. Become my ally, and I shall grant you 10,000 gold coins. Ultimately, the first sister had no choice but to begin lavishly dispensing coins. Each time assistance was required, an additional 10,000 coins would be paid. Words are merely illusions. Only money holds true value. In the presence of the supermarket, gold coins serve as the ultimate currency, unlike before when they bore little significance. This is indeed a tempting offer. Chen Ye found himself quite intrigued by the gold coins. Thus he proposed, gold coins, a juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex, and a legendary flame ability fruit. I desire them all. Henceforth, we shall be allies. As the saying goes, children make choices, but adults aspire to possess everything. I must admit, you are rather greedy. The first sister did not take offense. Instead, she smiled and remarked that she found it appealing. Greedy individuals often instill a sense of security in those in power. After all, the pursuit of wealth and desire is easily satiated. As long as the price is right, everything can be negotiated. This, in turn, simplifies matters considerably. What truly concerns me are those who are ambitious yet self-righteous, individuals who cannot be bought. Such people are both foolish and dangerous. So, shall we consider this a mutual understanding? Chen Ye was quite pleased with this outcome. Indeed, we have reached an agreement. We're now allies. Without further ado, the first sister initiated the transaction with Chen Ye. The legendary ability fruit and gold coins were promptly transferred. As for the juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex, it merely constituted a card. By utilizing this functional card, one could summon a fierce juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although it appeared to be the most useless item, it was, in fact, what Chen Ye desired most fervently. When he acquired the Dragon Master card, his longing reached its zenith. He had even devised a plan, eagerly preparing to hunt a powerful Tyrannosaurus Rex. Though the risks of hunting were exceedingly high, potentially leading to failure, the existence of the Dragon Master card ensured that he would possess a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Having secured so many items, you should now trust that all of this is genuine, correct? Who can say? Chen Ye remained skeptical. He held no faith in the words of others, no matter how grandiose they sounded. Even with tangible items and benefits presented, he remained unconvinced. Words are always insipid and powerless. He only believed in facts. No witties. You shall soon receive a notification from a system. The first sister said nothing further and abruptly severed the connection. Meanwhile, whether by coincidence or some other reason, the dog system issued a group notification. The game version has been updated, and the leaderboard rankings are now displayed. Chapter 148. Survivors, Welcome to Hell. The rankings are as follows: Vehicle rankings, Survivor strength rankings, Resources rankings, and Comprehensive strength rankings. Only the top 3 positions will be disclosed, and a final brawl mode will commence. Those who enter the top 3 shall receive substantial rewards, while only those who secure a place within the top 30 will have a chance of survival. To advance to the next grand group and enter the upgraded version of the game, the remaining individuals face a bleak fate. The coming days will bring an unbearable chill, accompanied by terrifying blizzards and extreme weather conditions. All ferocious beasts, colossal creatures, and dragons will enter a state of utter frenzy. Simultaneously, various rewards will be doubled. Survivors, rejoice! This will be a banquet, a feast of death, a mad dance of blood and dragons. The sudden announcement of updates and version upgrades plunged all survivors into silence. The once lively chat group fell into an eerie stillness. Currently, there are over 5,000 individuals in the group, yet the combined leaderboard only accounts for a few hundred. This implies that 90% of those present are destined to perish. Although the rewards have significantly increased, so too have the dangers. It must be acknowledged that mere survival is already exceedingly difficult, let alone facing the frenzied beasts. This is undoubtedly a catastrophic blow, marking an even greater crisis. The leaderboard reveals: third place in the vehicle strength ranking, the 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle, belonging to the Chen Ye team. Upon hearing this ranking, the group erupted in uproar. What a joke! Is Chen Ye's vehicle not the most formidable? How could only rank third? This is utterly preposterous. In many minds, Chen Ye's towering, fortress-like vehicle is the undeniable first. How could it merely be third? Boss, this ranking is outrageous. Left Lanlan also protested, insisting that their 8-wheel behemoth armored vehicle should undoubtedly be first. It is unfair. Indeed, it seems rather unjust. Chu Lingxi also voiced her skepticism. beyond mere competitiveness. This ranking carries substantial practical implications. The rewards for first place and third place are worlds apart. However, Chen Ye remained unfazed. Perhaps the system's ranking holds some merit. Such matters are often ambiguous. Did Chen Ye's vehicle truly deserve only third place? Observing the rankings, Zhang Xiaoquan felt a surge of excitement. He had expected Chen Ye to claim first place without contest. Now, it seems he had overestimated. It appears that Chen Ye is not as formidable as once believed. As the saying goes, there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains, and more capable individuals beyond others. Although he did not secure first place, it did not diminish Zhang Xiaoquan's elation. After all, Chen Ye failing to clinch first is a significant setback for him. Chen Ye is regarded as a legendary figure, and this notion is somewhat undermined. Boss, could our vehicle possibly take first place? A sycophantic subordinate deliberately asked Zhang Xiaoquan. Dream on. Anything is possible in dreams. Zhang Xiaoquan replied curtly, casting him a disdainful glance. Their most powerful vehicle could not surpass Chen Ye's, let alone claim first place. If they could take the top spot, that would be exhilarating. The subordinate sighed in admiration. Indeed, it would be exhilarating. Zhang Xiaoquan began to fantasize about what it would be like if they possessed the number one super vehicle. One could truly revel in arrogance, utterly unafraid of Chen Ye's potential retribution. In fact, one might even take the initiative to strike, crushing Chen Ye's colossal armored vehicle. Thus, one could obliterate Chen Ye's so-called invincible legend. However, Zhang Xiaoquan was acutely aware that this was merely a figment of his imagination. He pondered who stood at the forefront. The first and second ranks were undoubtedly our allies, formidable allies at that. Boss, why do you say that? One subordinate queried, perplexed. We don't even know the first or second. How could they possibly be our allies? He believed that Zhang Xiaoquan was lost in dreams, wide awake, yet wandering in fantasy. Foolish lad, Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed, striking his head sharply. Rankings are just the beginning. The ultimate melee is the true climax. Imagine, would the ever-dominant Chen Ye tolerate having two rivals above him? His rank is third, which he certainly cannot abide. He will undoubtedly launch an assault on the first and second ranks. Since the first and second are his adversaries, they naturally become our allies. Even if he resigns himself to third, do you think the first and second will be complacent? For their own safety, they too will target the significant threat posed by Chen Ye. Upon hearing this, the subordinate nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Indeed, the fierce competition among the top three was unavoidable. This was precisely the crux of the version update, intensifying the struggle among survivors. From dawn to dusk, battles would ensue, resulting in a staggering 90% elimination rate in a short span. The entire realm of survival would transform into an unyielding meat grinder, without exception. Whether powerful survivors or the wretched, barely surviving, none could escape the maelstrom, leaving no innocent untouched. The vehicle ranking revealed. Second place, True Dragon Artillery, owned by the Li Jinlong team. First place, Divine Vehicle, owned by the A Shun team. The announcement of the rankings plunged everyone into a profound silence. The True Dragon Artillery was somewhat comprehensible, but what on earth was this so-called Divine Vehicle? What could possibly be so divine? The term Divine Vehicle even carried a hint of absurdity, evoking an image more akin to the Wuling Divine Vehicle, a symbol of ascension to prosperity. With a wry smile, Chen Ye nearly laughed aloud at the names of the first and second vehicles. Whether it was an artillery vehicle or a divine vehicle, one must concede that the entity claiming the top spot had some merit. The 3-day contest for the title of the best vehicle was about to commence, open to all survivors. On the day of reckoning, any vehicle ranked within the top 30 would secure the status of survivor and enter the next game version. Merging into the subsequent chat group, the system's cold voice proclaimed that it was not necessary to secure a position in the top 3. Those within the top 30 could also partake in the frenzied competition without issue. The system not only disclosed the top 3 vehicles, but also unveiled the top 30, which meant that all 30 would become targets for the survivors' assaults, the focus of collective ire. In pursuit of securing a place among the top 30, every survivor will exhaust their ingenuity and employ every conceivable tactic, be it despicable, noble, malevolent, or benevolent. Even resorting to underhanded tactics to launch an assault at the last moment is a possibility, as the charge is imminent. As the system intends, all survivors will descend into madness. This will be an unprecedented melee, conflict and bloodshed will become commonplace, and death will emerge as the prevailing theme. This is the epitome of survival in a world on the brink of collapse. Survivors, welcome to hell. Chapter 149. The terrifying snow tornado boss. The temperature is dropping. Zuo Lanlan observed the onboard thermometer, its digits plummeting rapidly. A frigid 40 degrees below zero was already extraordinary, yet now it was descending at a visibly alarming rate, heading towards 50 degrees below. If this trend continues, reaching 60 or even 70 degrees below will merely be a matter of time. Thankfully, the 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle is robust enough. Zuo Lanlan sighed. Otherwise, we would be unable to withstand such a drastic drop in temperature. It goes without saying that many survivors will perish from the cold. Even at 40 degrees below zero, 20 to 30 survivors succumb daily, let alone with the temperature now doubled. However, the temperature drop is merely a minor issue. Tang Shuiyo's countenance darkened as the primary concern lay with the impending snowstorm. A terrifying blizzard approached, with formidable snow tornadoes annihilating everything in their path. This is the true harbinger of death. Tang Shuiyo sensed numerous red dots with immense destructive power, drawing closer to them. Can you feel the blizzard? Chen Ye inquired. I can feel it, Tang Shuiyo nodded. Currently, there are over a dozen massive snow tornadoes advancing towards us. Are they moving quickly? Chen Ye frowned. From which direction? If they could ascertain the exact direction, they might escape by retreating in the opposite way. Though their vehicle is exceptionally powerful, avoiding confrontation with nature's wrath is the wisest course of action. From all directions, Tang Shuiyo lamented, there is simply no way to evade them. What should we do? Zuo Lanlan urged, let us accelerate. Despite the massive size of the behemoth vehicle, it is surprisingly swift. With the legendary fuel properties, perhaps they could indeed escape. We cannot run. Chen Ye shook his head. Snow tornadoes surround us. How can we flee? What then? Are we to resign ourselves to fate? Zuo Lanlan felt utterly helpless. The snow tornadoes wreaked havoc, and the death toll had soared to 500. Everyone, pay attention to protection and resistance. An announcement echoed in the group. The system's cold, unfeeling voice was chilling, akin to the blade of a reaper pronouncing a death sentence. Typically, each deceased would have their name and cause of death announced. However, due to the overwhelming power of the snow tornadoes, deaths occurred too swiftly and simultaneously for individual notifications. Thus, they could only convey the danger and terrifying destructive capacity of the snow tornadoes through statistical means. So many have perished. Chu Lingxi frowned, struggling to grasp the reality. Nature's wrath proves far more lethal than the blade of any assassin. In the civilized world, millions perish annually due to natural disasters. Chen Ye was not particularly surprised. The toll from tornadoes and snow whirlwinds amounts to several million. As the saying goes, the Great Way is indifferent, treating all living beings as mere fodder. The death of a few individuals is inconsequential. Surely our 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle will not be overturned? Left Lanlan expressed her concern. Although the behemoth could withstand the might of a T-Rex, it seemed rather feeble against the forces of nature. The destructive capacity of a super blizzard likely far exceeds that of T-Rex. After all, the T-Rex is flesh and blood, susceptible to various weapons and formidable abilities. Yet, when confronted with the natural might of a snow whirlwind, they are powerless. No matter how potent the offensive, it proves futile. Our 8-wheeled behemoth armor vehicle is exceptionally heavy. Chu Lingxi remarked. It should withstand the ferocity of the snow whirlwind. You are correct about one aspect. Weight. Chen Ye nodded. Indeed, when contending with a snow whirlwind, weight is of utmost importance. How do people in the civilized world defend against the terrifying tornado blizzards? If a recreational vehicle encounters a tornado on an open road like theirs, the most professional response is to drive in stakes. By securing the vehicle with numerous stakes driven into solid rock and asphalt, it can endure the terrifying storm and survive. Can we not reinforce our 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle in a similar manner? No, Chen Ye shook his head. Whether using stakes or other methods, it is merely a drop in the ocean. We must employ a more powerful approach. Fire the cannons. After careful consideration, Chen Ye concluded. Continuously fire at the same spot to create a deep pit. As long as they could blast out a massive pit and maneuver the 8-wheeled behemoth into it, they could significantly mitigate the damage from the snow whirlwind. Coupled with the vehicle's weight and robust armor, they could undoubtedly weather the storm. Fire! Fire! Left Lanlan saw a glimmer of hope. In no time, they had excavated a deep pit, measuring a full 10 meters. Drive in, Chen Ye commanded. With exceptional driving skills, they slowly maneuvered the vehicle into the pit. Although their 8-wheel behemoth was colossal, it was not 10 meters tall. Thus, upon entering the pit, the entire armored vehicle became obscured. Cover it with earth. That would be the safest option, Left Lanlan suggested. This was indeed a valid point. Burying it would eliminate any risk. Even a standard sedan, when covered with earth, would be impervious to the might of a fierce blizzard. There's no time. Chen Ye shook his head. While the idea was sound, time was of the essence. Even with excavators and bulldozers at their disposal, it would scarcely be sufficient. What then? Left Lanlan lamented. If only we had a multitude of construction vehicles, we wouldn't find ourselves in such a predicament. We must stockpile some construction machinery for future emergencies. This proposal was quite reasonable, and Chen Ye silently noted it in his mind. As a premier team, a diverse array of vehicles must be at our disposal. Not only racing cars, sports cars, and armored vehicles, but also engineering vehicles, tanks, helicopters, and more. With time running out, should we simply resign ourselves to fate? Xu Lingxi glanced at Chen Ye. Of course, surrendering to fate was out of the question. Chen Ye produced a card adorned with the visage of a sinister dog. Malevolent and grotesque. We'll use this. The crowd looked at one another, bewildered. Wasn't this the card of the Hellsplitter dog? What purpose could it possibly serve? Chen Ye offered no explanation, merely activating the card. A harmless little yellow dog materialized before them, barking a few times, adorably clumsy. Chen Ye opened the car door and kicked the little yellow dog out, exclaiming, "Off you go." The poor creature was sent flying with such force that it crashed against a rock, meeting its untimely demise. The onlookers were left aghast, shocked by Chen Ye's cruelty. The little yellow dog let out a pained yelp and bled to death, only to split into 10 more formidable hellhounds, barking ferociously at the 8-wheeled armored vehicle. Chapter 150. Where did Mother go? Attack! Attack! Chen Ye commanded. Indeed, Xu Lingxi was the first to react, launching into a frenzy of slaughter. Left Lanlan and Tang Shuyo quickly grasped the situation, abandoning their compassion to join in the carnage. They understood Chen Ye's intent. It was quite simple to utilize the numerous Hellsplitter dogs as cover for their advance. These dogs, possessing substantial weight, could serve as an effective barrier. After a relentless series of killings, the number of split hellhounds reached a terrifying scale. The entire pit was filled to the brim, more effective than mere earth for concealment. Outside, the furious blizzard tornado had begun its assault. The onslaught was devastating, mercilessly eliminating the Hellsplitter dogs. Yet, upon their demise, these hellhounds would split into even more, larger, and more terrifying counterparts. Through this cycle of rebirth, they could nearly withstand wave after wave of the storm without incurring harm. Chen Ye and his companions remained steadfast within the vehicle, oblivious to the raging blizzard tornado below. Although the Hellsplitter dogs were frenzied and relentless in their attacks, they could not breach the recently upgraded ferocious armor of Chen Ye. "Brother, the Hellsplitter dogs shouldn't be attacking us," Xu Lingxi remarked, considering that they were summoned creatures. This was indeed a characteristic of the Hellsplitter dogs. Chen Ye offered no further clarification. Hellsplitter dogs were entirely mad beasts, difficult to control. Whoever first attacked them would be marked as their enemy. This could be seen as a limitation of the system. If Chen Ye could fully control the Hellsplitter dogs, it would be rather extraordinary. So that's how it is. Xu Lingxi nodded, but we have achieved our goal. Although we cannot command the Hellsplitter dogs, we can still utilize their nature to our advantage. The terrifying blizzard was approaching. Zhang Xiaoquan sent a message. "I suppose my attack on you will have to be postponed? Even though you have found me now, I fear you cannot arrive immediately. Can you? This fellow has begun his usual antics again. To be frank, the tumultuous weather has indeed hindered Chen Ye's offensive, an unavoidable circumstance given the significance of this system upgrade, something beyond anyone's control. It seems futile to bark like a dog now, does it not? Chen Ye is disinclined to engage with him. Have you noticed something rather crucial?" Zhang Xiaoquan remains smug and composed, indicating he is yet to realize his mother is gone, given his deep attachment to her. Discovering Luo Zijuan's absence would surely plunge him into utter madness. Presently, Luo Zijuan has wholly become Chen Ye's ally, entirely transformed into his female teammate. Within the opulent confines of Chen Ye's colossal armored vehicle, she is indulging in makeup and selecting exquisite garments, awaiting Chen Ye's favor. I too prefer not to engage in banter. Zhang Xiaoquan boasted, "What can I say? We possess strength." Their prowess no longer permits him to remain low-key. "So, have you found new allies?" In an instant, Chen Ye deduced that the sudden arrogance of his adversary must stem from a significant increase in strength. Otherwise, he would not dare to boast so brazenly. Clever indeed, Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled, praising Chen Ye as a legend in the survival world, truly astute. "Who is your ally?" Chen Ye inquired with curiosity. "Is it the true dragon artillery or the divine vehicle?" Currently, only these two dare to ally with Zhang Xiaoquan against Chen Ye. "You are so clever. Take a guess as to which one it is?" Zhang Xiaoquan provocatively responded. "It matters not which." Chen Ye was indifferent. "After all, I intend to defeat all three of you. Yes, I must triumph, as all survivors anticipate." Chen Ye is resolute in his unwillingness to remain in third place on the vehicle leaderboard. He must be first, and only first. Not only must he strive for the top of the vehicle leaderboard, but he also aims to dominate all rankings. There is no room for negotiation. It must be accomplished. How audacious! Truly impressive. Zhang Xiaoquan could not help but applaud. "You are remarkable. So, who is your ally?" After all, Chen Ye asked once more, merely seeking to ascertain the identity of his opponent. "The true dragon artillery," Zhang Xiaoquan finally revealed, no longer playing coy. The name, while seemingly lacking in cleverness, elicited a smile from Chen Ye. It sounds imposing, yet carries a hint of debauchery. Though the name is unseemly, its power is formidable. Zhang Xiaoquan grinned, exuding arrogance. "If you surrender now, there may still be a sliver of hope. Have you noticed your mother is missing?" Without further ado, Chen Ye delivered a lethal blow. Zhang Xiaoquan froze momentarily, taking a while to respond. "What did you say? What nonsense are you spouting? Check to see if your mother is indeed missing," Chen Ye reiterated. "What has happened to my mother? Misfortune should not befall wives and children." Zhang Xiaoquan seethed, cursing, "Why do you speak of my mother incessantly?" The one topic he cannot abide is his mother, yet Chen Ye relentlessly prods at this sensitive spot, provoking intense discomfort. "It is not my fault." Chen Ye chuckled mischievously. "What can I say? Your mother is quite something. I will kill you. I absolutely must." Zhang Xiaoquan bellowed in a fit of rage. "Do not be angry," Chen Ye replied earnestly. "To be honest, I meant no disrespect towards you or your mother. I was merely trying to ascertain whether she was truly missing." "How could she be missing?" Zhang Xiaoquan retorted furiously. "Am I not aware of my own mother's whereabouts? Do I need you to remind me? Look at you, getting all worked up again," Chen Ye said, exasperated. "Why not just go check? I'm only acting out of good intentions." His sincerity was evident, as the heavens could attest to his motives. "What do you really mean by that?" Zhang Xiaoquan began to sense an underlying tension. Could it be that his mother truly was gone? What was the point of his relentless confrontation with Chen Ye? Ultimately, was it not a battle to protect his own mother? If he would be outsmarted by Chen Ye in this regard, it was something he absolutely could not tolerate. "Just go take a look, you foolish child," Chen Ye urged, unwilling to engage further. With a heart full of trepidation, Zhang Xiaoquan approached his mother's room, which had remained firmly shut. He had been so preoccupied with various matters that he had not checked on her condition. Could it be that his mother was indeed missing? No, it was impossible. He slapped his own face several times to regain composure. It had to be Chen Ye's ploy. It simply had to be. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoquan found himself trembling as he knocked on the door. He held his mother in the highest regard. Although he possessed a key, he would never intrude recklessly. Chapter 151. The True Dragon Artillery Brigade. After knocking and waiting for what felt like an eternity without a reply, anxiety gripped Zhang Xiaoquan. After half an hour, he reluctantly used the key to unlock the door. His mother appeared to be absent, yet there seemed to be someone on the bed. A figure lay under the covers, revealing only long hair, unmistakably feminine and strikingly similar to his mother's lustrous locks. Relief washed over him as he realized his mother was not missing. She was simply asleep. He exhaled deeply, a heavy burden lifted from his heart. Respecting her rest, he dared not disturb her, knowing well her notorious morning temperament. With a smile gracing his face, Zhang Xiaoquan prepared to leave. Yet, something felt amiss. He returned to his mother's bedside, cautiously sitting down and stroking her beautiful hair. The more he touched it, the more he sensed something was wrong. Gently tugging at it, he He was horrified to find that the head he believed belonged to his mother came off in his hands. Zhang Xiaoquan nearly collapsed in shock, fearing he had decapitated his own mother, a notion far from humorous. However, upon closer inspection, laughter bubbled forth as he realized it was not his mother's head at all, but rather a lifelike inflatable doll, strikingly beautiful with an exaggerated smile. Though the hair seemed remarkably realistic, it was certainly not his mother's. "Not my mother, not my mother," Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed in joyful relief, embracing the inflatable head with uncontainable glee. Consider the situation. It is undoubtedly not Luo Zijuan, for a mind as astute as a mother's could not be so easily ensnared. Just as I began to revel in this thought, Zhang Xiaoquan abruptly erupted in a tirade, exclaiming, "My mother is gone." As Chen Ye had earlier mentioned, his mother was indeed missing. "Where's my mother? Where has she gone? A grand variety show. Where has mother gone? Chen Ye, where's my mother?" Zhang Xiaoquan, utterly beside himself, screamed, "What have you done with my mother? This is kidnapping. It is a crime that warrants imprisonment." The man had completely lost his composure, drawing laughter from Chen Ye. "What crime? What kidnapping? What imprisonment? What era are we living in?" Chen Ye chuckled. "Calm down, child. Aren't you curious where your mother has gone? How did you manage to kidnap her?" Zhang Xiaoquan, in a state of utter distress, demanded, "How did you accomplish this? How did you take my mother away without a trace? It is simply unfathomable." He racked his brain, unable to comprehend how this person could have orchestrated such a miraculous feat without his knowledge. "Is it possible," Chen Ye mused with a smile, "that your mother came willingly?" "You must be joking," Zhang Xiaoquan retorted, his rage intensifying. This was a truth he could not bear to accept. If his mother had been abducted, it would merely be an act of coercion by Chen Ye. However, if she had gone of her own volition, it was a repugnant notion. The thought that his own mother could harbor affection for his greatest adversary was revolting. It was one thing to like him, but to elope with him? That was utterly disgusting. "If you doubt it," Chen Ye offered no further words, but sent him a photograph of the two in an intimate embrace. The image was distressing in its moral depravity. The elderly woman leaned against a wall, consuming porridge in a manner that was shockingly indecent. The most troubling aspect was that she bore no sign of discomfort or distress. On the contrary, she radiated joy, her face adorned with a smile that seemed to emanate from the depths of her soul. This was a smile he had never witnessed before. Having spent so many years with her, as a self-proclaimed mama's boy, he believed he understood her preferences intimately. Yet, no matter how he endeavored to please her, he had never seen her smile so blissfully. "Fake," Zhang Xiaoquan proclaimed loudly, regaining his composure. "This is absolutely fabricated. Your skills are impressive. It is well known that photographs can be manipulated, thus he deemed it false." "Look at you," Chen Ye replied, exasperated. "It is common knowledge that videos cannot be altered. Would you care to view the video?" Instantly, Zhang Xiaoquan fell silent, rendered speechless and utterly subdued. He hesitated to view the video, fearful that Chen Ye might indeed possess one. What if the content were authentic? He collapsed onto the ground, unable to articulate his thoughts. Should he watch the video? There was no answer. He pondered for a long time without resolution. What was truly happening? After much deliberation, Zhang Xiaoquan finally posed the question that plagued his soul. Although it was a reality he vehemently wished to deny, his mother was missing, and he needed to ascertain the truth. The matter was quite simple. Chen Ye earnestly stated, "I have developed feelings for your mother over time." What utter nonsense about developing feelings over time. How many times have you even met? Zhang Xiaoquan failed to grasp Chen Ye's meaning. The phrase developing feelings over time implies that time is a verb, not a noun. "Damn it. Wait a moment." Zhang Xiaoquan realized belatedly and shouted, "You, child, we can discuss this separately." Chen Ye responded earnestly, "You can call me dad, and I will call you brother." Chen Ye was quite particular. Given that Zhang Xiaoquan was older, it was only fitting to address him as brother. "Shut up." Zhang Xiaoquan barked angrily. "State your terms. What must you have for you to let my mother go?" He was willing to pay any price to save his mother. "You see, child, haven't I already mentioned? Your mother came willingly. I did not abduct her. We are mutually attracted to each other, developing feelings over time." "How long has it been?" Zhang Xiaoquan blurted out. "Well." Chen Ye scratched his head. "I don't really know." He truly did not know. Who would bother to keep track of time in such matters? In any case, he did not care about such details. Developing feelings over time, Zhang Xiaoquan muttered repeatedly to himself. His own mother was sullied. having been involved with his arch-nemesis for an extended period? Can I provide you with all the information about the Jinlong Cannon Car Team in exchange for my mother's release? Zhang Xiaoquan inquired. The Jinlong team was his most significant bargaining chip, yet now, for his mother's sake, he was prepared to relinquish it. I have stated that your mother is free, Chen Ye asserted seriously, and you are free as well. I can assist you in eliminating the Jinlong Cannon Car Team. Zhang Xiaoquan continued, his tone nearly pleading. Initially, he had only intended to provide information, but now he was willing to immerse himself in the fray and become Chen Ye's ally. He was aware that this meant acting as a spy, standing in stark opposition to the Jinlong team. If they discovered his betrayal, they would not show him any mercy. It was a gamble with his life at stake. However, Chen Ye's response plunged him into profound despair. You know, even without your assistance, Chen Ye confidently declared, the Jinlong Cannon Car Team cannot contend with me. Chen Ye possessed unwavering confidence. Even without thorough knowledge of the Jinlong team, he harbored an almost irrational belief in his ultimate victory, regardless of the terrifying crises he might face. Though I do not require your help, as Zhang Xiaoquan sank into the depths of despair, Chen Ye offered him a lifeline. Since you are so earnest, I shall reluctantly agree to collaborate with you. Chapter 152. Brother truly has a reserve of hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Chen Ye was actually quite accommodating, not the type to be unreasonable or merciless. Given the sincerity shown, it was only right to offer an opportunity. Tell me about the Jinlong Cannon Car Team. Chen Ye expressed his desire for information. The two key weapons of the Jinlong Cannon Car Team were already evident. Zhang Xiaoquan recounted, the first, naturally, is the Jinlong, and the second is the cannon. Are you suggesting that it is the Jinlong and heavy artillery? Chen Ye instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoquan nodded in agreement. Controlling the true dragon is merely a rumor I've heard. But I have witnessed the might of heavy artillery firsthand, he continued. The opposing party had expended considerable effort to demonstrate their strength and secure a collaboration with him. What sort of heavy artillery are we talking about? Chen Ye inquired. Is it more formidable than my tank's cannon? Truth be told, my vehicle-mounted artillery is already quite fearsome. I wouldn't dare claim it as the best, yet is undoubtedly a pinnacle of human industrial weaponry. One shot created a 10-meter-deep crater. Just one shot. Zhang Xiaoquan stated plainly, I have never encountered heavy artillery of such devastating power. This piqued Chen Ye's interest. The fact that their heavy artillery was significantly more powerful than his tank cannon was noteworthy. It is essential to remember that when he had created that 10-meter crater while evading a blizzard, his tank cannon had unleashed a barrage for several minutes before achieving such destruction. The disparity in power was glaringly apparent, especially considering this was merely one of their many pieces of heavy artillery. Zhang Xiaoquan elaborated, claiming he possessed dozens of various types of heavy artillery. Is it truly that many? Chen Ye remarked, astonished and hardly able to believe it. The existence of one type of heavy artillery was already extraordinary. The notion of dozens was almost unbelievable. As for how he acquired such impressive artillery, Zhang Xiaoquan shook his head and replied, I'm not sure. Please refrain from asking me. He anticipated Chen Ye's probing questions and sought to preempt them. Then how do you propose to defeat him? Chen Ye asked with a smile. It appeared that the true dragon artillery convoy was insurmountable. Just one type of heavy artillery was enough to pose a significant challenge, let alone the multitude they boasted. Furthermore, the capabilities of the true dragon remained uncertain, potentially surpassing even that of the heavy artillery, rendering them even more terrifying. I believe the chances of victory are virtually non-existent, Zhang Xiaoquan stated candidly. You might as well surrender and hand over my mother. It will be a win-win for us both. How can it be a win-win? Chen Ye retorted, unable to contain his indignation. It's you two who would benefit. Should he concede, he would likely be completely drained of any advantage, with survival becoming a distant hope. Perhaps others might find a sliver of chance, allowing his female comrades to live in comfort. Yet for him, there was only a path toward death. For reasons of safety, they would undoubtedly eliminate him. Then how do you plan to ambush me? Chen Ye pressed further. Our plan is quite straightforward, Zhang Xiaoquan revealed. We will operate both overtly and covertly, with the true dragon artillery convoy lying in wait to launch a surprise attack. The current location of his convoy conceals the main force of the true dragon artillery. As you engage in an assault, they will strike from behind, utilizing their formidable heavy artillery for a swift, overwhelming offensive. They recognized Chen Ye's considerable attacking prowess, and thus dared not approach directly, opting instead for remote assaults to resolve the situation securely and efficiently. We can turn the tables on them, Zhang Xiaoquan suggested. You continue to feign an attack on me, and then we can combine forces to counterattack the True Dragon artillery convoy. Are you all right with this? This utterly foolish plan elicited a laugh from Chen Ye. The two of them merging into one would undoubtedly make them prime targets for the formidable dragon cannon, which would unleash a devastating bombardment, leaving nothing but obliterated remains. While Chen Ye possessed the absolute safety of the vehicle's core characteristics, the 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle was not invincible. It too could be destroyed. Moreover, the dragon cannon convoy might possess other formidable abilities that remained unknown. Such a course of action was undeniably perilous. What do you propose we do? Zhang Xiaoquan inquired anxiously, feeling utterly lost, akin to a child bereft of a mother. As a mama's boy, he felt stripped of all strength and wisdom. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Chen Ye remarked with a smile. Is it possible to create an opportunity for me to be alone with the opponent? If the two of us find ourselves in a private space, with Chen Ye's combat prowess, he could surely subdue the adversary and effortlessly incorporate the entire dragon cannon convoy. It's quite difficult, Zhang Xiaoquan lamented, doubting the feasibility of this plan. The leader of the dragon cannon convoy is exceedingly cautious. He claims to want to cooperate, but has never met with me, only communicating online. As a partner, it is already exceedingly challenging to meet him, let alone Chen Ye, who is an absolute nemesis. Just say that you've captured me, Chen Ye countered, finding the situation remarkably straightforward. After your victory, you must eventually meet to celebrate, right? When are people least vigilant? Is during times of triumph. Regardless of who they are, once victory is attained, a sense of pride and complacency inevitably follows. That could work, but I fear they may not fall for it. Zhang Xiaoquan expressed his concerns. I undoubtedly have a method to ensure they take the bait. Chen Ye replied confidently. What method? Zhang Xiaoquan asked, intrigued. I possess a reserve of several 100,000 gold coins. Capturing me would essentially mean seizing an immense fortune. Chen Ye retorted. Do you think they could remain calm under such circumstances? They cannot, definitely not. Zhang Xiaoquan quickly affirmed. However, you must bear in mind that this is a fabrication. Any slight flaw would alert them. If they detect the deception from the smallest hint, they would instantly become alarmed and would be unlikely to fall for it again. Who said I intend to fabricate anything? Chen Ye continued, probing further. Who told you I would be deceiving them? Why would I need to deceive them? I genuinely possess several 100,000 gold coins. If you aren't fabricating, then how do you have such a vast reserve? Zhang Xiaoquan retorted, exasperated. Come on, do you really have that much gold? Before the advent of supermarkets, Chen Ye had always been fond of acquiring gold. Yet, even with his enthusiasm, it was inconceivable for him to amass such a fortune. Why can't I have it? Chen Ye replied candidly. I truly possess that amount. Come on, can you stop exaggerating? Zhang Xiaoquan could not help but scoff. I consider myself fortunate to have over 1,000 coins. Several 100,000 is simply an unfathomable figure. How could I possibly boast about such matters? Chen Ye retorted, emphasizing the crucial nature of the plan's success. So, do you truly possess that much wealth? Zhang Xiaoquan inquired, astonished. That seems rather exaggerated. What tone is that? Chen Ye couldn't help but chuckle. You don't honestly believe your mother favors me solely for my riches, do you? The reason I am surrounded by so many lovely young ladies is entirely due to their infatuation with my looks and remarkable physique, not to mention my exceptionally high emotional intelligence, which leaves them utterly captivated. If my mother genuinely likes you, Zhang Xiaoquan gritted through his teeth, there must be a moment of folly, clouded by ignorance. Let's set aside the matter of your mother for now. Chen Ye redirected the conversation. Let's focus on the task at hand. Fine, I shall attend to it immediately, Zhang Xiaoquan replied, refraining from further discussion. However, I cannot guarantee success. We can plan, but the outcome rests with fate. Chen Ye, however, did not burden him with excessive psychological pressure. Just put forth your best effort. In truth, Chen Ye was not concerned that this fellow would engage in any rebellious antics. He would not dare. The reason was simple. This chap was a quintessential mama's boy, with his mother holding immense sway in his life. To regain his mother's favor, he would not act impulsively. By the way, have you been in contact with the Divine Vehicle team? Chen Ye asked. Not at all, Zhang Xiaoquan replied. The Divine Vehicle team, reigning supreme, remained rather enigmatic. They had neither reached out to Zhang Xiaoquan nor to Chen Ye. If you wish to obtain their contact information, I could potentially assist you. Zhang Xiaoquan hesitated before stating. You can help me with that? Do you have any connections? This revelation surprised Chen Ye. The leader of the True Dragon Artillery team has his contact information. Zhang Xiaoquan clarified. I could request it in the name of collaboration. That is indeed a clever idea. Chen Ye nodded. It is worth a try. The two endeavors could seamlessly coexist, enhancing authenticity without interference, thus complementing each other. Take good care of my mother, Zhang Xiaoquan concluded. Rest assured, your mother is quite pleased at the moment, Chen Ye reassured him. Zhang Xiaoquan clenched his teeth, his face turning a deep shade of anger, yet he remained speechless. Compelled to assist Chen Ye dutifully. Boss, the blizzard has passed, Zuo Lanlan notified. The snowstorm had ravaged for a full 10 hours. Had it not been for the Hell Splitter dogs endlessly multiplying, they would have been at a loss in the face of such a terrifying tempest. The card for the Hell Splitter dogs had also expired, and those ferocious canines had vanished. Aside from the frigid cold and the various structures and vehicles destroyed along the way, remnants of the blizzard's passage, everything else appeared tranquil and serene. The 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle slowly emerged from the crater. Despite enduring such a harrowing storm, the armor sustained minimal damage, and everyone was safe and sound. Congratulations, everyone! You have survived the first round of the terrifying blizzard. In the midst of this frigid temperature drop, you have persevered. You are all true warriors, commendable survivors. Your courage and exceptional willpower merit recognition. The system's cold voice resonated in the ears of every survivor. Every upgradable item for all individuals has ascended by 1 level, and all resources have doubled. Revel in the jubilation. Survivors, the endless abyss of hell has merely commenced. Congratulations on the advancement of your abilities. Congratulations on the enhancement of your vehicle's core. Congratulations, all items in your system warehouse have doubled. A series of gratifying notifications rang out, leaving even the affluent Chen Ye astounded. What a surprise. Is this a grand opening celebration from the system? This is a deluge of blessings. A significant boon for all survivors, igniting a flicker of hope amid their despair. Truth be told, due to the increasingly dire weather conditions, many survivors had succumbed to hopelessness, resigning themselves to their fate, contemplating only the arrival of their demise. Yet, this reward from the system undoubtedly served as a potent stimulant, pulling them back from the precipice of death. Intriguingly, regardless of the terrifying upgrades bestowed upon them, Chen Ye felt a wave of exhilaration. He suddenly recalled an old acquaintance, the devout little doctor. The last time they interacted, she fervently recited scriptures while demanding fresh vegetables like radishes and eggplants. Though she appeared to be a stoic believer, the stark contrast between her demeanor and her true nature was striking. The more ascetic the individual, the more liberated they often were behind closed doors. Such is the nature of humanity. Chen Ye, are you still alive? Chen Ye uncharacteristically reached out to her. Typically, he would never initiate contact with Chen Ye. Even when her eccentric husband reached out to him, he would respond with indifference. This instance of him taking the initiative was indeed rare. However, the recent events had been overwhelming, whether it be significant game updates or the emergence of formidable adversaries, particularly amidst such catastrophic weather. Survival for individuals in Chen Ye's extreme scarcity of resources was undeniably challenging. Mr. Chen, I'm doing quite well, Chen Ye promptly replied. You're a good person. I hope you will refrain from contacting me again. Staring at her response, Chen Ye stood stunned. Goodness, is she really issuing me a good person card? He had never pursued this woman. Why would she issue such a card immediately? It was merely a fleeting inquiry, and yet he was met with that unexpected retort. It was absurd. It seems you have resolved your basic needs? Chen Ye inquired with a smile. How is your husband's health? If Chen Ye recalled correctly, her husband suffered from a terminal illness. His condition remains unhealed. Chen Ye took a moment to respond, but it is fundamentally stable. I believe he will live out his days. What splendid news. Chen Ye sincerely extended his best wishes. Chen Ye is remarkably astute. Her implication is clear. Chen Ye can no longer leverage her husband's illness to coerce her into submission or compel her to engage in distasteful actions. However, to be candid, Chen Ye harbored no such intentions. She merely sought to inquire out of curiosity. How have you managed to survive in such dire circumstances? Chen Ye, Peter said. wondering if the couple had encountered extraordinary fortunes. That seems highly unlikely, doesn't it? This matter pertains solely to my husband and me, Chen Ye coldly retorted. Isn't that rather dull? Chen Ye responded, a hint of displeasure creeping into her tone. What do you call this? Isn't it rather heartless? As a man, he had not been devoid of compassion, yet this woman had adopted such an icy demeanor. During their fervent encounters in the church, she had not exhibited this frigid attitude. Under Chen Ye's relentless questioning, she had eagerly engaged. Yet now, having satiated her needs and devoid of any crisis, she had swiftly altered her demeanor. Surely, such behavior is inappropriate. Chapter 154. Is Chen Ye's husband also pretending? Mr. Chen, you assisted me immensely during my times of hardship, for which I am profoundly grateful. Chen Ye was not one to repay kindness with ingratitude. Rather, she was remarkably forthright. The reason she had distanced herself from Chen Ye was a desire to refrain from further recklessness. The events they shared were memories she found unbearable to confront, a blemish on her life she wished to avoid. I will repay your kindness tenfold, ensuring you incur no loss in your interests, Chen Ye made her promise. As it was the only recourse available to her, she recognized that she could no longer indulge in frivolities with Chen Ye. A correction was imperative. You seem rather affluent. It appears fortune has smiled upon you, Chen Ye remarked, her curiosity piqued. There have indeed been some fortunate turn of events, Chen Ye mused, reflecting on the peculiarities of life. She had once found herself in utter despair, only to discover a glimmer of hope that transformed her circumstances entirely. All her tribulations had vanished, replaced solely by joy and beauty. The experiences she endured often felt surreal, akin to a vivid dream, so astonishingly wonderful. Very well. I can only wish you happiness, Chen Ye conceded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Since Chen Ye appeared so content, there was no need for further discourse. Although he yearned for a female ally, a partnership with a beautiful woman, he was not so desperate. A three-legged toad is hard to find, yet two-legged individuals abound. Moreover, in such a frantic world of survival, a simple drink or a cup of instant noodles might secure the unwavering loyalty of an extraordinary beauty. Thus, there was no need to forfeit an entire forest for a single tree. Moreover, the most pressing concern for Chen Ye at present is not to recruit female teammates, but rather to eliminate the formidable duo of the True Dragon Artillery and the Divine Vehicle. Returning to his bedroom, Chen Ye gazed at the enchanting beauty reclining upon the bed and inquired with a smile. What are you up to? I am selecting exquisite stockings, replied Luo Zijuan, presenting an array of black, flesh-toned, and white stockings in various lengths and styles, which deeply captivated Chen Ye. Caressing the fine fabric of the stockings, Chen Ye mischievously remarked, in truth, I could appreciate any of them. As he spoke, his fingertips glided over her impeccably slender calves, devoid of any excess flesh. Her skin, akin to white jade, resembled a work of art, and the tactile sensation evoked an illusion of silkiness. Do you seem troubled? Luo Zijuan, perceptive and empathetic, keenly discerned Chen Ye's unusual demeanor. Why do you say that? He replied, genuinely curious about how she had perceived his inner turmoil. This astute woman, could she possibly possess the ability to read his thoughts? You are a creature of insatiable appetite, Luo Zijuan teased, her lips curving into a sly smile. To touch for such a prolonged moment without any further action, this is a first. Since their acquaintance, their encounters had always ignited a fiery passion, with Chen Ye exhibiting an unrelenting vigor, akin to a relentless cannon, booming without pause. Their interactions had typically been explosive, yet today was markedly different. Instead of unrestrained passion, he exhibited a tenderness that suggested something was amiss. Admitting his concerns, Chen Ye shared the details regarding the True Dragon Artillery with Luo Zijuan, seeking her counsel. Given that this matter involved her son, it was only natural for her to be informed. I believe your plan is fundamentally sound, Luo Zijuan stated, her brow furrowing. However, you must heed this caution. Even if you successfully seize control of the True Dragon's leader, defeating the entire crew may still prove elusive, and you could provoke a fierce retaliation. This was indeed a plausible scenario. Even if the True Dragon Artillery were to lose their leader, they would certainly have a second in command, a third, and perhaps even a fourth. These individuals might unite under the banner of avenging their leader, launching a frenzied assault against Chen Ye. Ultimately, while victory might still belong to Chen Ye, there remained the factor of the Divine Vehicle. Currently, the Divine Vehicle Brigade had made no contact nor displayed any hostility, but that did not imply benevolence on their part. They could very well be lurking like a tiger, waiting for the opportune moment to strike amidst the chaos of mutual destruction. As the saying goes, when the clams struggle, the fisherman benefits. What do you propose? Chen Ye inquired, valuing Luo Zijuan's perspective, for this astute woman possessed strategic and tactical acumen far exceeding the ordinary. Why not challenge the Divine Vehicle to a duel? Luo Zijuan suggested, taking an unconventional approach. This indeed was a commendable option. Chen Ye silently nodded in agreement. That could very well be the solution. Since we fear the Divine Vehicle might employ a strategy of waiting for the right moment to pounce, why not take the initiative and confront them directly? If they refuse, then so be it. If he does not decline the challenge, regardless of who emerges victorious, Chen Ye is prepared to accept the outcome. A victory would undoubtedly bring joy to all, while a loss could provide insight into the true nature of the formidable opponent, thereby alleviating Chen Ye's concerns significantly. Thus, I shall extend an invitation for a duel. Chen Ye remarked with a smile, eager to discern the true identity of this individual. Before attending to serious matters, shouldn't Luo Zijuan first entice him with her alluring gaze? It is a tradition between them to indulge in such playful antics before addressing significant affairs. However, Chen Ye shook his head, dismissing the notion. I must conserve my energy. After all, a duel awaits, and it is prudent to reserve some stamina. Unlike a beast like Tyson, who must indulge in revelry before the finals, I am not inclined to expend my vigor frivolously. My king, grant me a moment of your indulgence. Luo Zijuan, akin to a captivating enchantress, sought to seduce Chen Ye. Yet, Chen Ye remained resolute, delivering a firm smack upon her rear. Behave yourself, and do not create unnecessary chaos. With that, he departed the bedroom. Chen Ye commenced his search for duel cards within the group. Although he possessed numerous cards, none were duel cards. Nearby supermarkets offered them, but their prices were exorbitant. Thus, purchasing through the group was evidently the most advantageous option. He casually posted a price and awaited a seller's response. Shortly thereafter, someone reached out to him, confirming possession of a duel card. Mr. Chen, what do you require a duel card for? The individual was none other than Chen Zi's husband, a revelation that took Chen Ye by surprise. He had not anticipated this fellow would resurface. Previously, he had been near death, pleading on his knees for a morsel of sustenance. Now, he possessed such a rare item as a duel card and sought to negotiate with Chen Ye. What concern is it of yours? Just state your price. Chen Ye replied, eager to avoid unnecessary banter. Come now. The man chuckled. What relationship do we share that I would charge you? It's a gift. That is unnecessary. Chen Ye declined. What is free is often the most costly. A fair exchange is the hallmark of a wise individual. Nevertheless, I cannot accept your payment, the man insisted firmly. How about you call me daddy or send me a video of you kneeling in homage? Should I be pleased, I might just give you 5 or 6 duel cards, thus making you quite the fortunate one. Brother, are you really trying to show off to me? Chen Ye laughed unfazit. Although the couple had recently escaped their plight, there was no reason for him to flaunt before Chen Ye. He could boast to anyone else, but not to Chen Ye. After all, he had once begged for Chen Ye's assistance, offering his wife in desperation for survival. With such a humiliating past, he had no right to act ostentatiously in Chen Ye's presence. What is wrong with flaunting a bit? The man replied defiantly. I'm here to not only show off, but to overshadow your so-called legendary status in this survival world. I intend to utterly defeat you. This proclamation left Chen Ye momentarily speechless. What surprise! The frail wretch, who previously struggled even to procure a meal, now audaciously boasts. I am intrigued. What gives you the audacity to be so brash? The man retorted defiantly. Does it matter who I associate with? The leader of the True Dragon Cannon Car Squad. He continued to boast. We are now excellent friends, and the next target of the True Dragon Cannon Car Squad is you. We have devised a comprehensive plan, and there is no escape for you. Surrender now, kneel and submit, or await your impending doom at our hands, with no room for negotiation. Is that so? Chen Ye could not help but inquire. Does your wife know? If she were to discover her ailing husband's arrogance, she would surely be taken aback. It has nothing to do with her. The man coldly retorted, she is oblivious to the matter. This is a significant affair between men, not something to discuss with her. Indeed, Chen Ye was unaware of this situation, although they were both part of the true Dragon Cannon car squad and had found redemption through their encounter with it. Many crucial details eluded her. Something feels amiss. 9 out of 10 signs indicate something is wrong. Chen Ye pondered, why would this good-for-nothing garner the leader's favor? Even if they had resolved their predicaments through the true Dragon Squad, it did not equate to the leader choosing to utilize him for such a significant matter. After all, the true Dragon Cannon car squad is comprised of numerous capable individuals. There is no need to rely on a feeble, sickly man. The reason is simple, he asserted. I possess exceptional abilities and intelligence that far surpass others. My strategies are impeccably devised. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for him to place his trust in me. You have offered your wife to the leader of the true Dragon Squad, Chen Ye pointedly declared. That is the only conceivable explanation. You truly underestimate me. Do you think I am such a person? The man angrily countered. A worthless individual who would sell his own wife. You are mistaken. I am a person of great stature, imbued with unparalleled ambition and unwavering principles. Enough with the bluster. Chen Ye could not restrain himself from retorting. This is not your first time engaging in such deeds. While it may be unacceptable to others, for you, it is merely a matter of course. I swear, I have not offered my wife to any man. The man bellowed, certainly not to the leader of the true Dragon Cannon car squad. His fervent declarations cast doubt in Chen Ye's mind. Could it be that this fellow truly has not committed such a despicable act? Observing his earnestness, it did not appear to be a facade. Do not presume I am lying, the man continued. When the true Dragon Cannon car squad captures you, I will personally prove to you that I have not offered my wife to any man. So, you have offered your wife to a woman? Chen Ye keenly grasped the crux of the matter. Since it was not dedicated to a man, it must surely be for a woman. After all, there are only 2 genders in this world. Instantly, the man fell silent. It was evident that Chen Ye had struck at his Achilles' heel, much like a venomous serpent pinned at its vital point. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "Your time of demise has come. Enough with the idle chatter." His inability to counter left him in a state of disarray. Could it be that the leader of the true Dragon Artillery Corps was a woman? Chen Ye inquired with curiosity. He is a man. The man replied candidly. We are good brothers. He admires my talents and intellect, while I respect his courage and decisiveness. So, does that mean the second in command of the true Dragon Artillery is a woman? Chen Ye pondered silently, gleaning crucial information from the man's scattered words. The second in command of the true Dragon Artillery was indeed a woman, and there was some sort of entanglement between Chen Ye and this woman, which explained why this frail man had gained prominence. The mystery was solved. Behind every unreasonable circumstance lies a rational explanation, and Chen Ye's deduction was evidently the most plausible. If that were the case, it would certainly be intriguing. Chen Ye had already acquired a wealth of critical information and details. There was no need to engage further in frivolous dialogue with this petty man. Are you selling your dual card? Name your price. If he uttered another superfluous word, Chen Ye would sever the connection immediately. He was not about to squander time or life on such a person. 100 gold coins. The man did not hesitate to declare his price. His purpose in this endeavor was not only to mock Chen Ye and put on airs, but also to sell the dual card. Currently, the market for dual cards favored sellers, with an abundance available yet few buyers. The reason was quite simple. Due to a sudden deteriorating environment, people were struggling to survive, succumbing to waves of death like harvested chives, leaving no time for duels. Consequently, the price of dual cards plummeted dramatically, reaching a point where they were available but unsought. Even at a low price, no one was inclined to purchase them. To put it bluntly, even if given away for free, they were deemed worthless. Have you not awakened from your slumber? Chen Ye scoffed. Did you not see my listed price? Chen Ye's price was 10 gold coins, which was already quite high. Chapter 156. The Perpetual Depletion. This man was undoubtedly still asleep, or perhaps had suffered a blow to the head. 10 gold coins was far above market value. Yet he audaciously demanded 100 coins, an increase of tenfold. This was no longer a negotiation, but rather extortion. The key was that Chen Ye had no leverage for him to exploit. Thus, there was only one possibility. This individual was utterly delusional. Buying my item for 100 gold coins will never be a loss, the man proclaimed with a smile. In fact, it will be a tremendous profit. How exactly will it be a tremendous profit? Do enlighten me. Although Chen Ye initially did not wish to engage in further dialogue, This man's absurdity compelled him to converse. Generally, he avoided chatting with fools, but when confronted with such an extreme level of foolishness, he felt the need to indulge in the exchange. He was curious to see just how foolish this man truly was, wondering what kind of thought process could lead to such absurdity. It's quite simple. You have purchased my dual card at a high price, the man confidently proclaimed. While our true Dragon Cannon team apprehends you, I might utter a few kind words on your behalf. But remember, I cannot guarantee anything, merely a few flattering remarks. Perhaps those words might save your life, or perhaps they will be utterly useless. Nevertheless, I advise you to pay the 100 gold coins. It will grant you a sense of psychological comfort, which alone makes it worth the price. In that case, I suggest you give me the dual card for free. Chen Ye retorted, the reasoning behind his words equally straightforward. What reason could that possibly be? Pray, enlighten me. The man responded, his tone decidedly unfriendly, eager to understand why Chen Ye was so audacious. You truly are a fool. Chen Ye scoffed without reservation. Can't you comprehend? When I topple the true Dragon Cannon, I might consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, your body will be unrecognizable, even to your parents in the afterlife. Apologies, but Chen Ye harbored a vengeful spirit. This insolent fool must be dealt with. The only consideration was whether or not to leave a complete corpse. If Chen Ye was in a good mood, perhaps he would. So, you genuinely believe yourself invincible? The man fumed. You must not have witnessed the might of our true Dragon Cannon team. How formidable is it? Chen Ye jeered without hesitation. If you have the ability to kill me, do it right away. That would be true skill. Empty threats are meaningless. Words lack power. Facts speak volumes. Do not think that because you possess golden laser vision and an absolutely secure vehicle core, you could be invincible. The man was well acquainted with Chen Ye's abilities. It wasn't he due to his intelligence network being particularly astute. Rather, Chen Ye was simply too renowned. Everyone knew not only what abilities he possessed, but also how he acquired them, with all the details being quite clear. Then may I ask how you intend to eliminate me? Chen Ye smiled and inquired. With the colossal cannon of your true Dragon Cannon? Our true Dragon Cannon possesses more than just a colossal cannon, the man boasted. We also have Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Do you know why we call it the True Dragon? He was so caught up in his excitement that he failed to realize he had revealed crucial information, essentially disclosing strategic details about the True Dragon team. So, your team possesses a multitude of dragon control cards, allowing you to command various dragon-like creatures? Chen Ye provocatively pressed, Stop boasting. I don't believe you. Boasting? The man had completely fallen into the trap. I'll tell you the truth. Our leader consumes a fruit known as the Dragon Blood Ability Fruit. As for the capabilities and effects of this fruit, that is something I cannot disclose. You can investigate if you have the means. If not, then guess. Regardless, even if you discover it, it won't impact the final outcome of the battle. He held absolute confidence in the true Dragon Cannon team, showing no fear of exposing crucial information, fully open and carefree. This is a form of absolute confidence, which can also be referred to as absolute folly. Only those who are utterly foolish believe themselves to possess an unequivocal advantage. In truth, regardless of the extraordinary powers or abilities one may wield, there exist inherent weaknesses. Everything exists in a state of dynamic equilibrium. It is essential to maintain a sense of reverence for both combat and adversaries. Only in doing so can one prolong their existence. This is precisely why Chen Ye, even when faced with formidable foes and fortified by the core of an invulnerable vehicle, remains ever so cautious. It is only when confronted by entities devoid of intelligence, such as blizzards or territorial hounds, that he reveals a more frenzied aspect of his nature. Against any opponent, even this foolish man with whom he converses, Chen Ye approaches with utmost vigilance and seriousness. For even when hunting a hare, a lion employs its full strength. Why the silence? Have you come to fear? The man laughed heartily. It's not too late to beg for mercy. Hurry and pay up. You truly amount to little, fixated solely on that 100 gold coins. Having acquired the crucial information, Chen Ye had no desire to engage in further conversation and promptly severed the connection, seeing that he could no longer contact Chen Ye, the man. In a fit of rage, pounded on the vehicle's steering wheel. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again, his fists bloodied from the impact. Had he known better than to act so arrogantly, the strain he exerted had caused everything to unravel. He was in dire need of that 100 gold coins. Now, not only was the 100 coins gone, but even a single coin eluded him. His need for gold was pressing, for it was a scarce commodity. The reason was straightforward. Each day within the True Dragon convoy, a certain amount of gold coins must be paid. The higher one's rank, the greater the sum required. Indeed, it is not the convoy that disburses wages. Rather, it is the personnel who must remit payment. It is akin to a job where no salary is received, yet one must still pay a fee to the employer. Regardless of one's status, all are treated equally. Payment is mandatory. Despite such stringent conditions for paid employment, many still flock to join. The rationale is simple. The True Dragon artillery convoy offers an unparalleled guarantee of safety. Beyond basic sustenance, it provides absolute security. While this may seem inconsequential in a civilized world, in a survival environment, the notion of absolute safety is akin to a luxury. By joining the True Dragon artillery convoy, one gains not only the security, but also ample provisions of food and fuel. Though the fees and gold coins are steep, the overall benefits render it a worthwhile investment. As long as one is diligent, often wielding weapons for hunting or laboring to gather wood, acquiring sufficient gold coins is feasible. After all, the True Dragon convoy has calculated this. They do not seek to exploit their resources unsustainably, but rather aim for a sustainable yield. Chapter 157. The Love Between the Female Demon and Chen Ye. However, every rule has its exceptions. The man, however, epitomizes the exception to exceptions. He is indolent and sickly, utterly unwilling to exert any effort. Despite the ample provisions of sustenance and medication provided by the True Dragon Artillery Brigade, he could have easily engaged in various hunting-related endeavors, such as supplying intelligence to the combatants. With diligent effort, he could have amassed a sufficient amount of gold coins. However, he eschewed hard work, preferring instead to indulge in comforts within the warm confines of his vehicle, leading to a collapse of his cash flow, compounded by a burgeoning addiction to illicit substances. His reserves of gold coins were utterly depleted. Although his wife possessed considerable savings, even she could not withstand his extravagant spending, and her patience wore thin. In pursuit of gold, selling dual cards became a pivotal step for him in his venture into the cutthroat business world of the apocalypse. Unfortunately, the demand for dual cards was non-existent, rendering their prices absurdly low. He perceived a significant business opportunity and thus acquired numerous absolute dual cards at a bargain, intending to sell them at a premium. Yet now, they lay in his hands, with no customers to purchase them. The only potential buyer, Chen Ye, was driven away by his own pretentiousness. It is worth noting that the funds he used to acquire the dual cards were entirely sourced from system loan, accruing substantial interest daily. If he failed to generate sufficient profit, it would undoubtedly lead to a slow, agonizing demise. "Darling, what troubles you?" Upon entering the vehicle, Chen Ye immediately noticed her husband's furious demeanor. Assuming his health had deteriorated, she expressed her concern, even gently touching his forehead, fearful he might have a fever. However, this gesture only served to infuriate him further. He forcefully pushed her away and exclaimed, "Have you been enjoying yourself these days? Frolicking with others? Do you even remember me? Your husband?" His words drained the color from her face, rendering her speechless. She had no desire to be entangled with the formidable woman from the True Dragon Brigade, yet circumstances had compelled her. Initially, it was her husband who had urged her to do so, even pleading on his knees for her to serve that woman. He had insisted that only by attending to the woman could she gain status within the True Dragon artillery and access greater resources. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, although she later found some pleasure in the woman's methods, developing a peculiar fondness for her. It was not a path she had willingly chosen. She was not the kind of woman who engaged in debauchery. Ultimately, she discovered a unique aspect of herself that rendered her unable to resist, making her feel truly alive. Yet now, the very instigator of her predicament, her husband, had turned against her, displaying a contempt and loathing that was unbearable. "You need not feign innocence," he harshly berated. "You have been reveling in pleasure daily. Now you put on a fade of victimhood for whom? To put it plainly, you are nothing but a cheating harlot. What pretense of purity are you trying to uphold? You have already adorned me with a green hat, having slept with men and women alike. It is utterly revolting." His disgust was not born from moral high ground, but rather from the suffocating pressure of his system loan, which left him with no outlet for his frustrations, compelling him to unleash verbal violence upon Chen Ye. After all, Chen Ye is one of their own. No matter how deeply one may stab, loyalty remains unwavering. Such is the nature of humanity. People often exhibit courtesy and caution toward strangers while being unrestrained and rude to their kin. Ultimately, regardless of the malevolence one may commit, they remain family. The phrase "blood is thicker than water" seems to effortlessly dissolve all animosities and anguish. It is a most effective adage. Is this truly my desire? Tears streamed down Chen Ye's face. Weren't both men and women merely pawns of your design? This is indeed the reality. She has never taken the initiative. It was I who took the lead, yet only because of your incompetence. The man retorted defiantly. If you possessed powers akin to that of the female tyrant, with formidable abilities to procure various resources decisively, would I resort to such base tactics? Moreover, let us consider this. Do you not find pleasure in it? Do you not revel in it? Upon hearing these words, Chen Ye's lips turned pale. She wished to counter, yet found herself utterly speechless, for his words rang true. In fact, she had relished it, particularly now, as if she had unlocked the door to a new world, embracing a life entirely different from before. Cease your pretense of lofty ideals and engage in something practical, the man asserted, extending his hand. For instance, provide me with some gold coins. He was in dire need of coins. His verbal aggression towards Chen Ye served not only as an outlet for his own suffering, but also as a means of extreme pressure to extract coins from her. You have already demanded numerous coins from me these past few days. I have none left, she lamented, her hands raised in surrender. She truly had nothing. Not a single coin remained. Were there even a solitary gold coin, she would have unhesitatingly given it to him. But alas, there was none. Then go earn some coins, he bluntly retorted. Is it not difficult for others to earn gold? Is it not arduous for you as well? Simply acquire some from the female tyrant. It is an endless bounty. Although the female tyrant was not the leader of the true Dragon Cannon team, she was undoubtedly the formidable second-in-command, overseeing the finances of the team. This implies that a substantial influx of gold coins passed through her hands, which she was responsible for distributing. Thus, she was indeed the wealthiest benefactor of the true Dragon team, and Chen Ye was her closest confidant. Though the female tyrant was decisive in her actions, she remained steadfastly loyal to her notion of love. Despite possessing immense power that could attract countless women, she devoted her affections solely to Chen Ye. Before knowing Chen Ye, she had never engaged with any other woman, and even after their acquaintance, she remained faithful to her. Their bond exemplified an unwavering love. Do not be so quick to label her a tyrant. She is not as malevolent as you think. Chen Ye sighed, likening her to a hedgehog, appearing bristly and sharp on the outside, yet harboring an exceedingly tender heart within. Others may be oblivious, unaware, and uncomprehending, but I see clearly. I understand. You bristle at my words, yet do you not sense the bond between you two? The man's ire intensified, feeling as though he had encountered the most inexplicable betrayal. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Before the sun sets, return to me 1,000 gold coins. If even a single coin is missing, I shall strike you. With that, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Chen Ye's face, leaving a vivid crimson mark on her fair cheek. Chen Ye covered her face in disbelief. She had anticipated a brighter life, yet her husband had become increasingly irritable, completely devoid of reason, and treating her as if she were less than human. All she wished for was a simple, joyful romance, free from excessive entanglements of interest, which she found utterly disheartening. In Chapter 158, Zhang Xiaoquan's plea, he rudely interrupted her with scornful words. Spare me your pretentious innocence. Do you still fancy yourself a high school student playing the role of the pure-hearted? Enough with the pleasantries. I demand 1,000 gold coins, or you shall pay with your life. You are inherently worthless if I do not discipline you. You will not comprehend who holds the power here. Reluctantly, Chen Ye acquiesced. I will find a way to procure the gold for you. But you must reveal your intentions for acquiring such a vast sum. The man's insatiable appetite for gold had reached terrifying proportions, time and again. She had initially refrained from questioning, but the situation had become intolerable. It was imperative to inquire, as the trajectory of events suggested impending calamity. She spoke to him with calmness, even mustering a faint smile to prevent provoking his ire. Yet, he unceremoniously dealt her another blow. This one so forceful it loosened her teeth. Do as I command, and do not dare to utter another word, or you shall face dire consequences. He was a man who commanded fear within the True Dragon team, yet he exerted his control over Chen Ye with reckless abandon, even to the point of subjugation. I merely wish for you to remain faithful and appreciate our hard-won life together. Remember, not long ago, we could not even access a clean bottle of mineral water. If you do not cherish our current existence, you may find yourself facing loss once more, perhaps even as a mere survivor, deprived of the chance to live. I am a man with my own ambitions and plans. You, with your limited perspective, should refrain from inquiring into my affairs, for you cannot comprehend them. You need only to be a dutiful wife, supporting my endeavors wholeheartedly. One day, I shall soar to great heights, and then you will understand my true capabilities. Do not belittle me now, thinking I'm being foolish. Do you grasp my meaning? With no further questions, Chen Ye departed in silence to seek assistance from her friends. Meanwhile, Chen Ye effortlessly acquired a dual card for a mere gold coin. Such items had become exceedingly cheap, a veritable buyer's market. With the dual card in hand, Chen Ye wasted no time and immediately put it to use. He reached out to Zhang Xiaoquan, knowing that to utilize the dual card, he needed the other party's contact information. Engaging with influential figures like the God Car was a challenging endeavor, akin to contacting the elite. Although the enigmatic figure known as the God Car remains in the group, unmasked and not having migrated to another expansive group like the First Sister, Chen Ye remains oblivious to his identity. Lacking his contact, he is unable to challenge him directly using the dual card. I have, however, obtained his contact information. Zhang Xiaoquan provided a favorable outcome, yet I advise against reckless behavior. Why do you say that? Chen Ye inquired with curiosity. Do you doubt my ability to best the leader of the God Car team? To be frank, I regard you as the most formidable entity within our group, and I have always held confidence in your prowess, believing you will surely triumph. Zhang Xiaoquan, with a hint of resignation, responded, however, upon understanding the circumstances surrounding the leader of the God Car, I perceive him as the strongest, far surpassing you. His unassuming reputation stems from his low profile, unlike your ostentatious displays of power. This is all nonsense, Chen Ye retorted dismissively. Instead of rambling, enlighten me on just how remarkable this God Car leader truly is. In a cryptic tone, Zhang Xiaoquan remarked, he is akin to a deity. You are no match for him. You must have lost your mind, spouting such nonsense. Are there truly gods in this world? Chen Ye scorching distaninfui. If any supernatural beings exist, they can only be classified as devils, for they dwell in hell. This ravaged world of survival is undoubtedly a hellish realm, a testing ground for the grotesqueries of humanity, a playground for devils to observe the depths of human depravity. Provide me his contact. I wish to witness what you describe as divinity. Rather than fear, Chen Ye felt an unusual thrill. You are a fool, Zhang Xiaoquan lamented. Knowing your opponent wields the rules like a god, do you still wish to duel? The outcome is a foregone conclusion. You are the real simpleton, Chen Ye retorted bluntly. What do I have to lose? No houses, no lands. What is there to fear? The dual card's rewards are mutually agreed upon. They can be substantial, with no upper limit, or minimal, even non-existent. Even a modest wager falls well within my means. Losing bears no consequence, and I can gain invaluable experience. Chen Ye was genuinely intrigued to see what this so-called deity looked like, enough to instill such fear in Zhang Xiaoquan. Are you perhaps oblivious to some crucial details, merely swayed by hearsay? While this individual appeared foolishly intimidated, Chen Ye hoped to extract useful intelligence from him, being prepared for any eventuality. Moreover, Chen Ye harbored aspirations of victory. Though unafraid of defeat, it did not imply a lack of fervor for triumph. On the contrary, his desire to win was profound, bolstered by an unwavering belief in his success. This was one of his habits. Regardless of how slim the odds, he diligently nurtured a conviction in his inevitable victory. What was that saying? What if he actually won? I merely obtained a video of the opposing leader committing murder, along with his contact information, which I shall provide to you. Zhang Xiaoquan was merely shaken by the video, and that was all. Zhang Xiaoquan was not a timid individual, yet the content of the video was overwhelmingly terrifying. It extinguished his will to fight, leaving him with a desire to bury his head in the sand like an ostrich. The world felt too frightening. All he wished for was to find solace in his mother's embrace and weep. The loss of his mother had sapped much of his fighting spirit, rendering him akin to a eunuch devoid of interest in women. I have done many things for you, Zhang Xiaoquan implored. Please, let me see my mother. Look at you. My child, Chen Ye replied with a hint of exasperation. You are free. You both can meet and converse at will. There were no restrictions imposed by Chen Ye, allowing them to engage in any activity, even unlawful ones if they so desired. We have already had an in-depth discussion. Zhang Xiaoquan confessed to Chen Ye, but the outcome was disheartening. She refused to meet me. Although they had communicated extensively via their contact methods, Zhang Xiaoquan yearned for a face-to-face conversation to persuade his mother to reconsider. He believed that a direct discussion would significantly enhance his chances of success. However, his mother had resolutely declined, regardless of his earnest pleas. Were it not for his utter desperation, he would never have humbly sought help from Chen Ye, hoping for her assistance. Chapter 159. Two Massive Cannons. Logically, I should not assist you, Chen Ye stated with utmost seriousness. After all, Zhang Xiaoquan's actions infringed upon Chen Ye's core interests, which were absolutely intolerable. What did Zhang Xiaoquan desire? He wished for his mother to return to his convoy, effectively attempting to abduct one of Chen Ye's female teammates. What did a female teammate signify? She was an invaluable asset to Chen Ye, each one representing a wealth of resources and boundless potential. Chen Ye could compromise on many matters, but the issue of his female teammates was non-negotiable. He could not yield or relent on this front. However, considering your filial piety, I may lend you a hand. Are you serious? Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed with joy. I am deeply grateful. Hold your gratitude, Chen Ye interrupted. While your mother is one of my teammates, I respect her too much to coerce or command her. All I can do is persuade her to meet with you. Nothing more, and I cannot assure you of success. This was the extent of Chen Ye's benevolence. He would not meddle further in the decision of whether or not to meet her son, as that ultimately lay in Luo Zijuan's hands. Just help me persuade her. Zhang Xiaoquan replied eagerly. She will surely listen to you. Do not be so certain. Chen Ye cautioned. Consider why she may be reluctant to see you. Are you aware? I am not, Zhang Xiaoquan admitted, perplexed. I have done nothing to offend my mother. Why is she ignoring me? He truly could not comprehend. Luo Zijuan was even unwilling to meet him, even for a conversation. It had taken him considerable effort to secure the chance to communicate at all. He simply could not fathom where he had gone wrong. Do you know what is going on? Zhang Xiaoquan asked sincerely. If you do, please tell me. If I am indeed at fault, I will certainly amend my ways. I am uncertain, Chen Ye speculated. If I must provide an opinion, it may be that you are not obedient. I am the most obedient. Zhang Xiaoquan disagreed with this assertion, as he had always heeded his mother's words. I cannot say for certain. Chen Ye shook her head, but one thing I am certain of is that in matters concerning our relationship, you surely have not listened to your mother. Given his relationship with Luo Zijuan, she would undoubtedly instruct her son to maintain a good rapport with Chen Ye. In fact, following the recent violent incident involving the golden laser eye, Luo Zijuan had established a clear directive for her son to cultivate a harmonious relationship with Chen Ye. After all, Luo Zijuan held deep affection for Chen Ye and would not wish for her son to be at odds with her, as it would place her in a difficult position. However, it was evident that Zhang Xiaoquan had not complied. Instead, he often engaged in verbal disputes with Chen Ye, ultimately leading his entourage into a precarious situation, becoming a thorn in Chen Ye's side, a presence she felt compelled to address. He even allied with the true Dragon Cannon team, intending to retaliate against Chen Ye. Was this obedience? It was an utter disregard for her wishes, a complete reversal of filial piety. As the saying goes, filial piety requires both respect and obedience. Yet Zhang Xiaoquan exhibited only the former. Reflecting on the events of recent days, he began to grasp the situation, yet he remained stubborn, unwilling to concede. I am not disobedient. I am very filial. If you maintain such an attitude, I cannot assist you, Chen Ye replied, unwilling to engage in further discussion. Wait a moment. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth and finally confessed. I am not a fool. I have long recognized that my mother has feelings for you. This is precisely why I have chosen to stand against you. This was also the reason he had persistently provoked Chen Ye. He simply could not accept it. Although Chen Ye was impressive, he perceived her as merely that. His mother should not be so infatuated. She ought to see through Chen Ye's fade. Thus, he repeatedly challenged her, attempting to dethrone her and shatter the myth she had built around herself. Yet time and again he failed, not only failing to dismantle her reputation, but instead becoming a mere backdrop, which only served to elevate Chen Ye's stature further. The fact that my mother is enamored with you, is simply a result of her being blinded by foolishness. As her son, it is my duty to help her regain clarity. This cannot be deemed disobedience. It is rather an act of concern for her well-being. If you interpret it this way, I am at a loss. Nevertheless, one thing is clear. We are not mere lovers, and your mother is not a woman who succumbs to physical desires, willing to be with any man. She is a person deserving of the right to pursue happiness, regardless of being your mother. I must admit, I am somewhat impressed by you, Zhang Xiaoquan remarked. It is truly remarkable how you can speak so eloquently about morals, despite having engaged in such shameless acts with my mother. That statement makes it sound as if I am the villain, Chen Ye retorted with some irritation. While Zhang Xiaoquan spoke the truth, Chen Ye, in a certain sense, was indeed a person of integrity, a fact that was indisputable. He is not merely expounding grand principles. Rather, he is inherently a good person. Whether you are a scoundrel or a virtuous individual is of no consequence to me, since I am currently collaborating with you, devotedly serving your interests. Zhang Xiaoquan stated with utmost seriousness that the promises you made to me must be fulfilled. Chen Ye's promise was straightforward, to reunite him with his mother. He cannot bear to be apart from her. They must remain together, especially in this frigid, desperate world. Their bond is Zhang Xiaoquan's deepest obsession and his most fundamental principle. To be candid, it borders on the obsessive, a pathological attachment akin to that of a mama's boy. What adult son insists on being with his mother at all times? Is that appropriate? Luo Zijuan is his mother, not his partner. She is under no obligation to accompany him daily. If he were a mere 3-year-old, it would be somewhat justifiable, but he is well into his 30s, teetering on the brink of middle age. For such a person to cling obsessively to his mother is, frankly, somewhat unsettling, even abnormal. Must you be with your mother at all times? Chen Ye inquired, exasperation evident in his tone. Is it truly that significant? Absolutely, Zhang Xiaoquan nearly shouted. This is the most crucial aspect of my life. My mother and I must remain united, from life to death, forever inseparable. Brother, this is a problem. Chen Ye finally comprehended the situation, realizing why Luo Zijuan chose to distance herself from her son and be with him instead. He had always confidently assumed that Luo Zijuan was merely enamored with his robust physique. However, it now appeared that her actions stemmed from a profound love for her son. As a parent, one must consider the long-term welfare of their child. In order to facilitate her son's growth and sever the metaphorical umbilical cord, she had chosen to leave. By forcefully departing, she aimed to ensure that her son would mature, no longer remain a quintessential mama's boy, but evolve into a true man. Otherwise, he would forever be incapable of separating from her, eternally a dependent child. Chapter 160. The Power of the Rules of the Divine Vehicle Fleet. I am not ill. Do not label me, Zhang Xiaoquan retorted, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Do not say I am unwell. This is a normal mother-son bond. Anyone would be anxious if their mother were lost and would go to great lengths to find her. Calm down, calm down. Chen Ye chuckled, attempting to placate him. I did not accuse you of anything. You suggested I have a mental illness. Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed in indignation. I do not possess any sort of Oedipal complex. I simply wish to bring my mother back. Very well, Chen Ye replied, not wishing to engage in a dispute. Such emotions are entirely human. However, before we proceed, we must address that so-called true dragon car fleet. Only by dealing with them can there be hope for your mother's return. Chen Ye commenced his gentle persuasion. Given Zhang Xiaoquan's evident affection for his mother, akin to a donkey following a carrot, Chen Ye decided to utilize this motivation to inspire him, thus enhancing the likelihood of completing the mission and effectively dismantling the true dragon car fleet. Indeed, we had previously agreed upon this. Zhang Xiaoquan promptly grasped the crux of the matter. I will assist you in eliminating the Jinlong artillery vehicle squad, and in return, you shall return my mother. There had indeed been discussions of such nature prior, yet they were never articulated as bluntly as he did, as if his mother were merely a wager. Not a living being, but an object. Although Chen Ye exhibited certain perverse behaviors and practices while with Luo Zijuan, especially in the bedroom, where various humiliations transpired, these were merely playful diversions. Chen Ye held profound respect for Luo Zijuan. In stark contrast, Zhang Xiaoquan professed his love for his mother, claiming he could not bear to be separated from her, while in truth, he regarded her as an object, a cherished toy he could not bear to lose. This constitutes a profound disrespect towards his mother, It is no wonder that Luo Zijuan chose to flee. It can be said that Chen Ye had no desire to further discuss this matter with him. He needed to remain composed and focus on eliminating the Jinlong artillery vehicle squad first. This young man was currently quite agitated, and he must not reveal any weaknesses. I will maintain my composure, Zhang Xiaoquan asserted. For my mother, I shall become exceedingly cautious and astute, and I will undoubtedly assist you in vanquishing the leader of the Jinlong squad. If we're defeated by them, do you grasp the consequences? Chen Ye abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation. I do not know, Zhang Xiaoquan replied, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. Your mother is now my female teammate and a staunch supporter of mine, Chen Ye stated earnestly. If the Jinlong artillery vehicle squad were to overthrow me, I would perish. And your mother would not be spared either. She would either become a plaything for some executive of the Jinlong squad or face execution. No need for your reminders, Zhang Xiaoquan acknowledged, understanding that this was a path of no return. Victory was the only option. It is good that you understand, Chen Ye continued. So, have you arranged a private meeting with the leader of the Jinlong squad? Of course it is arranged, Zhang Xiaoquan replied with audacity. I can select any suitable time and place. What do you mean? Is that so impressive? Chen Ye asked, pleasantly surprised. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoquan affirmed with a nod. However, he believes he will be meeting with me, not you. Thus, once you meet him, you must possess the immediate capability to subdue him, ensuring he does not convey any information. Otherwise, the plan will be compromised. To Chen Ye's astonishment, Zhang Xiaoquan had proven to be quite meticulous, not faltering at a critical moment. No problem, Chen Ye responded confidently. Leave everything to me. Zhang Xiaoquan retorted. Are you really that confident? Of course, Chen Ye inquired. Are you aware of the myriad abilities of this female tyrant? I do not know, Zhang Xiaoquan admitted, genuinely unaware. In the realm of survival on the open road, each individual's abilities remained their absolute secret. It was only due to Chen Ye's notable reputation and legendary status that his powers were publicly acknowledged. In contrast, the abilities of others remained closely guarded, even from their nearest companions, who would not divulge their own powers. This secrecy was crucial, for once one's abilities were exposed, it would invite the pursuit of other ability wielders. Due to the potential for high-quality supernatural fruits to be harvested upon the demise of a powerful ability user. The greater the level of the ability user, the more abundant and superior the fruits produced. Consequently, weaker ability users seek to ally with others to eliminate the stronger ones. Conversely, the formidable ability users also aim to hunt down the weaker ones to acquire these fruits, creating an unending cycle of enmity between them. Shouldn't we investigate the abilities of our adversaries before arranging a meeting place and time? Zhang Xiaoquan inquired. You handle the investigation, Chen Ye commanded. I shall conduct my own as well. Once we have a clearer understanding of the situation, we can proceed with our next course of action. Intelligence is invariably the most crucial aspect of warfare, the most pivotal element. What if neither of us can gather any information? Zhang Xiaoquan asked. What will be our next step? Lacking vital intelligence would render them immensely vulnerable during combat. Furthermore, the target was a core member of the True Dragon team, and uncovering information about him would be a stroke of luck. Failing to do so would be the norm. Rest assured, Chen Ye replied confidently. I will certainly uncover the necessary information. While Zhang Xiaoquan might struggle, Chen Ye possessed unwavering confidence. He held a trump card, Chen Ye, who owed him a significant favor and currently occupied a pivotal position within the True Dragon team. With a bit of maneuvering, he could likely acquire a wealth of crucial information. Even if he could not obtain detailed insights into the opponent's abilities, he could glean a general understanding. However, the time was not yet ripe. Chen Ye intended to first engage in a duel with the Divine Vehicle to ascertain the nature of this potential threat. Send me the footage of the Divine Vehicle's killing spree, along with his contact details, Chen Ye instructed in conclusion. Understood, I will send it right away. Zhang Xiaoquan promptly replied. Soon, Chen Ye found himself watching the video. The footage, which was purported to have left Zhang Xiaoquan devoid of any fighting spirit, was not particularly horrific. It merely depicted a man in a camper, sipping coffee and savoring desserts while basking in the warmth of the sun. Although such a lifestyle was undeniably lavish in a survival world, it was hardly terrifying. It was far from sufficient to instill dread. The man, while appearing quite handsome, was merely an ordinary individual without any remarkable traits. Chen Ye even felt he lacked any lethal aura, looking instead like a refined mathematics teacher rather than a fearsome murderer. Yet, it was this seemingly mundane individual who commanded the most powerful vehicle, the divine vehicle. The top ranking of such a vehicle was not achieved lightly. It was backed by undeniable strength. Despite his reservations, Chen Ye focused intently on the video. After finishing a cup of coffee, the man suddenly declared, "Loom Mingming. In 5 minutes, death. Cause of death, cardiac arrest." Upon uttering this, he resumed enjoying his dessert, a smile of delight gracing his face. Chapter 161, Illusory Dream. Final chapter. 5 minutes later, a lifeless body was brought in, and one of the subordinates reported loudly, "The traitor Lu Mingming has received divine retribution, the punishment of the gods." A traitor inevitably faces divine wrath. Faith in the divine is the only escape. The man nodded in satisfaction, waved his hand, and continued to savor his dessert. His subordinates knelt on the ground, reverently echoing his words, as they carried the body away. At that moment, Chen Ye fully comprehended the extent of the adversary's abilities. Good heavens, this was a perverse power reminiscent of a death note. As long as one knows another's name, they can invoke their death in any manner they can conceive. As Zhang Xiaoquan stated, this indeed constitutes a rule-based power, an overwhelmingly formidable existence that cannot be vanquished. No wonder his subordinates revered him so deeply, and he named his convoy after the divine. Possessing such power undeniably allows one to attain a godlike status. It instills fear and unease in all followers, compelling them to kneel and become devout acolytes. It is known that in times of hardship and despair, faith and religion gain a more substantial foothold. Now, everyone is ensnared in a desperate struggle for survival on the road, facing lethal threats daily. Naturally, there arises a yearning for an absolute, powerful entity to venerate, to worship, to pray to, and to resolve their intractable dilemmas, providing psychological solace and the courage to endure. The man who claims to be a deity fulfills this psychological need. This explains why his convoy ranks first and possesses unparalleled strength. However, there are no gods in this world. The simple truth is that he has merely mastered a form of non-contact killing ability. Chen Ye's golden laser eyes are a contact-based ability, immensely powerful, yet fraught with limitations. For instance, they cannot affect someone 100 kilometers away. If one cannot hit their target, they cannot kill. Thus, all of his killing abilities are contact-based. In contrast, this man's killing prowess requires no physical contact. He embodies a terrifying existence that wields some form of rule-based power. It seems Zhang Xiaoquan's fear is not without justification. Previously, Chen Ye held a measure of disdain for that mama's boy, but now he comprehends the situation. The divine convoy is indeed formidable. His concerns have been validated. A person possessing such a horrifying ability, a man who proclaims himself a deity, cannot be one to remain unchallenged. His likely intent is to subjugate all who stand with Chen Ye and the true Dragon Cannon convoy. Only when everyone kneels at his feet, becoming his followers, will he relent. Chen Ye's previously anxious heart has now been utterly extinguished. The divine convoy is not merely a pawn in a game of predation. It is a genuine threat. Those who manipulate faith and religion are never content to remain in the shadows. The sole solution to counter them is physical annihilation. A duel is inevitable. Chen Ye contemplated seriously, pondering how he might further unravel the enigma of his rule-based killing ability. Only through greater understanding can he uncover the adversary's weaknesses and ultimately eliminate him. Merely relying on the video in Zhang Xiaoquan's possession provided only a superficial understanding. Without indulging in unnecessary dialogue, Chen Ye promptly extended a challenge for a duel. He refrained from extraneous words, solely eager to observe his opponent's reaction. To his astonishment, the adversary readily acquiesced. They soon found themselves at the dueling venue, where the opponent appeared utterly unfazed, casually seated with a cup of coffee in hand. "What do you intend to do?" the man inquired with a smile. "Since this is a duel, I naturally aim to eliminate you." Without further ado, Chen Ye sprang into action. A blinding golden light swiftly pierced through the opponent's eyes. Such a character warranted no idle chatter. There was no need to heed his words. Simply extinguish him. After dispatching him a few times, perhaps a rational discussion could ensue, for otherwise he displayed no sense of reverence. How could one who claimed divinity possess any semblance of respect? Congratulations! You have triumphed in the duel. You have vanquished the deity of this world. You have brought an end to the realm of survival on the highway, and all survivors shall return to the civilized world. The system's icy voice resonated. What the hell? Chen Ye could not help but exclaim in frustration. What is this all about? While he grasped the notification of victory in the duel, the notion of terminating the survival world bewildered him. Had he truly ended the highway survival realm merely by utilizing the golden laser gaze? No explanations were offered, and the system remained unresponsive. With a flash of white light, everyone returned to the civilized world, as if awakening from a dream. The end.